Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There was a small settlement in the desert area. There were trucks parked next to low houses. Sitting on the floor, the man apologized for everything that had happened. The professor raised his eyebrows and asked him not to say that, because he should apologize for coming here for him. But he himself had fallen into a trap. The soldier lowered his head and thought that the rescue operation would have been successful if the informant had not betrayed us, because these were not police people, but well-trained warriors. The soldier gritted his teeth and realized that there were 3 times more of them than they had been told, and they knew all their routes and the exact time of the operation, so it had been a trap from the very beginning to catch them. The heroes were sitting in the cell. Someone's footsteps were heard. The door opened. A man was standing behind it. The scoundrel threw another prisoner on the floor. The bloody boy gritted his teeth and began to breathe heavily. The blonde's eyes widened when he saw his comrade. The man jumped to his feet and addressed his captor. Holding a rifle in his hands, the villain said something in an incomprehensible language. The criminal hit the prisoner on the head with the butt of his rifle. The soldier fell to his knees. His enemy left the room with a smile on his face. The soldier raised his head and looked after him. There were now 3 people sitting in the room. The kidnapped young man lowered his head and thought that this villain was just playing with them. The sergeant looked up and asked if everything was okay. The blonde confirmed it and asked what about the rest of the fighters. The boy looked away and explained that they were taken to another place, so he did not know anything about them. The heroes turned around when they heard approaching footsteps. The villain returned to the room again. He looked down at the prisoners with disdain. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes and asked what he wanted. Suddenly, someone knocked out the kidnapper standing behind him. The stranger, whose face was hidden under a scarf, called the blonde by name. Frowning, Hamchin realized that the man was speaking Korean and asked who he was. The people sitting in the cell silently stared at the stranger. Even though it sounded awkward, it was definitely Korean. Squinting, the guy replied that he came here to save them and asked them to take the other prisoners and follow him. The heroes walked along a long corridor. There were corpses of people lying around. The man thought that they should have heard the carnage from the cell. Holding a machine gun in his hands, the soldier asked what division he was from and how many people were participating in this mission. The stranger replied that he could not say this and called himself the only person on this operation. The soldier clenched his teeth and was surprised that he managed to eliminate all these people alone. A man looked out of the room. The lieutenant frowned and decided that the enemy appeared at a very inopportune time. The villain pulled a gun out of his inside pocket, and another man stood behind him. The blonde's eyes widened and he realized that he couldn't get rid of them quietly. The stranger rushed forward. He managed to disarm the enemy in a split second. The guy hit the criminal in the lower jaw. The kidnapper fell to the ground. His accomplice picked up a machine gun. The mercenary swung his hand. Something flew forward at high speed. The knife pierced the villain's chest. The enemy fell to the floor. An unknown table in the doorway. He was holding a pistol with a silencer. Hamchin was surprised that he managed to neutralize 2 opponents even without a weapon, and wondered what division he was from. Having reloaded the pistol, the stranger explained that from now on they needed to pick up the pace, and promised to take care of the enemies so that the others would not have to use their weapons unnecessarily. Frowning, the man agreed and thought that they were just ballast for him. A bullet flew out of the barrel of the pistol. Several shots hit the villain's point blank. The guy ran forward, holding his gun at the ready. He fired several more bullets at the enemy. The dead kidnapper fell to the floor. The heroes continued running down the corridor. There was a fork in the road ahead, and around the corner there were several people discussing something. The soldier raised his rifle and concluded that their silent movement had come to an end, and that his savior would definitely need their help. The mercenary ran up to the turn. The soldier's eyes widened and he wondered what their comrade was even thinking about, since at such moments you need to think everything through before acting. There were 3 criminals standing in the corridor. The unknown man ran straight at them. The stranger in the scarf raised his gun. The villains saw him and opened their mouths in fear. The guy fired several times at them, not giving them a chance to come to their senses. The mercenary ran on. He inserted a new magazine into the gun. The lieutenant came out from around the corner to cover him. Suddenly, the blonde widened his eyes in surprise. The villains' corpses were lying on the ground. Hamchin called his comrade a real monster. The stranger continued to run forward. The man thought that their savior was too reckless and that this did not look like the behavior of one of the experts. The heroes ran out into the street. The stranger cautiously peeked out from around the corner. He raised his fist and said that they needed to wait here for a couple of minutes. The soldier raised his eyebrows and asked why they should wait. The guy silently looked away, and the military man immediately looked in the same direction. Their comrades were slowly approaching them as they were very tired. Gritting his teeth, the lieutenant realized that he was too busy running and did not take into account their endurance, and began to blame himself for not thinking about it. The blonde looked at his ally and realized that he had calculated everything. The young man lowered his black eyes. Looking at him, Hanchin remembered that his Korean had correct grammar, but rather awkward pronunciation. The man lowered his weapon and asked directly if he was a Korean. The soldier frowned and decided that he was right. The mercenary turned away and said that it was time. Ahead was a thicket of tall grass. The heroes walked slowly across the field. Ahead was a military vehicle of their allies. Smiling, the soldier recognized them as members of the platoon who had been taken to another place and asked what had happened to them. The brunette waved his hand and told them how the man had saved them and asked them to wait here. Frowning, the stranger explained that they would have to split up here and asked them to continue walking southwest, where they would meet people who were already waiting for them. The lieutenant glanced at him and thanked him. The stranger said that he was simply following orders. The blonde smiled and was convinced that he was a mercenary. Hanchin extended his hand. With a smile on his face, the man explained that he didn't care about the reason, even if it was an order, and said that he had saved him and his comrades. The guy looked at him in surprise. Then the young man looked down. The soldier stood with his hand outstretched, waiting for a reaction. Silhouettes of people were visible behind the bushes nearby. There was a flash. The stranger's eyes widened in fear. The soldier frowned and wondered what that sound was. The stranger turned his head and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground. The soldiers standing next to the car looked at him in confusion. At that very moment, there was a powerful explosion. A large cloud of smoke and dust rose. The wounded lieutenant grabbed his head and realized that it was a mortar shot. Sitting on the ground, the blonde realized that he could hardly hear anything because of the concussion. His comrades were visible through the clouds of smoke. Hanchin wondered what had happened to the professor and the other guys from his platoon. The men covered their heads with their hands. Fortunately, they looked fine. The man looked around when he heard the sound of gunfire. There were 3 people standing next to the mortar. The soldier frowned, trying to see anything. The soldier saw his savior firing a rifle and was surprised that he had already recovered and started counterattacking. Sitting on one knee, the boy fired one shot after another. The lieutenant raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man gritted his teeth menacingly. The blonde could not believe that this was an ordinary teenager. 6 months later, children were walking along the road to school. The students looked up when the teacher caught their attention. The student looked at her from under his brows. The child frowned in confusion. The teacher approached the newcomer and informed him that from today on, he would be studying in their class. Yidzin smiled and said that he was pleased to meet them. Daeun was writing something in her notebook. She did not move, thinking about her brother who had just entered the new class. Suddenly, her classmate entered the class screaming. A happy girl covered her mouth and said that she had just seen a terribly handsome guy near the office and he had just transferred to them. Daeun stared at the crowd trying to figure out who the new guy was. She closed her eyes and decided that it was her brother. Soon, her eyes slowly opened. She stared at the notebook thinking about her brother. She never thought that Yidzin, who was thought to have died in a car accident, would return after 10 years. Daeun remembered the plane her brother had arrived on. She looked at the door he was about to pass through with anticipation. When she saw him, her eyes widened. Her grandfather grabbed Yidzin's head with trembling hands. Mr. Yu cried, happy to see his grandson back. A moment later, he hugged him. Yidzin bowed his head and looked at his sister. She flinched, but did not come closer. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. He closed his eyes, smiling at Daeun. Suddenly, Daeun opened her eyes wide and came back to reality. Heejin stood next to the girl's desk and asked her how much longer she had to call her. Crossing her arms over her chest, Heejin asked Daeun if she brought her gym uniform. If so, she would give it to her. Raising her head and looking at her classmate, the girl asked what she would wear if she gave the uniform to her. Heejin smirked, asking Daeun if she had gone crazy. All the girls in the class froze in fear upon hearing her question. Heejin hit Daeun, saying that she had no right to answer her, and that she would figure out what to wear herself. Daeun looked at her phone while her friend asked Daeun if she forgot everything. Her classmates turned away, deciding not to interfere. The girl bowed her head when Heejin asked her if she wanted to be beaten up again and cry in front of everyone again. The events take us to class 3-2. After the guy was introduced, the teacher looked at the back seat and told him to go and sit there. Heejin walked forward. Yahun squinted at the protagonist. He frowned, angry that the newcomer was being paid close attention to. Hyuk-jin, who was sitting behind him, called out to him. Yahun chuckled and mentally said that the protagonist was walking unbearably normally. In a second, he stretched out his leg. Heejin, however, managed to stop right in front of him. Yahun frowned seeing this. The protagonist lowered his head and stared at the guy's leg. The guy gritted his teeth, not understanding how he miscalculated. Jahan looked up to see the protagonist looking at him. Ijin didn't move, silently looking at Jahan as he asked him why he was staring at him. The protagonist couldn't help but remember the lieutenant telling him to avoid fights at all costs. The guy sitting across from him sighed, saying that he already knew that. The lieutenant froze in shock as the protagonist said that he definitely wouldn't get involved in a fight since his knowledge of the area was very limited. The man didn't move as he listened to the guy say that he wasn't going to act too hastily and get killed like an amateur. Frowning, Ijin said that he was a professional who had lived on the battlefield for 10 years. The man raised his hand. Frowning deeply, he said that he wasn't telling him that for that reason. The protagonist stood motionless looking at Jahan, asking him why he was staring at him. A shadow from his hair covered his eyes. The boy looked sharply at the teacher when she asked him why he froze in place. Smiling at the teacher, he apologized to her. Then he walked past his classmate. Jahan grinned and said that this boy was too scared. The protagonist looked at the floor while walking forward. Hyukjin sighed and closed his eyes. Yangchen responded when the teacher looked at him and told him to take care of the newcomer. Looking at the ceiling, the woman wished everyone a pleasant class. Yangchen smiled and greeted the protagonist. Turning to the boy, he called his name and asked if he pronounced it correctly. Yijin immediately confirmed it. Yangchen looked away warily. Turning back to the protagonist, he told him that he saw Jahan stick his leg out at him. Pointing to the smiling long-haired man, he introduced him. Then he pointed to Hyukjin, to whom Jahan approached and told Yijin to be careful with them. The boy stopped smiling and stared at the two boys. A moment later, he smiled and closed his eyes and thanked Yunchen. He rubbed his neck and smiled, mentally calling the newcomer a good guy. Soon, the math professor entered the room. Standing near the board, he told the students to open page 47. After that, he began to write an equation on the board. Thus began the first lesson in this class. While some yawned, the protagonist stared intently at the board. He involuntarily looked at his deskmate. He was carefully looking at the board and writing everything down in a notebook. Yijin stopped looking at him and looked in the other direction. He turned his attention to Jahan, who was sitting in front of him. The boy looked at the students having fun. Hearing the noise outside, he looked out the window. He saw a crowd of students in the stadium. The protagonist froze, staring intently at one girl. In the past, Yijin had to run in rainy weather with a weapon. Even if he had no strength, he gritted his teeth and ran. The boy was crossing the river with his group. Their training with the pole was tiring. The target at the training ground was already full of holes. The protagonist was holding a machine gun and learning to shoot. His bullets hit the center of the target accurately. Yijin closed his eyes. Opening them again, he involuntarily thought that this country was very peaceful. Thinking about this, he looked at the sky through the window. Soon evening came, and the color of the sky changed. Dan came out of school alone. The girl froze when she saw someone. Her brother was standing at the gate waiting for her. Pointing at herself, she asked Yijin if he was waiting for her. The boy replied saying that he wanted to go with her if she had no plans. The girl shook her head and said that she had no plans. The protagonist smiled at his sister, saying that then they would go home together. Daeun smiled looking at her brother. The events take us to another part of the city. Yijin silently walked forward. Daeun, embarrassed, bowed her head. A moment later, she flinched because her brother asked her if she was embarrassed. Smiling at his sister, the protagonist told her that he felt the same way. The girl turned her head and silently stared at her brother while he said that he only had a few memories of her and grandfather left. Daeun clutched the straps of her school bag when she heard his words. Soon, the boy and the girl reached the store. Daeun abruptly stopped when she heard Ying's voice. Ying was sitting at a table with her classmates. The girl looked away and stared at Daeun in confusion. Yijin's sister's eyes widened in horror. The boy sitting next to Ying asked who the girl was. Ying answered saying that it was the girl Yijin was targeting. Smiling, she asked Daeun who the boy next to her was, if he was her partner. The brother and sister turned their heads and stared at Ying. Daeun flinched and raised her hands, saying that it was her brother. Frowning, Yijin asked his sister who the girl was, who turned to her brother and said that she was a friend from class. Yijin suddenly grinned widely and asked if she really was a friend. Trembling all over, the protagonist's sister glanced at the girl. Yijin himself turned around completely, looking at the girl. The guy with curly hair glanced at the protagonist and asked him why he was staring at him. Frowning, the guy told Yijin to look the other way if he didn't want to die. Yijin's friend who was sitting next to her said that Daeun's brother was crazy to still stare. The protagonist did not move, continuing to look at the guys as if they were targets. One of the bullies stood up and spat. He began to approach Jin, asking him if he was deaf by any chance. Standing in front of him, he asked him if he was trying to look cool in front of his sister. The protagonist calmly looked at the guy in front of him. For him, this guy was too defenseless. Looking down, he said in his mind. The bully shortened the distance as if it didn't matter. The mercenary looked at the guy's throat and realized that he was revealing every weak spot on his body. Even his hands were in his pockets. It was unclear why he was so confident in showing his vulnerability. The protagonist couldn't help but remember the lieutenant. He sighed, deciding not to pay attention to the evil guy. He suddenly grabbed him by the clothes and raised his hand, asking if he thought he could be ignored so easily. The protagonist's sister bowed sharply, saying that she was very sorry. The guy gritted his teeth in anger and looked at the girl, asking for forgiveness for her brother. The protagonist himself also looked at his sister. Ying, who was sitting to the side, smirked. Looking at the girl trembling in a bow, the guy said that he didn't care about her. He squeezed the guy's shirt tighter, saying that her request didn't matter to him. Jin ignored the bully and looked at his sister. His pupil involuntarily dilated. Daeun trembled in horror as she stared at the bully. Jin abruptly hit the bully's hand. He grabbed his hand in pain. The protagonist threw down his briefcase. He began to approach his sister. The guy took off his suit and stood in front of Daeun. The girl raised her head, looking at her brother in confusion. He smiled sweetly, telling her to stand there. Jin picked up the suit. He covered the girl's head with the suit. The bully attacked the protagonist with a scream. Jin squinted and looked at him. He hit him in the head with a spin. The bully's body began to fall backwards. A moment later, he fell to the ground. His friend jumped up, furious. The protagonist, standing with his back to the fallen man, said that he seemed to have broken his promise to the lieutenant. Then he turned to the second opponent. The fat guy had passed out and was now lying on the ground. His friend was straining hard, gritting his teeth. The events take us to the forest. The soldiers were running in formation. The lieutenant watched the company run. The man frowned as he watched them. Suddenly, a sergeant approached and called out to him. The lieutenant glanced at the soldiers again when the sergeant said that today was the day Jin was supposed to go to school. Looking at the training ground, the sergeant said that Jin had lived on the battlefield for too long. Now he only hoped that he could get used to it well. Smiling, the man told him that the protagonist would be fine. After all, he had trained him personally. The trembling friend of the unconscious bully could not believe that he was defeated with one blow. The protagonist turned his head and stared at him. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. He suddenly appeared in front of the guy. Jin struck his body. The enemy's body flew back due to the force of the blow. Saliva sprayed from the guy's mouth, and he himself lost consciousness in midair. A moment later, he fell to the ground. Jin covered her mouth in horror. She turned her head to look at Daeun's brother. He silently stared at her and did not move. The girl frowned deeply, feeling great fear. Daeun, who was standing to the side, called out to her brother. She took off his suit from her head. First, she looked at the fat guy, and then at his friend, and although she was covered by the suit for only a few seconds, both were now lying on the ground. The protagonist stopped looking at Ying in front of him. She bowed her head, trembling in horror. Jin silently walked past her. Approaching his sister, he asked her if she was surprised. The girl looked at her brother with wide eyes while he asked her if she wanted to eat or buy something for herself. Daeun shook her head, saying that everything was fine. Her mouth involuntarily opened due to her surprise. The protagonist rubbed his neck and suggested that they go home. Dan nodded and looked at the suit. She handed it to her brother and thanked him. Ying, meanwhile, looked at them in horror. Remembering Jin's look, she could not believe that they were the same person. As she started to leave, Daeun glanced at Ying. She nodded, telling her that she would go ahead. The protagonist frowned and glanced at the girl one last time. She froze, not knowing what to do. Sweat was running down the girl's face. Soon, the brother and sister were in another place. Daeun glanced at her brother and asked him if he had dealt with those two guys. The protagonist, looking ahead, confirmed this. Looking at her brother's face, Daeun mentally said that he did not look like someone who was capable of doing such a thing. Walking down the street, the girl told her brother that in this country it was not customary to stare at a person like that. It was rude, so people could react negatively and such a situation would happen again. The protagonist, looking at his sister, said that he knew this. Turning to her brother, the girl asked why he did it then. Jin turned his head and did not answer. He remembered his sister's face filled with fear. Stopping looking at Daeun, he said that the guys looked like they wanted to cause her trouble. Daeun's cheeks turned red from hearing the words. She bowed her head in embarrassment. Jin looked at her in confusion. The guy continued walking, trying to figure out if he said something wrong. The events take us to the protagonist's house. The worried grandfather waved his hands, saying that he would do it himself and that he should sit down and eat some fruit. Yidzin, putting on an apron, said that he could cook everything himself. The old man, feeling awkward, scratched the back of his head. He sadly sat down on the sofa while his grandson began cooking. Mr. Yu involuntarily looked at his grandson. Smiling, he said that he hoped that he liked his cooking because he gave it his all, even though he was not very good at cooking. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he really liked everything. The embarrassed old man covered his mouth, saying that it was good. Daeun smiled, realizing that her grandfather was trying to hide the fact that he was happy that his cooking was complimented, and he even took cooking lessons when he found out that his grandson was returning. Looking at his granddaughter, Mr. Yu asked if she liked the cooking. She smiled and confirmed it. Opening his eyes, the old man asked Yidzin how his first day at school was. The protagonist was washing the dishes at that time. He turned around when he heard the question. Daeun, eating an apple, stared at her brother. Smiling, the guy said that he had no problems. The old man smiled contentedly, saying that it made everything easier. Soon the lights in the apartment went out. Yidzin was lying on the bed. He looked at the ceiling. Remembering how his grandfather cried with joy, the guy realized that he was happy that he was able to return. His grandfather, holding his hand, said that the most important thing was that he was able to return. He even set the table for him and did not stop giving him food. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Soon he closed his eyes. In the dream, the plane's cabin shook. All the passengers started screaming in panic. They quickly started grabbing oxygen masks. The protagonist's father put the mask on his son. The mother held the mask while the father hugged his son. The parents hugged the boy, trying to protect him. The boy's eye was wide open in horror. The whole world shook for him. He was terrified. The plane started falling. The protagonist's eyes widened. He jumped up because of the nightmare he had. Yidzin covered his face with his hands. His hands were shaking and his breathing was ragged. Soon he lowered his hands. Looking at the clock, he realized that it was already 7 a.m. Yidzin remained sitting on the bed. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard behind the door. The protagonist stared at the door in silence. A couple of minutes later, he left the room. In the kitchen, his sister cooked for tomorrow and said that she was already going to go and wake him up. Massaging his shoulder, the guy asked where his grandfather was. Taking off her apron, Daeun said that he left for work early in the morning. Putting on her suit, the girl said that her grandfather took a few days off because of his arrival, but today he started working again. Waving her hand to her brother, Daeun said that she had to leave early today. Putting on her shoes, she told Yidzin that the food was on the table, so he shouldn't forget to eat. The protagonist remained standing after his sister left. He turned his head and looked at the table. There were a lot of dishes on the table. The events take us to school. Daeun entered class 1-5. In the hallway, Heejin, crossing her arms over her chest, asking if the new guy who came yesterday was Daeun's brother. Ying, frowning, confirmed it. She remembered how she was kneeling next to the guys yesterday. Seeing their condition, she covered her mouth, not believing that a person could be beaten like that with one blow. Her body trembled with fear. Heejin, who came, asked her what happened here. Now Ying frowned. The whole world plunged into darkness for her. Remembering the protagonist's face, she tried to understand what they would do with Daeun now. Her hands involuntarily trembled with fear. Looking at Heejin's back, the girl decided not to worry about it. The events take us to the stairs. Someone hit Daeun on the back of the head. The girl grabbed her head and turned around. Heejin, standing on the stairs, told Daeun to stop reacting like that. Looking at Heejin, Yijin's sister asked her what she needed. She did not answer and ordered her to follow her. Daeun stared at Heejin in confusion and asked where they were going. Suddenly, the blonde laughed, saying that she had become too bold after her brother's arrival. Daeun did not say anything, silently looking at her classmate. She stopped laughing and told her to shut up and follow her. The events take us to the back of the school. Heejin raised her leg. She kicked Daeun over. Standing in front of her, he asked her if she remembered what she said about the answer. Daeun's whole body was shaking while Heejin was saying that she was going to get even for yesterday. Looking at the phone in her hand, she said that she shouldn't forget her place, even if her brother could fight a little. Squinting and looking haughtily at the protagonist's sister, she said that her brother's life would also be bad. Daeun raised her head, asking the girl what she meant. Crouching in front of Daeun, Heejin said that her brother had fought with her brother's friend yesterday. Smiling, she said that her brother had most likely already met her brother. Daeun's eyes widened in horror. She frowned and screamed, asking what they wanted to do with her brother. Heejin slapped the girl in the face, saying that she was too bold. Yijin's sister froze as she received a slap. She gritted her teeth. Tears flowed from her eyes. The girl clenched her jaw tighter. She suddenly jumped up, after which she ran away. The events take us to class 3-2. A crowd of students gathered near the door. The students frowned at the new arrivals. Hyujin and Jahan stood up. The guys who were beaten by the protagonist yesterday entered the classroom. Aizen stood up, looking at the new arrivals. The two guys, having recovered, frowned at him. Kisu was standing behind them. Suddenly, Daeun burst into the classroom. The girl was breathing heavily due to fatigue. The protagonist turned his head upon hearing her voice. He froze abruptly upon seeing her condition. He saw a trace of a slap on her face. There was a dirty spot from a kick on her shirt. The guy's pupils dilated from the realization of what had happened. Kisu grinned and said that his sister always asks for favors. Hyujin, approaching the door, said that even she would be worried if her brother were beaten. The protagonist's entire world went dark. He saw his beaten sister looking at him. Everything between them seemed to disappear. 5 minutes before, the classroom had been quiet. Everyone was doing their own thing. The chalk fell to the floor. Yunchin bowed his head in fear. A piece of chalk hit his head and bounced off. Jahoon laughed and threw the chalk. Hyukjin extended his hand, ordering one of the boys to give him his eraser. He quickly gave it to him. Hyukjin's foot turned around. He threw the eraser with all his might. It hit Yunchin's head. The boy clenched his fists in joy, saying that this is how it's done. The boys began to discuss their shots in the middle of the classroom, having fun. Jahoon involuntarily looked at the chalk in his hand. He raised his hand to throw. A moment later, he hit the protagonist with the chalk. What the boys saw made them freeze in shock. The chalk fell to the floor. Hyejin took off his bag without reacting. The bully frowned and asked his friend why the newbie irritated him so much. Hyukjin grinned and said that they just needed to make him respect them. The boy's lips stretched into a wide grin. Meanwhile, the protagonist was hanging up his bag. Taking off his suit, he asked Yunchin if he was okay. He said that everything was fine, smiling nervously. Hyejin stared at the guy, realizing that he was lying. Yunchin approached the guy and asked him what he was going to do after school. Smiling, he asked the protagonist if he wanted to go with him. Hyejin turned to his neighbor and said that he couldn't do it today, because he had to go home with his little sister. Yunchin's mouth dropped open in surprise when he asked if he had transferred with her. The protagonist turned to his neighbor and said that his sister had already studied at this school, and her name was Daeun. Yunchin stopped smiling, looking at the protagonist. He turned his head excitedly, asking if she was a first year. Hyejin looked at Yunchin in confusion. He said dejectedly that his sister had a difficult life. The former mercenary looked at the guy and asked what he meant. Yunchin bowed his head, searching for the words to explain. He soon explained to the protagonist that his sister was popular in middle school because she was cute and always did well in her studies, which attracted many guys, and one girl saw the guy she liked approach Daeun and started bullying her because of it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked if the others were just watching. Remembering Hyejin's older brother, Yunchin trembled and told the protagonist about him. With his brows furrowed, he said that because of Kisu, Daeun's situation got worse after Hyejin got into the same class with her. Hyejin frowned upon hearing this. Yunchin bowed his head, feeling sad. Looking at the chalk, he said that people like them bully others for no reason. Yesterday, there were apples on the table. Grandfather peeled them for his grandchildren and said that he hoped Hyejin would be able to fit in well with school life. He smiled, saying that he couldn't stop worrying because he had lived abroad for so long. Then he asked Daeun if everything was okay at school. She smiled widely and said that everything was okay. Mr. Yu was touched and closed his eyes and said that in that case he had nothing to worry about. Besides, he always remembered how the homeroom teacher praised Daeun for her diligence in her studies. The protagonist smiled and asked his sister if that was true. She didn't answer and just smiled silently. Now Hyejin froze, not knowing what to do. He glanced at Yunchin and thanked him for the information. His deskmate closed his eyes and told the guy that he should have known that. The protagonist frowned and began to think about the future. Suddenly, a fat guy kicked the door open. Hyejin and Jahan frowned seeing Kisu. Hyukjin knew that Kisu was the only one he couldn't handle. One of the guys approached Kisu and said that the guy was in the class. He pointed at the protagonist who was sitting to the side. The guys shuddered when Kisu said that they were beaten by a guy who looked too pathetic. The guy scratched his ear and said that they were pathetic. The protagonist looked at the newcomers. Kisu called out to him and beckoned with his finger. Aizen stood up abruptly. Jahan got nervous, realizing that the newcomer was finished. The protagonist came out and asked the guy if his name was Kisu. He smiled and said that he had noticed everything correctly. Aizen, hearing the answer, silently stared at his already enemy. Kisu looked at his friends and said that the newcomer was really staring like a bastard. One of the guys began to approach the protagonist. Kisu looked at Daeun, who came and called her Hyejin's toy. Hyejin approached Daeun and asked her when she learned to run like that. The girl herself looked at Kisa in horror. He silently turned around looking at her. The protagonist froze in shock looking at his sister. She, unable to hold back her tears, said that she was very sorry. Hijin sighed and said that she did not need drama here. Hijin stood motionless and told his sister that she did not need to apologize. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. The protagonist dealt dozens of blows to the opponent's face in an instant. Soon he fell to the floor. The fat man trembled with fear seeing this. Hijin, continuing to look at his sister, told her that it was not her fault, but the fault of these guys. Unable to hold back, one of the guys rushed to attack. Hijin easily dodged, stepping aside. He glanced at the opponent's collar. A moment later, he struck right in the throat. Saliva sprayed from the guy's mouth. His breathing was ragged. He fell to his knees. The protagonist walked past the opponent who was clutching his throat. Hijin easily dodged the third bully's attack. A second later, he delivered a punch to the body. The guy flew back from the force of the blow. Kisu frowned seeing this. Now out of everyone, he was the only one left standing. Jahan and Hyujin opened their eyes wide in surprise. Ying tried to cover her mouth in fear. Even Daeun froze in surprise. Hyujin stood silently looking at his opponent. Narrowing his eyes, he told Kisu that he finally found the person because of whom his sister got into trouble. The guy swallowed, while a drop of sweat dripped down his face. Kisu suddenly grinned. Frowning at the guy in front of him, he told him that it turned out that he knew a few tricks. The protagonist did not answer, silently looking at him. Kisu abruptly raised his leg. He delivered a kick saying that he couldn't be ignored so easily. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. This kick was perfect. Hyujin raised his hand blocking the kick. Seeing the guy's stance, Kisu realized something. He frowned, not believing that his blow was blocked. The guy immediately struck with his second leg, but Hyujin easily blocked this blow too. He grabbed the guy's leg and pulled him towards himself. Kisu gritted his teeth and began to fall. A moment later, the protagonist struck him in the face. The guy fell to the floor after receiving the blow. Cursing, he began to get up. Kisu's pupil shrank to the size of a pea. Hyujin stood in front of the guy, looking at him coldly. He narrowed his eyes, deciding what to do next. Suddenly, his foot began to approach the opponent's face. In an instant, the protagonist kicked Kisu in the face. He fell to the floor coughing up blood. All of the mercenaries' classmates froze in shock. Jahan and Hyukjin opened their mouths, not believing what they saw. Daeun covered her mouth, experiencing joy and fear. Hyujin frowned at the result of the fight. Looking at Daeun's unharmed brother, she tried to comprehend what just happened. Ying's legs buckled as the protagonist began to approach them. Both girls trembled in fear. Hyujin looked at them coldly, as if he would calmly cut them down in an instant. He clenched his fist, preparing to punch. Hyujin's eye widened in horror. Daeun suddenly grabbed her brother's hand, asking him to stop. Turning to his sister, he asked her if they weren't the ones who had been bullying her all this time. Daeun flinched at his brother's question. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist asked her if these girls hadn't just been beating her up. The boy's sister froze, not knowing how to answer. She bowed her head in shame, trying to understand how her brother knew about this. Her eyes suddenly widened, realizing something. Raising her head and staring at her brother, she realized that he had been fighting for her. Smiling at him, she said that it didn't hurt anymore. The girl's hands were shaking while she asked Hyujin to stop. Her hands just wanted to let go of his hand. The protagonist stopped looking at his sister in thought. Soon he turned to her saying that in that case he would walk her to class. Daeun followed her brother. Hyujin, looking at the backs of her brother and sister, began to swear. At this time, Hyujin's classmates began to vigorously discuss what happened. Jahan, sitting on the desk, said that the newcomer was too strong. Meanwhile, Hyujin looked at the door in shock. Hyujin was shaking, pursing her lip. Looking at the lying guys, she mentally called them helpless trash. Walking down the corridor, Daeun told her brother that he was pretty good at fighting. Bowing her head, she asked Hyujin for forgiveness. Turning his head to the girl, the protagonist asked her what she was apologizing for. Continuing to look at the floor, Daeun said that because of her, he had been fighting for the second day. Smiling, Hyujin said that he could not turn a blind eye to their actions. His sister straightened up and stared at the guy after hearing this. The protagonist silently walked forward. Remembering his life on the battlefield, he said that in the place where he lived, most people thought only of themselves. Looking into the distance, the guy said that many did not care what happened to others, but it was also so that even these people behaved differently. Turning his head to Daeun, he said that it happened when their family was in danger. The little sister stopped, puzzled, asking what he meant. Hyujin himself remembered the terrible battlefield. Everyone was shooting at each other. There were numerous explosions. Some were screaming while going on the offensive. The protagonist saw a shadow in the grass. He turned his head, looking closely at the shadow. Holding a gun in front of one of the men, he realized something. He saw how a man protected his daughter, then he realized what family was. Turning away from her brother, Daeun asked him if he said that he did not remember her and his grandfather well. Then she turned to Yidzin when he said that he really did not remember much. Smiling at his sister, the guy said that he knew for sure that they were a family. The girl's cheeks slightly blushed from embarrassment. She grabbed her other hand with her hand and froze in the middle of the corridor. A moment later, she shuddered, seeing the gazes of passers-by. Raising her hands, she told her brother that he could now return to class. Pointing to the sign, the girl said that they had just arrived. Waving her hand at her brother, Daeun said goodbye to him. A moment later, she ran into the classroom. Yidzin smiled seeing this. The events take us to class 3-2. The classmates stopped doing anything looking at the newcomer. A former mercenary entered the classroom. Juhan and Hakjin smiled and told the protagonist that it was too cool. Yidzin sighed and sat down in his seat. Yongchen silently stared at him. The protagonist noticed this and glanced at the guy. He turned away from the mercenary and said that he also thought it was cool. Yidzin sighed and smiled. At this time, Kisu was hitting the table. His friends were trembling in fear sitting next to him. Kisu clenched his fist in anger and mentally said that the newcomer was abnormal. Heejin stood up and asked her brother how long he was going to sit like that. He better not let him get caught off guard like that next time. The boys sitting to the side bowed their heads after hearing her words. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, saying that they shouldn't act like that just because some loser beat them up. Kisu raised his head in anger, telling his sister to shut up for a second, and if she was so smart, she should go and fight in person. Heejin frowned, feeling unprecedented anger. Kisu gritted his teeth and told her to shut up. Heejin was barely holding back her tears because of her brother's words. She abruptly turned away from him. The girl slammed the door and left. Ying ran after her friend. She frowned and mentally told her brother that he was greatly disgraced because he was beaten by his brother Daeun. She involuntarily remembered how the brother and sister left. The girl bit her lips. The girls in the classroom shuddered upon hearing the crash. Heejin entered the classroom. Looking at Daeun, she said that she envied her. Sister Ijin did not turn around or move upon hearing Heejin's voice. She spread her arms to the sides and told Daeun that her school life was now wonderful, and if something bad happened to her, she could go and cry to her brother. Heejin stared at the girl's back, seeing how he was ignoring her. Her body trembled again with anger. She involuntarily remembered that cold-blooded look of the protagonist. Clenching her fists and trembling, Heejin could not come to terms with this. She frowned deeply, thinking up a plan for revenge. Soon Daeun left the school. She walked forward sadly. Daeun remembered how her brother looked at her and said that it was not her fault. A couple of minutes later, all of her brother's opponents were lying on the floor. Smiling, Ijin told her at last that they were family. Holding onto the straps, the girl tried to understand if she could now go to school without being humiliated. She involuntarily remembered how Heejin, sitting on the desk, told her to leave. When she was hungry, she brought the girl food. And in the locker room, horror happened. Heejin grabbed her by the hair and asked her who allowed her to answer. Yidzin appeared behind her sister and asked her what she was thinking about. Daeun shuddered in fear. The protagonist, smiling at his sister, asked her what she was thinking about so hard that she did not hear him. The worried girl turned to her brother, asking him if he was waiting for her today. He closed his eyes, saying that he still had trouble finding his way around the city. Raising her hand, Daeun said that since they were going together, they should go to the store and buy a few things. Smiling, she said that her grandfather comes home from work very hungry, so he likes it when dinner is ready. At this time, Heejin and Ying were watching them. Ying looked at the angry Heejin with confusion. Suddenly, the girl's lips stretched into a smile. She was going to see how long Daeun could last. The events take us to the store, to the vegetation section. Daeun picked up a package of green onions. She frowned deeply, trying to figure out what she should take. All the passers-by in the store looked at the brother and sister. The girls were embarrassed, trying to find out what school the protagonist was from. His sister turned her head, hearing the girls' whispers. Looking at her brother with noodles in his hand, she realized that not only at school, even on the street everyone was talking about her brother's coolness. Looking at her brother, Daeun asked him if he had a girlfriend. Ying turned his head to his sister. He froze, puzzled, asking her what girl she was talking about. After receiving an explanation, Ying turned away, saying that he had no one. Smiling, Daeun said that she thought he was quite popular. The protagonist frowned at her words. He decided not to remember the past and smiled and told his sister that he was too busy there. Nodding to his brother, Daeun realized that it was hard for him to live alone. He suddenly asked her if she had a boyfriend. Daeun stared at her brother in shock and shame because of his question. Her lips parted when she said that she had no one. Looking at his sister, Yidzin asked why this happened. Daeun looked away without answering right away. Smiling and closing her eyes, she said that she was too busy for this. The events take us to the protagonist's house. Putting the box with the phone on the table, Mr. Yutz told Yidzin that it was a gift for him. The protagonist froze, looking at the phone. The grandfather, sitting opposite his grandson, said that every school child has a phone these days, and he took a very good one and hopes that he will like it. Daeun looked at the phone and realized that it was a new model. Soon the protagonist picked up the phone. Smiling, the old man said that he had already written down his and Daeun's numbers in the smartphone. Raising his hand, the granddaughter surprisedly told her grandfather that he had tried hard this time, because he had asked her to do this all the time. Mr. Yu scratched his head and admitted that he had asked the seller to help him. Smiling, the granddaughter told her grandfather that he should have just asked them to do this. Smiling, the old man said that he wanted to write everything down himself. Daeun froze in surprise, looking at her grandfather. Even the protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Looking at the phone in his grandson's hand, Mr. Yu said that he had heard that unpacking is very important now, but he had to open it. Was everything okay? The protagonist smiled warmly, saying that everything was okay. Suddenly, the old man waved his hands, saying to his granddaughter that he would buy her a new one later, and for Yidzin it was the first, so he hoped that she would not be upset. The protagonist watched as his sister tried to calm her grandfather down. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he would use the phone carefully. Mr. Yu smiled when he heard his grandson's words. At night, the guy was fiddling with his phone on the bed. He lifted the phone above himself. His lips spread into a smile on their own. At this time, in the lieutenant's house, a notification came to his phone. On the screen, he saw a message from Yidzin. Frowning, the man said that he did not recognize the number. The sergeant leaned over and assumed that Yidzin had changed his phone, because nowadays children are picky about this. The angry man shouted, saying that he bought the guy the most expensive gadget. The events take us to the protagonist's shower. A couple of minutes later, the guy got out of the shower. Daeun ran outside, saying that she would go first. Stopping at the door, she turned around and told her brother that she was already late. Going out and closing the door, she finally told her brother to put the dishes in the dishwasher. Entering the kitchen, the guy saw a prepared breakfast. At this time, Daeun was running down the street. Looking at the time on her smartphone, she realized that she would arrive right at the last minute. Continuing to run, she smiled, remembering how her grandfather liked yesterday's soup. In the morning, she cooked it again, and the old man thanked her with a smile on his face. Daeun closed her eyes. She was happy to see her grandfather so happy. When she took another step, someone kicked her in the side. A group of 3 girls stood in front of Daeun. The masked girl standing in front told her to watch where she was running. The protagonist's sister opened her eyes wide, recognizing the owner of the voice. Starting to get up, Daeun asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, the bully hit her, saying that an apology alone would not be enough. Daeun grabbed her head in horror. The girl standing behind her suggested that her friend go to karaoke. Then she sat down. Lifting her cap, she asked Daeun if she would go with them. The girl's pupils shrank in horror when she realized it was Heejin. The events take us to the vocal practice center. 3 girls were leaving the room. The worker took the utensils and stood up, saying that the children were much more energetic these days. He soon opened the door. What he saw made him freeze in horror. Daeun was lying beaten on the floor. The man who entered the room became very agitated. The girl began to get up. Daeun barely took her things and began to put them in her school bag. The worker tried to stop the girl when she stood up. Ignoring him, Daeun left. A few seconds later, she left the karaoke. That day, the teacher was checking the register and asked where Daeun had been. The girl's classmate straightened up and said that she was not there today. Looking at the empty desk, the teacher said that this girl does not skip school without warning them. Heejin's lips stretched into a malicious grin. Ying, who was sitting next to the girl, asked if everything would be okay with them. Fixing her makeup, Heejin said that Daeun's absence did not concern them at all. Ying closed her eyes and smiled nervously. Heejin smiled and closed the mirror. The events take us outside the school. The protagonist stood motionless. He looked at the students passing by and his sister. But time passed, the students changed, and Daeun was not visible. Soon the last students passed by him. The protagonist was left standing alone. He looked at the front door of the school. Taking the phone in his hand, he decided to call Daeun. The phone of the girl wrapped in a blanket rang. The smartphone vibrated, but the girl did not dare to answer. She only turned over under the sheet. After a while, the protagonist opened the door of the house. Entering inside, he stopped. He saw his sister's shoes and realized that she was at home. Taking off his school bag, Yingjin decided what to do next. He squinted, looking down. Approaching his sister's room, he knocked. When he lowered his hand, he heard Daeun ask in a trembling voice if he had returned. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he was waiting for her. Without moving, Yidzin said that he still didn't know the area well, and besides, she didn't pick up the phone. Daeun heard his words and asked for forgiveness. The guy's pupil dilated from the realization of what kind of voice it was. Looking at the door handle, the guy asked his sister if she could open it. She refused, saying that she was not feeling well. Leaning his hand against the door, Yidzin asked if it was that bad. Daeun answered, saying that she only had a slight fever. Squinting, Yidzin told his sister to tell him if she needed anything. Then he turned around, deciding to buy medicine. But he stopped abruptly and his body trembled. The guy saw drops of blood on his sister's shoes. Yidzin bowed his head looking at the shoes. His eyes were full of cold rage. He would not confuse these drops of blood on the shoes with anything. A bright light was burning in the room. There was a first aid kit on the bed. The protagonist put his hand on his sister's cheek and asked if the wound hurt a lot. Daeun looked down and said that her cut didn't hurt, it just stung a little. Yidzin said that she should have been more careful and asked if she really fell down the stairs while trying to avoid the bike. The answer was yes. The guy suggested that if she had been hit, she would have fewer injuries. The girl smiled and said that she thought so too. The young man gave her a stern look and asked if she was sure she didn't need to go to the hospital. The girl shuddered and looked down, clutching her fingers at the blanket. The schoolgirl replied that she was fine, and thought to herself that at the hospital, the doctors would definitely find out that the cause of her injuries was not falling down the stairs. On the wall was a sign that said Principal's Office. Heejin crossed her arms and asked what business it had with her and why she of all people was being asked about this beating. Daeun's eyes widened in surprise. There were police officers standing next to them. The girl claimed that she was the one who beat her up. The high school student denied it. The girl opened her mouth wide and explained that it was definitely her, only in a hat and mask, since her voice and manner of speech gave her away. Adjusting her hair, the blonde asked if this was all just her guess, and suggested that in fact the younger student did not see her, but decided to accuse her only because they did not get along. The student stared at her in amazement. The principal folded his hands together and asked if the schoolgirl saw the attacker's face. Turning to the police, Daeun explained that the attacker covered him, and expressed complete confidence that it was the student. Raising her hand, the woman asked what all this lie was about, and was indignant that someone first called the police and now accused her daughter without evidence. The man asked her to calm down. Heejin's mother clenched her teeth and said that she couldn't calm down at a time like this. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise and wondered why everything was happening like this if it was definitely her offender and why they didn't want to believe her. The police officers silently looked down. The woman pointed at the girl and asked her to apologize to her daughter right now and not even think that she could get away with it. The student repeated that it was really her. Putting her hand to her cheek, the high school girl's mother called her manners terrible and decided that she should talk to her parents. The schoolgirl clenched her fists in fear. She had a shocked look. Tears were running down her cheeks. The blonde smiled slyly. Daeun grabbed the blanket and thought that she had no evidence this time either and that her grandfather would be very upset. The girl shuddered when her brother called out to her. The protagonist put his hand on her forehead and asked if everything was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. Yidzin smiled and explained that her wounds were not that serious and that her bones were not broken or cracked, but there was a lot of swelling that would hurt for a couple of days. The student looked down sadly. The guy picked up the first aid kit and asked if he had tied the bandages too tightly. His sister replied that everything was perfect and noted that her brother was very good at it. The schoolgirl looked at her hand and said that she was worried that her grandfather would take it badly, since he already had heart problems. The young man turned to her and asked if this was true. Daeun confirmed it and told him that their grandfather took medicine every day. The student stood up and promised to talk to him himself, since she needed to rest. The mercenary headed for the exit of the room. He stopped when his sister called out to him. The girl smiled and thanked him. The protagonist looked back and smiled back. The girl decided that not telling him the truth was the right decision. The smile disappeared from her face. Yidzin looked down. The student thought that people like them could not do anything about it. An aura of tension appeared around the guy. There was a neon sign on the wall with the inscription Club Wolf. Pink lighting illuminated the stairs. The bartender was polishing glasses with a rag. Kisu was sitting at a table. Someone said that the whole school knew about the fact that he was beaten by a certain person yesterday. A whole group of seniors were sitting next to him. One of them asked if his friend would just ignore it. The young man frowned and said that they simply underestimated him and were not prepared for this, so if they were more careful, everything would be different. The student opened his mouth wide and said that they could not leave things as they are. Holding a cigarette, the brunette asked what this man could do if they all pounced on him at once. The bully narrowed his eyes and thought that their opponent was quite unusual, and that there was something about him that was beyond comprehension. The bully abruptly put his glass down on the table and declared that his friends were right, and that they were not some professional fighters who fought one-on-one. His 3 comrades smirked. The other 2 narrowed their eyes slyly. The gang decided to finish off the offender once and for all. The phone lying on the table rang. The student brought the phone to his ear and asked what happened. His sister asked if he was still in his hideout. The high school student lit a cigarette and asked her to get to the point. The girl said that her brother should thank her. Kisu frowned and asked what they were talking about. The boy leaned over. The girl told him that she had taken care of Dan and asked if it would be humiliating if his sister did not answer for her brother's sins. The schoolboy covered his face with his hand and called her crazy. The door to the club opened. The bully praised Heejin for her good work and added that they were just planning how to deal with that scoundrel. Someone approached the room where the classmates were sitting. The guys looked towards the corridor in surprise. The main character was slowly walking towards them. Heejin frowned sternly. The bully gritted his teeth and shouted that the crazy man came here himself. The girl asked what was going on. The boy entered the room. He narrowed his eyes sternly. The scoundrel grinned and said that he was just about to arrange a rematch. The boy grabbed the brunette by the face. At that moment, the high school student found himself on the floor. His friend jumped to his feet and swung his fist. The student hit him in the face. The others watched the scene with anger. The boys jumped up from the sofas when Kisu ordered them to attack him all together. They ran forward. The mercenary kicked one of them. The boy fell face down. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar. He pulled his shirt towards himself with force. At the same moment, Heejin threw the offender against the wall. The boy clenched his fists. The bully gritted his teeth and rushed at him. The young man struck him in the jaw. The high school student swung an empty bottle. The student turned around. He managed to disarm the enemy with a couple of blows. The mercenary struck the scoundrel in the lower jaw. The schoolboy pounced on him from behind. The student ducked to dodge his blow. He grabbed his opponent by the arm. The bully turned around in fear. An elbow hit him in the face. The bully collapsed to the floor. The protagonist grabbed the bully by the hair. The next moment, his face met his knee. Blood gushed from his nose. The high school student fell to the floor. Kisu's mouth dropped open in shock and he wondered what was wrong with this man. Heejin's voice was still coming from the phone on the table. Heejin looked back and called out his bully's name. The student raised his eyebrows in fear. The boy frowned menacingly and asked him not to even think about touching his sister. The bully's eyes widened in horror and he thought about how they couldn't do anything even when they teamed up. First, the boy knocked down the one standing at the exit to make it harder for them to escape. Then, the student kicked the opponent and attacked them so that they were forced to go through the tables. The villain's body crashed into the wall. The mercenary was able to assess the situation so quickly and turn it to his advantage. The heroes looked at each other. The bully wondered if it was even possible to defeat him. The protagonist asked if his sister had done something bad to them. The high school student smirked and asked him to stop. Kisu threw a glass at him and asked him to explain what was going on. The glass shattered next to Heejin's face. The student grabbed an empty bottle from the table. The boy easily dodged his blow. The bully swung the bottle again. The boy hit his hand and disarmed him. The enemy clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The bully swung his fist and said that he was fed up with all this. The student hit him several times in a row. Blood came out of his nose. The villain had to step back. His body trembled. The high school student raised his fist and noticed that his opponent did not even break a sweat after that. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and asked why they were bullying someone weaker than them. Kisu smashed the bottle against the wall. Now it had sharp edges that could be considered an excellent weapon. The student swung the bottle and wished death on his bully. The protagonist looked at him indifferently. With one blow, he knocked the bottle out of his hands. Heejin grabbed the enemy by the throat. The bully opened his mouth in fear. His feet came off the ground. The guy pressed him against the wall. The bully closed his eyes and screamed in pain. The opponent threw him onto the table. The young man sat down next to him and cast a menacing look at him. The student narrowed his eyes and asked what he should do with him. The villain clenched his teeth. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips and said that this would be the last warning. Looming over the offender, the protagonist promised that death would seem an easy outcome to him if they started to offend his sister again, and asked him to tell the same to his sister, who should also be more careful in the future. The high school student closed his eyes. Heejin said that he knew that they did not understand the first time, and repeated that he would find them if they touched his sister with even a finger. The boy pressed his elbow on the enemy's throat. Kisu clenched his teeth in horror and realized that he couldn't breathe. The heroes were illuminated by a red neon light. The young man narrowed his eyes sternly and promised to torment the offenders until they died. The schoolboy's eyes rolled up. The student let him go and climbed off the table. The bully grabbed his throat. The mercenary went to the exit of the room. The visitors of the club watched him go. Someone ran ahead. Walking along the busy street, Heejin wondered why her brother hung up the phone so abruptly and made her worry for no reason. The club sign flickered on the building. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. A bright light illuminated the entrance to the club. The main character walked up the stairs. The girl saw him and clenched her teeth. Aizan approached her. The schoolgirl raised her hand, ordering him not to come closer to her, and thought that she had nothing to worry about since they had no evidence of her involvement in beating Daeun. The guy looked up at her. The student frowned tensely. The blonde took a step back. Suddenly, she slipped. Heejin fell to the ground. The girl closed her eyes and grabbed her hand. The young man looked at her silently, and a ringtone rang. He took his phone out of his pocket. The student turned away and answered the call. The mercenary glanced at his sister's offender and said that he would be home soon. The girl trembled with fear. The mercenary turned around and walked away from them. The student pursed her lips in fear. She went into the club and saw beaten people. The schoolgirl approached her brother and asked what happened to him again. The blonde opened her mouth in rage and wondered if this scoundrel had beaten him again. Heejin's eyes widened when her brother asked her not to go near that man's sister again. The girl fixed her hair and asked what the hell they were talking about. Kisu lowered his head and urged her not to even think about it. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if her brother was really that afraid of him. The bully asked her to just promise him not to do it. The student put her hand on her waist and refused. The bully hit his knees with his fists and called out loudly. The schoolgirl stared at him with horror in her eyes. The high school student gritted his teeth and promised to personally beat her up if she touched Daeun again. The blonde frowned tensely. Her brother asked if she understood everything. A street lamp illuminated the night street. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw a dark silhouette. Grandfather waved his hand at him. Dust was flying around the lamp, which was visible in the light. The heroes were sitting on a bench. The man apologized for calling so suddenly. Yidzin said that it was nothing special. The old man lowered his head and said that Daeun was hurt. He looked at his grandson and asked if he had medicine. The boy replied that he bought it. His grandfather frowned sadly and told him that the girl was badly hurt, but at the same time refused to go to the hospital, so he thought that it was not just a fall from the stairs. The man lowered his eyes and explained that he could not give her much, since he raised her alone and was always busy with work. Clasping his hands, the old man said that he did too little for this child and added that he was very grateful that she grew up the way she did. The grandfather smiled and said that he understood that his granddaughter did much more for him than he did for her. The man remembered standing at the funeral and told how he lost everything after the accident, and Daeun was the one who helped him through it all. The old man squinted in disappointment and explained that he couldn't bear to see the girl so injured, as it broke his heart, and it bothered him that she didn't tell him how she got her injuries. The young man looked down, and his grandfather concluded that his granddaughter didn't trust him very much. Lowering his head, the man said that the older children get, the less they talk to their parents, and asked what he should do now. The student turned to him and called out to him. The mercenary put his hand on his knee and told him that not much time had passed since he came here, but it was immediately clear to him that his grandfather loved Daeun very much. The lights of the night city were reflected in the lake. The protagonist looked at his relative and added that his sister also loved him very much. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yidzin smiled. With a wide smile on his face, the boy asked the old man not to worry and promised to help him take care of his granddaughter. A smile appeared on the grandfather's face. He closed his eyes and declared that he was very happy that his grandson was now with them. The heroes were sitting on a bench in the park. There was a shining sign on the building. Kisu was sitting on a hospital bed with a special collar around his neck. His parents were standing next to him. His father frowned menacingly and said that he knew this would happen sooner or later, considering all the troubles his son got into. Turning around, his wife asked if that was all he could say after seeing his son in such a state, and stated that it was the fault of the person who hit him, not his own. Heejin was sitting in the room with her arm bandaged. The woman asked her husband to look at her. The man turned away and sighed heavily. The mother took her son's hand and asked him to stay there and recover. The parents headed for the exit. The woman promised that the bastard would get what he deserved. The schoolboy looked up and asked if his sister was in her right mind. The siblings looked at each other. The bully asked why she told her parents everything and was indignant that it looked like he complained after he was beaten. Heejin opened her mouth wide and asked what she was supposed to say and how she could hide the fact that her arm was broken and that her brother was in the hospital. The bully frowned menacingly and asked what happened to her arm. The girl smirked and remembered how she fell and said that it was Yijin's fault. The girl stood up from her chair and asked her brother to calm down. The blonde walked to the door and said that they would show this brat who he was messing with. The high school boy watched her go with a stern look. His parents were walking down the hallway and the woman said that she had just contacted the boss. The man turned to her and asked why they were making a big deal out of it when they could just trust the school with it. His wife frowned and said that she couldn't wait until Monday and it was only Saturday. She frowned and asked why they would trust the school with punishing this guy when even the worst case would just get him expelled. Her husband asked if she knew who the boss was. The heroes walked through the hospital. The woman answered that this man had been cleaning up after him all these years and explained that she had already told him everything. The man looked sternly ahead and remained silent. Hiding around the corner, Heejin assumed that the boss was the scary man who sometimes came to them and was glad that this transfer student would finally get what he deserved. Someone opened a lighter. A man in a black suit was standing next to the car. His two assistants were passing nearby. One of them said that interfering in some children's squabbles was humiliating. The bandit put his hands in his pockets. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, he thought about how irritating it was. The car drove along the road. The boss asked if he really needed to take care of the boy who beat her children. The man looked at the phone in surprise. Heejin and Kisu's mother told him that this student broke her daughter's arm, and her son was hospitalized because of him. The villain exhaled smoke and realized that he couldn't ignore it. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The protagonist was sitting at the table with his arms crossed over his chest. Yijin looked down. In the memory, the bully frowned in fear. His sister grabbed his hand. The boy wondered if they would leave things as they were and flinched when there was a knock on the door. The young man looked at the door. The grandfather asked what they wanted and why they were looking for his grandson at such a late hour. The man in the suit raised his eyebrows and asked him to just call the boy. The old man raised his hands and explained that it was too late. The student left the room. The mercenary looked away and said that he would be back soon. The grandfather opened his mouth in amazement. Daeun pressed her hands to her chest in fear. Smiling, the protagonist explained that they were his acquaintances and asked his family not to worry, as they were just going to talk. The old man frowned tensely. There was an unfinished construction site nearby. The heroes entered its territory. Following the unknown people, Aidzin wondered who they were and why they were looking for him. The men in black brought him to their boss. The boss was smoking a cigarette. His henchman approached him and explained that the boy understood everything, since he calmly followed them without causing any problems. The man threw away the cigarette and suggested that they finish this quickly. An iron bat flashed in the light. The scoundrel took it in his hands and asked his colleague to hold the guy. The bandit looked at his phone and decided to write that he had fulfilled their request. His subordinate promised to finish this quickly, but warned that it would hurt a little. The criminal scrolled through the list of contacts, trying to find the number of Kisu's mother. The man in black stretched his shoulder and asked why the young man had contacted these children at all. The student looked down and realized that they were talking about his classmate. The boss pressed the phone screen. Gritting his teeth, he was indignant that his colleagues were telling the boy unnecessary things just because he was a child, and wanted to teach them a lesson when they returned. The villain glanced to the side and wondered what was wrong with this man. The mercenary looked away indifferently. The man grabbed his hand. His boss noticed that the schoolboy showed no emotion and was not even afraid. Suddenly, the protagonist intercepted the bandit's hand. Yijin took it aside. He managed to hit the thug in the face with his elbow. The criminal's eyes widened in shock. His henchman swung an iron bat. The guy ducked to dodge the blow. The brunette gritted his teeth and asked who he thought he was. The boss opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if a child was really going straight for the bat. The young man clamped it in his elbow. He managed to hit his opponent in the lower jaw. Then the student hit his opponent in the chest with his knee. The next blow landed on his ear. The mercenary knocked the man down and slammed him against the hood of the car. The boss frowned and thought that his blows were pretty well practiced. The thug grabbed the student from behind. The criminal gritted his teeth and wished him death. The protagonist hit him in the side with his elbow. Then he struck him in the jaw. The enemy fell to the ground. The chief concluded that he also had a lot of experience in real fights. Yijin turned his gaze to him. The villain narrowed his eyes and guessed that this was not an ordinary high school student. The man took a step towards him and was surprised that he would have to fight an ordinary student at such an age. The guy approached him and thought that this man was also full of surprises. The heroes moved towards each other. The young man bowed his head to dodge a quick blow. The bandit smirked and raised his fist. The student dodged his attacks, leaning first to one side, then to the other. The mercenary looked up. While the criminal was throwing punches, his torso was exposed. The protagonist lunged forward. A fist appeared in front of his face. The chief grinned maliciously. Yijin raised his hands in front of him to block the blow. He had to jump back. The villain looked at his hand and was surprised that he managed to block his attack. The guy watched him carefully. Then he looked down. A bruise appeared on his hand. The young man realized that the opponent was also waiting for the right moment to attack. The heroes looked at each other. The man asked the boy who he was. The student raised his eyebrows and called himself an ordinary high school student. The bandit frowned and thought that this was a lie, since his opponent was on a completely different level compared to some street thugs. Looking at the schoolboy, the criminal decided that attacking with the intention of parrying every blow requires nerves of steel and a ton of experience, but he manages to do it with incredible ease. The mercenary raised his hand. The boss noticed that his opponent had taken a fighting stance and laughed at it. The scoundrel swung his fist and promised to be more serious from now on. The protagonist dodged his blow and counterattacked. The man tilted his head to the side to dodge. The bandit sent his fist into attack again. Yijin intercepted his hand and decided to hit him in the stomach. The criminal lowered his hand and predicted his next move. The guy had to abandon his plan to block the blow with his hand. The boss missed the blow to the face and realized that his opponent was trying to block the blows and counterattack instead of avoiding them. The chief narrowed his eyes angrily. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. The young man put his hand in front of him and parried his attack. The villain's eyes widened in surprise. The student glanced at him indifferently. The mercenary turned around and hit his enemy in the lower jaw. Another blow landed on the torso. The man's back arched from the powerful blow. The protagonist raised his hand and spread his fingers. Yijin hit his enemy in the jaw with his wrist. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The guy looked down at him. The bandit couldn't believe that he had lost to an ordinary schoolboy. He fell to the ground. The young man narrowed his eyes. The criminal gritted his teeth and noticed that his enemy had never been nervous from the very beginning to the end. The student looked down. The chief thought that these people had definitely messed with the wrong person. A bright sign was burning above the windows. Security guards stood next to the entrance to the office. Kisu and Heejin's parents were inside. The woman asked why there was still no news from their colleague. Her husband crossed his arms over his chest and said that the chief would definitely call when it was all over. The girl sighed heavily in her chair. The green light on the landline phone came on and the phone rang. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked her husband to put the call on speaker. The man folded his arms on the table and apologized for his wife asking him for such a pointless favor. She reminded him that her children had actually been maimed. The bandit replied that he should apologize. The congressman frowned and asked what they were talking about. The woman's eyes widened in shock when the criminal told her that he had been defeated and that their children had gotten involved with the wrong person. Her husband frowned in fear and wondered if a schoolboy had beaten up a man who was respected even in the lower world. The office door opened. The heroes turned around. Through the crack, the guard was lying unconscious on the floor. The student's mother frowned tensely. The man looked towards the door in horror. Heejin's mouth opened in amazement. The protagonist entered the office. The chief reported that this man was so strong that he could hardly be called an ordinary high school student. The doors slammed behind him. The guards were lying beaten in the hallway. The villain held the phone to his ear. The bandit looked at it and realized that the boy had gotten to them too. The bandit threw his head back and suggested that he should quit his job since he had been beaten by a child. Yijin looked around the office with a stern look. The girl jumped up from her chair. Her mother frowned and asked if this was the man who had done this to their children. The husband asked her not to interfere. The woman gritted her teeth and asked what that meant. The man frowned sternly and asked how he had managed to get in. The guy looked at him and assumed that the place was well guarded. The congressman narrowed his eyes and concluded that the villain had defeated not only the boss, but also the security guard at the entrance, and he was also interested in the question of how he knew they were here. His wife turned to the intruder and asked if he really thought he could do anything just because he knew how to fight. The woman picked up the phone and decided to report the attack on the children, the security guard, and the illegal entry into the office to the police. Smirking, the girl realized that this would be the end for him and wondered what her assailant could do if they just called the police, since his skills would not help him. The young man silently lowered his gaze. With a stern frown, the woman said that she would call the prosecutor straight away, not the police, and asked if the villain knew who he was dealing with. The student narrowed his eyes and replied that he knew they were the family of a congressman who had already been elected twice and would be running again. Putting the phone to his ear, the offended mother asked him why he had come here if he knew everything, and was indignant that modern children had no idea how dangerous the world was. Heejin smiled contentedly. The girl pouted and whispered that her bully would come to an end. The mercenary continued to stare ahead silently. The woman opened her mouth in anger and asked the prosecutor to come to the congressman's office right away. Suddenly, her eyes widened when someone screamed. The child covered her head with her hands and apologized to the bully. The girl frowned in fear. The father gave her a menacing look. His daughter said that her hand hurt from the slaps. A video was playing on the phone screen in which a schoolgirl beat up her classmate and extorted money from her. The protagonist held the phone in his hands. The blonde asked the student to bring her $500,000 by the end of the week. The woman opened her mouth in amazement and said that she would call back later. Hee-jin looked at the offender and asked where he got this video. Yejin silently stared at her. It was dark in the house at night. The room was lit only by the light of the laptop display. The guy was standing next to him. A flash drive was plugged into the laptop. The masked young man looked down. The girl looked at her father and tried to explain everything, but he asked her to just keep quiet. The girl trembled with fear. The student looked away and said that he also had recordings exposing Kisa, since the two often filmed themselves beating other children. The mercenary frowned and added that there were videos of them beating people not only at school but also at other places and stealing money. And there was also a recent video of his sister being beaten at a place called Karaoke. The blonde gritted her teeth, pointing a finger at the intruder. Her mother asked if he was trying to intimidate them and asked him not to even think that his threats would work. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and explained that it was not his fault to begin with, and the threat came from the one who hired the person who attacked him. The woman gritted her teeth in anger when she heard that he had proof of this. Her husband covered his face with his hand and realized that the student was there because his children were involved in beating his sister. Yejin looked at him and replied that he had to protect his sister just like they would protect their children. The man looked up and promised to pay his sister's medical bills and give her some extra money as compensation. The boy said he didn't need it, and the congressman, sitting at his desk, asked what he wanted in that case. He frowned and suggested that his children should apologize to Daeon. Hee-jin gritted her teeth and thought about biting her tongue if she had to apologize. Standing in the middle of the room, the boy explained that he didn't need an apology because it wouldn't undo what these people had done to his sister, and it wouldn't be sincere anyway. The student frowned sternly and said he wanted these people out of their lives forever. The girl's eyes widened and she wondered what kind of nonsense this was. Her father looked down and promised to transfer them to another school, but then changed his mind and said he would send them overseas. His daughter and wife opened their mouths wide and tried to object, but the man ordered them to be quiet. The congressman looked at the offender and asked if he was happy with this arrangement. The mercenary replied that he wanted them to be gone tomorrow. The girl burst into tears when her father said that he would immediately report this to the school. The protagonist headed for the exit. He turned around when the man asked him to give him all the videos he had. Yejin threw him an angry look. The congressman shuddered and wondered if this look belonged to Key's peer. The guy flashed his burning eyes and asked him not to think he was so stupid. The head of the family lowered the corners of his lips and said that he had misspoke. The young man approached the door. Everyone in the office watched him go. The student opened the door to the apartment. The grandfather frowned in fear and asked if he was okay. The schoolboy opened his mouth in surprise. The mercenary smiled and replied that he was fine. He entered the hallway. The old man explained that he thought these people were dangerous. The protagonist said that they were just talking. Daeon pressed her hand to her chest and said that they were very worried about the bad impression they had made. Yejin glanced at her and said that before worrying about him, she should worry about herself a little and asked how she was feeling. The girl looked down and said that she was feeling much better. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked her not to worry about anything. The young man opened the door to his room and added that she would no longer have to fall down the stairs. He entered his room and said that he had settled everything. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Clouds were floating above the school building. There was a sign with the class number on the wall. Daeon grabbed the straps of her backpack and said that she had almost recovered, so her brother no longer needed to walk her to class. The student smiled and agreed. They were standing in the school hallway. The girl said that she had to go. Her classmates were sitting in the classroom. The girl entered the classroom and thought that she didn't want her family to worry, so she came to school. She stopped when someone said that Hee-jin wouldn't be coming to school anymore. The students were sitting at their desks and discussing their classmate and her brother being transferred abroad. One of them said that the school would be much better without those two. The schoolgirl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard this. In the memory, her brother, standing with his back to her, said that he had settled everything. Daeon ran out of the classroom and called out to him. The mercenary turned around. The girl blushed. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. The protagonist smiled faintly and promised to see her later. Tears appeared in his sister's eyes. The girl wiped them away and thanked her brother. There was a disco ball hanging in the karaoke room. The student crossed her arms and asked if Hee-jin was really going abroad. With her hands on her lap, the student said that it was quite unexpected and asked what prompted her to do so. The classmates were sitting on the couch and discussing the fact that, in addition to their friend, her brother was also going abroad, and they were curious about what was going on in their family. Ying's mouth dropped open in fear when she was asked why she was silent. The student raised her eyebrows and repeated her question, saying that they were in the same class. The girl looked down and said that it was true because the teacher told them so. With her hands on her chest, the girl asked if they had contacted each other, and the student replied that she did not answer her calls or even read her messages. The student looked down and concluded that the rumors were true. The phone screen displayed a conversation, and after that, Ying was unable to contact her friend. The schoolgirl bit her nail and thought that her mother should have dealt with this situation. The high school student remembered the main character's face and hoped that this situation had nothing to do with him. The girl shook her head and decided not to think about it too much. Her classmates said that it would be a shame if Hee-jin left, because even though she had a difficult personality, she had a lot of money. Suddenly, a blonde girl entered the room. Ying's mouth dropped open in shock and she called out to her. The girl sat down on the sofa and said that she was irritated by all of this. Her friend smiled and asked if she was really being sent abroad. The student asked what had happened to her and where she got the cast. The schoolgirl put her hand to her forehead and said that she would only be gone for 1 semester. The congressman crossed his arms and explained that he would sort everything out, but for now his children would need to be abroad. The man turned down the corners of his lips and added that he couldn't just leave these videos like that. The classmates narrowed their eyes slyly and suggested that for her, this was like a vacation. The student smirked and said that it was. Her classmate raised an eyebrow and asked why they needed to do that since her brother was leaving too. Frowning, Hee-jin replied that it was a family matter and thought to herself that she couldn't tell them the truth since it was too humiliating. The heroes sat at the table. The girl asked what happened to Daeon's brother and assumed that Kisu and his gang had dealt with him a long time ago. Tilting her head, the blonde replied that she didn't know the details and realized that she couldn't tell everything as she was because her brother would get mad at her. Biting her nail, the girl decided that Daeon would definitely do what she wanted and suggested that her friends teach her a lesson again. The schoolgirl furrowed her brows sternly and asked if she really wanted to do that again. Ying opened her mouth in horror and called out to her classmate. The student smiled and said that she felt sick just thinking that Daeon would be happy when she left. The classmate's eyes widened in surprise when the student explained that she didn't care because they would soon be leaving Korea. The girl's eyebrows furrowed in fear. Hee-jin smiled madly and remembered that their classmate's grandfather, who worked as a patrolman, could suddenly lose his job due to just one call. The blonde looked around when someone said that he did the right thing by coming here. Her expression instantly became more tense. A man in a hood and mask stood at the threshold of the room. The girl jumped up from the couch and called her offender by name. The main character bowed his head and said that he didn't know who it was. The high school girl turned pale with horror and asked what they were talking about. The student raised her eyebrows and asked if it was Daeun's brother. Her friend wondered what brought him here. Yejin squinted and explained that he had overheard their interesting conversation and deduced that all the actors from the video were there too. The schoolgirl winced and asked what it all meant. The guy frowned menacingly and said that they should know about it themselves and asked if this was the same place where they filmed the beating of his sister. The student gritted her teeth and assumed that the villain was waiting for them all to gather here. Yejin trembled in horror. Her classmates looked at the stranger in confusion. Heejin's eyes widened in fear when the boy asked if there shouldn't be music playing here. The mercenary grabbed the door handle and said that he knew they liked to be noisy. His eyes lit up red. The door to the karaoke room slammed shut. The bully's parents were standing in the chamber. The congressman asked where his daughter was. Kisu looked away and told them that she went to say goodbye to her friends. The man frowned and said that she shouldn't have been seen in public before the flight. Suddenly, the employee ran into the room and called out to his boss. The man in the suit picked up the remote and said that they urgently needed to see this. The news came on the TV screen. The anchor reported that a group of schoolgirls were filming the beating of other boys. Everyone in the room watched the screen attentively. The journalist explained that the residents and representatives of the country advocated for the creation of a law that would punish the attackers as they deserved. The bully frowned tensely. His parents opened their mouths in shock when the news mentioned their children's names. The main character walked down the street, hiding his hands in his pockets. Yejin looked ahead when someone called out to him. The chief was standing next to the car. Squinting, the thug asked why he did it and said that he thought they made a deal with the congressman. The boy looked down and thought about how he had to deal with this and keep his identity a secret since the bully's parents were powerful politicians. The boy was sitting at the computer watching videos of the beatings, so he had to act quietly. The student clasped his hands together. Heejin asked her friends to turn on some music so they wouldn't be heard from outside. The computer screen was reflected in the boy's eyes. The mercenary looked up and said that he had a dual personality. Frowning, the criminal asked if that was a good excuse and hoped that he understood that the congressman would not let things go as they were. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he would not have time to think about him. The family stood in front of the TV. The news anchor reported that evidence had been found that Inbai was guilty of election fraud, bribery, and incitement, and that even members of his party were asking for a thorough investigation. The man's mouth dropped open in shock, and the reporter said that these people were worried that this scandal would affect them, so they decided to act proactively. The congressman collapsed on the hospital bed. The chief looked away and asked if the boy had stolen his personal information too. The thug narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had managed to find the evidence that he had been accumulating for years, and asked who he was. The protagonist walked past and introduced himself as an ordinary high school student. The criminal smirked. Idzin put his hands in his pockets and walked home silently. The boys were sitting in the classroom, discussing something. The girls blushed and asked their classmate to go talk to him. The boy was sitting at his desk, looking out the window. The young man looked down when he heard a notification sound. A message from Daeun appeared on his phone screen, asking her brother to join the class and have some fun. The student looked at the screen in amazement and wondered what he should do. Yangcheng waved and noticed that his friend was quite early. The mercenary glanced at him and greeted him. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if his classmate was busy today. The protagonist turned to him and asked what he meant. The student clapped his hands and remembered that his classmate would probably go home with his sister. Yijin smiled and replied that he didn't have any plans today. People were walking around them. The student suggested to his deskmate to go for a walk after class. Suddenly, he turned pale when someone called out to the boy. Hukjin scratched the back of his head and asked if the rumors were true and he actually managed to send Kisa abroad. Yangcheng's eyes widened in fear. Everyone in the class stared at them. The senior student said that the congressman's children clearly screwed up and wouldn't be able to do anything about what was happening now. The boy looked up and said that they must have made a mistake. Jiahun smiled and explained that they heard that a classmate of theirs had come to Kisa's base and beat up his entire gang. The blonde spread his arms and added that he had managed to do it alone and that they had left the school in shame. Putting his hand to his forehead, the bully expressed surprise that someone who didn't know his place had gotten even with the entire gang and asked how badly he had to beat him up for Keys to want to leave the country. Looking at his friend, the boy thought that he had very good skills and decided that what had happened in class that day was no accident. Leaning towards him, the bully suggested that they celebrate Key's disappearance and stated that they were bound to become friends sooner or later. Raising his hand, Jiahun suggested that the new kid who had just transferred should join their group and remembered that he didn't know the area very well. The student raised his eyebrows and replied that he already had plans for today. His classmates widened their eyes in surprise and asked what plans he was talking about. The mercenary smiled and replied that he had promised to go for a walk with his friend. The senior student pouted and asked if that was true. The bully placed his hands on the table and suggested that they all go for a walk together. Hukjin gave the student a stern look and asked if that wasn't good for them. The boys promised to see each other later and left. The protagonist asked if his deskmate was okay. The student looked down and confirmed it and hoped that they wouldn't make fun of him while they were walking together. Yidzin looked up. The teacher entered the classroom and asked everyone to remain quiet. Two teenagers followed her into the room. Yangchen's mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw them. The boy turned to him and asked if they really knew each other. Yuna looked to the side. It turned out that this was the granddaughter of the owner of SW, the largest corporation in Korea. Sukjo frowned. The boy told about how they had always been together, starting from childhood until now. According to rumors, he was raised to be his girlfriend's secretary and bodyguard. The teacher waved his hand and decided to skip the long introductions, since many of the students already knew them. The newcomers stood at the board. The woman announced that they returned here after 2 years of studying in the United States and will now be in their class. Hyukjin was indignant that they came back. Jiahun looked down and decided that he should be quiet until graduation. The student scratched his chin and realized that it was because of them that there were more desks in the class than usual today. The girl looked ahead. She looked even cuter than before. The girl walked to her desk. All classmates stared at her. Sukjo was right behind her. The boy looked up. The newbie frowned tensely. The student gave him a stern look. Yuna walked past him. The boys sat down at their desks. The student asked who he was and suggested that he was some kind of star. Turning to her, the brunette denied this and explained that he was not in the materials that were given to him a week ago. The girl looked away. The mercenary silently looked at his notebook. The protagonist felt her gaze and looked back. The girl smiled. Idzin immediately returned to his books. Yuna pouted and wondered if she had just been ignored. The student put his hands on the desk and asked if there was a place his friend would like to go. The guy replied that he could choose the place himself. Yunchin raised his eyebrows and asked if a computer cafe would be suitable. The young man widened his eyes and asked him about it again. The boy told him that he knew a place whose owners had recently updated all the equipment. The projector turned on. Someone said that today they would continue training to prepare for everyday life. The man frowned menacingly and said that there was one thing that every Korean high school student should know, and that was a computer cafe. The soldier asked the student to repeat it. Sitting at his desk, the mercenary said the words computer cafe. There was a sign for a club on the building. The soldier explained that it was a place where there were many computers that both students and adults could use. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what he needed to do there. A child was sitting at a computer. Computer tables were lined up in a row. The lieutenant put his hands on the table and explained that some people use the internet and watch videos, but 90% of high school students play computer games. Yidzin's eyes widened in surprise. The mentor decided to tell him about the games he should know before going to the computer cafe. The Legends of League game logo appeared on the screen. The man pointed at the screen. The soldier grabbed the pointer and pointed to the Battle Rounds game splash screen. The boy frowned. The man was furiously pressing the keys. The soldiers were sitting at the computers. One of them said that they lost the game because of the lieutenant. The boy put his hand to his chin and realized that the information from his mentor was correct. Yongcheng smiled and suggested that they go play on the computers, eat ramen there, and then go to Coca if they had time. Coins rained down from the darkness. It turned out that Coca was a coin karaoke. The man said that it was another place that high school students went to. There was a plasma TV on the wall. The soldier explained that you can sing songs in this place if you insert a coin into the machine. Crossing his arms over his chest, the soldier said that the student should prepare a few songs in advance, and promised to send him songs that were popular at the moment. The student frowned and said that he understood everything. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and thought about it. The boy's mouth dropped open and he wondered why his friend looked so gloomy, and guessed that he didn't like Coke or ramen. Clouds were floating across the sky. The boys were walking home from school. Yuna crossed her arms and looked out the window. Sukjo approached her and told her that Yidzin had transferred a few days ago, that he was 19 years old, and that he had a younger sister, Daeon. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that she thought she had no relatives except her grandfather. The brunette turned down the corners of his lips and explained that after a plane crash, she lost her parents and brother, and then began living with her grandfather. The girl looked down and thought about her brother. Frowning, the newcomer said that he was worried about the fact that a dead person suddenly appeared here, and that it happened right before their arrival, adding that they needed to investigate the matter. The protagonist was walking down the street. Yidzin jumped when he heard his phone ring. The model team chat appeared on the screen. The guys were discussing the previous evening. The guy picked up the phone. Some time ago, the computer club was almost empty. Hyukjin opened his mouth in shock and said that his classmate's game was incredible. The boy silently stared at the screen. Jahan gritted his teeth and asked if this was his Smurf account. Yunchin smiled nervously and confirmed that he had another base. The student smirked and asked what rank he was on his main account, Diamond or Master. The guys widened their eyes in shock when they found out that he was a Challenger rank. The student looked at them in confusion. The mercenary was reading the messages on his phone. The high school student wrote that he needed to practice a lot. The boy explained that his friend had never played games before, so he was not that good at it. Daeun smiled and asked if her brother had just returned. The girl came out of the store. The protagonist approached her and asked what she was doing there. The sister replied that she had run out of food at home and added that she had bought some snacks. There were groceries in the bag. Yidzin extended his hand and offered to help her carry the bag home. The girl explained that it was not heavy. The student looked at her brother and asked if he had been with his friends all this time. Smiling, she was glad that he had made friends and that no one was avoiding him after what happened, and asked where they had gone. The guy replied that they had been to a computer cafe. Daeun's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she suggested that even people from other countries still went to places like that. The girl shuddered when the young man asked if she was okay. The student glanced at her and explained that he meant school. The girl looked at him, puzzled. The student closed her eyes and said that he no longer needed to worry about her, as she had become much more comfortable at school. It was getting dark outside. Daeun asked if her brother was hungry and assumed that he had already eaten with his friends. The mercenary remembered how Hukjin and Jahan had brought him snacks and told him that the computer cafe sold a lot of different food. The protagonist smiled and asked if his sister had eaten. The girl replied that she wanted to have dinner with her grandfather. Yijin's mouth fell open in surprise. The guy looked down and asked if he could eat with them. The girl looked at him in surprise and reminded him that he had already eaten. The young man smiled and explained that he was already hungry since he had eaten only a little. The lights were on in the windows of the house. There were many dishes on the table. The man said that his granddaughter's cooking was getting better and better every day. The student said that it was just fried eggs with bacon, and that she had just heated up the soup. Her cheeks turned red when the old man reminded her that she was the one who made this soup. The student smiled. The heroes were sitting at the table. The grandfather asked his grandson to confirm that it was very tasty. The mercenary replied that it was simply unbelievable. The man smiled widely and laughed. Daeun closed her eyes and blushed. The mercenary squinted. A memory of the fire popped into his head. The protagonist took a bite of bread. He had to hide behind a tree while the flames raged around him. Yijin returned to his room. A smile did not leave his face. The phone lying on the table rang. The guy walked up to it and picked up the receiver. Sitting on the couch, Hyun asked if everything was okay. The young man looked down and replied that everything was fine. The lieutenant asked how his school life was and if he had any problems. Hearing the silence, the soldier looked at the phone and asked what happened. The soldier frowned menacingly and asked if his student had killed someone. The student widened his eyes and said that everything was fine. The schoolboy lowered his head and said that he had some disagreements, but they were resolved quickly. The man asked if he needed help. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and said that the problem had already been resolved, so he should not worry. Hyun furrowed his brows decisively and asked him to be sure to tell him if something happened. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed. The sun's rays illuminated the school building. The boys gathered at their desks and noticed that their friend had not yet arrived. Yongchan smiled when Hukjin said that their friend was very good at fighting, but terribly bad at games. Jahan looked away. He looked at the empty desks and asked which of the newbies would win if a fight broke out. The bully frowned and decided that their classmate didn't stand a chance against Sukjo, as the man had been training since he was a child, adding that there was too much of a gap between them. The student frowned and agreed that they were in different leagues. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if it was true that Sukjo had taken out 20 people by himself. The bully showed him 3 fingers and said that it wasn't 20, but 30. The student's eyes widened in surprise. The student looked away and told him that some thugs had gotten too close to Yuna, so a fight broke out right away. There was a whole bunch of beaten people behind the brunette, but even though there were so many of them, there wasn't a scratch on him. With his mouth hanging open, Yongchan asked if it was true that he had caught the kidnappers of the girl, and explained that they were rumored to be retired foreign soldiers. Closing his eyes, Hyukjin assumed that was the case and said that their friend had no chance against that person since they were on different levels. The protagonist walked down the hallway. He had a stern look on his face. A new student was walking towards him. Sukjo narrowed his eyes and asked who he really was. Yijin stopped and said that he didn't understand his question. The brunette frowned and asked if he hadn't faked his identity to be here. The boy stared at him silently. The student remembered that it was because of him that Kisu and Heejin went abroad. The boy tilted his head and explained that there had been misunderstandings between them, but their transfer had nothing to do with him. The student looked away and asked what about that. The brunette frowned sternly and said that there had never been a person with his name at the school his classmate had attended before. The student narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Someone put a hand on Daeun's shoulder. Yuna walked up to her. She had a smile on her face. Sunlight was shining through the window into the classroom. The girl's eyes widened and she was surprised that her friend had returned to their school. The brunette smiled and said that she had arrived only yesterday and had immediately ended up in her brother's class. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise and she asked if they really studied together. The new girl looked away and said that she thought she didn't have a brother. The heroes were sitting on the couch. The student said that they thought her brother had died along with their parents 10 years ago, but that everything had recently changed. The schoolgirl smiled and explained that they had been told 6 months ago that he was still alive. The man held the phone with trembling hands. The student walked up to him and asked what had happened. Tears dripped down his chin. The old man turned to his granddaughter and told her that her brother was alive. Daeun's mouth dropped open in shock. Raising her eyebrows, the high school girl asked why they hadn't known about it all this time and suggested that he should have contacted them too. Holding a can of soda, the girl explained that he had lost his memory after the accident, but that his memories had recently started to return, so he was able to contact them through an acquaintance. Yuna frowned and asked if his memory had just returned. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that her brother only vaguely remembered her and their grandfather. The brunette looked at her incredulously. The new girl closed her eyes and suggested that their grandfather was very happy. Smiling widely, the student confirmed this and explained that after the call, the man cried for a long time until he got tired, and then he immediately took a leave of absence from work to take a few cooking lessons. The schoolgirl raised her hands and said that their grandfather thought that her brother might not like Chinese food after so many years abroad, so he decided to learn to cook something else. The high school girl called him very kind. The college girl closed her eyes and confirmed it. Yuna furrowed her brows sternly and asked if she was sure that this was her real brother. Daeun widened her eyes and asked what that meant. The brunette explained that she was just curious. The girl nodded and said that they had to do a DNA test. Plus her grandfather said that her brother still looked like he did when he was a child. The new girl looked down and wondered if this was all true. The girl looked at her and asked why she needed to know this. The high school girl stared at her in amazement, not knowing what to say. The student asked if he had a girlfriend. The schoolgirl smiled shyly. The sunlight reflected and sparkled on the windows. The heroes were standing in the hallway. The protagonist asked him what he wanted. Sukjo frowned and asked why he had forged the documents and come here. Yidzin narrowed his eyes and asked if he really thought his documents were fake. The brunette looked at him suspiciously and explained that his investigations had shown that his classmate had never lived there, and that there had never been such a person at his previous school. The guy frowned sternly and asked where his evidence was. The newcomer tilted his head and asked what that meant. The young man looked at him from under his brows and asked where the evidence was that his documents were fake. Gritting his teeth, the senior student wondered what was wrong with him and thought about the fact that he had no direct evidence that he was right. The student narrowed his eyes in disbelief and noticed that his classmate was not at all worried and his expression had not changed. The student continued to stare at him. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips and asked why he needed all this information. Sukjo frowned and called him too suspicious, adding that he couldn't help but investigate the matter. The heroes looked at each other in silence. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that it was just to get home. The brunette asked what that meant. Yidzin looked up and said that he had already answered his question. The boy passed by his classmate. Looking after him, the newbie thought that it would only take him a couple of days to prove that his documents were fake. The boys were sitting in the classroom. Jahan was playing a console. Hyukjin was looking at his phone. The young man was looking out the window. The newbies' desks were empty. The student glanced at them and wondered if they had just transferred yesterday, but they had already found so much information. The mercenary looked away. A student approached their desk and suggested going to raise their rank. The bully asked if their friend would go with them. The protagonist threw on his jacket and replied that he couldn't go to the cafe because it was his grandfather's birthday. The bully raised his eyebrows and asked if it would be okay if the three of them went there. Yunchin nodded and confirmed it. The sunset sky was visible outside the window. The student said that he had no direct evidence, but the documents that their classmates submitted to the school were definitely fake. Yuna looked down when her friend suggested that the DNA test might not be real either. The brunette narrowed his eyes and added that he had investigated Daeun's case and found out that Kisu and Heejin had been bullying her a lot for the past 2 years. The heroes were sitting in the room. The girl asked if it was really that bad. The new boy said that it was a surprise for everyone that she went to school, and that they didn't show Daeun on the news during the scandal. But what happened back then was pretty sad. The girl crossed her arms and suggested that those people were clearly out of their minds. The student frowned when her friend said that this was why Aidzin made his move, since Kisu and his gang were defeated by him twice. The schoolgirl looked down and thought that it was very similar to a fairy tale that the brother who was thought to be dead returned after 10 years and dealt with his sister's offenders. Yuna smiled and said that everything was happening too naturally. The senior looked up. Sitting on the chair, the girl said that she had many questions after his words, and asked if their classmate really came to this school because of her. Shouldn't he have been quiet? Sukjo replied that it was usually like that. Turning to him, the girl suggested that it might be related to Daeun, and asked what about the insurance money from the plane crash. The bills caught fire. The brunette said that their grandfather received them and didn't touch them until Yidzin came back, and that there was so much money that they couldn't ignore the fact that it was all because of the money. The student put her hand to her chin and stated that her friend might be in danger since they lived in the same house. The heroes walked through the store. The protagonist looked away when his sister called out to him. Daeun smiled and explained that she hadn't wanted to embarrass him, so she hadn't asked him about it. but she had always wondered what he had been doing since the plane crash. Yizin looked at the shelf silently. The girl raised her hand and said that he didn't have to answer that question. The boy gave her a kind look and said that everything was fine. The soldiers ran forward in the rain. The young man said that he had suffered severe psychological trauma, so he could not work, and he had to survive. People were shooting at targets. The student narrowed his eyes. The girl looked at him in surprise. The mercenary smiled and said that he just lived a busy life. The student raised her eyebrows in amazement. She closed her eyes and asked if he really didn't even have a girlfriend all this time. There were groceries on the shelf. Dayan remembered that Yuna was in her brother's class. The main character was pushing a shopping cart. The girl was surprised that they were now studying together. Yizin looked at her and asked if they really knew each other. The girl blushed and explained that she was very upset when her friend left for America because she had been very kind to her in the past. The guy looked at his sister thoughtfully. The student smiled broadly and admitted that the newcomer was interested in whether her brother had a girlfriend. There was a cake with candles on the table. The children were sitting at the table. Dayan asked her grandfather to open the gift quickly. The man looked at the new wallet in surprise and asked why his granddaughter bought him something like that, since she barely had enough money for herself anyway. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that she had enough money to buy him a birthday present and asked him not to worry about it. The old man trembled and said that he had already been given the most important gift. The grandfather smiled and was glad that his grandson had returned home alive. The young man looked at him in amazement. The bell rang. The girl went into the room to answer it. The door to the room was open, so the heroes heard that Yuna had called her. The student shuddered and looked towards the room. He frowned tensely. The student asked what her friend needed at such a late hour. Dayan said she needed to go to the store. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if it was too late to go out. The girl put on her sneakers and explained that Yuna wanted to tell her something. The old man asked if she had already returned from America. The mercenary narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Clouds floated across the dark sky. The protagonist was sitting at the computer. A photo of a building appeared on the screen, along with an article about SW Group, a global industry with influence in various sectors. Looking at the screen, Yizin wondered why they were looking into his background and assumed that they were being too reckless with a transfer student. The boy frowned and remembered Sukjo asking him why he transferred here. The boy looked back when someone called him. The grandfather put on a sweater and said that he would go out for a while. The student raised his eyebrows and assumed it was because of his sister. The man scratched the back of his head and explained that he needed to go out for walks every now and then. The schoolboy smiled. The mercenary asked his grandfather to stay here and said that he would go get her himself. The old man opened his mouth wide and said that he could do it himself. Standing in the hallway, the protagonist reminded him that he had to go to work tomorrow and added that he still needed to buy something at the store, so he would go home with his sister. The grandfather smiled and asked him to be careful. Yizin looked at him kindly and agreed. The store sign shone. The heroes sat at a table outside. Yuna told him that her school in America paid a lot of attention to self-study. Smiling, the brunette asked if her friend had thought about studying abroad and said that at this time, the number of children thinking about it was simply amazing. Holding a glass of drink in her hands, Dayan replied that she had never thought about anything like that. The girl looked down and explained that it was too expensive and that she would have to move away for a few years and leave her grandfather alone. The newcomer raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl narrowed her eyes in disappointment and told him that she didn't want to leave him alone because his health had gotten worse lately. The high school girl closed her eyes and noticed that her friend was as sweet as ever, and the student added that she was a little less worried now that her brother was back. The schoolgirl smiled widely. Yuna raised her eyebrows and wondered what she should do now. A while ago, Sukjo frowned and said that there had never been a student named Aidzin at the school. The heroes were sitting in a luxurious living room. The guy added that the school staff also did not recognize him from the photo, and that their classmate never lived in the building he indicated in the documents. The brunette got up from the couch and said that they needed to go. The newbie headed towards the exit and said that they should tell Dayan about this. The young man frowned sternly and explained that they had no proof that it wasn't her brother and reminded her that he wanted to protect her, not her friend. Looking back, the high school girl stated that the man who came back after 10 years with fake documents was living with Dayan and asked if she really had to remain calm in such a situation. The student gave her a stern look. Yuna opened her mouth wide and said that her friend deserved to know the truth. The girl smiled and explained that she was very happy that her brother had returned, and the brunette wondered if his return had actually made her happier. She shuddered in amazement when the girl said that it had been a long time since she had interacted with someone like this. The newbie looked at her friend and remembered that she had been bullied for a long time. The heroes were sitting in front of an open store. The protagonist looked down sadly. Yijin was walking down the street towards the store. Sukjo came out to meet him. The guy gave him a tense look. The young man tried to go around him. The brunette looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked why he didn't wait here. The student frowned. The newbie narrowed his eyes suspiciously and assumed that his classmate came here because he was worried that they might tell the whole truth to his sister. Looking at him, the senior student realized that he couldn't just do nothing and asked him to wait a little. The mercenary stared at him indifferently. The student thought that he would catch him as soon as everything was confirmed, and explained that they shouldn't interrupt the conversation of people who hadn't seen each other for a long time. The schoolboy frowned sternly. Suddenly, a car drove out of nowhere. The guys turned around. At that very moment, the car knocked them down. Sukjo fell to the ground. The protagonist found himself on the road. The car turned the corner. The heroes tried to get to their feet. Blood was running down Yijin's cheek. Suddenly, his face turned pale with fear. The strangers got out of the car and headed toward the cafe. One of them covered Dayan's mouth with a rag. The guy immediately jumped to his feet and ran forward. The car hummed and hurried away from the crime scene. The guys remained standing and watching it. The young man looked back. The brunette threw him a furious look. They grabbed each other by the collars. The student gritted his teeth and asked who it was. Squinting incredulously, the newcomer said that he wanted to ask him and wondered if it really had nothing to do with him. The schoolboy looked at him sternly and said nothing. The heroes let each other down. The high school student put the phone to his ear and reported that Yoon had been kidnapped and asked his classmates to contact the police and check their movements on CCTV. The student turned around and asked his classmate to stop. Sukjo grabbed his injured arm and asked him to answer honestly if he was involved in the kidnapping. Without turning around, the mercenary said that he did not have time for him. Frowning, the brunette explained that the SW agents had already begun their operations and that they would find them, and ordered his classmate to stay with him until they figured out who he really was. Looking back, the protagonist said that his team could go look for Yoon and declared that he would find his sister himself. The newcomer frowned suspiciously and decided that the kidnappers were unlikely to be connected to him in any way. The high school student watched him go silently. Yijin turned around and asked if his classmate had arrived by car. There were many illuminated signs and lanterns on the street. There were many bottles of alcohol on the table. The boss leaned back on the sofa and thought that now he would have a lot of trouble. The man opened his eyes when someone called out to him. His henchman informed him that the man was here. The bandit looked away and asked what they were talking about. The guy entered the VIP room. The girl was sitting on a computer chair with a folder in her hands. Someone knocked and immediately entered her office. Without looking up from reading, the woman asked why he entered in such a hurry and did not even wait for her answer. An employee of the company told her that someone kidnapped Yun. The brunette looked up and asked what it meant. The employee said that the agents who accompanied her had just contacted them. The stranger grinned and decided that in that case this rumor must be true. Sitting at the table, she asked whether the grandfather should continue to pursue that company. The employee expressed his uncertainty about this. The girl closed her eyes and hoped that the old man would continue to share her interests, despite the threats. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly and realized that in this case, Yuna would die. Next to the bottles of alcohol stood an overflowing ashtray. The boss held a cigarette in his teeth. The young man looked at him silently. Sukjo, who was standing next to him, realized that they were a rather respected person in the underground world and wondered how they knew each other. The man put his cigarette in the ashtray and asked what brought him here. The student replied that he needed information. The bandit took out a new cigarette and called it a rather unexpected turn of events. The criminal's eyes widened in surprise when he learned that the granddaughter of the SW company director had been kidnapped. The mercenary frowned sternly. Exhaling smoke, the scoundrel said that he did not deal with such things and that it was not them, and added that anyone who decided to get involved with the SW group must have serious problems in their heads. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked if he knew anyone who could do that. Frowning menacingly, Dusik explained that he wouldn't tell him that and asked if the guest understood what kind of trouble he was trying to drag him into. Aidzin turned down the corners of his lips and said that his younger sister had been kidnapped along with Yuna. The chief gave him a stern look. A man lowered his head and decided that he was going to go crazy soon. The guys looked at him silently. The bandit told him that people who didn't know Korean well were looking for security for a warehouse and asked him for a large number of cars and several of his men in exchange for a decent amount of money. But he refused. The criminal lit a cigarette and said that such deals were too unreliable. The guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There was a cocktail with ice on the table. The scoundrel added that another group had accepted their offer and that their base was in Incheon. Sukjo lowered his eyes. The boy turned away and thanked him. Dusik called out to him. He threw his phone to the boy. The boss frowned sternly and asked him to save his phone on it. The student looked at him in surprise. The man put his hand on his knee and explained that he needed his number to contact him if his people found out the exact location of the warehouse or something else. The schoolboy looked at the phone screen and asked who owned the motorcycle standing at the entrance. The bandit squinted incredulously and asked what that meant. The heroes stood at the entrance to the club. The mercenary sat on the motorcycle and said that his classmate could do whatever he wanted. The brunette looked at him and asked if he was really going to go there because of unconfirmed information. The protagonist frowned and explained that Yuna would most likely be safe until they got what they wanted, but no one knew what they would do to his sister. The freshman frowned, surprised by the quick reaction after the incident, and thought that his classmate had come all this way for information. Standing next to the motorcycle, the senior wondered who this person really was. Sukjo narrowed his eyes and said that he had passed on the information they had just received to Agent SW, and that he would follow him by car. Yidzin put on his helmet and asked him to do whatever he wanted. The headlights of the motorcycle turned on. The boy drove forward at high speed. He had a determined and cruel look. Daeon opened her eyes. Yuna, who was sitting next to her, asked if she was awake. The brunette looked at her sadly and said that she was sorry that they had come here because of her. The girl widened her eyes in surprise and remembered how the people got out of the black minivan. The girl opened her mouth in shock and asked if they had been kidnapped. The newbie confirmed it and was surprised that it happened right after he arrived in Korea. The student looked at her in horror. The strangers approached them when they noticed that they were awake. The high school girl frowned and asked why they kidnapped her. The man, whose face was covered by a black mask, said that she did not need to know and asked her to just sit quietly because it would all be over soon. Yuna furrowed her brows sternly and suggested that they were trying to use her to get something from SW or her grandfather. Pointing at the schoolgirl, the villain asked what they should do with her and explained that they only brought her here because they were together. The kidnapper ordered him to get rid of her since she would be of no use. The brunette opened her mouth wide and objected. The new girl said she wouldn't let them hurt her friend. The thug looked down at her and asked what they would do otherwise. The high school girl scowled and said she would bite her tongue off and die, deciding that would not give them what they wanted from kidnapping her. The thug sat down next to her and asked her not to talk nonsense and asked how someone like her would die to protect another person. The thug narrowed his eyes slyly and urged her to bite her tongue off and kill herself. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Blood started to flow from Yun's mouth. The kidnappers watched tensely. The man stood up and said that this bluff had bought them some time. The thugs started to leave. One of them asked what they should do. Their boss suggested leaving them there and getting rid of the other girl a little later and asked the men to make sure they gagged them so they wouldn't make any noise. The brunette frowned and looked after them. The street lamp illuminated a motorcycle and a car parked near the containers. Sukjo approached his classmate and asked if this was the place. There were neat rows of containers ahead. The protagonist replied that Dusik had told him about them. Hydzen got off the motorcycle. The newbie assumed that there was some truth in his words and said that, according to the agents, that minivan was also heading here. The guy went ahead. The senior asked him to wait for reinforcements here, since SW agents would arrive here soon. Without turning around, the young man repeated that Daeon did not have that much time. The student gritted his teeth in displeasure. Gang members were walking near the containers. One of them was standing next to the lamp. Suddenly, the student pounced on him and grabbed him. The schoolboy began to strangle him so much that his face turned red. The man's eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. The mercenary dragged him into the shadows, where several more bandits were already lying. Sukjo helped him move the bodies. Turning around, the brunette thought that his classmate knew too well how to quietly neutralize an opponent, and asked him who he really was. The protagonist looked back and called himself his classmate. The newcomer looked at his back and asked what that meant. The senior furrowed his brows menacingly and remained silent. Yidzin looked ahead confidently. The man stood near a large window and was told that they had received the kidnappers' demands, to which he asked what they wanted. The assistant stood with his hands folded behind his back, explained that they wanted the leader to stop his activities in the direction of the business enterprise, and also said that if he did not give an answer within an hour, they would kill Yun. With his mouth slightly open, the man asked about the escort team. The employee frowned and said that they expected to arrive within 50 minutes. At the same time, the boss put his hand on his hand. The hired guy asked who these two were to tell them what to do, to which the other, putting his hands in his pockets, replied that the boss said that they did not need to know and just do their job. The young man continued to ask about how much they paid the boss, when suddenly the cigarette flew out of his mouth from the blow. The bandit fell to the ground. The guy grabbed his neck, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, he turned his head and saw Yidzin killing his partner. The protagonist glanced at the bully. The young man hit the hired man in the face with all his might. Turning his head, the protagonist clarified how many people his partner had neutralized, to which he replied that 5, including the one lying in the distance. There were 2 bandits lying behind the protagonist, and he noticed that they had disposed of 14 people, and it seemed like they had hired a lot of people. And Sukjo thought about the fact that his partner had disarmed 9 while he had only dealt with 5. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked his partner to immediately tell him who was responsible for this. The guy looked at him with his lips pressed together. Closing his eyes, he replied that he really didn't know, because there had been many attempts like this, and recently it had happened in America. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that he didn't expect something like this to happen right after returning to Korea, and claimed that it was his fault. Looking at the lantern, the protagonist assumed that the main group was from Yun, to which the interlocutor asked him again. The protagonist, with his hands down, said that the bandits were planning to kidnap the granddaughter of the SW group director, and that these guys were useless for such a large-scale plan, and his partner did not understand whether Yidzin understood this in such a situation. Turning around, the young man asked if his partner was okay, to which he asked him again. A wound appeared on his shoulder, and the guy noticed that Sukjo had injured his arm because of the car. His partner, lowering his chin, replied that everything was fine, and the protagonist had also injured his leg. The protagonist glanced at his interlocutor and remained silent. The guys turned around abruptly, hearing someone screaming, not understanding what had happened to the people standing guard. The shadows of the guards fell to the ground, and one of them asked if they could go to the toilet, to which the other asked if they were serious, that they were all at once. The man was surprised to see the bodies of his partners around the corner. Suddenly, the protagonist hit him in the face with his knee. The guard, gritting his teeth, did not understand who this person was. A moment later, the protagonist grabbed his hand and pulled him aside. The guy hit him in the back. The young man spread his fingers and suggested that his partner split up, as they must have heard some noise, to which he agreed after a pause. Sukjo called the protagonist, and he turned around. The young man lowered his eyebrows and asked that he apologize to his partner properly after this was all over. A man appeared, his face covered in a mask. His partner asked if they had heard anything outside, to which the man turned his head and ordered them to go and check. The hostages appeared with bandages on their faces, and the subordinates began to carry out the order. The protagonist ran quickly. Suddenly, hearing someone shout to stand still and not move, the young man stopped. The young man looked ahead, lowering the corners of his lips. The bandits did not understand who it was, as the protagonist was just a child, and their leader, frowning, said that this was not the Sukjo guy from the photo. The mercenary was asked how he got there, to which he, closing his eyes, remained silent. The protagonist realized that they were the real kidnappers, and the leader of the hooligans, putting his hands in his pockets, asked him to forget about it, because they didn't need an answer, and the young man could consider himself just lucky, and ordered his partners to deal with him. The protagonist's eye disappeared behind his hair. Sukjo jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. The young man pressed himself against the wall. Seeing Daeun and Yun around the corner, the guy realized that it was them. The mercenary looked around the empty room and assumed that there was no one there. Looking away, the student wondered if they had all gone to Eidzin. The guy, trying not to make noise, began to approach the girls. The schoolboy removed the cloth from the girl's face, and she asked if the agents were already there, and received the answer that they were not yet, but they were already on their way. Frowning, the granddaughter of the SW group director clarified how the young man knew where they were. Daeun's eyes widened, and the other hostage asked if there was still time before the escort team arrived. A masked man entered the room and noted that the guy was Sukjo from SW, adding that he had heard of him. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips, and the thug continued that the student was very annoying, since he was always near Yun. The guy with the burn on his face frowned and said that he did not know how the boy found them so quickly, but it was a huge mistake to come without a team. A short time later, his partner attacked the student. The bully struck with his fist, but the mercenary dodged. Sukjo attacked with his fist, but his opponent dodged. The opponents fought with their fists. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that Yidzin was right, because this guy was different from those outside. Taking a fighting stance, the mercenary prepared to attack. His fist approached his opponent's body. The thug's pupils visibly narrowed from the powerful blow. Swinging his leg, the student hit his opponent in the head and knocked off his cap. After the attack, blood began to flow from the hooligan's nose. The young man clenched his fist with all his might. The boy attacked the thug in the back, and he began to cough. The hostages watched as the student put his opponent on the ground. Folding his arms, the masked man said that he heard that Sukjo had been trained to be a bodyguard since childhood, and that it was impressive. Daeun and Yuna's eyes widened in alarm, and the bandit leader said that unfortunately, this was not a friendly sparring match. The mercenary asked him again, opening his mouth. Marks from the weapon appeared in the air. Raising her eyebrows, the granddaughter of the SW group director looked ahead in alarm. A drop of blood appeared on the floor. The schoolboy noticed many cuts on his body. The masked man closed his eyes and asked the boy why he was surprised and whether he expected to fight without a weapon, then said that was why it was easy to deal with guys like him. The bandit grabbed a knife in his hand, and his leader ordered him to hurry up and deal with the student, because he needed to leave before the escort team arrived. Sukjo dodged his opponent's numerous attacks. Covering his head with his hands, the boy thought about how poorly he could move because of the first cut, which was too deep. The masked man tossed the knife and said that he still needed to deal with that girl. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary did not understand what he meant. Daeun's eyes widened in fear. The leader of the gang of hooligans narrowed his eyes. Opening her mouth wide, Yuna shouted for him not to touch the girl. Tears appeared in the eyes of the protagonist's sister. The wounded student could hardly walk. Suddenly, the boy fell to his knees. The boy closed his eyes and then heard his name being shouted. The masked man looked away and said that the student was an idiot. The leader ordered his subordinate to leave Yun and kill the remaining two, to which he, holding a bloody knife in his hand, began to carry out the order. Suddenly, the face of the main bandit lit up. The hostages looked up in alarm. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared in the doorway. The beaten hooligans lay on the ground. The protagonist looked ahead, his lips pressed together. The silhouettes of two men were visible at the entrance to the bar, and someone could be heard telling the boss that he assumed the Gossen faction was involved in the incident. The subordinate, lowering his hands, said that they probably didn't know what they were getting themselves into. Lighting a cigarette, Dusik replied that it was not surprising, considering that they always took on missions without proper preparation. The boy hesitantly called out to the boss, to which the boss turned his gaze in his direction. Raising his head, the man asked why the boss had helped that high school student. The young man continued to ask questions, turning down the corners of his lips, asking if the student had caused trouble by publishing the information they had collected on Congressman Kim, to which he asked again. Throwing his head back, the boss said that he had no choice, since that high school student had beaten them because they were not competent enough, and he could not even take revenge on him because they had contacted him in the first place, adding that it was too far to help him. Dusik kept silent, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, the boss grinned. The man explained that there was nothing he could do since the protagonist's sister had been kidnapped, to which the subordinate, raising his eyebrows in alarm, agreed. The masked man stared at the protagonist who had entered, not understanding who else it was. Yuna, lowering her eyebrows, was surprised by Yidzin's appearance. Daeun, widening her eyes, called out to her older brother. The bandit leader frowned and asked the girl again. Putting his hand to his forehead, the man laughed loudly. Looking ahead, the hooligan asked if the guy had come to save his sister, because he couldn't believe it. Lowering his chin, the young man asked if his sister was hurt. Opening her mouth wide, Daeun shouted that he needed to run, because it was too dangerous here. The protagonist looked away. Closing her lips, the granddaughter of the SW group director thought that others, innocent people, were suffering because of her. With her hands tied behind her back, the girl shouted for the gang leader to just take her, and she would follow him if he let everyone else go, and then added that she would cooperate with him. Glancing at the hostage, the masked guy asked why he should listen to her. Lowering his eyebrows, Yuna remained silent. Sukjo held his wounds and sighed heavily. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, and his partner thought that even in this situation, his face did not change. The leader of the hooligans, standing behind his subordinate, said that they were late and ordered him to kill Yidzin first. The tip of the bloody knife in the bandit's hand sparkled, and the guy agreed to carry out the order. The protagonist stared at his opponent. At that moment, the bandit tried to strike with his weapon. The mercenary grabbed his opponent by the hand. With all his strength, the schoolboy plunged the knife into the opponent's shoulder, and he cried out in pain. The man in the mask, narrowing his eyes, watched the battle. The wounded partner of the protagonist opened his mouth. The granddaughter of the director of SW Group widened her eyes in fear. Holding his hand near the bandit's body, the protagonist turned to his sister. Daeun clenched her teeth in alarm. Lowering her chin, the older brother asked her to close her eyes. The girl listened to Yidzin and closed her eyes. A moment later, the mercenary attacked the enemy. Blood gushed from the bandit's hand. The wounded guy fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Yuna, her mouth open in surprise, thought about what had just happened. Frowning, the main character's partner realized that he had not only taken the knife away, but had also aimed for the muscles and ligaments to take his opponent out of the fight. The leader of the gang clenched his fist and asked if the protagonist was really part of the escort team. The boy lowered his hand with the dirty knife down. The masked man closed his eyes and said that something was wrong, because the student couldn't know how to use a knife at such a young age. The mercenary's face was stained with blood, and the leader of the hooligans, noticing his expression, asked if the boy was really part of the escort team. The protagonist remained silent, and the man raised the knife and said that it didn't matter whether the boy answered or not. The masked man's pupils noticeably shrank, and he said that Yidzin would die today. The bandit struck above the protagonist's head, leaving a bright mark in the air. The protagonist deftly dodged his opponent's attacks. Holding the knife in his hand, the student stopped the enemy's blow. The masked man looked away in alarm. The rival walked away from the mercenary, to which he remained silent. Bright traces of the protagonist's attacks were visible in the air. Suddenly, cuts appeared on the rival's hand. Smearing blood on the floor, the man did not understand what was happening. Holding his shoulder, the leader of the bandits wondered how this guy did it. Putting his hand with a knife in front of him, the man thought about how this young man wielded a knife better. The protagonist crossed his wrists in front of himself. A moment later, the mercenary jumped up. The student grabbed his opponent by the hand and prepared to attack. Blood was visible gushing from the enemy's body. The protagonist struck the man in the face, causing him to scream. The guy in the mask put his hand to his face. Yuna opened her mouth in bewilderment. Blood was running down the bandit's fingers, and he shouted that Yidzin was small. At the same second, the leader of the hooligans pulled a pistol from his holster. Sukjo clenched his teeth in alarm. The schoolboy was surprised that his opponent had a weapon, and he took aim and shouted for his opponent to die. The knife flew forward sharply. The tip of the weapon pierced the bully's shoulder. The protagonist jumped up and ran forward. Knocking the gun out of his opponent's hand, the young man prepared to attack. At that very moment, the schoolboy struck his opponent on the head. The leader of the bandits fell to the ground. Yuna and Sukjo looked at them in fear. The protagonist turned his head towards the hostages and his partner. A shadow fell across the heroes' faces. Traces of blood were visible on the floor under the mercenary. All this time, Dayan sat with her eyes closed, and her brother said that now they could open their eyes. The girl raised her eyelids. The guy bent down, and his sister called out to him. Smiling, the young man said that he had come to pick her up. The little girl's eyes widened in delight. The schoolboy narrowed his eyes. The younger sister extended her hand forward and said that he was bleeding. She placed her palm on her brother's cheek and asked if he was okay. The mercenary asked the girl again, his eyes wide with worry, and he sighed heavily. The boy closed his eyes and replied that everything was fine. Little Dayan's eyes began to fill with tears. The student spread his fingers and asked why his sister was crying and if she was injured. The granddaughter of the SW group director looked at the heroes in confusion. The protagonist lowered his chin in disappointment. Yuna looked at the boy with the corners of her lips down and realized that she couldn't ask him. Holding the girl's head, the doctor asked if she was okay and if she felt dizzy. One of the special forces asked if it was true that the boy had neutralized most of the kidnappers, to which the other, putting his hand on his side, asked if his partner could believe it, and if the boy was in the same class as Lady Yuna. Eavesdropping on the officer's conversation, Dayan's eyes widened. Recalling her brother's fight with the bandit, the girl wondered how he was able to fight so well, and what kind of life Yidzin lived before he returned to Korea. With her hands down, the granddaughter of the SW group director called out to the protagonist's younger sister. The girl answered with her mouth wide open. Yuna smiled and asked if her examination was finished and what she had been told. Raising her palms, the schoolgirl replied that she had heard that the high school girl had made sure that the examination was free, but she did not have to do so, to which the girl replied that the girl did not need to say that, because everything happened because of her. Raising her eyebrows, Yidzin's classmate admitted that she was truly sorry. The SW group building appeared. The protagonist was sitting on a chair in the hallway. The young man lowered his head when suddenly a notification sound was heard. The schoolboy picked up the phone and saw a message from Jahan asking why the protagonist hadn't come to school today. The mercenary typed a reply saying he had some business to attend to, and his friend told him that Yongchen had cursed him out at the computer cafe yesterday. In a chat room called Model Team, classmates discussed what had happened and invited the protagonist to play together. The student grinned. The protagonist leaned his head against the wall. The young man opened his eyes. The boy saw that he was near a psychiatric ward. Police cars were visible near the garage cooperative. A special forces unit had captured a group of girl kidnappers. Outside, a doctor was examining the protagonist's younger sister. The young man looked at her with the corners of his lips downcast. Yuna asked the guy to take the girl to the hospital and deal with the rest herself, to which the protagonist looked at the girl and asked her again, and she replied that Dan may look like she's fine, but she may be injured and probably having a hard time mentally after all this. Raising her eyebrows, the granddaughter of the SW group director said that she heard that Kisu and Heejin had been bullying her a lot lately, and even if those two were legally punished, it didn't mean that the victim was okay. Yidzin, with his lips pressed together, remained silent, and the girl added that considering what the little schoolgirl had been through, she should undergo therapy and psychological treatment. The protagonist looked straight ahead, lowering the corners of his lips. The younger sister left the office with a smile on her face. Closing the door, the girl asked how long her brother had been waiting for her, to which he replied that he had also recently gotten free. The protagonist smirked and asked what the doctor had told her. Daeun closed her eyes and explained that there was nothing to worry about and that the doctor had simply told her to come once a week. The girl widened her eyes and asked what was wrong with the boy, to which he replied that he only had a few bruises and scratches. Putting her hand to her chest, the younger sister exhaled and said that it was good. The protagonist glanced at the schoolgirl. The boy remembered how she had opened her mouth wide and asked him to run away from danger. The boy looked away. Daeun opened her mouth in alarm and called out to her older brother. Clenching his hands into fists, Yidzin asked her again, to which she hesitated. The older brother smirked and asked her what had happened. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that it was nothing anymore. Smiling confusedly, the schoolgirl asked him to stop, because he had already apologized yesterday, even though he was also a victim. The protagonist pressed his lips together in disappointment. The face of the guard behind Yun was serious. The man was silent, clenching his jaw. The protagonist closed his eyes in alarm. Looking away, the granddaughter of the SW group director asked if her classmate had been checked. The guy answered in the affirmative, to which the younger sister, opening her mouth wide, said that at first her brother said that he did not want to undergo an examination, but he did so only because she set a condition that if he did not pass, then neither would she. And Yuna asked if this was true. Raising her hand, the schoolgirl asked if this was the hospital in Sukcho, to which the high school girl answered in the affirmative. Smiling, Daeun suggested that her older brother visit his partner. The protagonist kept silent, lowering the corners of his lips. A sign appeared on the Mercenary's ward. The protagonist's younger sister thanked the girl, and the schoolboy, whose body was covered in bandages, was surprised by their appearance. The girl bowed and explained that she had not had the chance to thank the young man yesterday, and admitted that she was sorry. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that everything was fine. Daeun, her eyes wide, asked how he was feeling. Sukjo replied that he was much better, and the protagonist silently looked at his partner. A drop of sweat appeared on the face of the granddaughter of SW Group. Her bodyguard was watching the heroes closely. There were medicines on the table next to the mercenary. Smiling, the protagonist's younger sister said goodbye to him and asked him to take care of himself. Waving her hand, Yuna said goodbye to the heroes in return. At that moment, the doors to the ward closed. The man turned his head and asked if this was the student that the mercenary asked to investigate, and if this was the guy who was with him during the incident, and received a positive answer. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the bodyguard admitted that he still could not believe it, even seeing it with his own eyes. The granddaughter of the SW group director folded her arms and asked what to believe, to which he replied that a child had neutralized so many people. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said she was surprised too, and then asked if that was so impressive. The bodyguard explained to the lady that this guy wasn't the only one who had beaten so many people, to which she clenched her jaw in confusion. Standing next to the bed, the man explained that Yidzin had silently neutralized those standing outside, and it would have been understandable if there had been one or two people, and besides, he hadn't killed them, he had only neutralized them. The protagonist's partner looked down and remained silent. Bloodstains appeared on the floor, and the bodyguard explained that looking at the injuries of the two guys in the warehouse, it was clear that not many people were capable of such a thing during training, let alone in a real fight. The bodies of the neutralized fighters were visible, and the man continued that the two in the warehouse and the 4 soldiers outside were well-trained soldiers from overseas. His face lit up red, and he said that based on Sukjo's report and the condition of the people that guy had neutralized, Yidzin was most likely a professional with a lot of experience in combat. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips in alarm. Yuna's eyes widened in surprise, and the bodyguard added that the student had a very high level. The brother and sister walked down the street illuminated by the setting sun. With her head down, Daeun thanked the boy. The young man looked at her and grinned. With her hands folded in front of her, the schoolgirl explained that she couldn't tell him this yesterday, but she says it often lately because she always gets help. Smiling, the student replied that he should thank his sister. With her eyes widened, the girl asked if her brother wanted to thank her. Turning his gaze to Daeon, the mercenary admitted that he seemed to understand a little, and the schoolgirl asked him again. Remembering how his sister reached out to his face, the young man realized that it was the first time. Imagining the moment when the girl put her palm to his cheek, the boy realized that it was then, without any intention, that someone was worried about him and not about themselves. The protagonist recalled his sister putting her hand to her chest and letting out a sigh of relief, realizing that this was the first time he had experienced this since returning to this country. The protagonist grinned. His younger sister looked at him happily. The heroes were illuminated by the sun's rays, and Aizen said that it meant family. There was a cup of coffee on the table, and someone said that the mercenary had found the location of the kidnappers faster than expected and neutralized them before the agents arrived. The girl with the bob was sitting in a chair and saying that she thought Sukjo was really as impressive as they said, and then asked how much time had passed. Pressing her lips together, the director said that the guy should be hers, not her sister's, and then added that it was a big loss. The assistant came to her desk and said that, to be honest, this was a strange rumor, to which the girl asked him again. The boy said that the mercenary did a lot, but there was information that his classmate did most of it, to which the director, sitting at the table, asked what kind of nonsense the employee was talking about. The boy explained that this was why the CEO was interested in this case, and Yuna's sister, her eyes wide with alarm, asked him again. The girl, her mouth open in confusion, asked about her grandfather and asked if this rumor was true. Veins appeared on her arm. The protagonist was doing pull-ups. The boy imagined how he stuck a knife into the bandit's shoulder. Then he remembered how he stabbed the head of the bandits, and in the end, neutralized him. Beads of sweat were visible on the protagonist's face. The student imagined the frightened face of his younger sister. Closing his eyes, the boy continued to train his strength. Holding onto the bar, Aizen heard Daeon offer him some fruit to eat. The schoolgirl was sitting at the table, holding a fork to her mouth. The boy entered the kitchen. The older brother asked how the girl was feeling, to which she closed her eyes and replied that she had already told him that everything was fine, and he had already asked, to which the brother hesitated. The younger sister smiled and turned to him. The boy responded with his lips pressed together, and the student said that he should not worry about it. There was a plate of fruit on the table. Looking at the protagonist, Daeon asked if he was worried about how he looked in front of her, and then said that her brother must be wondering if she was really surprised, and explained that she wanted to ask him how he learned to fight like that. The protagonist kept silent, turning down the corners of his lips. The girl closed her eyes and admitted that she did not find it strange at all, because the boy did all this to save her. The schoolgirl continued that she would not ask how her brother lived there, and he stared at her. With her head down, Daeon admitted that she couldn't tell her grandfather about what happened to her at school, and Yijin couldn't either. The girl smiled and explained that there were things they couldn't talk about. The protagonist looked at her sister with his jaw clenched. The hero's eyes widened when they heard the melody on their phone. The student made a hand gesture and answered Yun's call. The girl turned away and told her that everything was fine, she was doing well, and the high school student didn't have to worry about her. The protagonist held a fork to his mouth and heard the granddaughter of the SW group director asking about him. The girl sat at the table and smiled. A mercenary appeared in the establishment. Putting her hands on her legs, the classmate asked him to sit down and not stand around. Putting his hand on the table, the young man asked why Yuna called him, to which she replied that she wanted to apologize for Daeon having to go through this, and the guy said that he had already heard this. Raising her eyebrows, the schoolgirl admitted that she wanted to tell him this in person, and asked Sukjo to do the same when he got better, and expressed gratitude for the boy saving her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist explained that he was saving his younger sister, not her, to which she stated that she knew it. Closing her eyes in disappointment, the girl said that in any case, the mercenary helped her. The student turned his gaze to the interlocutor. The protagonist asked if his classmate called him here to say this, to which she, folding her arms, replied that she wanted to get to know him better. The young man stared at the interlocutor, and she said that he should not look at her like that. Looking away, Yuna asked how they were supposed to not suspect something was wrong when his documents were forged, and then explained that she had a lot of bad things happen to her as a child due to personal circumstances, and recently she was almost kidnapped in the States, so they couldn't just ignore the guy's appearance, even though they still haven't figured out why he forged the documents. Recalling how the mercenary entered the room, The granddaughter of the SW Group CEO said that they would stop there, and then thought about how the boy wouldn't have saved her by risking his life if he was going to hurt her. Standing up from the table, Yijin said that if his classmate was done, she would go, to which she excitedly asked if the boy could give her a little more time. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor with his jaw clenched. With her mouth wide open, Yuna said that her grandfather wanted to see him, because he said that he wanted to thank him in person. The mercenary turned away and said that it was unnecessary, because he had not set himself the task of saving her. Raising her eyebrows, the granddaughter of SW Group remained silent. A lantern illuminated the dark street. The protagonist walked along the road. Suddenly, a wounded man came out from around the corner. His clothes and face were stained with blood. The young man began to speak with the corners of his lips turned down, but the victim called him names and shouted that it was all his fault. Yijin looked at the man questioningly. Gritting his teeth, Dusik's subordinate exclaimed that the boss had already been in danger after the incident with the congressman, but because he had contacted the Gossen clan to help the mercenary. The young man looked at his interlocutor with his lips pressed together. Cars were visible near the nightclub. Several bandits were lying unconscious on the floor, standing in front of the entire gang. Gossen greeted Dusik and asked why he didn't get rid of the shame and surrender. Putting his hand to his neck, the boss asked if he had been told exactly that, and then added that although the other man knew that almost all of his men were on vacation, he was still afraid to come alone. A pathetic coward. The blonde man grinned and asked why Dusik had gotten involved with the congressman and angered the others, and made the Gossen boys get their hands dirty. Frowning, the boss suggested that they get their hands dirty themselves, since he was just helping train these idiots who took on everything without understanding anything. Grinning, Gossen called the other man a name and ordered his men to kill him. The bandits attacked the man in a crowd. A mark from a blow that Dusik dodged remained in the air. At the same moment, the opponent received a slap in the face. Another hooligan missed, trying to attack the boss. The man struck his opponent in the chin. The bandit instantly fell to the floor. The boss's pupils visibly shrank. Frowning, Gossen declared that everything was bad. With a circular motion, the man struck down two opponents at once. The handle of a weapon appeared. A member of the rival gang struck the boss on the back. Gritting his teeth in pain, he turned around. The man grabbed his opponent's arm and prepared to attack. A moment later, the bandit lay at his feet. The rest of the gang looked at him in confusion. Taking a fighting stance, Dusik thought about how they were still advancing and how many people they had sent to deal with him alone. But it looked like this was his end. The boss smirked and wondered if that high school student had saved his sister. The protagonist rode up to a nightclub on a motorcycle. The hooligan raised his finger and shouted that he couldn't park there, and then told him to leave. At that very second, the thug was kicked in the face. The others, their mouths wide open, didn't understand what was happening. The mercenary, sitting on the motorcycle, looked at them. Yijin suddenly got off the motorcycle. The menacing man, baring his teeth, asked who that person was. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed him by the shoulder. The protagonist hit him hard in the face. The enemy, seeing this, narrowed his pupils in surprise. The guy kicked him hard in the stomach. The young man continued to strike from his knee. Two opponents fell to the floor and were unconscious. The back of the student appeared. A nightclub was visible, in which there were several corpses. Yijin, seeing this, was perplexed. The protagonist turned his gaze back, hearing the question of who he was and how he got here. The hooligan, holding a bat in his hands, exclaimed for the guy to leave here and clarified if he understood where he was. The protagonist looked straight at the crowd of men. The bandit, frowning, asked if he had gone crazy, adding that he told him to leave here. The guy sharply hit the enemy in the face. The hooligan suddenly began to fall. His allies widened their eyes and were very surprised. The young man lowered his hands and watched them. The bandits suddenly clenched their jaws and shouted to grab him. The mercenary attacked the man with a bat in his hand. The bandit screamed in pain, and the protagonist extended his hand. A moment later, the protagonist began to break his opponent's arm. The guy hit him with his elbow. The bully fell to the floor and hit his face. One of the men clenched his jaw fiercely and began to attack the young man. The bandit tried to hit the student. The student dodged and responded with a kick. The bully hit his knee on the floor. Yijin powerfully stunned his opponent with his foot. Turning around, the protagonist noticed a man who, with his eyebrows lowered, was scared. The protagonist suddenly rushed from his place. The bandit, through sweat on his face, was perplexed. The guy dealt a strong blow to his face. The man flew sharply and hit the wall. One of the bullies was visible, sighing heavily. Many bandits lay unconscious on the floor. The rest appeared, and their clothes and faces were covered in blood. Gossen bared his teeth and thought that he had never imagined that Dusik would do so much alone, and would be annoying if they left him alone. His partner bit the corners of his lips and thought that they would have failed the mission if Dusik had not been alone, and it was good that he had chosen a peaceful life rather than building up his forces. The chief, clenching his jaw, expected an attack from his rivals. He suddenly rushed forward and hit his opponent in the stomach. Dusik sharply frowned. He was suddenly attacked by a bully. The chief hit his opponent in response. The man lowered his head and sighed heavily. Gossen, opening his jaw, said that they realized that he was incredible, but it seemed that this was his limit, and clarified why he did not give up, because they would spare him if he stopped now. Dusik spat out blood and told them to stop talking nonsense. The man, wiping his mouth, added that he would fight to the end. Gossen, through the sweat on his face, looked at him in bewilderment. The crowd of hooligans clenched their jaws in surprise. The assistant, turning around, heard something. Shouts were heard asking who he was and to stop him, to which the leader of the gang, turning his gaze to the side, asked what kind of noise it was. The entrance to the nightclub appeared. The shadow of a guy appeared on its walls. Aizen, biting his lips, looked from around the corner. The protagonist, looking at the crowd, heard the question of who this brat was. Dusik, wide-eyed, asked why he was here. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, replied that he had come to return his motorcycle. The man, opening his mouth, did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking in such a situation. The assistant, smiling, thought that the two of them knew each other. The bully, with his hands in his pocket, obeyed the order to kill this child too. Clenching his jaw, Dusik exclaimed that it would be better if they left him alone, to which he was told that they could not do that, because the young man knew him and came here himself, so they could not just let him go. And the man asked that they were idiots, could they just let him go? The guy with the scar on his face, with his mouth slightly open, asked him again, and heard that if it came to that, the mercenary himself would let them go. The bully sharply frowned. It seemed as if the bandit started bleeding from the blow. Aizen attacked his opponent with his foot. The protagonist kicked one of the bandits with his foot. Suddenly, a bully appeared behind him, swinging a bat. The protagonist pushed him with his palm. A moment later, the guy powerfully smashed his face. The bully dropped his weapon from the blow. Dawson frowned and did not understand what it was. Grinning, Dusik asked why they needed it. The defeated enemies were visible, lying on the floor. The bandits appeared, who were unconscious, and the chief added that perhaps at first glance it did not seem so. But even he could not cope with this guy. The mercenary looked forward seriously. The crowd of bandits watched him. Dawson, baring his teeth fiercely, shouted for them to kill this brat. The hooligans suddenly rushed from their place. Suddenly, one of them received a powerful blow to the face. The rest of the bandits began to fall from the attack. The leader of the gang, clenching his fist, exclaimed for them to gather their strength, and asked if they could cope with one child. Suddenly, Gossen's eyes widened. Dusik, smiling maliciously, clarified that he had not forgotten about anyone by chance. The leader of the gang bit the corners of his lips in bewilderment. A lot of cars appeared near the nightclub. The bandit, having hit his head on the floor, was screaming loudly. Dusik was sitting by the wall and sighing heavily. Aizen suddenly approached him. The man, his mouth slightly open, remained silent, looking at the protagonist, whose clothes were stained with blood. Dusik did not understand what kind of monster it was. The protagonist, sharply turning his head, said that he had paid his debt. The boss, through the sweat on his face, asked him again. The man lowered his eyebrows and could not understand what kind of debt. Dusik, looking at the guy's back, asked what had happened to his sister. The young man's hands were covered in blood, and he replied that thanks to him, she had been saved in time. A tall building appeared in the daytime. The subordinate, having risen from the bed, was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze to the side. The bandit noticed Dusik, whose arm was broken. The assistant, with his mouth wide open, asked how the boss got here, to which he received the answer that he heard him and should calm down already. Dusik, frowning, clarified what his subordinate meant by how, adding that he was wounded and took a taxi here. The man's eyes widened and inquired about the Gossen clan and the Seongsu clan, and the boss replied that they were all finished. The assistant, clenching his fists, clarified whether he was joking, since he could be embarrassed about being beaten, and Dusik exclaimed that why would he lie, and did his subordinate think that he would be here if that happened. The boss closed his eyes and said that he heard that his assistant met him and made a lot of noise. The guy, looking at him, asked if he meant that high school student, and received a positive answer. The man scratched his head and said that he was attacked on the way to the store, so he got angry and went to look for him, and his mind was unclear, so he ran towards him. The subordinate remembered how the protagonist hit him in the face. Dusek, holding a cigarette in his teeth, said that most likely the protagonist knocked him out and sent him here after he saw him injured and making a lot of noise. The boss, narrowing his eyes, continued that he thought he was already on the way to death when he saw that the people of the Gosong and Seongsu clans continued to press him. But then a high school student appeared. Aidzin appeared, behind whom a crowd of enemies lay, and the man explained that he neutralized them all in an instant and left without turning around, saying that he repaid the debt. The subordinate, his eyes bulging, exclaimed that this was very cool. Dusek, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was also impressed. The assistant lowered his head and said that he wondered who this monster was. The boss squinted and said, didn't he hear that the boy was just an ordinary high school student? It seemed like the ball quickly flew to the side. Yidzin bit the corners of his lips seriously. The protagonist confidently caught the projectile. The coach, raising his whistle, exclaimed that the ball was in his hands. The players, with their eyes bulging, were very surprised. Jahan, opening his mouth wide, asked why he caught it, and Hyukjin added whether he was a goalkeeper. The protagonist, looking at them, apologized and added that he did it without thinking. The guy, hearing how they addressed him, turned around. Hyukjin, putting his shoulder on Yunchin, suggested going to play, clarifying if anyone had plans. And their partner said that they could go today, because Yunchin has additional classes tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so today is their only chance when they can play together. The young man raised his eyebrows and told them to go and that he would come after he walked his sister home. The boys widened their eyes and asked if it was again, to which the mercenary replied that his sister had not been feeling well lately. Hyukjin smiled and exclaimed that they would save him a seat. A class sign with numbers appeared. Daeon, putting things in her bag, wondered what they would eat for dinner today, whether it would be kimchi soup, since he liked it very much, but he does not tolerate spicy food very well, and maybe she should just make miso soup. The girl, with dilated pupils, heard her brother's name being shouted. The girls, standing by the window, admired Ijin's beauty, and one of them said that he was very different from her stupid brother, to which she received the answer that her younger brother was also not comparable to the main character. The classmates approached Daeon and asked if her brother had a girlfriend. The students smiled sheepishly. The girl, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that he didn't. The classmates suddenly rushed up from their seats and thanked her. The protagonist's sister bit her lips contentedly. She muttered while walking down the street that her brother was really popular and even the guys from her class were talking about him. And now that she thought about it, Yuna had asked her brother twice if he had a girlfriend. Daeon, her eyes wide, didn't understand why the protagonist wasn't dating anyone, and did he really not like anyone, since she thought that he often got confessed to. The girl, looking up, heard her brother being told that this was his sister. A group of guys noticed her. She opened her jaw and greeted them. Jahan, waving his hand, greeted her back. The long-haired boy extended his hand and explained to Yidzin that they would go ahead and that he should hurry up and come after he took his sister home. Daeon looked at her brother and asked if he had any plans, to which he replied that he would go to them after he took her home. Opening her mouth, the girl asked if it was because of her. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that it was not so and that he had simply forgotten something at home. His sister raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that everything was fine and it was still light outside, and the protagonist explained that he was not deceiving her. Daeon lowered her head and said that he did not have to do this and even refused when Yuna offered to give her a bodyguard, and she felt that she could not live a normal life if she did that. The boy looked at her and replied that he would do as she wanted. The young man smiled and suggested that they sometimes go out together, but the girl said that he was worrying too much. The mercenary, looking ahead, said that he thought it was normal for an older brother to worry about his little sister and also wanted to just go for a walk with her. His sister, biting the corners of her lips, answered positively. Suddenly, Yidzin noticed something in front of him. A girl was visible, folding her hands. She, smiling, greeted them. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, did not answer. Daeon, bulging her pupils, wondered who it was. The brunette, covering her mouth with her hand, exclaimed that she must be the child who was kidnapped along with Yun. The girl looked at her and asked who she was, and heard that she was Yun's relative. The girl, closing her eyes, explained that she wanted to thank him for saving their little Yun, and offered to treat her to dinner, asking if he could spare a little time. The protagonist, pursing his lips, replied that there was no need because everything was fine, and the granddaughter of the SW group director had already thanked him, so there was no need for that. Her sister, sweating on her face, asked him to wait because she wanted to ask him one more thing. She added that it wouldn't hurt him to listen to her, to which the guy, walking past, said that he was not interested. The sun's rays fell on his neck. The brunette blushed and was confused. Daeun leaned over to her and said goodbye, but she did not understand anything. The guard asked if he needed to bring him, and the girl, lowering her head, asked to leave him. The mercenary walked down the street forward. The brunette smiled maliciously, thinking that the young man was talking to her irritably. A computer club was visible, in which there were few people. Yongchen, pushing back his chair, said that he was going to the toilet, to which he received the answer that they would warm up in the meantime. A boy was walking down a lighted hallway. He bumped into a bully on the shoulder. The senior, frowning, shouted at the brat to watch where he was going. Yongchen, opening his mouth in fear, asked for forgiveness. The senior, waving his hand, said that the little brat was driving him crazy, and did he think that an apology would make up for the fact that he had attacked him? Jahan, chewing on a candy, asked again about the attack. Yongchen, turning his head, said his name. The boy with long hair, holding his hands in his pocket, said that he was making too much of a big deal out of a light touch. Jahan suddenly spat the candy out of his mouth. He looked menacingly at the senior and asked if they looked like some kind of weakling. The bully, baring his teeth, remained silent. The senior watched Jahan menacingly. The boy, opening his mouth, asked why he was staring at him. The bully's pupils narrowed sharply. He turned around and started to walk away from the guys. The young man standing next to Yunchen sighed heavily. After a moment, he looked at his friend. The guy raised his eyebrows and suggested that they go, because Hukjin would get angry if they were late. Yunchen, his eyes wide, answered positively. He, looking at the guy's back, could not even think that he would help him. The guys returned to the computer club, and Hukjin asked why they were taking so long. Jahan sat down at the table and answered that some idiot wanted to fight with Yunchen. The young man, opening his jaw, asked who he was, to which he received the answer that he was wearing a Gossack uniform. Hukjin lowered his eyebrows and clarified if he was okay. Yunchen smiled and said that Jahan helped him and nothing happened. The guy with long hair said that they needed to get back to the game. The door to the computer club creaked open. A lot of fierce bullies appeared. Hukjin, with his mouth wide open, was explaining tactics in the game. He suddenly heard himself being told to shut up and frowned. A group of menacing seniors stood above him. One of them, looking down, ordered him to follow them. The young man frowned at him. Jahan turned his head angrily. Yunchen, with sweat on his face, was very scared. In the evening, a small alley between the house was visible. The boy's body was shaking violently, and he did not know what to do, because everything got out of control because of him. The bully, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was wondering who this idiot was who was acting so badly, and asked if there was another person with him, and his partner added that they would humiliate them today. Jahan, smirking, said that the thug was too scared to say that when he was alone, but now with his friends he seemed braver, and asked if this was a tactical retreat, calling him a clown. The high school student listened. Apparently this was the reason why he ran away in fear, which made him bare his teeth harshly. He swung at the guy, shouting that he was a little bastard. Jahan dodged and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent. The bully, holding his face, screamed in pain. The guys were standing in front of a crowd of high school students. Yongchen, through the sweat on his face, thought that it was because of him, and he needed to be a little more careful. The guy, opening his mouth, told him that he should not make such a face. The youth suddenly widened his eyes. Jahan, lowering his eyebrows, added that it was not his fault, because it was all these guys. Yunchen called out to him with his pupils wide open. Hukjin squinted and asked if Yedzin had said that before, even the situation was the same. The boy blushed and replied that the main character looked really cool back then, so he did it without thinking. The bully glared at the boys and listened to them arguing with each other. The seniors suddenly rushed forward and shouted that they were bastards and had no more patience. Jahan turned his gaze sharply towards them. He powerfully kicked his opponent in the stomach. The thug suddenly fell to the ground. The boy punched one of the bullies. Yunchen widened his eyes and wondered what they should do, since he had never fought before. Hukjin attacked his enemy harshly. He opened his mouth wide and told Yunchen to move away. The boy clenched his jaw in fear. Jahan smirked and said that he had the highest rank in the game, but they had a higher rank in fights. Yunchen raised his eyebrows and wondered what they were trying to say to stand aside while they fought over him. The hooligans were lying on the floor, displeased. The guy clenched his fists and asked how Yedzin knocked them out in one blow, since they rose to their feet like zombies. Suddenly, he received a strong blow to the body. Jahan bared his teeth and was angry. The thug suddenly aimed his blow straight at his face. Yunchen abruptly hugged his opponent. Jahan, opening his jaw, called out to him. The young man fell to the ground along with the upperclassman. The hooligan, clenching his jaw, shouted that he was a little idiot. He grabbed his head, and it hurt. A moment later, the guy's leg appeared. He delivered a powerful blow to the thug's face. Yongchen shed a tear in fear. Jaehoon, biting the corners of his lips, stood over his opponent. He looked down and remained silent. The high school student was lying on the floor unconscious. Hyukjin raised his hand and asked if he needed Yongchen's help, to which he received a stern answer that he was just retreating. And the guy added if he made a tactical retreat, and heard him shut up. The young man raised his head through tears. Jaehoon opened his mouth wide and asked if his partner was okay. The guy, closing his eyes, apologized that it was all because of him, and it was heard that he was apologizing too much, and Jaehoon acted like Hidesen and told him that it was not his fault. The protagonist appeared, holding a phone in his hand. Looking at the screen, he did not understand where everyone was because they were not answering. The protagonist suddenly turned his head from the fact that someone called. The boys smiled and said that he was late and missed the show. Hyukjin kept his hands in his pockets and said that the guys from Gosuk High School came and they beat them, and it was 6 against 3. Yunchen, closing his eyes, suggested going. The boys went up the stairs and said that this was a mind-blowing person, and he did not realize that these guys from Gosuk were strong, but they were on par with them. Suddenly, Jaehoon widened his eyes in bewilderment. A hooligan who was unconscious appeared. The boys, seeing a crowd of thugs, said that they were from Gosuk High School, and did not understand why they were lying there. The mercenary, opening his mouth, replied that while he was looking for them, they attacked him when they saw his uniform. The boys widened their eyes and were very surprised. After some time, they came to the cafeteria and it was heard that they were hungry and needed to hurry up and eat. Hyukjin, holding a box in his hand, asked if it was his. A package of food appeared and it was said that he always ate only this. Jaehoon, stretching out his hands, exclaimed that they forgot the drinks, and Yongchen said that he would go himself. The guy with long hair, looking at the guy, said that everything was fine and he would go since he was already up anyway. Hyukjin, closing his eyes, said that those bastards from Gosuk made him laugh, and apparently they thought that they would be easy prey and lost themselves. Jaehoon, smiling widely, said that a whole bunch of them came there and they seriously tried to fight them, and assumed that they would not show up here for a while. Yidzin, holding a bag of food, was at a loss. The guy, taking it, tried to open it. The protagonist was surprised, pushing the packaging aside. He raised his eyebrows and said that it had opened. While eating, the protagonist asked how the fight had started, to which he was told that some idiot from Gosuk wanted to fight with Yunchen in the hall. The mercenary looked at the young man and asked if he was okay, and he said that the guys had helped him. Jaehoon, tearing off the packaging, told Yunchen not to be scared if something like this happened again. The guy widened his eyes questioningly and heard the question of whether he had seen him. The student bit off a sausage and explained that when you look at an enemy, it is important not to show fear. Otherwise, such bastards will do even more shit if you get scared. Hyukjin, holding a plate of noodles in his hand, added that this was for sure, and if he did not stand firm in his place, they would simply crush him. Yongchen narrowed his eyes and asked what if they started beating him. Jaehoon pouted and asked if he thought they wouldn't beat him if he was scared, to which the boy replied that they might hit him even harder. The boy chewed his food and said that this could happen too. But even if he was beaten a little and he remained silent, he would be branded as a weakling and it would be harder for him in the future. Hyukjin raised the can to his mouth and exclaimed that from what he had seen, if he said anything, they would bother him less because they were just targeting people who had been silent from the start. Yongchen looked down and remained silent and listened, so that he would answer back in any case and not be afraid, and they thought he could do it. Yijin appeared, thoughtfully eating rice. He remembered the plate of food and the piece of bread. The protagonist in a military uniform was walking along the path. Hearing the conversation, the protagonist turned his head sharply. The mercenary noticed the guy passing food to the elders. He approached these guys with his food. The outstretched hand of the soldier appeared. He, menacingly opening his mouth, said something. Yidzin looked at him fiercely. Suddenly, the fighters opened their mouths wide. The privates turned around sharply and were perplexed. The plate with food was lying on the floor. In the bloody hand of the protagonist was a piece of bread. His face was also in blood stains. Around the protagonist lay several beaten guys. One of them widened his eyes in fear. The mercenary's pupils glowed red. Yidzin appeared, watching Yuncheng. The guy held clenched fists on his knees. He, opening his mouth, said that to be honest, he hated people like them. Jaehoon and Hyukjin's eyes bulged in surprise. Yunchen lowered his head and added that they bullied their classmates and him too. Jaehoon, with sweat on his face, asked since when they had bullied anyone, adding that they were just joking. The boy clenched his fists sharply. Hyukjin, opening his jaw, said that they hadn't hit anyone or taken money, and that in other classes everything was much worse, and there were even bastards like Kisu, and compared to them, they were saints. Yunchin closed his eyes and exclaimed that the nasty things they said and the fact that they insulted people like him. The boy's pupils narrowed in surprise. The student, sadly lowering his gaze, continued that it didn't matter whether they thought about it or not, but it was still bullying, and he hated that they did it without a second thought. The boys silently looked at him. Yunchin, smiling, said that they themselves told him not to be afraid to speak up. The students' faces began to sweat in shame. Hyukjin, with his mouth slightly open, replied that this was the first time he had been told such a thing, and he didn't even know what to say because he thought they were doing harmless pranks and had never thought about it. Jahan, holding his head, added that he had too, and they had even told each other that they were better than other kids. Yangshin, looking down, said that after talking to them, and after everything they had been through, he had really thought about it, and they didn't even realize that it was bullying, and as they said, they hadn't stolen money or bread from people. Jahan, looking away, apologized. Hyukjin, scratching the back of his head, also apologized, and added that it wasn't like an apology would change anything now. But that was all he could say to him now. Yangshin's eyes suddenly widened. The protagonist dropped his rice in bewilderment. It fell right to the floor. A moment later, the protagonist's mouth opened slightly. The boys looked at him thoughtfully. Shouts could be heard in the dining room telling him not to eat it. A tall building could be seen at night. The director, holding a tablet in her hands, heard the girl being asked to wait a bit. Suddenly, Yuna opened the door to her office. Her sister, sitting at the table, asked what she was doing there, causing the girl to scream. The older sister, raising her eyebrows, said that she was coming to her so suddenly and screaming so loudly. Yuna opened her mouth wide and asked how she knew that her sister was following Yidzin. The girl, leaning on her palm, asked what she was talking about, adding that she was also following him because he was suspicious, to which her sister exclaimed that she might have done that, but promised that she wouldn't do it again, so let her stop. The principal asked, narrowing her eyes, if she didn't know how people like them were supposed to survive, or if she had already forgotten what happened to her. Yuna started to speak with wide eyes, but was interrupted and told that he wasn't trusted just because he saved her, and he was lying about his past, and he was in the same class as her, and she told her not to follow him. She clenched her jaw in fear and remained silent. The assistant, looking at the girls, said that he understood how Yuna felt, but even the school couldn't do anything except follow him, since the documents he gave to the school where the heir of the SW group studied were fake. The girl lowered her eyebrows menacingly. The principal, closing her eyes, exclaimed that she was glad to see her here, adding that they could call at any second. The guy standing next to her explained that it took a long time to gather information about Yidzin, but they managed to get some of the higher-ups involved to figure it out, and the older sister asked Yuna if she was interested in who this kid really was. The younger sister bit the corners of her lips in displeasure. She opened her mouth and replied that she was not interested at all, and thought that the main character had saved her life, and that was enough for her. The director narrowed her eyes menacingly. The phone rang, and everyone in the room turned their attention to it. The girl, smiling, asked if they would listen to it together. She pressed the button and said her name, and was told that they were calling about the information she had requested. Yuna frowned at her sister. Jiyeon, closing her eyes, said that they should finally tell her who this kid really was, and received the answer that it seemed like she had asked about him before from other sources. The phone call said that the higher-ups had ordered SW Group to stop looking for information about Yidzin, which made the director's pupils widen in surprise. One of the assistants stood there and bit the corners of his lips. The other one looked to the side. Jiyeon, with her mouth wide open, asked what he said and how they could stop. Yuna, raising her eyebrows, heard that given the relationship between their government and SW Group, all they could tell them was that SW Group shouldn't worry about this person, because after the terrible plane crash that separated him from his loved ones, he wanted to live peacefully with his family. It seemed like the protagonist was at home with his loved ones. School, it was a clear day outside. Yuna was inside with Sukjo. Hyukjin, Yunchin, and Jahun turned around and said to themselves that the girl had finally come to school after missing several days, and at the end of the school day, too. Yuna saw the boys and looked at them for a long time. Yunchin looked back at her and wondered why she wasn't looking at him. Suddenly, she approached him and asked if the main character had come to school today. The boy looked around in confusion, answering that he had just been here, then asked where he had run off to, and Jahan turned to them and said that the teacher had called him, so he had left. Hearing this, Yuna sat down at her desk, and Sukjo sat next to her. Then he looked at her and said that the owner of the company must have come to school. "Is the grandfather really here?" the girl asked in surprise, turning to her friend. Looking away, he wondered if he had come without saying anything, what he was doing here, if he had come to meet the main character. At this time, the old man with folded hands said that he had personally come to thank him because he had refused to meet him, after which he thanked him for saving Yuna. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that it wasn't worth it, because as he had said, he was only saving his sister, and Yuna was just there too. The old man then stared at the guy and said that he had heard about it, but that didn't change the fact that he had saved Yuna, and then apologized for his sister being involved. Yidzin looked at the other man and said that Yuna had already apologized for that, so he didn't have to worry about it. The old man frowned, not knowing what to say. After a short pause, the protagonist turned around and said that if he was done, he would be leaving, when the old man suddenly asked if the guy wanted to become Yuna's bodyguard. Yidzin, hearing this, stopped and said that this was not a job for an ordinary high school student like him, to which the old man asked if an ordinary high school student could have neutralized not only the people who had kidnapped Yuna, but also the foreign special forces. The guy looked at the other guy and asked if SW Group had their own security detail, to which the other guy replied that they couldn't come to the school, although it wouldn't matter to someone like him. But Yuna wouldn't be able to live peacefully if she had an escort detail following her around at such a young age. The protagonist listened to the old man in silence, not taking his eyes off him. Yuna's grandfather looked at his granddaughter's savior and continued to say that Sukjo had asked to be relieved of his bodyguard duties a few days ago. He said that he couldn't be a bodyguard anymore after what happened. That's why they thought of him. Yidzin turned away and coldly said that he thought he couldn't handle it. The old man looked at the guy in silence and suddenly said that Yuna wasn't the only reason he was here. The protagonist grabbed the door handle, and the old man suddenly said that he also came to say thank you for what happened 3 years ago. Hearing this, the guy froze in surprise. After that, he turned around. His interlocutor smiled warmly and said that he finally had a chance to thank him, adding that thanks to him, he was able to watch his son's last moments. Yidzin looked at the old man with surprise in his eyes. After a few seconds, he turned away and firmly said that it was an order, to which the man said that no one except him took on the job because everyone said it was impossible. Only because he accepted the order, he was able to reunite with his son. The guy glanced at Yuna's grandfather out of the corner of his eye, who continued to say that his son always talked about him. The old man smiled and added with warmth in his eyes that he never stopped thinking about why he became a mercenary, so he asked him to find out about it. He looked for him but could not find him, but who would have thought that they would meet like this? The thing is that Yuna is his daughter. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered how the man with a sly smile on his face said that he had a daughter his age. After leaving the memories, he lowered his head. Looking at the door, the guy said that he would not be able to fulfill all the duties of a bodyguard, but if something happened, he would not ignore it. The old man silently looked at the savior of his granddaughter. Hearing this, he smiled and quietly said that this was enough. Suddenly, he came to his senses and said that he wanted to ask him one more question while he was still here, causing Yidzin to turn around, after which the old man asked how he felt about the SW security. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor coldly and asked what he was talking about. The old man slightly lowered his head and replied, their security team is a bunch of arrogant idiots. They are useless. They are the only ones to blame for what happened to Yuna. They are frivolous even when SW Group is not in the best position. After saying this, he raised his head and replied that this is exactly why he wanted to hear Yidzin's opinion about them. Not for free, of course, this is an official offer. Hearing this, the guy exhaled heavily. The protagonist cautiously entered the classroom. Yuna smiled, waving sweetly at him. The teacher was telling the children to open their notebooks and they would begin the lesson, while the boy walked to his desk. All the students were sitting in their seats, looking attentively at the teacher. Yidzin turned his gaze to the side, remembering the old man's words about how he was able to see his son's last moments thanks to the boy. Looking into the distance, the protagonist wondered if he had died. A few years ago, a crowd of people had gathered in the forest. One of the boys noticed something in front of him, holding a tray in his hands. Yidzin stood to the side, eating a snack. Behind him, he heard a question about whether this child was a mercenary, after which he carefully turned back. The old man's son came closer to the boy, saying that he did not realize how young the protagonist was while he was covering his face, then asked if he was a teenager. Yidzin immediately took a step forward, starting to cover himself with a mask. The guy handed him a tray of food, saying that he should take this. The protagonist looked him in the eyes. The guy smiled, saying that the mercenary should eat better at his age. At sunset, people were discussing how the clients now have a lot of money. The soldiers were eating dinner, saying that the clients were building roads, schools, and medical facilities in the city they were accompanying them to, and that nothing would come of investing in this city. The protagonist passed them, overhearing that the confidence of the townspeople had played a cruel joke on the volunteers, because they could have given the money to the soldiers instead of wasting it. Yidzin thoughtfully looked down at his feet. Standing behind the wall, he saw the guy approaching. Smiling widely, he held out the chocolate. The protagonist stood unwavering, looking forward. The guy approached the mercenary from behind, holding food and drinks in his hands. Walking in the rain, he carried a blanket to the trembling protagonist. After a while, he came up behind Yidzin, saying that he heard that the guy was leaving for his next mission, which was sad because he had already gotten attached, while the protagonist remained silent, looking down. The old man's son smiled, saying that the mercenary could come to them whenever he had time, because he would be in this place for another month. Yidzin did not look up. A bag was suddenly placed on the bench next to him. The guy said that he had packed some food and medicine, when suddenly the protagonist slightly raised his head, asking why the guy gave him these things. The guy suddenly leaned over sharply in surprise. Smiling, he asked if the protagonist really spoke Korean, but why he pretended not to understand and just stood there when the guy spoke English or the local dialect. Yidzin immediately turned around, looking into his eyes. The guy smirked, asking if it was true that the mercenary was wondering why he gave him these things. He closed his eyes and replied that he had a daughter the same age as the boy. Looking into Yidzin's eyes, the boy said that he couldn't leave the main character alone. Voices were suddenly heard from behind the shelter. The soldier turned to Yidzin, saying that he was accompanying this group of volunteers because the entire city had been captured by anti-government forces. He added that apparently they were waiting for the moment to seize power when it weakened, and most of the volunteers died. While the boy looked at him in shock, Yidzin continued to look thoughtfully into the distance. Yuna approached him with a smile, asking if the boy had time. The protagonist looked up, looking into her eyes. Sukjo bowed, apologizing for doubting the boy, and he was sorry for apologizing so late, because he wanted to see the boy in person. Yidzin looked at him, saying that he understood him, but there was no need to apologize, because the boy did what he had to. Sukjo continued to look down, without looking up. Yuna turned to Yidzin, saying that she knew he would refuse, but her grandfather said to invite him, so she would hurry and tell him. Without letting her finish, the protagonist confidently answered, "Okay." The girl froze in surprise. Yuna's sister clenched her teeth tightly, folding her arms across her chest. She wondered who this guy was that they could not even tell about him. A servant entered her office, informing her that the protagonist was here to meet her. The director frowned, asking in surprise what. Night fell, SW building. The protagonist buttoned up his jacket. Sukjo stood behind him and asked what had suddenly happened. Yidzin held onto the dog and remained silent. He remembered looking at many photos. Yuna's grandfather was sitting next to him and saying that he would just have to live with the bodyguards for a couple of days and talk to them in a friendly manner. He smiled warmly and said that he had already told them about it, so there should be no problems during the stay. Leaving the memories, the guy lowered his hands and replied that he had already said that he wanted to see what the work of the bodyguards was. Sukjo, hearing this, slightly knitted his eyebrows and wondered if he was really interested in the work of the bodyguards. The protagonist suddenly turned around and asked his interlocutor if he shouldn't be training, to which the interlocutor stepped forward and replied that today was the basic training for the second team, and he was in the third, and his wounds had not yet healed. He looked ahead and added that, however, the third team was responsible for protecting Yuna, and the second team was responsible for protecting Principal Jiyeon and her parents. Hearing this, Yidzin silently looked at the guy. After a while, there was a small group of people in the training room. In front of the men who were sitting on the floor, a student was introduced who would be training with them for a few days. The man pointed his hand at the protagonist and added that he was from the same class as Sukjo from the third team, and he was interested in working as a bodyguard, so the president allowed him to be on their team. Suddenly, one of the men raised his hand and asked if he understood correctly that this student was involved in the incident with Sukjo, to which she answered, yes. Hearing this, everyone present frowned with tension. At this time, the protagonist slightly lowered his head and said his name, adding that he was glad to meet them. After a while, they all began to run. She watched them and asked if he wanted to try being a bodyguard, to which Sukjo, who was standing next to him, replied that it was something he had heard about, after which the girl said that she didn't know what interested him in this business. She kept her eyes on him, thinking that she thought he would like it. The protagonist ran tirelessly ahead of everyone. Suddenly, Yuna saw something that made her surprised. Her sister entered the company door with a man in a suit. Looking at her, Yuna raised her eyebrows in disappointment and asked herself why she was here. Her sister, on the other hand, smiled contentedly. The boys continued to run without stopping. Their coach turned around and said to himself that the protagonist was holding up well, after which he asked himself if he should run faster. After these thoughts, he sped up and ordered everyone to do the same, so as not to break the formation. Some time passed, the hall was well lit. All the bodyguards were breathing heavily, and their faces were red. The coach turned around in the same state. He looked at the main character, who did not feel tired, and said to himself that he had run at the same pace with him until the end, while the others were ready to collapse, and he looked like he still had plenty of energy. A drop of sweat dripped from the guy's face. After a while, everyone came to the ropes and the coach ordered them to do 5 approaches. While everyone was at the bottom, Yijin overtook them several times. Yuna looked at him with surprise in her eyes and said that he was good, adding that the second team could not keep up with him, and Sukjo next to him asked himself what kind of monster he was. Yuna's sister looked at the main character with pleasure in her eyes and said that although this was an ordinary training, the difference between this guy and the second team was visible to the naked eye. When they finished, Yijin pulled his sweater. The coach looked at him with his mouth open and asked himself what was wrong with him. Did he really train somewhere? Why was he so good? Jiyeon folded her arms across her chest, looking at the coach. Seeing that the man's gaze was focused on him, the man turned blue and said to himself that the principal was going to kill them. The student raised his hand, saying that he heard that the protagonist played an important role in saving Yuna, so he wanted to test his abilities. The coach became furious, asking if the guy really wanted to fight this high school student. He walked closer to the guy, menacingly asking if he was crazy. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist took a step forward. Yuna looked forward in surprise. Jiyeon turned around, looking at the guy. Yijin came closer, saying that he didn't mind. The coach's expression changed. He immediately scratched the back of his head, asking the guys to put on some protective gear first. The protagonist and his opponent put on gloves and helmets. Yuna was worried, asking if everything would be okay, to which Sukjo frowned, saying he didn't know since everyone here was quite experienced. The Special Forces soldier looked ahead, thinking that most of the SW escort team were Special Forces, so he wondered how long the high school student would last. Jiyeon folded her arms, asking with a smirk if their student would lose to the protagonist, since they said he was amazing when he saved Yuna, and did he really have any training before that? The guy frowned, saying that Izin's tricks wouldn't work against their team since they were specially trained before coming to SW. The coach spread his arms out to the sides, asking him not to overdo it, and then specifically asked the guy about it. The Special Forces soldier slapped his hands, asking him not to worry too much. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead confidently. The coach looked at them, asking them to get ready. The boy grinned wickedly, telling the high school student that he should be worried, since he had taken down a lot of them in his life. Yijin took a stance, putting his hands forward. The coach shouted, ordering them to begin, when suddenly the student abruptly rushed forward. Swinging his hand flew past the protagonist's face. The opponent with crazy eyes quickly thrust his fist forward. Yuna was scared, asking what was wrong with this guy and why he was swinging his fist so hard during sparring. Lunging forward, the opponent made a punch, which the student dodged. Yijin raised his leg up, hitting his opponent's knee with all his might. The boy immediately gritted his teeth in pain. With burning eyes, the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, swinging hard. Having struck, he hit the opponent's hands. The guy with a crazy look approached Yijin's face, asking if he really thought that was enough. The high school student swung and blocked his punch, raising his arm up. He turned his elbow and slammed it into his opponent's face. Yuna and Sukjo continued to watch the fight closely. The Special Forces soldier frowned, thinking that Yijin had hit him in the face, where his helmet had no protection. The student doubled over in pain. The protagonist suddenly approached him, putting his hands on the back of his head. Without thinking, the guy hit his opponent in the face, causing blood to spurt out in all directions. Yijin took a step back, throwing the guy back. Jiyeon's mouth opened in shock. The student's body began to rapidly fall down in front of Yijin. He took off his helmet and looked away. The entire crowd frowned, looking forward in surprise. A drop of sweat appeared on Sukjo's face, and he said that they warned the wrong person about restraint, because this was supposed to be a normal sparring match. Horrified, Yuna covered her mouth with her hand. The commando kept his eyes on the situation, thinking that this was a bit beyond the usual sparring. Jiyeon was amazed, asking if the main character was only 19 years old. The servant frowned, looking ahead from under his brows. The bodyguards carried the beaten comrade on their shoulders. The main character watched them go, holding his helmet. The coach was saying to himself that this guy was something, adding that he could see that he had done more in the rescue operation than Sukjo, when suddenly he saw something that made him freeze. The president and her subordinate were staring at him. The man in the suit was glaring at him with hatred in his eyes. The coach turned blue with fear again and said to himself that he would eat them all up with his eyes. Suddenly, a hand was raised to the ceiling, and a man's voice exclaimed that it was his turn. The coach immediately turned around and shouted with displeasure that they only needed one person who was injured. Did he really want to do the same? Daemsuk came out from the crowd and answered with a smile, yes, adding that he also wanted to fight him after seeing his moves, to which the coach told him to forget about it, then asked if he was ashamed, because if he went against a high school student. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him and calmly said that there was no problem, because he did not mind. The coach turned to him and asked if he was sure, adding that he must be tired. Yejin picked up his helmet and replied that he did not do anything to feel tired. Hearing this, everyone present in the hall made shocked faces. Yuna's eyes widened in surprise, and Sukjo exhaled heavily behind him. Daemsuk entered the arena and told the protagonist to begin. While he was warming up, he asked where he learned to fight like that, to which Yejin asked in response why he did not put on a helmet. The man slammed his fists together and mockingly replied that he didn't need it, adding that he should wear it himself. Hearing this, the protagonist silently looked at his opponent. After a short pause, he threw his helmet on the floor. Seeing this, Daemsuk raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yuna's mouth fell open at the sight. Daemsuk suddenly frowned and called the protagonist a bastard, after which he asked if he had completely lost his fear, adding that he liked his style. The principal, seeing this, smiled widely and asked the subordinate what he thought would happen this time, to which he calmly replied that the previous one was caught off guard because he didn't take the high school student seriously. But everything will be fine because now they know not to underestimate him. After saying this, he frowned angrily and quietly said that they trained every day without a break, adding that Daemsuk is their team's ace in the hole. Hearing this, Jion smiled contentedly. At this time, one of the bodyguards looked at the arena and said to himself, maybe things would be different if they had a gun. But a head-on fight like this depends on physical ability, and the protagonist's opponent is Daemsuk. Both opponents took a stance while the bodyguard continued to say that he didn't know what kind of training this guy had. But it wouldn't be easy. As soon as the trainer shouted for the fight to begin, Daemsuk rushed forward. He launched a quick attack, which the protagonist dodged. He then counterattacked, but his kick was blocked. Daemsuk swung his foot across the floor. His powerful right hook flew over the opponent's head. Yejin counterattacked again, right towards the opponent's face. His eyes were full of cold. Daemsuk held his fist and said that he was stronger than he looked. At that moment, the guy attacked again. The bodyguard blocked and added that his movements were so abrupt. Yuna, looking at this, was speechless from excitement. Daemsuk smiled ominously and said sarcastically that it was not enough to break through his defense. As he said this, the protagonist abruptly raised his leg. At the same time, he kicked his opponent in the leg. Daemsuk shook, feeling severe pain. The coach opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. Yejin did not stop and kicked the bodyguard's knee. Daemsuk gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that the protagonist kicked him in the knee, which was very dangerous. Yejin slipped past the opponent. Swinging, he hit the guy with all his might with his elbow. Taking a step back, the protagonist hit Daemsuk in the chest. The opponent became furious, gritting his teeth. He clenched his hand into a fist, directing the attack forward. Yejin raised his palm up, blocking the blow. He immediately hit the opponent in the neck, slowing him down. Daemsuk opened his eyes wide, coughing loudly in pain. A loud scream resounded throughout the hall. Daemsuk fell to his knees, exhausted, with his head down. Yuna opened her eyes wide in shock. Jiyeon looked forward, her mouth open in surprise. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking down menacingly. He looked at his opponent, who was bent over in pain. The Special Forces soldier looked around, thinking that the upperclassman had knocked out his knee and accurately hit Daemsuk in the throat after breaking through his upper guard, and this reduced the difference in their physical abilities, so it would be even better if he took advantage of his other weaknesses. Yejin turned to the crowd, asking who was next. The boys began to look at each other anxiously. The coach called out to the boy, wanting to tell him about the mistake of hitting the knees and throat in sparring. The young man interrupted him, asking where the sparring rules were because he didn't know anything about them. The coach furrowed his brows as he replied that he wasn't trying to discuss the rules, then thought that it would just look like they were nitpicking the rules after losing to a high schooler. Taking a step forward, he said that Yejin and Sukjo saved Yuna, which wasn't a coincidence. Jiyeon asked with a smirk if the boy looked like the leader of the second team. The servant frowned, replying that from basic training to sparring, he was exceptional in everything they had seen so far. The girl immediately smiled. Taking a step forward, she asked if they should move on to the next task now. The boys quickly turned to look at her. Yuna frowned, confused as to what her sister was saying. Jiyeon put her hand on her hip, asking if Jin hadn't come to try out as a bodyguard. Now that he had completed basic training, he needed to try out the real thing. The boy looked at her warily. The girl smiled sheepishly, adding that since he was already working on the second team's schedule, it looked like he would be going with her. Yuna was shocked. Jiyeon took a step forward, extending her hand to Yijin. The servant put his hands behind his back, saying that he had no idea that Yuna and this guy were in the same class, to which the old man replied that he was also shocked when he found out. The guy said that they found out during the investigation, but it was hard to believe even after seeing it with his own eyes. Looking at the protagonist on the screen, he added that the code word Yijin, he was just a child, and this name was known many years ago, which means he was exceptional when he was even younger than he is now, and it doesn't look like he is looking at the same person. The door to the storeroom was closed. The protagonist stood unwavering, adjusting his jacket. It was night outside, and the lights were on in the windows of the protagonist's house. Inside, Grandpa Yijin turned to Daeun and asked if his grandson had gone out with his friends, to which Daeun replied with dishes in her hands that her brother said he had something to do, so he would be back late. Hearing this, the old man looked down in disappointment and quietly said that he hoped Yijin would come back early, adding that he also hoped that nothing would happen, but in case someone wanted to fight him. Hearing this, Dan smiled warmly. At this time, the bodyguards were sitting with their heads down in shame. The coach stood in front of them, saying that this was a disgrace. Veins appeared on his face from anger as he menacingly said that he hoped they were ready for hellish training. Everyone gathered lowered their heads even further. The coach exhaled heavily and said to himself that they should at least be glad that it was not the boss who was scolding them. Yuna, surprised by what she saw, raised her hand to her mouth. After changing into a business suit, the protagonist entered the hall. Upon seeing him, the director put her hand on her hip. All the other bodyguards looked at him with displeasure in their eyes. The bright lights from the windows of the SW building illuminated the street. The protagonist, along with Jiyeon and the others, went outside. There, they were met by 3 bodyguards. Opening the car door, the director got in. Everyone slowly got into the cars. Yijin was looking around. Suddenly, the window of the car in front of him opened and Jiyeon's subordinate ordered him to sit in the back seat. The guy looked at the man coldly. A few seconds later, he opened Jiyeon's car door. After that, he got in next to her. The driver and the president's subordinate looked at him with displeasure in their eyes. There was also a bodyguard car behind them. The protagonist frowned tensely and said to himself that he was driving with 2 people. There were also 3 in the car behind them, a total of 5 people. When suddenly the girl asked him if he had ever thought about becoming famous. Hearing this, the guy turned to the president in surprise. She looked at him with a sly smile on her face and said that there was an entertainment company that she headed, and it was part of SW Group, and that's where they were going now. Then Yijin lowered his head and quietly said that he was not interested. Hearing this, Jean was surprised and said that it was upsetting. After a short pause, she, without taking her eyes off the guy, asked if he was really interested in working as a bodyguard, to which the protagonist replied to himself that it would be better to stick to this story. Despite his interlocutor, he quietly answered, "Yes, I see," Jean said, looking away and adding that he really had talent in this matter, judging by how easily he mastered the training and eliminated a member of the second team. At this time, her subordinate in the front seat turned red with rage. When the protagonist said that he won only because he let his guard down, the girl automatically looked at him, and he added that his opponent should have been careful. After all, he was a teenager. Yijin looked ahead and continued to say that he had the advantage from the start, because if this was a real fight and he took me seriously, it would not have ended like today. Hearing this, the president smiled sarcastically and asked, "Is that so?" while simultaneously saying in her head that she thought he would be happy to defeat them, but it seems that this is not the case. At this time, her subordinate looked at the protagonist out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that this kid understands the whole situation. After a while, they reached the Jiyeon Company building. The president was working in her office. The protagonist and her subordinate were standing outside. The second one looked at the guy out of the corner of his eye with displeasure, and said in his head that he had not moved an inch in the last hour, after which he asked him where he learned to do such a thing. Yijin turned his head silently to look at the man. The bodyguard looked away and said that he was referring to the skills he had demonstrated in training and sparring, adding that such a performance was impossible without proper preparation. The protagonist looked ahead and calmly replied that he had learned it from the neighbors he lived with, to which the man became slightly angry and said to himself that he clearly did not know how to joke. The protagonist looked ahead coldly. Thick clouds of smoke rose into the air. Someone immediately pushed off from the ground, jumping up. Yidzin dodged the attacks, quickly accelerating. Grabbing the knife between his teeth, he began to climb the rope. Trying to catch his breath, an opponent stood in front of him. Scarlet blood quickly dripped from his club. The protagonist cautiously covered his face with his hands. It was evening outside. Jean folded her arms across her chest, asking if everything was okay, to which Yidzin briefly replied that everything was fine. After a short pause, the girl said that maybe it was just her imagination, but it didn't look like this was the guy's first job as a bodyguard. Without looking up, Yidzin replied that this was his first time. The servant thought that the protagonist hadn't asked a single question, and his expression hadn't changed at all since the start of the ride, as if he knew what could happen during the job. Looking in the mirror, he thought that the guy was sitting in his seat until the very end, not moving at all. The light from an approaching car suddenly began to shine brightly. The guy quickly looked up. Looking closer, he noticed a truck. The driver was driving forward carefully. The subordinate immediately began to quickly turn the steering wheel, trying to turn around. The cars collided, going in different directions. The servants from the second car quickly began to get out to help. Thick smoke was visible from under the hood of the car. The subordinate excitedly turned around, asking the director if everything was okay. Suddenly, he was horrified. Jiyeon narrowed her eyes, quietly groaning in pain. Yidzin hugged her, shielding her from the shrapnel with his body. The girl immediately opened her eyes wide in shock. Looking up, she looked at the protagonist. The servant frowned, wondering if the guy had really saved the director in a split second. Yidzin let go of Jean, placing her on the seat. The frightened subordinate opened the door, asking if the director was okay, to which the girl clenched her teeth in embarrassment, answering that she was fine. After getting out of the car, the guys began to discuss how it looked like drunk driving. One of the servants said that the driver had passed out, so now they were trying to save him, after which the order was given to call an ambulance and keep an eye on the man. Jean carefully turned her gaze to the side. The girl was looking at the serious Yidzin. On the street, they began shouting that they needed to call the hospital, because the director could have gotten hurt, when suddenly the girl excitedly asked if the guy was okay. Without turning around, Yidzin firmly answered yes, to which Jiyeon replied that she should check just in case. The boy turned around, saying what was more important now. Jiyeon turned her head in surprise. The boy added that from now on, she should wear a seatbelt even if she was sitting in the back seat, after which the director laughed in confusion, saying that she would. After a while, there was freshly cooked food in the lunchboxes. The protagonist's sister was pouring liquid from a small saucer onto the frying pan. Yidzin entered the kitchen and asked Daeon if she was already preparing lunch, to which she replied no, explaining that she would pack it and give it to her grandfather, after which she added that she would pack it separately, so he could eat it for lunch. Hearing this, the protagonist stopped and said in surprise that his grandfather was working. The girl flipped the pancake on the frying pan and said that she would go to his work. She used to go there often, but after her brother came back, she could not anymore. Then Yidzin came closer to her and said that he would go with her, to which the sister turned around and asked what. The protagonist smiled warmly. The weather was fine outside. The sun was shining high in the sky. The protagonist's grandfather was in his work uniform when a colleague approached him, asking if something had happened in recent days. Hearing the question, he put his hands behind his back and asked what he meant, to which the man in glasses replied that his face had become brighter in recent days, adding that a lot of time had passed since he took office. The old man scratched his head in confusion and asked if it was true, to which his colleague happily said that he had been given rice cakes from number 703, after which he called him to rest and eat. Yu spread his hand and said that the man could go, adding that he would join him later after he had done his rounds, to which he replied, okay, then added that he would also have to do his rounds, but in the evening, so there was no need to overexert himself. After a while, the protagonist's grandfather stood by the trash can and wondered if he had really become so open after he had returned. Losing himself in his memories, he remembered how much he had cried when the protagonist had returned. He also remembered how they had eaten together as a family at the same table. These warm memories brought a smile to his face when suddenly he heard a man telling another driver to pull over to the side of the road. The old man raised his head questioningly. He saw a yellow sports car stop in the middle of the road. blocking the other driver's path, causing the other driver to shout in displeasure that his car could not pass. The sports car driver, red with rage, turned around and shouted at the driver that he would wait for him to throw out the trash. Hearing this, the driver of the second car turned blue with fear. The guy with 2 plastic cups was walking towards the trash can. Before he reached it, he threw the cups, which hit the trash can. They fell on the floor next to the old man. You immediately picked them up. When the guy returned to his car, his girlfriend handed him a bag of trash and asked him to throw it out. The guy took it and said discontentedly that she could have given it to him when he was leaving. The guy threw the trash bag in the same way as he threw the plastic cups. This time, you managed to catch it. The cars drove away, and the old man threw everything out when suddenly he heard familiar voices behind him calling him. He immediately turned around. His grandchildren were walking towards him. Seeing them, you smiled broadly and asked what they were doing there. The boys stopped and Dayan replied that they had brought him a lunchbox, to which their grandfather replied that there was no need to come because he could have bought something for himself, after which the girl said that it was better when something was made at home with his own hands. After saying this, she looked behind him and asked if he had been collecting trash. The old man looked away and replied yes, adding that if they did not leave soon, there would be even more of it and it would be difficult to clean it up, so it would be better to do it now so that he would have time later. But before he could finish speaking, his granddaughter rolled up her sleeves and exclaimed that they would help him. Hearing this, Yu waved his hands negatively and said in confusion that it was not worth it because they would dirty their clothes, to which Dayan went to the trash can and firmly said that she would just take them off and wash them. They started cleaning, and the girl suggested that they do it as soon as possible and have lunch together because she had prepared his favorite lotus root. The protagonist looked at them with a warm smile on his face. The number 214 was written on the house. 2 men came out of there, and one of them said that he thought that his routine had gotten out of order since he stopped sleeping at home. It was Dusik, who put his hand on his neck and said that he could not sleep peacefully in the hospital, and his subordinate, who added that the nurses were loud at night, so he could not sleep either. When suddenly the first one stopped in surprise at what he saw. They saw the protagonist, who was cleaning up the trash, and asked what he was doing there. The subordinate frowned, shouting that he had seen this old man somewhere before. Looking at Mr. Yu, he said that the old man was there when the boy went to the high school student's house, and he seemed familiar because he saw him every time he came to visit. Dusik looked away in confusion. Looking closer, he noticed Dan standing next to the protagonist. The chief narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked more and more closely at Yidzin's face. He smirked, thinking who knew the boy could make such a face. Without taking his eyes off him, he thought that the young man looked like an ordinary high school student. Following the chief, the subordinate asked if he wanted the boy to come over and pretend that they knew each other, to which Dusik smiled, answering that this was enough because if they came over, they would ruin the atmosphere, so it was better to go and eat. The family sat on the playground in the lotus position. Laughing, they held bowls of food in their hands. After a while, the children waved to their grandfather, saying that they were going home. Mr. Yu smiled widely as he watched them go. In the evening, the old man was leaving for home after saying goodbye to his colleague. He was walking down the street, thinking that he should buy something for his grandchildren today. Suddenly, a car stopped abruptly in front of him, and Mr. Yu thought that he should not stop like that. Coming closer, he said that parking is not allowed in this place, to which the guy was indignant, asking what he was even talking about. Mr. Yu smiled, explaining that other cars would have a hard time leaving if the guy parked like that, and the children would be in danger since this place did not really look like a parking lot. The guy frowned, menacingly asking why an old man like him even bothered about this, to which Yu replied confusedly that cars were not allowed to park here. The guy's girlfriend suddenly smirked, asking the old man if he really wanted to get fired. Mr. Yu smiled and said that the residents pay him a salary, so they need to move the car to a parking space so as not to cause trouble for others, and he was some time ago where there was a free space. The guy turned around, asking menacingly if the old man really wants him to park where he does not want, and so if someone gets hit by the car, this old man will be responsible for it. Mr. Yu was shocked by what he heard, his mouth wide open. The girl smirked, saying that she did not think that the old man's salary could even cover it. Suddenly, the guy was grabbed by the neck, calling him a bastard. The subordinate bent him over, asking how the guy could even talk to this old man. Gritting his teeth in anger, he pulled the guy towards him, asking what he would do if he found out who the subordinate was. The guy's face turned blue with fear, and he was unable to say a word. The attendant pushed him, telling him to hurry up and move his car. Pointing his index finger at him, he added that if he saw the guy bullying Mr. Yu again, he would be finished. The boy and the girl got into the car, confused. As they drove away, the headlights of the car flashed brightly. The attendant turned around with a smile, asking if Yu was okay. The old man opened his mouth, thanking the boy for his help. The boy extended his hand, asking him not to speak so formally, and then added that he once came to see Yidzin. Mr. Yu raised his index finger up, immediately remembering the boy. Loud music was playing from the club. The attendant was pouring alcohol, saying that he did the right thing with that high school student, because his grandfather could have been beaten by that bastard if he hadn't noticed. Dusik smiled, saying that it was a good job. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard behind them. Turning through the doorway, the guys saw the silhouette of the main character. The chief trembled, asking what happened and why the guy looked so angry. The protagonist abruptly held out his phone to his face. He showed the correspondence with his grandfather, who sent his grandson a photo with a servant. The guys immediately smiled embarrassedly. Yidzin looked at them, asking if the chief really decided to threaten him. Both of their faces changed, turning blue with fear. The subordinate began to wave his hands in fear, loudly shouting that this was all a misunderstanding, because it was just an ordinary photo, so he begged the guy not to come closer. In Jion's office, there was her and her subordinate. She looked at the papers and asked if there was anything new about him. The man looked at the president in surprise. After a short pause, he said that he heard that he was with the third team, and now he should finish basic training. Hearing this, the girl raised her head and asked if this was true. Lowering her head again, she asked what the results were after taking him to the hospital, to which her bodyguard replied that they said he only had minor injuries and other than that, there were no problems. Hearing this, she remembered how the protagonist had hugged her during the accident. Leaving the memories, Jion closed the folder and ordered to ask him later if he was in pain. Hearing this, her subordinate did not respond. The president smiled warmly and ordered to just treat his injuries after the accident. And anyway, if a child were to work as an adult and accidentally injure him, the public and media would go crazy. The protagonist was putting on his jacket in the locker room. Sukjo turned to him and asked what happened to him today. Yidzin turned to the guy and asked what he was talking about. Sukjo then explained that he noticed how he acted quite calmly during the last training, to which the protagonist, taking out his bag from his locker, replied that before, he didn't know what he could and couldn't do during training, so he didn't want to stand out in any way. After saying this, he closed his locker and asked what about his. Turning to the guy, he said that he didn't want to be a bodyguard anymore. Sukjo exhaled heavily and replied that he didn't know where he heard that from, but he had never officially worked as a bodyguard. Considering his family problems and the fact that he had been with Yuna since they were young, he became a bodyguard by chance. He had shown good results since he was a child, so he continued to do it. Then he remembered how some time ago, due to his carelessness, Yuna was kidnapped right in front of him, and then he said that as soon as they arrived in Korea, he accidentally stopped the kidnapping attempt. That's why he became so vain without noticing. He shouldn't have thought like that. After listening to the guy, the protagonist looked away. Sukjo suddenly looked at him and asked where he trained, adding that looking at how prepared he was for kidnappings and seeing his training, it seemed like he got professional skills somewhere. Hearing this, Yidzin turned away and coldly said that he learned it from the neighbors. Sukjo was slightly confused by what he heard and said to himself that he could have just said that he didn't want to answer. After a while, the protagonist opened the door where Yuna was standing. He passed by, but the girl turned to him. She shyly looked away and asked if he was going to work as a bodyguard today. Yijin looked at her and asked what. Yuna's cheeks turned red from embarrassment and she said that she didn't work like her sister, so it wouldn't take much time and it would be a good experience for him. Then she added that he didn't have to change clothes. The protagonist looked at the girl with surprise in his eyes and said nothing. Sukjo and another bodyguard looked away. After a while, there were guards on the streets. Yuna smiled happily and said that she wanted to try noodles and kimbap back in America. At this time, the protagonist was sitting opposite and looking at Onigiri. The girl suddenly nudged Sukjo with her elbow and asked if it was true, to which he replied with confusion, yes. After that, she looked at Yijin and asked what he wanted to eat, to which he replied that he didn't think they were allowed to eat while working. Hearing this, Yuna's mouth fell open in surprise. Then Sukjo exhaled heavily and said that Yuna was being guarded by the third team, so they should act as usual while protecting her. The girl smiled widely and said that it was true, adding that she was very hungry. Sukjo looked at her out of the corner of his eye and wondered if she had invited him to a diner near their home on purpose, or if she was afraid that he would refuse if she invited him to a high-class restaurant. Yuna suddenly looked at the protagonist and said that she heard that he had gotten into an accident while guarding her sister, and then asked if he was okay. The guy looked at the onigiri and answered, yes. Then the girl furrowed her eyebrows and asked if Jion had caused him any trouble while he was guarding her, since she was not the most pleasant person, to which the protagonist replied that everything was fine. Yuna's expression was very sad as she said that her sister was not like herself. She liked to insult people with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Sukjo smiled secretly, saying to himself that he had never seen her like this. Yuna suddenly smiled widely, and her eyes were filled with warmth. The protagonist stared at her. The wounded guy was sitting on the ground, bleeding. The protagonist suddenly turned to him. Coming closer, the guy asked him to leave him and go, because he must survive. The boy tried to catch his breath, adding that there was no way he could survive, since he would die even if Yidzin saved him. The protagonist looked at him carefully. The boy smiled, thanking the mercenary. Since he came alone, it meant that the others had abandoned the mission. Yidzin took a step forward. The boy frowned, saying that he wanted to see his daughter's face before he died, and he wanted to go home today. The protagonist looked at him, firmly saying that if he wanted to, then he should get up. Their eyes met, and he added that there were healthier people dying here, so the boy would not die here today. Without taking his eyes off him, he told the boy to survive and meet his daughter. The wounded boy opened his eyes wide. The protagonist turned to the girl, asking if they could talk alone, which shocked Yuna, asking if it was really just the two of them. Yidzin nodded, firmly answering, yes. Sukjo stood up from the table, saying that he needed to leave for a minute. He suddenly approached his subordinate, starting to actively talk to him. Yuna looked at the guy, asking what he suddenly wanted to talk about. The main character said, Inguk, without explanation. The girl was surprised, asking why the guy suddenly said her father's name. Yidzin looked into her eyes, asking what kind of person he was. There was a short pause between them, and the guy continued to look at the girl. Yuna was confused, staring at one point. Exhaling heavily, she answered that her father was always busy. The company was big, so he was always abroad, so it was difficult for her to see him, so they were not close. She took a cup, adding that then her father got sick and he only had a short time to live, and yet he died while working there, and it was sad that he did not have time to spend with his family. Without looking up, Yuna said that she was already on her way to meet her father when she found out that he would not return and was already dead, so she did not even see his corpse. The girl was upset, saying that Inguk did not bother to meet his daughter, so she was offended, while the protagonist listened to her attentively. Yuna nervously fiddled with her hands, saying that she did not know why the young man was asking her about this, but if he had not saved her then, the girl would never have told. Yidzin looked up at her, asking in his head if the girl really thought that she could change anything. The guy remembered how the soldiers were doing construction. Looking at the children, Inguk said that looking at this, he wanted to do something good, something that a good parent should do. He turned to the protagonist, saying that this was the only way to see his daughter's face, because he had hurt her so much. Yidzin turned around abruptly. The boy smiled in confusion, asking why he didn't know before, since he should have spent more time with his daughter, since family is the most precious thing. The boy raised his head, saying that Yuna's father said that he worked tirelessly to see his daughter. The girl was surprised, asking what he was talking about. The boy looked ahead from under his brows, answering that he had to convey her father's words. Yuna was perplexed, when suddenly the boy said that Inguk wanted to see his daughter's face before he died, and regretted that he couldn't. The girl's eyes sparkled, and the boy added that this is what her father told her. Bleeding, Inguk shouted loudly that this was an order for the boy to meet his daughter and personally convey his words. He was chained, shouting that even if he survives and can meet his daughter in person, Yidzin must tell her this. The protagonist stood unwavering, holding a weapon in his hand. Before his own eyes, the boy saw it before his death. Yuna trembled, asking if the protagonist had met her father before his death. Yidzin stood up from the table, saying that was all he could say. The girl stared into space. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she wondered if these were her father's words. The protagonist turned around. As he slowly walked away, he thought that he didn't know then, but now the meaning of his request. The young man thought that Inguk did this not only for himself, because it was also a reason for him to leave the battlefield, and the guy's task was not a selfish request, since he saved Yidzin with this errand. It was a clear day outside, and the protagonist's apartment rang. Yidzin opened the door. In front of him, he saw a man whom he called Lieutenant. After a while, they were sitting at the table in front of Yu, who said that this was the first time they met face to face. The lieutenant smiled widely and said that it was true, adding that to be honest, he came to Korea with Yidzin, but he couldn't come because he thought he would ruin his family reunion. Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was true, adding that he didn't know but wanted to thank him personally. He said that during the conversation, he thought he was just a representative of the embassy, but then he found out that this was the reason Yidzin was able to return home, to which the man chuckled and said that the protagonist had helped him a lot. After saying this, he remembered that he could actually be a dead man. After a short pause, Yu bowed and said that if he hadn't helped, Yidzin wouldn't have returned to them, so he asked to accept his gratitude for his help, albeit late. The protagonist watched the elders silently. Daeun also watched them from the kitchen. Seeing this, the lieutenant waved his hands in confusion and said that he didn't need to say that, to which the old man changed the subject, saying that he realized that he was a soldier when Yidzin called him lieutenant. Daeun put the food on the table, and her grandfather asked the guest how he and the protagonist met. The man was a little confused, but then quickly replied that he went on a business trip abroad, and Yidzin accompanied him. It was quite awkward. Hearing this, Yu opened his mouth in surprise, then quietly said that what a coincidence, and the lieutenant laughed and added that he really almost died. After that, the old man pointed to the snack on the table and asked the guest to have a snack, since it was almost lunch. The lieutenant took the snack and, looking at Daeun, asked if she was Yidzin's sister. The girl nodded her head and quickly answered, yes. Hearing this, the man smiled warmly and said that the protagonist's sister was his younger sister, so she could call him Appa. Hearing this, Daeun, who was 17 years old, asked with a smile. At this time, the lieutenant, who was 36 years old, closed his eyes. After a while, a large number of different dishes were placed on the table. The entire family watched as the lieutenant ate greedily. Yu, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, asked him to slow down. Tears appeared in the man's eyes, and he said that he didn't even know how long it had been since he ate a home-cooked meal like this. Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows in disappointment and asked if his mother. But before he could finish speaking, the lieutenant covered his mouth with his hand and replied that she was a terrible cook, so his father ate outside, and even when he ate her food, he had to maintain a straight face. After saying this, he closed his eyes and said that his favorite part about enlisting in the military was the food, and that it was sad. Daeun and her grandfather smiled in confusion after hearing this story. Meanwhile, the protagonist ate rice in silence. After a while, the signboard said HS-25. Inside, the protagonist and the lieutenant were sitting, saying that he was very glad that Yidzin was doing well, adding that the other guys asked him to say hello. Hearing this, the guy remembered all his comrades with a smile on his face. Leaving his memories, he asked why the man suddenly showed up, to which the man brought a can of soda to his mouth and replied that he had some business to attend to, so he came to see him. Fortunately, he had a few days off. After saying this, he looked down and added that his grandfather seemed like a good person to him, and his sister looked good. Hearing this, Yidzin smiled warmly and said yes. The lieutenant looked at his friend without a hint of doubt in his eyes. After a short pause, he stood up and said that he had to go, adding that he was already late. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up in confusion, and the man adjusted his jacket and said that he wanted to talk to him a little longer, but he had to meet his fiancée. The protagonist was surprised, asking if the lieutenant had really gotten engaged. The guy adjusted his jacket, firmly answering, yes. Yidzin looked at him emotionlessly. The lieutenant got angry, asking if the protagonist really thought that he would not have a girlfriend, to which the guy answered with a trembling voice, no. The lieutenant scratched his nose, saying that this was unusual, but the rich family decided for them. After all, he did not have much time to meet girls because he was constantly traveling, so it was some kind of blessing. As he left, he waved his hand, asking the guy to take care of himself. Suddenly, he stopped, calling out to Yidzin. The protagonist looked at his back in surprise. The lieutenant turned around, asking if the guy had found out what interested him. He remembered how he had narrowed his eyes in surprise, asking Yidzin's question about what a family was. The boy looked at him and nodded his head. The lieutenant remained silent. The senior looked away with a smile, saying that he thought he understood a little now. The boy smiled, saying that they would see each other later. It was a clear day outside. Jiyeon walked into the office with a smile, apologizing for calling him suddenly, since she couldn't stay here for long. The lieutenant smiled, saying that it didn't matter since he was the one who suddenly contacted her. The girl sat down, saying that she heard that he had been sent abroad a lot lately, so he must be very busy. The boy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, saying that he was just pretending to be busy, to which Jiyeon smiled, saying that she knew how busy he was, and then asked what other people were doing then. The boy scratched the back of his head again, grinning in confusion. The girl smiled, thinking that she didn't expect to meet a soldier, and if it weren't for the family that does this, they wouldn't have even met, and then asked how many times they had met before. Hanchin put his hands on the table, confidently answering, 14 times. Jiyeon took a sip of tea, saying that it had been over a year since their engagement, but they had barely seen each other, asking if they were too busy. The lieutenant suddenly laughed. The girl put her cup on the table, saying that she had a request. The guy looked up at her, telling her to just say the word. Jiyeon put a piece of paper on the table. The guy immediately looked down at it. The girl pointed to Idzan's photo, asking him to find information about him for her. Hanchin became wary, frowning slightly. Jiyeon folded her arms across her chest, saying that the boy had transferred to Yuna's class, but all the information about him was fake, and when she tried to find other ways, the government stopped her, and suddenly the boy asked her for forgiveness. She looked forward in surprise. The lieutenant frowned, saying that he didn't think he could fulfill her request. Jiyeon's expression changed. She continued to look into her husband's eyes without saying a word. Turning away, the girl said that she understood everything, so there was no need to worry. Hanchin blushed with anger, thinking that he cared so much about Ijin. A few days later, the protagonist was talking on the phone, asking if the lieutenant and his company had been captured. The soldier moved crouched, asking what happened, because the enemy's movements had changed abruptly. One of the opponents pointed his weapon forward. The subordinate said that they had cornered the opponents in the target area. The leader smiled maliciously, saying that it was time to hunt. The protagonist held the phone to his ear and asked if the lieutenant was in danger. It was very bright in the SW group director's office, and the old man's voice could be heard answering, namely, adding that he had been informed that Lieutenant Hanchin and his men had been attacked by the military. He sat in a chair and continued to say that he had also heard that they periodically went into skirmishes, and that their soldiers were currently preparing to rescue them. The old man looked at the phone and said that he had informed the protagonist because he knew about his relationship with the lieutenant. Yidzin looked ahead and said that since he had told him all this, it meant that the lieutenant was in a terrible situation. The director closed his eyes and quietly replied that this was unfortunately true, but he needed to control himself. The protagonist was completely calm. The old man opened his eyes and told him not to even think about acting on his own. He needed to leave it to the military. But the protagonist remained silent. He looked down and heard the director say that things were not like before. He had a family now. After a short pause, the guy slowly opened his mouth and quietly said that he understood everything. After saying this, he hung up. For a few seconds, he continued to stare at his phone screen. A few years ago, Hanchin, with a bandaged head, happily exclaimed that this guy was really Korean. The protagonist was sitting on the bed in front of him. The men behind him smiled happily and asked if his memory had returned, to which the lieutenant turned around and answered, "A little, but that's all," he said. Some time later, at night, Yidzin was sitting on the bed. In the morning, a can of soda was placed on his head. Raising his head, the guy saw Hanchin in front of him, who was telling him that he didn't need to force himself to remember and didn't need to rush. After a while, the lieutenant turned around in shock and asked if his real name was Yidzin. The protagonist stood next to him and coldly answered, yes, adding that he thought that was his name. After a while, a message about defeat appeared on the entire screen. Yidzin was sitting in the computer club with his comrades, while one of them was saying that they couldn't believe that they lost this time. After which someone shouted, asking who had fattened up the front line. Two comrades leaned over to the protagonist, and one of them said that he should report that it was Jungler's fault, while the other said that he shouldn't listen to him. One evening, the sky was bright crimson. Suddenly, Hanchin ran into the room and shouted that they had found Yidzin's family, adding that he had a grandfather and a younger sister. The four boys, including the protagonist, looked at the lieutenant in surprise. There was surprise in Yidzin's eyes. Suddenly, his friends began to ruffle his hair and congratulate him, adding that when he returned, he would be eating school lunches. Hanchin, along with everyone else, was very happy for his friend. At present, the protagonist hung his head in disappointment. Suddenly, he was called to dinner, causing him to raise his head sharply. Downstairs, his grandfather was calling him to sit with them, holding a plate in his hands. Yijin stood silently in place. He slowly raised his empty gaze to his relatives. His sister and grandfather looked at him in surprise, when suddenly Daeun asked why he was just standing there. Hearing this, the boy came to his senses. Smiling, he sat down next to his sister. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, and you said that everyone was jealous of him for having grandchildren who could dine with him. Hearing this, Daeun smiled widely and happily asked why they were jealous of this, since she was sure that everyone did this. Yu closed his eyes and said that it was true, since the other grandchildren did not do this. Daeun brought a spoon to her mouth and said that in that case they would come and bring him dinner next time. to which her grandfather replied in confusion that he did not say this so that they would do this. The protagonist looked at the old man with empty eyes and turned to him. Mr. Yu raised his head forward with a smile on his face. The protagonist looked him in the eyes, asking if the old man would help someone who had once helped him. Yu looked away, answering that it would be difficult to answer this question, because it depends on what kind of help it was and what he had to do. The guy narrowed his eyes, hearing that one thing was for sure. Mr. Yu confidently said that the kindness of the person who first helped was enormous. He looked at his grandson, saying that it was impossible to change the kindness of the one who helped without asking for something in return. Smiling, he added that there are times in life when you need to repay the kindness that was given, and even if this is impossible, you must do everything you can. Yidzin's eyes sparkled. The old man scratched the back of his head, saying that he did not know if he had said too much, because he was not good at talking. The protagonist smiled and said that he was indeed glad that he could meet his grandfather again. Mr. Yu's expression changed, his eyes widening. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that he was glad that his grandson told him that. Yidzin and Dan suddenly looked at each other. The guy smiled, saying that he was glad that he could see his sister again. The girl was shocked by his words. She lowered her head in embarrassment, thinking that maybe it was because her brother lived abroad. But he said such a thing so easily. Yidzin looked ahead coldly, telling the other guy that he would go there, and he would like Yuna's grandfather to prepare something if possible. The old man listened to him, and then they both fell silent. The forest was quiet. The lieutenant crouched as close to the ground as he could, trying to catch his breath. Coming out to the soldiers, he said that they would rest here for a while, and then asked some of the guys to inspect the area and check how many were chasing them. Suddenly, a guy came up behind him, saying that they were all very tired. He pointed to Kwansik, who was sitting by a tree, and added that the guy had lost a lot of blood. Hanchin frowned, saying that they had to get to at least the next zone to be rescued, to which the soldier asked if they could go that far, since their supplies were also almost gone. The lieutenant gritted his teeth in anger. The squad pitched tents. The opponents discussed how everything was coming to an end, to which the leader folded his arms, saying that he was surprised that the opponents were able to hold out for so long, so they were not such an easy target. He smirked, saying that if they did not have civilians to protect them, and if they were in unfamiliar territory, the damage they would have inflicted on them would have been much greater. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. The guy grabbed his eye, feeling the same pain again. He recalled Ijin with the knife, thinking that the pain returned every time he tried to forget. The plane flew over the forest. The protagonist was sitting on a bench. He closed his eyes and dozed off. The servant pointed to the map, saying that the name of the zone was Grion, and that was the zone the boy would need to go to. The high school student looked at the screen carefully. The subordinate added that the lieutenant went to rescue the Korean researchers who were there to study the local minerals, and he took them away without any problems. However, on the way back, they were attacked by unidentified armed forces. Turning his gaze to the side, he added that the uniform and supplies for Ijin had been prepared, and they had received support from the military and the local government to take the boy to the Grion zone. The old man turned to the protagonist, asking if he was sure. The young man folded his hands, answering, yes. His gaze and Yuna's grandfather immediately met. The loudspeaker immediately announced that there was 1 minute left until reaching the landing zone. Yidzin continued to sit, looking down. Raising his head forward, his gaze lit up with a bright light. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. School. The lesson was being held in the classroom. Hukjin was looking at his phone, and Jahan was sleeping. Yunchin was sitting alone at his desk. Yuna looked at the lonely boy and asked herself why Yidzin had not yet arrived, adding that she wrote him a message, but he did not even look at it. Night slowly fell on the forest. There were many empty shells on the ground. The protagonist looked around. He saw a small crater in the ground from a grenade. He passed by fallen trees and, looking at the tracks on the ground, said to himself that the lieutenant could not even leave the second checkpoint. Turning in the direction where the tracks led, he said in his head that if he was going this way, then he must be heading to the third checkpoint. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes. At that time, numerous shots were heard in another part of the forest. The enemy squad was furiously advancing. At that time, Hanchin's squad was shooting back from cover. The lieutenant turned around while reloading. Suddenly, he saw that one of the opponents had pulled out an RPG. Horror and fear appeared in his eyes. At that very second, he brought the sight to his eye. He quickly aimed at the head of the man with the RPG. Without thinking twice, Hanchin pulled the trigger. But when the bullet hit the man's head, he managed to shoot. There was a powerful explosion, which fortunately did not reach the lieutenant's squad. One of the enemies happily raised his hand after the explosion. Hanchin's men stopped shooting. During the next minute, the enemies began to gather. After that, they left. Hanchin rose from cover and ordered a situation report. A guy came up to him and reported that they had no more casualties, but they were almost out of ammunition. They had to deal with this, but they couldn't take another fight like this. Smoke from the fire rose into the sky as the lieutenant asked how long it was until the next checkpoint, and how much time was left, to which the guy told him that they had 3 hours and 20 minutes and they would have to go about 7.5 kilometers to the southwest. Hearing this, Hanchin gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at the survivors and said to himself that in that amount of time there would definitely be casualties among the civilians, and they were in the forest. The situation was very dire. One of his comrades looked in the direction the enemy had gone and said that they retreated every time they had a few casualties and then pursued them again. They don't attack all at once. Hanchin frowned in anger and said to himself that they had been slowly whittling away at their forces from the beginning. They do this constantly as if they don't care how many casualties their side suffers. Remembering the enemy's position, he said in his head that all those they send are scattered randomly across the area. But the strategies of these soldiers are completely different. Remembering the military vehicles, he said to himself that at first he thought they were attacking without a plan. But after numerous skirmishes, they found a pattern. Remembering the first checkpoint to which they had to retreat, he also remembered the ongoing firefights and explosions that pushed them back to the second checkpoint. The same thing happened then. They are pursuing them as if they know their entire route. The civilians were sitting dejectedly to the side. Staring at them, the lieutenant said to himself that in their current state, the best choice would be to defend the third checkpoint and hold out until the rescue team arrives, then firmly said that he will bring these people back no matter what. Night fell, lights were on in the enemy tents. The subordinate said that looking at the current route, the enemy would go to the area where they were expected, and they had already sent soldiers there. The leader smiled, saying that there weren't many areas they could escape from. The angry man entered the tent, asking menacingly how much longer his soldiers had to die. He came closer, shouting that they weren't even attacking everyone at once, but were simply sending soldiers and retreating again and again. The leader raised his menacing gaze at him. The man's body trembled with fear. The leader came closer to him, saying that their special forces were experienced, and if the man's pathetic soldiers had attacked everyone at once, they would have suffered many more casualties, and they would have let them escape. He pointed at the man's forehead, adding that then the man would lose his military power, and would lose the areas he controlled. Taking a step forward, the guy added that now it had nothing to do with the man. He turned around abruptly, when suddenly a bullet flew into his forehead. The subordinate held the gun steady, watching the man's falling body. The body fell to the ground with a loud crash, bleeding. The leader approached the exit, carefully looked outside. When he came out into the street, he saw tied-up soldiers, intimidated by his subordinates. The leader pointed ahead, saying that there would be several animals that escaped their trap. Smiling, he added that his soldiers should find these people and finish them off, after which he added that since they did not need these guys, they could get rid of them. It got dark outside, and someone's voices were heard in the forest. The soldiers walked forward, when suddenly the guy looked back, saying that there were 500 meters left, and at this speed of movement, they would definitely arrive on time. Hanchin frowned, answering that from now on they would slow down and move carefully, because he knew that the enemy knew this area well. With his weapon pointed forward, he thought that the enemies had a perfect idea of their direction of movement, and there was a chance that they were already aware of the checkpoint. The leader folded his legs on the table, saying that he loved these moments when he caught an animal that thought it had escaped. The subordinate sat on a chair, looking at him. The guy grinned, adding, especially when he thinks he has escaped and realizes that he did wrong, after which he asked to let the soldiers know that the prey would arrive soon. Rustling was heard from behind the bushes. The lieutenant and his lackey carefully walked forward. Hanchin's face changed. Coming out into the clearing, he saw many bloody corpses. Turning his head, the guy saw corpses sitting by a tree. Looking behind the rocks, the lieutenant noticed a pool of blood. He looked ahead in horror, wondering what had happened here. The subordinate ran into the tent, shouting loudly that they had lost contact with the Alpha team, which was waiting in ambush. The leader jumped up from the table, asking menacingly what he had just said, to which the boy replied that they had tried to contact them several times, but to no avail. The leader clenched his teeth in rage. He slammed the table and asked what was wrong with the Delta team that was escorting them, to which he received the answer that they were following about 2 kilometers from the target, after which he gave the order to contact them and tell them not to let the enemy escape under any circumstances. Grabbing the radio, he said that he would do it himself. pressing the button, he addressed the Delta team, to which they replied that they were currently fighting the enemy. The leader was surprised when suddenly the team reported that they were attacked while they were pursuing the target, and they were currently in combat. The leader began to walk around the tent anxiously, asking who they were fighting. Looking at the radio, before he could get an answer, a loud explosion was heard. The leader raised the radio to his face, unable to say a word. He gritted his teeth, wondering if they had really been hunted all this time. Loud shots were heard in the forest. The protagonist ran quickly past the trees. Stopping, the guy looked ahead carefully. The cartridges were quickly flying out of the machine gun. The enemy troops were shooting without stopping. The bullets flew past the protagonist, who was saying to himself that in about 30 minutes the lieutenant's squad would be able to escape, and until then he would hold them back. Thinking about this, he took off. The guy deftly rolled into a small ravine. From there, he carefully stuck his head out. The enemy squad was shooting at the place where he had been just recently. Aizen brought his eye to the sight. With one shot, he killed the first one. Then he abruptly moved the sight to the second one. Thus, in a few seconds, the protagonist killed several opponents. The enemies from another shelter pointed to the place where the shelling was coming from, but at that very moment, they died. Seeing this, one of the enemies pointed his finger in the direction of the protagonist. After that, fire opened on Aizen. He was sitting behind a rock and did not stick his head out. After a short pause, he began to move, saying to himself that in this area the enemy would not be able to determine his position. He looked out of the corner of his eye in the direction where the enemies were, and thought that he would use this to his advantage and carry out an attack from a different angle. Shots were heard and flashes were visible throughout the forest. The lieutenant's squad looked in the direction from which they came. One of Hanchen's subordinates turned to the commander and reported that this was the point through which they passed. The lieutenant continued to look back and ask himself what was happening here, adding that the enemies here had already been neutralized, and there was a skirmish where they had just come from. Thinking about this, he raised his hand and told everyone that he did not understand what was happening, but they would wait here until the rescue team arrived. After saying this, he turned back to the direction of the gunshots. He frowned, trying to figure it all out. At this time, enemy soldiers were dying from headshots. Their comrades were firing continuously from machine guns. The protagonist was hiding from the gunshots behind large rocks. When the gunshots stopped, he looked towards the enemy and said to himself that they seemed to have realized that they did not have many people, and that he was attacking from different directions to confuse them. While he was thinking about this, the enemies opened fire again. Bullets flew over Aizen's head, who said in his head that the enemy forces had diminished over time. He began to crawl to another place, thinking that even if you count the people he killed, many were missing. After a few minutes, the guy slowly crawled to the tall grass. He stopped and looked around. Not far in front of him he saw 3 people and said to himself that he knew it. They realized that there were not enough people here and sent several soldiers. 3 people, but they did not know his position yet. With these thoughts, the protagonist looked through the scope. The next second, all 3 soldiers were killed. There was a lot of red blood on the grass. Aizen lowered his weapon and said in his head that he no longer had an advantage. Then he looked at the watch on his hand and realized that there were still 14 minutes. It was slowly getting light outside. The soldiers pointed their weapons forward, waiting for the enemy. The guy turned to the lieutenant, saying that the rescue team was transmitting that they would arrive soon. The guys were sitting in cover with a smile. Hanchen pointed his machine gun forward, ordering them to concentrate until the very end. Looking ahead, he did not hear a single sound. The lieutenant did not move, thinking that he was worried, because he had not heard shots for a long time. Suddenly, a voice came over the radio, saying that it was Aizen. The soldier was surprised when the protagonist suddenly said that he would join them in 3 minutes. He turned to the lieutenant, asking if it was Yidzin. Hanchen was shocked, wondering if the one who eliminated the enemies was fighting behind them. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, looking forward. In the depths of the forest, the lieutenant saw a silhouette. With his hands raised, he was approaching. Hanchen crouched down, pointing his gun forward. Looking through the scope, he noticed Yidzin. The lieutenant opened his eyes wide in shock. Without lowering his hands, the protagonist approached them. Hanchen looked at the guy, asking if it was really Yidzin. The soldier was surprised to hear his name. The boys took a closer look, saying that he was indeed a high school student, and then asked how he got here. The lieutenant looked at him, unable to say a word. His eyes met the guy's. The plane's propeller suddenly started. The planes rose up and flew forward. The lieutenant immediately jumped up. He stretched his arms forward and grabbed the protagonist by his clothes. He began to shake him, asking why Yidzin came here. The youth looked him in the eyes, saying that he knew this area better. Hanshin frowned, asking if the boy thought he was the same as before. Looking up, the protagonist replied that this was why he came. He looked into the distance, adding that if he hadn't come, knowing that Hanshin and his squad were in danger, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. The lieutenant's eyes were wild. He peered into the boy's face. Hanshin immediately gritted his teeth in rage. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he asked what he should do with Yidzin. The youth looked into his eyes emotionlessly. Kicking up dust, the plane landed on the field. The soldiers walked around their wounded comrades. The subordinate came up, saying that Alpha Team had been wiped out and 17 of Delta Team's 20 men had been killed. He frowned, saying that they should have looked into it further, but it seemed that Alpha Team had been defeated, unable to put up much of a fight, and Delta Team had been ambushed while moving. The leader folded his arms, asking about the enemy. The boy came closer, saying that they hadn't been able to figure out anything except that the enemy's numbers were small. The leader gritted his teeth, wondering in his head what had gone wrong, since the team had moved as they expected, and they should have waited a bit and taken out the enemy, but Alpha Team had been wiped out, and Delta Team, who had followed them, had suffered heavy losses. He blushed with anger, trying to remember when he had seen a fight like this. Sweat beaded on his face in fear. The leader looked down and said, 001, while the subordinate stood there in confusion. The leader put his hand to his face and said that 001 was like this, after which the guy asked if 001 hadn't been eliminated a few years ago. The man with the eye patch ordered to check again and analyze the situation as if the bastard was alive. It was evening, the building of the SW Group company. Inside, bodyguards were running around the hall. The protagonist was among them, and Sukjo was running next to him. Yuna was watching them from the stands. She did not take her eyes off Ijin. After running, everyone approached the ropes. The protagonist began to climb up without difficulty. Sukjo looked at him with displeasure in his eyes. There was no emotion on Ijin's face. After a while, there was a paired task where the guys jumped over obstacles. The protagonist and Sukjo were next. At the whistle, they broke into action. The first one overtook his opponent with lightning speed. The coach and the others looked at him, wondering what kind of monster he was. Yuna opened her mouth in surprise and said in her head that he was good at this kind of thing. Sukjo ran after his opponent with all his might. In a matter of seconds, they finished and stopped. Sukjo was breathing heavily, leaning on his knees. The protagonist, on the other hand, stood up straight, wiping sweat from his chin. Sukjo did not take his displeased gaze off him. After a while, they returned to the locker room. While changing, Sukjo continued to stare at the protagonist, when suddenly, he pointed to a blood stain on Ijin's hand and said, "His hand." The guy looked down at the wound. He then put on his jacket, quietly saying that it was nothing serious, and his comrade said in his head that the injury must be very serious if it was bleeding through his shirt, adding that he trained with such a hand and still had the best results. Looking away, the guy quietly said that when he looked at him, the protagonist glanced at Sukjo out of the corner of his eye, who finished saying that he felt like a small fish in a huge pond. He frowned and added that there was a lot he didn't know about Ijin, but one thing was for sure about him. He turned to his locker and said that considering his behavior when they saved Yuna, the sparring during the first training, and his level of basic training, he must have been training like this for a very long time. The protagonist listened to his comrade in silence. Sukjo suddenly chuckled, saying that he had been called a genius since childhood, but Ijin felt like an insurmountable wall, so he was a little upset, but he still didn't plan on losing to him. The protagonist put his bag in the locker and said that that's why he understood him so well. She closed her eyes and added that it would be strange if he didn't notice that he was trying to beat him in every training session. He understood how he felt. He was smarter and more intelligent than him even though they were the same age. Sukjo looked at his comrade in silence. Yidzin turned to him and said that from what he heard, he had been Yuna's bodyguard since she was a child, but he was also trained as her assistant. Sukjo turned away and said that he didn't know how he knew about it. But he was right. His grandfather was one of the CEO's main secretaries. His father also served under the CEO. The guy looked down and added that that was why it was decided that he would work for SW since he was a child. But Yuna was the same age as him, so they grew up together, and that was why. Naturally, he was trained to help her when she got a job at SW. The protagonist threw his backpack over his shoulder and said that he could not help anyone, especially since he did not know how. Hearing this, Sukjo looked at his comrade in surprise. Ijin began to leave, saying that everyone had a different purpose. Sukjo was silent and watched him go. After a short pause, he caught up with him and firmly said that he was not going to lose to him in training or sparring anyway. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his comrade with a warm smile on his face. Yuna was waiting for them at the door. When they approached her, she said that they had worked hard today. Then she approached the protagonist and asked if something had happened recently, why he had not come to school. The guy, without looking at her, coldly replied that nothing had happened. Hearing such an answer, the girl thoughtfully looked at him. Suddenly, Aizen's phone rang in his hands. The protagonist saw that Lieutenant Hamchin was calling him. He answered the phone and heard a familiar voice saying that Kwansik's surgery was a success. He also said that there was nothing to worry about now, which made the corners of the boy's mouth go up slightly, and he said that it was a relief. The lieutenant smiled widely and said that the doctors said that there could have been big problems if they had stayed any longer, so Kwansik was only alive thanks to him. He looked at the floor and thanked his friend, because if it weren't for him, they would have been in big trouble. Not only Kwansik, everyone really was thanks to him. Then the protagonist heard all his old friends thanking him. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from Hamchin's face when he said that he actually wanted to ask for something. Hyedzin looked down when the lieutenant said that he didn't want him to ever return to the battlefield again. Hamchin put his hand to his head and said that he knew he shouldn't say that after helping them. But it was wrong because he had a family now and everything was different, so there was no need for it next time. The protagonist stood there and said in response that it was thanks to him that he met his family. Hearing this, the man's eyes showed surprise, and then the guy added that he felt it was worth going back. After saying this, Hyedzin's eyes showed sadness. Hamchin suddenly smiled widely and thanked him for saying that. The protagonist smiled back, and then said that they would see each other next time. After saying this, he hung up. Yuna looked at him with surprise in her eyes. Seeing this look, Hyedzin was surprised. The girl approached him and asked if he had to go home so early, to which he put his hands in his pockets and replied that he was not going home because his friends were waiting for him at the computer cafe. Hearing this, Yuna asked again, a computer cafe, to which the protagonist nodded and answered, yes. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and she exclaimed that she would go with him. Sukjo stood behind and looked at his friend. After a while, they arrived at a computer cafe. Hyedzin froze in place from what he saw. Yuna and Sukjo stood behind. They watched as the cleaner cleaned the destroyed hall. Sukjo immediately went to the cashier and asked what happened here, to which he, putting his hand on his head, said that he did not want to talk about it. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and said that students in the same uniform as them were playing games, but students from other schools came and began to beat them up chaotically, and a massacre began. The protagonist, hearing this, silently picked up the phone. At this time, it was a dark night outside. Yunchin ran down the street with all his might. At one point, he abruptly turned the corner. He sat down on the floor as thugs ran past his alley, shouting that they needed to find him quickly. Yunchin was breathing heavily, wondering what he should do. He remembered how many thugs were on the street. He remembered Jahan fighting and shouting at him to run. Hyukjin was also fighting, adding that Yunchin should not tell Hyedzin anything. Leaving the memories, the guy with eyes full of horror said in his head that there were too many of them for the two of them to fight them, when suddenly his phone vibrated. Yunchin immediately got it. What he saw on the screen made him surprised. The main character was calling him. At this time, Jahan hit the attacker in the face with all his might, but suddenly he himself took a strong blow. The guy quickly came to his senses after the blow. At the same second, he hit the second attacker in the stomach with all his might. The guy fell to the floor and Jahan looked away. Not far in front of him, he saw Hyukjin being kicked in the stomach, but the guy quickly recovered and struck back. After that, Jahoon and Hyukjin pressed their backs to each other. Not far in front of them, there was a group of beaten people, and further away, there was a crowd of others. Among them, there was a guy who was smiling madly and saying that they weren't that bad, adding that he began to doubt when they said that more than 10 people were beaten. Jahoon gritted his teeth and said to himself that this damn Inchin brought even more people with him. After thinking this, he wiped the blood and said that he now understood who he was up against, adding that it was probably easy to talk non-stop while his thugs did all the work for him. Hearing this, Inchin blushed with rage and asked what. Jahoon smiled and mockingly asked if he was afraid that everyone would see him lose. Inchin rushed towards them at that moment. His eyes were burning. He was shouting insults at them. Jahoon looked at his opponent without a trace of fear in his eyes. Inchin made a quick punch, which the guy dodged. After that, he immediately counterattacked, but his fist was stopped. The guy immediately struck his opponent in the face with his other hand. Inchin's eyes showed fury as he looked at his opponent. He made a quick attack, but Jahoon crouched down. Then he attacked the opponent with his foot. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that he couldn't hit hard because he was too tired. But suddenly, shock and horror appeared in his eyes. Inchin grabbed his leg. Smiling madly, he said that he was finished. After saying this, he hit the guy in the face with all his might. Then he delivered a powerful knee strike. Jaehoon fell to the ground with a crash. Seeing this, Hyukjin screamed, but a man with a bat appeared behind him. He was hit in the head with all his might. When he fell to the ground, the crowd started beating him up. Blood was flying from his sneakers. Red with rage, Inchin was shouting for them to know their place. He was kicking the guy lying on the ground in the face. Suddenly, his subordinate picked up the phone and said that Tisu ordered them to bring these guys to him. Inchin got off the beaten Jaehoon when they asked him what to do with the one who ran away, to which he replied that they needed to call those who were chasing him and tell them to return to the base immediately. At this time, 5 people were standing by the river. Yangchen stood in front of the protagonist and said that they were playing games, and suddenly they were attacked by high school students from Gosok. Probably this is retribution for what happened. And then Inchin appeared. They were not prepared, but Hyukjin and Jaehoon managed to fight them off. Hearing this, Yijin asked with a calm face, "Inchin?" To which the boy replied, "Yes, he is the right hand of the strongest guy from Gosok High, Disu." Yangchen looked down sadly, adding that the two are famous enough to be wanted by gangs. They forced them to fight outside, and there were about 20 more people there. After Hyukjin and Jaehoon saw this, they said that he was in the way and ordered him to run. The guys behind the protagonist silently listened to the guy, who continued to say what else they told him not to tell him about this. Holding back tears, Yijin quietly said that all of this is his fault, because it was because they helped him back then when the Gosok seniors fought with him. Yijin looked at his friend silently. After a short pause, he asked where he saw them last time, to which Yangchen raised his head in surprise and answered, "In an alley near the subway." He had been there several times. Hearing this, the protagonist silently walked forward. Yunchen looked at his back and asked if he was really going to find them, to which he firmly answered, "Of course." Hearing this, shock and horror appeared in the guy's eyes, and he said to himself that even Yijin couldn't handle 20 people openly, and Gosok was full of guys who would join gangs as soon as they graduated. At this time, the protagonist remembered how he and his friends played games in the computer club. They also ate noodles and drank soda there. They all did homework together. Leaving his memories, Yijin clenched his hand into a fist, when suddenly Yunchin caught up with him, shouting that she would also go with him. Yuna, looking at their backs, asked in confusion what they should do. Sukjo silently stared after the guys. Suddenly, a man next to him looked at him and asked if he really wasn't going. Without taking his eyes off him, he asked if they weren't his friends from class. Hearing these words, Sukjo opened his mouth in surprise. The man smiled and told the boy to remember that no matter how long he had been with them, he was still a high school student like them. The protagonist and Yangchen continued to move away from the others. Sukjo took a few confident steps forward. Smiling contentedly, he quietly said that he would be back. Having said this, he turned to Yuna and repeated that he would be back soon. The girl looked at him with surprise in her eyes. She looked at his back, saying in her head that his expression was not the same as before. Suddenly, she raised her head and said that she did too then, but the bodyguard stopped her, saying that she did not need to interfere. The man watched the guys leaving and said that she did not need to go with them. Hearing this, Yuna looked at him intently. After a few seconds, she turned away with red cheeks. Cold sweat from confusion appeared on the man's face. At this time, Yunchin walked forward, saying to himself that Yijin was good at fighting, and then asked himself if he could stand up to 20 people by himself, when suddenly a guy quickly passed by him. Seeing him, Yunchin opened his mouth in surprise. Sukjo caught up with them and stood at the same level as the main character. Yijin glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Sukjo looked ahead and quietly replied that they were classmates after all. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled. After that, the three of them went to save their friends without a drop of fear. After a while, 3 shadows loomed over a pool of blood and broken weapons. Yangchen, blue with fear, firmly said that they were definitely there. Looking away, he asked if they had escaped. Sukjo picked up the broken phone and said that it was not so, adding that they were taken away. When he found another phone, Yangchen came over and said that these were Hyukjin and Jaehoon's phones, to which the guy said that they were lying in the same place and were stepped on, so he thinks it was intentional. At this time, the protagonist was standing over a pool of blood. He silently looked at it. Yangchen sadly lowered his head and asked what they should do, when suddenly several people came out from around the corner. They noticed the boys and one of them said that these bastards were from Sinan school. All 3 immediately looked in their direction. The strangers immediately recognized Yangchen, whose face showed fear. All four stepped towards the boys, telling Youngchin that they had a hard time because of him, adding that he ran away, abandoning his friends. Sukjo gave the guy the phones and said that now they can ask them where they went. The protagonist stepped towards the bullies. He immediately rushed to attack. Hyunjin easily blocked the blow. Then he punched his opponent in the face with all his might. At the same second, the second attacked him from the side. Deftly dodging, the protagonist punched the opponent in the stomach. Then he grabbed his head, after which he hit his knee in the face with all his might. At this time, Sukjo delivered a strong blow to the opponent's chest. Switching to the second, he dealt with him in a few blows. The next second, the two of them stood over four defeated opponents. Youngchin looked at the guys with his mouth open in surprise and said to himself that they defeated four in an instant. One of the bullies was shaking in pain. The protagonist sat down next to him and asked where they put the two guys who were fighting here. There was rage in the bully's eyes. Hyunjin looked at him with his eyes burning with hatred. But the bully showed him the middle finger and ordered him to shut up. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist slammed his face into the asphalt with all his might. He lost consciousness from such a blow. When Hyunjin got up, the guys looked at him in surprise at what they saw. After a short pause, Sukjo looked away and said that from now on he would be the one talking. The protagonist silently looked at his friend. At this time, several bullies were standing near the bar. There were even more of them inside. Hyunjin and Jahan were lying on the floor. The second one raised his head heavily. Suddenly, what he saw filled his eyes with horror. He saw a guy with tattoos swinging a bat in different directions and said to himself that it was Tisu. Inchin and his men stood behind him and said that they had brought them. Tisu's face was splattered with blood. Hearing this, he threw the bat on the floor. Raising his hand, he ordered for a cigarette. Putting it in his mouth, he sat down on the sofa and said that when he thought about how he was humiliated in front of the Sunbi because of those bastards. Losing himself in memories, Tisu remembered sitting in front of a man with a scar on his cheek who asked if it was true that 10 guys from Gosok beat up only 4 guys from Sinan. Hearing this, Tisu knitted his eyebrows and asked in surprise what. The man looked at him with displeasure in his eyes and said that if he didn't know, then most of their company was from Gosok. And he too, so they were looking for people who would fight well for their company. There were also 3 security guards standing behind him in the office who continued to say that 10 of his guys were beaten up by 4 rich students from Sinan. His eyes filled with anger and he added that in that case, they would have no choice but to reconsider their attitude towards them. Leaving the memories, Tisu took out a cigarette and asked Inchin if he could imagine how they were humiliated in front of them. The guy looked at his boss in confusion. At this time, Hyunjin and Jahun slowly stood up. Tisu looked at them and asked if they were those bastards, why only 2? Inchin looked away in confusion and replied that one of them escaped. But they would catch him later, and they did not find the other one. Hearing this, Tisu turned to him and shouted furiously, asking if he personally went there and this was the best he could do. Did he really want to become like that too? Inchin looked down in fear, saying to himself that the boss was more irritable than usual today. Who knows what will happen if he provokes him in this state? Tisu put a cigarette to his mouth and asked if they could really be beaten by such weak-looking guys. Looking at the protagonist's friends who were looking at him, he ordered them to say who the 2 of them were. Jahun smiled maliciously and said that Tisu was daydreaming. As soon as he said this, he kicked him with all his might, ordering him to speak. Tisu exhaled cigarette smoke, then ordered them to stop. Hearing the order, his subordinates froze. Tisu put out his cigarette and said that it was time to do it, then said that the first one to speak would be able to leave. Hearing this, shock appeared in the eyes of Hyunjin and Jahun. The leader smiled ominously and continued to say that whoever didn't talk would work for them, and even if they ran away, his men would drag them out of the school, and their whole life would turn into hell. These words made the boys tense up even more. Suddenly, Hyunjin raised his hand to his face and mockingly asked what he just said. He and John started laughing, asking if he had watched too many movies. When Tisu heard this, his eyes filled with rage. Seeing this, his men turned blue with fear. The leader, with a bat in his hands, rushed to the attack. He began to beat the boys furiously, causing blood to fly in all directions. His subordinates looked on in horror. Tisu did not stop, striking from top to bottom. One of the thugs approached Ikin and whispered if they should stop the boss, because this was getting out of control. But everyone continued to watch as the leader brutally beat Hyunjin and Jahun, shouting at them to know their place. But suddenly, Tisu heard a strange sound, which made him raise his head and ask what it was. The 3 guards at the entrance of the bar were beaten. The door inward opened, and all the hooligans fell silent. Inchin furrowed his brows in anger and asked what the hell was going on. Tisu stared intently towards the door. The protagonist, Sukjo, and Yunchin entered his bar. Tisu turned around and asked them with displeasure how they got in, what the guys were doing outside. What Yunchin saw horrified him. His friends were lying in pools of blood. The protagonist and Sukjo remained calm. Suddenly, Yunchin looked at Yunchin and said that he was the bastard who ran away back then, and then asked if he really ran away just to call more friends. Everyone who was in the bar at that moment started laughing at them. The guy looked at them with fear and wondered how many of them were there. Tisu threw away the bat and asked what kind of situation this was. He sat down on the couch and said that those bastards were just hanging around here and talking shit. Sukjo stared at their leader. The protagonist did the same. Tisu lit a cigarette and asked Inchin what he was waiting for. Hearing this, Inchin raised his head and loudly ordered everyone to grab the three of them. The thugs stood up from their seats with bats in their hands. Inchin exhaled heavily and said to himself that he was very glad that they were able to take care of everything today, adding that if this continued tomorrow, he didn't even want to think about it. But as soon as he heard the sounds of blows, he looked up questioningly. Then he saw Ijin and Sukjo beating up his men together. They threw the beaten bandits at others like sacks. Inchin looked at what was happening in shock. Those who had not yet rushed to attack began to slowly retreat. Tisu, seeing this, frowned in displeasure. The protagonist and Sukjo took off their backpacks. Inchin became furious and, raising his head, shouted with all his might, ordering them to attack. Hearing the order, the bandits rushed to attack. Ijin began to parry and strike his opponents at the same time. He stepped on one of the defeated ones. Pushing off him, the guy soared into the air. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. The bandits looked at him with their mouths open. When the main character landed, several people fell at once from his kick. Sukjo was also fighting non-stop at this time. He threw the hooligans away from himself with one blow. Yunchin stood behind and watched the whole time. The main character dodged a quick blow with a bat. Then he grabbed his opponent by the neck, after which Ijin slammed his face into the table with all his might. At this time, Sukjo kicked the opponent back a few meters. They immediately pounced on him from the side. But suddenly a big guy grabbed the guy from behind. Sukjo immediately understood what he needed to do. Tearing himself off the floor, he kicked the first attacker in the stomach. After that, he hit the big guy behind his back with the back of his head. When he loosened his grip, the guy grabbed his arm. Pulling him towards himself, he threw the thug over his shoulder. Seeing this, Tisu's cigarette fell out of his mouth. Inchin gritted his teeth. Youngchin's mouth opened in surprise. The protagonist and Sukjo were fighting back to back. After a while, dozens of beaten thugs were lying on the floor. Tisu's eyes were full of rage as he wondered what this was. Only Yidzin and Sukjo were standing. There was no emotion in the protagonist's eyes. Tisu looked at him, blushing with rage. Yidzin took a few steps towards him. Inchin stood to the side, shaking with anger. The protagonist walked past him. Suddenly, a fist flew into Inchin's face. Sukjo knocked the thug down with one blow. He looked at him with contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, Tesu grabbed the bat and asked himself where these guys came from. The protagonist slowly walked towards the leader, who was thinking that he should be tired by now. He stared at him and told himself to come closer. The next second, a blow flashed in his eyes. Yidzin easily blocked the blow with the bat. Then he hit Tesu in the throat with all his might. After that, he grabbed his head. Pulling it towards himself, the guy hit his knee in his face. Blood from the leader's nose spurted everywhere. His eyes lit up, and Tesu said to himself that he was beaten by some random high school student. If they found out about it, his life in the organization would be over. With these thoughts, he took a folding knife out of his pocket. At that moment, he opened it. Tesu swung it, but the protagonist deftly grabbed his arm. Then he twisted his opponent's arm. Feeling terrible pain, Tesu screamed. Yidzin then hit his opponent's head on the floor with all his might. The leader was lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. The protagonist looked at him with contempt in his eyes. Sukjo sighed in relief upon seeing this. Suddenly, Yunchin heard familiar voices and turned around. Hyukjin and John came to their senses. The guy immediately ran up to them and asked if they were okay, but Hyukjin asked if he looked okay. Jahan looked up and saw the protagonist. Yidzin looked at his friend questioningly. The guy showed a thumbs up and firmly said that in the real world, he is a challenger, despite the fact that in the game he is a bronze. Hearing this, the three saviors froze in silence. The thug shouted at the other two that they were idiots. A kick sent Tisu flying. The next kick hit Iken in the face. The red-shirted criminal scolded them for not being able to make up for the humiliation of the gang. The two fighters stood in front of the man who had beaten them. The bandaged thug lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. After kicking the offending man, Their enraged bandit said that it would not make things right. Continuing to kick Tisu, the red-shirted thug began to explain that their group needed to gain as much influence as possible since the Gosung and Songsu clans had disappeared. Without ceasing the barrage of blows, he declared that he was just a worthless nobody who was disgracing their organization. Iken stared at the floor with wide eyes. Stepping out of the shadows, the scarred criminal told his subordinate to stop. The man frowned as he looked at the offending fighters. With his hands in his pockets, he was annoyed that the pair were useless. Tesu bared his teeth. Lighting a cigarette, the leader asked if his assistant had sent his guys. He replied that they should have been there by now. Looking at the cigarette, the villain reasoned that if they had not joined the family, everything could have been different. Frowning, he ordered that their arm or leg be broken after they were caught, since the students should pay for getting involved with the gang. Looking at his boss, the man said that he would let his team know about his order. Tesu, hearing these words, smiled. The entrance to the nightclub was visible. Yunsu, throwing open the doors to the office, turned to his boss. The boss glanced at the member of his organization. Opening his mouth, the man said that he found out why Chuman's people were making a fuss. Looking away, he explained that some guys got involved with a high school student. Dusik looked surprised and was confused by what he had just heard. Staring at his leader, the man continued by saying that they were now sending thugs to hunt down the kids, as they did not want the news of them being beaten up by a schoolboy to spread. The gang leader exhaled smoke. Taking another drag, he ordered for his men to be called. Still looking at the seated gangster, Yunsu said that he had already done so. Smiling widely, the man said that they had heard about the situation with the congressman and had returned to meet the leader. Dusik smiled. Getting up from the couch, he assumed that these guys were just looking for an excuse to play again. His hand pulled on the door handle. Walking through the door, the boss saw dozens of his subordinates congratulating him on his return. Frowning, he looked ahead. Looking at the guys, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bowing, the subordinates listened to their leader's speech. He bowed his head and suggested that they get to work before having a drink. The night city was visible. Several people were running towards the schoolchildren. Sukjo was covering his classmate with his body. Looking at their victims, the thugs were glad that they found the couple earlier than they expected. Smiling, the bearded bandit said that the guys should go with them for a while. The guy looked ahead. His companion, making a surprised face, looked at the boy. A moment later, several black cars arrived. Guys in business suits got out of them. They approached the robbers. Taking one of the criminals by the head, the man reminded them that he had warned them about the consequences of their revenge. The schoolchildren looked at what was happening with confusion. The night street was visible. A fight was taking place in the club. Many beaten men were lying on the floor. Dusik and his gang were walking down the corridor. Baring his teeth, Chuman asked his competitor why he had come, since his organization had done nothing to him. He turned to the man with the scar, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at him, Dusik said that children's fights should be left to children, and not to involve adults in them. Chuman, with wide eyes, was surprised by his opponent's words. Leaning forward, he could not believe that the gang leader had come to him because of a high school student. Smiling, he said that he considered showdowns between adults to be fair. On the dark street, the sign of a restaurant was lit. Daeon was finishing her noodles. A second later, she was already drinking the broth. Having finished her meal, the girl was beaming with happiness. The brother looked at his satisfied sister. With her mouth wide open, she was happy that after so much time she was able to dine on such delicious noodles again. Smiling, Aizen said that no one said anything. Hearing the ringing, he took out his phone. After answering the call, the guy asked what was the matter. Hearing Dusik's voice, his eyes widened. Looking at the fast food, the protagonist told the thug that he was currently eating lunch at a convenience store. Holding the phone to his ear, he received an invitation to a barbecue, but declared that it was too much. Opening his mouth, the criminal agreed that having lunch with someone like him might be too much. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, the thug received an order for noodles from the convenience store. Looking down, the protagonist said that he did not need anything more expensive. Dusik was surprised by the boy's answer. Closing his eyes, he accepted the invitation to lunch. Standing surrounded by his comrades, the man looked at his phone. The school was visible in the rays of evening light. Hearing the teacher say that they were done for the day, the students stood up from their desks. Opening his mouth wide, Jahan invited his friend to go play. Looking at his friend's hand, Yongchen asked if he would be okay with his injury. The boy with red hair declared that he would be okay since his fingers could move. The boys looked at him in surprise. Frowning, Hyukjin warned that he would not tolerate whining about a sore hand in a game. Continuing to look at the student, the boy assumed that he would still use his injury as an excuse, to which Jahan gave him a thumbs up. Turning to Sukjo, the red-haired student offered him to go with them as well. Frowning, he was not surprised by the offer. Touching his hair, the boy said that he would pay for the food, since it was the least he could do as thanks. The young man looked at his classmate seriously. Smiling, he agreed. Opening his mouth wide, Yuna also expressed her desire to go. Sweating, Hyukjin asked the girl if he wanted to go with them to the computer cafe. With wide eyes, she asked why she couldn't go. Looking at the floor, Sukjo turned to Yidzin. He looked at his classmate in surprise. Frowning, the boy shared what he had heard about the protagonist's low rank and asked if it was true. The protagonist confirmed that he had only received bronze. The boy smiled as he left. He was beaming with joy as he walked towards the classroom exit. Looking at the upstart, the young man became a little angry because of the Geo smile. The computer club logo was visible. Making angry faces, Hyukjin and Jahan argued over who should deal with the enemy. Smiling, Yunchin listened to the shouts of his comrades. Sitting behind her friend, Yuna watched his game. Sitting at the computer, the red-haired boy shouted at the entire room. Addressing his comrade, Hyukjin reproached him for being worse than Yidzin today. The friends were holding food in their hands. Sitting in their chairs, they began to eat the delicacies they had bought. Holding popcorn in her hands, the girl continued to watch the game. She brought the ice cream to her lips and looked away. Her gaze stopped on the main character. The players were saying goodbye to the protagonist on the street. The guy noticed that his phone had received a call. His sister's name was written on the screen. Picking up the phone, he heard her ask if her brother had eaten, to which he replied that he had not eaten yet, but was almost home. Looking ahead, he heard Daeun say that she saw him. In front of the boy stood a girl with her grandfather. Standing in front of the boy, the old man explained that they had gone out to get groceries. Turning around, he said that he would go with them, to which the old man asked if he was tired today. Smiling, Yidzin calmed him down by saying that he and his friends were just walking. The sister looked at her brother. The family was passing through the vegetable section. Daeun was choosing potatoes. The whole family was smiling and heading home. Seeing how the boy was holding bags in his hands, the grandfather offered to share them. Looking at the old man, he said that it was not hard for him. The boy was looking forward. Suddenly, he turned his head. The protagonist noticed a man standing nearby. He stood with his eyes closed. A moment later, the long-haired boy looked at him. Yidzin opened his eyes wide. Opening his mouth, the mercenary remembered his partner number 1. The protagonist remembered that this man's name was Liam, and his number was 6. A picture of how they fought together appeared in the boy's memories. He remembered the face of 6 perfectly. The boy could not move from the spot. Opening his mouth, the grandfather called out to his grandson. The old man asked if he had met his friend. Turning his head, the young man said that this man was his friend. The mercenary was approaching the family. Smiling, the old man introduced himself to him. Making a sweet face, Liam said that he was glad to meet you. Looking out from behind her brother, Daeun said that the feeling was mutual. The protagonist looked attentively at his former comrade. He, smiling, also looked at him. Looking at the long-haired man, the grandfather offered him to have dinner with the family. Closing his eyes, he declined the offer. Looking at his grandson, the old man said that he and Daeun would go home and leave the guys to talk. The granddaughter and grandfather walked away from their former partners. Looking at the ground, Liam noticed that the protagonist looked alive for a dead man. He asked how 6 managed to find him. Looking at the burning lanterns, the mercenary continued his speech by saying that the camp found out that Yidzin was alive. Looking the guy in the eyes, he informed him that they were looking for him right now. Taking out a cigarette, he said that the mercenaries would not find him for now. Opening the lighter, the man said that the camp would soon find the fugitive. Frowning, he added that they would send him to eliminate the protagonist. 6 looked into the eyes of his former friend. The long-haired man smiled and decided that Yidzin could no longer be cautious. He put his hands in his pockets and explained that he had come to see his old comrade. Looking at the silent youth, he offered to eat together since it had taken a long time to find him. Liam ate noodles. The protagonist ate onigiri. Having eaten his fill, the mercenary leaned back in his chair. Looking at the empty food containers, he said that it was delicious. Taking a bite of his food, Yidzin shared his opinion that it tasted good, was easy to eat, and was high in calories. 6th, making a surprised face, was surprised at how rational his former comrade was thinking. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked the man sitting opposite how he managed to find him if the camp could not. Smiling, he replied that he knew the protagonist better than anyone and knew that he was alive. The guy silently looked at the mercenary. He asked if his memories had returned, to which he received an affirmative answer. Looking at Idzin, Liam said that this was great happiness. Crossing his legs, Sixth reasoned that if 32nd knew about it, his reaction would be interesting, because he fell into depression after the news of his comrade's death. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked his old acquaintance if he had told anyone else that he was alive, to which he received an answer that it would be better if no one knew about it. Looking at Liam, the guy was surprised that he had guessed everything. Frowning, he listened to the words of the survivor that he was surprised that he did not tell his superiors about this. Smiling, the mercenary said that he did not expect this either. A burning building was visible. The military stormed the burning gates. They were walking towards their target with raised weapons. A column of smoke was visible from behind the tall grass. A dirty soldier was lying on the ground. He opened his eyes a little. Yidzin looked through the scope of his rifle. Liam was approaching him. The long-haired guy knelt down and touched the ground. He noticed blood on his fingers. His gaze turned to the side. There, the mercenary noticed a boy lying down. Six rose from the ground. He shouted something to his group. A moment later, the boy disappeared from the spot. Smiling, the man thought about why he did it then. Looking at the protagonist, Liam said that he should consider him a friend. The guy looked down. Without looking away, Six assumed that the mercenary known throughout the country was his former comrade. He silently looked away. Closing his eyes, the mercenary said that he knew it and was glad that his activities did not overlap much with the activities of the camp. Liam clutched the can in his hand. Frowning, he said that Yidzin should stay away from the camp. Opening his mouth, the protagonist justified himself by saying that he had no choice. Sixth, silently looking at him, noticed that his partner had been acting differently since his memory had returned. Looking at the empty street, the man supposed that it might have seemed that way because of where he lived. Tilting his head, the mercenary couldn't decide whether it was good or bad. The protagonist heard the vibration of his old friend's phone. He reached for the device. A second later, he put the phone to his ear. Yidzin looked at the man sitting opposite him. Sixth frowned. The protagonist raised his head. Sixth took the cell phone away from his ear. Having finished the conversation, he put it back in his pocket. A moment later, the mercenary grabbed a wooden stick. Liam broke it in half. A moment later, the tip of the stick rushed towards the guy. He grabbed the attacker's hand. He managed to stop the fragment right in front of his eye. The mercenary hit him from the side. Yidzin managed to stop the attack towards him. The second half of the stick almost reached his neck. Dropping the chair under him, Six said that he only wanted to see his friend's face. Standing on the table in front of him, the man assumed that the camp had figured out what was going on and had given the order to kill the protagonist. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist decided that there was nothing he could do. Liam's eyes widened. A woman entered the building. She looked at the two guys. While cleaning up after themselves, they were discussing the importance of sorting trash. They were looking at the waste containers. Turning his back on his target, Six decided that this was not the best place to make a fuss. Looking ahead, Liam addressed one. Turning his head, he said that he liked his previous partner much more. Yidzin looked at the mercenary leaving. With his hands in his pockets, he walked down the dark street. The SW building was visible. Sukjo was working out in the gym. He saw a call on his phone. Looking at the screen, he saw that Yidzin was calling him. Wiping sweat from his face, the boy asked what happened, to which he heard a request for help. Sitting on a bench, the boy with black hair asked what the request was about. Standing in front of the store where he was almost killed, the boy asked to get access to surveillance cameras in one place. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist added that there was someone who should not be constantly monitored. Opening his mouth, Sukjo explained that this was a long process that required permission from higher-ups. Turning his head, he asked when the hero needed it. Frowning, he replied that right now. Making a surprised face, the boy was surprised by such a request. The man, smoking a cigarette, asked if that high school student was really coming. Yunsu looked at him and explained that he had come some time ago and asked to borrow his motorcycle, so they decided to lend him the boss's motorcycle. And the leader asked why the assistant hadn't told him about it right away. Gritting his teeth, the man exclaimed that they really gave his motorcycle to the guy. The gang member answered in the affirmative, noting that he was their brother after all, and shouldn't they have lent it to him. Rubbing his neck, Dusik answered in the negative, realizing that he didn't use his motorcycle anyway. Putting his hand on his chest, Yunsu explained that he was confused because he came in the middle of the night, and these days, just the sight of a school uniform makes him feel uneasy. The young man was riding a motorcycle. Looking ahead, he listened to the words from the radio that they had already sent him the address and his target would not go anywhere from there. Seokjun, leaning on the balcony, said that he had followed the man, but his actions were extremely strange. The protagonist continued driving, listening to the informant's words about the person they were looking for avoiding cameras and moving erratically. And there could only be one reason for this. Frowning, the student explained that the reason was to hide his destination. The young man, looking ahead, heard the question of what was going on and explained that it was his personal business. The student narrowed his eyes, realizing that he would have said that anyway. Looking at his phone, Seokjun understood that everything was not just like that, because considering that the protagonist was asking about his location, it could be concluded that he was heading there now. Frowning, the guy knew that the person they were looking for was a foreigner, so no information about him could be found. The protagonist drove up to a certain bay. A container warehouse was visible in the distance. Taking the phone in his hands, the young man realized that in order to get to this outskirts, he had to spend a lot of time. Remembering his grandfather and sister, the guy understood that if he left this case, he would be at a disadvantage because he had someone to protect. The hero frowned, realizing that he had to end it now. Someone was reloading the gun. It was Liam, preparing the weapon. The guy squinted. He was filling the clip with bullets. Suddenly his phone rang. Six put the phone to his ear and heard a question from there about what he was doing in the country where they found the first one. Looking at the case with the rifle, the mercenary explained that they had been together since the beginning of training. So perhaps the camp knew about him no better than he did, and also added that he had just finished the next case, but heard that he was still alive, so he came just in case. Squinting, he told his interlocutor that the traitor was still alive and he must be destroyed under any circumstances and as soon as possible. Grinning, the man replied that since the sixth one took on this case, they could trust him. He had a bandage over his eye and asked the boy to be careful, because it was not for nothing that the target was called the first. Sitting down on a chair, Liam noted that a lot of time had passed since then. Smiling, his boss said that it was so because he couldn't even fight normally, because he hid for a long time. The mercenary put his hand on the table, listening to the words that the interlocutor would wait for good news. He looked at the phone. There was his reflection in it, and suddenly the fighter noticed something. The protagonist was already running behind him. The young man's eyes were fixed straight on him. The mercenary grabbed the gun in his hand. The guy knocked him down. The gun fell out of the killer's hands. Suddenly they disappeared, jumping away from each other. The hero stood in front of him, smiling. Liam could not understand how he was able to find him there so quickly, because really through the surveillance cameras, since this is not what he expected. They were ready to fight and both understood that this was where it would all end. Grinning, the mercenary said that he already knew it would happen soon, but not that soon, and also asked how much time had passed since he left them. The protagonist, looking at his opponent, said nothing. Frowning, the killer noted that he was still silent. Suddenly, they came closer. The fighters began exchanging many blows. The hero, bowing his head, dealt countless blows. Suddenly, he moved his opponent's hand away from himself. Thanks to this, the guy was able to strike his opponent on the cheek. Immediately after, the young man struck with his elbow, and after that, another knee attack to the head. But the mercenary grabbed him by the leg, blocking the blow. Blood spurted. A blood stain appeared on the protagonist's pants. Holding a knife in his hands, the mercenary noted that he was really good. Grinning, he added that he had become better since then. The young man, looking at him, did not say a word. The killer was already rushing at him. The guy dodged his first attack. The student continued to dodge countless attacks. Suddenly, he noticed something. The hero jumped. The enemy swung his knife. The mercenary managed to plunge it into the boy's shoulder. The guy bent over and grabbed his arm. The hero twisted the enemy's arm, breaking it. The mercenary, gritting his teeth, shouted something. The knife fell to the ground. The killer kicked the protagonist. Immediately after the blow, Liam reached for his gun. His old friend held it out in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His own weapon flew into his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, the killer took aim again. The hero was running away from the shots. To dodge them all. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary shouted something. Suddenly, Liam started to run. He grabbed the case with the rifle. The guy, his eyes wide, realized what was happening. As the protagonist watched him go, he realized that he couldn't let him get away. Blood was oozing out of the guy's leg. Gritting his teeth, the young man ran after his opponent. Running out of the warehouse, the hero shouted for him to stop. Liam got on his motorcycle and started to ride away. The protagonist stopped in place and watched him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Memories of his family surfaced in his head. A car crashed into the mercenary's vehicle. The killer flew over the back of the car with a roar. He fell behind it. The young man watched what was happening. The car door opened. Seokjun, holding onto it, said that maybe he shouldn't have gotten involved in this. The guy, looking at him, answered negatively. The student was driving through the city in a wrecked car. Looking ahead, he realized that something was definitely happening there. The last memories surfaced in his head. The student looked at the protagonist and asked if he was okay. The young man stared at his interlocutor and answered affirmatively, but the latter understood that he was not okay at all. Suddenly, they both turned their heads to the side. The mercenary was lying in blood. Seokjun opened his mouth and thought that he had probably hit him too hard. Suddenly, the student looked at the protagonist when he asked to check Liam's condition as soon as possible. But the student asked again. Hyejin looked at him and did not say a word. Closing his mouth, the classmate replied that he understood everything. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he said that when he understood what was going on, the person the protagonist was chasing turned out to be an ordinary tourist. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His car was damaged and he exclaimed, not understanding how to explain to him now that the car was damaged. The warehouse at the port was visible. The mercenary was tied to a chair. The hero stood over him. Looking at the killer, the guy told him to get up, because he already knew that he was conscious. Without raising his head, Liam laughed. Grinning, the sixth said that he did not think that he would have reinforcements, but this could be understood by how quickly he found them. Raising his head, the mercenary noted that it was his mistake to think that he would work alone. The young man, looking at him, did not say a word. Closing his eyes, the killer asked him what he wanted to know. The guy, standing in front of him, inquired about who, besides Liam, received the order to eliminate him. But he answered that he could not say for sure, and doubted that there was anyone besides him, because he was the closest to this place, and the timing was perfectly calculated. The mercenary bowed his head and said that the camp did not want the news of the hero being alive to get out, because they did not want others to know that they had made a mistake in thinking the boy was dead, so they would try to eliminate him as quietly as possible. The young man looked down. The assassin, frowning, added that the camp would never give up, because they had suffered so much damage because of him. Remembering the caller, he explained that especially the mad dog who had led the attack to kill the student. The protagonist looked at him silently. Smiling, the assassin said that he had nothing more to say, because he had told him everything without delay, considering their relationship. But now it was time to die. A knife appeared in the hero's hands. Bowing his head, the mercenary realized that dying at the hands of the first sounded much better than at the hands of anyone else. Liam opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly his eyes widened even more. The hero was cutting the tape around his legs. Looking at him, the killer asked what he was doing, and the boy explained that he was simply cutting the tape. The sixth man, widening his eyes, noted that he had not asked for this, also asking why he had not killed him. As he cut the remaining tapes, he asked in return why he needed to kill his old comrade, but Liam did not understand. The hero, stopping, noted that after all, the mercenary had a reason to live, a reason why he could not escape from the camp. His eyes widened. The boy, tilting his head, noted that he had experienced this himself. Memories of seeing the hero with his family surfaced in the killer's mind. He narrowed his eyes, listening to the boy's words about him now being dead and needing to go where the camp would not find him, and immediately objected that the 32nd would immediately begin to act as soon as the camp learned that the sixth man was alive. The killer's face relaxed as the boy noted that the 32nd most likely felt the same as Liam and that it was better than dying here. The mercenary stood up from his chair. The former partner walked past the protagonist. The hero looked after him. Without turning around, the killer said that at this rate, the first one's family would be in danger, because they would try to use it to eliminate the boy. The young man, turning away slightly, replied that he already knew everything. Looking at his partner again, he said that everything would have turned out differently if he had first taken care of his family, and not himself. Looking intently at the killer, the young man continued, saying that even if so, he would protect such a life with all his might. A small smile appeared on the mercenary's face. Raising his head, the killer explained that he would distort the information about the protagonist as much as possible before disappearing. Suddenly Liam stopped. Turning around, the mercenary asked the first one what his real name was. The young man stood with his head down. Raising it, the guy introduced himself. The sixth one, smiling, also introduced himself, adding that they only learned each other's names 10 years later. A barely visible smile also appeared on the hero's face. Liam was walking away. The protagonist's house was visible. The hero, going inside, was closing the door behind him. He was walking to his room. Suddenly, his body shook from a creak behind him. It was his grandfather. The hero, turning around, asked why he was still awake. Yu, rubbing the back of his head, explained that he could not fall asleep because most likely it was all because of the coffee he drank during the day. Smiling, the grandfather noted that most likely the protagonist was tired and he should go wash up and sleep. Turning to him, the young man answered affirmatively. Suddenly, he looked in the other direction, hearing his sister's voice. Daeun, looking out from behind the door, whispered that he should not be upset that his grandfather was up so late and waiting for him, because he was very worried about the guy. The hero, smiling, answered that he knew it. Still standing behind the door, the sister said that there was also food on the table, so he could eat if he wanted, but the protagonist asked again. The girl, opening her eyes wider, said that her brother liked home-cooked food, so they left him some. The door creaked shut. There were several dishes on the table. The guy, smiling, looked at them. Suddenly, someone's phone received a notification. Seokjun picked it up and looked at it. The phone contained words of gratitude from Yidzin. The student's eyes widened. He turned his head and cleared his throat. Seokjo and Yuna were walking down the school corridor. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. The protagonist was in front of them and the girl noted that it was Yidzin. The hero looked at them. The girl, smiling, asked why he was standing there, to which the young man replied that he wanted to talk to her friend. The smile disappeared from the girl's face as she did not immediately understand the guy's question. A sign for a break room was visible. The guy, looking at the protagonist, asked what he wanted to talk to him about. The student, looking at his interlocutor, said that he needed to tell him what was happening. The guy's eyes widened a little. Standing in place, the hero explained that in the past he worked with a man whom the interlocutor had hit with a car yesterday, and who had come to see the protagonist. The student bowed his head slightly. The hero, frowning slightly, continued to look at him. His interlocutor did the same. Looking at the guy, he asked if this was all he wanted to talk about, to which he answered affirmatively. The interlocutor turned his head when the protagonist explained that it would be better if he did not find out anything else. Continuing to look at him, he added that Seokjo most likely found out something yesterday while digging around in the tracks of that man, also asking not to study him anymore. The student frowned. The protagonist, frowning, explained that he was saying this because the interlocutor had already helped him. The young man exhaled, saying that he did not plan to follow him anymore anyway, because most likely that man was somehow connected with the hero's past, so Yidzin did not want him to look for anything else. Smiling, he added that it was all because he had made a promise earlier. Looking at him, the hero remained silent. The girl turned around and noticed something. Two students were entering the classroom. Her friend was sitting next to her while she was interested in what they were talking about. With wide eyes, Yuna asked again about what happened to them and why they didn't want to tell her anything. The guy smiled timidly, saying that he was asking about how to raise his rank in the League of Legends. Smiling, the student noted that the protagonist really did like games. Raising her hand to her face, she also noted that Yunchin was still better at games, also adding that Heejin and Yihyun were better at games than Seokjo. The guy bowed his head, having received mental damage when he heard the girl's words that Yijin most likely wanted to talk to someone who was the same level as him. The protagonist looked out the window. His sister was standing outside, holding her phone in her hands. She was making a grocery list, thinking about buying some fruit since her grandfather hadn't eaten it for a long time. But suddenly someone called out to her. The girl raised her head. A guy was standing in front of her. Looking at her, he asked if she was from Sinan High School, to which she replied in the affirmative. Smiling, the student asked her for her number. The girl, also smiling, tried to think of what to answer her. With her mouth wide open, she asked again, and the interlocutor noted that there was no need to think anything bad, since he just wanted to keep in touch with her. Smiling, the protagonist's sister refused, saying that giving her a number was a bit weird. Anger appeared on the guy's face. Another student appeared behind him, asking if he had really been rejected. Baring his teeth, the student said that he had not asked her to go out with him, but simply asked for her number. Suddenly, someone hit him from behind. It was Jahan, and he told the guy that she had already refused and that he should leave her. Frowning, the student shouted at them for what they were doing. The girl's defender hit him again, explaining who he was. The young man rubbed his neck, looking back. Hukjin's gaze met the second bully's. As he walked away, the first student understood that they just needed to wait, and then they would show. Jahan exhaled. Smiling, the student asked the girl if she was okay, to which she answered affirmatively. Bowing, the student thanked them for their help, while they said that they did not need to be thanked. Suddenly, all the students and teachers turned around. They were looking at Tesu and his men. Frowning, the bandit asked if this was the place. The student, looking at him, answered affirmatively. Grinning his teeth, the leader noted that he was already going crazy because any student did not respect Gosok. Inchin, he explained that most likely the rumors leaked out and they should clean up the area, suggesting to start with the guy who just ruined everything for some. Grinning, the leader said that he was right and that is why everyone will now know what place their gang occupies here. Pointing his finger, the student said that his offender was standing there. The hero walked next to his sister, explaining that she should have said if she was going to the store and then they would go together, and the girl replied that she just wanted to buy fruit. The leader frowned, and Sung noted that the guy was different from the others. The protagonist's face was calm. Suddenly, Tisu opened his eyes, remembering something. In his memories and the memories of all the gang members, a scene emerged where the young man defeated them all, from which they all turned pale. The guy, looking at the leader, asked what happened, to which he asked what happened after he asked for the girl's number. The bandit hit the student. The young man, holding his head, tried to understand what happened, and the leader asked if the guy was trying to deceive them. They began to beat him, shouting that it was time for him to die for such a lie. The light was on in the protagonist's house. The girl, stabbing something on a fork, noted that the guy really cuts fruit well. Grinning, he answered in the affirmative. Examining a slice of apple, she explained that she had already tried to do this many times, but she never succeeded. The hero got up from the table, hearing the phone ring, and his sister clarified whether the sound was coming from the room. Aidzin closed the door to his room. There was no caller name on the phone, since the contact was not identified. The young man brought the phone to his ear and heard the words that the interlocutor did not expect that he would answer this call at all. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that he thought that it would be that very person. A certain person, standing by the wall, explained that he scattered evidence as far as possible from the student and his movements will also be in this area for some time. And when the unknown person leaves the country, he will leave traces of Aidzin in other countries. The guy bowed his head, listening to the words of the interlocutor that all this will be done in order to cause confusion in the camp, and the hero added that he will also leave some traces of the person speaking to him. The hero lowered his gaze when he listened to the words of the person that the situation was really funny, because the protagonist died and came back to life, and the one speaking to New died while he was alive. Grinning, the unknown person added that he previously thought that they would not see each other again, advising the guy to take care of himself. Holding the phone to his ear, the young man wished the same to his interlocutor. He put the phone on the table, ending the call. The protagonist's academy was visible. The student, turning his head, asked if something like that had happened. Yunchin, looking at him, explained that Jahan had intervened and therefore nothing bad had happened. The said guy added that he had beaten them up a bit and sent them away. Sukjo appeared behind them and asked who had been bothering Daeon. Looking at him, the student noted that the bullies were wearing the uniform of Gosok High School. Squinting, the protagonist's friend asked again. The guy, slightly bowing his head, explained that this was the same school. Folding his arms, he added that this was not just a coincidence, to which his friend responded affirmatively and said that they should not let their guard down. The two guys who had helped Daeon sweated on their faces, because they could not believe that it was actually that serious. Yuna approached them and asked what their problem was, since a simple conversation on the street could become such a problem. The hero turned to her, not understanding her words. Opening her mouth, she explained that his sister had always been popular, since she was really cute. Looking at his deskmate, the young man asked if this was true, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that his sister had really become popular. The student widened his eyes and asked again if his sister had once been popular. Smiling, Yunchin answered in the affirmative, also saying that people had started to stay away from her when Kisu and her sister started to bully her, which was why she had started to look so depressed. Jahan, opening his eyes wider, noted that Aidzinya's sister was really pretty, and his friend said that there were many people who said that. The hero put his hand to his face, thinking about something. The two students squinted, wondering what could possibly be worth thinking about. Frowning, Sukjo explained that they had to confirm it anyway. The boy looked at him. Looking at the hero, he suggested that they go straight after school since they didn't have training on their schedule today, and the others asked if they were listening to them. A sign of a certain bar was visible. Frowning, Tisu asked if people were listening to them. The subordinate, looking at the boss, answered affirmatively, adding that they only had a small argument with the guys from Seongsuk, but they simply ignored them, and the boss noted that they were so scared before that they couldn't even look at the students of Gosok High. Inchin, with his mouth slightly open, said that people's attitude towards them had definitely changed recently. The boss frowned, thinking. The man, with his mouth wide open, asked them who they had gotten involved with. The two guys stood with their heads bowed. Tisu gritted his teeth, not believing that the hero would be familiar with Dusek. The bandit raised his head, hearing his name being called. The ward looked at him and suggested cleaning up the area as quickly as possible. Their boss bowed his head and remained silent. The half-smoked cigarette fell to the floor. Someone put it out with their foot. The bandit stood up from the bench and said that they should start right away. The whole gang grinned when they heard his words. The protagonist and his friend entered the bar. Tetsu saw them and his eyes widened. The whole gang also widened their eyes when they noticed who had come to them. The hero walked forward, but the leader still could not understand why he had come here. The young man stood in front of him. Looking at the boss, the boy explained that he had heard how they had somehow contacted his sister. The leader opened his mouth and said that he did not understand what he was talking about, because how could they be connected with his sister? Suddenly, a memory popped into his head when they saw them together. Sweat appeared on his face as he asked if she really was the boy's sister. The boy looked at him silently. Sukjo also looked at the boss with a frown. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had not approached her because she was his sister, because his brother Sung simply wanted to talk to some girl. But they had only just found out that she was Yidzen's sister. Frowning, the boy asked again about his brother. Gritting his teeth, Tetsu explained that they knew nothing about it and would tell him never to approach his sister again. The boy continued to look at him silently. The leader bowed his head. The hero continued to stare at him without saying a word. More and more sweat appeared on the bully's face. Suddenly, the protagonist and his friend turned around and started to leave. Tetsu, gritting his teeth, watched them go. Sweat also appeared on the gang's faces. The windows of the bar were visible and the leader's voice was heard saying that they should start cleaning at a different time, asking if the others understood how he was feeling now. The sign of the bar was still brightly lit. Yuna, standing in front of the boy, asked what they said, and the hero replied that according to them, it was just a coincidence. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sukjo added that the first person to talk to Daeun was their leader's younger brother, and Jahan exclaimed that the guy really was his younger brother. The girl, putting her hands on her hips, noted that everything was as they had said earlier, not understanding why he was reacting so sharply. Turning around, the hero also said that he planned to watch for a while. Turning away, he explained that he could not believe what they were talking about. A sign for a 24-hour store was visible. The boy was holding onigiri in his hands. Dusik, squinting, looked at him. Suddenly, his gaze dropped down. In front of him lay sealed noodles and 2 packages of onigiri. Putting his hands on the noodles, the man noted that he hadn't eaten at a convenience store for a long time, adding that he could have taken the guy to a barbecue instead. The hero, looking at him, replied that he was fine here. Taking the noodles and chopsticks, the boss noted that as he had heard earlier, the guy had taken his motorcycle. The same one replied that he would return it today, to which the words followed that he could keep it for himself, since this vehicle was just standing in the garage collecting dust. Looking at the man, the protagonist replied in the negative, explaining that he would return it today. Grinning, Dusik agreed with him, saying that he could do whatever he wanted. He put the noodles in his mouth. Looking at the guy, the man realized that he looked like an ordinary good high school student. The boss squinted, realizing that the incident with Congressman Kim and the SW group made him anything but an ordinary high school student, since he was always helping the man. He bowed his head and called out to the boy, asking what he was doing. The boy answered while chewing his food, saying that he was just living his ordinary high school life. The man smiled, not believing his words. The SW group building was visible. The old man was looking out the window. The assistant, standing behind him, called out to the boss, saying that people thought that they were expanding their business too aggressively. The director, lowering his head, explained that people always complained when their food was stolen. But even though the company was moving relatively cautiously, they were bound to make enemies. The secretary, looking at him, noted that this was true. But it was also true that their company was running into dangerous people with their aggressive business expansion, since many businesses were definitely on edge at the moment. The man, raising his head, said nothing. The director and the protagonist were sitting at the same table. The old man, looking at him, offered him some tea. The young man, opening his mouth, explained that everything was fine. While drinking tea, the chairman asked if everything was okay with the student at their company's training center, to which he answered in the affirmative. They were also sitting opposite each other, and the man asked if everything was okay with him at school, to which he answered in the affirmative, and also asked if he had any problems or uncomfortable questions, but the guy answered in the negative. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, noted that he should leave already if the man had nothing more to say, because the training would begin soon. The old man, closing his eyes, said that he could go now. The protagonist stood up from the table. The secretary, looking at the director, was silent. The guy, putting on his backpack, walked away. A group of students ran around the hall. Someone was watching their training fights. The man frowned and noted that the hero hadn't changed much since he started, and Jiyeon wondered if eliminating 2 team members was an accident. The guard narrowed his eyes and said no, adding that it felt like he was holding back to remain inconspicuous. The girl widened her eyes and asked again. Watching the hero spar, the man explained that it wasn't as noticeable as it had been at the beginning, but his athletic training and understanding were higher than their people's. The hero immobilized the enemy, and the security chief noted that he looked incredibly experienced. Frowning, he also said that there was no explanation for the guy's athletic training and combat power, but there was no doubt that he had undergone constant professional training. The girl smiled and laughed a little. The protagonist wiped sweat from his face, and she explained that he was calmly going through difficult training. And besides, he was young and the other team members liked him. The director crossed her arms over her chest and thought about it. There were 2 cups of tea on the table, and a girl asked about her interlocutor's injuries, since he had been injured during a mission. Hamchan, rubbing the back of his head, replied that he was fine, since his injuries were not that serious. Smiling, Jiyeon noted that he was indeed very dedicated to his work, but he should be careful not to get hurt. Putting his hands on his knees, the man agreed with her. Suddenly, the man narrowed his eyes. The girl, looking at him, did not understand what was going on. Looking at her, he asked if they were still studying that student, but the interlocutor asked again. The director's mouth opened in surprise. She narrowed her eyes when she heard the interlocutor say that that student was called Aidzin, surprised, since he had only seen him once, but already remembered the name. Sweat was pouring down the man's face, and she did not understand what he was doing for his terrible attempt to look calm. Jiyeon smiled and replied that they were no longer studying that student. The man beamed with joy, asking if it was true. Closing her eyes, the director noticed that he was glowing with happiness, not understanding what was wrong with him. She opened her eyes. Remembering the protagonist, the director realized that the hero knew her fiancé. The car was driving through the city at night. The girl, bowing her head, called out to the boy. The hero looked at her. Crossing her arms over her chest, she clarified if he really didn't want to be popular, since their company would support him no matter what. But he replied that he didn't. Frowning, the director couldn't believe that he didn't think for a second, since he couldn't at least pretend to think. The boy's body trembled when he heard the girl's question about whether he knew Lieutenant Hamchan. The boy looked at her when she said that the man was her fiancé. The girl smiled. Sweat appeared on the hero's face when he remembered who she was talking about. Grinning, Jiyeon realized that he did know the lieutenant after all. The girl turned her head to the guy. The same one sat quietly, looking forward. Crossing his arms over his chest, she couldn't understand what was causing all this. The man glanced back, not understanding what was happening. Everyone got out of the cars. The staff room was visible. The head of security was adjusting his tie. The guy, bowing his head, realized that the girl really was the lieutenant's fiancée. 2 security guards were standing at the entrance to the toilet. The director was putting on lipstick, standing in front of the mirror. Suddenly, someone came out of the toilet area. A girl passed by her. She stood nearby and washed her hands. Jiyeon was about to leave. Suddenly, the second girl's hand began to reach for her. She pressed a rag soaked in some chemical to her face. The killer narrowed her eyes. Jiyeon was unconscious. The 2 hunters at the entrance had already been immobilized by her accomplice. Looking at him, the girl told him to hurry up and move the target. The man glanced at her. Suddenly, the head of security opened his eyes wide, hearing the words from the radio that the director had disappeared. One of the guards, putting his hand to his ear, said that they had found Jinsu and Kyunggu, who were protecting the director, knocked out on the ground. With his mouth wide open, the head of security shouted at them to close all the exits and check all the video cameras. The hero rushed to the entrance of the staff room. The young man ran down the corridor, realizing that if the kidnappers had defeated the guards and kidnapped Jiyeon, they would have either immediately fled in a car, or fled to assess the situation, and then fled in a car. The guy ran up the stairs. He frowned. The protagonist ran out into the underground parking lot. Running further, Yidzin looked around. Suddenly, the hero noticed a man near a car. The young man rushed towards him. He stood right in front of the car. His eyes widened. There was a man sitting in the car, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the hero noticed something behind him. A certain car was leaving the parking lot. The protagonist ran after it. The guy ran out into the path of the car. The man was driving, and the woman who had put the director to sleep was sitting next to him. The car was heading straight for the young man. His eyes widened. At the last moment, he jumped out of the way of the car. The car turned towards the exit from the parking lot. Putting his hand to his ear, the guy said that he had found the criminal's car, explaining that it was a black minivan, also giving its license plate. Suddenly, the hero jumped. The young man was flying straight at the car. The robbers in the car frowned. The protagonist was flying towards the windshield. The guy managed to cling to the car. The car continued to move forward. The hero gritted his teeth. In front of them was a crowd of security guards blocking the criminal's path. The security began to take out police spikes to stop the transport. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that they were too late. The driver looked at them casually. He pressed the gas pedal. The car began to go even faster. The guards, looking at this, opened their eyes wide. They jumped back at the last moment to avoid a collision with the car. The hero, frowning, looked at them. The car drove away from the parking lot. The car made a sharp turn. The driver swerved to throw the boy off the car. One of the boy's arms gave out. The other arm would soon weaken too. The protagonist was eating a cookie when he heard the words of the interlocutor that he thought a lot. Hamchin, holding a soda in his hands, reminded that the boy had recently asked about what family was. Squinting, he explained that for others everything might be different, but he never thought that family was people who were truly dear. The boy, looking at him, asked again. Smiling, the lieutenant explained that he worked for the good of the country and its citizens, but the reason he worked so hard was because his family was here. The hero, looking at him, asked if people could sacrifice their lives for their family. Opening his mouth, the man asked again. The guy stared at him, smiling. The lieutenant replied that if the time came when he would have to do it, he would do it. The guy's fingers began to bleed. He clenched his teeth hard. The protagonist was able to grab onto it with his other hand. The driver glanced at the side where the young man was hanging. Yedzin swung his legs. He hit the glass with them. Cracks began to creep across it. The driver, clenching his teeth, looked away, not noticing the approaching car. It crashed right into the kidnapper's car. The young man flew back from the blow. He rolled several meters along the asphalt. The bandit's car stood still. Suddenly, its wheels began to spin in place. They started driving away from him. The hero's face was covered in blood. The guy ran after the kidnapper's car. The girl looked back through the window. She smiled and winked at the young man. The hero was visible in one of the side mirrors. His silhouette moved away from the speed. The car turned the corner. The protagonist, holding his hand, was breathing heavily. The head of security drove up to him and asked where they were going. The guy looked at him. He got inside, and the guard, not understanding his actions, told him to get out of the car. The hero, looking ahead, advised them to follow them faster, because they turned right at the intersection in front. Gritting his teeth, the man grabbed the wheel. Looking at the map on his phone, the guard spoke into the radio that the kidnappers were moving on the right side of the avenue, telling the others to work with the police and find out their route by connecting police cars. Their cars went in pursuit. Looking ahead, the head of security was talking about giving the young man a lift along the way, and that he should go home, because of course it happened suddenly, but he was still a high school student and not a licensed bodyguard. The young man, looking at the road, noted that he was currently training and this was all happening at his own will, so the head of security shouldn't worry. The head replied that that wasn't the problem, but the guy interrupted him, explaining that there was a man and a woman of oriental appearance in the car in the passenger and driver's seats, but no other additional passengers. The man frowned, looking at the hero. His entire face was covered in blood. The guard glanced at him. Looking at the young man, he asked if he was okay, to which he answered in the affirmative. Frowning, the man remembered that the report said that Yedzin was holding on to the car. Remembering how he ran, the guard realized that he found the car faster than everyone else and held on to it until the end and indicated their last route. Exhaling, he realized that when he protected Lady Yuna and his current activities make him the most reliable now. A chandelier was visible in a certain house and words were heard that Lady Jion had just been kidnapped. The girl, sitting on the couch, asked again because she did not understand anything. The man, frowning, explained that everyone except a small group of people had been mobilized, and the leader of the second team and the protagonist were currently in pursuit. The girl, wide-eyed, could not believe that the hero was there too. Everyone in the room had a surprised face because of the assistant's words that he would join the second team in a while. Their car had arrived at a certain factory. The man, looking around, explained that according to the information, they should be somewhere here. Suddenly, he noticed something. Several people were standing at the entrance to the illuminated room. They were the two kidnappers and the director. Bowing his head, the head of security told the young man to wait here, realizing that they did not have time to wait for reinforcements to arrive. He got out of the car. Several people got out of the kidnapper's car. They all took out their weapons, preparing to attack. The man gritted his teeth looking at this. The hero, getting out of the car, advised him to go ahead, but the guard reminded him that he told him to stay in the car. The protagonist, looking ahead, noted that he had no choice anyway, because they couldn't wait for reinforcements and there were only 2 of them here. The leader, turning to the guy, explained that this was not like training, because this was a real thing. Lowering his head, the guy said that it would be even better this way. The bodyguard opened his eyes in surprise. A room for employees was visible. Someone was saying that the more he analyzed the places where Yuna was kidnapped, the more strange it seemed. The leader, holding a paper cup in his hand, asked if the leader of the 3rd group thought the same about the high school student, who was most likely a professional. The man looked at him. Opening his mouth, he answered affirmatively, adding that he thought exactly the same. The hero walked forward. The leader frowned. Rushing forward, he said that he trusted these people to him. The bandits looked at him and shouted that they couldn't let him pass. One of them rushed at the bodyguard. The protagonist had already appeared behind him. The guy made several blows at him. The criminal's knife fell to the ground. The young man dodged another opponent's blow. The guy fell to the ground. He grabbed the knife of that criminal. Getting up from the ground, the hero prepared for a fight. Several mercenaries stood in front of him. One of them, looking at the first one, noted that he couldn't believe that he dropped the knife because of some high school student. Having smoked, he also said that he couldn't believe that that company hired a child as a bodyguard, asking him if he used a knife. The young man, holding a weapon in his hands, remained silent. The leader of the bandits noted that apparently today's children have watched too many movies. They walked away, leaving one, telling him that they would go after the one who ran past them, and the remaining one should deal with the boy in return. The bandit in the cap, standing behind, asked if they should hurry, but their leader explained that everything was fine, because he would die faster than they could find him, so they should just act as if they were chasing him. Suddenly, they turned around, hearing the scream of one of them. The young man immobilized that mercenary, twisting his arm. Another one was attacking him. The hero quickly stabbed him with a knife. Finding himself behind, he plunged the blade into his shoulder. The bandit fell to the ground. Everyone looked at what was happening in surprise. The protagonist glanced in their direction. The leader, looking at him, noted that a child bodyguard was still a bodyguard. The young man threw it in their direction. A man in a cap, having prepared a knife, was shouting that he needed to be killed. Something was quickly rushing towards him. The protagonist made several quick stabs with the knife. Blood spurted from the bandit's leg. The man, squinting, did not understand what was happening. The young man continued to move forward, eliminating the bandits. Having hit one in the neck with his hand, he stabbed him in the shoulder. The guy's hand was already behind the criminal. The hero, grabbing his head with his hand, hit him in the head with his knee. The protagonist's eyes were glowing. He was already standing in front of their leader. The leader blocked the first stab with the knife. The guy dodged his opponent's attack. Grabbing the enemy's hand with the knife, the young man stabbed his body with the blade. The bandit began to cough with his eyes wide open. The protagonist hit his opponent in the knee. After this blow, he grabbed him by the head. With such actions, the guy was able to bring the knife to the enemy's neck. The young man held the blade on his neck. He squinted. The hero put away the weapon. The student struck the opponent's head with the handle. All the bandits were defeated. The entrance to the abandoned factory was visible. 2 kidnappers went inside. The girl, squinting, noted that the company reacted too quickly and managed to catch up with them faster than expected. The man, baring his teeth, replied that he had already told Yeonju that the target had been kidnapped. They approached a certain car and the woman explained that although it was early, they needed to move on to the next location, because the bodyguards would be here soon. Suddenly, the kidnappers turned around. The head of security ran in. The man, looking at him, explained that he was the leader of their target's bodyguards. Ji-yeon was still sitting with her head bowed. The guard bared his teeth and asked them how they dared. At the last moment, he dodged a blow from another bandit. He was flying straight at him. The man grabbed his hand. Thanks to this, he was able to hit the attacker in the face. There were 2 more criminals behind him. They also had knives in their hands. The guard braced himself as they were already attacking him. The leader hit one of them in the hand, causing the knife to fly out of his hand. The bodyguard hit him in the face with his elbow. He dodged another blow from the second bandit. The man grabbed the attacker by the hand with the knife. Thanks to this grip, the guard was able to knock him down. Someone standing behind him said that this was enough. The leader's eyes widened. The kidnapper brought a gun to the director's head. While holding the gun, the bandit said that he should not think that they would not be able to kill this woman, because it would be better for them to just kill her if she became a hindrance. The guard gritted his teeth. The criminal pointed the gun and explained that if he moved, the woman would die immediately. Holding the bodyguard at gunpoint, the kidnapper asked him what he was going to do. The man narrowed his eyes, looking at this. The bandit, looking at him, fired. The bullet hit the guard in the shoulder. The bodyguard clenched his teeth in pain. Grinning, the criminal noted that he really did not move an inch even after the shot. The girl, holding the wheelchair, asked her partner to wrap it up, because they did not have time for this. The bodyguard looked at them intently. He turned his gaze to the director. The bandit had already put his finger on the trigger. Lowering his head, the man mentally apologized to her. Suddenly, something appeared from the darkness. Some kind of throwing weapon hit the kidnapper's hand, which was holding a gun. The girl dodged this attack. The knife stuck into the wall. The protagonist ran to the hostage. The guy grabbed the chair by the handles. The hero ran away, taking the girl. Gritting his teeth, the bandit could not understand what had happened. The leader, with his mouth wide open, also did not understand what had happened. The kidnapper began shooting at the young man. One of the shots wounded him in the shoulder. The leader knocked down the shooter. They fell together on the floor. The hero turned around. The man, with his mouth wide open, was shouting at him to run and not look back. The young man began to run even faster. He opened his eyes wide. When Jean opened her eyes, she saw everything blurry. The girl sitting in the wheelchair finally opened her eyes. Squinting, she looked forward. Right in front of her stood the guy. He abruptly closed her mouth. The protagonist put his finger to his lips, telling Jean to be quiet. The girl's eyes widened in shock and surprise. The guy removed his hand when Jean nodded to him. Starting to look around, Jean tried to figure out how she got here from the toilet. Yidzin moved away from the girl and told her that she would have a headache because of the sleeping pills. Jean froze, putting her hand on her face. She remembered how a certain girl grabbed her. Standing at the edge of the container, the protagonist said that he and the leader of the second team were the first to arrive. The police and the rest of the company would also be here soon. Peeking out from behind the container, the guy mentally said that now that the director had woken up, they had more opportunities to retreat, but they would soon be found in this dead end. While Yidzin was thinking about the problematic weapons of the opponents, Jean bowed her head, scratching the back of her head. Biting her lower lip, she tried to understand what the kidnapper's goal was, whether it was related to the purchase of several enterprises earlier. The protagonist suddenly dropped to one knee. Jean, grabbing the handles of the stroller, was worried at the sight of the wounds. The protagonist, realizing this, said that he was fine. Yidzin did not pay attention to the blood on his face. There was a bullet wound on his shoulder. Even his fingers were bloody. Jean froze and wide-eyed, trying to understand why this guy was trying so hard even though he wasn't an official bodyguard. Looking closely at his face, the girl wondered if he was really a high school student. Jean trembled slightly when she heard someone else's voice. Cressilla walked past the containers with a gun in her hand. She narrowed her eyes and told Yidzin to show up quickly, since it was easier for them to kill the prisoner than to mess around with him here and get caught, so they should finish quickly, and then the prisoner would stay alive. A bead of sweat ran down Jean's face when she heard these words. Standing up, she decided that she couldn't hurt the child anymore. Yidzin raised his hand in front of her, stopping the girl. He put his finger to his lips, telling her to be quiet. Jean didn't move, looking at the guy. He stood up. Cressilla narrowed her eyes and looked to the side. She abruptly redirected the gun when she saw the protagonist come out. He stood with his hands raised. Squinting, Cressilla told the protagonist that since he was here, the prisoner was here too. Grinning widely, the girl asked the guy if he had watched enough of the movie. Yidzin did not even look at the girl herself, only at the weapon in her hand. His expression was unchanged. Suddenly, Jean ran out screaming. Cressilla immediately looked at her. Yidzin frowned, looking at the mercenary. Throwing a stone, he managed to hit the girl's hand. She clenched her teeth in anger, grabbing her hand. A moment later, she barely managed to dodge the knife. This time was enough for the guy to get closer and knock down his opponent. Cressilla frowned deeply, looking at the guy. She pulled out a secret knife. Yidzin managed to dodge the girl's knife in a second. Both opponents broke the distance, kneeling. Cressilla rushed forward in anger. No matter how many times she attacked, one always managed to dodge in time. The knife flashed dangerously close to the guy's hand. Cressilla grinned, attacking again. Her blow passed a millimeter from the protagonist's face. He abruptly grabbed her hand. Then he kicked her in the stomach. Cressilla flew back due to the force of the kick. Having fallen to the ground, she looked at her gun. The girl immediately reached for it. The protagonist froze for a moment, thinking about what to do next. Taking the gun, Cressilla immediately turned around to shoot. A cruel grin appeared on her face. The protagonist reached out his hand to the gun. In an instant, he intercepted the girl's weapon. Now he stood in front of her with the gun pointed at her. The girl bit her lip in anger. Jean, standing to the side, was surprised. The protagonist frowned, looking at his target. Smiling, Cressilla told the guy that he had watched too many movies, because even if he knew how to fight, he would not pull the trigger. With a big grin on her face, she told the guy that as a bodyguard, he had only shot at targets before, but never at a person. Yidzin suddenly fired. The bullet hit the girl's leg, and blood gushed out. Cressilla fell to her knees, not understanding how the boy pulled the trigger without a drop of doubt. The boy standing in front of her was not worried at all, and his eyes expressed indifference, as if he was used to it. Cressilla suddenly compared the boy's eyes with the eyes of a mercenary she had seen in the past. Her mouth and eyes opened in horror and consciousness. The protagonist swung his hand with a gun. A moment later, he hit Cressilla in the face. Blood sprayed out of her mouth. A second later, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jean, who had been standing behind the whole time, did not know what to say. At this time, the leader of the second team knocked down one of the opponents. Blood did not stop flowing from his wound. The man clenched his teeth, enduring the pain from the wound on his shoulder. A crowd of mercenaries surrounded him. One of those standing to the side adjusted his cap. He raised his gun, saying that he was interested in where this would lead. One of the large mercenaries attacked Ji-eun's bodyguard. His blow was blocked by the man. A moment later, he counterattacked and knocked him to the ground. The mercenary standing behind everyone with a gun ordered the bodyguard to stop. Frowning, he said that they had already underestimated him because they heard that he was just a bodyguard. But he definitely had some skills. They would have had a hard time with the kidnapping if they had not chosen the moment to change shifts. Covering the wound on his shoulder, the man tried to understand if this was the end. He was stalling for time as best he could, but he was not sure that Yidzin had managed to escape, because Cressilla ran after them. Imagining the image of the protagonist, the leader of the second team smiled. He believed in him. The mercenary frowned, not understanding the reason for the smile. Turning to the enemy, the bodyguard apologized. Without putting away the gun, the mercenary told the bodyguard that he was making a mistake being so calm. The man frowned when he heard his enemy say that Cressilla was so damn strong and skilled. The man clenched his jaw until it hurt. The mercenary said with a smirk that that was why he didn't need to chase after anyone, because it was already over even if he went after her. His trigger finger trembled. The pupils of the leader of the second team flashed. He was angry. Suddenly, a bullet hit the mercenary's hand. The leader of the second team froze, looking at the splattering blood. The mercenary dropped his gun, grabbing his hand. His gun fell to the floor. Bodyguard Jean turned his head to the side. There he saw the protagonist with a gun in his hand. The man involuntarily frowned at him. The mercenary raised his head, sweating profusely. He couldn't understand how the guy got here. The protagonist suddenly started shooting. His bullet hit the mercenary's leg. Yidzin looked to the side. He pointed the gun towards the leader of the second team. He narrowed his eyes, feeling anger and fear. A moment later, the guy fired. The bullet flew past the man's neck. In 4 shots, the protagonist hit 4 of his enemies. Soon, he lowered the gun, stopping shooting. The leader of the second team began to look around because of the screams of the guys who fell to the floor. The man again stared at Yidzin, looking at the mercenaries attacking him. The man noticed that Yidzin spent only 1 bullet on each of them. Meanwhile, Jean stood to the side, covering her ears. Soon she opened her eyes. Her bodyguard frowned. Looking at the protagonist with a gun in his hand, he decided that he was still a professional. Suddenly, sirens rang, and a special forces group arrived at this place. The bodyguards turned around, looking into the distance. The stormtroopers ran forward. Their partners, covered by a shield bearer, walked a little behind. Soon, a huge group of special forces approached Jean's group. The police arrested the mercenaries. The special forces approached Jean and asked her if she was okay. The girl raised her hand, saying that she was okay. Frozen for a moment, she involuntarily looked at the protagonist. He was standing surrounded by men, explaining to them where Cressilla was. Crossing her arms over her chest, Jean ordered the doctors to examine the leader of the second team and the boy. The doctors approached the boy and began to examine his head. The girl took the ointment in her hands, while her comrade held the first aid kit. Approaching Yidzin, Jean asked him if he was okay. He answered, saying that he was completely fine. Squinting, the dissatisfied girl asked the protagonist how he could say such things with such injuries. Shaking his hand, the guy said that the wounds did not prevent him from moving, and this was great, because he managed to return the VIP only with such damage. Jean opened her mouth in amazement, not knowing what to say. Yijin looked at the girl seriously, saying that he had a favor to ask of her. The girl shuddered and asked what kind of favor it was. The guy behind whom the doctors were still standing said that his family would be worried while he was being treated, so she should say that he was training and living in a dorm. Jean froze, her thoughts tangled like a ball. She turned around abruptly and expressed her agreement. No one could notice how Jean looked sadly at the ground. She closed her eyes and moved away from the protagonist. Yijin himself did not move, looking after her. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It turned out to be the leader of the second team. The man now looked different with an almost full torso wrapped in bandages. Smiling, the man told the guy that it was a good job. Yijin only turned to him without saying anything. The leader of the second team followed Jean. The events take us to a luxurious office overlooking the city. A dark-haired man was sitting in a chair. The subordinate approached the table and said that he had been informed about the mission's failure. His boss smiled and said that it didn't matter whether the kidnapping would be successful or not, because it was more important to send a warning to SW. Looking at the picture in front of him, the man said that if things went on like this company would be wary of buying new businesses, and that was more than enough. The heroes were sitting in the interrogation room. The prisoner was surprised that SW Group was under the control of this monster. The policeman frowned and asked who they were talking about. The girl narrowed her eyes menacingly and named the main character. The man looked at her with distrust. The woman looked down and explained that they wouldn't have done that if they had known he was here. Her hands were cuffed. The criminal said that they wouldn't have taken on this case at all. The detective closed his eyes and said that he had no idea what they were talking about. The brunette asked him not to pretend. Looking up, she told him about how this mercenary always hid his face, but he was easy to recognize by his eyes, and added that they had met face to face before. Sitting at an empty table, the kidnapper explained that this Jin had stopped communicating and disappeared about 6 months ago. So according to rumors, he either died from a severe injury or retired, but no one would have thought that he would be hired by SW Group. With a stern frown, the interrogator said that even he had heard rumors about this man, and asked if it made sense that a top-level soldier who had worked in a war zone would work as a bodyguard in a place like this. The prisoner looked at him sternly, but said nothing. The sun shone on the building of SW Seoul Hospital. Ji-yoon was sitting on the hospital bed with her arms crossed over her chest. Her bodyguard was standing by the door with a cast on his arm. The girl looked at him and asked him what he was doing there and reminded him that he had been shot. The man replied that he could do simple tasks. The woman turned away and asked him to leave and rest until he felt better, as one person taking a break would not cause any problems. The guard frowned and said that this incident happened precisely because he had a short break, so he had no right to take another one. The brunette gave him a sad look. Standing in the far corner of the room, the bodyguard told her that the people they had captured were foreign mercenaries, but the company had not yet found out what they had done in the past, and they had several intermediaries, which made it difficult for them to figure out who their client was. Looking down, the SW heiress was upset that the same thing had happened to her as Yuna, and asked if it was a coincidence. The man looked away and replied that he did not think so. Ji-yoon looked down thoughtfully. She raised her eyebrows and said that this kid was even more impressive than during training. The girl turned to her comrade and guessed that this was not an ordinary high school student. The guard narrowed his eyes and decided that this was true. Remembering how the protagonist fought with the mercenary, the woman realized that her grandfather knew who he was since he took him into the bodyguard team. The man told her that when she saw him in action, he already had several broken ribs and torn out nails. A bullet flew past Yijin, and he also had a bullet in his shoulder. The boy punched the kidnapper in the face. The guard frowned tensely and guessed that the boy broke his ribs and nails while holding onto the criminal's car and got hurt when he fell. The brunette opened her mouth in surprise and asked if he really fought in such a state. Her friend explained that the student beat up 5 armed men before the principal woke up. The SW heiress widened her eyes and asked if that was even possible. The bodyguard replied that logically that would not happen, but the mercenary was able to prove otherwise. Ji-yoon got up from the hospital bed. The girl approached her assistant. The nameplate had the student's name written on it. The protagonist zipped up his jacket. There was a bandage on his face and his fingers were bandaged. The woman entered the room and opened her mouth in shock. Watching her savior pack his things, the brunette asked what he was doing. Yijin replied that he needed to go home because it had been a few days. The brunette frowned and reminded him that his wounds were serious and that he needed to finish his treatment. The boy packed his things and explained that it would be better for him to rest and recover at home rather than stay in the hospital. The principal objected and asked who came up with this idea. The boy turned to her and said that it was the doctor's idea. The SW heiress frowned in confusion. The student zipped up his bag. Jiyeon frowned sternly and asked what he would tell his family when he got home. The student looked down and said that he would explain his open wounds by saying that he got hurt during training. Looking at him, the girl realized that her savior had prepared all the answers in advance. She looked away and asked the leader of the second team to step outside for a second. The woman frowned and the sound of the door closing was heard. The mercenary did not even look at her. Standing behind him, the brunette asked him to come to her after school. The protagonist glanced at her sideways. The principal crossed her arms over her chest and said that nothing good would come of working for Yun since she was just a child. Yeon's eyes widened in surprise. Jiyeon furrowed her brows and told him that her sister had inherited their parents' wealth and would not be able to change her future on her own. The girl stepped forward and added that things were different for her. The woman approached the savior and said that she could take responsibility for his future. The boy looked at her thoughtfully. The brunette continued to glare at him. Looking at her, the young man said that he only had one question. Smirking, the principal assumed that he was wondering how he would be treated and asked him not to worry about it, as they would give him the best they could. Raising his eyebrows, the student said that it was not that at all and asked if he would stay with Yuna. The SW heiress stared at him in amazement. Standing next to her comrade, Jiyeon remembered the way her sister looked at him during training and asked if they were dating, to which the student denied it. The girl smiled slyly, realizing that Yuna had an unrequited crush on him, and asked her friend to come to her after graduation. The mercenary narrowed his eyes indifferently. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked if his family would not be happy if he had a good job after graduation. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Yeon looked away and thought about it. The brunette watched him carefully. The lamps were burning under the ceiling. The guy promised to think about it. The sun's rays illuminated the residential building. The heroes opened their mouths in amazement and asked if their relative had really gotten hurt during training. The young man smiled awkwardly and confirmed it. They were sitting at the table. Mr. Yu asked how serious his injuries were. The student replied that he only slightly injured his finger, so he needed to heal a little. His relatives looked at him worriedly. There was a plate of fruit on the table. The grandfather called out to his grandson. The man looked up and asked him if he was interested in becoming a bodyguard, and the student confirmed that he was. Holding a cup in his hands, the old man explained that his grandson was still too young and could always change his mind if he was interested in something else. The mercenary's eyes sparkled. Mr. Yu smiled and promised to always support him no matter what he did. The protagonist smiled happily. Yeon narrowed his eyes and thanked his close friend. Scratching the back of his head, the grandfather asked if it was too fast, and decided that being a third-year high school student was too early to worry about his career. The girl covered her mouth and asked what the hell they were talking about. There was a military camp in the forest, and someone asked if 32 had really escaped. The soldier approached his comrade and confirmed it, adding that the news 6th had given to 1 was no longer relevant. The man, whose face was stained with blood, was indignant that the man had lost his composure after his brother's death. A dead body lay at his feet. A hooded man stood at the airport. A soldier said that this was why having a family was useless. There were signs on the wall showing the exit to the parking lot. The stranger raised his head and looked at them. The boy clenched his fist. Then he straightened his bandaged fingers. The young man carefully watched the movements of his hand. In his memory, the criminal looked at him with fear and called him by name. Squinting, the student wondered who she was and decided that since the woman called him by his code name, she was somehow connected to the camp. The phone lying on the nightstand rang. The schoolboy turned his gaze to it. The name of his classmate appeared on the screen. The mercenary looked ahead in surprise. Yuna happily closed her eyes. There were many onigiri on the table. The heroes were at a grocery store. The girl explained that she did not have breakfast, so she would like to eat some kimbap. The protagonist sat down at the table. The girl remembered that her friend hadn't eaten yet either, and asked him to eat as much as he wanted. The brunette opened the onigiri. Looking up, the student remembered that her friend had been injured, and asked if he was okay. Yeon picked up 2 snacks and replied that he was fine. With a sad frown, the high school girl told him that she wanted to visit him, but she was told that no one was allowed to go to his place, and assumed that it was her sister's doing. The guy took a bite of the rice triangle and said that his grandfather had advised him to rest today when Yuna asked why he wasn't at school today. The girl smiled and was surprised that her classmate had listened to his grandfather's words. She looked down and said that she knew what had happened. The girl crossed her arms and explained that he played a big role in saving her sister. The boy said that the leader of the second team did much more and immediately chased after the kidnappers, and also told the bodyguards and the police to track the route. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. Squinting, the student told her that the man caught up with the villains, got shot and distracted them. thanks to which he and the director were able to escape safely, and added that the guard held on until he could guarantee Ji-yeon's safety. The schoolboy frowned and said that he would have been useless if he hadn't done that then. The high school girl smiled awkwardly. Sukjo understood what really happened. The newbie put his hand to his chin and assumed that, judging by his words, the leader of the second team played a big role. The mercenary replied that it was. The student looked at him and noted that the bodyguard couldn't have done it if he hadn't been there, so his friend had also been a big help in the rescue operation. The protagonist said with a sparkling eye that they had acted as a team and explained that protecting the VIP was a priority, and that it didn't matter who had done the most. The brunette frowned and agreed with him. The guys looked at each other sternly. Yuna wondered why they were even interested in this topic. Hyunjin continued eating, and a call rang. The guy looked at the phone screen and thought about it. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked what happened. The young man's eyes widened and he explained that he needed to go to the computer cafe, as his friends needed another person to play with. The student stood up from the table, and the girl reminded him that he was injured and couldn't play the computer with such hands. The schoolboy looked at her and said that he had played poorly even before he was injured, so he needed to go. The brunette frowned in displeasure. Daeun was walking down the evening street. The student smiled and thought that they should eat meat today, since her brother was injured. Some time ago, the girl, sitting at her desk, shuddered when someone called out to her. Her classmates approached her and asked why her brother was still not at school. The girl told them that he had injured his hands at work. The schoolgirls opened their mouths in fear and asked if he was okay. Daeun smiled and confirmed it. The students surrounding the desk were glad that the senior student was not seriously injured and that his handsome face was in perfect order. The girl closed her eyes and realized that her brother was becoming more and more popular. She looked around the corner when she heard someone shouting in displeasure. There was a crowd of people in the alley who were clearly unhappy about something. The girl looked around and wondered what she should do since there was no one around to help. Sung frowned menacingly and ordered someone to say something already. The student widened her eyes and recognized him. Approaching the object of bullying, the bully asked if he was crazy, and was surprised that someone would treat Gosuk High School like this. His accomplice was indignant that only crazy people were picking fights with them now. The schoolgirl remembered how they met on the street and thought that maybe she could discuss it with him since this person didn't seem so bad to her. Daeun approached them and attracted their attention. The bullies looked at her with displeasure. Suddenly, their mouths dropped open in shock. The girl bowed and greeted them. The older boy threw up his hands and said that there had been a misunderstanding, and that the brat had started the fight, and explained that they were just passing by when he demanded that they buy him food. The girl raised her eyebrows and apologized and asked him to just let the man go. Sung frowned in displeasure and asked what that meant. Suddenly, the boys agreed and simply walked out of the alley. The student turned around. She approached the stranger and asked if he was okay. The boy looked up and asked her again. The schoolgirl asked if he was hurt. The answer was negative. Daeun's eyes widened in amazement when she heard the terrible sounds coming from his stomach. The girl smiled awkwardly. The boy apologized to her. The stranger looked at her and asked if she could buy him food. The girl stared at him in surprise. The heroes were sitting at a table in an outdoor cafe. There were several empty onigiri packages on it. The schoolgirl smiled, watching the boy greedily gobbling up the food. The schoolgirl thought that he was really hungry. The young man took a sip of water from a bottle. Daeun realized that they were the same age and assumed that the student had lost his wallet. The stranger put the bottle on the table and said that the food was very tasty. The girl looked at him in confusion, covering his eyes with his cap. The boy apologized for disturbing her and explained that he was too hungry. Smiling widely, the girl replied that everything was fine and assumed that he had not eaten for a long time. Her mouth opened in surprise when the young man told her that he had only recently arrived in this country, but had already lost his wallet, so he had to starve for several days. They looked at each other awkwardly. The student explained that he needed to go to the embassy and ask for help there. The stranger was surprised that he had such an opportunity all this time. The schoolgirl looked at the phone screen and realized that it was too late and that her brother would worry. Daeun looked up. She put some bills on the table. The guy looked at them puzzledly. The girl got up from the table. The girl took hold of the straps of the backpack and asked him to buy himself something to eat as soon as he was hungry again. After that, the student left the street cafe. The young man looked after her with confusion. In the past, the protagonist walked through a destroyed building with a machine gun in his hands. Hyunjin kicked the door down. The soldier raised his weapon. A mother and child were sitting in front of him. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The soldier watched them silently. The mercenary narrowed his eyes when the boss ordered him to eliminate the targets and return. The woman hugged her daughter to herself. The sunlight was falling on them through the window. The boy lowered his weapon. Suddenly, the young man woke up. The schoolboy jumped out of bed and began to breathe heavily. The student grabbed his chest and felt his heart beating furiously. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The protagonist looked at his hand. The door to his room was closed, but there was a rustling sound behind it. Yedzin looked in her direction. He came out of his room. His family looked at him in surprise. Mr. Yu raised his eyebrows and said that he should sleep a little more. The boy approached him and said that he needed to go to school. Daeun raised her hands above her head. The grandfather asked his grandson to rest for a few more days, since he would still be able to catch up on his studies, and his body would recover more easily. The young man closed his eyes and agreed with him. The heroes went out into the hallway. The man warned that he would be late today because his colleague had not yet recovered, so he would have to work longer. The student asked where his sister was going so early. The girl smiled and explained that she wanted to prepare for school a little since she woke up so early. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that the food was on the table. The schoolboy looked at her with a smile. There were several plates with meat on the kitchen table. The mercenary looked down. A clear sky hung over the city. The phone in his jeans pocket rang. Jahan asked if her friend would come to school. The protagonist walked down the street, staring at his phone. A message appeared on the screen. The student said that they would have a full team if their friend came. Yuna said that she could replace him. The student offered her to play with bots, to which the girl sent him a sad cat. Yedzin smiled. A man in a hoodie passed by him. The guy looked back and turned his attention to him. The stranger walked forward without turning around. The young man's eyes lit up. He immediately ran across the road. The stranger disappeared around the corner. The student quickly followed him. The schoolboy ran around the corner. However, there was no one there anymore. The mercenary frowned menacingly. In front of him was an area where construction was underway. Massive columns supported the building. The protagonist went inside. He looked around. The stranger pointed a gun at him. His eyes glowed red. Yedzin dodged several shots. The guy ran behind a column, and the bullets crashed into concrete blocks. The young man hid behind a tall container, taking a step in his direction. The stranger said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and added that he was even a little scared when someone chased him. The student looked back and realized that it was 32nd. Slowly approaching the container, the soldier explained that Six had a habit that only he knew about and was surprised that following him led him to one so quickly. The schoolboy asked if the camp had sent him to get rid of him. The soldier frowned and asked what that meant. Squatting. The protagonist stated that there was no point in the camp sending people on a mission that Six had failed. Narrowing his eyes angrily, 32 asked him to shut up and asked if he really thought he was still their leader. Yedzin looked away and realized that the killer had come here of his own free will since the camp had not sent him on a mission. Standing a few meters away, the soldier replied that it did not matter and said that he should not say something like that after betraying the camp. Holding a gun in front of him, the soldier explained that he did not want to hold a grudge against him and added that everyone has their reasons. 32 looked down and thought about Six. The soldier remembered Liam helping carry the wounded and called him the only person who cared for him that day. An iron piece appeared in the air. The guy threw it at his opponent and ran out of cover. The young man pounced on him and knocked him down. They fell to the ground. The soldier immediately pointed his gun at his enemy. The student immediately looked up. He managed to kick the villain and disarm him. The gun flew to the side and fell to the floor. 32 picked up a knife and rushed forward. The schoolboy easily dodged his blow. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. The mercenary grabbed his opponent by the arm and swung his fist. He struck with lightning speed. The soldier put his hands in front of him and blocked the attack. His eyes became round. The soldier kicked his opponent in the stomach. The protagonist gritted his teeth from severe pain. Yedzin grabbed his side, and at the same moment, the villain lunged forward. The boy grabbed his hand, which was holding the knife. The blade was right at his throat. 32nd said that something was wrong with his body. The youth narrowed his eyes and asked him if he had seen everything that happened in the camp. The soldier frowned and asked why number 1 was talking so much. The soldier gritted his teeth and said that he no longer considered him his leader. The villain struck and called him the one he needed to get rid of. A distance formed between the enemies. 32nd raised his weapon. A deep cut appeared on the student's side. Blood dripped onto the floor. The sun's rays illuminated the school building. The boys were sitting in the classroom and listening to the teacher. Daeun raised her pen, wondering if her brother was eating well, and thought that he needed to eat well in order to recover quickly. Knife marks appeared in the air. The heroes were fighting each other at a construction site. A soldier swung his knife. The schoolboy leaned on his hand. With his other hand, the mercenary hit him in the lower jaw. The soldier jumped back to increase the distance. The villain assumed a fighting stance and began breathing heavily. The protagonist decided to ask his question again. His shirt was covered in blood. Yidzin frowned and asked if his former comrade reported everything that was happening to the camp. 32nd cast a menacing glance at him and asked since when he had become so talkative. The soldier raised his weapon in front of him and declared that he would not tell anything to the one who not only betrayed them, but also killed 6th. The guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The blade of the knife flashed. The soldier shouted that he would not answer his questions. The young man jumped up to him and pulled his hand aside. He managed to hit his opponent in the face. The student took a step forward. The villain cut the air in front of him with his knife. The schoolboy kicked him in the stomach. The killer opened his mouth wide and coughed. His body fell to the ground. A pistol lay next to him. 32nd looked away sharply. The mercenary rushed forward. At that moment, the soldier pointed a pistol at him. Several shots rang out, but the protagonist grabbed the barrel and pointed it at the ceiling. Yidzin pressed his enemy against a column. The soldier clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The guy cast a stern look at him and asked if he was pursuing him out of loyalty to the camp or to avenge 6th. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes contemptuously. He managed to break free by hitting his enemy in the stomach with his knee. The killer raised his pistol. Several bullets hit the ground. The young man disappeared from the enemy's sight. The student hid behind a container and tried to catch his breath. 32nd furrowed his brows angrily and realized that he needed to retreat and regroup. Another shot hit the corner of a steel container. The schoolboy looked out from behind the corner and saw his enemy running away. The mercenary rushed after him. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Blood was flowing from the wound on his stomach. The protagonist's eyes widened tensely. Beads of sweat were running down his face. An incoming call appeared on the phone screen. Sukjo took it in his hand. The brunette put the phone to his ear and asked what happened. Yidzin asked him to track one person through the CCTV system in a specific area. The newcomer narrowed his eyes nervously. The high school student stood up from the table. Yuna turned around and looked at him. The student went out into the hallway and realized that he couldn't ask his friend to pass this case on to someone else. Frowning, the bodyguard promised to call him back soon and asked him to send a text message with the location and description of the person's appearance so that they could be tracked. The guy hung up and looked down. People were walking along the streets. Lowering his head, the soldier thought that he would already be dead if the first one hadn't asked stupid questions, and wondered why his abilities had grown during this time. In the memory, the young man approached him and asked why he was following him. The soldier narrowed his eyes, trying to understand why his former comrade was asking him about this. Remembering the moment when they were on a mission with machine guns in their hands, the scoundrel asked why his opponent did not simply destroy the one who came to kill him. The guys were sitting by the fire and laughing about something. The killer clenched his fist. The schoolchildren saw him and realized that they had met him before. Sung grinned and said that last time he was lucky to get away from them, but this time luck was clearly not on his side. 32nd looked back and was indignant that they met now. Continuing to walk forward, the soldier decided that he should not make unnecessary noise. 2 thugs came out to meet him. The soldier narrowed his eyes sternly. After a while, the scoundrel left, and behind him lay the beaten hooligans. The killer was walking down an empty street. Suddenly, he looked up. Daeun's mouth dropped open in surprise when she noticed him. The girl pointed at him and remembered him. Number 32 emptied his pockets. The soldier handed the girl a 10,001 bill. The soldier thanked her for her help and promised to give him the rest next time. The student took the money and said that he didn't have to give it back. The schoolgirl bowed and wanted to say goodbye to him, but again heard his stomach howl from hunger. There was a store sign on the wall. The heroes were sitting at a table. Daeun asked how the stranger could give her all his money and not keep a single coin for himself, and explained that she didn't even expect him to return it. Chewing on a jiri, the villain said that he had to return everything, and added that he couldn't just receive help like that and not repay it when he had the opportunity. The girl closed her eyes and laughed. The girl looked up and asked how old he was. The killer replied that he was 17. The student widened her eyes in surprise and said that they were the same age. The 32nd man opened his mouth in amazement and asked if they were really the same age. Smiling widely, the schoolgirl confirmed this and declared that she would address him informally. She brought the onigiri to her mouth and remembered that the stranger had come from abroad. The soldier confirmed this and told her that he was traveling alone. Daeun shuddered when she heard this. The girl, with her mouth wide open, was surprised that he was traveling alone and asked how many countries he had already visited. The soldier replied that he had been to more than 20 countries. The girl put her hands on her knees and suggested that the stranger really liked to travel. The villain explained that he simply had no other choice. The protagonist ran down the street. Yidzin stopped when he saw his sister sitting in a cafe. The guy widened his eyes in shock. The young man hid behind the corner of the building. He frowned and thought about the fact that the enemy had already found out about his sister. Holding a can of soda, the girl asked how much longer her new acquaintance would be in their country. 32 stared at her in amazement. The soldier looked down and replied that he needed to finish his business here before leaving. The student closed her eyes and assumed that he lived somewhere nearby since this was the second time they had met. The soldier denied this and asked if she lived in the area. The villain looked up and realized that he had asked something obvious. The schoolgirl replied that everything was fine and explained that her school was not far from here. The student ran forward. The killer looked back. The mercenary grabbed him and knocked him down. Daeun immediately jumped to the side as soon as the two of them fell to the ground. 32 angrily clenched his teeth. The trash fell out of the bucket. The protagonist swung his knife. The soldier stopped his hand. Yidzen's eyes widened in madness. The soldier wondered how he had managed to find him so quickly. The guy swung his fist. The enemy threw his head back and dodged his blow. The villain looked up. He had managed to hit the enemy in the side with his knee. The young man gritted his teeth from the sharp pain. The heroes rose to their feet, keeping their distance. The killer took a fighting stance and realized that he could not drag civilians into this. The girl stood behind her brother. The girl frowned in fear. The 32nd waved his hand and suggested that they go somewhere else, since she had no connection with him. The student frowned tensely. The schoolgirl called out to her brother. The soldier looked at them in surprise and asked what this meant. The schoolgirl opened her mouth wide and asked what had happened to him. Without turning around, the mercenary asked her to leave quickly. Daeun asked what they were talking about. The protagonist frowned sternly. The girl shuddered in fear. A memory popped into her head, where her brother had exactly the same look. The girl noticed a wound on his side and asked if he was okay. The soldier's eyes widened and asked if they really knew each other. The student turned to him and replied that they were siblings. Raising her eyebrows, the schoolgirl apologized for his behavior and assumed that there was some misunderstanding. The villain stared at her in amazement. Yidzen covered his sister with his body. The killer grinned and said that he simply had no words. Daeun looked at her brother with excitement when he asked her to leave for a while. The guy frowned sternly. The girl opened her mouth in fear and agreed. The sun's rays illuminated the store sign. The heroes stood facing each other. 32 frowned and said that she actually believed that his opponent was her brother, and asked why he had decided to use such a cover, which he had not thought of before. The young man narrowed his eyes and promised to explain everything if the enemy answered his question first. There was trash under their feet. The student asked why the enemy had come here and if the camp knew about what was happening here. The soldier, his mouth wide open, asked why one kept repeating the same questions from the beginning, since it did not matter now. The schoolboy gave him a menacing look. The soldier frowned. The villain turned away and told him that he heard that 6 had died because of him, and came here without telling anyone, so the camp did not know anything. The killer looked down and added that he had to avenge the death of his friend, since Liam was the only one who could be considered family in the camp. In the memory, 6 was covering his comrade, who was sitting around the corner of the building. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and said that he thought that they were not on the best terms. 32 explained that he was surprised when he learned that one was involved in his death, and reminded him that they had never spent time together except for training and missions. Frowning in disappointment, the soldier said that he did not know whether it was revenge or not, and added that he simply wanted to escape from the excessive thoughts. The soldier bowed his head silently. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and said that 6 did not die. The villain's eyes widened in shock. He immediately looked up. Yidzen told him that his death was just a disguise so that the camp would not pursue him. The killer frowned and asked if this was true. The guy narrowed his eyes and confirmed it. 32 opened his mouth wide and asked why in that case his former comrade kept asking him the same questions all this time. The young man looked at him sternly and explained that he wanted to be sure of everything before revealing the truth, since the enemy could report everything to the camp immediately, since they were taught that there could be no exceptions. The soldier pressed his lips together tensely. His legs buckled. The soldier fell into a chair and sighed heavily. The scoundrel covered his face with his hand and asked how number 1 got here. The student raised his eyebrows and explained that he simply returned home. The killer's eyes widened and asked what that meant. He raised his hand and asked if the girl was really his sister, and the answer was affirmative. Number 32nd frowned and asked if his former comrade had amnesia. The schoolboy looked away and replied that his memory had recently returned, although not completely. The soldier narrowed his eyes and asked if his betrayal was connected with the fact that his memories had returned. The mercenary looked at him and replied that it was not so at all. Remembering how he had to point a machine gun at a woman with a child, the protagonist explained that he did it because he couldn't follow the camp's orders. Yidzen frowned. The guy cast a suspicious glance at the enemy and asked how he knew Daeun. The youth widened his wild eyes and asked him to answer the question. The soldier trembled with fear. The scoundrel wondered what was this murderous aura around his former comrade. The killer raised his hands and explained that not long ago, his sister helped him. The student looked at him incredulously. 32nd turned away and said that that was all. The schoolboy continued to glare at him. Looking at him, the soldier noticed that the murderous aura had disappeared and thought that he looked even more dangerous than in battle. The mercenary picked up the fallen chair. The protagonist bent down to pick up the trash. The soldier began to help him. The scoundrel turned away and asked if everything was okay with 6. Yidzin picked up the empty soda can and thought about it. In the memory, a car hit a motorcycle. The man ended up on the hood. His body fell to the ground. The boy put his hand to his chin and wondered what to tell him. The killer replied that it was enough for him that his friend was alive. Suddenly, the boy looked up. The student looked at him and asked how he could believe his words about Liam being alive after his betrayal. 32 looked back and replied that his comrade had never lied to them and added that he had betrayed the camp, not them. The student raised his eyebrows in surprise. The soldier looked down and told him that 6 thought the same thing, since one cared about them and went through hellish training with them. The mercenary explained that he thought it was strange. The soldier looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist frowned and remembered the day the camp had moved to destroy him. Yidzin walked through the forest with a machine gun in his hands. Liam and several other guys did not act against him, otherwise he would most likely be caught. The villain smirked and assumed that they hated the camp no less. The guy smiled and sighed. The killer turned and asked how to contact 6. The boy answered that it was impossible for now, until Liam himself did not contact them, since it was necessary to escape from the camp. The student promised to ask him to contact his friend. 32nd smiled and said that it was not necessary, since it was enough for him that his comrade was alive. The soldier lowered his head and said that, apart from completing missions, they had not spoken for several years, which is why he did not tell him that he was okay. With a smile on his face, the soldier said that he escaped from the camp and almost died at his hands only because he did not know this. The schoolboy frowned and said that 6 did it for him. Clutching a can of cola, the mercenary explained that otherwise the camp might take advantage of it, so he had to keep his distance. The villain's eyes widened in surprise when he learned that his friend had done so that there would be no clue that could lead the camp to him. The assassin pursed his lips. The protagonist added that this time, when the mission had failed, Liam had decided not to run away, but to die because he was afraid that because of him, his friend might end up in danger. Yidzin looked down and sighed. Suddenly, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when 32nd promised to keep the fact that he was alive a complete secret. The young man looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The soldier frowned sternly and said that only a few higher numbers knew about it, so the camp was not looking for him so actively. The soldier looked up and found this strange, since a traitor who had a number 1 should be a huge problem for the camp. The student frowned sternly and asked how he knew that. The scoundrel looked at him and said that it was all thanks to 6. The student narrowed his eyes and remembered the man with the eye patch. The assassin passed him and said that it was time for him to go, and explained that he needed to leave his traces in several places before returning to the camp. Suddenly, 32 looked up and flinched. Dayan was watching them from around the corner. The mercenary looked at his sister happily. The soldier stared at him in surprise and wondered if his former comrade could really make such a face. The protagonist smiled widely. Looking at him, the soldier realized that this was actually his sister and asked if he could say goodbye to her before leaving. Yidzin gave him a menacing look. The scoundrel explained that it would be rude to leave just like that. The murderous aura appeared around the boy again. The killer said that he received help from her and should thank her properly. The 32nd waved his hand at the guys. The girl returned the same with a smile. She looked at her brother and asked if they knew each other. The answer was affirmative. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked why he acted like that when he saw him. The young man turned away, not knowing what to answer her. The student looked away. In the memory, Yuna raised her eyebrows and said that her friend was very popular before because of her beauty. Jahan opened his mouth wide and called her very cute. Hyukjin said that the school was full of guys who found her attractive. The schoolboy looked at his sister and explained that it seemed to him that some strange person was pestering her because of her beauty. The student widened her eyes in amazement and asked what it meant. The siblings looked at each other tensely. In the evening, the lights were on in the windows of the house. There were many bloody napkins in the bin. The mercenary was sitting on his bed. A first aid kit was next to him. The protagonist squinted suspiciously and wondered what 32nd was going to do. The soldier returned to his apartment. The soldier frowned and wondered if it was really the first sister. In the memory, Daeon was standing behind her brother. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened. He abruptly pulled a gun out of his inside pocket. The killer pointed the gun at the door. Someone came out of the darkness and asked him to calm down. The stranger raised his hands. The guy flinched and recognized him. Aiden smirked and asked him to lower the gun. The young man squinted in disbelief. Looking around, the man said that he should have asked for normal funding and asked if he had managed to find the traitor. The mercenary lowered his weapon, replied in the negative, and asked what brought him here. The soldier tensed his fingers and asked him what he thought. A knife slipped out of his sleeve. Number 32 looked at him in fear. The soldier plunged the knife into his stomach. The killer clenched his teeth in horror. The villain grinned and said that he had come to kill him because he had ignored the camp's orders. The boy asked if the camp had really given the order to kill him, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Aiden looked at him from under his brows and replied that they had actually said to kill him if he disobeyed the order to return. The man pulled the knife out of his body, blood spurting. The young man jumped to the side to dodge another blow. The blade left a deep cut on his thigh. The mercenary squinted, trying to resist the intense pain. His body fell to the floor. The soldier's eyes flashed and said that he had excellent reflexes. The boy grabbed his bleeding wound. He looked up and asked what he wanted from him. The soldier looked at him with wild eyes and said that he wanted to kill him as soon as he had the chance, and told him that 6 had been too cruel, so he had to put that thought aside for later. Smiling, 32 asked if his enemy was bragging about how Liam had been afraid of him when he was alive, and was indignant that even now the enemy was afraid to fight him in a normal fight, and attacked him from behind. The villain's eyes lit up. Aiden tried to stab the traitor with a knife. The boy jumped up to him and hit him on the head. A knife appeared in his hand. A cut appeared on the criminal's face. The man struck back. The boy put his hand to the wound on his side. The soldier hit him in the chest. The mercenary's body flew off and slammed into the wall. Next to him lay a pistol with a silencer. The soldier bent down to pick it up. The scoundrel took the firearm in his hand and said that all the other kids with numbers were exactly the same. Holding the gun up in front of him, Aiden explained that they were only getting special treatment because the camp had worked so hard to raise them, and said that they didn't deserve it because they didn't know their place and didn't follow orders, but acted on their own. The boy smirked and suggested that he work on his skills if he wanted special treatment. Fire flashed from the barrel of the gun. The bullet shot through the enemy's leg. 32 fell to the floor. The man smirked and noticed that the enemy was trying to irritate him, and said that it was useless, because no matter what he did, he would die anyway. The boy gave him a menacing look. Crouching down, the young man threw a knife at the enemy, but missed. After that, the mercenary immediately started to run. The soldier fired at him several times. The bullets hit the open door. The boy fell to the floor of the corridor. He immediately jumped to his feet and ran with his last strength to the exit. The soldier gritted his teeth and rushed in pursuit of him. Bloody footprints stretched along the floor of the corridor. Rolling his eyes, the villain thought that all this irritated him, and suggested to the enemy not to complicate each other's lives. The criminal followed the bloody footprints and said that the enemy would not be able to escape from him in such a state anyway. Aiden went around the corner where the bloody footprints led. The man promised to send the child to the afterlife without pain if he did not irritate him even more. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand. The unknown person turned the soldier towards himself and hit him on the head. The soldier angrily gritted his teeth and asked what was going on here. He was holding a loaded pistol in his hands. Someone with one movement of his hand removed the magazine from it. The villain took a blow to the lower jaw. The criminal looked forward to see the face of his attacker. His opponent jumped back to dodge the blow. Aiden raised the knife in front of him and asked who it was. In front of him, in the corridor, stood the protagonist. Yidzin looked at his enemy silently. The man's eyes widened in shock and asked if it was the first one. The handle of a knife appeared in the air. The guy rushed to attack. The blade of a knife flashed next to his face. The young man responded with a blow to the face. The soldier swung his fist furiously. The student parried his blow and counterattacked. The soldier took several blows to the chest. His face was stained with his own blood. A knife flashed in the air. The schoolboy blocked the blow, grabbing his opponent's arm. The villain closed his eyes when he was hit in the neck. The mercenary kicked him in the face with his knee. The protagonist ended up behind him. Yidzin grabbed the enemy by the head and pushed him into the wall. A spot of fresh blood appeared on it. The villain's eyes turned white. Aiden slid down the wall. The boy silently looked at his body. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Sitting on the floor, 32nd asked how he managed to find him. The young man turned around. The student passed by his old comrade. In his hand was a bag of groceries. The schoolboy handed it to his friend. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and explained that Dan said that he had no money. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The bag contained sushi-making kits. The soldier asked if he really came to give him food. A smile appeared on his face when he heard an affirmative answer. Leaning his head against the wall, the soldier asked how he managed to change so much and suggested that his comrade injured his head. The protagonist silently lowered his gaze. The killer narrowed his eyes. Holding the grocery bag in his hands, 32 realized that since his memories had returned, his friend had simply become himself. The sun's rays illuminated the SW Group building. The heroes were sitting at a table. The owner of the company said that the man they had handed over was wanted internationally, and that he was actually easy to deal with since there were many countries that wanted him. The man frowned and said that the criminal would be imprisoned or start a life cut off from the rest of the world. Idzin raised his eyebrows and thanked him. The boy looked down when the old man suggested that the man was related to his past. The youth looked at him sternly and explained that this was true, but they were not related personally. Closing his eyes, the businessman said that he would not ask about it anymore and asked him to contact him anytime if he needed help. The student stood up from the table and bowed. The room was illuminated by bright lights, and the door to the office closed. Standing behind his boss, the bodyguard was surprised that the boy himself called them and asked for help, since he did not expect that the child would hand over such a dangerous criminal to them. The guard frowned and reminded that traces of a shootout were also found at the scene. The head of the SW company sternly knitted his brows and thought. The schoolboy went out into the lobby of the building. The mercenary looked down and tried to think about what had happened. There were traces of blood on the floor. 32nd was sitting against the wall and breathing heavily. Approaching him, the protagonist asked him to wait a little and told him that there was a place where they could help him cope with his wounds. The soldier looked up and replied that he did not need it. His clothes were covered in blood. The military man said that he would do everything himself, since the bleeding had stopped and he only needed to disinfect the wounds. Yidzin threw him a stern look and urged him to undergo normal treatment. The killer replied that it would take too much time, so the camp might suspect him. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if his friend was really going to go back there. Number 32 smiled and confirmed it. The boy looked at him in shock and reminded him that the camp had given the order to kill him. The boy turned away and explained that the scoundrel had let it slip that his murder was conditional. The criminal was lying unconscious on the floor. The soldier said that he had acted of his own free will because he had a lot of resentment towards number 6 and the other numbers, and he said that he would pretend that he knew nothing and return to the camp to find out why they wanted to get rid of him. The student looked down and warned that it could be too dangerous. The soldier closed his eyes and explained that the camp had no doubt that number 6 was dead and that they couldn't send someone to kill him just because he had escaped. The killer smiled and explained that judging by his words about acting out of hatred for the numbers, it was a high-win game. The schoolboy looked thoughtfully at the floor. 32nd pressed his hand to his wound and said that he really had no other choice, since otherwise the camp would chase him and find out that 6th was actually alive. The boy looked away and decided that he should repay for saving him by making sure that they did not find traces of 1st and did not disturb anyone for a long time. The mercenary frowned sadly. The soldier turned to him and called him by his code name. Looking at him, the military man said that he would definitely be able to protect his real life. The protagonist looked down. Someone asked why he had not left yet. Yidzin shuddered and looked ahead. Jiyeon and her bodyguard were walking ahead. They approached their colleague. The guy explained that he had some business. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked if he was allowed to move and inquired about his wounds. The young man lowered the corners of his lips. In the past, he had been hit in the stomach with all his might. 32 had kneed him in the side. A soldier had slashed him with a knife. Looking up, the student said he was feeling much better and thought to himself that he couldn't admit that he was feeling worse. The woman smiled and said that was great news. She raised her hand and offered to have lunch with him if he had time, and the leader of the second team remembered that they had a meeting soon. The student frowned and explained that he had to go home, as he had promised to have lunch with his family. SW heiress closed her eyes, upset at being rejected, and said that the family dinner really couldn't be cancelled. Jiyeon smiled, remembering that she didn't have time herself, so they couldn't have dinner together anyway. Her bodyguard thought that they had just discussed the meeting and came here for that very reason. Suddenly, the girl shuddered and asked if her friend wanted to do some part-time work, promising to pay him well for it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and refused. The woman wondered how he could answer so quickly. SW heiress looked at him from under her brows and realized that her colleague always behaved like this. Deciding that it was happening unconsciously, she closed her eyes and asked if she needed a ride home. Yidzin bowed and said that it was fine. Jiyeon said that she didn't expect any other answer. The leader of the second team smiled and asked him to recover quickly and get back to training, as the guys were constantly asking when he would be back. The girl watched her friend go and thought that it was very unexpected that the other employees, including her picky security guard, were treating him so well. The boy headed for the exit. The man approached the boss and asked if the director really wanted him to be So's bodyguard. Looking down, the woman confirmed this and explained that there was nothing dangerous in this job, since he just needed to be close to the target. The team leader decided that his colleague would do a great job. The young man walked along an empty street. Suddenly, the student looked up. His grandfather was standing at the corner. Mr. Yu smiled when the student asked what he was doing there. The old man turned to him and explained that he was just out for some fresh air. The man raised his eyebrows and reminded him that Dan's birthday was in a few days. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise and asked if that was really true. Grandpa scratched his head and said that at this age children are very sensitive, so it is very difficult for him to choose a gift for her. Mr. Yu closed his eyes and asked if her grandson knew what she might like or what she is interested in. The protagonist stared at him in amazement. The heroes awkwardly looked at each other in complete silence. Ji-yeon was sitting at the table in her office. The phone rang. The girl picked up the phone and looked at the screen. A smile appeared on her face. The woman put the phone to her ear and asked why he was calling her. Yedzin frowned and asked if her previous offer was still valid. The director looked down and said that she did not know if she had time for lunch and that she needed to check her schedule first. The heiress of SW widened her eyes in shock when the guy said that he meant a part-time job. She closed her eyes and understood why her colleague really called. The young man repeated his question. Looking away, Ji-yeon confirmed this and asked if he had really decided to take the job. The student looked down and confirmed this. The girl asked him to come to the OO studio tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a sign with the name of the club on the wall. The guys were sitting at their computers. Hyukjin asked why his friend hadn't prepared for the game yet. Jahoon took a sip of soda and said that he was reading an article about So. His classmates immediately moved closer to him. A photo of a beautiful girl appeared on the screen. The student told him that she got one of the main roles in a new series filmed based on a webtoon. The guys widened their eyes in surprise when the bully said that he had seen her in person and confirmed that she had an incredible appearance. Yunchin asked how this happened. The bully scratched his cheek and explained that his older cousin worked at an advertising agency where he once got a part-time job. At that time, the actress was filming an advertisement for them. The schoolboy opened his mouth wide and said that he had been a fan of her since her debut. His friend remembered that it was 8 years ago. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked what she looked like in real life. The guy covered his face with his hand and said that it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful person. His friend's eyes sparkled and they felt universal envy. Jahan's eyes widened and he asked if his brother needed more people to work part-time. The film crew members were busy on the set. A man was sitting at a table with equipment on it. On the door was a piece of paper with the inscription "Waiting Room." Sitting in a chair, Soa asked if a bodyguard would really be coming to her. The manager put his hands on his waist and confirmed it. Looking down, the girl said that she already had a bodyguard sent by the company and asked why she needed another one. A man in a formal suit was standing at the door. The man said that a new bodyguard was sent from SW. Holding a clipboard, he explained that he had initially refused them, but they had said they were worried about the recent events with the stalker. The guard frowned and reminded him that he was just an intern. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she asked what that meant. Spotlights hung from the ceiling. The people on the set turned around. A man in a black suit stepped out of the shadows. Everyone in the studio looked at him in amazement. A bright light illuminated the door to the waiting room. The thug, turning down the corners of his lips, assumed that SW had sent an intern to gain practical experience and promised to keep an eye on everything so that no one would worry. Scratching the back of his head, the manager thanked him and apologized for the extra trouble. The bodyguard looked at him and said that he had nothing to apologize for, since the whole problem was only with SW. The guard gritted his teeth and expressed indignation at their opinion of his work. There was a knock on the door. The heroes looked at her in surprise. The man pulled the handle and opened the door. The brute looked out. The agent raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the guest. Standing in the corridor, the protagonist said that he came from SW. The manager pointed at him and asked if he was a bodyguard. Frowning, Yedzin confirmed this and said his name. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and thought that this man looked like some kind of celebrity or model. The guard frowned in displeasure. Looking at his new colleague, the man wondered what kind of child this was and decided that this was not a children's sandbox. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if he could come in. The manager looked towards the door and invited him inside. The actress cast a sideways glance at the guest. The young man entered the waiting room. Sokka opened her mouth in amazement. The student approached her. The girl wondered how he could be a bodyguard with such an appearance. The student lowered his gaze and introduced himself and said that he would be responsible for her safety. The woman turned to him and said that she relied on him. The mercenary looked around. The male lead looked at the ceiling. The actress frowned and assumed that he was sent to her specifically, and that he was actually the person SW wanted to send to the stage. Looking away, Yidzin explained that he heard that today's filming started 4 hours ago, and that this room was used as a waiting room, and asked if this was true. The manager raised his eyebrows and confirmed it, and the guy added that the stalking had started about 2 weeks ago. Soha lowered her head and said that this had happened before. Sitting in a chair, the girl told him that an unknown person had left strange letters in her mailbox and even came to her home, which was quite common for people in this field, but recently things had become more serious. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that this was not something that SW Group should worry about either. The young man looked at her thoughtfully, smiling. The actress asked how old he was and said that he looked quite young. In the past, when the heroes were standing on the street, the leader of the second team asked his colleague not to talk about his age again, because then they would not be able to trust him. The student dropped his hands and said that it was a secret. The schoolboy looked around when someone called out to him. The bodyguard opened the door and offered to talk to him outside. The heroes went out into a poorly lit corridor. The guard asked if this was the intern sent from SW. Standing in front of him, the mercenary was surprised that he was called that and confirmed it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man asked him to just stand nearby and watch and promised to personally sort everything out. Looking down at his colleague, the big guy was indignant that SW sent a child here and explained that his job was not a game, and that studying and the real place were completely different things, so his comrades should not even think about getting in his way. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist called him by name and remembered that he was a member of the agency's security company. Kalyeong grabbed him by the collar and asked if his words sounded like a joke. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and asked him to remember them if he didn't want to get punched in the face. Yidzin looked at him indifferently. The guard threw him aside and said that all this irritated him. The guy looked back and noticed that his colleague had left. The young man grabbed his side. Soha came out of the waiting room and asked if he was okay. The student turned to her and said that everything was fine. Raising her hand, the girl apologized for the man's behavior and explained that they had only known him for a few days. The woman looked away and added that they had told the agency that she did not need a bodyguard in principle. The student looked at her suspiciously. The actress folded her hands behind her back and assumed that he was still a student. A smile appeared on her face. The mercenary replied that it was a secret. The manager peeked out from around the corner and said that filming would begin soon. The model shouted that she was already on her way. Looking back, she said that nothing would happen and asked the intern not to worry about anything. The main character silently raised his eyebrows. The heroes walked out onto the set. There was a cup of coffee on the table. Holding a tablet in her hands, Jiyeon asked if her friend was okay. The leader of the second group approached her and said that he had received a call that the agent was already in the studio where the filming was taking place. Sitting at the table, the girl hoped that nothing bad would happen and remembered that his wounds had not yet healed. The bodyguard replied that everything would be fine. The man frowned and said that it was quite common for stars to face threats and stalkers, and besides, not long ago, a bodyguard from her own agency was assigned to Soha, so their friend would have nothing to do there. Closing her eyes, the woman explained that she specifically wanted to give him a task that looked the most convenient, and assumed that her colleague, on the contrary, would be unhappy that it was so boring. The commander smiled and said that this man was not the type to be bored due to lack of work. The director said that she was very happy about this. The SW heiress raised her index finger and remembered that they called it a honey position. She crossed her arms over her chest in satisfaction. The leader of the second group confirmed that this is what they say in the army. The cameraman raised the camera. The actress sat against a white background, surrounded by spotlights. Kalyeong glanced sideways at his colleague. The studio staff also looked at him with distrust. The bodyguard asked where he had gone, that he had only just returned. The main character put his hands in his pockets and said that he was inspecting the surroundings. The guard turned red with anger and asked what he could possibly know about his work. The director opened her mouth wide and shouted that everyone had done a great job. The model bowed and thanked the crew for their work. The manager handed her a bottle of water and praised her. Soha took the bottle and looked away. Spotlights were burning under the ceiling. Someone asked everyone to stay in their seats and not go outside. The crew members turned around in amazement. Yidzin looked up and said that the police would be arriving soon and that the people who were here should be checked. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked what happened. The guy was holding a small bag. It contained a tiny camera. The woman approached the intern and asked what it was. The boy frowned and replied that it was a hidden camera that was installed in the waiting room. The actress stared at him in shock. The people in the studio began to discuss what they had just heard. The model turned pale with fear. The student explained that he had checked the security cameras, but there were none in front of the entrance to the waiting room, so they would not be able to determine who had installed the hidden camera. Xiaoliang gritted his teeth and asked why he was only talking about this now. Squinting, the student explained that he had decided to wait until the shoot was over since Soha was no longer using the waiting room, and reported that at this point, no one had tried to take the hidden camera or left the building. The bodyguard frowned angrily and thought that his colleague was just trying to embarrass him. The guard reached out to take the camera, but the mercenary stopped him. The man gave him a menacing look and asked what he was going to do. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. The manager flinched when Aizen decided to give him the camera. The big guy turned around and asked him to hand the camera over to him so that his company could investigate with the police. The brunette agreed. Kaoliang grabbed the bag with the camera. The bodyguard abruptly snatched it from the intern's hands. Everyone present at the shooting turned pale. The guard leaned over to his colleague and asked him to step outside for a while. The light was on in the corridor. The man asked if his assistant shouldn't have reported everything right away when he found the camera. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked why he should report anything to him, and reminded him that the agent himself told him that he had already inspected the waiting room. The big guy frowned sternly and realized that the intern had found the camera back then. Kaoliang shook with anger and asked if he hadn't been taught to immediately report everything to a person of higher rank. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he was not his superior. The bodyguard raised his hand to slap him. The student stopped his hand with his own. The veins on the guard's forehead bulged. The student looked at him indifferently. The mercenary furrowed his brows sternly and warned him that such behavior would not lead to anything good. The scoundrel's hand trembled. The man gave him a stern look and suggested that he was too conceited because of his age and belonging to SW. The thug turned around, said that he would have killed him on the spot if not for SW, and left. The minivan drove along an empty road. Looking out the window, Soha realized that they would not be able to immediately find out who installed a hidden camera in her room. While driving, the manager reassured her that the agency would investigate and would definitely find something. Turning away, the girl reminded them that they said it wasn't certain and decided that for them it was the same as a regular camera. Sitting in the front seat, Kaoliang promised to conduct a separate investigation and asked his boss not to worry. The protagonist glanced furtively at the woman. The car stopped at the building. The agency employee asked his colleague to be careful and get a good rest. Waving his hand, the manager invited his colleague to get into the car and said that he would give him a ride to the nearest stop. Yidzin replied that he would get home himself. The bodyguard sat in the car. The man said goodbye to the guy. The young man watched the car drive away into the distance. He turned his head and thought. A street lamp illuminated the road. A dim light was burning in the windows of the house. A student walked forward along the street. A click was heard behind the high gate. An actress in a cap and mask looked out. The model walked out of her area. Suddenly, someone was behind her. Sokka looked back and saw the intern. The girl widened her eyes and asked why he hadn't left yet. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and replied that he was looking around. Gesturing to the side, the woman allowed him to go home and asked if she could go to the store. Looking ahead, the protagonist explained that she could act as she felt comfortable because that was what he had come here for. The actress looked at him blankly. The heroes went to the store together. After a while, the model was happily eating ramen. Sitting at the table, Sokka invited the intern to eat with her and explained that she just wanted to buy food and go home, but she could eat here with him. The girl looked down and said that she had been working in this field since childhood, so it was difficult for her to even just walk down the street during such periods, and she had no friends at all. The woman asked what her friend did in his free time. Aizen opened an onigiri and said that he sometimes went to a computer club with his friends. The actress asked again if he really liked computer games. The guy bit into the onigiri and confirmed it. The model's eyes widened in surprise, because it seemed to her that these were the words of an ordinary high school student. The young man stuffed his cheeks with food and remembered something. His friends opened their mouths in shock. Soa happily waved her hand at them. The heroes sat at the table together. Jahan could not believe that he had a chance to play a computer with his idol. The girl smiled and said that she did not even think that she would play at the computer club today. The student blushed embarrassedly and called her very beautiful in reality. Hakjun was surprised that she had such a nice character. Closing her eyes, the woman thanked them and reminded them that they laughed at her skills in the game anyway. Yongchen looked away and explained that there was nothing they could do about it because she was really bad at playing. The high school student widened his eyes and said that he couldn't help but troll. The bully closed his eyes and added that they even made fun of Yidzen, but it got exhausting really fast. The student took a sip of his cola in silence. The high school student lowered his head and asked his idol not to tell anyone that she was good at playing, because otherwise she would be criticized. Suddenly, the boys looked at her in surprise. The actress smiled widely and laughed. Her classmates bowed to her, and the heroes went their separate ways. The mercenary and the model walked down the street, looking after them. The bully called the star very kind. The boy could not believe that he laughed at her because of her terrible gaming skills. Jahan pointed at him with his fingers and began to hum a melody. The students went home. Their shirts had the celebrities' autographs. The car drove along the road. Sitting behind the wheel, Soha was very surprised that the bodyguard assigned to her turned out to be an ordinary schoolboy. The main character silently looked ahead, smiling. The girl said that she had a fun time thanks to him, and explained that she was able to play in a computer club for the first time. Looking at the road, Yidzen told her that now you can play online with friends even while sitting at home. The woman explained that she has no friends because she was a trainee who was preparing for her debut since high school. The actress lowered her head and added that after that, she did not have time for anything because of work, and the people who work with her and with whom they meet to chat are difficult to call friends. The model glanced to the side and asked how it happened that a high school student became a bodyguard. The guy lowered his eyes and said that he wanted to buy a gift for his younger sister's birthday. With her mouth wide open, Soha was surprised that he took this job to buy a gift and called him a very good older brother. The girl smiled and said that she even envied his good relationship with his sister since there were no more children in her family. The headlights illuminated the way. The woman decided to give her friend a ride home. The young man refused and said that everything was fine. The student raised his eyebrows and explained that he would get home himself as soon as he accompanied her. The actress narrowed her eyes in displeasure and asked him not to speak to her so formally. The schoolboy cast a look at her full of incomprehension. At night, lanterns illuminated the cottage areas. The heroes got out of the car. Someone was watching them from afar. The mercenary shuddered and noticed him. A stranger in a black suit was standing on the other side of the street. The model looked at him and said that everything was fine and that they knew each other. The man frowned and said that the director was looking for her. Sokka frowned sternly. A black car was parked nearby. The heroes approached the man in black. He extended his hand forward. The agent approached the main character and said that it was time for him to go. Yidzen looked at him with distrust. The stranger lowered his gaze. Looking away, the girl asked him to go home and said that she would do what was needed and also return home. The guy replied that he would wait for her here. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. The young man watched her carefully. The actress closed her eyes and said that everything was indeed fine and that he could go and rest. The model turned away and thought that she could not cause him any more trouble. The rear lights of the car lit up. Someone asked why she was not picking up the phone and said that she needed to call him back after work. Sitting in the back seat, Sokka asked why she needed to answer his calls. The stranger crossed his arms over his chest and asked what that meant. The man grinned and asked the star to have a conscience. Squinting slyly, the brunette said that his mood was already getting worse and asked how long his girlfriend was going to behave like this. The girl looked away and reminded him that it had been a long time since they broke up. The woman pulled the door handle and asked her ex not to call her or come here anymore. The scoundrel grabbed her hand. He looked at her menacingly and asked who allowed her to get out of the car. The actress clenched her teeth. The director realized that this was all because her popularity had clouded her head. Frowning furiously, the man said that he could bury her in this industry and asked if he should reveal to the press what her parents were doing. The model's eyes widened in fear. The brunette asked if she had understood at least a little more what was going on and asked why she did not want to listen to him and was doing something stupid. Suddenly, the window behind him broke. Sokka covered her face with her hand and screamed. Someone grabbed the scoundrel by the collar. The main character threw him onto the asphalt. The girl opened her mouth in shock. Yidzen opened the door and asked her to get out of the car. The guy asked if she was okay. The woman went outside and said that everything was fine. The director grabbed his shoulder and asked who he was. The young man turned to him and called himself a bodyguard. The man shook with anger and asked what that meant. His henchman got up from the ground. The director grabbed his neck and asked his boss for forgiveness. The brunette gritted his teeth and promised to see the star later. The villains got into the car. The actress covered her mouth with her hand and asked if the intern knew what kind of person he was. The student looked at her questioningly. The model approached him and asked what he would do now. The schoolboy explained that he was just doing his job. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and said that he would leave only when the celebrity returned to his home. Sokka frowned worriedly. The main character looked at her calmly, smiling. The girl agreed and thanked him for his help. The sun illuminated the agency building. Kallyung gritted his teeth angrily and said that his colleague had managed to make a real mess. Yidzin stood in front of him and did not understand what was going on. The bodyguard put his hands in his pockets and asked him if he did not understand who he was dealing with. The guy replied that he was just doing his job. Clutching his head, the guard said that he was going to go crazy soon and was indignant that so many teenagers thought they were so cool. The man pointed at the intern and asked him to listen very carefully. The big guy frowned menacingly and said that his colleague had a fight with one of the owners of KP Group, which invested in the actress's agency, because of which all their business relations were on the verge. The young man silently stared at him. Kallyung furrowed his brows angrily and asked him to forget all the fantasy he had been told about this job and stop causing problems for others. The bodyguard and his comrades headed for the exit. The student looked after them with disbelief. The boss was standing outside the office door. The heroes were sitting inside. The agent asked the model to hurry up and apologize to the sponsor. Sokka crossed her arms over her chest and said that she didn't have to apologize to him and asked if she had been distracted from filming just for this. The representative raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. The man blushed from the tension and asked what was wrong with her. The girl looked down. Turning to the guest, the agency employee apologized and suggested that the woman was just worried about the situation with the maniac. The brunette replied that he understood everything perfectly. The actress frowned in disappointment. A pile of documents fell on the table. The scoundrel grinned and said that he had called her only because she hadn't put the stamp yet. The model looked at the documents in amazement. Closing his eyes, the agent suggested that she hadn't had time to think it over and explained that these terms were much better than in the first contract. The star narrowed her eyes and wondered why they were forcing her to sign a contract without even asking about her feelings. With his arms crossed, the owner of KP Group asked her to fire her bodyguard and said that he couldn't turn a blind eye to the fact that she had such a cruel person working with her. The representative clapped his hands and immediately agreed, and Soha was outraged by his decision. The man raised his eyebrows and said that according to Chialyon, this bodyguard had caused inconvenience before, so this was a logical decision. The girl frowned sternly and said that Yidzin did nothing of the sort. The woman flinched when her ex asked if they were too close since she called him by his name. The brunette narrowed his eyes menacingly and suggested that her attitude towards him could also be related to this. The actress frowned, realizing that he was once again treating her as his property, and said that she found it unpleasant when her ex came to her home after they broke up. The villain smirked and suggested that she wouldn't mind if his company took care of the bodyguard's career. The model widened her eyes in fear and asked what that meant. The owner of KP Group gave her a sly look and explained that such a cruel man couldn't possibly work as a bodyguard. The star's mouth dropped open in confusion. In the memory, the main character was standing in front of her. Turning away, Soha asked him if he would go that far, and said that he didn't have to take out his anger over an unsigned contract on an innocent person. With a malicious grin, the head of the marketing department said that the contract would soon be signed, adding that he was only doing this because the person was dangerous. The girl squinted and realized that this was not true, and said that in that case, just firing him would be enough for him. Frowning, the brunette asked why she was still protecting him and reminded him that the bodyguard had beaten him up yesterday. The woman looked at him tensely. Leaning back on the sofa, the man asked her to hurry up and put the seal and ordered his subordinate to bring that guard here. The actress frowned sternly. The scoundrel looked at her with a smirk. Pursing her lips, the model realized that she couldn't show him her fear, and thought about how she wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. The protagonist entered the office. Yidzin looked ahead confidently. The owner of KP Group crossed his arms over his chest and concluded that his age fully justified his inappropriate behavior. Throwing a stern look at the guy, the agent said that he had been dismissed from his position as a bodyguard and promised to inform SW about it. The head of the marketing department narrowed his eyes slyly and said that his life would be much more interesting from now on. The young man frowned sternly. The student looked down. Soha didn't even look at him. Her hands were shaking with fear. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when the schoolboy said that it was time for her to go to a meeting. The woman turned around. The mercenary looked at her and explained that she already had to be on her way. Her eyes sparkled. Tilting his head, the brunette laughed loudly and asked if he was really trying to take her away from here. The main character frowned in displeasure. The man looked at him from under his brows and urged him to try to take the star if he had enough courage. At that moment, Colleen and his colleagues entered the office. Scratching the back of his head, the bodyguard apologized and promised to take care of the intern. The actress opened her mouth in fear. The main character looked back. The guard ordered him to go out the door. The model asked them to stop. Yidzin glanced to the side. Jumping up from the couch, the celebrity officially fired the guy and asked him to go home. The boy stared at her in confusion. Soha asked why he froze in place and ordered him to leave. The girl frowned in worry. The man grabbed his colleague by the shoulder and asked if he didn't understand something. Drops of blood appeared in the air. The student hit the villain in the lower jaw. The sharp blow knocked him down. The student lowered him with his hand. The woman's eyes widened in fear. The bodyguard fell to his knees. The guard grabbed his nose, from which blood was flowing. Everyone present in the office watched in amazement. The owner of KP Group narrowed his eyes tensely. The representative opened his mouth in horror. Colleen clenched his teeth angrily. The mercenary looked around and assumed that there was some kind of mistake. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said that the actress was not his employer. The model looked at him in surprise. Everyone in the room looked at the protagonist. Sohee's ex-boyfriend cursed and said that it seemed like this idiot didn't understand what was going on. Yidzin didn't move and said that he understood the main point. The brunette frowned and asked what it was. Without turning around, the hero assumed that they used the stalker story as an excuse to re-sign with Sohee, and that by using a bodyguard, he was able to officially spy on her. The man trembled in surprise. The sun was shining on the walls of the room. Yidzin said that the Param company was experiencing financial difficulties due to negligent management, and the CEO, so they received investment from the KR company. The blonde turned around and said that if they didn't re-sign with the head of the star company Sohee at a time like this, both companies would suffer huge losses. The men looked at him with anger and confusion. The guy looked away and said that he also knew that the actress did not want to re-sign and therefore received numerous threats. The blonde frowned and wondered how he knew this. Earlier in the computer club, Sokka watched as the guy next to her left. The players frowned and shouted after him why he always went outside in the middle of the game. What number call was this already? It would be better if he just turned off his phone. The actress opened her eyes when she remembered this incident. The brunette frowned and confirmed his words and asked what next. What could someone like him understand about this? The mercenary looked at him impartially and asked the girl what she wanted to do about it. She opened her eyes in shock. She clenched her teeth. Her fingers dug into her palm. The hero watched her carefully. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek and she said that she wanted to leave there. Her ex jumped up and shouted where was she going. Sokka looked at him in panic. The agent kicked the director away from her. The brunette winced. He flew to the far side of the room. Yidzin looked at him seriously. The representative turned around in shock. The manager ran up to the director. The bodyguard flew up to the hero and shouted that he was crazy. His blow flew past the agent. Yidzin broke his glasses with a counter blow. The man tried to block. Another agent was already running towards the hero from the other side. The blonde stopped him. Then he hit him in the back with a powerful blow. A dark figure appeared behind him. The agent turned around in a flash. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and swung to hit him. Yidzin turned around at high speed. He got as close as possible to the big guy. Then the guy stretched out his arms and grabbed his opponent. With a sharp blow, he kicked him in the face with his knee. The man fell to the floor. Sokka covered her mouth in shock. Yidzin swung his fist. Suddenly, something stopped him. The man took out a weapon. The brunette attacked the hero. He successfully fought back. He squinted. The guy hit the manager in the elbow. He dropped the weapon. The guy frowned. Yidzin ran at him and swung. He hit him with all his might in the jaw. The man flew back with great speed. He crashed into the far wall. The boss was unconscious. The blonde looked at him seriously. Everyone looked at him in shock. Suddenly, a guy started laughing behind Yidzin. He grabbed his face and asked if he knew who he was dealing with. Soa frowned and became seriously worried. The brunette looked up and said that they were both finished. The girl was walking down the hallway. The actress's ex was holding his face and said that he would ruin their lives no matter what he had to do. The hero and Soa stood motionless. The girl said that he called almost at dawn, so she wondered what happened. She crossed her arms over her chest and said that she sent him to this job so that he would be at peace. But everything turned out like this. The curly girl looked at her and mentally asked herself if it was Yi. Jiyeon looked ahead. The actress remembered that she was the granddaughter of the president of SW, and was also known for her outstanding abilities. She was in charge of managing new projects in SW, as well as the entertainment business at such a young age. The woman walked forward and said that she would handle everything here, and he could do his own thing. Yijin looked at her and said okay. He turned to Soha and asked her to follow him. The brunette frowned and asked why she was here. The woman sat down opposite him. She smiled and said that she thought he was having a conflict with her junior. The representative turned pale from misunderstanding. The guy frowned and asked what she meant. Jiyeon smiled and suggested continuing the conversation where they left off. The men looked at her in complete shock. The hero and the actress were walking down the hallway. Soha looked at the guy and wondered who he was. Yijin walked ahead and apologized. The girl looked at him with confusion. The agent turned around and asked where they were going. She closed her eyes and laughed. The girl wiped away her tears and laughed. Yijin waited for her to calm down with confusion. After a while, it was 10 a.m. Soha looked at the screen and wondered if she had really slept for 10 hours. Because of her sleep disorder, she usually couldn't sleep more than 3 hours a day. She looked up and wondered if this was all because the case that had been bothering her for so long had been resolved. She remembered her conversation with Jiyeon when she said that they had decided everything so that there would be no legal problems with the existing company. Now she could choose which company she wanted to cooperate with. Soha looked down and said that she did have problems with the company, but there were other problems as well. The brunette smiled and said that if she was talking about Director Dongjun, then she could no longer worry about him. She brought the cup to her mouth and said that they found out that this person had even threatened her parents and they had taken appropriate measures. KR Company immediately stated that the director had acted willfully and that her parents would not be in trouble in the future under any circumstances. Curly looked at her in shock and thought, is it really that simple? She raised her eyebrows in concern and asked why she was helping her. Jiyeon smiled and said that one of their branches was interested in her, but the main reason was that the bodyguard job would end once they dealt with this matter. Soha's eyes widened. Currently, the girl was smiling with relief. She happily jumped up from the bed. After a while, the actress walked out of the house. The man stood in front of her and said that his name was Suhan. He was from SW Company. From now on he would be accompanying her for a while. The girl looked at him in confusion. She put her hand to her chest and asked what about Yijin. The agent replied that he quit. The blonde hung her head in disappointment. She nodded and said that she would rely on him. After a while, the host looked at Soha and said that she heard that the role she was currently playing was very different from her previous roles. What did she think when she first saw the script? The girl looked at her and said that she was worried about whether she would be able to properly understand and portray this role, and she was wondering why he suddenly quit. She smiled, said that as a fan of the original work, she would really like to play this role, at the same time mentally asking herself even if he quit, why didn't he tell her about it? Yijin looked at Jiyeon seriously. She sat at the table and said that Soha had decided to sign a contract with one of the SW branches. All measures had been taken to ensure that her former agency and Director Dongjun could not harm her. The woman smiled and said that they had both done a lot of illegal things and that they had all the evidence, so they could rest easy. The guy looked at her and said thank you. His face was frozen in surprise when the brunette reminded him that he himself had said that he needed to take responsibility. Jiyeon smiled slyly and said that she had heard that he had called the second in command of the team at dawn and asked her to find out about it. Could he imagine how he had grumbled about being called for work? The man cleared his throat and said that he hadn't really grumbled. Yijin said that he would go. The door slammed behind him. The woman exhaled and asked how this had happened. She had sent him away because the matter was supposed to be easy. Her employee replied that he himself had been surprised. The hero walked forward along the corridor. His phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Daeun was asking him if he was Sohee's bodyguard. She wrote that she heard from the guys today that they even went to the computer club together. Yijin replied that it was practice. The sister wrote that she was her fan and therefore regretted not asking him for her autograph. A drop of excitement rolled down the hero's face. He looked at his phone and typed something. As soon as he started walking forward, he suddenly froze. A surprised actress was standing in front of him. The guy put the phone in his pocket. The girl said that she did not expect to see him here. Her bodyguard thought that she herself had been waiting here for a long time, having learned that Yijin came to the company. The actress smiled and said that she was also here on business. The hero looked at her seriously. The girl raised her eyebrows and hesitantly said, "Can they talk?" They went outside to talk. Soha looked at the guy and thanked him for everything he did for her. Yijin turned away and said that she did not need to thank him. He was doing what he had to. The celebrity looked down and asked why he decided to quit and stop being her bodyguard. He turned away and said that he overdid it and his wound hurt. In this state he was not sure that he could protect her and therefore decided to quit. The girl's face changed and she screamed if he was really injured. He replied that he received this wound even earlier, before meeting her. She looked at him and asked if he was badly injured. Soha turned pale when he said that he had broken ribs, but overall everything was fine. She thought, how can he call it all fine? She held out her hand. The girl frowned and asked him to give her his phone. Hyejin looked at her with disbelief. Hurley frowned and told him to do it faster. The guy held out his phone. Sokka proudly closed her eyes and said that no one except her parents knew her personal phone number, so he could consider it an honor. She handed him his phone back. The girl looked at the hero and asked if he wanted anything. She looked away and said that she was grateful to him and wanted to repay him somehow. The blonde looked at her with incomprehension when she said that she would do anything. He narrowed his eyes. The actress looked away in embarrassment. Some time later, a school classroom. The students were chatting. There was noise. Daeun looked at her notebook with satisfaction and thought that she would need to stop by the store on the way home. She would buy meat and they would fry it in the evening. Suddenly, a bouquet of flowers appeared in front of her. Sokka looked at it with a smile. The hero's sister looked at her in shock and asked herself, why was she here? The actress smiled and asked if she was Daeun, after which she congratulated her on her birthday. The whole class stared at them in amazement. The girl handed the student a bouquet. The girl looked at the bouquet in shock and tried to understand how she knew about her birthday. The actress took out her phone and offered to take a photo together. The cheeks of her classmates flushed after the celebrity offered the girl to have lunch together later. In class 3-2, swearing and surprise began to spread. Everyone was discussing Sohee's arrival at their school. One of the guys went to the board and began to look at everyone indignantly, asking why the actress was there. Someone suggested that a filming was taking place nearby. A moment and the excited guys ran to watch what was happening. Hyejin calmly threw his backpack on the table and thought that he had only asked her for one autograph. A selfie of his sister with the star appeared in the correspondence. The darkness thickened and the lanterns lit up. The guy ran forward. His tie fluttered in the wind, and in his hands, a paper bag rustled from side to side. The blonde stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Mr. Yu looked at him under the lantern light. He smiled and showed his gift. The young man smiled back. A little while later, Daeun blew out the candles. The family happily sat at the table and congratulated the birthday girl. Grandfather put a black case on the table and said that it was a gift from him. The girl looked at him in surprise. The old man smiled and reminded that he had promised to buy the girl a new phone. The brother happily looked at his sister. She embarrassedly said that her current phone continued to work normally. Without delay, the hero presented his gift. Brown eyes froze in realization. Daeun raised her head and asked if this was really a laptop. She glanced at her grandfather and said that it was very expensive. Mr. Yu noticed that the hero did not have much money for such a gift. Hyejin smiled and calmly replied that he had a part-time job. The family looked at each other in confusion. The birthday girl said that this model came out this year, so it is very expensive. But the blonde said that everything is fine, because the main thing is that she likes it, because there is no computer in her room and it must be very inconvenient for her. Daeun nodded and said that it was so. She thanked her brother and promised that she would use it with pleasure. The brother happily closed his eyes. Grandfather smiled contentedly and began to cut the cake. Hyejin looked at his happy sister. Suddenly his phone rang. Sohee's name appeared on the screen. The hero went into another room. He answered and closed the door behind him. The girl said that she had a free minute to call. She asked how the birthday celebration was going. The mercenary looked down coldly and thanked her for the gift, but the actress waved it off by saying that she was just visiting her. They talked a little and the little sister turned out to be very kind. The young man silently looked ahead. He was asked if he was busy tomorrow. After a long time, he had to take part in training for bodyguards. He looked at the curtained window and said that he was going to train lightly, so nothing would happen to the wound. The guy again looked down, and when asked about the day after tomorrow, he answered that he also had to go to training. The girl blushed with irritation. She put her hand on his hand and said that it was very interesting. But the bodyguard calmly said that there was nothing interesting in it. The actress turned away displeasedly. There was a knock on the door. The blonde looked questioningly at the dropped call. Soha said that it was time for her to return to filming and therefore she would call later. Suddenly the phone rang again. The call was from an unknown number. Inzin looked at it warily and pressed the green receiver. He brought the phone to his ear and heard 001 calling him. Everything inside turned red. The hero asked if it was 006. An acquaintance said that he was arriving in the country today. Could they meet? There was a full moon in the sky. The two mercenaries met in a quiet area. The long-haired one looked at his friend and apologized because he was not going to call him, but he needed to make sure of something. Liam frowned. He heard that 32nd came here to destroy him. The young man looked at him coldly. He confirmed these words. The mercenary failed and returned to the camp after he learned that the 6th was alive. The guy tiredly grabbed his face and sighed. He said that 32nd did not appear in the camp. The hero looked at his friend in surprise and asked again. The blonde looked at him sullenly. The guy said that 32 left and said that this was the only way the camp would not be suspicious. But the mercenary found out that 32 did not return to the camp after escaping. Yidzin looked away and said that after they parted ways, 32 was attacked by a mercenary belonging to the camp. Liam gritted his teeth and cursed. As far as the first heard, the camp only ordered the mercenary to bring 32 back. But he attacked their friend regardless of the order. Sixth angrily looked ahead and said that even when they were in the camp, in addition to them, numbers, there were also mercenaries. For them they were like a thorn in the side. So when he disappeared, the situation became even worse. Besides, after the hero escaped, the number of armed forces began to fill with mercenaries and friction increased. Number looked at him questioningly and asked, did he really think that they took 32? The guy bit his lip and blushed. He looked at the yellow moon and said yes. Meanwhile, the beaten young man was sitting on a chair surrounded by thugs. The leader folded his arms across his chest and ordered him to stop resisting and tell him why he ran away from the camp without orders. The guy looked up. The mercenary was asking him what orders Aiden received from the camp to start chasing him and where he was now. The white-haired man smiled and asked if she was really his girlfriend to interrogate him like that. The man's eyes narrowed. He hit the young man on the head. Blood began to drip onto his sneakers. The thug looked at him angrily and ordered him not to open his mouth again. Otherwise his suffering would only increase, and if he did not want to die, he had better not try to hold out longer. But answer already. The number looked down and sighed. He said that this was exactly why they were not having a conversation. He asked if in his eyes they really looked like they were afraid of death. Meanwhile, the TV was showing an interview with Soha about her new role, which is very different from the previous ones. Grandfather and granddaughter were watching TV carelessly. The door to the hero's room was slightly open. He stood gloomily in the middle of the darkness. A thin strip of light fell on his face. Before that, the sixth looked at him. He had one guess, so he will go look for the 32nd. But then the camp might find out that he is not dead. Liam sighed and said that there was nothing to be done. Because he had to save his friend, he was his only family. The blonde silently looked at the mercenary. Now he was looking into the void, and laughter was coming from the hall. The young man looked at the doorway. The family continued to rest on the couch. Both were happily looking at the screen. Yidzin gloomily looked at each of them. He went to the door, only to close it. He called the sixth and firmly declared that he would go with him. A new day had arrived. Yuna and Sukjo entered the classroom. The group turned to them. The red-haired one immediately asked how they had rested. The brunette glanced at him and reminded him that they had gone on business, not to rest. The girl looked around and asked where the hero was. The classmate looked at the empty seat and said that the hero had said that he had business and had not been here since yesterday. The couple sat down and looked at the group in surprise. The brunette looked ahead thoughtfully. The red-haired one crawled up to them, demanding souvenirs, but Yuna plaintively said that they had not rested. Meanwhile, in the night forest, two mercenaries were rushing between the trees. Both put on special equipment. The long-haired one said that from the information he had learned, they had one shelter in these 10 kilometers, and if they had dragged his brother with them, then judging by the location from which he had disappeared, there was a high probability that they were here. Liam looked at the hero and asked why he decided to go with him. The first one looked ahead sullenly and replied that the 32nd one was his comrade. The sixth one fell silent in surprise. He looked away and noticed that the guy really had changed a lot. He didn't think that he would ever say something like that. The partners continued their way through the forest, and patrols had already been posted around the lonely building in the forest. Smoke was pouring under the lamp. The man said that he checked everything from the campsite. They said that Aiden still hadn't contacted them. A group of bandits were sitting by the pool table. One of them said that there had been no news from Aiden for so long, which meant that something had definitely happened, and the problem was that they couldn't find out what task Aiden had received from the camp. This guy said that they needed to talk and suddenly disappeared. The mercenaries looked around thoughtfully. They turned to the beaten boy. One of them cursed that he hated them so much, because how they had to be trained so that even such a kid wouldn't say anything until the very end. He was told to get rid of him. The thug aimed his gun. He looked meaningfully at the prisoner. The barrel froze in place. A shot rang out and blood splashed over the head of the beaten man. The corpse fell and his partners jumped up from their seats. A cartridge case fell onto the concrete floor. The silhouette of an unknown guest appeared in the passage. A guy in a military vest on his naked body silently looked at them. The bandits shuddered and began to take out their pistols. The mercenary smiled maniacally. Someone managed to recognize him, but the bullets had already pierced the rest. The gang leader took out a Kalashnikov and began shooting. The intruder managed to dodge. He made a deep dash towards the leader. The man turned around. They grabbed him by the face. With one eye he saw a knife in the mercenary's hands. The killer smiled at the job done. The thug shuddered under his palm, and his throat was cut. Silence fell near the building. The partners looked out from behind the bushes. The path to the open door was strewn with corpses. Liam looked around. Some of the dead were familiar to him. They were mercenaries who were hired for the job several years ago. The hero looked at the corpse under the tree and said that someone had definitely aimed a knife at vital organs and that very little time had passed. The guys pulled masks over their faces, getting ready to disperse and examine everything. The team began to examine the surroundings and entered the room with corpses. Aizen walked forward with a pistol in his hands. He slightly bent down and glanced to the side. A minute later, he jumped into the room with a tied prisoner. He looked at him coldly and recognized his colleague. The guy hid behind cover and noted that, although weakly, his friend was breathing. There were bodies lying around the billiards. It was strange that all the opponents in front died from a pistol, but the two in the back were in the very back and died from a knife. The first agent looked ahead warily. A familiar method popped into his head. He remembered how a man with a slit throat fell to the ground. A man with a ponytail put his foot on him. He was asked why he always made ineffective moves. The hero with a machine gun in his hands looked at him and asked why he should leave the enemies and kill them with a knife, when it was much safer and faster to gain the upper hand using a regular pistol. But the fourth agent only wiped the blood from his face. He smiled madly and replied that there would be no interest in that. The young mercenary gave him a cold look. Now the bullets began to bounce off the floor. Yidzin hid in cover. He raised his pistol and glanced to the side. The fourth agent appeared in the passage with a machine gun in his hands. The blonde jumped out from behind cover and opened fire. The killer made another dash, opening fire. The first agent moved to the other side and looked around the room. Then he prepared his pistol to attack. The part of the room with the sofa was empty. The hero abruptly ran forward. He dove behind the sofa to make a sharp jump. The guy jumped out from behind the sofa at a horizontal angle. The fourth, taken by surprise, looked at the mercenary with fear. In flight, Yidzin calmly pointed his gun at him. The man began to run away to hide from the shots. One of the bullets hit the machine gun near the butt. The weapon jumped out of his hands, injuring the fingers of the fourth. Then he decided to reduce the distance for close combat. The first began continuous fire at him, but the mercenary easily predicted the trajectory and dived to the side. He waved his hand, throwing a knife. The young man threw his head back and dodged. The throwing knife stuck in the concrete. Looking forward, the guy saw that the man had already jumped on him with a knife. The mercenary's eyes trembled. The blow of his colleague was blocked with a pistol. The enemy smiled, being in a wild excitement. He knocked the gun out of the schoolboy's hands, but the latter managed to kick him in the stomach. The powerful blow pushed the big guy back. He slid his feet along the floor and grabbed his bruise. A smile appeared under his wavy bangs. The killer licked his lips and said that the hero was pretty good. Yidzin silently took a fighting stance. The man looked at him with a grin and asked what to do, because if he was able to survive thanks to luck, he needed to run away from here as soon as possible. The young man silently looked at him, realizing that his former comrade in arms mistook him for one of the local mercenaries. The enemy kicked him and ran forward. The blonde dodged the swift blow. The fourth tried to cut him vertically, but missed. The blade of the knife flashed in the air and muffled claps sounded. The mercenary attacked and smiled. His opponent dodged all the blows. He had excellent abilities. There was a swing, but the hero blocked the hand's path and hit the big guy in the jaw. The psycho gave him a joyful look. He counterattacked. The guy broke the distance. He closely watched the mercenary's movements, from which he was able to intercept his hand. After that, he hit him in the face. Then he grabbed his head and slammed him into the concrete floor. From the blow, the man rolled and broke the table. He looked to the side and cursed. The fourth one did a somersault towards the machine gun. He even managed to grab it. The psycho pointed the machine gun at his comrade. Aizen looked at him intently and ran for cover, dodging shots. A pistol was lying very close. The young man picked it up. He did a somersault to be able to change direction. Two soldiers pointed their weapons at each other. The fourth looked at him warily and said that the guy was not one of the local mercenaries, because if there was a guy with such abilities among the mercenaries working for the camp, he would know about it. The schoolboy held the gun and said nothing. The man frowned and asked who he was and why he was here. He smiled nervously, when suddenly a bullet pierced his hand. He grabbed his wound. They were shooting from the window. It turns out that someone else was here. The big guy mechanically fell back, moving his body out of the bullet's trajectory. He got up and ran away. The hero still decided to shoot him. The escape window was very close. The mercenary jumped out, breaking the glass with his strong body. Yidzin ran after him. The door of the building swung open. Going outside, the hero saw only a car driving away. Liam ran up to his friend and asked if it was really the fourth one. He looked around and asked why he was here. Judging by the fact that he killed the mercenaries, they were not acting together. The young man looked at him and said that the more important thing now was that the 32nd was not in the best condition. After a while, the car left the forest. The bloody passenger was sitting in the back seat. Liam gritted his teeth and said that he was very bad. Yidzin looked at him seriously and said that first they would go back with him, because there was a place where they could get help. The guy needed treatment. The sixth began to bite his nails. His brother was so bad now that they would not be able to sail for long on the boat. They would have to use emergency treatment in this country, and then move on. The first nodded silently. The long-haired one objected to him, because if he went with them, he would also be in danger. Liam smiled and said that his partner now had his own life and he was grateful just for the fact that he went with him. The guy looked at him slightly surprised. The sixth extended his hand and said that they should say goodbye here. His comrade's hand froze. Yidzin looked at it coldly, raised his warm gaze. Liam looked at him gratefully. The number thought about it, and still shook his friend's hand. The fourth's car stopped at an unknown abandoned building. He pulled on a bandage, holding it in his teeth. He patted his wound and groaned. He shifted his gaze, thinking about the abilities and aura of the enemy. A hero appeared in his head, and behind him, the man recognized him as a young mercenary. The psycho grinned. His eyes bulged. He realized that he had fought the first one. The hero returned home. The clock began to count down 3 o'clock in the morning. The guy quietly closed the front door behind him. His sister looked out from behind the door and asked if he had really come. Yidzin looked at her in surprise and asked if she had really not slept. The girl needed to learn something, and her grandfather had waited until recently, but had gone to bed. Daeon laughed. The grandfather said that he felt lonely and bored because he had not seen his grandson all day. The sister looked at her brother and asked if everything was okay with his business. He smiled warmly and said yes. The younger one pointed to the side. She made sandwiches and left them on the table so that he could eat them if he was hungry. The boy thanked her. There were sandwiches in cellophane in the kitchen. A note said that there was milk in the refrigerator. The schoolboy looked at them silently. He ate and lay down on his bed. Yidzin turned on his side anxiously. His eyes were staring into space. The phone rang on the shelf. The boy opened a chat with Soha. She asked if the bodyguard was sleeping now. After receiving an answer, the phone rang. Soha looked at her poster. She apologized for calling late. She said that she often makes typos when writing messages, that it is much more convenient for her to call. She sat up in bed and asked if the guy was busy tomorrow. If not, she wanted to meet up and talk for a bit. The young man looked at the calendar questioningly. The actress worriedly said that even if he needed to attend bodyguard training, she would come herself and it wouldn't take much time. Yidzin looked away and answered okay. The protagonist walked out of the building. A car driving by honked at him. The car window rolled down and the actress waved at the young man. The protagonist looked towards the girl. Soha remembered that the guy said he had training today and asked why the student had just left the house, to which he began to explain as he got into the car. The interlocutor frowned and asked if Yidzin had lied to her, to which he replied that it was not that. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and said that he simply wanted to take a few days off. The actress smirked and asked if it was true and said she was glad she hadn't asked him to meet her when he was busy. The girl handed him a can of soda and told him to take it. The protagonist could be seen accepting the treat through the windshield of the car. The car was parked at the curb and Soha explained that people on the streets might recognize her and then asked if they could chat there. Opening the drink, the protagonist said it was a good idea, and the girl laughed and began to talk about why she had asked the young man to meet her. Lowering her head, the girl explained that she wanted to ask him for help. Yidzin pursed his lips and remained silent, and the actress said it was about her brother. The movie star smirked and explained that she had a younger brother in high school who was younger than her interlocutor but was also a high school student like him, so she thought it would be better to ask him about it. Looking down, the protagonist thought about her words. Sitting in the driver's seat, the girl explained that her parents told her that her younger brother has been getting hurt a lot lately, and he always says that he fell or had a fight with his friends, and if they question him further, he just goes to his room or goes outside. Raising her eyebrows sadly, Soha admitted that at first she thought that such things were normal at his age, but after learning more about it, it seemed that everything had become even worse. Turning his gaze to the girl, the protagonist asked if she had asked him about what happened. Closing her eyes, the actress explained that her younger brother does not leave the room even when his sister is home and does not even answer her calls, to which the interlocutor remained silent. There were 2 stuffed animals near the rear window of the car, and the movie star explained that before she started working, they were quite close, but after moving, she became very busy and could not find time to take care of her brother, and then added that it was not always like this, because a year ago, he started avoiding her. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl asked if Yedzin could go and find out what happened to him, because she had no one else to rely on. The actress closed her eyes and explained that various rumors would spread if she asked someone else to do this, and it would add to the troubles of her brother. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist remained silent. The sky covered with clouds was visible. Students were approaching the entrance of the school. In a uniform and a mask, the protagonist walked along the corridor of the school, holding a phone with a photo of his younger brother Soha in his hands. The guy said in his head that this was Jinwoo, a second year at Myohan Middle School. The young man looked ahead, narrowing his eyes. There was a guy standing near the entrance to the classroom, and the protagonist compared him to the photo on his phone. Suddenly, he was called out to which the protagonist turned around. The schoolgirls, wide-eyed, asked him to take off his mask for a minute. The girls looked at the guy with admiration. Looking at them, the mercenary remained silent. The guy explained that he had a cold, to which the students, holding their chins, exclaimed that even his voice was gorgeous. The actress's younger brother entered the office. His classmates were sitting at a desk, and one of them asked why the poll was late. The gray-haired guy, holding his hands in his pockets, asked if he had told him to come early and wait, and then added that his butler had run away. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked him again and asked if her classmate had started reading The Dark Butler, and he replied that the story was very interesting. The student with tattoos on his arms was watching a video on his phone. Jinwoo looked down in concern and remained silent. The classmate said that the brat was just standing there with his eyes wide open, to which he apologized with his fingers spread and explained that he was not feeling well and was late. Gritting his teeth, the bully asked the boy again and, calling him names, asked if he was trying to joke with him. The boy asked if he hadn't had enough yesterday, but today he had even dared to be late, and Jinwoo made excuses while the other students turned around. The classmate asked if that was true, since the boy had literally just said that and the other was watching a training video on hand-to-hand combat. The boy opened his mouth and said that he understood how to do the move. Suddenly, the bully put his phone on the table and called out to the boy. The student told him to hold the bag, to which the boy, opening his mouth, asked him again. Grinning angrily, the bully told him to stop talking nonsense and again told him to hold the bag. The schoolboy answered that he understood while taking off his backpack. The boy fearfully held the school bag in front of him. The classmate got into a fighting stance. A moment later, the boy swung his leg. The bully kicked the boy right in the stomach, protected by the backpack. Jinwoo's mouth opened wide in pain. The schoolboy collapsed on the floor. The actress's younger brother was lying next to the bag, sighing heavily. The angry schoolboy stood in front of him and suggested that it was probably because the boy was not a sandbag, but still something was missing, and asked if he should try with his hand. The student held his stomach, and the bully told him to pick up the bag again. Gritting his teeth, the tattooed boy asked if his classmate was deaf, and again repeated that he told him to pick up the bag. The movie star's younger brother widened his eyes in fear. Leaning on a chair, the girl told Soonhin that she was hungry, to which he replied that he was hungry too, since the classmate mentioned it. Their friend turned around. The boy sat on a chair and told Jinwoo to bring them something to eat. The student was sitting on the floor, leaning on his hands. The boy stood up and agreed to do the errand. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl called him sweetly and asked him not to forget about the milky coffee. The protagonist stood by the door, while his younger brother walked out of the classroom. The student walked forward down the hallway. The masked protagonist looked after him. The mercenary looked away and remained silent. The boy remembered how the movie star looked down in disappointment. Suddenly, a notification sound was heard from his pants pocket. A message from Daeun appeared in the chat, saying that the laptop had incredible functions, and then gratitude. The boy remained silent, holding the phone in his hand. A moment later, Yedzin looked forward. Jinwoo was walking down the school hallway, illuminated by the rays of the sun. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled in relief. At that moment, the protagonist moved towards the boy. The young man picked up a traditional Korean snack. Holding a pile of food near him, the schoolboy thought that he hated school. The actress's younger brother was standing in front of the vending machine, and suddenly he heard the sound of notifications. Holding his phone in his hand, the boy read his sister's messages that she would come on Saturday and buy him something delicious. His back appeared and the student was silent. In the memories, the wall of Myohan Middle School was visible. The student smiled and asked if his friend watched the drama yesterday, and then clarified whether he was also annoyed by Soha's terrible acting. Walking through the office, the actress's younger brother heard them talking about how they put an idol there, and the girl ruined everything, and she must have paid money for this place. The student anxiously clenched his jaw and asked what was wrong with his sister. The girl was eating a tangerine and asked what the boy was talking about since she was on break. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy asked if the actress could do better. Soha folded her hands and asked if her younger brother thought it was easy to do, then stated that she was trying. But it was easier said than done. Opening his mouth wide, the boy told the girl to try harder anyway, since people in his class insulted her and said that her acting was terrible, and it was damn embarrassing. The actress looked at her brother, her eyes wide in confusion. The schoolboy lowered his head, looking at the screen of his phone. The boy's lips turned down in disappointment. Holding the groceries in his hands, the student thought that he deserved worse than this. The protagonist was standing near the entrance to the store when suddenly there was a vibration in his pants pocket. The mercenary looked down in alarm. The boy's eyes widened when he saw his younger sister's message that Jion reported that he was not at school today. The boy typed a reply saying that he had some business to take care of. Daeun wrote that she was surprised by her brother because he left home early and still hadn't made it to school, to which he apologized. Jinwoo came out of the store and noticed the protagonist. After looking at the boy, the student wondered who it was and that he was wearing a mask but still stood out. A drop of sweat appeared on the student's face. At that moment, the young man tripped. The movie star's younger brother fell down, and all the food scattered. The boy sighed heavily, picking up the food from the ground. The protagonist handed him the fallen snack. The student looked at the boy leaning over him. The student thanked him, his mouth slightly open in alarm. The heroes were standing near the store when suddenly the mercenary's stomach made a sound. Jinwoo smiled and asked if the stranger wanted one, to which he remained silent. The protagonist unpacked the food and began to eat. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he thought about how when the stranger took off his mask, his face looked like an idol's, and it seemed like this guy was also from his school, but had never seen him. Sitting on a chair, the schoolboy asked the stranger what year he was in, to which he replied that he was in the 3rd grade. Soha's younger brother said that the new acquaintance was his senior, to which he, chewing his food, said that he was not his senior, because they were not from the same school. The boy lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about what the protagonist was saying, because he was wearing their uniform. Putting his hand on the chair, the protagonist said that he was not here for long, or rather, he simply put on the uniform to get in. The schoolboy looked at his interlocutor in surprise, when suddenly the phone rang. The boy looked at the phone screen in fear. With his mouth wide open, the student exclaimed that he had to go. While running towards the school, Jinwoo answered the phone and said that he was on his way, but the vending machine was out of hamburgers, so he had to go to a convenience store. The protagonist looked after the student in confusion. A mountain of food appeared on the table. The girl said that she thought she was going to starve to death, and Seung-hin turned his head and said that this idiot can't do anything right. The movie star's younger brother lowered his head and wondered how much longer this would go on, and there was still a long school year left, and he had time before graduation, and then wondered if he could just leave school and if his parents and sister would be shocked. Frowning, the classmate called out to the boy and asked if he was looking at her legs. The boy answered with an alarmed expression that he hadn't. The girl said that she saw him looking, and Seung-hin smiled and said that Jinwoo was a man after all. The schoolboy, raising his eyebrows in fear, explained that he honestly hadn't looked, and asked why he wanted to look at his classmate's legs. The schoolgirl, frowning angrily, said that her classmate had just said it in the most horrible way, and then added that he had seriously looked at them, and why was he talking nonsense now? The guy with the tattoos was eating a hamburger, and Jinwoo was saying that he definitely hadn't looked anywhere. After that, the bully stood up from his chair. The schoolboy opened his mouth in confusion. His classmate suddenly jumped up. The guy kicked him in the leg. The schoolboy fell to the floor, sighing in pain. The opponent put his hand under his head. A moment later, the tattooed boy began to turn the boy over. He lay down on the floor and grabbed the student's neck. So his younger brother, his eyes wide, began to choke. The bully left him lying on the floor unconscious. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy said that this is what the boy had been doing all this time, and Seung-hin noticed that the weakling had passed out again. Saliva was flowing from the boy's mouth. The boy remembered how, sitting at his desk, he heard guys saying that his sister was really hot. The girl smiled and said that it would be better, to which her friend laughed. Holding his phone in his hand, the boy said that the actress looked really modest, but he was sure that she had dated many guys, and the others supported him. One of the students smirked and said that Soha was too desperate. Standing up from his chair, Jinwoo yelled at them to stop talking nonsense. The boy turned his head and asked what that bastard was saying. A moment later, the bully kicked the boy in the head. All this time, the movie star's younger brother was lying on the bed. Holding his neck, the boy wondered if this was the infirmary. Suddenly, the student looked away. Next to him, Yidzin was sitting on a chair. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, asked why the young man hadn't told his sister about this. The student opened his mouth in alarm, not understanding how the stranger knew this, to which he again asked why he didn't tell her. The actress's younger brother widened his eyes in fear. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, clenching his jaw. The student realized that the guy had guessed wrong and knew that Soha was his sister. Jinwoo clenched his hands into fists. The girl entered the apartment. Lying under an IV drip, the movie star read comments about how her acting was just terrible, that she was rich and only irritated viewers. Sitting in front of her laptop screen, Soha was crying. Gritting his teeth, the student was afraid of what would happen if others found out that the actress's brother was an errand boy. Sitting on the hospital bed, the boy explained that this would cause her problems. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if he was serious. Placing his hands in front of him, the interlocutor explained that celebrities should care about their image more than one might think, as well as the reputation of their family. The student looked down and continued that if they found out that her brother was just a whipping boy, then her sister would go through something she didn't need again. Placing his hands on his knees, the protagonist clarified that this would happen even if it wasn't her brother's fault, to which he replied that people didn't care who was to blame, because they were just looking for any reason to get to the star. The mercenary asked if the boy had tried telling the teacher, to which the teacher, closing his eyes, replied that if it were that easy, then they wouldn't have to go through this bullying, and it would only get worse. The student's back appeared, and he explained that if this became an even bigger problem, everyone would find out that Soha was a member of his family, and the point was that nothing would be resolved, and it would only cause his sister more trouble. Lowering the corners of his lips, Yidzin asked what the student's plan was then. The boy lowered his head and remained silent. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming message was heard. Picking up the phone, Jinwoo read the messages from the bullies that if he was reading this, he should bring them food. And there was a lot of it, so he needed to buy more. And then his classmate added that he saw that the SMS was red, which meant the bastard had already woken up and was caught. The smartphone shook from incoming notifications that the guys mockingly wrote that he enjoyed lying in the infirmary, and he couldn't hesitate, but needed to get up and buy them food. Jinwoo anxiously closed his lips. Sitting on the hospital bed, the young man said that he should wait until graduation. Squinting, the protagonist remained silent. A moment later, the mercenary stood up from his chair. The sign for the infirmary appeared. Bringing the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked if Soha heard everything. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. The actress closed her eyes and muttered that she had heard everything. The guy was walking down the school corridor and said that he thought they had found the reason for her brother's behavior, to which the interlocutor agreed. Raising her eyebrows in disappointment, the girl explained that she simply thought he had adolescent syndrome and that he kept his distance from her because her brother did not like him, and then admitted that she would never have thought that he had to lie like this because of her. The shadow of the protagonist's feet fell on the floor, and he said that it was not her fault. Tears flowed from the actress's eyes. Holding the phone to his ear, the mercenary said that it was also not Jinwoo's fault. At that moment, the young man hung up. The guy closed his eyes in confusion. Yidzin remembered how, sitting at the table, Dan said that Soha was a very good person. The younger sister smiled and admitted that she did not expect the actress to be so nice, and everyone envied her. The protagonist put a mask on his face. The movie star's younger brother's classroom came into view. One of the bullies frowned and asked when the boy would arrive since he was hungry, to which Seunghan asked him to wait a bit and said that he would tell him to move faster. The student smiled and said that he heard that the bastard had fainted again from one of Yongsik's moves, to which the other replied that this time the student hadn't even relieved himself in his pants, and the other said that he would try the move on him too. Suddenly, the group of bullies turned around. The girl with bright lipstick asked who he was, to which the other, folding her arms, replied that the guy was not from their class. The protagonist appeared in the room. Seunghan frowned and asked what he wanted. The mercenary stared at the student. A moment later, the protagonist struck his opponent in the face. The bully's eyes instantly turned white. Another guy was about to attack, grinning viciously. Yidzin kicked him in the stomach with all his might. The bully fell to the floor. The students looked at the stranger in fear. Yongsik looked away from his phone. The strong guys were shouting with their mouths wide open that they didn't understand what kind of nonsense this man was doing. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character struck his opponent in the chin. With his other hand, the young man grabbed the next opponent. Drops of blood flew onto the floor. The defeated bully screamed loudly in pain. Another student lay unconscious on the floor. The girls raised their eyebrows in alarm. The main character stood in the middle of the neutralized opponents. The guy with tattoos on his hands put his phone on the table and said that he didn't know what kind of crazy bastard the stranger must be. But it was great. Grabbing his neck, the bully said that he just wanted to try his moves in a real fight without gloves and rules, and the protagonist probably thinks that he is very cool. But today he met a worthy opponent. Looking at Yongsik, the mercenary remained silent. The embittered schoolboy got into a fighting stance. The guy struck, leaving a bright mark in the air. Baring his teeth, the opponent said that Aidzin was just a newbie. A moment later, the protagonist blocked the opponent's attack with his hand. Traces of the rivals' fight were visible in the room. The protagonist hit the bully in the face with his elbow. At the same second, the opponent bent down. Holding his hand on his face, the opponent called the mercenary a name and prepared to attack. The protagonist abruptly pushed the opponent in the stomach with his shoulder, to which he screamed. The mercenary's eyes sparkled. The guy suddenly slid across the floor. Yongsik's pupils noticeably decreased, and he wondered who this stranger was. Raising his leg to shoulder level, the bully screamed loudly. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the leg. A moment later, the mercenary struck his opponent's knee. At that moment, Yongsik began to fall. The schoolboy fell to the floor and cried out in pain. The girls opened their mouths in excitement. The rest of the classmates looked at the stranger in confusion. The guy with tattoos on his arms raised his head and began to speak. The protagonist was silent, looking at the neutralized opponent. There was complete silence in the classroom. The crowd of students watched what was happening. The protagonist stood in the middle of the defeated bullies. The mercenary turned his head to the side. One of the students frowned angrily. Putting his hand to his chest, Yongsik began to cough and said that he did not know who this stranger was. His face was stained with blood, and he declared that the protagonist would die today. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, looked at his opponent. The students looked at their classmate with alarm and asked who this stranger was, to which he replied that he did not know, and he came here suddenly and started doing some nonsense. One of the bullies, standing in front of a crowd of guys, asked who the protagonist was and what he was doing. The protagonist, spreading his fingers, remained silent. The guy frowned and asked if the stranger was ignoring him, and then asked for someone to take off the mask of this bastard and let him see his face. The mercenary turned his gaze to the student. The two opponents got into a fighting stance. Aidzin suddenly slid his foot along the floor. The young man sharply hit his opponent in the chin. After that, the guy approached another bully. A moment later, blood appeared from the opponent's mouth. The student fell sideways to the floor. Yongsik clenched his fists and said nothing. Frowning angrily, the boy shouted that no one should stand still and that they should pounce on the stranger. The crowd of his allies moved straight towards the protagonist. The protagonist only looked calmly in their direction. With his head down, Jinwoo walked down the school corridor. Clenching his jaw, the boy wondered who this senior was who had come so suddenly and then disappeared just as suddenly. The corners of his lips turned down and the student realized that he hoped that this would not happen again today anyway. Suddenly, Soha's younger brother raised his head, hearing shouts that the man should be grabbed. Approaching the classroom, the boy saw a crowd of students and did not understand why these people were gathering outside their classroom. A moment later, one of the bullies flew out of the classroom doors. The boy hit the wall, creating a cloud of dust around himself. The confused students looked at the immobilized boy. Jinwoo widened his eyes and didn't understand what was happening. People were looking at the office with their mouths open in alarm, from which loud screams were coming. The student looked through the door and heard someone asking to stop the stranger. At the same second, another guy flew out of the room. The student fell backwards onto the floor. The protagonist finished the fight with the bullies and pulled his hand back. The protagonist stood with his shoulders straightened. The actress's younger brother, his eyes wide, wondered what it was. The sun glared through the window onto the students' bodies, and the boy wondered if it was the older one who did this to them. Yongsik's pupils had noticeably shrunk, and he wondered who this was and if there was such a monster at their school. The boy frowned angrily. The mercenary looked down. The young man with tattoos on his arms approached the protagonist. The student, his mouth wide open, exclaimed who he was and why he attacked them for no reason. The protagonist, his chin lowered, asked if he needed a reason to bully others. His eyebrows lowered, the boy asked the stranger again. Aidzin approached the opponent's face and told him to listen carefully, then said that he would come back if he heard Yongsik bullying someone again. His eyes lit up, and the youth explained that it would not end like this next time. The bully's blood-stained face appeared, wondering if they had offended the person the bastard was friends with. Standing close to the opponent, the protagonist told him to answer. The back of the student's head was visible, and he began to laugh. The protagonist closed his eyes. Smiling widely, Yongsik said that he got goosebumps from what the stranger did, and then added that he did not know who it was, but he must have watched too many movies and thought that it would be easy to agree with him. A moment later, the mercenary put his hand on the opponent's face. In that same second, Yijin knocked the opponent to the floor. Confused, Jinwoo entered the classroom. The protagonist was holding his wounded opponent by the head. The bully's blood-stained face was close to the ground. The protagonist hit him with his head with all his might. Drops of blood flew around the room, which surprised everyone. The actress's younger brother clenched his teeth in fear. Bloodstains appeared on the floor, and the student asked the stranger to stop. The mercenary held the worried opponent by the neck. Looking at him, the young man again told him to answer. Yongsik's head was under the enemy's control, and the guy said that he understood everything and would do everything as the stranger said. Blood came out of his mouth, and he declared that they would not touch anyone anymore. The student with tattoos on his arms was lying on the floor. The protagonist stood in the middle of the neutralized bullies. Jinwoo's eyes widened, and he remained silent. The protagonist walked out of the classroom backwards. The students looked at the stranger's back with concern. Looking at the beaten boys, the boy thought that he didn't think anyone could do this, but to think that the eldest had rushed through everyone. Yongsik was holding his bloody face with his hand, and the younger brother Soha realized that this guy was acting tough. But wasn't he the same as everyone else in front of someone stronger than him? Looking ahead, the bully called out to the student. The boy looked at him with the corners of his lips down. Opening his mouth wide, the classmate shouted at what the brat was looking at. Frowning angrily, the young man continued to call him names and asked if he found it funny. Jinwoo muttered that it wasn't so, opening his mouth in alarm. A moment later, the student ran out after the mercenary. The protagonist prepared to attack the bully, and the bully asked him to wait. The protagonist put his hand to his opponent's face. At that very moment, the boy threw him back. Lying face down on the floor, Yongsik began to groan in pain. The bully squinted and looked questioningly at the stranger. Yidzin grabbed his opponent's fingers. The student's pupils noticeably decreased. A moment later, the mercenary twisted his finger with a crunch. The boy screamed loudly, and his classmates looked at this in fear. Sitting next to his opponent, the protagonist asked if his opponent thought it was a joke. Looking down, the boy again asked his opponent to answer. Holding his hand, the student said that it was all true and that he was actually speaking honestly. The protagonist stood up and said that there was no need for that. Tears started to flow from the opponent's eyes, and he asked the stranger again. Glancing at the bully, the mercenary explained that he could just come back here anytime. The student raised his head and remained silent. The boy stood with his hands down. Gritting his teeth, Jinwoo looked at the elder. Coming out of the classroom, the protagonist said that the boy could consider this payment for the meal. The actress's younger brother widened his eyes in surprise. The back of the senior protector was visible as he left. Holding the phone to his ear, the mercenary said that there was no reason to worry, because there was only one small problem. The guy walked down the hallway and told his interlocutor that the problem had been solved. Students were visible in the schoolyard. Standing near the desk, a girl with bright lipstick on her lips said that she heard that everyone was sent to the hospital, and Yongsik had the worst of it, to which another asked who the stranger was. The schoolgirl put her hand to her cheek and said that the guy was not from their school, and they could not find him anywhere. Holding the phone in his hands, Jinwoo thought about how everyone at school was talking about what happened, and then realized that he saw the senior himself beat up all these people. Remembering the image of the protector, the actress's younger brother wondered who the high school student was. The boy shuddered in fear when he heard his name being called. The schoolboy turned around. His sister was standing outside the classroom door. With her mouth wide open, his classmate was surprised by the movie star's appearance. All the students took out their phones, surprised by her arrival. With her hands folded, the girl asked if her brother would continue to ignore her, to which he exclaimed why she was here. With wide eyes, the schoolgirl was surprised that Soha was Jinwoo's older sister. With her eyebrows lowered, the older sister said that she came here in person because the boy continued to ignore her messages. The boy, his mouth slightly open, remained silent. With her gaze lowered, Soha asked him to take his bag and go get her, to which he asked where to go. Frowning furiously, the girl repeated that she said to take her backpack. With a fearful grin, the schoolboy agreed. His classmates looked at him in bewilderment. The actress closed her eyes and said that she had watched the boy's video. A drop of sweat appeared on the student's face and she hesitantly asked her again. Sokka folded her arms and said that she especially did, because she definitely liked to bully her brother, although she did nothing but command the boys. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm and remained silent. Looking at the bully, the actress explained that they just needed to wait, and they would all be sued. The schoolgirl opened her mouth in confusion when she heard that it would be difficult to prosecute them all according to the law, but everyone would know what the boys really were like. The crowd of students looked at what was happening in surprise. Sokka turned away and called her younger brother to follow her. The schoolboy closed his lips and followed her. The heroes walked down the corridor among a crowd of worried people. Jinwoo opened his mouth wide and asked what his older sister would do now, to which she asked him again. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the boy asked what would happen if people spread rumors or sent her hate mail because of him. The girl stopped and asked why that had to happen. Lowering his head, the student explained that he had been involved in school violence and it would not be good for her if it came out. Frowning, the actress asked what was wrong with that and whether the younger brother was saying it was his fault. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Turning to the boy, the sister said that it was the bullies who were to blame, not him. The student remained silent, his mouth slightly open. Closing his eyes, the movie star said that she did not care if rumors spread and caused her trouble. Opening her mouth wide, the girl said that this was why the younger brother should not think about such things. Soa clenched her fists and asked if she had made herself clear. Tears began to flow from the boy's eyes, and then he gave his sister a positive answer. The actress looked through the crowd of students and was surprised. Among the students, the girl saw Yidzin. At that moment, the protagonist turned away. A building with many windows was visible. The protagonist was holding onto the strap of his backpack. Hyukjin, standing near the table, said that he wanted to see the actress and suggested that they try to contact her and ask her to play with them again, and then added that he knew she was busy, but he still had to ask, and chuckled. Yuna sat at her desk and looked at the group of students. Sukjo, with the corners of his lips down, said that most likely this guy accompanied Soha when they were in America. Lowering her chin, the girl replied that she knew it. Holding a cup of coffee, Jiyeon said that she heard that the other person had some business in America, and then asked if it was true that doing business there was not easy. The younger sister folded her hands and remained silent. Putting her hand to her face, the director said that she heard that Yuna had a boyfriend there, to which Yuna exclaimed that it was not so. Squeezing her eyes shut, Jiyeon said that the guy was going to fly to Korea, and they wanted her sister to take care of the details. The granddaughter of the SW Group CEO closed her eyes and crumpled the paper furiously. Sukjo looked at her with concern. The furious students stood up from the table. Hyukjin, Jahoon, and Ijin looked at their classmate questioningly. With her mouth wide open, Yuna said that she had something to discuss with the protagonist, and then asked to leave them for a minute. Jahoon pouted and said that they didn't want to and asked why they should, and Hyukjin laughed. The girl looked angrily at her classmate. A moment later, the boys left the heroes alone. With her arms folded, the classmate asked if the protagonist was free today. With her mouth slightly open, the young man gave a negative answer. The guy explained that he promised his younger sister to go shopping with her, to which Yuna, with her mouth wide open, asked if she could go with them. The student raised her eyebrows in confusion and said that she would tell her about it. The protagonist kept silent, pressing his lips together. The shop windows appeared. The girls were standing near the shelf with vegetables. Looking into one of the boxes, Sukjo said that he heard that Idzin was busy despite his injury, to which he answered in the affirmative. Lowering his chin, the young man clarified that the protagonist even accompanied Soha. Looking down, the mercenary again gave a positive answer. While choosing products, the student asked if the interlocutor had seen other celebrities, to which he explained that he did not have much time, and Sukjo asked what the chances were that the protagonist would work with the actress again, to which he answered that it was difficult to say. The granddaughter of the SW Group director raised her eyebrows, overhearing the conversation of her classmates. Holding onto the cart, Dayan apologized to the high school girl for having to come with them. The girl closed her eyes and said that she didn't need to worry since she wanted to which the protagonist's younger sister replied that she could have done it herself, but her brother insisted. Smiling, Yuna admitted that she was jealous of how close they were. The schoolgirl asked her again with her mouth wide open. The girl put the chocolate bar in the cart and asked if that was true. Dayan widened her eyes and suggested that the high school girl eat with them if she wasn't busy, to which the girl exclaimed in surprise. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked if she could. Closing her eyes, the protagonist's younger sister responded approvingly and told her that Yidzin was surprisingly good at cooking, then suggested asking him to cook dinner. Standing in the middle of the store, the girls burst into laughter. The boys looked at them and remained silent. At night, the lights were on in the windows of the building. Several plates of food appeared. The guys were sitting at the table, and gratitude for the food could be heard. Yuna held a cutlery in her hand and exclaimed that it was very tasty, and Yidzin was a great cook. Sukjo chewed his food. Daeon opened her mouth wide and explained that she told her that he was good at cooking. The girl widened her eyes and asked where he learned it. The protagonist, moving the corners of his lips, answered that he learned it from videos. The protagonist's sister smiled contentedly. It was clear that the guys were enjoying the food at the table. Daeon happily crossed her palms. Yuna complacently closed her eyes. The group of friends looked at each other and talked. A moment later, empty plates appeared. The girl, holding a mug in her hand, said that she was full. The guy took the plates in his hands. Yuna, abruptly getting up from the table, exclaimed that she would wash the dishes. Daeon smiled and told her to sit down because she would wash it herself. The granddaughter of the SW group owner, tying her hair, shouted that she said she could do it herself. Yidzin and Yuna were standing near the sink. An apron that was hanging next to them appeared. The girl took it and put it on herself. She tried to tie it at the back. The high school girl, looking down, thought that she could not tie it well. The protagonist offered to help her and began to tie her apron. Yuna suddenly widened her eyes. The protagonist continued to help her, standing behind her. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, thanked him shyly. The guy, rolling up his sleeves, said that he would stay and help her. A moment later, the young man began to wash the dishes. The high school girl smiled contentedly and laughed to herself. Sukjo, sitting at the table, watched them. He happily closed his eyes. A tall building appeared in the daytime. A door was visible, and it was written that entry was for staff only. The man clenched his fists and explained that he was their VIP customer who would be visiting us today. A portrait of a guy appeared, and it was said that his name was Lewis, and he was the director's third son, and they were visiting them because of the mutual exchange between the Bailey group and the SW group. The informant lowered his eyebrows and added that since Miss Yuna was handling the formalities, they, the third squad, would be the main command to ensure their safety. Yidzin and Sukjo, looking to the side, listened, especially between them, who always moved together with Yuna. Both of them needed to be on guard, to which they gave a positive answer. A bright hall inside the building appeared. Shining shoes were visible. Yuna bit the corners of her lips, and behind her were the protagonist and Sukjo. Lewis, with his arms outstretched, asked how the girl was doing. He suddenly hugged her, which made her very surprised. Yuna asked him sharply, her eyes wide, why he was doing this. The girl looked back and muttered that he did it in front of the protagonist, and wondered if Yidzin would misunderstand. Lewis raised his eyebrows and asked why she was so embarrassed. The granddaughter of the owner of SW Group stared at him. The VIP client smirked and asked if it was because other people were watching, and why she was worried about what her security and service staff thought. The guy narrowed his eyes and continued that didn't SW Group teach their servants to keep their mouths shut and pretend that they didn't see their master's actions. The protagonist and his friend stood silently. Yuna, holding her dress, suggested that they discuss this elsewhere, to which Lewis listened. A chandelier was visible, brightly illuminating the room. The guys sat at a table opposite the windows. The guy raised his glass and asked if she had thought about his suggestion. The girl cut a piece of meat. She frowned and said nothing. The VIP client put the glass on the table. Lewis smiled and said that an engagement with him was quite a good offer for her. Yuna suddenly opened her mouth and began to speak. She asked him to leave it for later with sweat on her face and thought that she did not want Yidzin to know about it. The protagonist crossed his arms and remained silent. The guy narrowed his eyes and exclaimed that he came all this way to personally hear her answer, but she was getting off topic. The girl, looking at her interlocutor, explained that she had already answered him earlier. Lewis lowered his eyebrows and said that he told her to think about it again. The high school girl, with sweat on her face, said nothing. The VIP client raised the corners of his lips after a moment. He said that Yuna did not have a firm position and power in SW Group, to which the girl looked at him firmly. Sukjo was watching the discussion intently. Lewis lowered his eyebrows and said that thanks to her father, she inherited a lot of SW Group shares. But compared to her other relatives, her skills were poor, so it seemed like she was being avoided when she tried to do something in SW Group. The guy asked if he was right, and Yuna widened her eyes and remained silent. The VIP customer asked if that was the case, wouldn't it be good if she joined him, since it would be for the benefit of their future, and the senior girl suddenly grabbed her glass. She bit her lips in confusion and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Sukjo frowned menacingly. A chandelier appeared, the light from which was yellow, and it was heard that it was time to move to the next place. Lewis abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Yuna also suddenly turned around. The bodyguards raised their eyebrows. Sukjo looked at his friend. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, explained that in order to arrive at the next destination on time, they needed to leave right now. The girl, with sweat on her face, widened her eyes. A moment later, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. The high school girl opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something. She smiled contentedly, and a positive answer was heard. Lewis's shoes appeared. The guy frowned menacingly and asked if this was how SW Group trained its security personnel. The bodyguards were standing near the entrance to the room. Sweat was running down Sukjoa's cheek. Yuna opened her mouth in confusion. Lewis, with his eyes narrowed, asked if this bodyguard acted of his own free will. Yidzin lowered his gaze. The VIP client looked straight ahead. The protagonist's friend turned his pupils towards the protagonist. The girl, placing her palm on her chest, replied that she had told him to contact her since these were important formalities and they needed to stick to the schedule. Lewis, lowering his eyebrows, said nothing. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that she could tell her bodyguards. He, sitting at the table, continued that he wanted to talk to her, just the two of them. The VIP client, smiling, exclaimed that he was quite happy with that. But it seemed that she was worried. Yuna turned to the boys and asked if she could leave them for a while. The bodyguards bit the corners of their lips and remained silent. The girl smirked and said that she was fine. The boys obeyed her request and began to leave. Lewis suddenly looked back. He looked at the guards and asked them to leave too. The men left the room, closing the door behind them. Yuna and Lewis were left alone in the room. The VIP client, closing his eyes, asked the reason why she rejected his offer, whether it was this guy. The senior student, opening her mouth, asked him again, to which she received the answer that he was talking about the bodyguard who was there a minute ago. The girl, widening her eyes, shouted what he was saying. Lewis, sighing heavily, said that she did not need to strain herself, because he was not a petty guy who would be upset over something like this, and he did not care whether she would see him. Yuna, her pupils bulging, did not understand what he was talking about. The VIP client, smiling maliciously, explained that she could date him as much as she wanted, even after they got engaged, and added that she was still a student, and they were not the kind of people who would marry for love, and she could date him as much as she wanted. The high school girl clenched her jaw menacingly. Lewis stood up from the table and said that they had decided, and he was tired due to the change in time zones, so he suggested postponing the remaining business until tomorrow since he was not in the mood to continue anyway. Straightening his jacket, the guy asked for an answer before he flew away. Yuna looked at his back in bewilderment. The VIP client, closing the door, left the room. Yidzin firmly looked forward. Lewis's outstretched fingers appeared. He patted the protagonist on the shoulder. The guy, smirking, said that he should know his place. The protagonist, without answering, lowered his gaze. Jiyeon could be seen sitting across from her sister, asking what she heard that she hadn't even finished the schedule that was planned. The girl kept her head down and remained silent. Her sister folded her hands and said that Lewis was in charge of the project that they were doing together, and the formalities were very important to someone, and asked what she was going to do if she couldn't even do that correctly. Yuna opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that he was the one who unilaterally cancelled everything. A moment later, a drop of sweat was running down her cheek. The high school girl raised her eyebrows and heard the question of whether she knew that her sister hated her. Jiyeon looked at her and said that it was no wonder that the SW family members didn't have a good relationship with each other, but out of everyone, she hated her the most. The high school girl opened her mouth and asked him not to say that. The window of the room appeared, and it was heard that she had a very hard time gaining recognition and becoming who she is now, and also had to face her father who wanted a piece of SW Group, and her older brother had to defend himself from the attacks of distant relatives. The older sister, with the corners of her lips raised, asked if she knew when all this began, when she was younger than she is now. She asked about her, to which Yuna, lowering her head, did not answer. Jiyeon folded her hands and continued that she inherited everything from her uncle without lifting a finger, and her grandfather paid special attention to her because she was lonely from a young age, and he protected her from other relatives. The girl frowned and asked if she thought that grandpa was the only one who favored her, and added that she said that they could only grow by overcoming their internal strife and preparing to attack their competitors, and he was single-mindedly watching them. The older sister, with her mouth slightly open, explained that if things continued like this, she would use the authority of SW Group that she had inherited to get the business. Yuna looked down sadly. Jiyeon, with her eyebrows lowered menacingly, said that it would be good if it was only her, and clarified what about the employees who had done nothing wrong. The younger sister widened her eyes in bewilderment. The girl, looking at her, exclaimed that she needed to be more responsible. A glass appeared in the guy's hand, and he asked if he recognized who it was, to which he answered yes. The assistant, with his palms behind his back, said that his name was Yidzin, his age was 19, and he was currently in the same class as Yuna, and was also undergoing field training to work as a bodyguard at SW Group. Lewis turned around and asked if he had investigated it properly. The guard, with his mouth slightly open, replied that he was unable to get a detailed report due to the time, but he was confident in the information. The guy, introducing the girl, wondered if he had infiltrated through connections and thought that she lacked tact, and she brought him to such a meeting, calling it pathetic. In the daytime, the tall building of SW Group was visible. An office appeared, in which many people were sitting. The VIP client and Yuna were sitting next to each other. Lewis abruptly turned his gaze. He, noticing the protagonist, said to himself that no matter how he looked at him, he began to irritate him, and that was why Yuna kept him next to her. The men, opening the door, began to leave the room. The guy clenched his fist and asked if they had finished all the important things for today, to which he received the answer that there were no more planned things. Lewis, closing his eyes, said that he wanted to leave for a while. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked where he wanted to go. Jiyeon, folding her arms, asked that he cancel his schedule and meet here of all places, but for what purpose, and the assistant said that he was not sure, but he heard that he suddenly demanded to meet with the SW Group bodyguards. The girl, frowning, did not understand what he was thinking. She noticed her younger sister and Lewis, who were standing opposite. Yuna, with her jaw open, asked him to take back his words. The VIP client, grinning evilly, said that he did not know if what he said was wrong, because her accompanying bodyguards were still students, and in addition, one of them was also a student. The guy looked at Yidzin and asked if there was any point in SW Group's bodyguard team abiding by the law or if she had chosen them herself. Yuna opened her mouth wide and started to speak, but her bodyguard interrupted her, explaining that there was a misunderstanding. He lowered his hands and explained that in their SW Group bodyguard team, they don't do their job like that, and he understood that there must be many misunderstandings. But the team is made up of people who have proven their skills and individuality, including those two. Lewis closed his eyes and exclaimed that anyone could say such things. The bodyguards bit the corners of his lips in confusion. Suddenly, several guys turned around. Jiyeon appeared, clenching her fists. The VIP customer asked how about it, grinning evilly. He raised his eyebrows and suggested that they hold a friendly match between his bodyguards and SW Group's bodyguard team. Yuna looked at him and was very surprised. The protagonist stared straight ahead. The sun's rays could be seen from the windows of the building, and a question could be heard asking why she was so surprised. Lewis smiled and said that he thought they were trusted and competent people, and asked that it wouldn't help both sides if they could train with each other. The girl raised her eyebrows and remained silent. After a moment, she clenched her fists. Yuna opened her jaw and said that she didn't want to decide something like this on her own, because the bodyguards were there to protect them, not to put on a show for them. Jiyeon watched the discussion with wide eyes, surprised. Suddenly, Sukjo smiled. Several guys lowered their hands and looked at him. The VIP client frowned and thought. He bit the corners of his lips and said, "Is that so?" The guy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Noticing the protagonist, Lewis asked him what he thought. He said, grinning savagely, that this whole conversation was started because of him, and asked if a bodyguard like him would hide behind the person he was supposed to protect, and if it wasn't too much even for a stunt double. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, said nothing. Yuna, sweat on her face, was perplexed. The VIP client, holding out his palm, explained that it wasn't just about him, since it concerned the others too, asking if they would also hide behind her skirt and watch everything that was happening. One of the bodyguards furrowed his brows angrily. The guys, with their hands in their pockets, said that they would immediately take and destroy the bodyguards he had brought. The guard, with his mouth slightly open, explained that they had to be with their clients all the time, so they couldn't agree to sparring, and since if they got injured, they wouldn't be able to perform their duties. The ceiling of the building appeared, and it was heard that she would then allow the second team to do so. Lewis turned his head sharply. Yuna and her guards also turned to the side. They looked at Jiyeon and the second team's commander. The girl, raising her eyebrows, said that only if the second team wanted it. The assistant, smiling slightly, answered positively. Lewis and Yuna stood opposite each other. The guy, biting his lips, thought that this was bad luck. He, looking at the main character, reasoned that he provoked them because of this guy, but he will not participate, and clarified whether he will hide behind her until the end. Yidzin looked away and said nothing. Suddenly, he began to move his feet. The protagonist, adjusting his jacket, sighed heavily. Yuna, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that he did not need to do that. The protagonist, taking off his tie, replied that he was also part of the second team. His partners, raising their fists, said that it was true, because technically he was on their team. Sukjo, closing his eyes, sighed heavily. Several banners hung on the ceiling. The young man put gloves on his hands. Opposite him stood a man who crossed his palms. The participants in the battle were preparing for battle. Yuna's eyes widened in fear. The bodyguard, keeping his hands in his pockets, explained that he told them to definitely take him out of the game, and at the very least, he would break his arm or leg. Lewis, grinning evilly, said that he would soon learn his place. Jiyeon folded her arms and exclaimed that although she knew how skilled he was, maybe it was because he was young, she was worried about him, to which her second team leader told her not to worry. The guard looked at the mercenary and said that out of all the sparring they had done with him, there had never been a single person who had defeated him. The girl raised her eyebrows, very surprised. It was heard that they could begin, and the older sister turned her head sharply. The opponent grabbed his stomach in pain. Yidzin grabbed his head. The protagonist hit him with a powerful knee. The opponent began to fall from the attack. The protagonist, with his hands down, stood over the defeated enemy. Lewis, pursing his lips, was perplexed. One of Yun's bodyguards shouted that that was it. Jiyeon, smiling, said that it seemed like she had worried in vain. The guys looked at the young man happily and said that they wanted to be next, and the mercenary himself called the next one. The guys, through sweat on their faces, asked what he had just said. Yidzin stood in front of the VIP client. Lewis suddenly widened his eyes. The protagonist, stretching out his fingers, beckoned him. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, was very surprised. Sukjo, lowering his eyebrows, began to understand what he was going to do. One of Yun's guards, grinning, clarified whether he wanted to finish it himself. Lewis bared his teeth menacingly. He bit the corners of his lips and thought that he was impudent because he dared to openly provoke him. His assistant, looking at his partner, ordered him to go, to which he obeyed the order. A new rival stood in front of the protagonist. The bodyguard, frowning, told the VIP client not to worry, because they would not be caught off guard anymore. The battle began and the young man waited for the enemy to attack. The enemy swung his fist sharply, to which Yidzin, putting out his hand, defended himself. The protagonist unexpectedly hit the enemy with his elbow. The opponent's entire jaw was covered in blood. The protagonist continued to attack the opponent. The opponent grabbed his stomach in pain. Suddenly, he fiercely rushed at the young man. The opponent tried to grab the mercenary's leg. Yidzin suddenly jumped up from his place. He delivered a strong knee blow to the enemy's head. Drops of blood were visible, which flew up. The opponent fell to the floor and was unconscious. Lewis lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The back of the protagonist's head appeared. He, clenching his fists, called the next one. The men watched him and were very surprised. The protagonist calmly looked forward. The VIP client bared his teeth menacingly. The bodyguards suddenly surrounded the young man. The mercenary looked and directed his gaze to the side. Yuna, her eyes wide, watched him. Sukjo bit the corners of his lips and looked straight ahead. Lewis clenched his jaw, not understanding what it was, and asked how careless they had to be defeated by a child. To which his bodyguard replied that they were not careless. The VIP asked the guard again, to which the guard opened his mouth and explained that he was careless in the first round, but not in the second. Yidzin wiped his mouth, and the bodyguard added that his skills were quite good. The guy folded his arms and asked what he meant by an ordinary high school student being skilled enough to defeat elite bodyguards like him. The man lowered his eyebrows and replied in the affirmative. Lewis bit the corners of his lips in confusion. The protagonist stood in front of a new opponent. The opponent pressed his fists to his face. Sukjo pursed his lips and muttered that he was careful, and now the opponents know the protagonist's skills. Suddenly, the enemy rushed forward. The young man dodged his attack. He continued to swing his head in different directions. The enemy tried to strike, to which the mercenary was able to jump back again. Suddenly, he extended his fist. Yidzin powerfully attacked the opponent in the chest. The enemy did not lose his head and tried to strike back. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his hand. The protagonist began to wrap him under himself. He threw the enemy hard, causing him to fall to the floor. The opponent, lying on the ground, groaned in pain. The young man suddenly squeezed his neck. He continued to squeeze the opponent. The enemy could not restrain himself and clenched his jaw. Suddenly, his palm hit the floor. The opponent's pupils sharply narrowed. He grabbed his neck and coughed loudly. The man, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that every time he looked at him, he could only think about how amazing his skills were. Lewis looked at Yidzin and was very surprised that he still wanted to continue. The protagonist opened his mouth and called the next one. The VIP customer bit the corners of his lips and thought that from that moment on, he kept looking at him while speaking. His body shook and he called him an arrogant brat in his mind, and the crowd of men asked for more. The assistant said that they should let go, which made Louis clench his jaw and ask him again. The bodyguard raised his lips and replied that their guys weren't enough to defeat him. The guy looked to the side and asked what he was talking about, since he had him. The leader of the second team lowered his hands and exclaimed that they would most likely stop there. Jiyeon raised her eyebrows and asked why, since she thought that they would continue because they had hurt their pride, and the atmosphere on Louis's side wasn't very good either. The guard looked ahead and replied that even if they continued, it would be difficult to defeat Yidzen, and even if they did win, it would be meaningless, and she would not hear good words when her opponent defeated 3 on her side. The girl looked at him and remained silent. The bodyguard smiled and said that the reason they provoked them was because they wanted to drag the protagonist out and publicly disgrace him. But since the results were different, they would most likely give up. It seemed like the VIP client's assistant approached the guy. He said something to him, to which he nodded his head. The walls of the room were visible and it was heard that this was the end of the friendly sparring. Team Yun, smiling widely, praised the protagonist. The leader of the second team, smirking, said that even the other men thought he was cool. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets, and they began to take pictures of him and said that he had a flawless face, and to look at the camera. Jiyeon narrowed her eyes and said that she understood, because he was always expressionless and never spoke much, but it seemed that he was popular. The guard raised the corners of his lips and explained that Yidzen always showed himself through his skills, and for them, this was more important than words. The girl looked ahead with satisfaction. The protagonist began to take off his gloves. Yuna watched him with admiration. The protagonist turned to her abruptly. He asked how she felt, to which the younger sister widened her eyes. The girl, smiling widely, replied that she was much better now. The young man, looking at her, sighed happily. The guy suddenly scratched his head. Louis clenched his jaw angrily. He, with his arms folded, watched what was happening. It seemed like the director of SW Group, sitting at the table, asked if the bodyguards had sparred. Yuna, lowering her head, answered positively. The servant looked at the manager and said that after listening to her, it seemed that they had been provoked a lot, although they had expressed their intention not to continue. But the other team insisted on sparring, and they had no choice but to hand over the responsibility for sparring not to the third team, but to the second. The girl narrowed her eyes in disappointment. Her grandfather, with his mouth slightly open, asked what the result was. The younger sister, smiling, answered that Yidzen had defeated them single-handedly. The director, closing his eyes, was pleased. A room with a security guard was visible. Louis, putting his hands on the chair, exclaimed that despite being young, he had good skills. The guy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Looking at the protagonist, he offered him to work for him. The VIP client, turning away, clarified whether he had said that he was here on probation, and added that if he came to work for him, he would immediately be given a permanent job. The protagonist listened with narrowed eyes as he said he would see to it that he was treated better than he was here. The young man lowered his hands and said he would refuse. Louis, holding the glass, asked if it was because the thought of being treated so well was so unfamiliar. He lowered his hand and said he didn't know how much he had been promised, but he would give him twice as much. The young man, grinning, corrected himself by saying he would give him 3 times as much. Yidzen, with his mouth slightly open, answered negatively. The VIP client's smile disappeared. Louis spread his fingers and explained that he really didn't understand how the world worked, since such an offer didn't come often, and since he refused, he wouldn't insist on it. Frowning, he added that he should stay away from Yun. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. The VIP client lowered his head and exclaimed that she was not the kind of person who was suitable for communicating with a guy like him, to which the protagonist said that he was just doing his duty as a bodyguard. The guy, raising his glass, asked if it was because of the money, since he could give it to him. The young man, looking ahead, said that if he had nothing more to say, he would leave. Louis narrowed his eyes sharply. The mercenary turned around and began to leave, and the VIP client wondered if it meant that he didn't even want to listen to him. There was a bottle of alcohol and glasses on the table. Louis rested his elbows on the chair and said that the protagonist was an impudent bastard. A bodyguard entered the room and the young man said that if they hadn't lost, then this brat wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. The guard gritted his teeth and said that the opponent was very good, and then added that to be honest, he couldn't guarantee victory in a hand-to-hand fight with him. Lowering his chin, the third son of the director of the Bailey Group asked if this guy was as good as the other man said. Frowning, the man explained that the guys who came with him were the best from the Bailey Group's security team, And this was the first time. Although they were careless, it didn't make sense that the last two guys were defeated so easily. The bodyguard added that although the mercenary looked young, this brat was strong, to which the SW Group VIP closed his lips. The guard said that hand-to-hand combat was not all that a bodyguard needed, because if sparring was all about being one, then a former professional fighter would be a good option. But the ability to fight was only one of the minimum requirements, to which Lewis, sitting in the chair, remained silent. Raising the glass to his mouth, the guy said that it was true. The young man put the contents of the alcohol on the table and clarified whether their plan was being carried out without any delays. Lowering his hands, the man said that he checked it some time ago, and there should be no changes, and as planned, the guy will come to them after tomorrow's schedule. The third son of the director of the group, Bailey, put his hand to his chin. Putting his elbow on the chair, the young man thought about the fact that he found the weak spot of the main character, and now he will be in his hands. A large building was visible. The SW Group VIP client, sitting at the table, said that today's schedule was finished and Yuna had been working very hard, to which she replied that everything was fine since that was her job. The young man asked her what she thought about their recent conversation, to which the girl stared at the other man. Lowering her eyebrows, the granddaughter of the SW Group director asked if she could tell him tomorrow since the guy had asked for an answer before he flew away. Crossing his legs, Lewis agreed and said that he would wait until tomorrow then. Yuna closed her eyes and thought that she just needed to wait until tomorrow, and then heard that from a man's point of view, Yidzin was indeed attractive. Suddenly opening her eyes, the girl looked ahead questioningly. The third son of the group's director, Bailey, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he was talking about that bodyguard from yesterday's sparring, and added that it was logical that the girl found him attractive. The granddaughter of the SW Group director widened her eyes in alarm. With her mouth wide open, the girl exclaimed what the other man was talking about, since he had said the same thing before, to which he replied that he understood and asked why the other woman was so excited. With her glass to her lips, Yuna said that she did not understand what Lewis was talking about, to which he replied that she could still date him after they got married. The girl lowered her eyebrows and asked him again. With a smirk, the SW Group VIP repeated his words. Clenching her jaw, the other woman asked, then what was the point of asking her to marry him? With his hands folded, the third son of the group's director Bailey asked why the girl was saying such naive things, since there was almost no point in people like them marrying for love, and then explained that the marriage between them was just a business deal. Smiling, Lewis continued that it was purely a profitable deal between them, and they were free to see other people, and then asked her opinion on this matter. Yuna kept her lips closed and said nothing. Putting her hands in her pockets, the young man said that she had time until tomorrow. The establishment where the heroes were sitting appeared. One of the bodyguards offered his hand to the girl. Getting into the car, the granddaughter of the SW Group director thought about the fact that saying that marriage is only a business deal is the only way not to complicate life for other people. The girl looked up and thanked the protagonist. Yidzin sat down next to her, loudly slamming the car door. A traffic light with a red signal appeared. Yuna looked down thoughtfully. Yidzin turned and began to watch her. The girl, noticing him, was surprised. She raised her eyebrows and said that he worked very hard, and the schedule for today was finished. The protagonist, smiling slightly, replied that they still had tomorrow. The younger sister, closing her eyes, clarified whether this was true. The young man noticed a guy with a tattoo on his face through the window. His pupils suddenly widened. The mercenary turned around sharply. Yidzin watched the guy walking down the street. Yuna opened her mouth in confusion. The protagonist, looking out the car window, asked if he could get out because he had something to do, to which Sukjo explained that he could go because today's schedule was done. The protagonist got out of the car a moment later. He quickly ran down the street, not understanding what he was doing there. A small alley near the house appeared. The young man suddenly rushed from the spot. The mercenary looked straight ahead. The stranger with a backpack was walking towards a tall hotel. Lewis looked out the window and heard that he had arrived. The VIP client turned around sharply. A guy with glasses was standing near the bodyguard. Lewis, folding his arms, asked about the files. The young man handed over the flash drive and hesitantly answered that they were here. The third son of the group's director Bailey asked to check it out, and he thought that if he got them, he could turn his older brother, to which his assistant took out a laptop. The guy, through sweat on his face, asked when they were going to give him the promised money. Grinning, Lewis said that he would send it to him immediately after they confirmed the data. Suddenly, the young man turned his head to the side. The barrel of a gun appeared. The stranger in a mask held it in front of him. The men, clenching their jaws, were very scared. Several shots rang out, and the guy bent down. The bodyguard rushed to save the VIP client. They fell behind the back of the sofa. Louis, baring his teeth, wondered if his older brother sent him, and how he knew that they were meeting here. Drops of blood were visible on the floor. The guard was wounded, and he held his hand to his side. A bandit continued to shoot in their direction. Suddenly, the bodyguard fired a charge from the stun gun. The stranger managed to dodge the attack. A moment later, he began shooting at the sofa. The man, clenching his jaw, muttered that things were bad, and carrying a gun in this country was illegal. But that was already a problem. Suddenly, loud screams were heard, to which the guard stuck his head out from behind cover. The protagonist grabbed the bandit by the back. The protagonist abruptly slammed him against the wall. The young man looked back. The bodyguard, bulging his veins, considered it stupid of him to rush head on to someone who had a gun. The mercenary grabbed the enemy and began to attack him with his forehead. Suddenly, the young man snatched the gun from his hands. He pointed the gun straight at the bandit. The stranger's face under the mask was stained with blood. Suddenly, a knife appeared in his hand. At the same second, the bandit rushed to attack. The protagonist fired at his opponent. The bullet pierced the stranger's leg. The protagonist stood next to the body of the neutralized enemy. With the corners of his lips lowered, Louis said that the guard said that the mercenary was only good at sparring, to which he remained silent. The next day, it was light in the office of the director of the SW group, and the voice of an old man was heard, saying that he heard that he, yesterday, during work, noticed an assassin and followed him. He sat on a chair with his hands folded, and asked if Louis was the target of this assassin, to which the man next to him answered yes, adding that it was also strange that he only had one bodyguard. He looked ahead and added that it seemed that Louis was collecting information about Billy, the second son of the Bailey family, and was planning to meet and get important information from the employee they lured to their side here. Hearing this, the old man looked at the bodyguard in surprise and asked if the second son of the Bailey family was really behind this. The man glanced at the director out of the corner of his eye and replied that there was no evidence, but it seemed so, given the current circumstances. Then the old man looked away and said that he heard that the Bailey family was confused about choosing an heir, but he never thought that something like this could happen. Slightly lowering his head, he added that in any case, it was good that it ended like this, because not only the Bailey family, but also Louis personally expressed his gratitude. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, the airport. Inside, two groups of people met. From one side, Louis came forward and asked what the answer was. From the other side, Yuna came forward and firmly replied that she rejected his proposal, adding that she may be saying this without knowing anything, but she cannot agree to it without feeling love. Love? The guy asked with surprise in his eyes after hearing what he heard. Yes, Yuna answered firmly, knitting her eyebrows. After a short pause, Louis smiled and answered, okay. The smile disappeared from his face when he told the girl that in the future, she would have to make a choice again. After saying this, he spread his arms out and said that he owed her boyfriend this time, so that was it. Blushing in embarrassment, Yuna shouted that he was not her boyfriend. After shouting this, she looked away in embarrassment. This reaction greatly surprised the guy, who looked at the girl and asked if she was in love. A bright blush appeared on Yuna's cheeks, and she herself did not answer. Seeing this, Louis chuckled and said that he understood, adding that it seemed like he had just proposed something uncharacteristic to her. Passing by her, he said goodbye to her. Louis stopped in front of the protagonist. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked him if he really did not want to work for him, to which he firmly answered, yes. Hearing this, Yuna turned around in surprise. Everyone from Yuna's bodyguard team, except for Sukjo, opened their mouths in surprise. Louis, having been refused, smiled and said that he should not expect gratitude for what happened earlier, because he did what he had to do as a bodyguard. Yidzin looked at the guy in front of him emotionlessly. Louis, having passed by him, said as a parting word that he could contact him at any time, and he would make sure that he was treated well. The protagonist did not react to a single word he said. Then Louis's bodyguard passed by him, who said that they were indebted to him. After that, Louis and his men left. Evening came, the sky was painted beige. The protagonist's sister was walking along the road, when suddenly she saw Seokja and asked what he was doing there. The guy slowly brought his finger to his lips. Seeing this, the girl was surprised and stopped. Sitting at the table were the protagonist and Yuna, who said that he exceeded her expectations, adding that she was surprised to hear about this yesterday. The girl smiled and added that thanks to him, their company would receive many benefits. Yidzin tried to open the onigiri, answering that he was just doing his job, and not only him, all the other bodyguards were also working hard. Yuna closed her eyes and said that it was true, but suddenly she lowered her head in disappointment. She remembered Lewis standing in front of her and saying that she would have to make a choice again in the future. The girl took the can, asking what the main character's cherished dream was. Yudzen looked up at her, lowering his head. He replied that he didn't think he had ever thought about it. When Yuna suddenly asked what he would like to do in the future then, the young man looked down thoughtfully. He began to remember the shooting. The guy was thinking about the battle, when suddenly he opened his eyes wide in horror. Grabbing his partner on his shoulder, he began to quickly run away from the explosion. Gritting his teeth, the main character lay down in cover, looking down. Yuna looked at the young man, calling out to him. The boy looked at the food, saying that he just wanted to live with his family. The girl was surprised, her eyes wide. Yudzen took a bite of onigiri, adding that what was important to him was what was happening now. Yuna was surprised by his words. It was getting dark outside. Ji-yeon put her hand on the table, asking what her purpose was. Yuna entered her office, asking if her sister was even working at this hour, after which the girl exhaled, asking her to tell her the reason for her appearance. Yuna sat down on the chair, saying that she had something to talk about. Looking up at Ji-yeon, she asked her to take over the company. The girl folded her arms across her chest, asking menacingly what she was talking about. Yuna began to explain that she was not going to lead the company, and was also not ready for something like that, and was not sure if she would ever be capable enough for it, so she did not even have an interest in management. Ji-yeon frowned. The sister looked down, adding that if her father or grandfather entrusted her with the company, then Ji-yeon should take over its management. The girl was immediately surprised. Yuna looked around, saying that she could not give up her share because she received it from her father, but her sister could manage the company for her. Ji-yeon crossed her legs, asking if she understood what she meant, because it was not that simple and could not be solved with just words. Yuna put her hands on her legs, answering that she did not understand anything about this, and did not know whether it was possible to do it this way or not. Ji-yeon did not take her eyes off her. The sister clenched her hands into fists, answering that she did not quite understand the process she was talking about now. But this is exactly what she meant. She raised her head up, asking for help. Ji-yeon met her gaze, asking why she needed this. Yuna replied that if everything turned out as she said, it would be good for the girl, and it would also be an advantage in the fight against Enho. Ji-yeon pursed her lips. The girl stood up from her chair, saying that she would go now. Turning around, she quickly walked towards the exit. Yuna walked away from the office. Picking up the phone, the girl dialed Yudzen's number. Bringing the phone to her ear, she asked if they could talk for a while, since she didn't call because she had something important to do. The street lights were brightly lit. There were security guards near the club. Dusik looked at the phone, wondering what the guy was doing, since maybe he should call and offer to eat together. Suddenly, he was called out, and the guy turned around. Yoonsu came up, saying that a guest had arrived. Dusik jumped up from the sofa in horror. Footsteps were heard in the hallway. Kulsu came closer, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dusik frowned, very surprised. Kulsu looked at him with a malicious grin. Gossen slammed his hand on the table and shouted, asking if he had seen Kulsu. The man stood against the wall and answered yes, adding that he had seen him go to Dusik's. The man with the scar on his cheek sat opposite Gossen and said that he had heard that Kulsu had been to Russia, and then asked why he had come here. Gossen folded his hand and said through his anger that no one knew, but no matter what, if that crazy bastard had come back, then something was bound to happen soon. Hearing this, the man with the scar on his cheek furrowed his brows and asked if he had come to join forces with Dusik, adding that there had been a time when Dusik had been Kulsu's lackey. Gossen slightly lowered his head and replied, "It is unlikely, because Dusik is different from him. He is a calm person by nature, he has influence, but he is not greedy, and Kulsu is greedy. He will do everything to achieve his goal." Raising his head, Gossen said with empty eyes that Dusik left their territory alone that time. But if it were Kulsu, they would already be dead. After saying this, he and his interlocutor silently lowered their heads. There were 2 guards at the entrance to Radio City. Inside, at the door where Kulsu and Dusik were, there were also 2 guards. One of them, Yoonsu, looked at his comrade. Inside, there was a lot of alcohol on the table. Dusik smiled widely and asked the guest when he arrived in Korea. Kulsu twirled a glass of alcohol in his hand and answered that it has been 2 days, adding that there were a couple of things he needed to take care of, so he was here. Raising his head to his interlocutor, he said that he had heard that he led a quiet life, and then asked why he lived like that when he had such influence. Dusik grinned and replied that the man knew that he was lazy, and that lately, since he had become older, he had become lazier. Kulsu frowned and asked if he really was older and lazier, adding that he was sitting opposite a man older than him and dared to say such things. to which the man laughed. Suddenly, Kulsu turned to Dusik, whose smile had disappeared. The man looked at him intently and, without a drop of humor in his voice, suggested that they join forces. Hearing this proposal, Dusik frowned and fell silent. Kulsu put his glass on the table and said that if they joined forces, they could swallow this country whole. Dusik remained silent. After a short pause, he smiled and asked him to do it himself, because he was not good enough for this. Kulsu raised his eyebrows in displeasure at the refusal. Dusik narrowed his eyes and explained that it was not something he could achieve just because he knew how to fight a little, adding that he had to show his business abilities to those above him and also had to have good entrepreneurial skills. In any case, it was not something he could handle. He smiled again and repeated that he had become lazier with age, after which Kulsu laughed. A few minutes later, there was silence outside the building. Dusik and his men bowed and wished Kulsu a good journey, to which he said that they would see each other again. After that, he got into the car and drove away. When the cars started moving, Yunsu looked at the boss and asked why Kulsu had come, to which he turned around and replied that he had some business. The cars slowly disappeared around the corner. Yunsu watched them go and said that no matter what the business was, Dusik would be better off not getting involved with Kulsu. Hearing this, Dusik turned angrily at him and asked if he would really behave like this when he decided to separate. Yunsu, without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, said that he would not separate, adding that he would never leave him. Hearing this, Dusik frowned, but remained silent. At this time, the car was driving fast along the road. Kulsu was inside, talking on the phone. He looked out the window and replied that he would do it, but in exchange, he had to add a few more conditions. The lights were on in the windows of the protagonist's apartment. Daeun knocked on her brother's door and asked if she could come in, to which he agreed. The girl opened the door. The protagonist was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. His sister put a plate of fruit on the table, her mouth open in admiration. The girl came closer, asking if all the guys were so good at pull-ups. Yidzin turned around, wiping the sweat from his face. He immediately remembered pulling himself up on a rope. The guy thought about how he used to pull himself up with the guys. In his head, there were memories of constant training. The young man looked at his sister, answering yes. Daeun gave a thumbs up, answering that it was cool. A notification immediately came to the protagonist's phone. The high school student walked up to the table, taking the phone. Opening the chat with Dusik, he read that the guy was inviting him to eat noodles and kimbap as a late-night snack. Yidzin walked along the illuminated street. He heard a loud shout off to the side that he was a completely ordinary high school student, and then abruptly turned his head. Dusik was standing in front of him with a sarcastic smile. The guy looked at him coldly. Steam was coming from the food on the table. Dusik sniffed the food, asking if the protagonist had done an internship as a bodyguard at SW. After chewing, he asked how a guy of his caliber could be an intern, not an official bodyguard, and how he was doing with the internship. Yidzin bit into a piece of onigiri, answering yes. Dusik lowered his head, asking if it was difficult for the boy there. The protagonist looked at the food, answering yes. Dusik pulled the noodles to his mouth, asking if his younger sister was doing well. After chewing, the boy nodded in agreement. The boss exhaled in relief. Smiling, he held out an onigiri and asked if Yidzin would like another one, to which the boy agreed. It was a bright day outside. Mr. Yu was putting away the trash. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. In front of him, the old man saw two guys carrying boxes. Yu walked up to Dusik, saying that it was not necessary to do this. Suddenly, he smiled. The guys confidently walked forward, discussing that they needed to go get a bite to eat. The old man's colleague approached, saying that although these guys looked fierce at first glance, their actions were completely different. Mr. Yu closed his eyes, smiling. Yunsu looked around, saying that there was a cafe nearby, when suddenly he heard the sound of a phone call. After answering, the guy asked what happened. At that very second, his face changed. Moving the phone away from his ear, Yunsu said that they were attacked. Dusik frowned at what he heard. Everything in Dusik's club was destroyed. There were pools of blood everywhere on the floor. The owner returned to his establishment. Yunsu ran up to him from behind, saying that the flash drive that contained the video from the security camera had disappeared, suggesting that this was not a simple attack for the sake of a fight. Hearing this, Dusik frowned and asked what the condition of the guys was, since this was more important now. Yunsu stood nearby and reported that all 6 were seriously injured, 5 were unconscious, 1 came to. He said that he only remembered how 2 people attacked them. He did not know the details. Dusik put a cigarette in his mouth. Hearing this, he silently looked away. Yunsu looked at the boss and asked who it could be. Dusik silently put his hands in his pockets, when suddenly his phone rang. He put his hand in his pocket behind him. Putting the phone to his ear, the guy answered the call. When Yoonsu heard his boss address Kilsu, he turned around abruptly. Kilsu said that he heard some unexpected news that one of his establishments had been attacked, to which Dusik smiled and asked if he already knew about it. The sun was shining into Kilsu's room as he said that even though he had been absent for several years, he couldn't help but find out about it. He sat in a chair and asked with displeasure what kind of bastards had done this. Dusik closed his eyes and answered that they were just finding out about it, but it wasn't the first time they had encountered something like this, so there was no need to worry too much. Kilsu looked out the window, okay, adding that he had no doubt that he could handle it. Then he smiled sarcastically and told him to call anytime if he needed help. Dusik smiled in response and answered, okay. After that, Kilsu hung up. After that, he looked away. Not far in front of him were two strong guys, to whom she told that they were asked not to hesitate and finish everything as quickly as possible. But who would have thought that he would not be there at that very moment? One of the mercenaries looked firmly at the boss and said that now Dusik would be extremely careful, so he believed that they needed to be more careful with their next actions. Hearing this, Kilsu silently turned to the window. The sun was shining brightly outside, the weather was good. In the bar, Gosun, with a red face, spread his arms and shouted that it was not them. Dusik looked at him from under his brows. Gosun almost jumped on the spot, shouting that it was true, after which he asked why they would do something like that, to which Dusik said that last time they found some reason, after which the guy shouted that it was so, but in any case, it was not them. After a while, Dusik met a guy with a scar on his cheek who shook his hands negatively. After a while, they arrived at Bloom Unit. Tisu and Inchin were peeking around the corner. Juman stood in front of Dusik and said that it wasn't them, adding that they had heard rumors, but Dusik glared at him, not answering. A few minutes later, he left the bar. Yoonsu approached him and said that it seemed like none of the guys here were involved, so he didn't even know who it could be. Dusik opened the car door and said one last thing. He would visit the guys at the hospital and then go home, to which Yoonsu replied that they would go and carefully inspect the establishment for now. Dusik waved his hand and wished his subordinates good luck. After that, he drove away and his men bowed after him. The man looked thoughtfully out the window. Frowning, he thought that something was different this time. Because if it was a gang fight, they would have found a clue by exploring the area, but there were no results. It was getting dark outside. The protagonist looked at his phone. Jahan texted him that they would try harder next time, because this time he was completely useless. Yidzin glared at his phone, when suddenly Yuna texted that she didn't think the guy was that bad. Suddenly, Daeun called the protagonist, asking if he would be seeing Dusik today. The guy went to the kitchen, and the girl said that if he went, she was going to ask him to carry this too. Yidzin looked at her thoughtfully. He looked at the containers with food, when suddenly his sister said that she heard Grandpa say that Dusik helped him a lot along with his little brother. The boy came closer to her and Daeun said with a smile that they come suddenly and help with sorting, and she thought that boys often help when there is heavy stuff to move. She put her hands together, adding that they often buy drinks and such. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. Daeun put her hand to her chin, saying that she made them today, so it would be great to give the boy the food as soon as possible. She looked thoughtfully at the containers. Yidzin smiled, saying that he would take them to him. A bright light was shining from the windows. The boy approached the door. Dusik thoughtfully opened the door. He saw a boy in front of him. Surprised, he asked the schoolboy what brought him here. Yidzin held out his hand with a bag, saying that his sister asked him to bring this. Dusik looked down at the colorful bag. Opening it, he noticed the containers. The protagonist looked into his eyes. He turned around and started to leave. Dusik looked out the door, asking if the senior wanted to come in for a while and have a drink. Yidzin slowly turned around. The car was moving quickly down the road. Yoonsu looked out the window, asking if they had assigned guys to follow Kilsu. The subordinate frowned, answering that he had done so after listening to what the guy said. But they still had to find out where he was, and it would take longer since they didn't have many guys left, and they didn't want Dusik to find out. Yoonsu looked down, thinking, although Dusik says that it was not him, it seems strange to him that this happened as soon as Kilsu arrived. The bright light of headlights appeared to the side of the car. At the same second, the two cars collided. They skidded, thrown in different directions. Yoonsu tried to open his eyes, coming to his senses. Putting his head on his knees, the man wondered what it was. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side. In front of him, he noticed a dark silhouette. He grabbed Yoonsu by the neck, trying to pull him out of the car. The guy put him on the ground, standing in front of the body. In Dusik's apartment, a modern gramophone stood on the shelf. The owner was sorting out gifts and said in surprise that the main character's sister had prepared so much, adding that he could not even imagine how long it had been since he had received anything like this. It seemed that his mother was a good cook. Yidzin sat silently on the sofa. He suddenly looked at the man and said that it was his sister who cooked it. Hearing this, Dusik turned around abruptly and shouted, asking what did he mean his little sister. She was a first-year high school student now, to which the guy firmly replied, yes. Dusik then remembered seeing Dan next to the protagonist while they were cleaning. Leaving the memories, he picked up the lunchbox and said in confusion that he could not even imagine that it was his little sister and not his mother, and then asked why she cooked so much. The protagonist looked down and quietly said that their parents died when they were little, and after she tried cooking once, she loved it. Hearing this, Dusik's eyes showed sorrow, and he sadly said to himself, so his parents died. Yidzin looked at his comrade questioningly. Dusik was very confused from the long eye contact. He suddenly turned away abruptly, blushing from embarrassment. Opening the fridge, he asked the guy what he wanted to drink. Every shelf in his fridge was filled with alcohol. He leaned over and asked himself why he only had alcohol here. The protagonist stood up from the couch and said that everything was fine, so he would go. Hearing this, Dusik extended his hand and told him to wait because he was going to buy something at the store, so he needed to wait here. Not long after, his phone rang. Dusik immediately turned around. The phone on the coffee table was vibrating. The man quickly picked up the phone. When he heard what was said on the phone, he asked what. Shock appeared in his eyes, after which he asked what did you mean Yunsu was missing. The protagonist looked at his comrade out of the corner of his eye, after which Dusik said that he would go there now. After hanging up the phone, he walked over to Yidzin and apologized, adding that he had to go already because something urgent came up. The protagonist turned to the man and replied, "It's okay." Night had fallen. Dusik's club. The owner was inside surrounded by his subordinates, and one of them was reporting that 2 of their businesses had been damaged early yesterday morning. A man came out of the crowd and added that around the same time, Yunsu had gotten into a car accident, and they couldn't find him. Another man came out and said that all the other guys who were with him had been hospitalized except Yunsu, adding that they had contacted other hospitals, but had found no trace of him. Hearing this, veins appeared on Dusik's forehead in rage and he ordered them to find him. Clenching his hands into fists, he ordered them to find Yunsu, saying that it was more important than finding the one who ambushed them, to which all his men bowed, shouting, yes. Dusik was grinding his teeth in anger. After a while, he received a call from his phone, which he picked up, turning to Kilsu. The man was sitting on a chair and saying that he heard the news, then asked if he had been attacked again. Dusik turned away from his subordinates and replied, yes. Then Kilsu closed his eyes and asked who it was. Dusik chuckled and said that he was also very interested. Then he frowned and asked menacingly that he also wanted to know why he had suddenly attacked him. After a short pause, Kilsu smiled and asked sarcastically how he knew. Dusik frowned, replying that he couldn't remain ignorant even if he tried, and it was impossible for the other guys not to know when the enemy attacked so systematically. He looked down, adding that Kilsu did it on purpose so that he could find out. The man smiled, replying that he did it to remain noticed. Dusik clutched his phone in his hand, asking menacingly if this was what the enemy had talked about the last time they had spoken. Kilsu nodded, saying yes because it seemed Dusik had been into something not long ago, and had exposed the weakness of the politician he supported. The boy's pupils shrank sharply in shock. Kilsu added that the chief knew what it meant and those in power would not leave him alone, then asked if he really thought that was it. Dusik's face showed veins in horror, and Kilsu said that if they did not make an example out of the boy, then others would bite their masters. Looking down at the bloody rope, he said even if this was not the politician the chief listened to, but other corrupt politicians also wanted to get rid of him. Dusik pursed his lips, hearing Yunsu groan in pain. An electric current ran through his entire body. The man gritted his teeth in pain. He looked down, trying to scream loudly. The man with glasses slowly crept up. Dusik blushed with anger, asking why the enemy was dragging Yunsu into this if he was the one they were hunting. Kilsu looked at the man in front of him, saying that the bastard had treated him with disdain and ordered his men to watch him from the start. He kicked the floor, adding that he also said that he would kill the man along with the boss, and they liked it, so they paid him twice as much, and it seemed like those bastards really hated him. Dusik looked down, unable to say a word. Kilsu walked closer to the body, asking if Dusik wanted to say anything before Yangsu was finished, since it was the least he could do. He put the phone to his ear and asked him to tell the boss his dying wish. Young-soo spoke to the agitated Dusik with a trembling voice. He frowned in fear. Scarlet blood was dripping down his subordinate's face, and he suddenly asked for forgiveness. The chief was perplexed, saying that his partner had nothing to apologize for since he should be in his place. Yoon-soo said that if he left the man here, he would die of hunger, which made Dusik clench his hand into a fist. Kilsoo moved the phone away from him, asking what he was saying, since he had asked him to convey his dying wish. Dusik's face changed, menacingly saying that if the enemy killed Yoon-soo, he would kill him. Kilsoo brought the phone to his ear, asking if the man really thought that he would tremble to death. The chief frowned, screaming loudly. At that very second, there was a loud explosion, which made Dusik fall silent. The servant's body quickly fell. Sliding across the floor, he rolled. Kilsoo turned around in bewilderment. Yoon-soo was bleeding, sitting on a chair. A silhouette immediately entered. Yoon-soo tried to carefully look up. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes wide open. The protagonist confidently walked forward. The servant looked at the guy, wondering why this student was here. Sukjo covered his face with his hands, thinking that his eyes always hurt when Yijin called directly. The bandits looked at the guy who burst in and said to themselves, even though he was wearing a mask, he was just a student. But what was he doing here? There was no emotion in the protagonist's eyes. Yoon-soo raised his head and was very surprised and asked himself if this guy had come to save him. Kilsoo turned around and asked if this Dusik was playing games with him. A vein appeared on his forehead from anger, and he ordered his men to take care of this bastard, and then go outside and find the others, and also drag Dusik here. His men moved out as ordered. Kilsoo took out a cigarette and said he was crazy, then asked if he had come all this way to find him, but pretended to be innocent and talked to him on the phone. One of his guys rushed at the protagonist, but Yijin dodged and counterattacked in the opponent's stomach. Then he made a quick sweep. Having knocked down the opponent, he ducked himself, dodging the blow. Then he hit the second opponent in the leg with all his might. The protagonist rose abruptly, punching him in the face. Turning around, his eyes lit up. He hit the man sharply, knocking the knife out of his hands. The cold weapon fell to the floor. Then Yijin hit the opponent in the throat with all his might. The man in glasses watched the carnage from the side the whole time. The protagonist attacked everyone and dodged every blow. He twisted the opponents, knocking them out of their weapons. Bats and pipes fell to the floor. The man in glasses frowned, watching this intently. Less than a minute later, only Yijin was standing. The ash from Kilsoo's cigarette fell from the sight. Yoon-soo looked at the savior and said to himself in surprise that his fighting skills were incredible. The man in glasses stood up after seeing this. The protagonist looked at him silently. Standing up, they prepared to fight. The man attacked, but Yijin immediately ducked. He blocked the next blow. Then the guy counterattacked his opponent's leg. After that, the man blocked the main character's blow, which was flying at his head. Then he threw himself at his feet. The guy reacted by hitting his opponent in the head with his elbow. There was coldness and calmness in his eyes. At the same moment, he jumped back. There was a small cut on his leg. The man was holding his face with one hand, and there was a knife in the other. Seeing this, Yijin was not afraid. Kilsoo watched the fight with a red face, wondering if he really made Anatoly use his knife. The main character rushed to attack. He quickly attacked and blocked Anatoly's attacks. Suddenly, the man missed a powerful blow to the stomach. A knife blow whistled through the air. Yijin noticed this in time, grabbing his opponent's hand. The guy swung sharply, swinging his fist next to the opponent's face. Anatoly immediately grabbed Yijin by the wrist. Applying force, the protagonist hit him in the face. Having lost his strength, the opponent immediately fell to the floor face down. A knife strike immediately flew past the young man's face. Turning around, the high school student noticed a subordinate in front of him. Putting his hands forward, he began to confidently block the blows. Then he swung the knife, leaving marks in the air. The opponent gritted his teeth, noticing the splashes of blood. His legs trembled and blood began to quickly drip onto the floor. The guy's shoulder was badly wounded. Having received new wounds, he stopped with the knife in his hand. The guy grabbed his shoulder, falling down exhausted. The cigarette fell out of the man's mouth. With horror on his face, Kilsoo asked who the guy was, because he did not know that Dusik had such a guy under his command. The protagonist with glowing eyes turned his head to the side. Walking around the corpses, he confidently walked forward. Without losing his way, Yijin quickly passed by his opponent. Yoon-soo raised his gaze forward. He noticed a guy approaching him closely. Lowering his head, the subordinate asked why the young man had come to save him. The high school student looked at him, replying that it seemed as if he had something to do with what was happening now. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that even if that was not the case, he had more than enough reasons to save the man. Yunsu raised his puzzled gaze upward. The protagonist remembered his grandfather's words that the two guys regularly helped him even with troublesome matters, followed by his sister's words that the guys came to help Mr. Yu. Kilsu came closer, offering to work for him. Smiling, he said that the protagonist was wasting his talent by working for Dusik, and what's more, such a country would not suit him. Yidzin turned to him menacingly. The man looked into his eyes, adding that if the guy came with him, he could do whatever he wanted. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly. Kilsu put his hand in his pocket, asking if he didn't like it, but then it couldn't be helped. He quickly pulled out his gun, ordering the boy to die. Yunsu's expression changed, looking at the gun with horror. The man confidently held the gun in his hand, saying that one bullet was enough to end everything, and when he immigrated to this country, he couldn't adapt to this. The protagonist suddenly jerked to the side. Kilsu turned his gaze to follow him. Loud gunshots were heard next to him. The man continued to stand unwaveringly in surprise. At that moment, a knife flew into his heart. Yidzin jumped, putting his hand to the enemy's neck. Putting all his strength, he continued to walk forward. The guy confidently pulled Kilsu back. He quickly put his hand on the handle of the knife. Pressing on it, the young man heard the enemy scream in pain. The protagonist grabbed the knife with both hands, saying that it was surprising that the enemy fired with one hand, aiming at a moving target. The protagonist pushed Anatoly against the wall. Veins stood out on his forehead from rage, and he asked himself who he was, on top of everything else. He looked into the guy's eyes, in which there was only death, and asked himself what kind of look was that. He gritted his teeth, saying to himself that he could not imagine that he wanted to finish him off with one blow. Suddenly, he pushed the protagonist away from himself. At the same moment, he grabbed the knife in his chest. With a sharp movement, the man pulled it out of himself. After that, he threw it aside. Yidzin looked at his opponent emotionlessly. Holding the wound with his hand, the man rushed to attack, shouting that the guy was finished. He made a quick attack, which the protagonist dodged. At the same second, he grabbed his hand and hit him in the stomach. From such a strong blow, drool sprayed from Kilsu's mouth, but suddenly he clenched his jaw. He attacked sharply, but Yidzin ducked. Then he hit his opponent in the face with all his might. After that, he kicked the man in the knee. Kilsu fell to his knees from the terrible pain. The protagonist put his hand on the opponent's back. The man put his hand to his face, looking at the guy. Suddenly, he saw a knee flying at him. Without having time to react, he missed a strong blow. Blood sprayed in all directions. Kilsu fell unconscious on the floor, and the protagonist stood over him. Yunsu looked with one eye at the savior and said to himself that this crazy bastard finally finished off Kilsu and his gang. The protagonist turned to look at the prisoner. The leader of the bandits was breathing heavily. Suddenly, a loud and furious scream was heard, but the man continued to lie. Shock appeared in Yunsu's eyes when he saw him. His boss burst into the building. All his men were standing behind Dusik. Yunsu slowly got up from his chair, seeing his own. Dusik gritted his teeth in rage and ordered his friend to be brought here. His men helped Yunsu stand up. After that, the boss turned his gaze to the other side. There, he saw Kilsu's men lying on the ground. There were a few more people on the other side. Seeing this, Dusik looked forward and saw the protagonist. Yidzin looked at him with cold eyes. The man did not take his eyes off him. He had finished talking on the phone a while ago. The man narrowed his eyes, wondering what this was. Frowning, he looked down in surprise. At that moment, he remembered the message and the student. He raised his head forward. Finding the protagonist with his gaze, Dusik thanked him. Yidzin looked into his eyes. They passed each other. The guy confidently walked past his subordinates. Kilsu looked down, saying that he was right. Raising his head forward with a crazy smile, he added that a monster like Yidzin could not be with the boss. Dusik frowned, asking if the man really had to go that far. Kilsu looked menacingly into his eyes. He immediately asked what Dusik was talking about and what they, the bandits, should do. He raised his hand and shouted that if he got rid of the man, he could return and take his place in this country again, and then asked if he should just lie low and preach loyalty and peace like his opponent. Dusik pursed his lips in rage. He looked at his exhausted opponent. Kilsu remembered standing on the balcony, wondering why the man said he would not leave the business to him. Turning around, he heard a conversation about Dusik leaving them. The guy asked why the leader would leave, since he would soon inherit the clan, to which his colleague replied that his entrepreneurial skills and the way others followed his orders were comparable to Kilsu's. The guy turned around, saying that he heard that the man was leaving because he did not want to fight Kilsu, and was ready to give up everything and leave. The boys threw down their cigarettes, saying that if Dusik left them, they would follow him, because there were many others who wanted to. Kilsu clenched the cigarette in his teeth in rage. He clenched his fists, asking Dusik where all his savings were. The chief did not take his menacing gaze off him, when suddenly the enemy said that the man gave everything to these brothers out of loyalty, but avoided friction between other family members because he wanted to live in peace. Holding his shoulder, he shouted that Dusik should not be a gangster because he should just get a normal job and was just muddying the waters. Dusik's face changed, answering that it was the enemy who was muddying the waters here. Kulsu tried to catch his breath. The chief frowned, saying that it did not matter how bad life was, and then asked Kulsu if it did not seem wrong to stab his brother in the back, who was following him. The enemy's face showed veins and turned red with anger. The chief nodded, saying that he would never be able to understand him. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that the enemy must take responsibility for what he had done. Kulsu gritted his teeth, asking what Dusik was going to do, because he thought the man wanted to settle this between them. But he was ordering his guys to beat him up when he had already been injured. Looking around, he said that he was not in a condition to fight all of them now, because it was unfair. Dusik lit a cigarette, saying that he would take care of his health. He calmly looked at the enemy, adding that he did not need to worry. Behind the enraged Kulsu, a subordinate raised his baton high into the air. At that very second, blood spurted in all directions. The clock said that it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. The protagonist slowly walked to his room. Putting the handle to the door, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Daeon walked out into the hallway, asking if her brother had been playing all this time. She placed her hands on her hips, asking if the boy thought he was playing too much lately, because no matter how much fun he had, he needed to come home early. Yedzin smiled, saying okay, and then got ready to go to bed. Daeon smiled when she asked if the boy had given Dusik the food, to which he nodded. His sister smiled, asking her to be nice to boys. Yedzin looked at her with a smile, saying okay. The bag contained several large bundles of money. Yunsu took them and asked in shock what they were. Dusik was standing nearby, lighting a cigarette and answering that it was money that he had to use for his grandmother's operation. Hearing this, the man turned to the boss and shouted, asking where he got so much money, to which the boss looked into the distance and replied that it was not much, adding that he needed at least that much to admit her to the hospital and have her operate, so he should let him know if it was not enough. Yunsu looked at the boss with his mouth open in shock. After a short pause, he lowered his head and said that it was okay. He appreciated it, but he could not accept it, to which the boss looked at him and asked what he meant by it was okay, since his grandmother had raised him since he was a child. He would not want someone like her to just disappear. Yunsu looked at the floor sadly, not answering. Dusik turned away and added that they should do everything they could for their parents before they were gone. Tears welled up in Yunsu's eyes. He suddenly bowed sharply and thanked the boss. Dusik looked at him out of the corner of his eye and quietly said that he did not need thanks. After a while, there was a large wreath in the funeral hall. Yunsu stood with his head down and said that he was sorry, even though he had helped a lot, to which Dusik asked him what there was to be sorry about. Yunsu smiled through the pain and said that his grandmother had passed away in peace, adding that she had told him to be sure to thank him for everything. Hearing this, Dusik smiled and said that he was glad that she was able to pass away peacefully. Some time later in the evening, Yunsu was greeted at the karaoke bar. He passed by 2 security guards, asking if there had been any problems while he was gone, to which one of them firmly replied, no. Yunsu slowly walked forward, when suddenly he heard a voice saying that he had heard that Dusik was currently living in a sauna. Ahead of him, Yunsu saw 2 men, one of whom asked him why in surprise, to which the other replied that he had heard that he had borrowed money here and there and eventually all his rent money, adding that there were rumors that it was because someone had been gambling with his money. The first man frowned in displeasure and asked if his friend was sure about that. Who in their right mind would mess with Dusik's money? To which his friend replied that he also thought it was strange. Yunsu froze in place after hearing this. There was shock and horror in his eyes. On the wall behind the employees was the inscription Dragon Sauna. There were many people relaxing inside. Yunsu, once inside, began to look around. All the people were looking at him in surprise. Then suddenly he heard a familiar voice asking him what he was doing there, causing the man to freeze. He turned around abruptly in the direction of the voice. Not far in front of him, he saw Dusik, who was looking at him in surprise. Tears started to flow from Yunsu's eyes. The boss was very confused when he saw this and asked what was going on. Was something wrong? Suddenly Yunsu saw Dusik in front of him, who was sitting in business clothes and asking him if he was awake and should he call a nurse. Yusun could hardly keep his eyes open. Suddenly he smiled warmly and replied, no, everything was fine. They looked at each other and there was a pause between them. Dusik tapped his feet, saying that he was sorry because this happened because of him. Yunsu looked at him with a smile, saying that the man had done so much for him. The boss hung his head down, saying that the subordinate could have died. Turning away, Yunsu replied that if he had died, then so be it. The boss hit his knee with his fist. The subordinate turned his gaze to him. Smiling, he said that he was more upset that Dusik was acting as if they were strangers. The man frowned. Yunsu looked up at the ceiling, deciding to say something even more important. He said something about the schoolboy, which surprised the leader. Yunsu folded his arms, adding that he was glad that Dusik was not going to hurt him. He immediately remembered that Yidzin was not only good at fist fighting, but also cool with a knife. The chief's face changed, asking if it was true, when suddenly a voice was heard from behind. The men immediately turned around. They noticed a bodyguard standing in the aisle. Yun's grandfather was telling the interlocutor that he did not need to worry, because the guys would be working legally under SW. The protagonist smiled, thanking him. The old man smirked, asking not to mention it, because the guy helped when Yun was kidnapped, so it was nothing. Yidzin looked down. After hanging up, he looked at the phone. His friends came up to his desk, offering to play. The boy turned to Jahan and said that he had work today. The boy's expression changed, asking if Yidzin was sure that he wouldn't be free later. Footsteps were heard in the classroom. Yuna and Sukjo turned around in surprise. The protagonist walked up to their desk. He looked at the boy and asked if he was free today. Sukjo's body trembled in fear. It was a bright sunset outside. People were walking around the city. Sukjo looked down thoughtfully. In front of him was a package of noodles and onigiri. He looked up, asking if Yidzin had brought him here for this. The protagonist nodded in agreement, saying that he had managed to solve everything in time, and then thanked the boy. The boy was embarrassed, asking if the boy suddenly decided to buy him food because of this. Yidzin looked at him and said yes. He picked up the onigiri, saying that they were cheap and had a lot of nutrition. Sukjo took the food in his hands with a smile, answering that it was true. After taking a bite, he thought that the protagonist suddenly asked him if he had time with such a serious expression that his heart almost stopped. Suddenly, they noticed silhouettes off to the side. The girls approached their table with smiles, asking if the guys could give them their numbers. Yidzin and Sukjo turned around in surprise. The guys looked at the girls who approached them. Sukjo frowned and asked again, their numbers. Yes, the blonde girl said firmly, smiling lightly. Sukjo exhaled heavily and said that it was not much, but before he could finish, the protagonist coldly asked, the numbers they were asking for, were they really talking about phone numbers? Hearing this, his friend looked up at him in surprise. Yidzin glared at the girls with a cold gaze. Hearing this, they were confused and quietly answered, yes. The protagonist's face became even more serious, and he asked menacingly why she needed his number. These words made the girls horrified, and they were unable to say anything. Cold sweat appeared on Sukjo's face from these words. He leaned his hand on the table, asking his friend to wait. Then he abruptly stood up from his chair and apologized to the girls, adding that the protagonist had been living abroad for a long time, so he was not used to such things. Hearing this, the girls took a step back and quietly replied, okay. Suddenly, the girl with dark hair whispered something in her friend's ear. After that, they ran around the corner together. Sukjo, sitting on a chair, exhaled heavily and said that Yidzin should have simply rejected them. There was no need to react like that. The protagonist glanced at his friend out of the corner of his eye and asked what he was talking about. Looking ahead, he menacingly said with a dead look that those he did not know asked for his number. Sukjo looked at the other man without answering and then asked him what he meant by that. After a while, their friends were standing in front of them. Sukjo looked at them and told them that some time ago, the girls from Jinli school asked for their numbers. Hearing this, Yahun pointed around the corner in confusion and asked if he was talking about the girls from Jinli who had recently gone that way, adding that one of them was Yisul, who was known for being an intern at an entertainment company. Before he could get an answer, the guy threw his arms out and shouted, asking if she had asked for his number, and Young Chan stood next to him and asked if he had given her his number. Sukjo, without taking his eyes off the boys, firmly answered, no. Yuna turned to the main character and asked him if he had given her his number. It was clear from her expression that she was very worried. Heejin looked down and replied that of course he hadn't. Yahun and Hyukjin were very angry at what they heard, and Yun Chan opened his mouth in disappointment. But only Yuna smiled with relief. While the protagonist ate onigiri, Yahun scolded him. The three boys left, cursing at how angry they were and offering to go with fire noodles with chicken, and Yuna pulled out a chair for the boys. Taking off her backpack, she asked Heejin what he was doing after school tomorrow. While chewing his food, the guy looked at the girl and said that he was going to tell the teacher that he would be absent tomorrow so that he could practice with Team 2. Yuna smiled sadly and quietly replied, I understand. Sukjo took a bite of onigiri and said that he did not have practice in the afternoon. Hearing this, Yuna happily turned to the protagonist and asked if he was free in the afternoon, to which he replied that he did not have anything planned. Hearing this, the girl with shining eyes said that she would come to him after he finished training. Yidzin broke his chopsticks and replied, "Okay." Yuna smiled happily. Sukjo breathed out in relief. Suddenly, the guy's voice was heard from ahead, saying that Daeon had come at the perfect time. Jahoon carried food in his hands, telling the girl that the girls from Jinlai had just asked the guys for their numbers. Daeon was surprised, asking if it was true. The guy frowned, saying that they had spoken in a terrible tone, when suddenly Sukjo said that they had not given their numbers. The boys were stunned, their eyes wide open. Sukjo looked at them menacingly. The protagonist was chewing his food carefully. The guy looked ahead from under his brows, adding that they had only answered with one word. The sister smiled in confusion, saying, "I see." The drink was on the table. Sitting at the table, the girls discussed how they had seen two handsome guys from afar, but when they came closer, they were very cute. The girl asked if one of them was Sukjo, and what about the other, to which the girl looked at her phone, saying that she did not know. The student took a sip of her drink, asking if it was true that the guy had not told Isel his number or name. The girl lowered her head down in disappointment. Her friend laughed, saying that the guy was obviously flustered because it seemed like it was his first time being asked that since he didn't know what to do. They just left. Isul glared at her phone, wondering how Yijin dared to refuse her. The next day, Yahoon walked ahead, saying that Yijin and Sukjo weren't here, and Yuna disappeared as soon as the bell rang, and she probably went to see the main character. Scratching his head, he asked what the life of a beautiful person was like, when suddenly Hyuk-jin asked if the guy would understand even if it was explained to him. They immediately laughed, when suddenly a sweet female voice was heard from the side. The boys turned their heads in confusion. Isul folded her arms across her chest, looking at them. The boys began to look around. Yahoon took a step forward, asking if it was them, to which she nodded. The boys turned away, asking if Isel had just spoken to them. Ihoon turned around and asked her how she was doing, looking embarrassed. Isel thought that their reaction was as expected, then smiled and said that she was going to sing karaoke with her friends and wondered if the boys wanted to go with them. Their expressions changed. The girl closed her eyes and said that there were 3 of them as well. 2 of her friends were standing behind her. The boys' mouths opened wide in admiration. Isel exhaled, thinking that she had heard that the protagonist usually hung out with these boys, so they would hang out with them first, and then ask for an upperclassman. The boys immediately apologized to her. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Ihoon smiled in confusion and said that they had a promotional match today. Isel's expression changed. The boys turned around, saying that they were very sorry, but they couldn't miss the match. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, the building of the SW company. The director was sitting at his desk, thanking him for saving Lewis a while ago, adding that they ended up signing a lucrative contract with several companies that Lewis promoted. Across from him, the protagonist sat silently, while the old man continued to say that the company had received enough benefits, so they wanted to repay him. Yidzin heard this and coldly said, "Not at all. After all, this was his duty as SW's bodyguard." Hearing this, the director slightly lowered his head and said that he said the same thing back then, but the benefits the company received were too great to be ignored, adding that he thought it was only right for him to repay the person who brought these benefits to the company. The protagonist raised his head and said that he was currently on probation in the SW security team. Those who did their job were the security team. He was only there to clean up the situation, so if he wanted to repay someone, he thought it should be the security team. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table, and the old man replied that he decided to give them a special incentive, and that he should give the guy another incentive since he was the one involved the most. He stared at the guest and said that to tell the truth, this was not his only merit, since he also saved Yuna and Gio. He stared at Yidzin and continued to speak, since he had rejected his offers to repay him every time. He didn't think he could continue to ignore it. The protagonist kept his eyes on the other man, replying that it was okay. Hearing this, the old man became silent, confused. His bodyguard looked at the guy and said to himself that he was so stubborn. After a short pause, the old man knitted his brows and said that he understood what he meant, and then asked if it wouldn't help his family. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head silently. The director kept his hands folded, saying that compensating him was not something illegal, and it was also not preferential treatment, so there was no need to worry. He did not need to say what he wanted right now, but he should think about it. Yidzin looked away without saying anything. After a while, he left the director's office. Left alone, the bodyguard said that he had no idea what this guy was thinking, and the old man remained silent. Closing his eyes, the director said that his bodyguard once reported that the protagonist had sent a large sum of money to the supposed village where he lived when he was a mercenary. The man behind nodded and replied, yes, adding that he had heard that it was supposed to be kept secret, but he actually sent several $100 million to rebuild the village. He looked at the boss and continued to say that all this meant was that he had given away almost all of the money he had earned during his mercenary days, but he couldn't understand why he would use the money he had earned by risking his life in this way. Hearing this, the director looked down and quietly said that this meant that at least he hadn't done this job for money. The protagonist was walking quickly down the hallway at this time. Surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw her. The one walking towards him was Jeon, who was asking if he had a meeting with the president. The guy stopped and firmly replied yes, to which the girl replied that she seemed to know why he had called him. She smiled maliciously and said that he would be rewarded well because the company had gained a lot of benefits thanks to him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Yejin coldly said that he had refused. Hearing this, Jeon's eyes showed shock and confusion, and she asked why he refused, since he knew that the president would give him a good compensation. The protagonist silently lowered his gaze. The girl put her hand to her face and said that it was so offensive, adding that although he was a high school student, he really didn't know anything. He should have just accepted it, and then said that the principal waited so long to repay him, so why him? But before she could finish speaking, Yejin slightly lowered his head and said that it was fine. Folding her arms across her chest, Jeon asked him with displeasure what he meant, adding that she would talk to the president about it again, so he shouldn't even think about refusing. She walked past him with an angry face, saying that she was wrong to see his skills, but he was still young, just a child. The protagonist watched her go. It was evening, and the lights were on in the training room. Yejin and Sukjo were running a race. Then they climbed the ropes with other colleagues. A powerful shockwave appeared after the blow. The protagonist quickly practiced hitting the punching bag. He saw the beads of sweat flying with his own eyes. He did not stop, continuing to attack the punching bag. Suddenly, everyone stopped when the coach loudly said that this was it. The protagonist put his hand on the punching bag. The coach raised his head and loudly said that they would finish training early and have a working dinner, adding that drinking was prohibited since Sukjo and Yejin were underage. After a while, they arrived at a restaurant. Meat was roasting inside. The protagonist was in the center of his colleagues who thanked him for the huge bonus they received thanks to him. They spread their hands, ate the meat and added that they were surprised when they saw such a sum of money in the bank account. They handed Yejin large pieces of freshly cooked meat. One of the boys suddenly nudged Sukjo and asked if he was upset. All the attention of his colleagues was focused on the main character. Jeon was watching them from the street. She folded her arms across her chest and jokingly asked how he could be popular with men when he was so silent. Her bodyguard closed his eyes and laughed. Night had fallen, lanterns lit up the streets. The main character closed the front door behind him. Daeon met him and asked if he had eaten dinner, to which he replied yes, at work. There was a small bag on the table. Seeing it, the guy said that it seemed like Grandpa wasn't home, to which the sister replied yes. He said he would be late because he had things to do. As soon as she said this, the front door opened and the girl turned around, saying that Grandpa had come. They immediately met him, greeting him. But suddenly, what they saw made them freeze in their tracks. The old man held his lower back, barely holding back the pain. When the boys took him by the arms, he said that he slightly strained his back when lifting things, although they were not that heavy, to which Daeon immediately said that they should take him to the room so that he could lie down quickly, and she would prepare a hot compress. A few minutes later, the hot compress was lying on Yu's stomach. He looked at his grandchildren with a smile on his face and said that it was nothing serious. He only felt a little pain, so there was no need to worry, and he should go to bed. The protagonist turned to his sister and said that he would stay, and she could rest. Then the grandfather asked him why he stayed, to which the guy, looking at him, replied that he would stay for a short time, after which the old man said that he made both of them worry. Yejin did not answer, looking at his grandfather. He remembered how the director asked in the morning if this would not help his family, after which he left the memories and asked if it was true that his job was very tiring. The old man looked at the ceiling and replied that it was true. The protagonist stood in front of his bed and asked if he wanted to leave it in that case, to which he replied, no, not to that extent. He looked at his grandson with a smile on his face and asked what kind of work was not tiring, not to mention that he could still work at his age. Hearing this, Yejin lowered his eyes. After a short pause, Yu suddenly asked why he asked him that, to which the guy looked at his grandfather and replied, simply, But when the grandfather said that he was acting like this because he was worried about money, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Yu slowly sat up on the bed and said that he did not need to worry about it. Since he worked hard, he had already put aside money. It was enough to pay for the university and Dan's wedding. He looked at his grandson with love in his eyes and added that he could also send him to university. And until he moved out, he had enough money to look after him. When the protagonist heard this, he was very surprised. The old man kept looking at the boy, saying that their parents had insurance. There were photos and flowers on the nightstand, and Yu continued to say that he would give them this money when they both moved out and became independent, because he closed his eyes and finished saying that he wanted to support them both with the money he earned personally. Hearing this, Yidzin widened his eyes in surprise. The grandfather continued to smile, saying that there was no need to worry about it. Then the protagonist smiled warmly and replied, "Okay." The next day, the protagonist was again in the principal's office, who asked him if he had thought about it. The boy looked at the old man coldly and replied that his answer was still the same. Hearing this, the principal chuckled. Looking at the boy from under his brows, he said that this reward could be a significant financial contribution to his daily needs, adding that he heard that his grandfather, who lived with him, had grown very old. Hearing this, the protagonist firmly replied that his grandfather said that he wanted to take care of him and his sister himself, so he wanted to fulfill his grandfather's wish. Hearing this, the director remained silent, looking at Yidzin with surprise in his eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled again. He smiled warmly and said that his grandfather was worthy of respect. The protagonist smiled back, saying yes. Seeing the guy's smile, the director and his bodyguard widened their eyes in surprise. After that, Yidzin left his office. The old man silently watched the guy leave, and his bodyguard said that he just smiled. The protagonist slowly walked down the corridor. Two people were walking towards him. They were a guy with glasses and a girl in a business suit. Yidzin looked at them coldly. They quickly passed by him. The guy with glasses looked at him suspiciously. The protagonist, however, did not care. The guy with glasses stared after him intently. Turning away, he asked the girl who the guy who came out of the chairman's office was, to which she closed her eyes and obediently replied that she would immediately find out about him. At this time, Jiyeon frowned and exclaimed in surprise, asking if Enho was here. In front of her desk stood a bodyguard who firmly answered yes, adding that he was late due to a sudden change in schedule, and that he was currently talking to the chairman alone. Hearing this, the girl became seriously angry. She suddenly remembered how Yuna had come to her not long ago and said that if she helped her, she would have nothing to lose, and it would also give her an advantage when she confronted Enho. Leaving the memories behind, Jiyeon folded her arms across her chest. The lights were bright in the director's office. The old man was sitting in a chair and asking what had suddenly happened, since he had heard that he was supposed to visit Japan. Across from him sat Enho, who smiled sarcastically and replied that he had no reason to show up because everything was going well, adding that he only came because he had some business to attend to. Hearing this, the director picked up his teacup and replied, "Okay." Enho looked at him and asked if his new ventures were doing well, adding that it seemed like someone was making a lot of noise, to which he replied that every business had its problems. Big and small, there were no great things without great obstacles. Enho suddenly lowered his head and said that was true. But he had heard something absurd. He had heard that Yuna and Jiyeon had been kidnapped. He looked at the director's bodyguard with disdain in his eyes and asked if the security chief thought that everything was that simple, and if SW's security had been overconfident lately, and if that was the main reason why they could relax while doing business. This made the man behind the old man turn blue in confusion. He suddenly bowed sharply and apologized, and the director said that the problem had been solved, so there was no need to bring it up again. Everything was already under control. Hearing this, the guy smiled and said that it was exactly as the chairman had noted. The old man put the cup down on the saucer. He remembered how 10 minutes ago, the protagonist said that his grandfather said that he wanted to take care of him and his sister himself, so he wanted to fulfill his wish. Leaving the memories, he lowered his eyes. After a while, Enho left the director's office. The bodyguard immediately approached him and said that she found out what he asked for. Continuing to walk behind, she reported that the protagonist is working as a security guard on probation, to which Yonho asked with displeasure if he is just a trainee. Why is such a guy talking to the chairman alone? Then the girl told him that he is in the same class as Yuna and Seokju, but it seems that the company grabbed him because he saved Yuna when she was kidnapped. Hearing this, Yonho exhaled angrily and asked why they put him in SW security. He is just a high school student. The bodyguard looked at the boss and replied that she thinks that he is not as simple as he seems, because it is said that he made a significant contribution to saving Jeon in the recent case. Also, when Louis Bailey visited Korea, he helped catch the killer who was targeting him. Thanks to him, SW received a lot of benefit from the deal with Bailey's group. Hearing this, Enho frowned in displeasure and said that he must be very talented. Hearing this, the bodyguard looked at the boss in surprise and finished saying that there were also rumors that this student liked Yuna. As soon as Enho heard this, he immediately stopped. He turned around abruptly to look at the girl and thought about it. The lights were bright in the training room and the coach was shouting that it was time to call it a day. Everyone slowly began to disperse. Yuna happily ran up to her friends and exclaimed that they had done well, then asked if the protagonist was going to meet his classmates to play, to which he replied, yes. Hearing this, the girl jumped up to Yidzin and said that they would go together then, so she would wait for him here, to which he replied, okay. Suddenly, the girl was called out and she turned around abruptly, but what she saw made her shudder. Enho was walking towards her. He smiled and asked if she was okay. Yuna raised her eyebrows in fear and quietly replied, yes. But Yonho suddenly frowned. He stared at the protagonist, who stared back at him coldly. Suddenly, Sukjo bowed deeply. Yonho immediately gave him a sideways glance and said menacingly that he heard that Yuna was kidnapped even though he was next to her. Hearing this, the guy shuddered in fear. Yonho looked at him with disdain in his eyes and said that he put him next to Yuna because she had previously said that he was quite useful, and then asked how he could make such a mistake, knowing how SW took care of him when he was still a child. Without raising his head, Sukjo replied that he hoped that he would forgive him for such a mistake. Yuna fearfully rushed to her brother, asking why he said such a thing, to which he replied that she only helped him because she was too kind and naive. Suddenly, the leader of the third team came up to them, saying that it was not Sukjo's sister. He bowed and explained that it was his fault as the leader. He was very sorry. Yonho turned a contemptuous look at him, frowning even more. Yuna suddenly grabbed his hand, asking him to leave. She looked at him and said that she hadn't seen him for so long, so she wanted to have lunch together. Yonho turned his gaze to his sister. After a short pause, he smiled and asked why not. After that, they left. The protagonist and Sukjo watched them go. Suddenly, Sukjo, looking ahead, said that this man was Yun's cousin. He was Jeon's older brother. He was in charge of SW's branches, and the company's headquarters was in another country, so he did not live in Korea. Yuna led Yonho away, trying to laugh and talk to him. Mistrust appeared in Yidzin's eyes. Sukjo looked at them and continued to say that he was also the person that Yuna was most afraid of. After a while, there was a lot of delicious food on the table. Enho smiled while looking at his sister. Yuna sat with her head down. Yuna was sitting in a cafe with her brother. Enho looked up at her and asked why she wasn't eating. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied in fear that she had a stomach ache. The guy exhaled heavily and said that if it had gotten to the point where she couldn't eat, then she should see a doctor because she should take good care of herself, and then added that he heard that Louis had come here recently. He put down the knife and said that although business was business, he was sure that his real purpose in coming here was to propose an engagement to Yuna. Hearing this, the girl raised her head in surprise and asked how he knew, to which he replied that of course he should know. He smiled mischievously and finished speaking, since it was his suggestion. What? Yuna exclaimed in shock, looking at her brother, who replied that he thought that it was good for both of them. That's why he suggested it to Louis. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes, and she wondered if this was all Yonho's suggestion without even discussing it with her. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that he also thought that it would definitely go without any problems, but he didn't know that he would ruin everything because of his girl problems. Hearing this, Yuna widened her eyes and asked, girl problems, to which her brother replied, right. The girl then remembered how Louis left that day because the reason there was nothing between them was because she rejected him. But did he really tell Yonho everything? Her brother rubbed his chin and suddenly said, about that. Lowering his hand, he asked why she wasn't studying abroad since that was the case, to which his sister asked, studying abroad? Enho smiled and said that while she was studying abroad, he would find her someone suitable, and once he finished all the preparations, all she had to do was come back in a month. Hearing this, Yuna's lips trembled, and she said in her head that her brother was doing whatever he wanted again, and then firmly replied that she didn't want that. Hearing this, the guy frowned in displeasure and asked what. Yuna looked down at the floor and quietly said that she wanted to stay in Korea. Enho adjusted his glasses and said that this was the first time, adding that this was the first time she didn't listen to him. Lowering his hand, he looked at his sister and asked that if she had changed recently, was it because of that probationary bodyguard? The girl clenched her hands into fists from tension. When she heard her brother's words, she raised her head in surprise. Inho smiled and asked why she was surprised, adding that she was at an age where she should be interested in such things. But that was only until then. Suddenly, he frowned angrily and said menacingly that nothing good would come of this for her in the future. Of course, nothing good would happen for this guy either. When Yuna heard this, horror and fear appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice that said that the guy cared about his cousin more than his own sister, causing both of them to automatically turn around. Jiyeon approached them from Yuna's side. She looked at her brother and asked her sister to leave them, as she wanted to spend time with her brother because she had not seen him for a long time. Yuna quickly jumped to her feet and said, "Okay." Jiyeon sat down in her sister's place. Inho glared at her menacingly and asked her displeasedly what she was doing. The girl folded her arms and replied that she came here because she wanted to have tea with her brother like old times. Yonho exhaled heavily and said that he didn't think she had time to relax like that now since the new business was progressing too slowly, and then asked if there shouldn't be a proper outcome since she decided to marry into a family that didn't meet their standards. Jiyeon smiled and asked if the business was as easy as he said, adding that besides, they were involved in the military industry so they weren't in a hurry. She suddenly closed her eyes and asked what he meant by not meeting their standards, adding that her fiancé's house was incredible, and the more she met him, the more she realized that he was a good person. Hearing this, Yonho smiled mockingly and said to himself that just because she said that, it didn't mean that she really liked his family since she made this decision to gain her grandfather's favor. At this time, Yuna was walking quickly along the corridor. Her eyes, full of sadness, were lowered to the floor, when suddenly she stopped abruptly when she saw the protagonist and Sukjo in suits. Turning around, the girl asked in surprise what they were doing here. Did they not go home? Sukjo chuckled and replied that they were at work. After a while, many cars were driving along the road. Inside one of them, Sukjo was sitting at the wheel. The protagonist sat behind and looked at Yuna. The girl sat with her head lowered. Then Yizun turned away, sinking into memories. A few hours ago, a bright light illuminated the corridor, and Sukjo said that since Yuna was young, President Yonho took care of her a lot. But how to say it? He looked down sadly and explained that it was not like an older cousin would look after his younger cousin. Rather, he wanted to manipulate her as he wanted. He and the protagonist stood at the door, continuing to say that it wasn't that bad until Yoon's father died. But after her father died, he manipulated her all the time. The previous trip abroad as an exchange student was also related to President Yonho. Ijin looked at the floor and asked what the reason was. What? Sukjo asked in surprise, looking at his colleague. The protagonist raised his head and clarified the reason why he manipulated Yoon as he pleased. He thinks he knows since he is the closest to her. Then Sukjo slightly lowered his head and answered that he guessed that President Yonho was trying to get Yoon's shares in SW. He didn't move an inch, adding that since Yoon was younger, he wanted to get her on his side, and when Yoon's parents passed away, he tried to win the battle with Jiyeon and the other executives by manipulating her. Hearing this, Ijin looked at his friend out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Yuna pulled him out of his memories by turning to him. She smiled and said that they had planned to go to an internet cafe together, but she had other plans. The protagonist smiled back and said that everything was fine. Suddenly, the girl remembered something. She turned sharply to the driver and asked if it was true that they had not eaten dinner yet, if they wanted to eat cup noodles and triangle gimbap at a small convenience store. Sukjo looked at the road and replied that she had already eaten with President Yonho. Yuna twirled her hair in her hand and happily replied that her stomach was hurting at that time, so she could not eat. The guys looked at the lady in surprise at what they heard. After a while, they reached the goose store. Yuna happily put gimbap in her mouth. Sukjo sat next to her, watching her. Yidzin was just unpacking his gimbap. The three of them sat outside and ate dinner, but someone was watching them from around the corner. It was Yonho's bodyguard who was saying on the phone that Yuna, Seokju, and the protagonists were here. Yonho was sitting silently on the other end of the line. With disdain in his eyes, he ordered to find out about Yuna's surroundings. After giving the order, he threw the phone on the table. Then he smiled ominously and asked if the bird really wanted to escape from the cage. As the owner of this bird, how could he allow this to happen? It was morning, the sky was clear. Yuna, surrounded by bodyguards, opened her mouth in surprise. Not far from her stood men in suits who said that from now on they would be her bodyguards. The commander of the 3rd Squad frowned in displeasure and asked what all this meant. Besides, they were not informed about this. Suddenly, Yonho came out to them, asking the leader if he was too shameless. With anger in his eyes, he glared at him and asked how he could be so shameless after allowing Yoon to be kidnapped. And did he really think he had the right to continue guarding her? The leader of the third group silently lowered his gaze. The sun was shining brightly outside. Yoon's bodyguard and his subordinates looked at Enho with displeasure and asked if he was serious, adding that he should at least follow. But before he could finish speaking, the guy with glasses interrupted him, displeasedly answering that he had already spoken to the Secretary General this morning. He glared at the man and added that the leader of the third group should stop holding on to this useless pride and let the experts do their job. He pointed to the people behind him and said that these bodyguards were all qualified. They had protected key figures all over the world. Yoon's bodyguard frowned and displeasedly said that they were experts too. Hearing this, Yonho asked with disdain in his eyes what kind of expert would allow his client to be kidnapped. Yoon's bodyguards turned red with anger but said nothing. Suddenly, the girl intervened in the conversation, ordering everyone to stop. She approached her bodyguard and said that everything was fine and he could go. She smiled through the pain. The man looked at her, but without answering, he closed his mouth. After a short pause, he bowed, saying that he obeyed, and Yuna went towards her brother. Coming up to them, Yonho's bodyguard bowed and called her. The girl obediently followed her. It was still nice outside school. There were many children in the protagonist's class, but Yuna and Sukjo were not in their seats. Yongchen looked at their empty desks and asked the protagonist if they would come today. Yidzin silently looked at their seats out of the corner of his eye. After a while, Sukjo allowed him to use the phone. The guy took it out of his briefcase. Picking up the phone, the guy informed him that from now on, Team 3 is no longer responsible for protecting Yuna. The protagonist didn't react at all when he heard this, and Sukjo added that they would discuss all the details when they met. After that, Yidzin silently hung up the phone. In the evening, the sun was shining brightly through the windows of the training hall. Inside, the entire third group was asking the leader if this was too much, since they had just taken away the job of protecting Yuna. One of them frowned and asked in displeasure if they were just going to stand here helplessly. Suddenly, the team leader stepped towards them and said, "That's enough." Veins appeared on his forehead from anger, and he said that they were not allowed to protect Yuna until they were ordered to. Everyone frowned at what he heard, but quietly replied, "Okay." At this time, Jiyeon and her bodyguard were watching them. She folded her arms and said to herself that he suddenly changed her sister's bodyguards and also forced her to study abroad, saying that it was for her future, but it was only for his plan. The man next to her looked at the bodyguards of Team Number 3 and said that this was not only the problem of Team Number 3, it was the problem of the entire SW security service. Turning away, Jiyeon asked what the head of security said. Her bodyguard frowned and replied, "Nothing special." The girl's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. As they left, the bodyguard said that he was suspicious of him back then when he brought many bodyguards with him. It seemed like he had planned this from the beginning. To which his mistress asked, "Is it true that these bodyguards are all very experienced?" And it also seemed like he didn't plan to bring any of them with him. The bodyguard then explained that Iron is a global military company called VVK. All of their employees are very experienced and skilled. Director Yonho signed a contract and hired their bodyguards for the time being. Jiyeon walked ahead and asked dissatisfiedly how they compare to their bodyguards, to which the subordinate replied that VVK works in several fields so they are not comparable to them and the skills of their people are not that good. It was a warm evening outside. The bodyguard continued to say that although their bodyguards are the best in the country, they are much better since security is their important field. They have a large amount of information and are secret agents, so they have several ways to handle dangerous situations. Hearing this, Jiyeon frowned and said that if he said so, then it was true. The man looked at the floor, adding that he could understand why Yonho wanted to hire them instead of them since he mainly works abroad. To which Jiyeon closed her eyes and replied that this was not the only reason. Hearing this, the bodyguard looked at the lady in surprise and asked what. The girl opened her eyes and said in her head that all this is because he does not trust anyone. He only believes in contacts, and his relationship with this person is limited to this contract. Perhaps he is worried that there is a spy in the SW security office. When suddenly she saw the protagonist walking towards her. The guy, coming closer, stopped. Jean immediately asked him if he had already been informed, to which he nodded and answered, yes. The girl smiled and asked what he would do next. Hearing this, her bodyguard looked at her in surprise. Yidzin, without any emotion in his eyes, replied that he was just doing his job. Jean chuckled at what she heard. Passing by the guy, she sarcastically asked if this was true. After that, they went their separate ways. When the protagonist entered the training hall, he was immediately asked if he knew what had just happened. At this time, light was shining through the curtained windows. Yuna was sitting on the bed. She buried her face in her knees, hugging them. The light was shining brightly in Enho's office. The bodyguard came to the boss's office and said that Yuna had cancelled her schedule today and locked herself in her bedroom. Hearing this, the guy raised his head and asked if she had adjusted the meeting with the high society people depending on when Yuna would go abroad. The girl nodded and said that she had done everything as he said. After receiving the answer, Enho turned away and said that she was free, to which she bowed. The guy took out a phone from his pocket. He made a call by putting the phone to his ear. The phone rang in the office with wide windows. The man in the chair was looking at the huge painting in front of him. He picked up the phone and said that he was waiting for his call. Enho smiled and said that it was as he said. Iron and SW can work together, to which the man replied that it was great news, adding that if he needed anything, he shouldn't hesitate to contact him since he was his important client. After saying that, Enho hung up. He folded his arms and said in his head that he wouldn't just watch Jion's engagement that didn't bring anything to SW, adding that she had created the conditions, but he couldn't use them to rise higher. Night had fallen, and there was light in the windows of the protagonist's apartment. Hyedzin was doing pull-ups in his room. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the table from a ringing sound. It was a call from Yuna. There was one lamp burning in a small alley. The protagonist was standing under it. Not far away, Yuna was standing in front of him, apologizing for being so sudden, and there were two bodyguards behind her. The guy silently looked at the girl. A convenience store was visible. Yuna was sitting at one of the tables. Youngho, sitting in front of the computer, was saying that she was leaving in 2 days, so she should prepare accordingly, but the girl couldn't believe that it would happen so soon. Holding the tablet in his hands, the older brother pointed out that although he could take care of the basic things, she should prepare in advance, adding that there were also many people she needed to prepare with, and it wouldn't take even a week to get used to this schedule, so she should tidy up here. The student looked at him and didn't say a word. The man raised his eyes and looked at her. She turned away from him. Looking back at the tablet, the manager also asked if he had said this before, since she had proof, since she could enjoy many things that ordinary people couldn't, and therefore she had an obligation to act for the good of the company. He placed the device on the table. Frowning, the brother explained that she shouldn't even think about making the same mistake as last time. The girl looked down. Lowering her head, she agreed with the man. There was a bottle of banana milk on the table. Yuna looked at it. The hero approached the table. The student looked at him and asked if it was too late to call him. The guy, putting in his straw, answered negatively, explaining that it was not too late yet because he had also managed to train a little. With her mouth wide open, the girl noted that he trained with the security team members every day because he had already had training today, asking if he had additionally trained himself, to which he answered in the affirmative. With her eyes wide open, she said that the protagonist was so good precisely because of this, because others praised him, because he was the best in training and many of them wanted to beat him. Holding out the straw, the young man said that he would not refuse such a thing. The girl smiled. Yuna's mouth widened as she remembered that they were planning to go out to play today, but she couldn't, asking if anyone had asked about her, and the guy explained that they hadn't said anything, but they were curious about why she hadn't come. Turning away, she talked about how she was going to show them all that her skills had improved. Suddenly, she stood up, leaning on her hands. Leaning towards the hero, the student talked about how Yahoo always scolded her for being bad at games, so she practiced at home, asking the boy to keep it a secret. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he would keep her secret. The girl smiled. Sitting back, she noted that there were times when she was better than Seokju, but the protagonist couldn't believe it. The girl beamed, saying that she was going to do everything in her power to stop him from saying such things. A store sign was visible. The girl was peacefully drinking banana milk. She was laughing. Yuna closed her eyes when suddenly someone called out to her. There was a security guard standing behind her, explaining that it was late. The bodyguard looked away. She was looking straight at the guy. The hero narrowed his eyes a little, looking at her. The guard walked away, and the girl decided to say that she would soon be studying abroad. The young man opened his eyes wider without saying a word. Smiling, she also added that this was the reason she came to this place, because she had a lot of things that she needed to prepare since she did not have much time. Opening her mouth, the girl explained that this was exactly why she would not be able to go to school. The hero looked down. The student was still smiling. The protagonist glanced at her, again without saying a word. They continued to sit. Getting up from her chair, she noted that she already had to go and they would see each other next time. Yuna got into the car. The boy continued to sit at the table. She entered the house. The girl, hearing her name being called, raised her head. It was Seokju. With her mouth wide open, her friend asked why he was there, and the boy asked in return that she was really going abroad. With her head down, she apologized to him, explaining that she had wanted to tell him about it earlier, but it was very unexpected. The girl's eyes widened when she heard the boy say that he couldn't go with her this time. With his head down, the boy explained that President Young-ho had made it so that he couldn't go with her. Looking at his friend, he asked again if she really needed to go. Standing in front of him, Yuna explained that he already knew the answer, because the director destroyed the people around her if she didn't listen to him. Looking at the girl, Seokju explained that he was asking what she thought because it was the first time he saw her so happy. Remembering the class, he said that she laughed a lot. In his mind, there were scenes from the computer club and the guy said that she talked a lot. Remembering the trips to the store, the student noted that it seemed like she was having a lot of fun. A memory of the last meeting with the hero popped into the girl's head. She bit her lip. With her eyes wide open, she explained that this is exactly what makes her leave. Lowering her head, the girl noted that it really was fun, as her friend said, fun to the point that she had never felt so comfortable and happy in her life. Looking at the floor, she explained that she did not want them all to be harmed because of her. A certain office was visible. An old man, sitting at a table, asked if his interlocutor wanted to fly abroad with Yuna. Young-ho, leaning his elbows on the chair, answered affirmatively, explaining that he wanted her to settle there because she, too, had already grown up. The director narrowed his eyes but said nothing. The manager and his assistant walked out of the office. The protagonist was walking towards them. The man looked at him. As he passed, he said that the president, unlike him, always found people who met the standards. The assistant looked back. The young man also looked in their direction. Taking a cup of tea, the director apologized for calling him again so suddenly. The young man, bowing his head, replied that everything was fine, and the old man asked if he had seen Yuna yesterday, to which he answered affirmatively. Frowning, the director asked how she was. The guy, looking at him, noted that she looked as if she needed her family. The man's eyes widened. He folded his hands on the table, not saying a word. Recalling the company office, the director explained that SW is responsible for many people, so it directly or indirectly has a huge impact on the industry and economy of the country, and if something goes wrong in the company, many people will suffer. Lowering his head, the man noted that he is responsible for his company and cannot think only about his family. The young man looked at him while the interlocutor said that if SW becomes unstable because he favored someone, but in that case, those who are powerless will suffer. The man lowered his head, listening to the hero's question about whether Yuna is a member of the family and is not the granddaughter of the president of this company. Lowering his head, the guy said that he came to this country after losing his memory and living his life on the battlefield. Recalling his relative, he noted that his grandfather cried and hugged him when he saw him for the first time. Remembering this, the young man said that even he, who lost his memory, could vaguely remember what family was. The old man raised his head, looking at him. The secretary, her mouth slightly open, said that Miss Yuna still hadn't left her room. Young-ho, sitting on a chair, asked if she had left for the past 2 days, to which she answered affirmatively. Squinting, he also asked if she had met with the protagonist. The girl, looking at him, answered negatively. Adjusting his glasses, the manager noted that he was glad that she had finally pulled herself together because she had been quick to grasp everything since childhood. The girl's room was visible. She was holding a phone in her hands. There were messages from her friends who were trying to figure out what had happened to her and why she hadn't been in touch. Yuna continued to look at the phone. New messages appeared, asking her to return to their school as soon as possible. The girl smiled, reading this. Messages appeared on the phone that their winning percentage in the game had increased since Yuna and the protagonist disappeared. She frowned. Yuna began typing angrily. Suddenly, her fingers froze. The girl saw herself in the reflection. She stopped smiling. Yuna turned away. Young-ho's house was visible. There were several cars in front of it. The manager was already sitting in one of them. The assistant, sitting in the front, noted that the girl's friends were planning to meet her, adding that they could come at any time, asking about what they should do. Grinning, the man told him to tell them that she was already flying away. Looking out the window, he realized that Yuna would be just a stepping stone for him and she could be used to achieve his goals, because she was the key that would allow him to connect SW with other companies around the world. The man squinted, realizing that this would allow him to choose the place that would offer the best conditions, and when he got rid of everyone else, he would become the sole owner of the entire company. The girl left the yard. She looked down. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared among the guards. Yuna turned her head and noticed him. He was walking straight towards her. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards stopped him. A certain big guy was standing in front of him. The girl, her mouth wide open, asked them to wait, asking what they were doing. Suddenly, one of the guards also appeared in front of her. They were both covered by different bodyguards. Yuna, her eyes wide open, asked what all this could mean. The guard simply looked away without saying a word. The girl's mouth opened wider, but suddenly someone called out to her. The assistant, standing in front of the open door, asked her to get into the car. Still standing in front of the door, the guard said that there would soon be traffic jams and it would be difficult to leave, but the girl asked them to wait a little. The man was still sitting in the car. He looked away with a frown. Suddenly, Yuna's eyes widened. She turned her head when she heard someone call her. The girl was looking at the protagonist. Standing behind the guard, the young man asked her what she really wanted. She asked him again with wide eyes. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, asked her to tell him what she wanted. The girl stood in front of him, not understanding what she wanted. Getting out of the car, Yonho asked if he really wanted to keep her. The protagonist was still standing in front of the guard, not answering his questions. Frowning, the man asked if he was deaf. The girl opened her mouth wide. The guy, slightly lowering his head, told her not to think about what others were saying, again asking her to say what she really wanted. She looked away. Memories from that 24-hour store appeared in her head. Her eyes began to close little by little. She also remembered what they had written to her in the messages. Her mouth opened slightly. A scene appeared in her head where they were all having dinner together. Finally, she remembered herself with the protagonist. Opening her mouth wider, Yuna said that she did not want to study abroad, but wanted to stay here. The guy lowered his head. Frowning, the man again ordered the girl to get into the car right now. Looking at the assistant, he ordered her to get the guy out of his sight. The guard was already reaching for him. The hero looked up at him. The young man grabbed the thug's hand. Thanks to this, he was able to move it to the side. Immediately after, Yidzin hit the attacker on the leg. The same one in turn fell to the ground. The assistant's eyes widened, seeing this. The protagonist looked at the bodyguard in front of Yuna. Another one rushed at him from the side. The hero quickly turned his gaze to him. The guy rushed towards him, making blows. The same one fell to the floor. All the guards were very surprised when they saw this. The assistant continued to look at the boy. Young-ho frowned even more. Yuna brought her hand to her face. The hero was standing right in front of her. Trembling, she asked him what he was doing. The boy, slightly bowing his head, explained that he was only doing his job, which was to protect her. She opened her eyes wide. Clenching her fist, the girl said that after this, he could have big problems. Squinting, she explained that Young-ho would not let this go by without a trace, but the girl understood how much the protagonist valued his family and the leader could harm her too. The hero looked at her. Smiling, he explained that everything was fine because it was just his job. Aizen stood in front of the girl. The leader looked at him. Opening his mouth, Young-ho noted that even though he was young, he should at least know his place. The young man looked at the man and explained that he was only doing his job as Yoon's bodyguard. Adjusting his glasses, the director said that today's bastards do not understand real life at all, asking the guards what they were doing because it was time for them to take out the guy and put the girl in the car. The crowd of bodyguards moved towards the protagonist. They continued to advance. Suddenly, the whole group froze. There were other guards in front of them. The guy and Yoon stood behind them. One of the guards frowned. Young-ho lowered his head, asking what they were trying to do. The two groups of bodyguards were still standing opposite each other. The manager, looking at one of them, asked what all this meant. The team leader, frowning, said that his people were only doing their job. Squinting, the man asked what their job was. Behind them, the protagonist was still standing with Yuna, and the leader explained that their goal was to protect the girl while the leader was trying to take her by force, so they had to stop it. The man lowered his head and asked if the leader of the third team was going to take responsibility for this. He raised his head and explained that it wasn't just him who was responsible, but his entire team as well. The girl's eyes widened. The squad leader frowned and didn't answer him. All the other bodyguards narrowed their eyes and said that they agreed to the consequences. Young-ho smiled. The veins on his forehead stood out and he started to say something. Yuna, her mouth wide open, interrupted him, yelling at him not to threaten her bodyguards. They all turned to look at her. Looking at them, she realized that they all protected her even when the supervisor threatened them, and therefore she could not just hide behind their backs, saying that they were there to protect her, noting that he had no right to threaten them as long as they did their job properly. With her eyes wide open, she told him not to even think about harming them, understanding that she had to protect them herself. With her mouth slightly open, the girl added that she would not let this go. All the guards looked at her in surprise. Frowning, the supervisor could not say a word. Adjusting his glasses, he said that as she wished, they would not be harmed, asking her not to waste time any longer and to hurry because they could miss the flight. Gritting her teeth, Yuna replied that he would go alone since she was not going to study abroad. Holding his hand to her face, he told her to go right now while he was still kind. The girl's eyes widened. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. The man's shoulder blocked Yonho. Yidzin stood in front of her. All the bodyguards were looking at him. The girl, noticing this, also did not say anything. She pursed her lips. Suddenly, Yuna walked around the guy and walked forward. Opening her mouth wide, she again refused the man's offer. Opening her eyes wider, the girl said that she did not want him to decide her fate for her. Frowning, the man asked if she was ready to take responsibility for her words. Yuna, looking straight at him, said that she would take care of all this herself and that he should not worry about anything. The leader, lowering his head, did not understand how she dared to oppose him without calling any authority. Turning around, she said that she was leaving, but suddenly the man screamed. All the bodyguards turned around when they heard someone ask why he was screaming like a child. Jiyeon asked him with her arms crossed over her chest what he was trying to do when Yuna said she didn't want to go. Frowning, Young-ho told his sister to stay away from it all. Smirking, she noted that he was crazy, because did he really think that she couldn't decide for herself what to do, and why did he continue to ignore her decision and force her to go abroad when he couldn't do that to his own daughter these days since the world is different now? Gritting his teeth, the man noted that she didn't care about it before, asking why she decided to interfere now. She crossed her arms over her chest and explained that her brother looked pathetic as he tried to use a child who didn't know anything, but he tried to object. Smirking, the girl asked if she had hit the nail on the head, asking him not to involve the child in all this and fight her. The man narrowed his eyes at her. Everyone turned around when they heard Yuna's call. She picked up the phone and asked what her grandfather wanted from her. Jiyeon looked at her. Young-ho also looked at her. The director, sitting in a chair, asked her what she really wanted. The girl, with her mouth wide open, could not answer, and from the phone, words were heard about not being afraid to tell the truth. Holding the mobile device to her ear, she answered that she wanted to stay here. She shifted from foot to foot, saying that she wanted to find something to do besides management, but the voice from the phone asked again. Squinting, Yuna explained that she was not that capable yet, but she was going to run her own business, otherwise she might become an irresponsible person if she hurt people, adding that this was why she wanted to find another job. The director pursed his lips. Holding the phone to his ear, he gave her permission, adding that she could do what she really wanted. Her eyes widened when she heard these words. Tears appeared in her eyes. Yuna covered her face with her hands. Looking at her, the man could not understand what had happened, but suddenly the phone rang. The CEO greeted the company president with the phone to his ear. His face veins stood out when he heard him tell him to stop making decisions about Yuna's future, trying to argue that he was doing it all for her sake. Holding the phone to his ear, the old man explained that it would be his responsibility as her grandfather, so he should only worry about his own life. Young-ho blushed with anger. Putting the phone away, he said that he understood. The girl continued to cover her face with her hands. The man turned away. Walking to the car, the CEO told his people to leave. They all walked to the cars. Yuna stood between the friends. Smiling, she suggested that they go to school together. A smile appeared on the faces of the hero and Seokju. Even the bodyguards began to smile. Jiyeon exhaled, surprised by such a hassle. The CEO threw his head back, but suddenly someone called out to him. An assistant, standing in front of his desk, noted that he looked tired. The old man smiled and explained that being a grandfather was much harder than it seemed. The secretary smiled too. Sunlight was pouring in through the window and a ringing sound was coming from the window. The man put the phone to his ear and asked what was wrong. Young-ho, sitting in the car, apologized, explaining that there was a small problem and he thought they should move slower than they had originally decided. The boss grinned and said that it was okay, it was business after all. He was flicking the ash off his cigar when a thank you came over the phone. The man grinned and said that if Young-ho needed anything, he should just say so, as they were always willing to help their partners. The man's office was visible. Sitting on the chair, he did not understand how Yuna dared, because when she was left alone and all her relatives and friends ignored her. He took the girl under his wing, and now she suddenly decided to turn her back on him, realizing that she was nobody without the company's shares. Gritting his teeth, the manager did not understand why Jiyeon suddenly began to interfere, because before that she had always disliked Yuna. Still sitting, the man suddenly heard a knock on the door and allowed him to enter. An assistant stood in front of him and he asked if she had checked everything. She answered affirmatively, explaining that the relationship between the sisters had recently improved. Looking at the boss, she added that there were rumors that Yuna often visited her sister. Suddenly, the man narrowed his eyes. He slammed his hand on the table. Gritting his teeth, the manager could not believe that Jiyeon was going to get rid of him, because was the promise really no longer valid? The boss took the phone in his hand, hearing the ringing. The man brought it to his ear and heard a request for help. Sitting on a chair, Yono asked if his interlocutor's offer was still valid. Grinning, the bandit answered affirmatively. Frowning, the boss explained that he wanted to get rid of his sister. Squinting, the interlocutor replied that everything would be done. Holding the phone in his hands, the boss told the assistant to call the camp. The guard, looking at the boss, noted that the suspicions around the camp had not yet been settled, but he replied that he did not care, because even if so, it did not mean that they would not carry out orders. The protagonist's academy was visible. Putting her hands on her hips, Yuna said that they would all go to an internet cafe together today after school. Hyukjin looked at her and asked what happened to her, since it was quite sudden, and Jahoon noted that she was a noob, and also lost in every game, and even his grandma played better than her. She exclaimed, widening her eyes, not understanding why he was saying that. Smiling, the girl noted that they were going to play anyway. Looking around, she also asked where Ijin was now. Seokju, sitting behind, explained that he was in charge of security for the second team today. The girl looked at him. Cars were driving along the road. Jiyeon was doing something on her tablet. The protagonist was sitting with her in the car and suddenly a notification sound was heard. No one moved, but another message came again. Turning her head, the girl asked if he was going to check what was there. The young man, looking ahead, explained that it was work time now and he would check later. Jiyeon closed her eyes and explained that everything was fine and that the young man could check now because she wasn't going anywhere since they were inside the car and the message could be urgent and the young man could be busy later, so it was worth checking now. The hero looked at her. The protagonist reached into his inside pocket for his phone. There was a message from his sister asking if the young man would be having dinner at home. The young man smiled. Looking at the guard, the girl realized that it must have been his family. The young man was putting his phone in his pocket while Jiyeon was asking if he was free tomorrow after work. Yidsun looked at her. The girl, looking at the tablet, offered to have dinner together. Looking ahead, he replied that he already had plans for tomorrow. The employer, continuing to look at the tablet, explained that she wanted them to have dinner with the mayor, and the young man agreed after that. Jiyeon looked at him angrily. The young man's house was visible. It was exactly 9 o'clock on the clock and the young man remembered his partner's words that he could leave his cell phone on for 1 minute at this time. The guy inserted the battery, remembering that only when necessary would he be able to contact his old partners. The young man pressed the button on the phone, understanding that the less contact, the better. A boot screensaver appeared on the phone. The hero held the phone in his hands. He stared at it. It was exactly 9 o'clock on the clock. The guy shuddered, hearing the ringing. His finger reached for the accept button. The protagonist brought the phone to his ear and heard words about how he was on time, asking what was going on. The buildings of the night city were visible and someone was saying that he had some information. Liam, standing near the railing, asked the young man if he knew that the camp was controlled by another organization and that they, one might say, had begun an investigation regarding the 32nd. The guy, sitting on the bed, asked again, and from the phone came an affirmative answer and the words that the interlocutor thought that the mad dog controlled the 32nd. The hero narrowed his eyes, hearing the information that the information about his identity was still classified. Remembering the elimination operation, Liam explained that in the past, when they tried to get rid of the hero, the camp was irreparably damaged, but the mercenary reported to them that he got rid of the first one, although this was not true, and that is why he is still alive. Frowning, Liam also explained that the mad dog leading the camp wants to hide this fact and that is why the mercenary wanted to find the hero before the camp, advising him to be careful. Looking down, the protagonist clarified what about the 32nd. Leaning over, he listened to the information from the interlocutor that he stopped because he still has not gotten used to living outside the camp, but he is fine. The young man took the phone away from his ear, hearing the words of warning. The guy took the battery out of it. The hero's mobile phone in his hands. The company office was visible. The workers were bowing to the girl. It was Jiyeon. There were already 3 cars on the street. The guards were leading her to one of them. Someone was watching this through binoculars. It was a certain Maya from the camp. She was looking straight at Jiyeon. Suddenly, the mercenary noticed the hero next to her. She abruptly tore herself away from the binoculars. Before her eyes was the image of the protagonist. Her eyes widened. The guy was getting into the car. Suddenly, he turned his gaze. The young man was looking straight at the place from which the surveillance was conducted. There was no one there anymore. The protagonist continued to observe this place. The hero, getting into the car, closed the door behind him. The girl hid behind the cornice to avoid detection. Frowning, she said that she was sure that she saw the first one. The camp was bustling with life. There was a buzzing landline phone on the table. Someone reached out to it. The man brought the phone to his ear. Holding the phone, he heard the words that it was the 5th and asked her if she had finished her mission. Leaning against the wall, the girl answered in the negative, explaining that she had only gone to look at the target. Sitting on a chair, the man asked why she was calling him, and the mercenary replied that she had a question. The man frowned. Closing his eyes, he noted that he had not expected her to call him to ask a question. His eyes widened when the girl said that the question would be about the first. His legs were thrown up on the table and she asked how he died. Frowning, the mad dog replied that he had blown up the place where he was hiding. Opening her mouth, she asked if he had checked the body after that. The man bared his teeth and answered affirmatively. Holding the phone in his hands, he also asked why she suddenly asked about this. There were many weapons in his office and the phone was saying that the 6th and 32nd had recently been killed on a mission and there weren't many of them left, so couldn't this all be the fault of the first one? Closing his eyes, the man noted that this was not like her at all, asking her not to waste time on this and to complete the mission. The mercenary gritted his teeth. Putting his hand on his leg, he couldn't believe that even his men were starting to be suspicious of him because of that first one. The mercenary put his hand on his face, realizing that he needed to get rid of that boy as soon as possible. The girl closed her phone. Looking at it, she realized that the boss was worried about the question about that man, although he hid it well, which meant that the mad dog was clearly hiding something. The image of the guy popped up in her head again and she couldn't figure out if it was really him. The mercenary frowned. Memories of the hero popped up in her head. His whole face was covered in blood and maybe he had changed during this time, but this man still looked like the first one. The hotel building was visible. Someone from the staff was standing at the entrance. Hamchin, smirking, said that he was very surprised to hear that he was here, and even more surprised when he heard about Jeon. The protagonist, looking at him, apologized for not telling him right away as he could not contact the interlocutor. Raising his hand, the man noted that everything was fine because he was just on a mission and there was no need to apologize for that. Smiling, the major also noted that the young man knew how to adapt. The girl, smirking, said that he not only adapted, but also became one of them, coping with everything. Smiling widely, the man was surprised by this, saying that Yidzin is popular not only with women, but also with men. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted and the officer froze. Looking at him, the girl realized that when they were together, he could not even talk normally and looked like a completely different person when he was with the hero. The man, bowing his head, apologized and called out to Jeon. Sitting in front of her, the officer asked her to take care of him. The girl looked at him with wide eyes. Smiling, she asked them how they met. The young man turned his gaze to her. Putting his hand on the table, the man began to tell. With his mouth wide open, he spoke about 3 years ago, when he was on a business trip in April, and added that at that time, Yidzin was a calm and reliable 16-year-old boy who helped everyone and at that time had already studied abroad for a long time. Putting both hands on the table, Hamchin noted that this is how they met his platoon, and then he played games with them. 8. Trained with everyone, the girl realized that he was hiding something, because it was as if he had simply read all this from a textbook. Looking around, the man laughed, asking about where their food was. Smiling, Jeon also became curious about where their dinner was because she was already hungry, realizing that she simply asked her companion because she was simply curious. They were sitting at the table and suddenly the girl's phone rang. She stood up, apologizing and explaining that it was an important call. Sitting in front of the young man, the officer asked him if everything was okay, to which he answered in the affirmative. Looking at his interlocutor, Hamchin also asked about the guy's relatives, to which he answered exactly the same. Smiling, the man noted that he was surprised to hear that he was now a bodyguard at SW, but now that he thinks about it, he realizes that this job really suits the protagonist, asking what he plans to do after graduation. Looking at the man, the hero replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. Rubbing his chin, he asked again, noting that according to Jeon, the young man is doing great. Sitting in front of the guy, he also added that he talked to her a lot, and when he started talking about the young man, she immediately began to praise him. Saying that he was kind, the protagonist explained that since he was young and close to the major, this was most likely the reason why she spoke well of him. The man smiled. Putting his hands on the table, he asked if he felt comfortable in the company and at school because it was not easy to get settled here. The guy explained that he really felt comfortable here, then the major asked about how the guy was with his friends. Smiling, the young man answered affirmatively. A smile appeared on the man's face too. The girl was already returning back to the table. Suddenly, she stopped. Jeon watched them while her ward asked about when he would arrive because the platoon members already missed him, and the young man answered that he would visit them next time. They smiled, talking to each other. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, realizing that the way they were talking, one would think that they were one family and were actually very close. The lanterns were already illuminating the darkening city. The protagonist was walking somewhere down the street. Suddenly, he noticed something. The guy peered into the crowd. There was someone in a cap standing behind him. It was Maya. The young man was looking straight at her. The hero stood still. The mercenary also stood, not taking a step. Suddenly, they approached each other. The girl quickly pulled out a knife. The young man dodged the blow. He grabbed her hand, blocking the subsequent blows. Her hand trembled. Frowning, Maya said that she was now absolutely sure that this was the first. The protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at him, she noted that after all, the first was still alive. The guy frowned. Holding her hand, he called her the fifth. Armed guards stood near the mansion. The man had a glass of some kind of alcoholic drink in his hand when he was told that they had sent the fifth one from the camp. Without turning around, the boss said that it was quite surprising that they had sent a numbered one on such a mission. The assistant, standing behind, explained that the camp was under suspicion and that they were using their best card to ensure the success of the mission. Smirking, the leader noted that he was a little worried about the numbered ones, adding that it was true that they were the trump card of the camp. Some people were walking forward. They were the numbered ones, a special experimental unit created in a secret organization. Teenagers were pulling ropes. They were dodging bullets, because they were the ones who tried to survive years of hellish training and battles, risking their lives. In the end, only 40 people remained. Some armed soldiers were visible. These were the 40 people who officially started their activities after training, thanks to whom, in a short period of time, iron was able to achieve great growth and accumulate more wealth than ever. People with machine guns were going on the attack, because they were the ones who did many things for the benefit of the company. Something was blazing in the distance. A guy was lying in the grass with a machine gun. It turned out that due to the betrayal of those who actually led them, a significant number of forces were lost. Even the troops supporting the camp fell apart and were on the verge of destruction. Since then, the camp continued operations with the remaining numbers according to their orders. The man was watching TV, from which words were heard that new mercenaries were hired to carry out missions. Squinting, he noted that it was even sad to think about it now, because if only he had complete control over them. A construction site was visible in the distance. The girl frowned. Standing in front of the young man, she said that she did not know that the first one was alive. Looking at her, the guy remained silent. Looking at the hero, she also said that looking at him, it seems that he lives quite well, because it is better than being dead. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist noted that if she did not know that he was here, then the mad dog did not send her. The girl opened her eyes wider. Standing in front of her, she asked if the boss knew that the first one was alive. Frowning, the mercenary could not understand why the boss was hiding the truth about this mercenary. Standing in front of her, the hero noted that he was not the target and clarified whether the target was in Korea. Looking at her, he also said that she noticed him when she was watching the target, asking if her target was someone from SW. Putting her hand behind her back, she noted that a lot of time had passed, because the girl began to talk so carelessly. Taking out a gun, the mercenary said that she only needed to kill him. The guy dodged the first bullet. He continued to dodge the others. Suddenly, the young man came close to his opponent. The hero dug his feet in. The protagonist was going to hit her in the head, but she dodged. The blow knocked her mask and cap off. She held the gun out in front of her again. The young man hit that hand. The weapon flew out of her. Suddenly, she pulled a knife from behind her back. The mercenary struck. She continued to strike, but the protagonist dodged each one. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her hand with the cold weapon. She tried to hit him, but the hero struck back at her. The young man blocked her hands, preventing her from moving. The girl was able to push him away. The guy threw her to the ground. The girl turned around sharply. Maya tried to stab him with the knife again. She tried to crawl back. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The hero was swinging his leg. Didzin hit the enemy in the chest. The mercenary kicked him in the knee. The boy began to fall. Maya rushed at him when he fell. She swung her knife. The protagonist blocked the blow, putting his hand in front of him. Thanks to this, he was able to twist her arm. The girl clenched her teeth hard, lying on the floor. The guy began to take the knife from her hands. Suddenly, he swung to strike. The mercenary's eyes opened wide. The hero simply frowned. The boy brought the knife to the opponent's neck. The girl looked at him. Suddenly, her eyes opened wider. Yidzin also looked at her. Suddenly, the mercenary kicked. From such a blow, the guy flew away from her. They again stood up to continue the fight. Frowning, Meyer asked him what he was doing. The boy, looking at her, did not utter a word. She smirked. Remembering the corpses, the mercenary noted that after that time, he did not dare to kill his comrades. The boy narrowed his eyes. Gritting her teeth, Maya screamed that 26 teammates died because of him, but now he hesitated to kill her. The protagonist continued to look at her lifelessly. The construction site was visible. The girl, standing in front of him, said that even if they were arrogant, but they were the ones who survived all this hell with him because they trusted him and always followed him. Yidzin, looking at her, remained silent. Frowning, she said that he killed them because of greed. The young man, lowering his gaze, explained that he never killed his comrades, but the mercenary asked again, not understanding his words. Standing in front of her, he explained that he received an order from the camp and suppressed the comrades pursuing him, but did not kill any of them. Gritting her teeth, the mercenary said that it was all nonsense. The protagonist looked at her. The girl frowned. Standing in front of the hero, she asked what happened to them, because who could have killed them if not the first one? The guy explained that they were not even able to fight, but their lives were not in danger. After that, he did not hear anything about them anymore and continued to just live, and only later found out that they still died. Looking down, Maya could not understand who could have killed her allies then. She looked up at the guy, saying that even if he did not kill them, it does not change the fact that he betrayed them. The hero, opening his mouth, explained that his memories are still blurred, but they are there, but in that situation, he could not kill an innocent civilian as ordered. Smiling, the mercenary said that she would like to believe that he lost his memories. Having introduced the hero earlier, she explained that his current eyes were not the same as before, so he looked like a completely different person. Looking at her, Aidzin said that judging by what she was saying, the mad dog did not send her after him. Grinning, Maya noted that the protagonist's luck had run out. She threw something at him. The young man dodged the thrown weapon. The girl rushed to the pistol that fell to the ground. The mercenary grabbed it in her hands. She started shooting at the fleeing guy. The shots hit the wall. The protagonist was peeking out from behind the wall. Suddenly, the young man noticed something. He rushed after his opponent. The hero ran out into the street. There was no one at the construction site. The guy looked around. Aidzin, holding the phone to his ear, was calling someone. Jiyeon was having dinner with the major. Suddenly, someone approached her from behind. There were guards standing behind her. A sign for an internet cafe was visible. Someone had entered it. They were also bodyguards. Yuna turned her head towards them. The director was sitting with his hands folded on the table. The assistant, standing in front of his table, explained that according to the protagonist's warning, the key figures of SW had been safely delivered home and guards had been sent to protect them. The old man frowned and noted that this was happening again, adding that he had expected this when he started working in the military industry, but he hadn't thought it would happen so soon. There was a door visible. Maya was sitting on the bed. Holding the phone in her hands, she couldn't believe that the mad dog hadn't told her that the first one was still alive. Clutching the phone in her hands, the mercenary wanted to ask the boss, but she couldn't until she knew the reason. She remembered the hero's story about how he had received an order from the camp to suppress his comrades who were pursuing him. Frowning, the mercenary thought that if what he said was true, then who could have killed the numbered ones, assuming that perhaps someone else killed them while they were on a mission. Smirking, she realized that whatever the case, it was all too suspicious. Suddenly, she raised her head, hearing the doorbell. Looking at it, the killer could not understand who had brought here at such a time. In front of the door stood a man with a box. To the side of him sat two others with weapons. One of them reached for the door. He began to drill the lock with a screwdriver. The man with the box pulled the mask over his face. They began to go inside. There was no one in the apartment anymore. The group began to go deeper. One of them signaled the others to go straight ahead. He was walking towards some room. Suddenly, a barrel appeared from around the corner. It was pointed straight at the man's head. A shot was fired and the unknown man fell to the floor. The others turned around. A mercenary was taking aim from around the corner. She fired several shots. One of them was kneeling and holding his side. The girl stepped on his hand. Pointing the gun at him, Maya asked who they were. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. There was a radio on the man's shoulder. The killer shot the robber. She was walking away. Maya, looking down, understood that these people were not from SW, since the security service of this country does not use weapons so openly, so perhaps they were people working for the first one. A street lamp was visible. The mercenary was walking down the street with a case. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Someone was aiming at her, standing behind a car. The girl rushed around the corner, dodging the shots. She looked out to take aim. With one shot, the killer killed the shooter. In response, several more bullets hit her cover. She glanced in the other direction. Another car with unknown people drove up from that direction. There were also cars on the other side. Sitting behind cover, she could not understand when they managed to surround her. Suddenly, she noticed something. Someone knocked down one of the bandits. The man jumped on the hood of the car. After that, he also knocked out the second one. The bandit on the other side turned his sight to the unknown person. The girl jumped out from behind cover. She shot the bandit in the head. The mercenary landed on her knee opposite the corpse. Maya got to her feet. She turned around. The same man in the mask was still standing there. It was Aidzin. A dark street was visible outside the window. With his hands in his pockets, Anatoly reported that they had lost contact with the team they were deployed to. Holding a glass of alcohol in his hands, the man with black hair expressed his regret about this and added that they had finally found traces of the numbered mercenaries. Looking at the boss, the bespectacled fighter said that there was no reason to worry since the organization had hidden all ties to them. The man brought the glass to his mouth. The fugitives were sitting in an abandoned place. Maya took a sip from the bottle. Yidzin looked at this from under his brows. With his hands on his knees, he asked who those people were, to which the girl replied that there were many people who had a score to settle with her and asked why the protagonist helped her. He silently looked at the mercenary. Tilting her head, she asked if his memories had returned. Looking into the girl's eyes, the protagonist answered that they had. Leaning over, Fifth said that 32nd had recently died. Holding the bottle in her hands, she recalled that he was the youngest of her partners. Squeezing the bottle in her hands, Maya remembered the death of Sixth. Making an angry face, the mercenary said that they died almost at the same time. Looking at the floor, the girl shared her guess that they were killed by the people who were looking for her. Five raised her head. Yidzin looked at her. Frowning, the girl asked why his face was so calm. Because he should not be indifferent to the fate of his former comrades. Covering his face with his hand, the guy began to justify himself. The mercenary interrupted him, expressing her concerns. She stood up from her seat. Bowing her head, Maya asked if the protagonist killed them. With wide eyes, the protagonist replied that he did not do so. Opening her mouth, the girl asked what happened to her comrades. The boy lowered his head. Looking at the young man, Five began to guess what was going on. Looking at his face, the girl asked if they staged their deaths. Yijin sat silently in place, covering her face with her hand. The mercenary said that they would be in trouble if others found out about this, to which First replied that no one would find out about anything. 5 opened her mouth and explained that the investigations in the camp had become more thorough and the punishments more severe. Looking ahead, the boy stated that the camp was in no position to investigate their deaths, since Mad Dog had sent 6 after him to kill him. Maya made a surprised face. Closing her eyes, she realized that the head of the mercenaries would not be able to conduct an investigation until he was sure that the protagonist was dead. Looking at the shadow of the bars on the wall, 5 asked about 32, to which the boy replied that he was with Liam. She covered her face with her hand again. Smiling, Maya mused that they had always wanted to leave the camp and eventually did so. Yijin exhaled. He looked away. The boy remembered the rain. Sitting in the rain, the protagonist clutched his knees with his hands. He raised his head. He heard footsteps. A second later, the man with the rifle covered him with his jacket. Looking at the floor, the boy heard 5 want to share the name of her target. She clenched her fists. Frowning, the mercenary said that she had to kill Jion. Looking at the girl leaving, First asked what she was going to do. Putting a hood over her head, she explained that she would abandon the mission since an unknown group had revealed her location. Maya, with her head down, walked towards the exit. Yijin looked at her silently. A camp was visible, from the tent of which Mad Dog's surprised voice was heard. Holding the phone to his ear, he listened to 5's words about how she was attacked by an unknown group. Making a surprised face, the man heard that they knew her location. Looking at one of the buildings in the city, the mercenary reasoned that it was inexplicable how the group could know her coordinates. Frowning, the girl said that only the leader knew the location where she was. Jumping up from his chair, the man asked Maya why he would do this, to which she replied that she did not yet know the reason. Baring his teeth, Mad Dog asked her to calm down. 5, opening her mouth, said that she was abandoning the mission and asked not to look for her. A moment later, the mercenary broke her phone. Looking at his mobile device, the leader was furious. A house was visible, from which a question was heard asking if everything was okay. Sitting at the table, Yijin replied that everything was fine, but he could not guarantee that something like this would not happen again in the future. The 2 men silently looked at the young man. Frowning, the director of SW Group asked why the boy was so sure of this. Looking at him, the protagonist explained that the target was Jion. Looking from under his brows, the boy said that the mission was to eliminate the woman. Sweat appeared on the old man's face. Opening his mouth, the bodyguard guessed that the protagonist was familiar with the killer, which is why he was confident in his words. He silently looked forward. Lowering his head, Yijin explained that the killer was a colleague from his previous job. The men looked at him in surprise. Folding his arms, he continued his words by saying that he was a special agent who does not kidnap or threaten the target. Raising his head, the boy finished his speech by saying that an agent is only called upon to kill his target. Making a surprised face, the old man asked where his colleague was now. Sitting on the couch, the boy said that he had abandoned the mission, so it was unlikely that Jion would be hunted. Sweating, the guard suggested that the other mercenaries could finish the job. Opening his mouth, Yijin argued that it would be much easier to deal with them. The older man closed his eyes. Sitting opposite the director, the young man said that the camp would not risk going down the same path after failing. Opening his mouth, the old man said that he knew about the boy's exceptional skills. Looking at the boy, he added that this was probably not the only thing he had in the past. Looking down, the protagonist confirmed that he had been a mercenary for 5 years. Looking ahead, the boy prepared to tell his story. He remembered the dense forests. In the camp, the fighters were talking about how he was found in the place where the plane crashed. The mercenary with a cigarette asked why the boy was brought here without even healing his wounds, to which he heard the assumption that it was done so that he could join the training. Words that even experienced soldiers couldn't stand it and died from training were spreading throughout the camp. A military tent was visible. Yijin saw a green cloth over his face. He opened his eyes a little. The boy was lying on a couch. Hearing the request to wake up, the future mercenary looked at the man who entered. He saw the silhouette of a man. He was looking at the wounded youth. A moment later, the soldier grabbed him by the t-shirt. The boy's feet touched the floor. The man in uniform was dragging the protagonist along with him. Coming out of the tent, he threw the boy to the ground. He tried to get up. A moment later, he raised his head. Yijin saw a base with many fighters. They looked at the recruit. The protagonist squinted from the bright light. In front of him, he saw a pair of legs. The boy raised his head. In front of him stood Mad Dog with a cigar. The youth looked at the soldier's face. Frowning, the man listened to his subordinate's report that the boy had not yet regained consciousness, to which he replied that this was the aftermath of the crash. Standing in front of the newcomer, he added that it did not matter because the protagonist would have to participate in today's training to pay for his medical expenses. Smiling, the leader finished his speech by saying that without their help, he would not have survived anyway, so he had nothing to lose. Yijin continued to look at the soldier. Turning around, he said that it would be a great success not to die during training. The boy silently watched the fighters leaving. Hearing the appeal to himself, he turned his head. A moment later, a boot slammed his face into the ground. A group of young men said that the newcomers were going through hazing. Keeping their foot on the back of the beaten guy, they reasoned that he would not survive because he was too young and looked sick. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Smiling, the fighter with blonde hair said that if he could not stand it, he would die. The crowns of trees were visible. A kick to the stomach sent Yijin flying backwards. The young fighter bared his teeth and looked at his victim. The boy extended his hand. A moment later, the attacker received a knee to the face. Both bullies were lying on the ground. Maya looked at the villains. Covering his bloody nose, the bald man asked what had gotten into her. Frowning, she replied that they both pissed her off. Clenching her fist, the girl suggested that the beaten boys come up with another reason for her displeasure. They made angry faces. A second later, the couple was running away. Glancing sideways at the lying young man, the mercenary told him to get up. Turning to him, she said that otherwise he would die. The boy looked up at his savior. Opening her mouth, Fifth repeated her order. Looking at the motionless protagonist, she asked if he could hear because he was deaf. A second later, she grabbed Yijin by the shirt. The girl lifted him up in front of her. The newcomer looked down. The protagonist looked at his phone. It showed Hamchin's number. Picking it up, the young man heard the major say that he had heard about what had happened. Standing by the window, the man said that he knew about the attempt on his wife's life and the identity of the killer. Standing in the middle of the street, the protagonist explained that they had not caught the killer and did not even know whose order it was. Frowning, Hamchin listened to the guy say that the killer would not take another step, so it would be difficult to find out who was behind this. Looking at the floor, Yijin heard a question about his condition. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that he was fine. Putting his hand on his stomach, the military man expressed doubt about the honesty of his ward because he knew about his unwillingness to meet people from the past. The schoolboy stood silently in place. Lowering his head, the man asked to tell him if he needed help. Looking forward, the young man thanked him. Hamchin, clutching his head, said that there was no need to thank him and asked the boy not to do everything alone. Looking forward, Yijin agreed to the man's request. He exhaled. The protagonist looked at his phone. In front of him, he saw his sister. She asked why her brother was just standing on the street. The girl looked at him with wide eyes. Opening her mouth, she asked if the guy was hiding anything, to which she received a negative answer. Frowning, Dayan did not believe the words of her relative. He smiled sweetly. Putting her hand to her mouth, the sister asked if it was related to Yuna, to which she again heard a negative answer. Walking down the street, the schoolgirl assumed that it was related to his rank in the game, but her brother convinced her that it was not so. They walked home together. Standing in the shadows, Maya could not believe her eyes. She looked at the happy family. The girl frowned. Looking at Yijin's smile, she couldn't imagine that he could smile. The treetops were visible. The cadet squads were standing in the rain. Mad Dog folded his arms and declared that the training was over. The bloody students looked at him. The long-haired guy put his hands behind his back. The leader looked at the protagonist. Looking at the guy, he declared that his code name was now First and he would command this squad. The protagonist silently looked at the instructor. He ordered the fighter to be brought here. The soldier dragged the fighter by the t-shirt. He fell into the mud. Holding a pistol in his hands, Mad Dog said that failure even in the last training meant death. Pointing the gun at the cadet, he added that it didn't matter how injured he was. All the fighters silently watched what was happening. Turning his head, the leader called the lying man pathetic. Yijin stood in front of the wounded man. The instructor narrowed his eyes. Raising his head, the boy declared that he was now responsible for each member of his squad. Maya looked at the brave young man in surprise. Liam looked away. Frowning, the man asked how he dared to contradict him. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the soldier. Baring his teeth, he thought that killing such a brat would be a good lesson for the others. Smiling, the bastard ordered him to save his soldiers himself. A knife fell at the young man's feet. He stood there imperturbably. Raising his head, Mad Dog promised to leave the boy alive if Yijin defeated him. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the man. Fifth looked at her comrades. They were watching what was happening carefully. The young man bent down for the knife. His fingers reached for the handle. At that very moment, a blow flew right in front of his ear. The guy rolled to the side. He raised his head. A second later, the blow almost hit his face. While delivering a series of blows, the instructor said that the boy's fighting style was considered the best among all the cadets. The villain prepared to attack. The first one grabbed a handful of earth. He threw it at the opponent's face. The latter, wiping his eyes, cursed at the fighter. The young man ran to the side. He ran to the knife. His hand grabbed the blade. The guy slid along the ground. Opening his eyes, the leader was furious. Looking at his opponent, he called him an arrogant brat. Yijin calmly looked at the man. A moment later, he struck. The opponent's knives crossed. The instructor's blow grazed the protagonist's side. He continued to dodge the attacks, making an angry face. The big guy thought that even the best cadet had no right to object to him. Frowning, he was surprised that this fighter could not even pass the training at the beginning. The protagonist glanced at the enemy's face. He was wounded in the arm. A moment later, a flurry of blows cut up the soldier's entire body. He opened his eyes wide. The boy put his foot on his opponent's foot. He swung for the decisive attack. The blow hit the instructor in the face. Bleeding, he screamed in pain. Waking up, he realized that it was a dream. Holding his face, the leader tried to catch his breath. With a blow of his hand, the man knocked over the tray with a glass. They broke from the impact on the floor. Baring his teeth, the bastard cursed the one who left scars on his face. He looked at the broken glass. Yijin's foot fell into a puddle. He ran across the stadium. The guy looked ahead. After a while, the young man ran along an empty street. The former mercenary ran past the bus stop. Suddenly, he slowed to a walk. Turning his head, he saw Fifth. They were sitting together on a bench. The girl said that she accused Mad Dog of an ambush, so they could not yet figure out the situation. The protagonist silently looked ahead. Bowing her head, Maya said that she still hated him. Yijin lowered his head. Looking at the floor, the mercenary reminded him that he had betrayed everyone and left, because of which many died. Sitting with her back to the interlocutor, the girl reproached him for leaving them for his girlfriend. The guy was extremely surprised by her words. Clutching her head, Maya said that it was not good for him to communicate with such a nice girl, to which she heard that it was not a girl, but a sister. Turning her head, the mercenary could not believe her ears. She opened her eyes wide. Dayan appeared in front of her former partners. She and her grandfather looked at their comrades sitting nearby in surprise. Maya was in a state of shock. She was sitting at the table. Sweating, the girl looked at him. Various dishes were in front of her. Smiling, the grandfather asked her not to be shy and to eat whatever she wanted. Looking at how Yijin put a bowl of soup for her, the girl opened her eyes wide. With her hands on her legs, she could not come to her senses. The mercenary looked at what was happening around her in surprise. Grandfather and Dan were eating their food. Blushing, Maya thought about how she was going to kill the guy sitting next to her, and now she was eating with him at the same table. Looking at the gloomy lady, grandfather asked why she was not eating. Making a sad face, the old man offered to cook something else if she did not like these dishes. The mercenary took a spoon. She looked at it for a long time. The woman turned her gaze to the main character. He was calmly eating his soup. Fifth remembered how the first used to eat stale bread. A group of fighters were sitting in the rain in the forest. The girl brought the to her lips. The rest of the squad did the same. After a while, a loud explosion thundered. The bread fell to the ground. The leader of the group pointed out the direction for the others. Together they ran through the forest. The girl was brought to consciousness by the words of the elderly man that she apparently liked his dishes. Maya looked at the protagonist's happy relatives. The mercenary noticed that the plates in front of her were empty. She looked at her spoon in surprise. Opening her mouth, the grandfather said that he knew that he and Ijin had known each other for a long time. Opening her mouth, Fifth asked again for the name the man had said. Looking down, the boy said that it was his name. Looking forward, the young man explained that the girl did not know his name, but they had known each other since he lost his memory. Making a surprised face, the old man realized that they had known each other for quite a long time. Opening his mouth, the protagonist confirmed this. Remembering how he sat on the ground, the boy said that Maya helped him and spent a lot of time with him. The girl parried the boy's blow. They stood together at the briefing. Both fighters advanced through the forest. Looking at the floor, the protagonist said that at that moment they were like family. His relatives listened to him in surprise. The mercenary's hand lay on the table. Fifth silently looked at the floor. Light was visible from the protagonist's apartment. The grandfather was shaking his guest's hand. Holding her hand in his, he thanked the lady for taking care of his grandson. Smiling, the old man added that since Ijin thought of her as family, she was also family for his relatives, so she could come whenever she wanted. Fifth's mouth opened in surprise. She looked at her granddaughter and grandfather when they wished her to come to them more often. The former partners were going down the stairs. The mercenary looked at her hand. She frowned. Her gaze moved to the guy walking in front of her. A blow was heard from the entrance. The girl's foot hit the guy's back. Looking at the stunned boy, she asked what it was. Lowering her head, the lady asked why he brought her to his family. Moving down the street, Ijin said that her grandfather called her. Maya did not understand why the young man invited an enemy to his home. Moving away from his interlocutor, the protagonist explained that he never considered her his enemy, so he introduced her to his family. Looking ahead, the mercenary asked not to repeat the same story he told when he tried to hide her identity. The protagonist stopped. Turning his head, he said that he was not trying to hide anything. Looking from under his brows, Meyer asked why he said that he treated her like a family member. Turning to his friend, he explained that he considered all members of his squad family. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he could always trust his partner with his back. The mercenary looked at him silently. Smiling, the guy repeated his real name. Fifth opened her mouth in surprise. She adjusted her cap. She also introduced herself by name. The boy smiled even wider. Handing her the phone, he asked her to take it. Looking at the device in the girl's hands, Ijin told her that once a week, at 9 o'clock in the evening, she could contact 6 and 23rd. She lowered her eyebrows. A moment later, her gaze turned to the protagonist. She hit him in the face. The boy fell to the ground. Looking at him, Maya said that she still could not forgive him for betraying the entire group and leaving. The protagonist looked up at the woman who hit him. Looking at his friend leaving, Ijin began to cry. Two men were watching what was happening. Making surprised faces, they could not believe their eyes. Picking up the package, they decided to pass by so as not to make him feel awkward. The night sky was visible. From the building surrounded by mercenaries, conversations were heard about how Fifth was attacked by unknown people while she was on assignment, so continuing the mission was impossible. With his hands in his pockets, Anatoly said that it would not work to send others, since they still did not know the identity of the attackers. With his head down, the fighter continued by asking Inho to explain the lack of results. The man with the cigar suggested that this guy was very impatient right now. Closing his eyes, he said that the others should contact him, since if they did not do anything, Inho would take action. Looking at the boss, he asked if this would jeopardize their plan to cooperate with SW. Without turning around, the man said that in the end they would not lose anything. But on the contrary, since the internal part of the company would be destroyed from within. Standing in front of the boss, the subordinate reported that she had found people to whom she could make a request. Inho lowered his head. Looking at him, the secretary asked if the boss was sure of his decision. Smiling, he said that his sister had begun to desire what belonged to him and ignored all his warnings, so she should pay for it. Looking at his assistant, the man thought that Iron had first offered to help him, but now they were not doing their part of the job. Exhaling, Enho decided to prove to them that he wouldn't have any problems after their refusal. Looking at the girl leaving, he was sure that things were going in his favor. The man twisted his mouth. Imagining his sister's satisfied face, he was determined to get rid of Gion and get his hands on the company. A night park was visible. Sitting under a lamp, Hanchin said that he just decided to see her before returning to his subordinates. Looking at the protagonist, the man asked what happened to his comrade, to which he replied that she came back. Looking away, the major was glad to hear this. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that she would not bother Gion anymore. Turning his head, he continued to talk about why there was no need to worry about the mercenary, to which the officer interrupted him, saying that he did not come here for that. The young man's gaze was directed at him. Smiling, he said that he just wanted to see her before leaving. Yidzin silently looked at his comrade. Standing up, he said that it was time for him to go. Standing with his back to his charge, Hamchin asked him if he remembered why he had come back. Standing up, the young man answered in the affirmative. Turning his head, the major advised him to live the same life as his peers. Moving along the road, he said goodbye to the guy. The boy silently watched the man leaving. Several cars drove one after another. Looking at the tablet, the director said that her husband had left this morning. Keeping his head straight, Yidzin said that he knew about it because he had recently seen him. Glancing sideways at the interlocutor, Gion realized that he had left early in the morning to meet the guy. Smiling, she said that the man stayed with her until the end of his shift because he was worried about her. The lady's bodyguard lowered his head. The girl thought about the fact that he should have left early and taken care of personal matters. Looking ahead, Yidzin remembered their recent conversation. Looking at the bodyguard, who asked if it was his idea to keep the assassination attempt on the boss's life a secret, the protagonist replied that it was. Smiling, the man praised the young man. Looking at the filled glass, he said that kidnappings and threats have haunted the heads of SW since childhood. Sitting at the table, the guard assumed that Gion would be shocked by the news that she almost died. Frowning, he added that an assassination attempt is different from threats and kidnappings, so the director could have mental problems. The protagonist silently looked at the floor. Looking at the young man, the man in the suit said that the first team managed to identify the killer in advance, otherwise he would have had a hard time. The guy was brought to his senses by the woman's words that he was supposed to be at school today. He, bowing his head, asked her to repeat the question, which the lady did. Yidzin widened his eyes. Turning his head away, the young man said that he did not want to go to school today. Opening her mouth, the woman was surprised by his answer. Smiling, she noticed that when the guy spoke like that, he was not much different from his peers. They continued to drive in silence in the car. On the way, they saw a traffic light. The group pulled up to the office. The phone on the table rang. Liam was finishing his soda. A message came to his phone. The message was Gion's face. Six smiled. Turning his head, he asked 32nd to contact the protagonist. The young man began to dial his comrade's number. Opening his mouth, he said that he had a gift for an old friend. Hearing a female voice, the boy widened his eyes. Frowning, he heard that being alive and not dead is already a gift. The killer recognized the voice of 5. Sweating, Liam asked if it was really May's voice. Baring his teeth, the mercenary asked what the phone was doing in her hands. The woman told him to give the phone to 6. Looking down, the young man agreed. Handing the phone to his friend, he said that the girl wanted to talk to him. The man's fingers grabbed the mobile phone. Smiling, he asked if their ally had met Yidzin. Looking out the window, the mercenary said that he looked very good for a dead man. Looking at the photo of the director, Liam asked his friend to meet the protagonist. Closing his eyes, he said that this was the only way out since she had the first phone. She opened her mouth. Smiling, Maya said that there was no person who irritated her as much as 6th. The long-haired man smiled. The school building was visible. Teenagers were walking out of it, saying that Yidzin had gone abroad. Holding onto the backpack, Dan confirmed Yun's assumption, in response to which she asked how long he was going to be there. Turning her head, the schoolgirl said that at least a few days. Exhaling, the girl was disappointed that she would not be able to see the young man. The airport was visible. The protagonist, holding onto the handle of the suitcase, looked around. Suddenly, the boy noticed something in front of him. Someone in a hood stood in the distance. His comrades were there. On the outskirts of the city, there was a low building. There was a mountain of unwashed dishes in the sink. The numbers were sitting in the room. Liam reported that they managed to find some information about SW. Holding a phone in his hands, 6 added that they managed to find out that someone from SW was looking for a hired killer and got a photo of the target. On the phone screen was a photo of Jiyoung. The soldier said that this is one of the people his comrade is protecting. The protagonist looked down and thought. Yidzin looked closely at the photo and asked who the customer was. The soldier laid out printed photos on the table and said that they identified him. He moved the photo to his friend and explained that the real client was this person. In the pictures was Young-ho, Jiyoung's brother. Seeing him, the boy narrowed his eyes. The blonde raised his hand and said that they didn't have any direct evidence that he had made the request, but 5 was already looking for them. Liam pointed at himself and added that the one who had taken the contract was staying at a hotel nearby. And that's when criminals leave evidence of what they were planning to do. Sitting at the laptop, 32 said that he had received all the files. The boy pressed a button and said that the target was almost there, so she needed to leave quickly. Bright lights illuminated the hotel corridor. Someone disconnected the phone from the laptop. Maya closed the laptop and replied that she was leaving. The woman calmly frowned. She was standing in the elevator and waiting for it to arrive at the right floor. The elevator doors opened. The bodyguard shuddered. A stranger in a mask stood in front of her. The girl looked at the guard from under her brows. The agent threw her a stern look. They passed each other. The mercenary entered the elevator. His doors began to close in her face. The brunette headed to her room. The elevator doors finally closed. On the table were photos of Young-ho and his bodyguard. The young man looked at them carefully. In his memory, the head of SW Group smiled and said that he envied his grandfather. The student looked down. 32nd looked back and said that he found what they were looking for. The schoolboy looked at him. Sunlight illuminated the office. The president frowned and asked if his sister's bodyguard had come here alone to see him. Standing at the door, the guard explained that she had decided to tell him about it before doing anything and asked if she should send him back. The man smirked and asked her to let the guest in to find out what brought him here. Sitting at his desk, the villain assumed that the boy wanted information about Jiyoung. The mercenary entered the office. The protagonist glanced at the potential killer. Young-ho waved his hand and asked him to sit down. Yidzin sat down in the chair. The president said that he thought it was some kind of mistake when he found out that he came to him and asked what brought him here. Hearing the ringing, the man looked down and asked him to wait a minute, as he needed to answer the call. The scoundrel put the phone to his ear and asked who it was. The brunette looked away when he heard his grandfather's voice. The head of SW Group frowned and said that his grandson crossed a line that should never have been crossed. Young-ho smiled nervously and asked what the hell he was talking about. The old man furrowed his brows sternly and asked if he was the one who hired the killer to kill Jiyoung. The president's eyes widened in shock and wondered what all this meant. Jumping up from the table, the man could not believe that he thought he could do something like that to his little sister. The owner of the company asked him not to think that his words were just an assumption. The scoundrel frowned and thought that he had evidence. Sitting in front of the computer, the head of SW Group asked him to leave everything as it was and go back. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that he did not want to do this. Young-ho looked down and said that he achieved all this himself and that it all belongs to him. The president flashed crazy eyes and said that he would resist with all his might if the chairman tried to drag him down, and if SW left, the value of the company would collapse. The bodyguard stood silently by the door. The man explained that any evidence he had would not be accepted by law. The guy looked down. The scoundrel added that if the world knew about this, the company would suffer much more, and asked what, in his opinion, the employee would consider more important. The brunette smirked and asked if this was really why the grandfather was asking him to quietly go back. The old man narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Young-ho opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would never come back. He pressed the end call button. The president clutched the phone in his hands and wondered how the chairman could have found out about this. Suddenly, the man looked up. The young man put the phone to his ear. The interlocutor asked him to bring the customer to them, since the return flight was already ready. The student sternly knitted his eyebrows and agreed. The schoolboy stood up from his chair. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and asked if the bodyguard really came here to pick him up. The mercenary glanced at him sideways. The guard raised her eyebrows in surprise. The brunette covered his face with his hand and laughed loudly. Young-ho smirked and asked what the chairman was thinking when he sent a child here to pick him up. Putting his hand on the table, the president asked what his guest was going to do and assumed that the old man told him that he would obediently follow him. The protagonist denied it. The man frowned sternly and asked how they were going to bring him back in that case. Yidzen silently glared at him. The scoundrel turned around and asked his bodyguard to get rid of him. The girl put her hand to the earpiece and said that this was a VIP room, Kode. Receiving no answer, the woman looked away and asked how she could be heard. The guard was lying unconscious on the floor, a voice coming from his earpiece. Behind the soldier, in the corridor, there were bodies of people. Liam frowned menacingly. What was happening in the corridor was broadcast on the screen. 32 was sitting in the CCTV room. The brunette looked around and asked what was going on. The bodyguard explained that no one was answering her. Young-ho opened his mouth in amazement and asked what that meant. The guy stood silently in the middle of the office. He had an indifferent look. The president looked at the guard and asked why none of them were answering. Looking away, the girl realized that she could not contact any of the teams and thought that this simply could not be happening. The woman looked away. She made a dash to the table and pointed a gun at the guest. The young man stared at her indifferently. Standing behind her, the scoundrel asked why his subordinate suddenly pointed a gun at him. The bodyguard frowned and explained that it was impossible for them to lose contact with their entire security team since everything was fine when they first arrived. The brunette widened his eyes and asked what that meant. He flinched when the guard announced that there was someone else here. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Young-ho looked up. The girl looked to the side. Fifth was standing in the doorway. The woman immediately pointed a gun at her. The soldier darted to the side, and the student rushed forward. The bodyguard frowned sternly. A shot rang out, but the mercenary managed to hide behind the sofa. Then she ran forward. Several more bullets flew out of the barrel of the gun. Maya disarmed her opponent with one blow. Fifth swung her hand. The guard blocked her blow. The girl looked at her enemy. The soldier narrowed his eyes. The woman remembered how she met her at the elevator. Then she had exactly the same indifferent look. The mercenary hit the enemy in the face. The bodyguard stepped back. She tried to strike, but missed. She managed to stop the enemy's fist with her hand. Maya pushed her hand aside. 5 hit the enemy with her elbow. Then the girl grabbed her by the jacket. The soldier hit her with his knee. The guard fell to the floor. The mercenary looked down at her. The woman looked away when someone ordered her to not move. The president pointed a gun at her. The man frowned menacingly and said that he was surprised that his grandfather sent such a man after him. The protagonist stood behind his girlfriend. Standing at the opposite end of the room, the villain said that none of this mattered and added that he would never return to Korea. Holding the gun in front of him, the brunette asked them to tell his grandfather that he would go all the way if this happened again, so they could not even think about taking him with them. Young-ho gritted his teeth and thought that the chairman would never let this go and would definitely want to put him in a place cut off from the rest of the world. His hand shook. The president wondered how it could have ended like this, because in a little while SW would have belonged to him. The boys watched him calmly. Agent took a step forward. The man pointed a gun at him and ordered him to stop if he didn't want to die. The boy continued to move in his direction. The villain repeated his order with his mouth wide open and asked if he really thought he didn't know how to use it. A shot rang out. The young man grabbed his opponent by the arm and approached him closely. The student looked up and answered in the affirmative. The brunette frowned in fear. The schoolboy punched him in the face. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The mercenary grabbed him by the hair. The protagonist slammed his enemy against the table. Yono fell to the floor. His face was stained with blood. Maya looked at her friend and asked if it wasn't funny that he couldn't shoot the man who was aiming at him. Yidzen looked down and replied that there was nothing he could do about it since it wasn't his enemy. Liam walked into the office and explained that their comrade wasn't a killer, but a bodyguard. The girl gave her comrade a stern look. Number 32 raised his eyebrows and said that they had erased all traces in and around this building. Number 6 smiled and found it strange that it had been so long since they had gone out like this. The guys looked at him and said nothing. For a while, the heroes just looked at each other. The guy looked away and said that he needed to go back. The sun's rays illuminated the SW group building. Sitting on his knees, the man asked his father for forgiveness and explained that he had raised his son incorrectly, which is why all this had happened. The head of SW frowned sternly and said that he couldn't leave this matter unattended since what Young-ho had done was simply unforgivable. With tears in his eyes, the businessman asked what they were talking about and said that he would never ask his father for forgiveness. He laid his head on the floor and explained that his son had tried to kill his own sister and promised to punish him personally since they could not turn a blind eye to it. The old man looked down in thought. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he had come here to see him and ask for forgiveness for failing to raise his son properly. The owner of the company sighed heavily and said that he would hardly be able to rely on him in the future since he had failed to look after his son. Sitting at his desk, the head of SW reminded him that Young-ho had become like this for a long time. The businessman closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness. Furiously knitting his eyebrows, he cursed his son. The sun's rays sparkled in the windows of the houses. The protagonist opened the door of the apartment. Daeon smiled broadly and was happy to see him back. Mr. Yu asked how his meeting went. Yijin put his suitcase against the wall and said that everything went well. The girl asked him to wash up quickly and told him that her grandfather had prepared a lot of delicious food for his arrival. The man raised his hand and explained that he just wanted to cook something delicious for his granddaughter. The girl did not believe him. The boy watched them sadly. In his memory, Yono gritted his teeth menacingly. The chairman looked down. The old man scratched the back of his head and said that it was not so at all. The student laughed. The young man looked at them carefully. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Jiyeon frowned and asked if he really wanted them to break off the engagement. Her father raised his eyebrows and confirmed it. The heroes sat opposite each other. The girl asked why it happened so suddenly and why they got engaged in that case. The man explained that it was necessary so that SW would have connections and so that they could get into the military business. The businessman closed his eyes and said that there was no need for that now, since their company's military industry was still in its infancy, but the hardest times were behind them. The woman sternly knitted her eyebrows and said that they would face some consequences in any case if they broke off the engagement. The director looked at her father in surprise when he explained that he had already thought of everything and prepared the best solution for her. The SW heiress narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked if this was all because of her brother. The man sat silently with a barely noticeable smile on his face. Jiyeon crossed her arms and explained that Young-ho had decided to quit and that they couldn't find his current location, and stated that it couldn't be that her brother had made such a decision on his own. The girl asked her father to explain what was going on, and the businessman raised his mug to his mouth and said that his son had crossed a line that he shouldn't have crossed. The woman frowned in displeasure and decided that her father couldn't unilaterally break off her engagement. The chairman narrowed his eyes in disdain and explained that Young-ho had caused trouble and that his empty chair needed to be filled, so they had to take such extreme measures to protect the company. The director looked at him incredulously but remained silent. The man stood up from the sofa and asked her to wait for instructions, promising to take care of everything personally. The protagonist looked back when he heard the door creak. The businessman walked out of the office, and the people standing outside bowed to him. Yijin looked up. The boy watched the chairman leave. He headed for the exit, accompanied by his bodyguard. The man narrowed his eyes slyly, glad that his father's anger was focused only on Young-ho and angry that his son wanted to take his place. The businessman smirked and thought that he could still control his daughter, so everything would go back to normal. The heiress of SW was sitting in her office. Jiyeon looked down and wondered why her father wanted them to break off the engagement. There was a purple flower on the nightstand. Straightening up, Hamchin greeted and told him his name. Sitting in his chair, the major said that everything was fine and asked his friend to continue working. Walking up to her, the man asked her not to worry and promised to be by her side. Looking at the floor, the woman sighed heavily, remembering this. The leader of the second group approached the table and said that it was time for her to move on to her next schedule. The principal raised her eyebrows and asked him to find out where Yono was without anyone knowing. The bodyguard furrowed his brows and agreed. There were cars driving along the road. Holding the phone in her hands, the SW heiress thought about how their engagement was a whim of the family, and besides, she and the groom did not see each other that often. Sitting in the car, Jiyeon asked herself why she was so uncomfortable. The girl looked up and sighed. The protagonist was sitting next to her. Yijin looked back when the boss called out to him. The guy immediately looked down. The woman asked what kind of person Hamchin was. The young man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Without looking at his friend, the student replied that he could not tell much about him, but he was a very good person. The schoolboy frowned and added that he trusted him the most. The principal looked at him in surprise. Even the leader of the second team looked back when he heard this. The heiress of SW smiled and decided that he was actually a good person, since even such a cold person as her bodyguard spoke about him like that. The mercenary looked at her with confusion. Jiyeon closed the cover of the tablet. The girl squeezed it between her palms and wanted to have a good time today. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. Beads of sweat were running down the guard's cheek. In front of the entrance to the military camp, there was a sign with the inscription "Loyalty and Honor." The South Korean flag was fluttering above the entrance to the building. The soldiers smiled happily when they saw their friend and asked how he was doing. Bowing, Aiden replied that everything was fine and asked how they were doing. The soldier replied that everything was as usual and was surprised that his comrade was working as a guard for their boss's girlfriend. The guys blushed and were amazed at her beauty. Suddenly they turned pale. The private asked what was wrong with him. His colleague asked the guy not to tell him that he also had a girlfriend. The young man stared at them in confusion. The woman was sitting at the table with her fiancé. Hamchin smiled and asked what brought her here. The director smiled and explained that she wanted to come to his work since he did the same. The man smiled awkwardly. The SW heiress asked if she really shouldn't have done that. The major, with his mouth open, answered that it was not like that at all and explained that he thought something might have happened. Jiyeon closed her eyes and said that she just wanted to visit him for a while. The soldier raised his eyebrows and understood what was going on. The girl lowered her head and said that the journey here took longer than she would have liked, but she still wanted to see him. The soldier frowned and asked if something was bothering her. Hamchin scratched his head and explained that she was not acting like she usually did. The woman looked down and asked if he had noticed. The man put his hands on the table and said that he did not know what was going on, but that he could not help in any way. The director looked at him in surprise. Looking at the floor, the major said that he had nothing to offer and that it was difficult for him to even find a common topic for them. The soldier smiled awkwardly and assumed that she had already noticed. Sitting across from her, the soldier explained that he knew a lot about the high society to which his fiancée belonged and added that he thought he could not help in any way because of this. Hamchin frowned and said that he would be by her side no matter what and wanted her to know this. The SW heiress widened her eyes in surprise. The man frowned sternly and promised to always be by her side, even if her family turned their backs on her. Her eyes sparkled. The major lowered his head and apologized, saying that this was all he could do, even if it wasn't enough. Jiyeon looked away. The girl clutched the hem of her coat. The woman smiled and said that she had to thank him. The soldier looked at her in amazement. The director lowered her gaze and said that she only wanted to ask him for one thing. The soldier frowned sternly and asked how he could help her. With a smile on her face, the SW heiress asked him to break off their engagement. Hamchin's eyes widened in shock. The car sped down the street. The heroes sat in the passenger seats. The protagonist looked ahead. The leader of the second team stared at the floor. Jiyeon silently looked out the window. A while ago, the man's mouth opened in amazement. He looked at his fiancée in confusion. Then the major lowered his head. The warm rays of the sun fell on the girl's shoulders. The soldier smiled and agreed. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked if he didn't want to know the reason for her request. The military man frowned and explained that she must have a good reason for saying so. The director's eyes widened in surprise. The SW heiress flinched when Hamchin promised to talk to his family about breaking off the engagement. The man narrowed his eyes sternly and explained that it would be problematic if she had to talk to them about it and asked her permission to choose a suitable time to tell his family. Jiyeon smiled slightly. Looking out the window, the girl thought that her fiancé did not fit into this cruel world at all. The woman looked at the screen of her phone and was surprised that he agreed so quickly. The director put the phone to her ear. There was a potted plant in the corner of the office and a ringing sound was heard. Closing his eyes, the businessman asked what was the matter and reminded her that he and his daughter had just met recently. The SW heiress looked down and said that the major had agreed to break off the engagement. Yeon's eyes widened in shock. The chairman frowned and said that they shouldn't be held responsible for her bringing it up first and asked what would have happened if he had refused. With a confident frown, Jiyeon replied that she only spoke to him because she was sure that the soldier would agree and explained that this way they would force him to take full responsibility. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked where they were now. The girl looked out the window and said that they were going home. Her father guessed that it was difficult for her to talk to him so directly and promised to personally deal with the soldier's family. The woman glanced at her phone and thought about her father's words. The director frowned and called out to her bodyguard. The leader of the second group looked away. The SW heiress crossed her arms and asked him not to forget to send Choi's files to the boy. Looking at the road, the man agreed. Jiyeon turned to the guy. The student looked at her with confusion. The businessman angrily clenched his fist, thinking about how modern children do not listen to their parents at all, and was indignant that he himself would have to do it. The chairman looked away and asked his subordinate to do what they planned. The boss bowed. The sun rose over the mountains. Hamchin looked at the sky with a detached gaze. Not long ago, the girl smiled and thanked him. The major lowered his head and sighed heavily. Watching him from the side, the privates could not understand what was happening to him. Standing by the building, the soldiers assumed that he had been abandoned and wondered what they should do now. Bright light reflected in crystal glasses. A man was sitting at the bar with a glass of whiskey. The soldier poured himself some more alcohol. He squinted and thought. There was a mug of coffee on the table. Sitting at a table in a cafe, Hamchin wondered how it was possible to get engaged to someone he didn't even know by sight. The major thought that everything would be different if they met in real life. Someone approached him. The soldier looked up and his eyes widened in surprise. The woman smiled and greeted him. The man immediately blushed. The director frowned when he said that she looked better in person than in the photo. The soldier drank the entire whiskey in one gulp. The empty glass ended up on the table. Someone approached him and asked why he drank so much. The stranger sat at the bar and offered him a drink together. Hanchin closed his eyes and said that he would like to drink alone. The girl frowned with displeasure. She looked away and nodded. There was a crash. The major immediately turned around. The waiter bowed and apologized. The client asked how one could be so clumsy. At that moment, the woman poured something into the glass of whiskey. The white powder dissolved in the drink. The stranger got up from her chair and said that she could not help. She silently walked towards the exit. The soldier took the glass in his hand. Someone immediately covered it with their palm. The man looked back. The protagonist said that this would be enough. The military looked at him and asked what brought him here. Idzen said that he had enough alcohol for today. Hanchin looked at him thoughtfully. Lowering his head, he said that he understood everything and decided that he should not look so miserable despite the fact that he had just been abandoned. The guy helped him get up from the table. There were many cars in the parking lot. The young man opened the door and sat his comrade in the back seat. The major closed his eyes and asked him for forgiveness. The student replied that everything was fine. The soldier bowed his head and seemed to have fallen asleep. The schoolboy silently looked at him. There was a photo of a man on the phone screen. Jiyeon explained that Choi was her father's close confidant. Holding the tablet in her hands, the girl explained that judging by his character, Seungho would try to do something in the next few days and asked her bodyguard to follow him. The mercenary closed the car door. The protagonist looked away. There was a group of people standing in the parking lot, among whom was the stranger. The lights were on in the windows of the office building. The woman put the phone to her ear and asked if they were trying to drug her fiancé with alcohol. Idzen looked down and confirmed it. The director asked him to stay with him just in case. Standing surrounded by beaten scoundrels, the guy agreed. The SW group building was illuminated by lanterns. There was a digital clock on the wall. The leader of the second team was standing by the door. The heiress of SW tapped her finger on the table. Sitting in her chair, Jiyeon assumed that her father wanted to drug Hanchin and frame him for some crime. The girl frowned and was surprised that he decided to act so quickly. With a stern frown, the commander asked her not to worry and reminded her how capable their comrade was. The woman looked down. An incoming call appeared on her phone screen. The director picked it up and wondered why the major was calling her at such a time. Sitting on the bed, the soldier shouted that he loved him. The heiress of SW widened her eyes in shock. The man fell on the bed and dropped the phone. Jiyeon looked at the screen in amazement. The bodyguard thoughtfully brought his fist to his chin. There was a burning lamp on the table. While talking on the phone, Seungho asked if this was true. Choi apologized and explained that someone came from Hanchin's direction. Putting the phone to his ear, the chief added that he hadn't been able to keep track of everything because it had happened too fast and promised that it wouldn't happen again. The villain frowned sternly and the businessman said that this was his last chance and that it would be over if he failed again. The thug put the phone away. His furious eyes lit up. A crowd of his subordinates stood in front of him. The thug lowered his head and apologized and explained that he had asked his men to do the job and didn't know it would turn out like this. Choi slapped him. The criminal doubled over. The chief towered over him and said that he was the best at this kind of thing and that was why he had been given the assignment. The villain opened his mouth wide and said that he should have done the job himself. The gang bowed their heads obediently. The man put the phone on the table. The vice chairman leaned back in his chair and called them all useless. Seungho looked away when he heard a creak and asked what brought her here. Jiyeon walked into the office and explained that she had something to tell him. The girl sat down in a chair and asked when her father would go home. Smiling, the businessman replied that he had some business to take care of and asked why she was interested. The man closed his eyes and the woman said that she just wanted him to go home. The director narrowed her eyes and added that he needed to stop. The smile disappeared from his face. Rubbing his chin, the vice chairman said that he had suffered enough because of Youngho and asked why his daughter was causing him trouble. Crossing her arms over her chest, the SW heiress asked him not to suffer and explained that they were no longer children. Sitting at the table, Seungho asked how a father could not take care of his children, and Jiyeon asked him not to be so dramatic. The girl frowned and said that it was because they were not only his children but also his employees, and employees had to obey, and inferred that he was upset that they did not. The man looked at her silently. The businessman closed his eyes and said that it was obvious, and added that he had to have a cool head to run the company and that he had too many problems to solve. The vice chairman asked his daughter not to make mistakes because of her feelings, and the woman closed her eyes and decided that he did not understand. The director smiled slyly and said that her father was causing problems for the company. The SW heiress crossed her legs and suggested that her boss look down on other members of their family because he had been abroad for too long. Seungho closed his eyes and told her that she was still too young. The man smiled widely and explained that he understood perfectly well what she was talking about, but he would not listen to her. The businessman lowered his head and added that his daughter needed to gain more experience in business as her skills were not enough. Jiyeon frowned when her father said that she had so much power because of SW and her exceptional abilities. The girl gave him a stern look. The vice chairman said that he had never met someone like her. Seung-ho narrowed his eyes and asked why he had to listen to someone lower than him in the hierarchy. The woman silently lowered her gaze. The man smiled and explained that sometimes you need to show your abilities and not just throw words around. The heroes sat in silence and looked at each other. While they were sitting in the office, a phone rang. The director took out her phone and said that it was her notification. She put the phone to her ear. Standing in a dark room, the protagonist announced that he had finished the work and took a photo of the evidence. The heiress of SW smiled and praised him for his excellent work. Yijin lowered the phone. There were many beaten people in the room. They were lying behind the boy unconscious. The boy took a step forward. In front of him sat the bloody gang leader. His eyes turned white. Jiyeon looked at the phone and said that Choi was injured and that her father had to visit him. The businessman frowned and asked what that meant. The girl crossed her arms and asked if he didn't care about him. The vice chairman lowered the corners of his lips and realized what kind of call it was. Seung-ho furrowed his brows and said that his daughter had matured a lot. The woman stood up from her chair and said that her father was not so young to do whatever he wanted. Raising her eyebrows, the director asked him to come home quickly and explained that she had too many things to do so she couldn't walk him to the airport. After that, the SW heiress headed for the exit. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Hamchin closed his eyes and wondered how he managed to get home and remembered that a mercenary had driven him home. The man was sitting on the bed and the doorbell rang. The major looked in her direction. The soldier narrowed his eyes and opened the door. Jiyeon crossed her arms and asked if he had just woken up. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise and confirmed it. Standing in the hallway, the girl explained that she had not slept the previous night because she had been working a lot. The woman smiled and offered to eat together. Hamchin stared at her in amazement and agreed. The sun was shining on the military base. The boy was looking at his hand and breathing heavily. The protagonist squinted. His entire body was covered in bruises. Someone approached him and asked if he was okay. The soldier's mouth widened and he said that he looked really bad. Yijin lowered his head and sighed. The man slapped him, causing him to fall to the ground. The scoundrel kicked the boy in the stomach. The boy closed his eyes. The soldier smirked and declared that from now on, all of his things would belong to him. The mercenary's eyes widened in madness. The boy kicked his opponent in the knee. His body fell to the ground. The protagonist grabbed him with his legs. Yijin twisted his arm. A scream was heard. The boy leaned on his knee and tried to catch his breath. He turned around when someone praised him for his good work. The soldier crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was a wild environment where you can't show weakness to both interns and future colleagues. The young man's eyes widened in horror. The student woke up on his bed after another nightmare. Clouds were floating above the school. Daeon looked at her brother and asked if he was okay. The student turned his head and replied that everything was fine. The girl frowned worriedly. The mercenary stopped and said that it was time for his sister to go to her class. The girl asked him to call if he felt sick. There was a sign with the class number on the door. The guys gathered around Yeon's desk. They looked back when they saw their friend. Jaeon invited him to have a snack with them after school. The protagonist passed by as if he didn't notice them. His face was covered in cold sweat. There was an English textbook on the table. Suddenly, the world in front of Yijin's eyes swam. Someone put a hand on his forehead and asked if he was okay. The guy grabbed his classmate's hand. The girl frowned pitifully and said that it hurt. The young man looked at her tensely. He immediately let go of her hand and apologized. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and noticed that his whole face was burning. The student's eyes widened in surprise and asked if he really had a fever. His friends suggested that he go home early. The student looked at them in fear. After a while, snacks and drinks appeared on his desk. His classmate frowned and said that he needed to eat well when he was sick. The schoolboy looked down. The guys were running around the gym. The mercenary leaned on his knees and began to breathe heavily. The soldiers turned around and noticed that their friend was not in the best shape today. The man handed him a bottle of water and asked what happened to him. The leader of the second team was standing to the side. The agent turned to him and said that their colleague was not feeling well. The main character turned red and his face was covered in sweat. Approaching him, the commander realized that things were bad and asked him to go home. Yijin straightened up and said that he was fine. Standing in front of him, the bodyguard said that he looked terrible. The guy said that everything was fine. The man frowned sternly. A car was driving along the evening street. Looking at the tablet, Jiyeon asked if her friend was sick. The young man looked down and denied it. Looking at him, the girl noticed his unhealthy appearance and asked him to go home early. The student refused. The woman closed the tablet. The director closed her eyes and asked the security guard to call the professor and tell him that they would be there soon. There were lights burning near the SW hospital. The doctor approached the student and said that he had a 40-degree fever. The mercenary looked down in disappointment. The doctor asked him to come back here if the fever did not go away after taking the medicine. The car stopped in front of the building and the protagonist got out of it. The SW heiress rolled down the window and asked him to do nothing and rest. Jiyeon frowned and ordered him not to leave the house until he felt better. After that, the car drove away. Yedzin looked after it with confusion. He was holding a bag of medicine in his hands. The guy looked at them with confusion. The car disappeared from his field of vision. The young man entered the apartment. His family ran out into the hallway. Dan said that they had received a call saying that he had a fever. Mr. Yu asked if he was okay. The student looked at them with a look of complete confusion. The girl walked up to him and called out to him. The student smiled and told him that he had been to the hospital and that the doctor had said that he just needed to take medicine and rest. The old man folded his hands behind his back and asked him not to neglect his rest. The mercenary looked away. There was a plate of fruit on the table. Smiling, the girl explained that their grandfather had bought it when he found out that her brother was sick and asked him to go change and return to the kitchen. The man raised his eyebrows and explained that he needed to eat well and take more vitamins when he was sick. The protagonist frowned and agreed. Yedzin went into his room and slammed the door. The guy looked down and sighed heavily. Sitting at the table, Mr. Yu was worried that his grandson had not come out yet. The student decided to go and check on him. Dan knocked on the door of the room. Keeping her hand raised, the girl still did not hear an answer. She opened the door and looked inside. The young man lay on the bed in his work clothes. His eyes were closed. The girl quietly closed the door behind her. The student looked back and said that he had fallen asleep. The old man decided that they should not disturb him. The schoolgirl smiled and agreed with him. There was hot ramen on the table. The heroes were sitting at a table in an outdoor cafe. Dusik frowned and asked if everything was okay with his friend. The student bit off a piece of onigiri and said that it was a common fever. The man reminded him that he had a temperature of 40 degrees. Chewing the snack, the schoolboy said that it was just a trifle. Putting his hand on the arm of the chair, the boss asked him not to overdo it and asked why he demanded so much of himself. Raising his eyebrows, the mercenary said that it was not much at all and explained that if a person is able to hold everything by force of will, then moving would not be a problem. The bandit narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The criminal ate the onigiri and ironically agreed with his comrade. The man was driving the car. Yunsu looked away and said that based on the information they had received, the MP had not yet given up. The gang member frowned and explained that the man had not yet come to his senses, even though he and his children had been excluded from the political circle. With his hands on the wheel, the man added that their family had maintained their status for generations and had a huge amount of money, and his wife's background could not be ignored either. Closing his eyes, Dusik asked what he would do in that case and remembered that the scoundrel had tried to hide all the evidence, but had ultimately resigned as a member of the National Assembly and been expelled from the party. The driver looked ahead. Yunsu smiled widely when his boss explained that they did not need to worry too much because no one would touch them because they were currently working for SW. The boss silently looked out the car window. There was a swimming pool next to the cottage. The family members were sitting in the living room. Yingbai said that now that the probation period was over, his children could go to America. The congressman frowned and said that he had already prepared everything they needed and that they could use it to think carefully and adapt. The children looked down and meekly agreed. Heejin gritted her teeth and thought that this was all because of Dan and her brother. Sitting in front of his children, the man asked them to stay in the US until things settled down here, adding that they could even stay there if they could easily adapt. The heroes sat on their chairs with their heads down. In the end, they left the living room. The woman frowned sternly and asked if her husband really wanted to leave things like this. The scoundrel closed his eyes and explained that he had failed and that the atmosphere upstairs was tense to the limit. His wife clenched her fist and asked if they were really going to give up everything and let the one who had ruined their children's lives go unpunished. She winced when the deputy said that his wife didn't know him well. Yingbai frowned menacingly and said that he had never given up on anything he wanted to do. Clouds floated across the sunset sky. Walking down the street, the protagonist reminded him that he wanted to go shopping with his sister and asked why she went there alone. Holding the phone to his ear, Yedzin heard that Dan just wanted to buy side dishes to pack her grandfather's lunch for a couple of days ahead and asked her to be careful. Standing in the store, the girl asked if she needed to buy him anything. The guy lowered his head and answered in the affirmative, and the sister said that she would choose something herself. The young man smiled and agreed. The phone in his hands vibrated. The student looked down. An incoming call from an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. The schoolboy picked up the phone, and Yingbai's voice was heard on the other end. The mercenary frowned sternly, and the congressman called him by name. In the flashback, the protagonist was sitting at the computer watching a video of the beatings. Heejin grinned widely and said that such an insect had no right to even move. The man looked down and promised to send his children to study abroad. The scoundrel reminded him that they never made a deal and that Yingjin never kept his word, and the boy looked down and said that it was exactly the opposite. The lights were on under the ceiling. Sitting at his desk, the deputy said that he transferred the children to another school and made them disappear from his sister's sight, and added that in exchange, he had to provide all the evidence of their guilt. The young man frowned and replied that their agreement was that they would not return to the city anytime soon, and that Heejin would try to attack his sister again. Yingbai's brows furrowed. He smirked and remembered that he had immediately sensed that his enemy was not afraid of him at all, despite his young age. The man leaned back in his chair and explained that his wound was very serious, as an ordinary high school student had caused unimaginable financial damage not only to him, but also to his image, and left an indelible scar on his children. The congressman narrowed his eyes furiously and asked if he really thought they would let the culprit of all this live in this world. The student looked ahead. He had a cruel look. The scoundrel decided that it was time for him to learn to take responsibility for his actions, after which he would realize that this world was not so sunny and welcoming. In the evening, lights were on in the windows of the houses. Dusik left the building and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, the boss looked to the side. Mr. Yu was walking in his direction. The man immediately hid the cigarette behind his back. The bandit bowed and assumed that he was going home after work. The old man confirmed this. Smiling, the grandfather asked if his comrade had eaten all the side dishes and promised to cook him more. Standing in front of him, the gang leader replied that this would be great. The patrolman asked him to drop in on them more often, since they usually cooked more than they ate. Mr. Yu headed home. Dusik immediately lit another cigarette. A motorcycle was driving along the road. The boss wondered why they were speeding in such a place. Suddenly, the man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The unknown men were approaching the old man, who was talking to his granddaughter on the phone at that time. An iron beam flashed in the hands of one of them. The stranger swung it. Suddenly, his fist broke the glass in the driver's helmet. The bandit threw the villains off the motorcycle. They fell to the ground. The motorcycle fell on its side. The criminal looked back and made sure that the grandfather did not notice anything. Mr. Yu approached the entrance of the house. The gang leader looked at the criminals and wondered what they wanted to do. The stranger was lying on the ground. His accomplice's face was covered in blood. Dusik thought that the old man was definitely their target and wondered why they wanted to harm him. The chief put the phone to his ear and asked what happened. His comrade reported that they were in trouble. Yunsu opened his mouth wide and explained that the deputy was targeting the schoolboy this time, not them. The man's eyes widened and asked what it meant when he heard that his target was the main character. The bandit turned his gaze to the villains. The strangers were lying unconscious on the road. The criminal squinted angrily and realized what was happening here. Yidzin was standing at the porch of the building. The guy looked down. The screen of his phone lit up. A ringing sound was heard. The young man picked up the phone. The gang leader asked if he was okay. The student looked away. A bright light came on. A man with an iron beam was standing behind the motorcyclist. A group of villains surrounded the student. The mercenary looked at them and said that he was very busy. The light from the headlights illuminated him. Dusik decided to call him back later. The boss looked up and called out to his friend. Sitting at the table, the man asked him to send someone to protect his grandfather and sister. Yunsu asked if Yingbai was targeting them too. The guard raised his eyebrows in surprise when his boss said that there was no one there now. The bandit narrowed his eyes and asked him to do it as soon as possible. The gang member's eyes widened and agreed. He immediately ran out of the office. The criminal was left in proud solitude. The gang leader looked at the phone screen. The congressman was in the contact list. Dusik looked at his number suspiciously. The boss pressed the call button. The chandeliers illuminated the room. The scoundrel answered the phone while sitting at his desk. The bandit frowned menacingly and asked what he was up to. The congressman raised his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly his expression became more intense as the criminal replied that he knew it very well. Yingbai smirked and asked him to just sit and watch since he couldn't help. The gang leader narrowed his eyes and asked why he was hanging around the kid and his family. There was a framed photo on the desk. The man stated that his family had suffered because of him. Dusik closed his eyes and realized what was going on and admitted that he was the one who had spread the news about him, not Yidzin. The congressman's eyes widened in shock. The chief smirked and asked him not to touch the boy anymore since he needed to finish everything. The scoundrel frowned and asked if he had forgotten who he was talking to. The bandit said that he wouldn't have spread the news if he cared. The deputy opened his mouth wide and shouted his name. The criminal took the phone away from his ear. Yunsu entered the office and said that he had sent security and asked them to keep an eye on the student's family. The gang leader threw his head back and asked him to gather everyone as soon as possible. The bodyguard raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what their plan was and wondered if the boss really wanted to attack Yingbai. Dusik lit a cigarette and explained that he owed him a lot of money and that debts always had to be repaid. The guard stared at him in amazement. The gang member smiled and agreed with him. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. An iron beam flashed in the air. The protagonist hit his opponent in the stomach with his elbow. Then Yudzen struck him in the head. The enemy fell on his back. The villain gritted his teeth and ordered his henchmen to kill him. The guy rushed forward. He managed to dodge the sharp blow. The young man hit the villain right in the throat. The iron beam fell to the ground. The attacker fell to his knees. The man took a knife out of his pocket. The student blocked his blow and grabbed his arm. The schoolboy twisted it and hit his opponent in the chest with his knee. The thug fell backwards. The mercenary picked up his backpack from the ground. He turned around. The beaten bandits were lying behind him. A lantern illuminated the street. The protagonist was walking home. Suddenly, Aizen stopped. There was a car parked nearby. The guy squinted suspiciously. No one was visible in the windows. The gang members were sitting inside, trying not to fall asleep. Suddenly, the young man smashed the window with his elbow. The student grabbed the man by the shirt. The schoolboy leaned towards him. He had a murderous look. The criminal tried to stop him. With his mouth wide open, the bandit explained that they were Dusek's subordinates and reminded him that they had met before. The mercenary silently looked at the trembling man. In the memory, he was standing behind Yunsu. Then the gang members gathered together. The protagonist frowned. He let go of the stranger's shirt and asked what they were doing here. The man grabbed his throat and told him that the boss ordered them to come here to protect his grandfather and sister. Yudzen raised his eyebrows in surprise, but remained silent. Korean flags hung from the ceiling. Suk-jo was hitting a punching bag. The phone lying on the table behind him rang. The newcomer picked it up and saw the name of his comrade. The brunette wiped the sweat from his face and picked up the phone. His eyes grew round when the guy asked him to find the location of the former congressman. Frowning, the high school student realized that they were talking about Hee-jin and Kaisu's father and asked why his comrade wanted to find him. The young man silently looked ahead. Black cars drove along the highway one after another. Sitting in one of them, Dusek asked if his friend had finished his business. The motorcycle was driving along the highway. The answer was affirmative. The boss frowned and said that he heard that he met his people on the way home. The man smiled and explained that he had recently had a fight with someone, so he asked his subordinates to protect him and his family just in case. The student was wearing a motorcycle helmet. Looking down, the thug promised to take care of everything and finish it as soon as possible and asked him not to worry about anything. The schoolboy was driving along the highway at high speed. The criminal looked at the screen of the phone. Yunsu looked at it and said that it was good that his boss decided to pay the student back, but he did not have to lie at all, since all this started because of him. The gang leader looked out the window and said that all this started because of the deputy's children. The bodyguard turned away and said that he understood everything. The stars were shining above the cottage. The thug approached the chief and said that Dusek had gathered all his people and was heading here. Frowning, Yingbai asked if he was crazy and said that they couldn't handle him now. The man raised his hand, deciding that their enemy had gone completely crazy and guessed that the boss had started to think of himself as an important figure after he had thwarted them. The congressman gritted his teeth in displeasure, and the thug asked him to give him a chance to punish the traitor. The scoundrel frowned sternly and asked if he was sure about that. The criminal narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if the boss still didn't understand that, having worked with him for 10 years. Standing in the middle of the office, the thug explained that this territory was under his control, so outsiders would not dare to just invade here. The thug smiled broadly and called himself the boss. In the courtyard stood men in black suits. There were several cars parked behind the fence. The man's eyes flashed with madness and said that this place would become a grave for a traitor. The deputy smiled. The heroes looked at each other, and the phone rang. The villain looked down. Inbai winced when his subordinate said that it was a call from his people. The congressman frowned sternly and asked him to answer and tell them what had happened there. The criminal put the phone to his ear and asked what had happened. Suddenly, he grimaced and asked what it meant. The deputy watched him tensely. Bowing, the bandit asked for his forgiveness and explained that they had failed to do what they were supposed to do with the schoolboy and his family. The villain narrowed his eyes angrily. The brute closed his eyes and promised to take him personally after they took care of Dusek. In the memory, there were beaten people lying in the corridor, and the boss asked for forgiveness for his mistake. The man blushed with anger and wondered why he suddenly thought about what happened last time. Yingbai smiled and said that he would feel better if his subordinate went on this mission himself. The lights were on in the windows of the cottage. There were many people in the yard. The villains had completely cordoned off the entire perimeter. The protagonist watched them from across the street. Yudzen looked away. The guy looked the other way. Suk-jo said that the target was currently in his country house and that his family had recently moved into this villa. The young man rushed forward. There was a group of people standing by the high fence. The bandits looked back and noticed someone in the distance. A student was walking towards them. The man assumed it was a courier. His friend asked if couriers only wore black. The schoolboy ran forward and easily climbed the wall. The mercenary leaned on the top of the fence. He jumped forward and found himself on the territory of the cottage. The bandits raised their heads, not understanding what was happening. It was quite dark near the wall. Someone asked loudly if he had really gotten inside. The protagonist landed on his feet and did a somersault. The guard ordered the others to warn those inside. Hydzin looked around. A group of people standing nearby noticed him. The guy immediately dashed forward. The young man approached the enemy and kicked him with his foot. His body fell to the ground. The student dodged the blow. He hit the villain in the face. The enemy fell on his back. Reinforcements arrived from the cottage. The bandits grabbed their weapons and decided to catch the intruder. The mercenary ran away from them. A man ran out to meet him. The protagonist looked up. The man was clutching a long knife in his hand. Hydzin bounced off the ground. The guy ended up in the air and hit the enemy in the face with his knee. The powerful blow knocked him off his feet. The window shattered into small pieces. The brute turned around when he heard a crash. The bodyguards looked at each other. The criminal smirked, realizing that Dusek had gotten here earlier than expected, and asked the boss to stay here until they restored order. Inbai smiled and nodded. The congressman's eyes widened in fear when a loud scream was heard. The heroes looked at each other. The deputy noticed that the noise seemed to be coming from inside. At that moment, the office door was knocked down. The bloody bodyguard fell to the floor. The villains turned around. The guards ran to the knocked-down door. The man looked ahead in horror. The young man entered the office. His eyes lit up. At this time, Hydzin and Kisu were sitting in the room. The woman explained that their father would sort everything out and asked them not to complain. The girl smiled happily and asked if this was true. Her mother crossed her arms over her chest and confirmed it. Behind her, she heard screams from the door. The guards were trying to find the intruder. The congressman's wife turned around and asked what the noise was. The man's body was lying on the broken door. The thug raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how he managed to get in. Yingbai frowned menacingly. Despite the fact that the student was wearing a mask and a cap, he recognized him. The scoundrel looked back and asked if it was really the same high school student. The man looked down and said that there was no doubt. The schoolboy looked at him sternly. The mercenary looked away when someone's screams were heard from behind the door. The protagonist lunged forward. The bandit covered the boss with his body. The criminal tried to hit the intruder but missed. Hydzin looked away. The guy hit his opponent in the stomach. The bodyguard swung his fist. The young man blocked his blow, raising his hand in front of him. The student took a step back. A distance formed between them. The big guy stroked his belly and said that he had pretty good skills for an ordinary kid. The schoolboy narrowed his eyes. The congressman peeked out from behind the guard. The mercenary lunged to the side. The villain urged him not to even think about it. The protagonist hit him in the chest. The man's eyes widened and he swung his fist. His blow missed the target again. The bandit looked up and frowned menacingly. Hydzin hit him in the same place. The criminal narrowed his eyes and insulted him. The bodyguard tried to hit him with his elbow. Blood immediately gushed from his nose. The guard covered his face and raised his fist again to hit. The guy grabbed his arm. The young man took it in a hold. He threw a disdainful look at his opponent. Then the student kicked his enemy in the elbow. The big guy grabbed his arm and staggered. The deputy trembled with fear. In the memory, there were many beaten people around his subordinate. Yingbai wondered if the one who had dominated this territory for 10 years would be helpless against an ordinary high school student. Hwanseok looked at his opponent from under his brows and thought about how there was no hesitation in his movements. The mercenary frowned sternly. The villain wondered if this was really an ordinary high school student. The office doors opened. Someone shouted that the intruder was in the senator's office. The gang members rushed inside. Turning to them, the man asked where they had been all this time and ordered them to grab him. An iron beam flashed in the air. The protagonist dealt with the opponents in a few blows. The body of one of the enemies flew back. The bandits rushed forward. One of them immediately fell to the floor. Hydzin grabbed the enemy and kicked him in the knee. The guy glanced to the side. He managed to counterattack another criminal. His body crashed into the wall. Another enemy fell to the ground. Hwanseok, his mouth wide open, asked why they couldn't defeat him and ordered them to just kill the intruder. The gang member swung his knife. The young man disarmed him with one kick. At the same second, the student knocked him down. The knife flew over the deputy's head. The schoolboy intercepted the armed opponent's hand. The mercenary redirected the blade of the knife in the opposite direction. He pulled out the weapon and stabbed. The man's eyes widened in fear when he saw blood. The villain fell to his knees and clutched at his wound. The bandits surrounded the enemy from all sides. The protagonist struck the criminal several times. Hydzin ducked and dodged the enemy's attack. Blood dripped onto the floor of the office. The leader ordered his subordinates to attack at once. Someone shouted that they could not enter because the office was too cramped. A woman came out of the room and asked what was going on. She was standing on the stairs with her children. The congressman's wife peeked over the shoulder of the guard and asked what happened. Suddenly, Hydzin and Kaisu's mother opened her mouth in shock and screamed. There was a large blood stain on the wall. The girl's eyebrows furrowed in horror. The wounded bodyguards were lying on the floor. People crowded into the office. The boy stabbed someone with a knife. He continued to fight with the remaining opponents. The young man swung the weapon. Hwanseok's eyes widened in fear. The bully tilted his head and asked who this person really was. Inbai raised his eyebrows and remembered how Dusik told him that his children had gotten involved with the wrong person. The student struck, blood spurted. The villain swung the bat. The schoolboy stabbed him in the shoulder. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and asked if that wasn't Daeon's older brother. The bully clenched his fists and remembered that his classmate was very good at fighting. His slippers were stained with fresh blood. The mercenary stabbed him again. The hooligan's mouth opened in surprise and realized that this fight was one-sided. The man grabbed his hand and thought that this man was definitely not a schoolboy. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the shoulder. In one movement, Yidzen cut his throat. The gang leader noticed that he was well trained in knife fighting and did not hesitate at all. The guy swung the knife. Then the young man kicked the enemy in the chest. The bandit fell to the floor. The bodyguard remembered that he thought that the boy's decision to come here was reckless, but it turned out to be wrong. Several more people entered the office. The scoundrel noticed that the passage was too narrow and that it was becoming increasingly difficult for them to get here. Their wounded comrades lay under the feet of the criminals. Hwanseok angrily clenched his teeth. A sharp knife flashed in his hand. The student stood with his back to him. The thug realized that he had only one way out. Inbai frowned nervously. The schoolboy stabbed his opponent with a knife and looked back. The mercenary looked askance at his sworn enemy. The congressman looked away. The man attacked the intruder from behind. The protagonist grabbed his arm. Yidzen plunged the knife into his chest. The bandit closed his eyes and cried out in severe pain. The guy squinted. His mask was covered in blood. The young man knocked the enemy down. The enemy staggered, but remained on his feet. The deputy jumped up from his chair. His body was shaking. Blood was dripping from the knife. The criminals surrounded the intruder. Their boss wondered how they could stop him. The student lowered his head. The villain raised the knife. The schoolboy looked away. Yingbai shuddered when he caught his gaze. The mercenary turned around. The man left the table and asked him to stop. The congressman frowned menacingly and asked if he thought it would be over if he touched him, reminding him that the law would not allow him to do so. The protagonist stared at him silently. The gang members tried to remain motionless, with their wounded comrades lying in front of them. Hwanseok asked what they were doing with his mouth wide open and ordered them to grab the intruder. His subordinates rushed to attack. Yidzen bent down. Then he immediately lunged forward. The boy jumped up and hit his opponent with his knee. His body fell to the floor. The youth dodged several blows. Then the student punched the enemy in the lower jaw. The villain pointed a knife at him. With one blow, the student knocked him out. The enemy's body crashed into the closet. The gang leader frowned menacingly and said that this was some kind of madness. The mercenary looked back. Several bloody people lay in front of the deputy. His legs trembled. Suddenly, Inbai tripped over one of the bodyguards. The man immediately fell down. The congressman closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The protagonist stepped on his hand. Yidzen looked down at him with disdain. The guy pressed hard on the enemy's hand. The deputy trembled from the sharp pain and screamed. His wife opened her mouth in fear. The young man frowned sternly and reminded them that they must be responsible for their actions. The scoundrel looked up at him with a frightened look. The student heard a crash and looked away. Blood splashed on the wall and someone's screams were heard. The people standing by the door looked toward the corridor. A beaten gang member flew out. Heejin's eyes widened in horror. The gang led by Dusik entered the room. Hwanseok gritted his teeth and called his name. The boss frowned sternly and asked what it was. The man looked away. His comrade was standing in the corner of the office. The thug smiled and said he was surprised there were so few people outside. The big guy frowned and wondered what his men were thinking when they left the area undefended. Inbai looked up and looked at his former business partner. With a cigarette in his mouth, the gang leader said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The congressman's eyes widened in fear. The man grinned maliciously and asked how he was doing. The men were standing in the middle of the office with weapons in their hands. Someone ordered them to kneel. Kisu and his sister were standing behind the guards. The legislator's wife approached the traitor and asked if he had forgotten everything her husband had done for him. The villain's brows were furrowed. Dusik looked at his friend. The mercenary gave him a distant look. The chief narrowed his eyes and wondered if his comrade was trying to put everything on the line. Hwanseok grabbed his knife and rushed at his opponent. Suddenly, someone stabbed him with a knife. The gang member was clutching an iron beam in his hands. The thug fell to the ground, startling his boss. The villain flashed his crazy eyes and promised that he would not leave things like this. The boss waved his hand and asked his subordinate to give him the beam. The man took it in his hand. The smoked cigarette fell to the floor. The gang leader crushed it with his shoe. He approached his enemy, who was lying on the floor. The protagonist watched him from the side. The villain looked at the bat in fear. A mark from the blow appeared in the air. The bandit hit his opponent with all his might. Hwanseok closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Watching his subordinate being beaten, Inbai opened his mouth in fear. The criminal raised the beam above his head and struck again. Yidzen looked at him silently, standing behind him. Yunsu frowned sternly. In the past, the bodyguard, sitting in the passenger seat, reminded him that this was no ordinary person and that they could get into trouble if they touched anyone on his side. Then his boss closed his eyes and replied that he understood that perfectly well. Dusek narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to put an end to this with his own hands. The guard looked at him in surprise. A pool of blood appeared on the floor. The gang member clenched his teeth and thought that he just needed to make sure that his comrade would take all the attention of the enemies. Everyone who was in the office at that moment froze in place. The members of the deputy's family trembled in horror. The bloody bat fell to the floor. The boss dropped his hands and sighed heavily. The man took a pack of cigarettes from his inside pocket. The gang leader put a cigarette in his teeth and opened the lighter. The guy came up to him and asked what he was doing. The criminal looked down and asked what they were talking about. The young man frowned and asked him not to pretend. The bandit looked at him, asked him to stay away from now on, and said that he would decide for himself whether to leave or not. A smirk appeared on his face. Frowning, Dusek explained that he had to settle the score with the enemy and added that thanks to his comrade, this perfect moment had arrived. The student narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The boss gave him a stern look and promised that the scoundrel would never touch him or his family again. The schoolboy nodded silently. The gang leader frowned and said that this was not the only way to protect his family. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise. The criminal put his hand on his shoulder and took a step forward. With a smile on his face, the bandit promised to take care of the rest personally. The protagonist looked down. The man approached the scoundrel and noticed that he must have worked hard. Inbai crawled back in fear and asked what he wanted. Dusek squatted down and asked if he wanted to listen to his wishes. The congressman frowned sternly and explained that he could put his real estate in his name, which would bring in more money than his small businesses, allowing him to expand. The chief smirked and said that trying to please him wouldn't work, asking how anyone could trust him after everything that had happened. The deputy tried to object, but the gang leader stood up and stopped him. The villain looked away in fear. The criminal picked up the bat. Blood was dripping from it. Inbei lowered his head. The man swung the iron beam and suggested that they finish it. The congressman's eyes widened in fear, and someone ordered them to stop. The SW group entered the office. The gang members stared at them in surprise. Dusek looked around and wondered what they were doing there. The deputy covered his face with his hand and wondered what brought them here. His wife put her hands to her chest and said she was very happy to see them. The woman tried to explain that the bandits had broken into their home, but the manager simply walked past her. An agent from SW approached the protagonist and explained that the president was aware of the situation and had decided to take measures to prevent such a thing from happening again, so they would take care of everything. The villain's eyes widened in astonishment. His wife's mouth fell open in horror. The man frowned and asked his colleague to trust the president and go home. Yudzen narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The boss looked at him with displeasure and ordered him to leave right now. The boy looked down. Yingbai shuddered in fear. The chairman's assistant continued to stare at the boy. The student took a step forward. The gang leader watched his friend as he headed for the exit. People parted to let him pass. Heejin and Kisu trembled as soon as they saw him. The student looked ahead indifferently. The congressman, kneeling, asked if SW had really come here because of that child. The manager raised his eyebrows and said that they had misunderstood everything and explained the real reason for his visit, hoping for their cooperation. The deputy's eyes widened in shock. His wife clenched her teeth in anger. The events take us to the streets of a night city. The protagonist, walking down the street, said on the phone that he had just reached home. Dusek, walking ahead of the group, told the guy to quickly go home, and he would tell him what happened after he left, since no one had cancelled his interest. Closing his eyes, the man said that the illegal corruption committed by former Congressman Inb and his family, as well as his wife's family, had already been transferred to the prosecutor's office, and now they were finished. Aizen stopped, hearing the man's words through the phone in his hand. Looking sadly at the ground, the protagonist listened to Dusek tell him not to worry about the mess in the villa, since he had already cleaned everything up to a shine. The protagonist, hearing this, thanked him. The man frowned and said that he didn't need to thank him. After all, he and SW had taken care of everything. Yudzen bowed his head. He remembered how Dusek stood in front of him and told him that this was not the only way to protect the family, although he knew that in this situation he was right and that he was only defending himself. Smiling, the man told the protagonist that once they finished everything, they would eat noodles. Straightening up, Yudzen agreed with the man. Soon, he lowered his hand with the phone. The guy's eyes suddenly opened wide. On the street in front of him, he saw his grandfather. When he called him, he turned to him. Approaching the old man, Yudzen asked him why he went out at such a late hour. Smiling at his grandson, he told him that he was not at home, so he decided to go out and get some fresh air. Opening his eyes, Mr. Yu apologized to his grandson for bothering him. Yudzen froze, not knowing what to say. The old man awkwardly scratched his head and told his grandson that he didn't want to burden him, but he couldn't sit still, and he also thought that it would be unpleasant for him if he called. Closing his eyes and smiling, the grandfather said that in any case, not much time had passed, so everything was fine. Yidzin didn't move, staring intently at his grandfather. The guy looked at Mr. Yu with sad eyes. The grandfather was glad when Yidzin told him that he went out at such a time because he was worried, so he didn't think so. Smiling, Yidzin said that if he wanted to ask him about something, he could just call. The old man nodded to his grandson with a smile. Soon the lights turned on in the house, and the protagonist's sister began to scold him for coming late. The events take us to the SW office. Jiyeon was sitting in her chair reading documents. At this time, Yuna was playing Genshin Impact. Sitting on the couch, the girl got bored. Jiyeon closed her eyes and asked Yuna if this room was her gaming room. The girl raised her head and looking at her sister said that it was not so. Frowning, Jiyeon asked Yuna why she was playing here. Putting away her phone, Yuna said that she just came to visit her and she didn't come here often, so she sat quietly. Jiyeon grinned and asked if she really came to visit her. The younger sister nodded, confirming this. Putting the documents on the table, the director asked her sister if everything was really like that. Yuna looked away and said something. At this time, Sukjo and Yidzin were standing at the door. Squinting, Jiyeon told Yuna that she had already achieved her goal and visited her, now she could go. Yuna straightened up saying that she would stay here for a little while longer. Jiyeon, continuing to look at her sister, said that Yidzin's shift had already ended. Yuna immediately stood up saying goodbye to her sister. She walked up to the door with a smile on her face. Jiyeon watched her inside. After a while, Yuna was riding a bus through the city at night. Her guards were standing all over the bus. People stared at the men in surprise while Yuna told the confused protagonist that she just wanted to go with him. When the guy glanced at her, the girl said that now that she thought about it, it was the first time she had ever gotten on a bus. Looking away, Yidzin said that it was because it was harder to protect her on it. Covering her mouth, the embarrassed Yuna said that she would like to ride the bus more often and also visit the subway. The protagonist frowned sharply, saying that the subway was even more dangerous because there were a lot of people there and you had to calculate everything in advance. Yuna turned to the guy and smiled. From behind, you could see that she was not taking her eyes off the protagonist. Sukjo, who was sitting behind him, chuckled. The events take us to a dense forest. A military camp was built in the middle of the forest. Fifth approached the entrance to the camp. The mercenaries who saw her along the way tensed up. All the patrolmen froze, not knowing what to do. Fifth looked around with narrowed eyes. Seeing how all the mercenaries were looking at her, Fifth, having counted their number, realized that there were fewer guards, which meant that something had happened inside the camp. Soon, several mercenaries approached a building nearby. Meyer also approached this building. She involuntarily remembered how she went to visit the protagonist's family. Maya remembered the face of the sad Aidzin, who said that for him, they were like family. Remembering all this, Fifth did not stop frowning. Suddenly, one of the guards blocked her path. The girl did not stand on ceremony and immediately hit the man. He fell to the ground from one blow. Maya kicked open the door. Splinters from the door flew into the air. The mad dog jumped up because of the unexpected guest. Staring at the girl, he frowned, recognizing the fifth. Maya herself opened her eye wide in shock. There were two more of her acquaintances in this office. The first of them was the fourth, standing to the side. The second was a guy with black hair in a chair. He turned around and looked at the fifth. Maya knitted her eyebrows and said the guy's serial number. The second, smiling, greeted the guest. Without approaching, the girl asked the second why he was here. He closed his eyes, saying that he was here for the same reason as her. Suddenly, the guy became serious, and his aura was released when he said that he heard that the traitor was still alive. Maya released her aura, resisting the guy's pressure. The second, leaning his elbows on the chair, asked Maya if she came here for this reason. The girl clenched her fists and looked at the second, saying that she should ask him the meaning of his words. The fourth crossed his arms over his chest and said that he personally saw the first and even faced him in battle. The fifth turned to the fourth and shuddered. Frowning, the evil guy said that even though he was wearing a mask, it was definitely the first, because he would never forget his fighting technique. Maya, with her eyebrows furrowed, calmed down a little, realizing that the protagonist's face was not visible. Squinting, the girl asked the mad dog if he said that the first was definitely dead. The mad dog, gritting his teeth, said that the first was definitely dead. Suddenly, the fourth released his killing intent. His face twisted as he asked the man if he thought he was wrong. Unexpectedly, the fourth bowed his head and calmed down because of the second, who ordered him to calm down. Squinting, the second asked the mad dog if he was sure of the protagonist's death. The nervous man raised his head, saying that he was sure of it. The guy, hearing this, looked at the floor. The mercenary frowned, mentally cursing at the fact that it was the second who found out about everything. Maya, who was standing to the side at that time, was trying to understand why Mad Dog hid from the second that the first was alive. The fifth shuddered and glanced at the guy when he asked her opinion. Turning to the girl and not hearing an answer, he asked her what she thought about the first being alive. Maya, releasing her aura, said that if the first was alive, then they should kill the traitor again. The second smiled widely, saying that her reaction was the same as in the past. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Maya squinted at the entrance. The second stared sadly at those who had arrived. The soldiers' feet entered the room. The fourth frowned, watching the situation. Soon, soldiers lined up along the wall. Randolph waved his hand in greeting and said that he heard that the numbers had come to them, so he came to say hello. Mad Dog straightened up in anger and asked Randolph what he was doing. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that he just came to chat a little. The head of the mercenaries did not listen to him anymore and ordered him to leave. Randolph grinned and told the man to listen carefully, because the reason they had so many problems was because of his favoritism. Mad Dog narrowed his eyes and stared at the man. Randolph grabbed the chair by the back. Sitting on the chair, he told the head of the mercenaries that he treats the numbered differently simply because they grew up in this camp. He holds them like a mother behind her skirt and then wonders why they do not listen to him. The hair covered the eyes of the second. Meyer involuntarily glanced at the man. The fourth, standing to the side, frowned. Mad Dog gritted his teeth as the old man in front of him told him to open his eyes because they were the ones doing all the work, but all the credit went to the numbered ones, which is why they were always in the shadows, and they were paid less. Randolph leaned his head on his hand and asked Mad Dog what they had done to deserve such special treatment because they couldn't even use them. The angry leader of the mercenaries shouted at him to shut up. Randolph sighed and stood up from his chair. Suddenly, he grabbed his gun. The man put the gun to the second's head, saying that he would handle everything himself. Gritting his teeth, an angry Randolph told the second that from now on, he shouldn't set foot in the camp because they were of no use. The boy's lips stretched into a grin. Four looked at the man with disdain and sighed. Drawing his eyebrows together, Randolph asked the second if he had said something funny. Suddenly, the boy grabbed his gun. He stood up in a second and snatched the gun from his hands. Then he put the barrel to the man's head. A moment later, blood spurted from the back of Randolph's head. His body began to fall while his blood was gushing. The second one smiled creepily. Maya turned around hearing the shot. The Mad Dog tensed up his whole body and asked the guy if he had gone crazy. The mercenaries raised their machine guns. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the throat of one of them. The fourth one approached one of the enemies in an instant and hit him in the body. One of the men trembled with his whole body watching the carnage. The fourth one knocked the enemy down when he started shooting. The guy grabbed the mercenary by the face. The guy smiled like a maniac. With one wave of his hand, he killed his opponent. Drops of his blood fell to the floor. The mercenary grabbed his throat and fell to the floor. In a couple of seconds, all the opponents were killed, only their bodies remained. Mad Dog, who was standing behind everyone, froze. The events take us to another part of the camp. A couple of mercenaries ran to the building, hearing shots. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the head of one of them. A moment later, another bullet hit the enemy's head. The muzzle of a rifle was visible on the roof. Ijin was lying on the roof looking at his targets. The second one turned to Mad Dog and asked him what he was thinking here. Did he really want the others to die? Taking the radio in his hands, the man said that he would take care of everything. The group remained standing while the blood from the corpses spread across the floor. Approaching the girl, the guy told her that they would see each other again. Fifth did not say anything. She did not move from her place. Fourth and second began to leave the room. The events return us to the protagonist's house. Aizen was doing pull-ups on the exercise machine. Suddenly, his phone rang. Having gone down to the floor, the guy picked up the phone. Liam called him, informing him that Second found out that he was alive. The protagonist immediately frowned upon learning this. Looking out the window, Liam said that Fourth recognized him in the fight and told the second about everything. The protagonist bowed his head, understanding the danger of this incident. Looking at the lamp on the ceiling, Liam said that Second was not completely sure of this, since his face was hidden, but knowing him, he would not leave it that easily. Adjusting his hair, the guy told the protagonist that now he was in trouble because of him in 32nd. Yidzin sadly looked at the floor and said that he shouldn't apologize because that's what he had to do. Six lowered his hand, saying that if there was any news, he would call him. A moment later, he lowered his hand with the phone. 32nd, sitting on the couch, asked his friend what they would do now. Liam looked at the guy and said that he himself didn't know what to do, but if others found out about this, then there would be no problems. 32nd sadly asked Liam if Second could change his mind like Fifth. After all, he also followed him, considering him a leader. Six frowned, saying that this time everything was different, because when anger clouds the mind due to betrayal, it is very difficult to forgive a person. 32nd, despondent, hunched over even more, saying that he was familiar with this feeling, because when Second found out that First betrayed them and killed so many people in the camp, his eyes seemed to change color. Liam narrowed his eyes and said that Number 2 had taught him a lot. He had a big influence on Number 1's fighting techniques. But even so, Number 1 had been given to a little boy in the line that day. Number 2, who was standing behind him, was out of his mind, and the people following him were furious after hearing this. Number 32 raised his head and asked if it was somehow related. Liam replied saying that even though they complained, Number 2 recognized Number 1 as the leader without causing any problems. Frowning, the guy said that that was why the protagonist's betrayal had affected Number 2 the most. Number 32's eyes widened as he understood the situation. He put his head back in his hands, asking the guy what they should do now. Liam's lips twitched. Remembering the smiling protagonist, he said that he was too different from his former self. Raising his head slightly, the guy said that it was most likely because of his family. Clutching the edges of his clothes, he said that it was all because of him. Liam turned to the guy and told him to stop whining, because regret wouldn't change anything. Turning and looking to the side, he said that the first had already told him that it was what he had to do because he was important to him. The 32nd relaxed, but didn't stop being sad. The 6th turned around. At that moment, the protagonist received a punch to the face. Bombsek, who had successfully delivered the punch, froze in shock. Everyone in the hall stopped talking and stared at the arena. A moment later, the coach's voice was heard in the hall ordering the fight to stop. Bombsek stared at his fist in surprise and disbelief. The coach approached the protagonist and asked him what was the matter, why he was disorganized and lost in his thoughts. The veins bulged on the man's forehead when he said that it didn't matter how good he was, because the human factor had not been cancelled. Even if he had brilliantly completed all the missions up to that point, not everything always went according to plan. The protagonist bowed his head, realizing his mistake. The coach sighed and calmed down and told Yidzin to go and rest. Yidzin bowed to the man. Then he headed for the exit of the hall. Sukjo approached the guy and asked him if everything was okay. Without turning around, the guy answered saying that everything was fine. Immediately after, he went to the locker room. Soon the guy found himself in the locker room. He was sitting on a bench in deep thought. Yidzin squinted, remembering the past. When he was little, he fought. His body was blurred due to the speed of movement. The protagonist successfully grabbed the enemy and began to knock him down. The enemy fell to the ground with a scream. Yidzin immediately began to hit him in the face. Suddenly, one guy grabbed him from behind. The third opponent raised his leg. He kicked the protagonist in the stomach. The boy gritted his teeth in pain. With a sharp blow to the head, he threw back the guy who grabbed him. Then he grabbed the leg of the second opponent with his hands. Standing up, Yidzin kicked the guy's second leg. When the man fell, he stepped on his shoulder. He suddenly started coughing up blood. Yidzin didn't give him a break, starting to hit him with his knee. Soon, the enemy was lying limply on the ground, exhausted. The boy's shoulders were shaking as he tried to catch his breath. The whole world was immersed in bloody color when he sensed a threat behind him. At great speed, the boy turned around, not leaving even a phantom. His blow was blocked. The black-haired youth smirked and said that he shouldn't fight him. The protagonist's eye widened in shock. Yidzin jumped back, increasing the distance. Putting his hand in his pocket, the youth told the boy that he was so weak a week ago that he had already mentally buried him. Looking at the boy's emotionless face, the second said that if he continued in the same spirit, he could survive. The second's group turned around and began to leave. The events take us to a warehouse in the forest. The 6 came to the warehouse. Soon the warehouse door opened again. Maya went inside and asked Liam why he called her. Taking off his hood, Liam apologized for the suddenness. Frowning, the guy demanded to know where the 2nd and 4th were now. Maya frowned herself, asking why he needed this. Liam answered saying that he needed to pay off his debts. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The 6th, smiling, said that now was the time to repay the debt to the 1st. Without stopping frowning, Maya asked if he would really go against them alone for the 1st. Smiling, the guy said that Yidzin lives a normal life and he will not let anyone ruin everything. Maya narrowed her eyes looking at the guy. The shadow of the cap covered her eyes when she said that she knew a couple of places, but going there alone was dangerous. The 6th, stopping smiling, said that he knew this, so he would attack first because they thought that he was dead. Maya silently stared at the 6th after his words. The events take us to the hotel, in one of the rooms of which Maya was sitting. She clenched her fist, mentally saying that she shouldn't have told 6 everything. Then standing in front of him, she told him that revealing himself was too dangerous. Frowning, Liam told her that she herself saw how happy First was, and he would not allow his life to be ruined because he had just found peace. The girl's body trembled after hearing what she heard. She remembered sitting at the table with the protagonist's family. Smiling, Liam said that he understood the difficulty of the mission perfectly. Maya did not move, silently looking at the guy. She suddenly shuddered when she heard the beep. The girl turned around abruptly. She stared at the door. Maya took the gun in her hand. Then she headed for the door. She carefully leaned against the door. Looking through the peephole, she froze. Second, who was standing outside, told her to stop looking and open the door because he had come to talk. Soon Second saw the chairs in the room. Maya frowned heavily, looking at the guests. He sat down on the chair and asked 5 how long she would stand there. Fifth crossed his arms over his chest and told Second to quickly say what he wanted and leave. The guy smiled, accepting the terms. The girl's face distorted with irritation when Second said that he was told a funny story here, so he decided that he could share the story with her. Maya frowned when he heard Second say that Sixth was alive. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Clasping his fingers, he said that it was funny, and now they were in for an interesting show. Second narrowed his eyes sharply. Maya frowned, looking at the guest. The events take us to the fourth base. Liam burst into the warehouse. He was breathing heavily. Looking behind him, the guy was ambushed and was now running. One of the many bullets grazed his shoulder. Sixth jumped to the side, dodging the bullets. He immediately began shooting back, but soon the gun ran out of bullets. The guy frowned deeply, looking ahead. Stepping forward, Four said that now he was definitely out of bullets. Liam gritted his teeth in anger. Four grinned widely, saying that he was very surprised by his appearance. Suddenly, one of the enemies rushed at Six. The man jumped on the enemy. Six was pinned to the ground. Tearing his hand away, he hit the enemy on the head. Immediately after that, he began to deliver lightning-fast blows. Liam grabbed the big guy's hand. A moment later, he twisted his arm. Then he threw the enemy. The man stood up, covering his face. Liam breathed heavily, looking at 8. He hit himself on the shoulder. 8 grinned widely, looking at the enemy. Liam froze, standing in front of 4 and 8. He did not understand why they worked together. Far in the past, in the forest, the protagonist fell to his knee, coughing up blood. The second standing in front of him told him that he lacked skills and endurance. It was still unclear how he managed to survive, and at this rate he would die in less than a year. The guy looked at the boy with a squint and asked him if he was satisfied with everything, if he wanted to be a cold corpse among a bunch of others. The bloody protagonist gritted his teeth. He rushed at the enemy. The second interrupted his attack with one kick. Yidzin screamed in pain, flying back. The guy did not give up, striking, but the second dodged. The young man raised his hand to strike. A moment later, he hit the protagonist on the chin. Yidzin, from whose mouth blood flowed, lost consciousness. His body fell to the ground. The guy's eyes began to close. He already blurrily saw the figure of the second, but he managed to notice a smile on his face. Yidzin suddenly opened his eyes. The guy was lying in bed, and now he woke up because of a nightmare. Looking at his watch, the protagonist realized that it was still early. He stood up and thought. Soon he left the room. His grandfather was holding a suit in his hand, saying that he didn't want to wake him up, but it seemed that he was making too much noise. Approaching the old man, the protagonist said that everything was fine. Seeing Mr. Yutz leaving, the grandson asked him if he could walk him to the bus stop. Looking at the guy, the grandfather asked him if he wanted to go on and sleep. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had already slept enough. So the grandson and grandfather walked down the street. Looking at his grandson, the old man asked him if something was bothering him. Yidzin stopped and looked at his grandfather. He smiled and said that it was clear that he was thinking about something. The guy's eyes widened in amazement, and he asked his grandfather how he knew everything. Turning to his grandson, Mr. Yu said that it was written all over his face, although he of course didn't know what he was thinking. But not only he was worried about his condition, but also Doyan. The protagonist froze, not knowing what to say. He remembered how the mercenaries frowned and avoided him because of his impassive and thoughtful face. The guys in the camp looked at him angrily, realizing that this was his advantage. Looking at the back of the first, everyone tried to understand what he was thinking. Looking after the guy who was leaving, some said that this was why he was the first. Grandfather smiled at his grandson and said that there must be some reason, so he didn't ask him, but if he needed help, he could turn to him. Yidzin bowed his head and smiled. Continuing to walk with his grandfather, he told him that he would tell him if he needed help. The events return us to Maya, who was standing in front of the second. Seeing her frown, the second tilted his head to the side, asking what was wrong. Fifth frowned and said that it was one thing to say that the first was alive, but another that the sixth had something to do with it. Stroking her chin, the second said that there must be a connection, because after that meeting and confirming the fact that the first was alive, they received a report saying that the sixth was also alive and that he had found their location. Maya froze, realizing that the sixth had failed. Looking out the window, the second said that the one who should also be dead appears at this time, despite the obvious risks, which is why he is sure that the first is alive. Continuing to frown, the girl asked the guy why he came to her then. Smiling at Maya, the second said that these two were her favorites. Sighing, the girl closed her eyes and said that he was the one who cared about the first more than anyone else. He even killed the people who said that the first was a traitor. The young man suddenly stopped smiling and became serious. Maya opened her eyes, looking at the second. He stood up, saying that it was time for them to end this farce. Looking at the girl, the young man said that she had known before that the first was alive. Being calm, Maya said that she did not know this. Standing in front of the girl, the second demanded that she tell him the location of the guy. Suddenly, the gun disappeared from the nightstand. Fifth, pointing the gun at the young man, told him to leave if he stopped talking nonsense. The second, narrowing his eyes, asked the girl if she wanted to sacrifice the sixth to save the first. Suddenly, the guy moved to the side. With one blow, he knocked the gun away. Maya fell to the floor due to the force of the blow. She immediately somersaulted, taking a stable position. The enemy's leg suddenly appeared right in front of her. Fifth barely managed to block the attack with her hands. Her leg slid along the floor. Maya raised her hand, deflecting the enemy's attack. The second blocked the girl's attack. He grabbed her hand. The guy went behind Maya's back. She forcibly pulled her hand out of the grip. Turning around, she struck. The opponents froze standing opposite each other. Maya stood in a stance, angry. The second raised his hands, preparing to attack. Suddenly, he raised his hands and smiling, told Maya that she had not lost her skills. Turning around, the guy said that they would end here. The girl's face twisted with anger. Suddenly, a beam of light passed through the window. The girl froze, seeing a mark on her chest. She immediately looked out the window. On the neighboring roof, Ijin was lying with a rifle. Passing by the fifth, the second said that it would be better if she told him where the first was hiding. Soon, the fifth turned around, looking after the guy. The events take us to the warehouse. The eighth stepped back after exchanging blows. He grinned widely, wiping away the blood. Liam was breathing heavily, standing in front of him. The sixth looked tiredly at his opponent. The fourth, standing to the side, smiled, telling the sixth that he had become better since he was able to resist the eighth for so long. Liam sighed, grinned and said that if it were him instead, he would have been lying on the ground for a long time. The fourth gritted his teeth in anger, and the eighth smiled broadly. Looking at the sixth with narrowed eyes, the fourth said that if it weren't for the second's order, he would have been dead for a long time. Liam stood opposite the fourth and said that now he understood everything. Closing his eyes and smiling, the sixth told the fourth that he was still the same obedient dog who fulfills any whim of the owner. The fourth's pupil decreased due to anger. The guy suddenly rushed at the enemy. In an instant, he was behind him. The fourth took a knife in his hand, intending to cut the enemy. A moment later, blood splashed onto the floor. The fourth pierced the sixth's side with a knife. Bringing his head closer to Liam, the guy said that he always wanted to kill him with his own hands. At this time, the 32nd bit his fingers until they bled. Sitting at the computer, he tried to understand why the sixth had not contacted him yet. Suddenly, an alarm rang. 32 turned around abruptly. Then he looked at the computer screen. Through the cameras, he saw a figure rising. 32's eye opened wide in shock. Through the cameras, he saw the protagonist rising. Staring at the cameras in shock, he could not believe that it was one. Soon, the protagonist entered the room on the second floor. He sat down opposite 32, saying that he came to him because he could not contact him. The guy looked sadly at the table. On it, he saw a pile of noodle boxes. Without even looking at the guy opposite, Yidzin asked what happened and where 6 was. 32 nervously looked away. The protagonist glanced at the guy and told him to speak clearly, because after that conversation about 2, Liam no longer contacted. Very nervous and trembling, 32 said that he also could not contact Liam. Yidzin silently stared at the guy. Leaning on the back of the couch, he asked 32nd how long this had been going on, and he replied that it had been the 3rd day. Suddenly, the phone rang. 32nd jumped up and picked up the phone. The protagonist, sitting on the couch, heard 5th announce the capture of 6th. 32nd froze in horror, not believing what he had heard. Yidzin bowed his head in silence. The events take us to a mansion in the forest. Rays of moonlight were shining through the windows. Inside the mansion, the captured 6th was surrounded by other numbered ones. The 4th, who was standing closest, looked at the guy with irritation. The 8th and another numbered one frowned at the captive. The 2nd, sitting opposite, Liam said that he didn't think he would see a dead man under such circumstances. Liam smiled and said that he also didn't think he would see them all under such circumstances. The guy grinned and said that he understood why the 4th was following him, but what were the others doing here? The 2nd did not answer, looking intently at the 6th. The 3 numbered standing aside didn't say anything either. Sighing, the captured 6th asked the 2nd that there was a gathering of the numbered here, but why wasn't he invited? Suddenly he was hit in the face. The 4th standing next to him told Liam to shut up. The guy smiled, looked at the 4th and asked why they didn't invite him, or was this just a circle for the chosen ones? The 4th's whole body trembled with anger, but it was as if a thread pierced him and he calmed down, hearing the 2nd's order to stop everything. Smiling, the 2nd told the 6th that he was still the same. Narrowing his eyes, the guy told Liam that if he was going to pretend to be dead, he wouldn't have shown up until the end, but it seemed like there was a good reason. Liam stopped smiling and frowned. He sighed and smiled again, telling the 2nd that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The 2nd stared at the guy. He stood up, telling Liam that he was like the 5th, always protecting the 1st. 4th saw 2nd leaving and asked him if he was really going to let him go. Turning to 6th, 4th said that even though they had a rule not to kill each other, this idiot made the whole world believe that he was dead. With his back to the guy, second ordered to leave Liam. The disgruntled guy looked at the boss, asking him why he should do that. Frowning, second said that sixth was not going anywhere, and if first was alive, he would come for him. Fourth froze and stopped saying anything. At this time, in another part of the forest, right outside the mansion, the protagonist was looking through binoculars. Yidzin was trying to see what was happening outside the windows. Fifth, who was next to him, said that this was crazy. Looking through the scope, she said that second would wait for them because he was almost sure that he was alive and using sixth as bait. Maya involuntarily remembered the guy's face when he asked her if he wanted to sacrifice sixth to save first. The girl involuntarily glanced at Yidzin. He continued to look through the binoculars. Sitting near the tree, 30 Seconds said that he would not want the first to do this either, because Liam did it to repay him for the favor, even knowing that he could fail and die. The protagonist involuntarily glanced at the guy. He saw how he, drawing his legs up, told him that if he put himself in danger because of Liam, he would not forgive him. Gritting his teeth, 30 Seconds suggested going back. Maya stopped looking through the sight and lowered her gaze. Yidzin glanced at her. Suddenly, he took off his machine gun. The guy put it on the ground. Then he straightened up. 32nd and 5th looked at the guy's back in shock. Looking at the back of his head, Meyer asked Yidzin what he was planning. The protagonist did not answer, walking straight to the mansion. Soon he opened the front door. Inside, he saw Liam tied up in the second's group. They turned around abruptly, staring at the front door. Right at the threshold, they saw the protagonist. 8th opened his eyes wide, recognizing 1st. 4th and 6th frowned when they saw the guy who came. Liam, who was sitting on a chair, tensed up. 2nd froze when he saw the guy who came. His lips stretched into a smile. Looking at the protagonist's emotionless face, 2nd said that this atmosphere was too familiar to him. Starting to approach 1st, 2nd said that something had changed in him, and that he had even grown taller. Yidzin abruptly interrupted him, saying that he had come for 6th. 3 frowned when he heard his words. The protagonist, without moving, told 2nd that he should settle this with him and not with the others. 4th pointed his gun at 1st, shouting in anger and calling the protagonist a traitor. 4th froze when 2nd told him to stop. The guy standing in front said that he would settle this personally. He put his hands in his pockets and started to approach the enemy, saying that when he heard that he was dead, he regretted not killing him with his own hands. The protagonist was silent, looking at the approaching guy. Soon the 2nd stopped in front of Yidzin. Both guys silently looked at each other. Smiling, the 2nd offered Yidzin to look at his improvements. The protagonist said nothing and stared intently at the enemy. Suddenly, their hands collided. The guys began to exchange blows at great speed. Yidzin raised his hand and blocked the enemy's blow. Because of their speed, only blurry spots remained from their hands. The 2nd wanted to attack, but the 1st attacked in response. As a result, Yidzin struck 1st and the 2nd slid back. The 8th, standing to the side, said that the 1st never lost his skills. The protagonist moved the enemy's knee to the side. Yidzin moved to the side at great speed. The blow he delivered passed a millimeter from the 2nd's face. The fist still grazed the cheek, leaving a wound on it. The 2nd immediately struck back at the guy's face. The 4th sighed and smiled, enjoying the battle. The protagonist's leg slid back. Yidzin got back into a stance. The 2nd grinned, looking at his opponent. Standing in front of the protagonist, the 2nd said that this reminded him of old times, how they fought on the training ground in their youth. The 2nd remembered the battlefield littered with corpses. He went through the battlefield on the same team with the 1st. Stopping smiling, the 2nd told the protagonist that although they were not loyal to each other, after surviving that hell, they had a sense of kinship. The numbered one standing behind frowned upon hearing his words. Yidzin narrowed his eyes. The angry 2nd frowned, saying that they did not betray each other and that was their unspoken rule, but he broke it and betrayed them. The 2nd rushed to attack, reminding the 1st that he was their leader. Yidzin moved the enemy's hand aside. The guys started exchanging blows again. The protagonist frowned, blocking another blow. Suddenly, the 2nd struck him in the head. Yidzin spun like a top. The guy struck a roundhouse. The 4th and the other numbered ones tensed up. The 2nd, who received the blow, gritted his teeth. Yidzin grabbed him by the shoulders and kicked him with his knee. The guy suddenly fell to the floor. The numbered ones froze in shock upon seeing this. The 2nd one somersaulted and stepped back. Having stood up, the guy did not hastily attack. The protagonist also did not move, in no hurry to attack. The 4th one gritted his teeth, realizing that the 1st one's skills had improved. Squinting, the 2nd one told the guy that he had not been slacking off in these 5 years. The 6th one smiled, remembering the past. Yidzin did not say anything, silently looking at his opponent. The 2nd one grabbed the knife. Taking the knife with a reverse grip, he told the guy that it was time for them to finish. Like a line of light, the knife darted forward. The boys' knives collided. Now they began to block each other's attacks, not daring to take blows. The 2nd's knife cut the protagonist's cheek. Yidzin began to block the enemy's attacks better from that moment on. In an instant, he managed to inflict Arna on the enemy's hand and face. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the second's hand. Holding his hand, he cut his stomach with a knife. The second did not retreat and kicked the protagonist in the stomach. Now the boys inflicted serious wounds on each other in the clash. The fourth, seeing the splattered blood, mentally said that even the first strong's knife fighting technique had improved, and this could not be achieved without intensive training. The guy standing next to the eighth trembled. He remembered Jin, now he understood who the protagonist was. The eighth and the fourth looked at each other in shock upon hearing the guy's words when he told them this. The fourth frowned and said that this mercenary does not go beyond his territory. Does he think that the first is that mercenary? The guy looked sadly at the fourth, saying that he was just lucky to see Jin once, and even then he was wearing a mask. The second and the protagonist froze and stopped exchanging blows. Jin stood tense in front of the enemy. The second frowned and asked the guy if he became a mercenary by betraying them. The guy did not answer, not even his lips trembled. Suddenly, the guy stared at the second and said that his memories began to return. The numbered ones on the side froze in shock upon hearing this. The second narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the radio on the table rang. They were informed of the approach of the fifth and 32nd. The sixth gritted his teeth and raised his head. The second, standing opposite the protagonist, looked back. Suddenly, the door swung open and the fifth and 32nd rushed inside. Upon entering, they both screamed, reporting that they were under attack. The fourth frowned and asked the couple what kind of enemies attacked them. Suddenly the guys froze, hearing through the radio that they were surrounded by soldiers. The first and second stopped fighting, looking at the radio. At a distance of 300 meters in the forest there were 50 soldiers. They walked slowly. The soldiers behaved quietly as they passed through the forest. The box with military equipment fell to the floor. The fourth and his comrade began to arm themselves. The 32nd began to approach the sixth. Straining, he began to remove the shackles on him. Soon the bag with the machine gun was thrown at the feet of the protagonist. The guy stared at the frowning Maya. Aizen picked up the machine gun and the bag from the floor. All the numbered at that moment armed themselves, ceasing their disagreements. Magazines with cartridges were placed on the table. The second loaded his pistol. He attached the pistol to his hip. The second glanced at the protagonist. The first looked at him. The events take us to a military camp. Mad Dog, holding a phone in his hand, listened to a soldier tell him that they were slowly approaching the target, and there was no answer yet. Sitting at the table, the man ordered the soldier to kill everyone, leaving no one alive. Mad Dog clenched his fist. The veins on his forehead bulged as he said that he wanted to leave at least one alive, but things did not turn out the way he wanted. The numbered group soon left the mansion. The first adjusted his mask, looking at the second. He had been looking at the protagonist all this time. Aizen waved his hand, giving the command. The second's group immediately rushed in the other direction. The protagonist's group ran in another. Soon there would be a massacre in this forest. The drone in the sky was filming everything on camera. Aizen, located in cover, watched the enemies. His eyes stared at the screen. Each enemy was displayed on the screen. While the soldiers walked slowly, Aizen reported their location. Sixth and fifth, hiding behind cover, looked at the soldiers. The fourth climbed a tree, and the eighth hid near it. The second held a rifle in his hand, looking at the soldiers. The protagonist hid right in the path of the enemies in the bushes. Ijin, who was watching the monitors, said that now was the time. A moment later, the group began to shoot at the soldiers. Bullets hit the soldiers. One soldier was able to run to the side, thanks to his partner in front of him. The men hid behind the trees because of the shelling. Blood spurted from the wounds. Ijin climbed a rock nearby. He looked at the sight of his rifle. With one shot, he killed the enemy. Empty cartridges fell to the ground. The protagonist did not stop shooting for a second. The second, lying in the grass, also fired continuously. The fourth's lips stretched into a grin. The fifth was calmly shooting at the enemies. The sixth, despite his wounds, continued to shoot. Liam hid behind cover because of the soldiers who began to shoot at him. The guy clenched his teeth. His situation was terrible. Suddenly, someone fired at two soldiers. The fifth one, who was standing to the side, killed the enemies. The sixth one waved his hand at her in gratitude. The second one was rushing across the battlefield. He ran behind the soldiers. In an instant, he raised his machine gun and started firing. The bullets hit the soldiers' heads and blood immediately gushed from the wounds. The second one turned around, seeing a shadow. The protagonist pointed him at the soldiers to the side. The second one lowered his machine gun, looking at the enemies in the distance. The first and second ones rushed towards the enemies. Having approached, the first one immediately started shooting at them. The second one found cover and then started shooting at the soldiers. The protagonist, having killed the enemies, immediately started running away. He barely managed to hide behind a rock. Suddenly, a bullet hit the head of one of the soldiers. Ijin turned around abruptly. He looked at the peak in the distance and realized who fired. The guy saw Ijin's shadow in the distance. Flashes of fire in the forest continued. Empty cartridges fell to the ground. The bodies of soldiers filled the area. The fourth one killed the last one with a knife and reported that his zone was cleared. The eighth and the fifth one standing nearby also reported that the zone was cleared. The eighth one suddenly raised his machine gun. The fifth and zero pointed their weapons at each other. Liam and the other numbered one also pointed their machine guns at each other. The second one frowned, looking at the first one. The protagonist, being calm, looked at the second one. Putting his hand on the radio, the fifth one asked the 32nd one if he had found the location of Ijin. Heading towards Ijin, the 32nd one said that he was moving along a safe route that did not block his view. Meanwhile, Ijin lightly pulled the trigger. He aimed at the protagonist through the foliage. Looking to the side, he saw his comrade. The second one standing in front of the protagonist told him that he did not hope that this would end. Turning around, the second one told the guy that he would pay for his betrayal. The protagonist frowned slightly, looking after him. The eighth and his comrade followed the boss. Liam grinned and said goodbye to them, hoping that they would never see each other again. Eighth waved goodbye, while fourth rudely sent the guy away. Aizen did not move, looking after the departing ones. The events take us to a military base. Mad Dog hit the table after learning that the mission had failed. Jumping up, he began to swear, not understanding how it was possible to fail such a mission. The man sweated heavily and tensed up. The events take us to 30 Seconds' house. Liam lay down on the bed, saying that he shouldn't have come and saved him then. Maya, crossing her arms over her chest, angrily reminded the guy that they actually saved his life. The guy turned to them, saying that he was in debt again. Aizen, lowering his mask, said that he did what he had to. Fifth looked at 32nd with displeasure. Sixth stared at the ceiling. Closing his eyes, he said with joy that they still survived. Maya smiled, agreeing with him. The events take us to the protagonist's house, to the room of Aizen himself. He was sitting on the bed, sighing tiredly. He remembered how the second, looking at him, told him not to relax, because he would definitely take revenge. Aizen frowned, looking at the floor. Suddenly, his sister came into his room, asking him if he had met his friend today. The guy smiled and told his sister that he had met him. Daeun smiled sweetly and said that it must have been nice to meet a friend after a long separation. The protagonist froze after reading the inscription on his sister's sweater. The girl put her hands behind her back, looking at her brother with puzzlement. He suddenly looked away. Smiling at his sister, the guy said that it was nice. The school building was visible. The protagonist was sitting at a desk next to Yunchin. With his head down, the student asked his neighbor if he would work for SW after graduating with Sukjo. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. The schoolboy grinned and admitted that he envied them very much, because they were the kind of people who knew exactly what they would do in the future. Yidzin turned his gaze to his deskmate. Yuna widened her eyes and asked if Yuncheng would go to the library again today. The boy closed his eyes and replied that he would go first, and then wished his classmates a good time. The granddaughter of the SW group director raised her eyebrows in surprise. Putting his hands in his pockets, Hakjin explained that his classmates' grades had dropped a little, which is why he had been trying so hard lately, to which the girl said that she always lost without him. Jahan bared his teeth angrily and exclaimed that this was not the reason, that his classmate was simply a worthless player. The student, opening her mouth wide, denied this and shouted that the boy also lost, and quite often. The enraged student, standing in front of the girl, cried out that nothing often, and asked her to look at herself. Holding onto the strap of his backpack, Sukjo said that this young man has not been himself lately, and he gets excited too quickly. The protagonist looked away, recalling Yunchin's words about envying them. Yuna smiled and asked if they would go together today. Opening his mouth, the young man apologized and explained that he already had plans, because he wanted to spend time with his grandfather and younger sister. A tear appeared on the cheek of the granddaughter of the director of SW Group. The guy was carrying a bag of food in his hand. Looking at his older brother, Daeun said that this is the matter, otherwise she wondered why Yunchin has not been going out with him lately. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the girl clarified what about the others, after which she added that she thought that they also needed to think about the future. The boy lowered his chin and said that Hyukjin would inherit his father's business, and Yahun said that he would also think about it, but later. The schoolgirl widened her eyes and said that Yahun seemed a bit relaxed. The protagonist explained that his grandfather was the president of Keiyan Motors, to which the sister, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that her brother's classmate turned out to be a third-generation young gentleman. Turning his gaze to Daeun, the young man said that he had once mentioned that he was from a rich family. Clenching her jaw, the schoolgirl was surprised and said that you couldn't tell from him, since he always wore the same thing. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what his sister's plans were after finishing school, to which she hesitated. The girl widened her eyes in confusion. The older brother was looking straight at her. The schoolgirl grinned and said that she wanted to get a job right after graduating from high school, and Yidzin asked where exactly. The younger sister said anywhere, or rather, where the pay was good, to which the young man pressed his lips together in alarm. Looking down, Diane admitted that she just wanted to help her grandfather, and to be honest, her grandfather had been working for a long time without rest or days off, and all because of her. That's why he wanted to earn money and ease his burden. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked if she had talked to her grandfather about this, to which she replied that she had, but it made him angry, and then said that he needed to choose a job he liked and not chase money. Closing her eyes, the schoolgirl said that she thought he would be happy, but it turned out the opposite, and then noted that her grandfather had never been so angry. The protagonist pressed his lips together in disappointment. Looking down, Diane admitted that now she didn't even know what to do, but she knew for sure that the main thing was to find a job, and her older brother asked her to think about it carefully. The younger sister looked at him, her eyes wide. Smirking, Yidzin reassured her that he would always be there, after which he asked her not to rush, because she still had time to think it over. There were glares in the girl's eyes. After a pause, the schoolgirl closed her eyes and agreed, and then thanked her older brother. Suddenly, the heroes saw a silhouette on the other side of the road. Spreading her arms, Dan said that it was their grandfather. A beautiful sunset sky appeared. Waving her hand, the granddaughter said goodbye to her grandfather and asked him to be careful on the way home. Closing his eyes, the man answered approvingly. His colleague smiled and asked if his grandchildren had come not only to bring him lunch, but also to eat with him, and the grandfather was surprised by Choi's appearance. Looking after the heroes, the patrolman said that Mr. Yu was lucky to have them, and now such times have come that grandchildren are not the same. The backs of the brother and sister appeared, and the man continued that they were children, and they were different because it was clear how much they loved their grandfather, to which the grandfather asked if the elder one really thought so. Choi grinned, recalling that his colleague had once said that they lived together, but now that they were adults, the day was approaching when he would have to let them go. Yu asked him again, the corners of his lips drooping in disappointment, and the man continued that it was sad to see children grow up and go their own way. The grandfather, his hands hanging down in confusion, remained silent. A lantern was visible in the dark alley. The patrolman was walking home and thinking that this was all true, because Daeon was already an adult, and Yidzin had grown very tall, and they would soon leave him. The man raised his eyebrows, realizing that he could not take care of them forever. Holding his bag behind his back, Mr. Yu realized how quickly time flies. The patrolman was dialing the code on the intercom. A moment later, he walked through the door. The protagonist walked into the living room and called out to his grandfather. Smiling, the man asked if his grandson was still asleep, to which he replied in the affirmative. Yu took hold of the door handle. The man locked the apartment. Looking ahead, the grandfather called out to his grandson and asked how he wanted to live in the future. The young man asked him again, his mouth slightly open in confusion. Putting his hand to his neck, the man said that he simply wanted to know what Yidzin dreamed of, and then apologized because he was not very good at speaking and asked not to think that he was pressuring him. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the grandfather said that they simply had not talked about it yet. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man admitted that his dream had come true a long time ago. Raising his eyebrows, Mr. Yu asked him again. Approaching his interlocutor, the mercenary explained that he was fine with them. The boy straightened his shoulders and said that no matter what the future held, his unchanging dream was to live with them. The student smiled and explained that not now, not ever. The grandfather raised his eyebrows in confusion and said nothing. At that very moment, he began to smile sincerely. Burning fragments appeared in the air. A squall of black smoke rose high into the sky. The bodies of wounded soldiers lay on the ground. One of them had his face covered in blood. The mercenary stood in front of him, holding a weapon in his hand. Coming up from behind, the fourth called out to the second and asked if there were any traces of Mad Dog. The fighter rolled his eyes and said that no matter who you asked, they all had the same answer, that the man had already left. The soldier lowered his chin and said nothing. A large window was visible. The boss, holding a cigar, asked if the camp had been destroyed. The subordinate stood with his hands down and replied that the camp had been destroyed by the numbered ones, and Mad Dog was the only one who had escaped. Leaning on the chair, the man asked what they had disagreed about, to which the guy said that they had investigated it and found out that Mad Dog had tried to kill the soldiers, but had failed and had been attacked by them. Closing his eyes, the chief said that it was a very pitiful end, to be bitten by his own dogs, which he had raised. Sitting at a large table, the chief said that this information would greatly please his enemies, and asked him to pass it on to them, to which the subordinate replied that he had already done so. The man grinned and said that it was a good job. Putting his elbows on the chair, the boss suggested that they wait for now, and when the time came, they would finish him off, and if they failed, then there would be problems. Drops of blood flew around the room. The head of the mercenaries fired a pistol from around the corner. The wounded enemy fell to the floor. The clip fell out of the weapon. The enemy appeared to the left of the fighter. The enemy aimed his sight at Mad Dog. The leader of the mercenaries clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly the man jumped up. He knocked the enemy to the ground. At the same moment, the soldier grabbed the enemy's hand with the weapon. The soldier began to strike the enemy in the face with his elbow. The soldier snatched the weapon from the enemy's hand. Mad Dog put his finger on the trigger. At the same second, the leader of the mercenaries shot the enemy in the head. Leaving the body on the floor, the man began to get up. Holding his stomach, the wounded soldier sighed heavily. Clenching his jaw, the man said that they found him so quickly. A reflection of the blood-stained soldier appeared in the mirror. The man glanced to the side and said nothing. Suddenly, Mad Dog clenched his teeth. Having shot straight in front of himself, the leader of the mercenaries broke the glass. Lowering the gun, the man said that he would never have thought that he would run away with his tail between his legs, hoping to escape. At that moment, the soldier's pupils noticeably decreased. Remembering the image of the protagonist, the fighter said that this first one was to blame for everything. Grinning maliciously, the man said that this would not have happened if this mercenary had not betrayed them then. The light was on in the window of the protagonist's house. The guy was training, hanging on the horizontal bar. A message came to the phone lying on the table. The young man looked at the screen. Yuna asked in the chat if Yijin could come to the store opposite their house. The protagonist, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. A bright lantern illuminated the street. The protagonist walked along the alley in the direction of the store. The granddaughter of the SW group director waved to him. The young man was coming closer and closer. The girl apologized for calling him so late, widening her eyes, and asked if her friend was asleep, to which he replied in the negative. There was a lot of food on the table, and the classmate told the guy to help himself since she bought a little bit of everything and hoped that he would like it, and the guy thanked her. Taking the food in his hands, the protagonist asked why Yuna called him, to which she asked him again. Raising her eyebrows, the classmate hesitated, but then answered that she wanted to chat about different things. Opening the snack, the protagonist thought about it. The granddaughter of the SW group director smiled shyly. Sukjo turned his gaze to his friend. Sitting at the table, the girl said that many people their age are very worried about their future. For example, Yunchin, who said that he will no longer play with them, and others too, and then asked if the interlocutor thought so. Holding a snack in his hand, the protagonist asked if he was serious, to which the student explained that after his grades dropped, Yangchen decided to focus on his studies. Raising her eyebrows, the girl admitted that she was surprised, although they thought that in the future, her friend would become a professional gamer. Lowering his chin, Sukjo said that he was also surprised, and even more so when he heard a professional gamer approach him and ask him to take a test, and Yuna noted that she heard this too. Remembering the image of Yangchen, the protagonist thought about it. Grinning, the granddaughter of the SW group director clarified what about the protagonist, and whether he would come to work in the SW security department. Bringing the food to his mouth, the young man replied that he had not decided anything yet. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and someone's loud exclamation was heard. The bodyguard bent down a little and exclaimed that the guy should definitely work for them, and how could he not decide? And Sukjo admitted that not only their team but the entire department thought that the mercenary would join them. Chewing rice, Ijin was silent. Yuna opened her mouth in disappointment. The classmates walked along a dark alley. The protagonist said that she didn't have to follow him, to which she smiled and said that everything was fine and that she just wanted to take a walk. Turning his head, the protagonist turned to the girl and asked if she had thought about what she would do in the future. With her mouth wide open, the student hesitated and asked if it was her. The young man answered in the affirmative, and the granddaughter of the SW group director, looking down, said that she hadn't thought about it yet, but right now she wanted to enjoy life a little more. The guy agreed with her, lowering the corners of his lips. The classmates' hands were almost touching each other. Yuna opened her mouth in alarm and said that it was because she liked it. The protagonist looked at the girl questioningly. Suddenly, the student clutched her dress with her hand. They stopped and the protagonist turned to her. With her eyes wide open, the classmate said that she liked the way they spent their time and felt comfortable. Yidzin looked at her with pursed lips. The friends were illuminated by a lantern, and the young man was silent. Maya frowned and asked if the second camp had been destroyed. Liam, sitting in a chair, answered in the affirmative and added that Mad Dog had managed to escape. Fifth folded her arms and sighed heavily, and Sixth explained that he had been told that assassins had begun hunting him, and there were quite a few of them. 32nd looked down and said that the head of the mercenaries was lucky to have escaped, but this way he was only bringing his death closer. Putting his hands on the chair, Liam agreed and said that since the creation of the Numbered, Mad Dog had been in contact with too many people, and had done both good and evil, and now this dog was left with nothing, first the attacks of the Numbered, and now old enemies had joined in. Frowning angrily, the guy added that this man was not the kind of person who would die so easily. Biting his lips, Maya said that this bothered her a lot. Yuna sat with her eyes downcast. The girl remembered how she told the protagonist that she was comfortable spending time with him. The guy looked at her, pursing his lips. Looking at his classmate, the young man was silent. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist continued to examine his interlocutor. Smiling slightly, Yidzin replied that he liked her too. Tears flowed from the eyes of the SW group director's granddaughter, and she thought that this was not what she wanted to say. Hearing the question of how long she would be flying in the clouds, the girl widened her eyes and exclaimed. Frowning, Jiyeon clarified what Yuna had forgotten here. Putting her hands on her knees, the girl answered in confusion that nothing, and the director said that she came whenever she wanted, and then asked not to interfere with her work and find another place. Putting a backpack on her shoulders, the schoolgirl apologized and wondered if her friend had finished training yet. Clenching her jaw, the older sister paused and said that she already knew who Yuna was thinking about. There were cars parked near the building. The protagonist was sitting in the car when suddenly a notification sound was heard. Hearing this, Jiyeon looked towards the bodyguard. The girl was filling out paperwork and allowed him to look at the phone. The protagonist turned his head and thanked the director. A message from his younger sister appeared in the chat asking him to buy apples at the grocery store, and then asked him not to forget to write, but to buy them anyway, because grandfather said a few days ago that he wanted fruit, and she herself kept forgetting. Yidzin grinned. The girl lowered her eyes and asked if anyone occupied a place in the young man's heart. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips and asked his interlocutor again. The other bodyguards widened their eyes in surprise when they heard Jiyeon's question about whether the guy liked anyone or maybe was dating someone. The driver looked at the director through the rearview mirror, and she said that maybe the bodyguard at least wanted it. Looking away, the main character replied that he was not dating anyone. The girl glanced at him and remained silent. Frowning, the guard thought about how his colleague had said it so bluntly. The director smiled and said that at his age it was high time to date someone, but he refused. Jiyeon raised her eyebrows in confusion and said that the boy was very young and that he couldn't devote all his time to studying and working, and that he needed to switch to other things from time to time. The protagonist lowered his chin and replied that he was comfortable as is, and the girl thought that it was time to stop trying in vain. Yidzin narrowed his eyes and began to speak. The girl turned her questioning gaze to him. The boy remembered the destroyed building. A bloody soldier held a weapon near him. Soldiers struck by bullets were visible. One of the soldiers covered his head, trying to protect himself from the blow. A moment later, the unconscious man slid down the wall. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that he didn't know if he had the right to be liked by someone. The girl looked at the boy indignantly. One of the guards frowned. Jiyeon looked at the mercenary and remained silent. The brother and sister were walking around the store with a cart. The boy put a bag of apples in the basket. Daeun clapped her hands happily. Walking down the street, the schoolgirl told Jahan that he was making a shelter and promised to call them to him when he finished, and then asked if her older brother knew, to which she received a negative answer. Squinting, the younger sister said that the high school student was stupid for not telling. The protagonist glanced at his sister. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes noticeably shrank. The young man opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. Between the buildings, the guy saw a familiar silhouette. A man in a black hood stood behind the man. Yidzin looked ahead anxiously. The guy in the robe began to approach. The face of the second mercenary appeared. Daeun's eyes widened and she called out to her older brother. The soldier narrowed his eyes. The schoolgirl looked at the guy in fear. The protagonist clenched his jaw anxiously. The young man asked his sister to go home, to which she, with her mouth wide open, did not understand what had happened. Gritting his teeth, Yidzin ordered the girl to do it faster. The student paused, her eyes wide, and agreed. Walking away from her older brother, the girl said that she would call him. The protagonist stood with his chin down. The second came out from around the corner. The mercenary moved forward along the street. On the opposite side of the road stood the protagonist. The young man lowered the corners of his lips. The soldier looked towards the protagonist. A moment later, the boy appeared in the crowd of people. Right in front of him stood Yidzin. The mercenaries looked at each other, standing near the crosswalk. At that very second, the traffic light turned green. The heroes moved forward. Grinning, the second said that the first was having fun, to which he remained silent. The soldier continued to smile and said that he thought he was mistaken when he saw him last time, and he looked stupid. The mercenary continued that the interlocutor was now clearly different from the idiot he met last time, to which the protagonist closed his lips. Opening his mouth, the soldier suggested that it was all because of that girl, and then asked if she was his girlfriend or family. Biting his lips, the protagonist asked if the second had come here to talk nonsense. The mercenary looked at the interlocutor with narrowed eyes. Dusik appeared from behind and asked what the schoolboy was doing here. Lowering his eyebrows, the boss said that the guy should cross the street faster, otherwise he would freeze. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and he wondered what was wrong with the man and why he was looking at him like that, and then realized that he had never seen him like that. the back of the second mercenary appeared. A shadow from the hood fell on his face. The soldier looked forward, closing his eyes. Dusek frowned in alarm and thought about what kind of bastard he was, and his look was the same. Standing in the middle of the crosswalk, Yidzin suggested choosing another place, to which the soldier replied that there was no problem. A construction crane was visible in the distance. Putting his hands in his pockets, the second stated that the protagonist had settled in well here, recalling that girl and the man. Lowering the corners of his lips, the mercenary asked if his interlocutor had forgotten the past. Opening his mouth, the young man asked how the soldier had found him, and then began to think about whether 5th or 6th had helped him. The young man realized that they would not have given him up even under the threat of torture, after which he thought about what 32nd could have said. And the interlocutor, smiling, said that he knew what the protagonist was thinking, but this was not so. The shadow of the guy was visible on the ground, and the mercenary explained that the words that First occasionally uttered when he first arrived at the camp, he knew that they were Korean. The hooded soldier continued that if the other guy had regained his memory and decided to hide, wouldn't he have gone back to where he used to live? And then explained that he had taken that as a starting point and started searching here after learning that the protagonist was alive. Frowning, Yidzin paused and asked the reason for his visit. Clenching his jaw, the second said that the other guy was asking the obvious, and then explained that he had come here to get rid of the traitor with his own hands. Frowning angrily, the mercenary asked if the guy had decided that the rule no longer applied to him when he left them, and he himself answered that it hadn't. The soldier stated that their rule was their everything, to which the protagonist looked away and remained silent. Suddenly, the second threw something at the protagonist. The young man abruptly grabbed the weapon with his hand near his face. The guy wrapped his fingers around the knife. Raising his blade, the mercenary began to explain what he would do as the one who trained the traitor. A moment later, the soldier jumped up and declared that he would personally take his life. The fighter slid his foot along the ground. The heroes entered the battle. A cut appeared on Yidzin's hand. Drops of blood flew around the opponents. The opponent put a knife to the protagonist's palm. Gritting his teeth, the young man tried to embrace the mercenary with his arms. At that moment, the opponents stood at a distance from each other. Grinning, the second asked what the traitor was doing. The protagonist pulled his hand with the knife back. The enraged opponent, spreading his arms, asked why the guy was fighting seriously and whether he wanted his loved ones to be targeted. The protagonist closed his eyes in alarm. Frowning angrily, the mercenary said that if the young man continued in the same spirit, all his loved ones would die. Narrowing his eyes, the soldier said that he would start with his sister. At that moment, Yidzin clenched his teeth in alarm. The boy's eye turned red and he attacked his opponent. The opponent's knives left bright marks in the air. Drops of blood flew near the protagonist's face. The second's pupils noticeably decreased. A moment later, the mercenary received a blow to the face. In response, the guy kicked the protagonist in the stomach. The soldier grabbed his opponent by the hand and swung his knife. The protagonist attacked his opponent with his elbow to the head. After that, the young man grabbed the opponent's wrist with his bloody hand. The mercenary's knife fell to the floor. The opponents collided foreheads. The protagonist threw his head back. The heroes fell to the ground. Yidzin continued to hold his opponent by the hand. The young man brought his foot to the second's head. The mercenary stopped the opponent, grabbing him under the knee. Suddenly, the soldier fell on his back. The opponents stood far from each other and sighed heavily. With his mouth wide open, the mercenary exclaimed that the first should not have killed those numbered ones who followed him. The wounded young man opened his mouth and exhaled. The soldier lowered his hands and explained that although these people were slightly crazy, they had survived in that hellish place and the traitor was everything to them. The protagonist closed his eyes and remained silent, and the second asked why they were all dead if the first hadn't killed them. Sitting on the couch, Meyer asked who had done it, and the protagonist replied that it didn't matter. Holding a bottle in her hand, the fifth asked him again. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and explained that the offensive had failed because of him, and they had all died because of his mistake. Yidzin narrowed his eyes and admitted that if it weren't for him, everyone would have survived. A gun barrel appeared. Pointing the gun at the protagonist, the second suggested that they just end it already, because the mere fact of being next to a bastard like the protagonist was driving him nuts. The mercenary closed his eyes. Lowering his bloody hands, the guy said that he had one request, and his opponent asked him again. Standing in blood-stained clothes, Yidzin asked to kill him, but leave his loved ones alone. The second grinned and said that this was a very surprising request. Lowering his chin, the guy said that the girl the enemy saw was part of his family, whom he met 10 years later. Aiming, the mercenary bared his teeth angrily. Looking in his direction, the protagonist noticed that it was the same as his. The opponent's pupils noticeably decreased. The heroes stood opposite each other. It seemed as if something fell to the ground. The second questioningly bit the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Dusek pounced on the enemy. Yidzin's face was stained with blood. The man, pushing away the weapon, said that he felt that something was wrong, that's why he went. The second bared his teeth menacingly. Suddenly, he hit Dusik. The boss, squeezing his hand, did not understand how he smuggled a gun into South Korea. He was squeezing his wrist tightly. A moment later, the gun fell to the floor. The man was delivering powerful blows to the enemy. You could see how his fist was flying fast. The opponent intercepted his attack. The second one hit him back. The boss's teeth were covered in blood. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. The enemy narrowed his eyes fiercely. The protagonist watched the battle. The mercenary abruptly ran away. Dusik, adjusting his jaw, asked if he was okay and who he was and why he attacked him. The protagonist, turning away, answered that it was his colleague. The boss opened his mouth in bewilderment. There was a knife on the floor. The man, lowering his hands, muttered that some strange colleagues had gone because they were either shooting or cutting. There were many alcoholic drinks on the table. Dusik was holding a glass in his hand. He lowered his eyebrows, not thinking that everything was so serious. The man, imagining the bandit who pointed a gun at Idzen, wondered if it was his colleague and why he was trying to kill him. The backpack on the back of the protagonist appeared, and Dusik did not understand what they were fighting about. The protagonist, clenching his fists, heard the question of whether he was okay, to which he answered positively. The guy, lowering his head, wanted to say something. The young man turned around and thanked Dusik. The man, scratching the back of his head, replied that everything was fine. A moment later, the mercenary began to leave. The chief bit the corners of his lips in bewilderment. A glass with ice in it was visible. Dusik appeared, sighing heavily. He remembered how he noticed the protagonist and his family and asked himself if he was not just a schoolboy who doted on his family. The clock showed late. Daeun, with her hands folded, lay on the bed. She came out from behind the corner and saw her brother who had returned home. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Yidzin was closing the door behind him. His sister, looking at him, asked if he was okay. The protagonist raised his hand, and Daeun asked if something had happened. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, answered that it was nothing because he had fought with a friend. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked if it was that serious, to which the guy answered in the affirmative. His sister was very surprised, causing her pupils to dilate. From behind the door, a question was heard whether Yidzin had come. The girl, pushing her brother, said that if grandfather saw him in such a state, he would be very worried, so he should come in quickly. The protagonist entered the room, and Dan told grandfather that the protagonist was already in the room, and he was very tired, so he went to bed. The guy's clothes were stained with blood. He thoughtfully lowered his head. The second appeared, holding a gun in his hands menacingly. Suddenly, he frowned. The soldier, holding his hands in his pockets, walked down the street. The mercenary remembered Yidzin, who, with her mouth slightly open, said that she was part of his family just like him. A moment later, the soldier narrowed his eyes. The fourth, noticing him, asked where he had disappeared to. The second, walking towards him, exclaimed that it did not matter and asked if there was any news about Mad Dog, to which he was told that they said he was no longer in this country. The fourth, turning his head, said that he seemed to have vanished, but there was no need to worry, because not only they, but others were looking for him as well. The soldier raised his eyebrows and clarified that he could forget about Mad Dog and deal with the first, because he also needed to be found. A loud foot stomped. Biting the corners of his lips, the second said that after they finished with Mad Dog. At night, a lighthouse was visible and a positive answer was heard. The tall building of SW Group appeared. Sukjo opened his locker and asked if he was going today. Ijin rubbed his fists questioningly, and his friend added that John said that he would be waiting for them after training. The protagonist introduced a young man with long hair who opened his mouth wide. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, asked the protagonist if something had happened, because he seemed out of sorts, both at school and during training. The mercenary, standing near the locker, replied that he was just lost in his own thoughts. Sukjo, getting dressed, said that he thought that the others had caught his mood, because everyone around him had started to fuss, but they had already decided that they would go to the security department, so it was none of their business. Ijin, crossing his fingers, asked him again. His friend looked at him in bewilderment. The guy, with his jaw open, asked not to say that he was not going to join them. Straightening his tie, he continued that everyone thought that the protagonist had already decided, and did he know what a disaster it would be if the boss found out? A street with streetlights was visible. The young man, holding a phone in his hand, said that the navigator showed that they were on the right track. Suddenly, Yunchin appeared, looking at the building in front of him. Sukjo, noticing him, was surprised. The windows of the building were visible, and it was heard that he did not know that he would also come, and they answered that he had just come from school, and the guys invited him. Yunchin, raising his head, exclaimed that it seemed to be here, but he was not particularly sure, and the protagonist's friend suggested that they come in. The guy, his eyes wide, was shocked. The protagonist abruptly turned to the side. Yuna, waving her hand, greeted them. Jahan, sitting at the computer desk, asked how they were doing. Hukjin smiled and told them to make themselves at home. The young man with long hair, giving a thumbs up, explained that the food here is great, but it can't compare to the computer because the characteristics are powerful, and let them see for themselves, and most importantly, there is no need to go far and take a place in the computer club, and also the food supplies are replenished daily. Yijin calmly hit the punching bag. Yunchin, approaching the monitor, was very surprised by the latest model of the keyboard. A moment later, Jahan, chewing food, called him. He pointed to the gaming table and explained that his place was there because it was specially assembled for him. The young man, looking around the room, clarified whether it was for him and whether it was his, to which he received the answer that it was, and he also told them to install equipment for live broadcasting, and a second monitor would not hurt. Yunchin opened his mouth wide in bewilderment. Looking at him, Jahan exclaimed that he said he wanted to do a live broadcast, and he didn't mind recording videos either, so he took care of everything. Yuna, with her fingers on the keyboard, asked again if Yunchin wanted to record videos, and Hyukjin said that he thought about why there were two monitors, and understood why he bought all this, to which he heard the answer that it was very inexpensive, and they say that this is the basis of the basics. The guy, raising his eyebrows, muttered that he only mentioned it a couple of times. He thanked his friend, his eyes wide, but he wasn't sure he could accept the gift. Jahan smiled and exclaimed that everything was fine and he could come and play from time to time, since that was what he wanted, so let him sit down and try, and it wouldn't hurt to play once. Yunchin dilated his pupils in embarrassment. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she would also sign up for him. Taking hold of the handle of his backpack, Sukjo said that Jahan shouldn't forget to bring energy drinks next time, and received the answer that if he didn't forget, he would take them. Yuna, her mouth wide open, asked to take his soda, and the main character wanted triangular kimbapons, and the guy with long hair angrily asked if they had all gone crazy at once. Yunchin watched the guy's loud discussion. He sadly raised his eyebrows. His friends, hearing that it was time for him to go, sharply widened their eyes. Houses were visible near the trees during the day. Yijin was sitting at a desk reading a book. Yuna, turning his gaze to the side, said that it was almost lunch, but Yunchin was still not there. Jahan, sighing heavily, asked if something had happened, to which Hyukjin replied that he himself did not understand, and lately he was kind of gloomy. A moment later, the guy began to chat. A small cozy room appeared. The phone was lying on the table and a notification came to it. The young man sat opposite his mother and gave her tea with honey, and he was thanked. The woman, holding a mug, said that because of her, he did not go to school, and there was no need to worry so much because she was just a little tired. Yunchin, raising his eyebrows, exclaimed that's why he stayed with her, and suddenly she has a fever because for the first time she did not open her store, and this is already a sufficient reason to worry. His mother, smiling slightly, said that maybe he was right, adding that she had already gotten old and her body was not what it used to be. The guy lowered his head and asked her not to say that, because she had invested so much in him and given him all her youth. The woman's eyes widened sharply. She, smirking, explained that her son could skip school, but definitely not the academy. The young man, shaking his head, heard the question of how his studies were going and whether he was keeping up with everything. He, raising the corners of his lips, answered that he was trying, but lately it was becoming more and more difficult to study. His mother got up from the table and asked him to do his best, because if he entered the university, she would be very happy, and also not to worry about tuition fees. Yunchin, putting his palms on his knees, gave a positive answer. The teacher appeared, pointing with his hand at the board. The boy wrote in a notebook and muttered that when he entered the university, the problems would only increase, and by that time the tuition fees would be quite expensive. The young man, sitting at his desk, wondered what he should do after graduation, and realized that he needed to find a job and quickly. He lowered his head and silently said that he envied them. Yunqing remembered looking at the guys in the computer club and thinking that for his friends this was nothing, and why worry if they had everything. A night street was visible, along which several people were walking. The boy, raising his eyebrows, heard a notification. Taking the phone in his hand, he read his friend's messages and muttered that he had completely forgotten about them and should answer them. The young man, walking along the road, chatted with them. Suddenly, a stranger nudged him. He sharply turned his gaze to Yuncheng. The senior student frowned, calling him a bastard and asking if he was wide, and the young man thought that he had stopped. The bully, narrowing his pupils, angrily asked why he was looking at him. The harmless guy, through the sweat on his face, apologized. The senior student, smiling broadly, told his friend to look at how he had scared the boy. The stranger, lowering his hands, asked if he thought he would get off with just an apology. Passers-by were watching the situation closely. Jaon's fingers appeared, and it was heard that he was leaving from here. The guys, keeping their hands in their pockets, asked Yuncheng what was going on here. The young man, opening his mouth wide, asked them what they were doing here. A moment later, Jaon frowned menacingly. He hit the offender with his shoulder. The senior student, clenching his jaw, was very scared. The boy with long hair, baring his teeth, asked him if he couldn't see anything and if he had forgotten how to walk upright. The stranger narrowed his pupils in fear. He apologized as he abruptly left. Jaehoon's eyes turned white and he said that's why he couldn't be left alone. Hyukjun, lowering his eyebrows, asked why he hadn't answered since they were worried, to which he replied that he had a lot of things to do today and just wanted to answer. The student, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he heard that his mother was sick, and Yongchun asked how he found out. Hyukjun opened his mouth and explained that his mother had recently passed by the store, to which the boy said in bewilderment that it was closed today. He, hearing that the store was open, widened his eyes in surprise. Jaehoon, lowering his head, exclaimed that he suddenly left yesterday, and clarified whether it was because of him, since he shouldn't have decided everything for him. It seemed like the guy with long hair smiled and said that everything was fine, and when he found free time, then he could come. If he hadn't changed his mind yet and let him try once, maybe it would work out. Yongchun, remembering these words, widened his eyes. The senior, scratching the back of his head, apologized and added that he didn't want to interfere in his life, and also asked him to just think about it. He, narrowing his eyes, apologized again. Suddenly, Yongchun, holding onto his backpack, shouted that this was not true at all, since on the contrary, he was very grateful to them for this. Jaehoon opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. The young man, lowering his head, explained that he never expected such care, but he couldn't accept it. Yidzin, looking at him, listened attentively to him, that he envied them and didn't know why, but ran away, and he was also ashamed of himself and such thoughts. The high school student bit the corners of his lips in surprise. Yunchun, raising his eyebrows, continued that he really wanted to find a job and ease his mother's burden, but he didn't know if he could make money from streaming, and it was unlikely that an introvert like him would be interesting to the public because he was only good at games. The young man, taking hold of the handles of his backpack, added that his grades had also dropped a lot lately, and there were so many problems that his head was splitting. Smiling sharply, he said that he was still very grateful to them, because they cared about him a lot, which made him ashamed. Jaehoon, grinning, was very surprised by his story. Hyukjun, with his hands in his pockets, said that he should have seen Jaehoon yesterday, because he couldn't find a place for himself there, to which the guy asked him to shut up, but he added that he was sharing the truth. The main character, raising the corners of his lips, walked behind his friends. A small alley was visible, which was illuminated by lanterns. A large TV appeared and it was heard that his friends had recently come and asked about him, to which the question was asked why she opened the store, and the answer was received that she wanted to do something, so she opened it for a while. The woman, folding her palms, said that he had nice and beautiful friends, especially the girl, and thought that some celebrities, and Yunchun muttered that it meant Aidzin, Sukjo, and Yuna. His mother, turning her gaze to the side, added that they told her that he was very good at games, and even gamers recognized his talent. A memory came to mind of Yuna with her mouth wide open, exclaiming that she could not imagine that they wanted to invite him to their place, and that they also said that he would achieve great things in this field. The young man, with sweat on his face, listened to her remember how he played for hours at home. The woman asked that since he was so good at it, then why shouldn't he try? She, pressing her lips together, continued that he was restless and worried about her. The guy, lowering his head, replied that it was because it was difficult for her to raise him alone. His mother stroked his head and said that he was a sweet boy. Smiling, she asked him to remember that if he wanted something, then he should do it now, because the older he gets, the harder it will be to decide. Yuncheng, squinting his eyes, said that he couldn't do everything he wanted, because even she couldn't do it. The woman, with bulging pupils, clarified how his mother couldn't. The young man crossed his fingers and asked her why she was so eager to open a snack bar, even though she didn't really rest and her work took up all her time. His mother raised her eyebrows and replied that it wasn't so and that all she wanted was to raise her son properly. She put her hand on the sofa and added that she also wanted to see her son choose what he liked, so let him try. A small building was visible at night. Jaehoon spread his fingers and heard that they would see each other again, to which he exclaimed that they should come again, because there would always be a place for them, and Yuna also said goodbye to them. Daeon, clasping her hands, said goodbye to the guys in return. A moment later, the door closed with a creak. Yunchun, with sweat on his face, was surprised because he thought that Yidzin had already decided to go to the SW Group security department. The guys, looking ahead, said that they thought so too. The girl, holding her sides, exclaimed that she had not known about this at all, and Sukjo said that the leader would be disappointed by this news. He smiled and explained that they spent a lot of time together, so he thought that everything would continue like this, but he was very surprised. Daeon, walking with her brother down the street, asked him about the job at SW Group, whether he had decided, to which she received a negative answer. The girl, raising her fingers, said that he urgently needed to decide on a job. Yidzin, smiling, looked at her. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He was recalling the past, and a military camp appeared. It was raining and a pool of blood was visible. Under the tent, they could hear that they had lost 2 today. The soldiers, sitting on the ground, did not understand the point of such training, where they could die at any moment. The soldier, narrowing his pupils, asked if he thought they would get out of here alive. The soldiers lowered their heads and were silent. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said not to bother their heads with thoughts of death and not to think about tomorrow. The fighters looked at him sharply. The protagonist's hands were bandaged, and he thought that in reality there was only today. The soldiers, elbows tucked in, watched him in bewilderment. The mercenary looked down, and suddenly he heard his name being called. Daeun, eyes wide, asked if he was going anywhere else today. Aidzin, smirking, answered negatively. His sister looked at him in bewilderment. A house was visible, near which guards stood with guns. The assistant, lowering his hands, said that their informants found out that President Andrea was going to visit Korea. The villain, frowning, said that this was interesting and meant that they would visit SW Group upon arrival. The bodyguard opened his mouth and explained that other companies that heard this news began to fuss with all their might, because if SW Group signed a contract with him, it would greatly strengthen their position in the market. The villain narrowed his eyes and said that it would not only strengthen but also increase their competitiveness. Sitting at the table, the man added that if this happened, they would lose all their clients. He put his palms on the chair and thought that President Andrea would contribute to all this, so they had to act. Suddenly, the villain clenched his fist. Lowering his head, he asked to contact Foras. The assistant looked at him intently. The man, frowning menacingly, added that he should convey that he wanted to know what the guys he had raised were capable of. At night, the SW Group building was visible high up. The auditorium appeared, in which many participants were sitting. Andrea's face appeared on the screen. The lecturer said that the head of the company Bori was also their partner, and he notified SW Group of his intention to inspect their defense plant, and Aidzin and Sukjo looked ahead attentively. The second team leader, lowering his eyebrows, continued that this big event would allow them to have a big impact on the development of their enterprises and obtain permission to export weapons, and some would accompany them, while others would stay in the offices and wait for further instructions. A small remote control appeared in his hand. An image of Andrea's family appeared, and the main task was to protect them. The guy, opening his mouth, said that recently they had become interested in Korean culture, so they wanted to fly separately and keep their arrival a secret, and protecting his family was their primary task, and asked if everyone understood. The bodyguards, raising their heads, shouted an affirmative answer. A few days later, a huge hall appeared in which Andrea and the director of SW Group stood. They shook hands. A large door was visible. Jeon, lowering her hands, exclaimed that according to protocol, they should not be here. The president's son, looking at her, said that this was true and they were not here for his father's work, but for personal reasons, and asked them to take care of them. The girl suddenly turned her gaze to the side. Jeon raised her eyebrows and started to speak, but she was interrupted. The guy, narrowing his eyes, said that he understood her position, but his sister really wanted to get to know the culture of their country better. The girl's eyes widened sharply. She stood in front of many bodyguards. The guards bit the corners of their lips, and it was audible that they already knew what places they wanted to visit, and the guides would help them with this, and they could not worry at all since they had several guards. Jeon, lowering her gaze, muttered that everything was very complicated, and although they had already talked about it, the security protocol did not provide for this. Suddenly, the guy's sister grabbed his t-shirt. He turned to her in surprise. The president's daughter whispered something in his ear. The young man's mouth fell open from what he heard. Looking forward, he asked if Yidzin was there, adding that he had heard about him. The guy raised his palm and asked why he shouldn't be allowed to go with them as their personal bodyguard. Jeon turned away and thought. The bodyguards looked sharply at the protagonist. Andrea's daughter lowered her head. The girl, looking at her, understood what was going on and also understood why he asked for it. She closed her eyes contentedly and thought that this was clearly better than not sending anyone, and this way they could receive reports directly from Yidzin, and exclaimed that they agreed. The protagonist pursed his lips and said nothing. A road appeared, with many cars driving along it. The president's daughter watched the mercenary intently. Her brother noticed her thoughtful look. The girl, opening her mouth, said that her name was Sophia and asked the protagonist's name. The protagonist, raising his jaw, said his nickname. Sophia, widening her eyes, asked what place he could recommend her to visit, to which she received the answer that none. She looked at him sadly and said that he had spoken without thinking, and clarified that nothing came to his mind at all. Aidzin, looking down, said that he had only recently returned here from abroad, so he really wasn't familiar with many places. Suddenly, Sophia's pupils widened greatly. Her brother, smiling, exclaimed that they would then head to the places they had planned to visit. The guy, opening his mouth, said that he thought he was the same age as Sophia and asked how old she was. The protagonist, looking ahead, answered that he was 19. The young man, raising the corners of his lips, said that he was a year younger than Sophia, but at that age, becoming a bodyguard for SW Group was surprising, because being recognized among other bodyguards is worth a lot because they are spoken of very well. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered that he achieved all this thanks to the care of SW Group. Andrea's son looked forward and exclaimed that he felt very attached to his job, but a pretty face was not enough to keep the client safe. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes. Sophia watched Yudzen contentedly. The mountains were visible behind the group. A boy and a girl were walking next to each other. Sophia suddenly turned to the side. She noticed the protagonist. Andrea's daughter's face suddenly turned red. Cotton candy began to appear. The girl, holding it, was very pleased. She handed it to the protagonist. Sweat was running down the mercenary's cheek. Sophia, looking at him, widened her eyes. The president's son approached them. Yudzen took the cotton candy after a moment. Andrea's daughter ate it contentedly. The SW Group building at night appeared. Jiyeon, sitting at the table, said that she heard that they had a fun time today. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. The girl folded her hands and said that President Andrea was very grateful and also expressed a desire to meet him, adding that he should have fun more often. The protagonist lowered his head. He remembered how Sophia stretched out her fingers. Her happy face was visible. The guy, narrowing his eyes, explained that Miss Sophia said that she was satisfied, and only he had concerns about the trip because simple sightseeing is usually not enough to satisfy one's curiosity, but the bodyguards and guide were well prepared. Jiyeon, through sweat on her face, was perplexed. The commander of the second team frowned. The director, sighing heavily, asked if he thought that everything was that simple. She continued that she had a subsidiary travel company and had arranged everything in advance, and also clarified whether he was familiar with Sophia's story. The girl, looking down, explained that because of an incident in her early childhood, she began to distance herself from everyone except her family, and when she goes outside, she begins to tremble with anxiety, so she stays at home, and even when she goes with her family, she begins to have nightmares that prevent her from living. Jiyeon, smiling slightly, added that this is why the president is so happy, because for the first time she felt such comfort, and it seems that he is the explanation for all this. Yudzen, raising the corners of his lips, replied that it was all thanks to the guide and bodyguards, and apologizes for not preparing for his mission properly. The director lowered her head in disappointment. The commander of the second team closed his eyes. The girl, folding her hands, asked him to take care of her tomorrow anyway, to which the protagonist obeyed the request. A moment later, he was walking down the corridor. The protagonist noticed something ahead. Andrea's son appeared, with bodyguards standing behind him. He, with his palms down, said that he had come here alone because he had a favor to ask of him. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, asked to spend the next 2 days with them and wanted him to be a little more relaxed. The mercenary, with the corners of his lips raised, apologized and refused the request, adding that being relaxed at work leads to mistakes. The president's son, looking down, said that he seemed to have expressed himself incorrectly because he wanted him to get closer to their Sophia, and she usually didn't behave like that and thought that she liked him. Yudzen, looking to the side, remained silent. The guy lowered his head and said that in the past she had been kidnapped, and even when they mobilized all the forces from the family, it did not produce results because everything was very serious, and for several days they could not find any traces of her and had almost given up. A small room appeared, and he continued that on the 15th day they miraculously found her, but all this greatly affected her psyche, and she began to hate people, and she was uncomfortable being around others, except for her family, and did not like to go outside the house. The young man, raising his lips, explained that he took her with him whenever the opportunity presented itself, and thought that in this way he would heal her injuries. But for the first time he saw how she felt so at ease, and it seemed to him that he contributed greatly to this. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, apologized again and gave a negative answer, adding that he was only doing his job. Andrea's son looked at him. He, smiling slightly, said that it would do. In the daytime, the hotel was visible. Sophia, getting out of bed, did not understand when she managed to fall asleep. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and heard a notification on her phone. The girl, holding it in her hands, her eyes bulged. She opened her mouth wide and saw the question of where she was, to which she wrote that she had just gotten up and was getting ready and would be there soon. Her brother, lifting his smartphone, muttered that since she had overslept, she was not at home. He, sitting at the table, apologized and said that they would be a little late because his sister had just woken up. A moment later, Sophia ran up to them. The guy asked how she had managed to oversleep, and his sister, bending over, replied that she had fallen fast asleep and had not even had nightmares. The young man, opening his jaw, asked her again and added that she always had nightmares when she was not at home. The girl, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that this time there were none. Her brother raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. He remembered how the guards had abruptly entered the room with him. Sophia, sitting on the bed, covered herself with the blanket. She was clutching it tightly. The brother, seeing this, opened his mouth in bewilderment. Sitting down next to her, he said that it was just a dream, but everything was fine and he was nearby. The young man, smiling, said that it was wonderful and flying to this country was a good decision. The sister, smirking, answered positively. She suddenly noticed Aidzin and her eyes widened. The girl, turning away, asked if he slept well, and the protagonist answered positively. Several cars appeared on the road. The president's son, sitting behind, asked the protagonist if he had a family. The mercenary, lowering his head, said that he lived with his grandfather and younger sister. Sophia, opening her jaw, asked again about her sister, to which she received the answer that she was 17. Her brother, holding his palms on his legs, said that they had a lot in common and asked how they both got along, and apologetically added that they did not get along very well, although you could not tell by them. Aidzin raised the corners of his lips and said that they got along well and that his sister took great care of him. The young man smiled and exclaimed that it might be because he was a good brother and added that Sophia took care of him too. The sister looked out the window and explained that he was her brother and that was why she was worried. He could be seen stretching his fingers out in front of him. The girl suddenly grabbed the protagonist. A moment later, they approached the counter. There were 2 plates of food on the table. The night sky appeared. Several cars were driving forward. Suddenly, one of them began to brake. The minibus stopped in front of the cars. The driver held the steering wheel tightly. He tried to steer so as not to crash into an obstacle. The guy abruptly hugged his sister. The protagonist frowned and looked straight ahead. The men in the car clenched their jaws. The girl began to take out her gun. Bloodstains appeared on the windows of the car. Suddenly, she shot all the bodyguards. With her head down, her gaze was menacing. With her hands in her pockets, Anatoly informed that all preparations were complete. Frowning, his boss asked who they had sent. The fighter bowed his head and said that one of the most famous in Foras and added that the hired man had taken several assistants. Sitting at the table, the man asked if the squad had sent only one mercenary, to which the subordinate replied that they had, but since this was their first mission, the best killer had been sent. Smiling, the man with black hair was glad about this because they were trained to fight against the camp. There were several cars parked on the street. A woman's leg stuck out of one of the cars. The lady got out, holding her nightgowns in her hands. Aidzin looked at her from the front seat. He noticed blood on her coat. The guy's gaze fell on the gun in the hands of the stranger. She glanced sideways. The guy watched her carefully. A crowd of thugs stood behind the woman. Turning his head, he ordered those sitting behind to be ready. The blonde opened his mouth and expressed surprise at the protagonist's order. Smiling, he declared that the guards would sort everything out. The men in suits clenched their fists. Looking at them, the protagonist said that only 2 of them were allowed to carry service weapons. Covered in sweat, Sophie's brother asked what that meant. The bandits took out their guns. The guards blushed and looked at them. Aidzin ran out of the car. A second later, shooting began. Sophia ducked and covered her ears. The protagonist opened the passenger door. He looked at the guys. The leader of the squad turned her head. She saw how the young men ran away. The woman grabbed the gun with both hands. She watched how the guards covered their masters. A few seconds later, they disappeared around the corner. Frowning, the lady was irritated by what had happened. Putting the gun in her side pocket, she ordered her fighters to follow her. Several legs ran along the asphalt. 2 bodyguards and relatives ran along the night street. Aidzin stood still. Looking at the surprised guys, he said that he would stay here. Opening his mouth, Andrea's son said that it was too dangerous here. He explained that he was only doing his job. The guy's eyes widened. Remembering the last meeting, he repeated in his mind the words he had just heard. Turning around, Gilbert ordered the young men to follow him. Looking at his sister, the young man explained that they needed to follow the instructions of those who were protecting them. Making a worried face, Sophia asked the protagonist to be careful. He looked at the girl. He turned away from the people leaving. Aidzin turned his gaze to the corner of the house. 3 people were walking away. Listening to orders from the earpiece, the mercenary held his weapon at the ready. A moment later, he felt a blow to the neck. His leg came off the ground. The man fell face down on the ground. The protagonist looked around. At the end of the street, he saw 2 more bandits. The guy picked up the weapon of the defeated enemy. A second later, shots were flying at him. The killers were shooting at their opponent. He jumped back around the corner of the building. The protagonist raised the gun in front of him. The woman and her subordinate were surprised by this development. The young man, sitting behind cover, the young man began to shoot. Having run behind the wall, Gid realized that everything was not going according to plan. She looked at her wounded comrade. Blushing, she ordered him to deal with the boy while she herself went after the target. The man was holding his wounded side. Aidzin noticed how the killer was running away. His eyes widened. The guy ran down the street. The bandit continued to shoot at the fugitive. He dodged every shot. Moving through the night city, the boy thought that he had already broken away from the attacker by 200 meters. The protagonist saw a fork in front of him. Something made him stop. In front of him was the head of the group of killers. The woman realized her gun. The protagonist did the same. The opponents started shooting at each other. Aidzin fired shot after shot. He aimed at the mercenary. She was sitting behind the car. The woman did not take the gun off him. The boy lowered his weapon. He saw that his bullets were out. The stranger smiled. Getting to her feet, she noticed that her opponent was young but an excellent shot. Taking a step towards the young man, she was surprised that he became a bodyguard at such a young age. Looking at the hero, Gid said that his shooting was useless because he lacked accuracy. The guy looked at the killer. Suddenly, he looked away. The mercenary also turned her head in the direction where her enemy was looking. Turning around, she saw no one. The girl peered into the empty street. Looking sideways, she realized that she had been deceived. A moment later, the guy grabbed the woman. Together, they fell to the ground. Feeling her opponent block her hand with the gun, she groaned in pain. The gun fell out of her hand. The opponents were preparing to attack each other. The guide swung her fist. Yidzin parried her blow. At that moment, she had to defend herself from his attack. Gritting her teeth, the assassin thought that the boy was good at close combat. She stopped the enemy's blow. After that, the mercenary hit him in the stomach with her knee. She smiled widely. At that moment, the young man grabbed her leg. A second later, she broke free from the grip. The lady bared her teeth. She tried to strike the enemy in the face. The young man ducked. The woman stepped back. The opponents looked at the lying pistol. Yidzin looked at it. The mercenary ran to the lying weapon. The protagonist did the same. The assassin's hand grabbed the gun. Raising it, the woman began to shoot. The protagonist ran around the corner of the building. She looked at the empty street. The guide made an angry face and thought that it took the young man just a second of inattention to escape. Someone else's pain in her knee, the assassin assumed that such fighters were trained in SW. She brought the phone to her ear and confirmed something. Her subordinate stood behind the guide. Putting the mobile device in her pocket, she ordered them to follow her. Yidzin ran along the road. Hearing his name, he turned his head. The boy saw a dark silhouette behind the gate. It was Sophia's brother. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. They entered an industrial building. Moving along the hall, the protagonist asked the guys why they stopped there. They answered that they were waiting for reinforcements. Frowning, Gilbert explained that Sophia was very tired and could not go further, so they decided to stay in the abandoned building. The girl was breathing heavily. Yidzin turned his head. Looking at the bodyguard, the boy asked him how he managed to escape from his pursuers. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that they were lucky. Exhaling, Gilbert said that the enemy was well prepared, so it was unlikely that luck helped them escape. Looking at the man, the boy asked him who the attackers were. Gritting his teeth, he answered that it was a group of a girl who pretended to be a guide. Looking away, Andrea's son realized that there was a bandit next to them who did not arouse their suspicions. Sophia's mouth fell open at the protagonist's words that her goal was to kidnap the boys. Seriously looking at the girl, he added that if they wanted to kill them, they would have done it a long time ago. The brother and sister were frightened by these words. Standing in front of the young people, Yidzin explained that with her level of access there would be no problem with this, but the guide decided not to reveal herself until the last moment. Looking at the young man, Gilbert was surprised that with so little information, he was able to quickly analyze. Turning to the man, the protagonist asked how long it would be necessary to wait for reinforcements. Opening his mouth, he said that they would arrive in 20 minutes. The boy turned his head to the bodyguard. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Hearing the woman's words that she guessed their location, all four people turned their heads in her direction. The guide walked towards the fugitives. The brother covered his sister with his shoulder. Yidzin looked away. Smiling, the lady was glad that she caught the guys by surprise. A moment later, the young man ran to the guard. Andrea's son covered the girl with his hand. The attackers held pistols in front of them. Gilbert's eyes widened. The protagonist held his hand. With his other hand, the guy put a sharp object to the man's neck. He bared his teeth. The guy with yellow hair opened his mouth in surprise. His sister made a surprised face. Trying to break free, the bodyguard asked the young man what he was doing. The sharp object slightly pierced his neck. Raising his hands, the man grunted in pain. Opening his mouth, Sophia's brother asked what all this meant. Looking from under his brows, Yidzin replied that there were many buildings and streets around this place. Looking at the bandits, he continued by saying that they should not have found out the guy's location so quickly. Standing behind Gilbert, the boy said that only he could have brought the villains here, which was indicated by the fact that the experienced fighter did not check everything from the outside. Opening his mouth, the protagonist finished his speech by saying that he understood that the main character could be followed, but did nothing. The guard began to sweat. The family looked at the traitor in surprise. Standing with his head raised, Gilbert said that the young man was crazy to accuse him of betrayal for such an insignificant reason. Standing in front of his sister, the brother did not assume that this was a mistake because the bodyguard had served them for 3 years. The boy looked at the man. He tried to grab something from his pocket. He glanced sideways at Yidzin. He was holding his gun. Putting the gun to the attacker's back, the boy said that he did not have a permit to carry a weapon. Gilbert, wide-eyed, thought that he had expected this outcome. They stood together in front of the bandits. Frowning, Gid said that the guard was another scum who only thought about money. He silently listened to the reproaches directed at him. Looking at the traitor, Sophia asked if it was true. Remembering the man, the girl thought about how he protected them for 3 years. She made a disappointed face. The girl looked at how her bodyguard was held by Aizen. The young lady opened her mouth in surprise. The protagonist raised his fist. He showed his girlfriend 2 fingers. After that, he put his thumb out. She opened her eyes wide. Pointing at Sophia, the young man told her to listen and remember. Raising 2 fingers, the protagonist explained that this meant the transition to attack. Showing a thumb, he said that after that the girl should run with all her might. She looked at her old friend's gesture in surprise. The young man also looked at her. Smiling, Gid asked who Yidzen really was. A second later, she frowned. The boy pointed his gun at the villains. He looked at them calmly. Running away, the killer screamed that this protagonist was crazy. Shooting began at her partners. The brother held his sister by the shoulders. She grabbed his hand with hers. A moment later, the girl led the young man to the exit. The protagonist continued to fire at the enemies. Sitting behind cover, the woman thought that you have to be crazy to pull out a gun while 3 people are aiming at it, and then she guessed that he knew about the plans to kidnap the boys. Aizen continued to hold Gilbert. His gaze glanced to the side. The bandit pointed the gun at the boy. He shot the villain. The shot tore off part of the villain's finger. The traitor's suit was covered in blood. A second later, he fell to the floor. The young man ran to the exit. Smiling, Gid realized who this guy was. Opening her mouth, she thought that he was the same hunter as the woman herself. The brother and sister were going down the steps. They looked around. The guy said that there was nowhere else to go. Aizen approached them from behind. Pointing his finger, the main character ordered the guys to hide there. Looking at the small room, Sophia's brother agreed. Taking his sister by the hand, he called out to her. She, standing with her mouth open, understood who had saved her from death long ago. Raising her fist, the girl called out to her savior. He glanced at her. Turning his head, the protagonist said that now was not the time for this. The blonde looked at the young man. Treetops were visible. Sitting on the ground, she asked if he was scared. Glancing to the side, the mercenary asked again. Leaning on a tree, the girl repeated the question. Looking forward, the fighter answered that now was not the time for this. Daughter Andrea clenched her fist even harder. Tears appeared in her eyes. Her brother assumed that the man who saved her from death was standing in front of them. The bandit was walking through a dark room. The man in glasses held a gun in front of him. He looked around the corner. The villain felt a touch. A moment later, Aizen shot him in the leg. After that, the protagonist hit the villain on the head. His body fell to the floor. A gun was held to the guy's head. He glanced sideways. With a satisfied face, Gid prepared to shoot her opponent. The young man hit the attacker on the arm. The gun fell from her hands. Baring her teeth, she took out a second one. With a blow of his hand, the protagonist disarmed the killer. From the balcony, the young man was hit. Blood dripped onto the floor. The guy's shoulder was wounded. The woman was holding a knife. Yidzen got into a fighting stance. The girl, smirking, said that she was sure that he was also a hunter, just like her. The protagonist held his hands in front of him. Preparing to attack, the mercenary exclaimed that now was the time to find out who was stronger. She rushed to attack. Finding herself right in front of the guy's face, the killer said that he was caught. The hero dodged the knife blow. Suddenly, he struck back. A wound appeared on the girl's arm. She jumped back. A small spot of blood was on her arm. The same thing was on her leg. Frowning, the mercenary could not understand how this had happened. The young man had a nail in his hand. Suddenly, she remembered how he had held her ally in a grip. Grinning, the assassin exclaimed. She rushed to attack. The girl made blow after blow at the guy. The protagonist dodged each of her attacks. Suddenly, he made an attack with the hand holding the nail. Blood spurted from the wound on the opponent's cheek. She struck again. The hero grabbed her hand. After that, the young man kicked her in the side. The mercenary bent over and breathed heavily. Suddenly, the enemy rushed forward again and began to attack. The guy was looking straight at her. Another wound appeared on her hand, but she did not believe that this was possible, because how could this boy be better than her in close combat? Memories of her battles in the camp appeared in her head. How the girl attacked mercilessly. She remembered how she killed all her opponents. She knew that even in that hell she stood out among others when it came to combat, but now she was being beaten one-sidedly. The killer grabbed the knife tighter. Swinging to attack, she screamed for him to die quickly. The guy blocked her blow with his hand. Immediately after, he attacked right in her face. Blood gushed from the enemy's nose. Covering her face with her hands, the mercenary breathed heavily. The protagonist, head bowed, looked at her. Suddenly, the girl heard something. Police cars were approaching the scene of their battle. Gritting her teeth, she muttered that she was not finished with the boy yet. The killer rushed to run away. Looking after her, the young man did not even think of catching up with her. Sophia and her brother watched what was happening from the side. The hotel was visible. Andrea's son, sitting in front of the hero, thanked him because unfortunately, due to the shock he experienced yesterday, he was unable to thank him earlier. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, explained that he only did what he had to. The same one noted that the guy was repeating these words like a mantra. The boy, smiling, said that when he first heard this from him, he thought that he was simply a person with a strong sense of responsibility, adding that only now he understood the weight of these words. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor without saying a word. Sitting opposite, Sophia's brother also remembered the bodyguard who betrayed them, explaining that they had previously found out that he was very into gambling and needed money and they knew about it. And when they came to his house and offered him a fairly large sum, that's when he fell into the trap. Exhaling, the guy also noted that for his sister it was a huge shock because she usually doesn't like to leave the house. But even so, the person who was with her for 3 years eventually betrayed her. Closing his eyes a little, he also added that he was also in shock, but he can't even imagine what Sophia experienced. Looking at the protagonist, the guy explained that because of what happened, they decided to return today and he was very sorry that he had to say goodbye to the hero so soon. Aidzin, opening his mouth, again did not say a word. The guy's hand trembled when he recalled that he had previously told about the kidnapping, which he would like to tell in more detail. The hero's eyes were still unwavering. Frowning, Andrea's successor explained that when they found her, she told them that she was saved by a guy her age, but they couldn't believe their ears then, because it was simply incomprehensible that one person, and one of the same age, could save her in such a situation. Opening his mouth slightly, he added that they had been looking for this person for a long time, but in the end they hadn't found him. Looking at the hero, the guy asked him to answer the question of whether it was really him. The protagonist looked at him without saying anything. Sophia's brother's eyes widened a little. Aidzin, frowning, explained that the interlocutor was asking the wrong person. Looking at the hero, the guy couldn't understand. They were still sitting there looking at each other. Andrea's son looked away. He smiled, saying that he understood everything. Many guards stood in formation. Shaking Jion's hand, the guy said that he appreciated the goodwill of their company and would never forget them. His sister was standing behind him. The protagonist was also at this meeting. The young man opened the car door for his sister. Suddenly, the girl ran somewhere, but the guy did not understand what she was doing. She was running somewhere. Suddenly, the sister of that young man rushed at the hero, hugging him. Jion and the guards looked at what was happening in surprise. The hero's eyes opened wider. Burying her face in him, Sophia thanked him, adding that she was glad that he was doing well. Aidzin's eyes were wide open. Looking at her, he said that he was also glad about it. The girl looked into his eyes. There was a smile on her face and she asked the guy to take care of himself. Sophia went to the car. The hero watched her go. The cars started moving. Smiling, the girl's brother noted that she was apparently very happy that she flew to Korea with him. Looking out the window, the sister smiled and answered affirmatively. The cars drove out through the barrier. The coach, standing in front of the group, said that everyone was free for today and that they were all great because they had worked hard. The team surrounded the hero, asking if he wanted to share his bonus with them. The guy noted that even though they were a team, it would be too much, and one of them agreed with his words. Smiling, they said that all they wanted was to see him here with them after graduation. The rest agreed with these words. The young man looked at them without saying a word. Jion, looking from the side, noted that the protagonist was really hard to understand. Crossing her arms over her chest, she added that the leader even said that after this incident he would take care of him even more. And the guard noted that this is precisely why it is clear that he is not just a schoolboy, both in terms of his skills and in terms of how he thinks. The bodyguard smiled and added that it was clear that he was a positive influence on the entire team. Looking at the boy, the head of security explained that ever since he joined them, their teamwork had improved greatly and everyone was doing well, even with the increased intensity of training. The girl continued to look at the boy while the guard talked about how he was a positive influence in many ways. Suddenly, she looked away when she heard someone calling Aidzin to go home. It was Yuna and the boy's sister. The girl's eyes widened. She was looking at Daeon. Looking at her, she asked if the girl was his sister, to which her companion answered in the affirmative. Bowing, the sister greeted everyone, and Yuna explained that she brought her here because she had never been here before. The group, looking at the student, could not believe that she was actually the protagonist's sister. Her eyes widened. The protagonist, looking at her, smiled slightly. Grinning, Jion understood that he only smiled when he was surrounded by his family. A store counter was visible. People were walking along it and choosing something. Daeon, looking at her brother, asked if he wanted anything, but the hero answered negatively, leaving the choice to his sister. Her face became a little sad and she said that he always said that and always put her in an awkward position with these words. The young man, turning his head to her, asked if she was serious, adding that today he would cook dinner. Raising her hands, the sister exclaimed that he did not need to do this, but the guy said that it was not difficult for him, but the girl again answered that she would do everything herself. Lowering her head, she explained that since childhood, her grandfather had always taken care of her. The hero looked at her while she was talking about how she felt like a burden every time she looked at her grandfather, adding that she once wondered what she could do for her relative and that was why she started cooking herself. Smiling, she remembered that her first attempts were just terrible, but that was when she thought that she could still help, adding that she couldn't forget how her grandfather smiled when he ate the food she cooked. The boy continued to look at his sister, smiling a little. All the customers in the store were staring at his face. The lights were on in the protagonist's house. The phone was lying on the table. The boy was doing pull-ups on the exercise machine. He held the phone to his ear, listening to the words about whether the other one knew that the second and the others were busy searching for a rabid dog. With his head bowed, the boy continued to listen to the information about how they were constantly searching for the leader, but they could not find any traces because he seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Holding the phone, Liam said that he and the 32nd had also checked many places, but they couldn't find anything, so they would report the news later. The protagonist jumped to the floor. He lowered his head and breathed heavily. There was a small drop of sweat on the young man's face. The boy stood in a mercenary uniform and listened to the scream about how he dared to disobey his orders. Mad Dog, hitting his hand on the table, said that he had ordered him to kill everyone. Looking at the leader, the hero explained that there were no militants there, only civilians, and in that situation it was decided that it would be best to take the goods and leave. But the boss told him to shut up, since the order was to kill everyone and return the goods back. The young man looked at him, saying nothing. The man clenched his teeth and told his subordinate to remember that there would be no chance next time. The protagonist continued to look at him silently while the boss explained that if he disobeyed, the young man would die on the spot. The hero stood in front of the horizontal bar. He wiped the sweat from his chin. The boy began to take off the jacket from the body. It was already in his hands. Suddenly, the sister entered the room, saying that she had brought apples to her brother. The boy looked in her direction. The girl began to apologize, her eyes wide open. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The plate of apples fell to the floor. The protagonist's entire body was covered in wounds. Daeon brought her trembling hands to her face. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly. The girl, covering her face with her hand, said something. Trembling, she asked what happened to her brother's body. Yidzin folded the jacket, getting ready to tell something. Suddenly, the grandfather looked out from behind the door and asked the girl what had happened to her. His eyes widened. He also looked at the hero. The old man approached his sister. The girl, her eyes wide open, asked why there were so many scars on his body. The young man bowed his head and said nothing. A scene of hand-to-hand combat appeared in his memory. He remembered himself covered in blood on the battlefield. How they fought shoulder to shoulder with their partners. The hero bowed his head when suddenly the girl asked if it was because of the plane crash. Raising his head, the boy answered affirmatively. The grandfather extended his hand to him. Bowing his head before the young man, the old man spoke of the pain he had experienced. The protagonist looked down at his relative. Raising his head, the grandfather asked how he was feeling now and if he was in pain. Smiling, the boy answered negatively. The grandfather held his hands. The sky was slightly cloudy. The city was bustling with life and everyone was going somewhere. The protagonist and his sister were walking along the sidewalk. The young man looked ahead. Someone was watching him through some kind of device. This person was trembling, hiding somewhere. Grinning, the mad dog realized that he had finally found the first one. The students had already gathered in the classroom when the bell rang. Jahan, approaching the hero, asked if he had any training today, offering him to play after school. Looking at his classmate, the guy explained that he promised to visit his grandfather today. Clutching his head, the student said that he hoped that after all this fuss they could all relax together. Gritting his teeth, he added that he was silent the entire stream and that it was just awful. Youngchun, looking at him, explained that it was all because he was only good at games, but he couldn't really communicate and didn't joke very well, adding that that was why he decided to focus on what he was good at. Yuna, raising her hand to her face, noted that it was indeed a good idea, but they shouldn't focus on one thing from the start since Yahun was always chattering away, so he could chat with him during the stream. The guy grinned and answered affirmatively, adding that the girl could show up from time to time and ruin their entire game, but since she was the daughter of the head of the SW company, she could do anything. Hyukjin said that the joke was good, but Yuna objected. The tension between them was heating up. The protagonist, smiling slightly, looked at them. The two students turned around somewhere. The young man left the school and went outside. His sister came up to him, calling out to him. Holding her hands behind her back, she asked if he had been waiting for a long time, to which he answered negatively. They walked away and Dan said that they should go to their grandfather then. Someone was watching them from the side. It was a mad dog. It was looking straight at the first one's sister. Suddenly, the young man turned his head, sensing something. There was no one there anymore. The guy was looking at the bus stop on the opposite side of the road. The sister turned her head and called out to the hero. Looking at him, she asked if something was wrong. Smiling, the guy answered negatively. Towering skyscrapers were visible. 2 guards were walking not far from them. The man in the cap asked if Mr. Yu's grandchildren had come to visit him again. His partner answered affirmatively, adding that his granddaughter had even brought him lunch. Behind them was the mercenary boss, while one of the guards was saying that their partner's grandchildren were very caring and always thought about the family, unlike other children. The mad dog looked at the young man's families. The girl, sitting next to her brother, said that all her classmates were asking about him and asking for his number, and the grandfather noted that in this case, Yidzin was very popular among his peers. Looking at his granddaughter, he inquired about Dan and whether there were boys she liked. The girl's face turned red and she answered negatively. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something, opening his eyes wide. He turned around. There was no one near the playground. The hero stared in that direction. Someone was walking down the street. It was a mad dog, who continued to think about the first one. The man, throwing his feet on the table, asked the assistant if the boy was alive, to which the answer was that he was barely holding on, but still alive. The leader, closing his eyes, exhaled, noted that it was quite interesting, but if he could withstand the current intensity of training, then he would probably die in the future. The guy in the Panama hat standing in front of him explained that the instructors thought the same thing, but they said it was the first time. The man grinned and asked if he was serious. The tents were lit by the light of the fires, and the assistant also reported that the guy's rank was gradually increasing and the trainees were starting to swarm around him. The protagonist dodged bullets flying at him. He crawled along a rope with a knife in his mouth. He fought with people bigger than him. The young man was ready to fight, putting his hands out in front of him. The shots hit the center of each target. This was the first. The squad of killers stood in a wedge in front of the huge flames raging behind. Frowning, the mad dog realized that the hero had previously been an ideal soldier, but now he had lost his grip. He smiled. Baring his teeth, the man realized that now he could cause the guy the greatest pain. The light in the hero's house was still on. The girl, smiling broadly, asked her brother if he noticed that her grandfather was delighted with her food, and that was why she always cooked it. Smiling, the young man said that he noticed it, asking her if it was difficult for her. While stabbing an apple, she said that it was not particularly difficult for her, except for the fact that she always thinks about what to cook, because in fact it is not a burden for her, since her grandfather likes everything. The protagonist's face was still smiling. Putting an apple in her mouth, the sister noted that her relative was late, although he did not say that he would be late. Looking at the clock, the young man assumed that he could have met with friends, and Dan suggested calling him. The hero left the kitchen. He opened the drawer. The guy pressed the power button on the phone. The clock face showed exactly 9 o'clock. The protagonist was looking at the phone when it rang. Holding it to his ear, the young man heard that his partner had found traces of their boss. Squinting, the guy asked where the traces were found, to which the answer was that they were all over Asia. Holding the phone to his ear, Liam explained that he might be imagining things, but it looked like the mad dog had come for the first one. The hero, looking ahead, was silent. Sitting in a chair, the mercenary added that the probability of a mistake could also be high, but the interlocutor should be more careful because you never know when and where he might appear. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he understood everything and would try to be more careful. He closed the phone. The door was closed, but his sister's voice was heard from behind it. Turning to the young man, she explained that her grandfather was not answering and she would go to the bus stop and wait for him there. The guy standing in front of her asked again if he really wasn't answering, and the girl replied that he didn't even check his messages. Dan's eyes widened when she heard the words about her staying home. Smiling, the hero explained that he'd better check everything himself. He was walking down a dark street. The young man pressed the call button to call his grandfather. Putting the phone to his ear, the guy heard only long beeps, realizing that he really wasn't answering. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard a sigh from the receiver. Frowning, the young man realized that it wasn't his grandfather's voice, and asked who it was. His body trembled from the words of the interlocutor that he recognized the guy's voice. Someone was holding the old man's phone. Grinning, the mad dog said the name of the protagonist and asked if it was his real name. The young man lowered his head, his eyes wide. Holding his head like this, he called the call sign of the person speaking to him, and the person laughed, saying that everything was so. The mercenary, hiding his face under the hood, said that when he found him, he thought that this person simply looked like the first one. Remembering the protagonist next to his classmates, the man noted that he did not even believe it. Remembering the guy with his sister, the mad dog also said that he had changed a lot. He remembered what the expression on his face was. Opening his mouth, the mercenary said that it was because of him that he became like this, and that he lived happily and behaved as if everything was fine. The hero, without raising his head, was silent. His hand trembled from the words from the phone that he did not even ask about the hostage, because he was really pretending in the hope that he would not recognize a member of his family. The boy's eyes widened as the phone announced that the hostage was saved as his favorite grandson. The protagonist remembered his grandfather. Without raising his head, Yidzin asked about the hostage's condition. Grinning, the killer explained that he was still alive, but it would all depend on the boy. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that he wanted to hear the old man's voice, but the man noted that he was in no position to make demands. Frowning, the boy listened to the words that from now on he must do whatever the mercenary said. Bending over, the killer explained that he was not allowed to try to contact others or ask for help, because if he found out that someone was helping the hero, he would kill the hostage and disappear. The protagonist stood there and said nothing. Sitting on something, the mad dog also added that he would throw away the phone, so he should answer any unknown calls, and after he hung up, he would send a message with further actions that he must follow without question. Raising his head, the guy agreed to the terms. Grinning, the man also asked if the cute girl living with him was his sister. The hero, looking forward, was silent. Suddenly, his eyes widened when the phone began to ring. He immediately ran in the opposite direction. Dayan's number was already dialed on the phone. Gritting his teeth, the young man continued to run, trying to get through. Yidzin was already in front of the front door. He quickly climbed the stairs. The entrance to the apartment was already visible in the distance of the corridor. Running into it, the guy shouted his sister's name. His eyes widened. There were many other people's footprints on the floor. The guy looked down. The girl's phone was lying on the floor. There was a call from his brother. The protagonist bent over, gritting his teeth. Standing in this position, the guy was breathing heavily. A message about the meeting place appeared on the phone. Another one came, which said that he only had 20 minutes, otherwise the hostage would die. The young man stared at the phone. He pressed the contacts button. There was a contact of Xiaoqiu on the phone. The protagonist with a trembling finger remembered that the mercenary would kill the hostages and disappear if he found out that someone was trying to help him. His eyes opened wide. The hero squeezed the phone with force, realizing that it must have installed some kind of tracker. The guy ran out the front door. On the street, the young man got on a motorcycle. He put the helmet on his head. The motorcycle wheel spun in place. The young man rode out onto the road. Roofs of houses were visible. The protagonist arrived at some nondescript building. Maps were open on the phone, and it was clear that this was the right place. Bringing the phone to his ear, the guy listened to the words of the interlocutor about how he really was on time and apparently did not even call anyone. Without removing the helmet, the young man realized that the mad dog was watching him. The young man looked away, assuming that the mercenary installed cameras somewhere, while words came from the phone about how it was time to put on a little show. The grandfather's entire face was covered in blood and he was screaming that the guy should not come and not even think about it. The hero's eyes opened wide after hearing screams. Someone slapped the old man. The woman, standing over him, told him to shut up. Holding the phone in his hands, the killer told her not to do anything rash since this was a very important hostage. The killer turned away. Smiling, the man said into the phone that he would send new data and after receiving it, he should not be late. He pressed the end call button. The old man leaned over. The grandfather raised his head, asking why the man was doing all this to him, and he explained that it was all because of his grandson. Grinning his teeth, the mercenary added, saying that they had a long history with him and he was not at all what he seemed. The old man's eyes widened. There were many silhouettes behind him. The girl stood next to the other bandits. Frowning, she could not believe that she was helping someone like a mad dog. Looking at him, she thought that maybe she should just kill him because what good was he? The motorcycle wheel stopped. The guy picked up the phone, hearing the ringing. Suddenly, he drove somewhere again. The young man looked ahead. Having arrived at another place, he was again given different coordinates. He also drove up to a small house and received new ones. Then the guy found himself in front of a tall building, but this was also not the final destination. He drove away, wagging along the road. The phone showed that it was already 5 in the morning. The hero stopped. Taking off his helmet, the protagonist realized that this was already the 5th place and the mercenary was only forcing him to change locations without any particular reason and perhaps wanted him to get exhausted and at the same time make sure that no one was helping him. The red light on the motorcycle was on and suddenly a call was heard. Bringing the phone to his ear, the young man heard the words that he had never been late, after which he asked where he should go this time. His eyes widened after the words that there was no longer any need for this and this was the final destination. A construction site was visible and the mercenary explained that the person he was looking for was here and he should take a good look. Grinning, he called the hero's number. The girl, frowning, could not immediately believe it, exclaiming that he really called the first one here. Turning to her, the killer answered affirmatively, explaining that this was the very first one that all of them in Forest wanted to surpass so badly. Grinning, the mad dog told them to catch him. Holding a pistol in front of her, the mercenary exclaimed, saying that he was talking nonsense, since the first one had been eliminated, but he was now pretending that he really was talking to the first one on the phone. Gritting his teeth, the man noted that he thought the same thing. Standing in front of him, the girl asked about the fact that they could not do it. Frowning, she told him to answer her questions. Standing in front of the group, the mad dog noted that there was no time for that. Frowning, he explained that the first one was the best of the numbered ones. The girl's brows were also furrowed. Turning away, she transmitted information into the radio that the target had arrived and everyone should get ready. The stairs were visible. The radio was saying that 3 teams out of 4 were ready. Someone had killed them all, and the radio was saying that they had lost contact with Team Delta. The guy leaned over to one of the bandits. The young man was looking straight ahead. The girl, holding the radio in her hands, exclaimed, not believing that they could all have already been eliminated. Mad Dog, standing in front of him, noted that he had already spoken about their target, since this was number 1 after all. The mercenary, frowning, said that now was not the time to relax, since they had a hostage here and the first one would be here soon. Grinning, the man reminded her that Forest was the best in their business, asking if she wanted to use the hostage as leverage. The girl's face twitched. A smile appeared on her face. Standing in front of the team, she said that if they did this, they would have a chance to catch him. Smiling, the boss explained that he wanted him dead. The killer's face broke into an even wider smile. Turning around, she said into the radio that the plans had changed and they didn't need to try to take the target alive, so they could just kill him on the spot. Squinting, she realized that this might not always happen, because killing the best of the numbered would raise her rank in her camp. The hero stood in front of the stairs, wondering where his enemy might be. Looking down, he assumed that it might be the basement. The young man also looked up, realizing that it might still be the roof. The phone in his hand vibrated. Bringing it to his ear, the protagonist heard words about people from Forest waiting for him here and he shouldn't relax because they were a replacement for the main camp. The guy looked ahead, listening to the man's words about how he needed to survive and find him, because if he didn't show up, the hostage would die. The hero frowned slightly, hearing the information that his death would be of no use anyway, but that he would definitely come anyway. The young man took the phone away from his ear. The stairs were shaking as someone was running up them. The protagonist quickly turned his head. The killers were already climbing them. The one who was going first was also the first to die, having received several bullets to the body. The second killer turned around. The hero was shooting from behind a column above. The second mercenary also fell onto the stairs. The guy stepped onto the stairs. He looked down. Raising his head, the young man began to move. It was quite dark below. Suddenly, the moonlight got there and 2 more mercenaries became visible. The hero quickly eliminated them with several shots. The young man picked up one of the pistols. The protagonist put it in his back pocket. Suddenly, he held the gun out in front of him. Someone started shooting from the darkness. The guy quickly ran up to him and grabbed him. Having knocked him to the ground, the protagonist fired a shot at his opponent. His gaze turned back. Someone behind him had already started shooting at him. The hero dodged the bullets. He bent down to the ground, looking for cover. The young man sat down behind a column. Looking out, the guy noticed 2 sources of light. Looking there, he understood that the mad dog was definitely not here. The 2 opponents were getting closer. The protagonist looked out once more and started shooting. The killers managed to dodge the shots by hiding behind 2 other columns. The guy was running in the opposite direction from them. The 2 mercenaries continued shooting at him. Not a single one of their shots hit the target. The young man ran up some stairs. The killer, putting his hand to his ear, transmitted information that they had found a target in the basement on the 2nd floor. The girl, looking at the radio, understood that since he had come down, he had made a huge mistake, and also ordered Charlie's group and Alpha's group to kill the enemy together. The grandfather was still sitting tied up. The old man's eyes were wide open, thinking about his grandson. The 2 killers were walking up the stairs. The young man looked out and fired several shots. They hit the mercenaries. Suddenly, the pistol's slide stopped as there were no more bullets. Because of this, the hero rushed at them. He grabbed one of them by the hand. After that, the protagonist hit him in the head with his elbow. The second one tried to get up and shoot. Its barrel was pointed right at the guy. The young man's eyes widened. The hero immediately ran up and knocked the gun out of his hands. After that, the young man hit the mercenary in the head with his knee. A pool of blood was spreading from the killer's head. The guy was bending over and breathing heavily. His mouth was slightly open. Suddenly, the young man threw his head back, hearing something. His eyes widened. People were quickly descending the stairs. Turning the corner, they all shone through the flashlight on the gun. The very first of them waved his finger to the side. After that, the mercenaries split into two groups. The second group continued to descend. The first group slowly entered the room. Suddenly, shots rang out, and the people of the second group turned around abruptly. They rushed upstairs at the same second. Looking into the room that the first group entered, two mercenaries saw their dead comrades. Suddenly, fire opened on them. They fell dead right in front of their comrades. Those who were still alive immediately aimed at the doorway. They shone their flashlights there. The protagonist saw the light. In his hands was a pistol, which no longer had a cartridge. Drops of cold sweat were running down the faces of the mercenaries. The two of them slowly nodded their heads. Then they looked at each other. One of them stepped forward. Yidzin suddenly saw the protruding barrel of a slowly approaching mercenary. At that moment, he grabbed the pistol. Twisting the enemy's arm, he snatched the pistol. Then the guy pointed the pistol at its owner, who raised his hands in fear. But his comrade was standing not far behind at that time. He saw that his colleague was standing at attention with his hands raised. The man, realizing everything, jerked to the side. But the protagonist at that very second fired a shot over the right shoulder of the unarmed mercenary. The bullet hit the shoulder of the second opponent perfectly. There was no emotion in Yidzin's eyes as he did this. Then he abruptly turned his gaze to the first one. Without thinking twice, he fired several bullets at him. Both mercenaries fell dead to the floor. When the protagonist went out onto the stairs, they immediately opened fire on him. At the last moment, he managed to jump back into cover. After the shots, the guy carefully looked out and saw two more mercenaries. Taking advantage of the surprise, he quickly ran behind the column. Then he abruptly broke away. Flying out from the other side, the protagonist made a roll. During it, he picked up his pistol. In a few shots, he killed two mercenaries. After that, Yidzin continued to move quickly. Less than a minute later, shots were heard in the room again. The protagonist hit the enemy in the face with his elbow. The guys opened fire on the enemy. Making a dash forward, the protagonist began shooting them. Many bullets flew into their bodies. The lifeless bodies of the guys fell at Yidzin's feet. The guy looked at them, breathing heavily. The guide heard on the radio that Charlie's group had been eliminated, then frowned, asking menacingly how that was. She was told that they had suffered significant losses, so they needed support, when suddenly the connection was interrupted and the girl opened her eyes wide. The protagonist was running away from the place when the girl asked on the radio, "How did you hear?" The mercenary clenched the radio in her fist, thinking that only a few minutes had passed, but all three groups had already been destroyed. The girl turned to the laughter of the man, who said that according to her, the camp could not compare to them. Mad Dog smiled, saying that the guide did not know that their camp did not just produce killers, but also soldiers who could be used in military operations, so the forest system was very different from theirs. Leaning on his knees, he added that mercenaries did not reach the numbered ones. The man held out his hand and explained that the people the girl had brought with her were also capable of carrying out all sorts of missions, but the fact would remain a fact. The guide frowned menacingly, asking what he meant by that. The leader turned to her, saying that they couldn't handle one, and that tactics weren't even needed at this point, and they had already managed to lose so many. The girl shouted loudly, ordering him to be quiet, and then asked if he really thought he had the right to vote, since these kids he was proud of had thrown him out like a dog. The man spread his arms out to the sides. The mercenary turned around, saying that she would kill the guy with her own hands. She picked up the machine gun. Fastening her belt, she asked him to wait for her in this place. The guide looked menacingly ahead, saying that she would go hunting herself and take care of the guy. The guys nodded to her. A crescent moon was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist walked forward, holding a weapon in his hands. Suddenly, movement was heard in the darkness. Yidzin turned his gaze to the side. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his face. He turned back, trembling. A shot rang out from the neighboring building. A loud explosion was heard next to the protagonist. The smoke cleared, but Yidzin was nowhere to be seen. The guy grabbed his wound with a quiet groan. The girl crouched down, wondering if the guy was really able to shoot in such a small space, and that meant he was not called 001 for nothing. Blood was flowing from the wound. Yidzin carefully moved forward. Suddenly, a question was heard in front of him if he really was 001. Holding a machine gun, the guide shouted that she had heard about him. The protagonist breathed heavily, hearing her words that the guy was constantly mentioned in forums. The guide frowned, adding that he had many different names. She shouted that he was a traitor when suddenly the young man peeked out from around the corner. He looked at the mercenary, pointing the gun forward. The girl's pupils sharply decreased in fear. Loud shots were immediately heard. Yidzin turned around, starting to quickly run away. The mercenary lowered her weapon, looking after him in surprise. Memories of the protagonist grabbing a subordinate, starting to shoot in different directions, immediately surfaced in her head. She could not move, asking if it was really him. The guide stopped at the edge of the wall and asked herself if it was really him. Wondering this, she was about to carefully look out, but the protagonist suddenly opened fire. The bullets flew centimeters from the mercenary's body. When the fire stopped, she smiled and said, "Yes, if you think about it, it makes sense. Such a scumbag simply cannot be a simple bodyguard." Yidzin peeked out from behind cover, not answering. The guide did not peek out from around the corner, but asked if the guy remembered her voice, reminding him that she had told him back then that they would meet again, and now the moment had come. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered his opponent when they met for the first time. At this time, the guide pulled the pin from the grenade and asked if he knew how angry she was when she failed the mission. Not only that, she also had to kill the mess that Dog made here, but she did not expect to get such an opportunity. Having said this, she threw a grenade towards Yidzin. As soon as the guy saw it, shock appeared in his eyes. In that moment, he rushed away from the grenade. The grenade exploded and a bright flash of light blinded the entire floor. The protagonist, turning away from the light, covered his ears with his hands. Immediately after that, the guide burst in from around the corner. She opened fire at the same second, but suddenly, what she saw made her very surprised. In front of her, she saw only the guy's jacket. Suddenly, Yidzin jumped out from around the corner. He fired several shots in the air. They flew past the mercenary. The protagonist slid on his back to another shelter. There, he leaned his back against the wall, breathing heavily. The entire room was in darkness when suddenly Gid asked him what he was doing there. Did he really think that hiding there would make him safe? Suddenly, Yidzin heard the sound of a pin being pulled. The grenade landed next to him, and he immediately rushed away from it. A second later, a bright flash of light filled the entire room. While the protagonist was running, Gid fired at him with a submachine gun. One of the bullets grazed the guy's arm. Then Yidzin returned fire. It hit her arm, causing her to pull it back. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped towards her, knocking her off her feet. They both fell to the floor, raising dust and dirt. The girl swung her leg, hitting the guy in the chest. Then she jumped to her feet and pointed the gun at him. But Yidzin made a quick strike at the hand of the opponent with the gun, then he made another quick attack that left a mark. Horror appeared in the eyes of the mercenary when she saw this. Blood spurted from her legs. The protagonist, holding a knife in his hands, swung it again. At that moment, blood spurted from the girl's hands. Due to the deep cut, her legs buckled. Yidzin immediately grabbed his opponent by the strap. A quick blow whistled through the air. He suddenly stopped the knife at the mercenary's neck when she screamed about the hostages. The guy's eyes were filled with rage and anger. His hand with the knife was shaking. The girl frowned, saying that she gave the order to kill them if she died, but if the protagonist did not care, then let him kill her. The guy's gaze suddenly changed. At that very second, he let go of the mercenary. The girl's bloody body quickly fell to the floor. The guy turned around, taking a few steps forward. Looking at Yidzin's back, the guide said that no matter what he did, he would still lose. The protagonist stopped, bowing his head. The guide was lying on the floor, coughing up blood. The mad dog folded his arms across his chest. He looked ahead thoughtfully. Suddenly, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared in front of him. The leader smiled, saying that the guy would never die at the hands of the mercenary. Yidzin looked at him from under his brows. Turning his head, the guy noticed the wounded girl. The mercenaries put out their weapons, surrounding the high school student. Looking around, the guy thought that he did not see Dan here, after which he asked where the second hostage was. The mad dog smiled, asking him not to worry because she was in a safe place. After examining the guy, the man added that he had grown up because they had not seen each other for 5 years. Yidzin lowered his head down. The leader hung his hands, asking if the boy knew what he had gone through because of him. He pursed his lips and said that everything he had built was now in ruins, and even the children he had raised had betrayed him and were now hunting him down. Looking up, the man asked the boy what he thought of this and why he had to suffer. Yidzin glared at him, ordering him to release the hostages since it was not between them. The man frowned in anger. He held out his hand and shouted loudly, ordering the boy to shut up, and asked if he really thought that if he said a few words, the leader would immediately run to carry out his orders. Standing up from the bench, he asked the boy if he was curious about why he had been invited here. Pointing his gun at Mr. Yu, the mad dog added that he wanted to kill his family in front of him since he wanted the boy to experience this pain. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. Mad Dog narrowed his eyes, saying that he had lost everything and become a fugitive because of Yidzin, and he had moved here and was living happily, and the man felt sick just thinking about it, let alone talking about it. Taking the gun off safety, Mad Dog said that he would kill the old man in front of the boy, and then he would take on his sister. Fear was visible on Yidzin's face. The man's finger was about to pull the trigger. At that very second, all the mercenaries were shot in the head. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The boy held the gun confidently. He descended from the rope and landed on the floor. 002 approached Mad Dog, asking what he was doing here. The mercenaries landed behind him, pointing their guns at the enemy. Mad Dog stepped back in fear. The boy pointed the gun at him, ordering him not to move unless he wanted a bullet to blow out his brains. The red beam shone brightly from afar. Yidzin looked ahead in surprise. The mercenaries surrounded the leader, confidently approaching him. Seeing 002, Mad Dog froze in fear. The guy lowered his weapon and said that for a rat who always hides, he does amazing things, joining forces, playing with hostages. Hearing this, the one-eyed man clenched his teeth in rage. The other mercenaries who came with 002 did not take their sights off him. 002 stepped towards the main character and asked if he had really lost his grip while living a peaceful life, had really forgotten how to deal with enemies. 004 twirled a knife in his hands and said that it seemed like he had not lost anything, after which he thanked for the performance. There were corpses everywhere. There were dead mercenaries on every floor and in every room. 002 remembered the half-dead guide and said, "The whole massacre with Forez, especially the part with that girl." He frowned with displeasure and asked how he could leave a potential enemy alive. Did he really not think that it would come back to haunt him in the future? The protagonist silently looked at his comrade. Suddenly, Mad Dog lowered his head and laughed. Without raising his head, he suddenly said that he did not expect them to come. 004 turned towards the one-eyed man and asked why he was smiling. Then Mad Dog mockingly asked if the protagonist had forgotten that his little sister was his hostage. Hearing this, the guy shuddered. The one-eyed man looked at Yidzin with eyes full of rage and said that if he wanted to save her, then he should kill them and free him. Horror and fear appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. 002 looked at 001. He frowned, but did not say anything. Sadness and disappointment appeared in Yidzin's eyes. 004 continued to play with the knife. His comrades silently looked at the guy. 016 watched all this through the scope of a sniper rifle. Yidzin closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. Mad Dog suddenly jerked towards him and screamed with all his might, ordering him to kill them all, or his sister would die. But suddenly 002 shot him in the leg. The one-eyed man fell to his knees in severe pain. The mercenary looked at him with contempt in his eyes and said that something had become noisy here. But Mad Dog raised his head again and screamed at the protagonist that if he did not contact them, they would kill her. There was fear for his sister in Yidzin's eyes. But suddenly 004, looking at his knife, said that he did not think so because these guys were long dead. What? The mercenary asked in shock, hearing this. 004 twirled the knife in his hand and asked if it was true that there were only 3 of them, then added that judging by their skills, they were very bad mercenaries, not even the elite of Forez. Hearing this, Mad Dog's eyes showed shock and he opened his mouth. He then turned around abruptly. At that very second, a huge mercenary stepped on the one-eyed man's head with all his might. He slammed his face into the floor, causing him to lose consciousness. The protagonist, looking at this, was speechless. The mercenary looked at the protagonist, saying that his charming younger sister was safely hidden in a black van parked below. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He abruptly turned to 002. The guy coldly replied that they had come to the place where the dog had recently been, and that was how they found her. Yidzin was greatly shocked. 002 immediately passed him by. The mercenary approached the guy, tapping him on the shoulder. The mercenary passed by, doing the same. The boys headed for the exit. The young man looked after them in surprise. It was a clear day outside. The bodyguard smiled, saying that when he went to the place Yidzin indicated, he did not find a single corpse. Only traces of a shootout and blood remained, and it seemed that someone removed the bodies, and looking at the traces, there was a possibility that a global cleansing took place there. The director folded his hands together, asking about the condition of the Yidzin family. The man came closer, answering that there was no problem with his sister. His grandfather was also fine, except for a damaged mouth and minor burns, and his sister seemed to know nothing about the situation since she was unconscious, and his grandfather also did not have much time to come to his senses. Looking at the director, he also added that judging by the condition, the protagonist's injuries seemed more serious. The light was bright in the director's room. The bodyguard frowned, saying that the boy was hiding something more, so he would try to find out more. The director looked forward, saying that there was no need, so they would wait for the boy to tell him himself. The man's expression changed, and after a short pause, he said that he understood. The sun was shining above the hospital. Under the room number were the names of Mr. Yu and Dayan. The protagonist looked down. He looked at his feet in frustration. Raising his head, the boy swallowed nervously. The boy peered at the door. Having made up his mind, he reached out for the handle. The door to the room immediately opened. Dayan and Yu jumped out of bed, shouting happily. The boy looked up at them. The sister ran to the boy, asking if he was okay, after which the grandfather stood up, excitedly asking if his grandson could walk. Yidzin exhaled, answering that he could. Dayan and Yu looked into his eyes excitedly. The high school student lowered his head. After a short pause, he asked them for forgiveness. The grandfather looked at him pitifully. The girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. Without looking up, the boy asked them to forgive him again. As he began to speak, the grandfather interrupted him, hugging him tightly. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yu stroked his grandson, saying that there was no need to say anything because everything was fine. Yidzin continued to look down. The grandfather added with tears in his eyes that the young man would tell them when he was ready. Daeun began to wipe the tears from her eyes. Without moving, they continued to stand in their places. After a while, the sun was shining into the ward, and Yu asked his grandson if after the plane crash he had to work as a mercenary until his memory returned. The protagonist sat with his head deeply bowed and quietly answered, yes. His grandfather looked at the boy with horror in his eyes and said when the plane crash happened, he was only 9, after which he asked if it was really since then, to which Yidzin answered, yes. Daeun and Yu could not take their eyes off their brother and grandson, full of pain and horror. The protagonist, without raising his head, said that everything that happened was the work of a mercenary with whom he worked. He harbored a grudge against him, and the people who helped him were his partners at the time. He continued to say with pain in his eyes that it was all his fault and then apologized for dragging them into all of this. Daeun covered her mouth with her hand after hearing this. Yu looked at his grandson with pain and sorrow in his eyes. His hands were shaking, but he tried to control it. After a short pause, he smiled warmly and said that he understood that sometimes it was difficult to tell the truth, so he was very grateful that Yidzin shared with them. The protagonist looked at the floor, not answering. After a while, he slowly walked down the corridor. He looked at the floor in disappointment when suddenly he heard a familiar voice asking him if he had already been discharged. The guy raised his head in surprise. Not far in front of him, he saw the director of SW Company. The sun was shining brightly outside, a park near the hospital. The protagonist and the director walked along it, and the guy thanked the old man for his help, to which the old man replied that he had done nothing. Then he closed his eyes and said that when the staff arrived, all the evidence and bodies had already been removed. His people only took care of the small traces that remained. Yidzin, hearing this, silently looked forward. The director suddenly looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked if he had spoken to his family. The guy slightly lowered his head and replied that he had only said that he had once worked as a mercenary and it was better for them not to know about the rest, to which the old man asked in surprise, "The rest?" The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and replied that he already knew what he had done before becoming a mercenary. The director looked at the guy and after a short pause, asked if he asked him for details, he would tell him. Yidzin thought for a moment, then apologized and said no. Hearing this, the old man closed his eyes with a smile on his face. At this time, there was a large hangar on the seashore. Mercenaries were sitting inside. Suddenly, the guy in the mask opened the door and said that this dog stubbornly did not want to talk. It looks like they will have to use the shelter to beat all the information out of him. 004 folded his arms over his chest and, grinning, asked what he expected. After all, he used to run the camp, so the dog does not care about anything. Suddenly, he abruptly translated and asked what about 001. 002 silently folded his arms over his chest. Everyone present stared at 002. Suddenly 016 approached them and said that then he did not move. Hearing this, 004 looked at his comrade and asked what. 016 slightly lowered his head and said that when Mad Dog told him to kill them to save his sister, he did not even move. The mercenaries after hearing this continued to look at him. Then they remembered how Mad Dog had raised his head at the protagonist and screamed that they would kill his sister if he didn't contact them. At that moment, the guy felt horror and fear. 004 exhaled heavily, answering that he had suddenly thought about it, and even if he had moved, they wouldn't have given him a chance. The guy frowned, asking if that wasn't enough. The mercenary suddenly turned his gaze to the side. 016 frowned, saying that the protagonist would have made a move immediately if he had considered them enemies, but he hadn't done anything, and they all knew about it, but for some reason were silent. The guys exchanged glances. 002 looked ahead, saying that they would resolve this issue as soon as they dealt with Mad Dog. 004 looked at him silently. 016 looked at everyone from under his brows. The other mercenaries met his gaze. The sun was shining brightly outside. The leader looked at the soldiers, asking if the Mad Dog and Anna had disappeared along with the mercenaries who had been sent with them. The subordinate nodded, saying that they had not been in touch for a long time, and they thought that they had been eliminated. The commander frowned in bewilderment. Looking at the soldiers, he ordered them to immediately find out what had happened, since there was a high probability that the Mad Dog had betrayed them and left along with the other mercenaries. The soldiers suddenly stood up straight, answering, yes. It was a clear evening outside. The protagonist smiled, asking his grandfather and sister to go, and he would join them in a minute. Yu nodded, asking them not to linger. Yidzin grinned, answering, okay. He watched them go. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to the side. The young man looked into a dark alley. In the shadows, he noticed two silhouettes. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. 32 hung his head down, saying that he heard about what happened, and by the time they realized it, it was too late, and then asked how his family was. The protagonist clenched his fists, saying that they got off with a little shock and that everything else was fine. He looked down and added that he was helped by 002. The boys were very surprised, their eyes wide open. Maya exhaled heavily, saying that she had spoken to him recently and said that the numbered ones who were chasing Yidzin had died one after another. The boy frowned when suddenly the girl added that he had not killed them, but simply left them unconscious, and she was also surprised when she heard about it. 32 pursed his lips, asking what 002 had said. Maya frowned, answering, "Zero reaction as always, so nothing surprising." The boy put his hand to his forehead, saying that he was not surprised. Yidzin suddenly remembered the mercenary's words about finding his sister in the place where the mad dog had been recently. The boy looked down in disappointment. 32 scratched the back of his head, asking if the protagonist's family would be okay now that the other numbered ones knew about his family. The boy looked up, answering that if they wanted to take the family hostage, they wouldn't have saved him, so if they had something to say, they would come to him and say it to his face. The boy looked at his feet sadly, adding that they had another problem, and that was Forrest. 32 nodded, saying that they had become quite popular lately, and if their target was the numbered ones, he was afraid to imagine what would happen next. Yidzin met his gaze, saying that the mad dog was in cahoots with them. The boys were surprised, frowning in shock. Nay's face turned red with anger when she suddenly called him a stinky dog. Number 32 turned around, saying that if what the guy said was true, then after losing so many mercenaries, they would start an investigation and most likely send a lot of people here. They looked around, and silence fell between the guys. It was morning, the main character's house. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, and Dayan was surprised to ask if he really cooked all of this. The whole family was sitting at the table, and the girl said that she usually cooks. The main character smiled warmly and answered yes, adding that he watched cooking courses on YouTube, and that's how he learned. Dayan said that the food smelled very nice and looked delicious, and then put a piece in her mouth. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand. Unexpectedly, her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed that it was very delicious, and then asked if her brother really cooked it. Yidzin looked at the family with a smile on his face and wished them a pleasant appetite. Dayan quickly began to eat everything in sight, simultaneously saying that she had never tasted anything more delicious in her life, and the protagonist, hearing this, asked his grandfather if he liked it. Yu nodded and answered yes, after which he asked if he had really been cooking since the morning. It was not difficult. The guy closed his eyes and quietly answered, "Not at all." Dayan, with a blush on her cheeks, chewed the food and said that her brother should cook for them more often because she loved to try new dishes. The protagonist looked at his sister and answered, "Okay," adding that he would try to find time to cook for them more often. Last night in the alley, Liam told Yidzin that he would keep an eye on Forrest and report to him. He looked at his friend and added that if what he said was true, then after losing so many mercenaries, they would start an investigation and would most likely send many people here, so everyone should be on guard from now on. Maya frowned but said nothing. The protagonist lowered his gaze and quietly said that he knew. At present, Yidzin had his loving and happy family in front of his eyes. He looked at them with warmth and love. The three of them created a cozy atmosphere at home. Night had fallen, and a huge mansion stood in the middle of the forest. In one of the rooms, a bloody mad dog was sitting on a chair. Suddenly a man came in to see him. It was 002, who sat down on a chair opposite the hostage. The one-eyed man slowly raised his head and said that it was all useless because he would not say anything anyway. The guy sat with his arms folded and said that no one could save him, so he had better tell everything as it was, and if he refused, he would continue this session of pain. Mad Dog laughed and said that he would not make it easy for him. 002 did not take his eyes off him, saying that then he should answer him one question, and then they would end it there. Hearing this, the hostage looked at the guy in surprise and asked what the question was. Then 002 asked who killed the numbered ones who died on the day of 001's escape. Mad Dog lowered his eyes and answered that the guy asked the stupidest and most wrong question since he knew it, because the answer was simple: 001 killed the numbered ones and escaped. Hearing this, the mercenary frowned in displeasure and angrily asked who killed them. One Eye slightly raised his head to the guy. After a short pause, he lowered it and asked if he was right, that 002 simply did not believe it. Suddenly, his body began to shake while he laughed and said that he was actually surprised. Without raising his head, he said that he did not expect to trust his friend so much, knowing that tomorrow one of them might not survive. One Eye looked at the floor and added that as for him, he just wanted to know how many of them would survive and how much their fighting power would improve. With such a force at hand, any mission would go smoothly. 002 looked at the prisoner with disdain in his eyes, but remained silent. Suddenly, Mad Dog raised his head and firmly said that he did not know. He looked at the guy and said that this was the answer to his question, and perhaps his words meant nothing to him anymore. But he was sure that it was not 001, he only knew one thing: when they were chasing the main character, they still could not contact each other by radio. After listening to the one-eyed man, 002 stood up from his chair. The guy put a gun to his head when suddenly the man said, before he died, he wanted to ask something. Without raising his head, he asked why the mercenary trusted 001. 002 looked at him, answering that good can sometimes be found in the middle of hell. Mad Dog smiled, saying that this was an interesting answer. He immediately remembered how he stood in front of a crowd of soldiers. The guys put their hands behind their backs, standing unwaveringly. Their gazes were directed at the commander. Tears slowly flowed from the eyes of the main character. Suddenly, a loud deafening explosion was heard. The mercenaries looked ahead. The boy took a step forward, asking if he had killed the enemy, but they still had a lot to learn. 002 turned around, asking why 005 was here. Maya frowned, looking into his eyes. 004 pursed his lips, saying that they came here to talk about 001 since it seemed that he had problems with Foras. The mercenary turned to him, finally understanding why there were so many rats around since they were investigating, and it would expose the protagonist's existence, and his family would be in danger when suddenly the boy folded his arms, asking who even cared about Yitzin. Maya stepped forward, shouting loudly that he could die. The boy turned to her, saying that he didn't care since the protagonist had betrayed them and had chosen to live like a normal person. Baring his teeth, he added that it wasn't them who betrayed him, but the boy them. Maya looked ahead from under her brows. 002 turned his gaze to the side. The mercenaries looked down in confusion when suddenly a voice was heard from behind, saying that it was good that at least one of them decided to do this. The guys all turned around together. 016 looked forward, saying that the protagonist was always obsessed with saving them and keeping them alive, but they all knew that disobeying the camp would lead to punishment. He remembered, even when they were surrounded by enemies, Yitzin always came to help. The guy said that if there were many wounded, then the mission was doomed to failure, but the young man always tried to save them, without thinking about the mission. He also remembered, if one of the guys was seriously injured, the high school student carried him on his shoulders and ran like that to the safe zone. The guy was bleeding scarlet. The protagonist looked at him upset. 016 added that 001 had risked his life for them, and done everything possible to ensure that the boys survived, and each time he was punished for useless and dangerous actions, and they silently accepted it for granted. The mercenaries looked at him thoughtfully. The guy stepped forward, saying that now that the main character has a family, a grandfather, a sister, and his memories have returned. Looking up, he continued, 001 deserves to live like normal people, and the mercenaries here all know this, even though they are silent. Everyone began to look around, unable to say a word. Suddenly, words were heard that they would attack all known Fora's bases, after which the guys turned their heads. 002 frowned, saying that they needed to avoid the main bases and focus on the small ones, and they would split into 3 teams, and he, 004 and 005 would take command. The guy narrowed his eyes, adding that offense is the best defense. The mercenaries nodded and smiled. Looking at the weapons, they answered in one voice, yes. The guy's phone vibrated from the call. After answering, the protagonist heard the voice of 002, who said that they were going to blow up Fora's bases spread throughout the world. Grinning, he added that after their large-scale attack, Foras would gradually forget about what happened in this country. Yitzin was shocked, his eyes wide open. The mercenary looked ahead from under his brows, asking the protagonist to continue living like the rest, because by betraying them, he got what he wanted, so he deserved to live like the rest. The young man could not say a word. 002 immediately ended the call, hanging up. Evening came, the protagonist's house. Yitzin sat with his head down. In front of him lay a phone. The clock said 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, the guy fell to the floor and began to push up. A little more than 3 hours passed. Yitzin still continued to train, pulling himself up. A few minutes later, he sank to the floor. He wiped the sweat from his face. Then he raised his head to the ceiling, exhaling heavily. Suddenly, he glanced sideways. His phone was lying on the table. Suddenly, Dan opened the door to his room and asked if he was busy. The guy smiled warmly and answered no. The girl silently sat down on his chair. She looked at her brother and asked if the people who saved her were really his partners, to which the main character, coming closer, answered yes. Dan lowered her eyes and quietly asked to thank them from her. Hearing this, the guy asked with surprise in his eyes what. His sister looked at the floor and said that when she was kidnapped, she was unconscious, so she remembers little from that incident, only that someone entered the house. Her eyes were full of pain and sadness. She remembered lying on the floor, where she woke up in fear and her hands were tied and her mouth and eyes were blindfolded. She didn't see anything, but she was very scared when suddenly she heard footsteps, someone appeared next to her and freed her, and at that moment he said only 7 words. 002 sat down next to her and said that everything was fine, adding that he would take her to her brother. Leaving the memories, Diane, without raising her head, said that after that her soul became so light, it was no longer so scary. She again remembered how 008 gently took her hand and led her to the car, and said that she was asked not to take off the blindfold so she could not see well, but they treated her very well, and the one who drove her, although silent the whole way, he was very kind. The guy in the mask silently drove the car, and Dan told her brother that she did not see him, but she felt how he sometimes slowed down, trying to make sure that she did not get motion sick. After listening to his sister, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. The girl looked up at her brother and said that they must have been very close to each other since they treated her so well. Yidzin's eyes were filled with surprise. His mouth was half open, but no sound came out. After a short pause, his eyes became warm and he quietly said yes, adding that they were like family to him. Hearing this, Dan smiled warmly and said that she understood him, and then asked him to convey her gratitude to them. The protagonist quickly nodded his head and said, okay, adding that he would definitely convey it. The sun was shining through the large windows of the building. Fora's commander-in-chief frowned with displeasure and asked if all three were really there. A subordinate standing not far in front of him answered, yes, adding that all three bases were attacked, although they were far from each other. The man, hearing this, clenched his teeth and hissed through them, so this is not a coincidence, after which he asked who attacked them, to which the guy replied that this was just a guess, but it seems that they are dealing with numbered ones. When the male boss heard this, he angrily asked, numbered? The subordinate kept his hands behind his back and answered, yes, adding that they most likely found out about their deal with Mad Dog and thus sent them a warning, to which the boss said that following this logic, it turns out that they attacked Mad Dog and Anna and beat the information out of them. The commander covered his face with his hands, asking him to wait and not to directly confront them. The soldier put his hands behind his back, answering, yes. It was a clear day outside. The protagonist was walking along the street. Hearing a voice behind him, he turned his gaze. In front of him were two girls asking for a guy's number. Yidzin turned his whole body to look at them. With a smirk on his face, he suddenly replied that he does not give his number to strangers. A girl was watching them from the side. Yuna opened her eyes wide in surprise. Sukjo turned his gaze. The girl sighed heavily, saying that it was always like this wherever they went, when suddenly Yuna began to shake. Yahun gritted his teeth, shouting that this was too much. Yuna laughed, asking if he was jealous, to which the guy answered menacingly, there would be something to be jealous of. Turning around, he asked if the girl was jealous. Yuna's face changed, asking towards them. The guy pointed at the main character, saying that in Yuna's place, another would be beside herself. Yangchen frowned worriedly, answering that he was right, because even knowing Yidzin's personality, the girl should be worried. The guys suddenly fell silent. Sukjo did not take his eyes off the girl. Yuna began to turn around in fear, asking him to tell her why. Yahun frowned, asking if she really thought they were idiots. Hyukjin looked at her, saying that every time he and Yidzin were sitting in class, or for example, going out somewhere, Yuna always looked for him with her eyes, and they knew that she liked the main character. Yangchen turned to the girl, adding that every time the boy didn't come to the cafe, she was completely out of sorts, but when he was around, she glowed with happiness. Yuna blushed with embarrassment. Their gaze was riveted on the girl, and they asked if she hadn't noticed all this time. At that very moment, she screamed loudly, causing passersby to turn around. Yuna clenched her hands into fists, shouting for them to stop because she would sort out her own affairs. The girl angrily turned around, starting to leave. Jahun scratched the back of his head, saying that Yuna was completely crazy because he thought that the guys had everything sorted out a long time ago. Sukjo grinned maliciously. There was silence in the classroom. Yuna looked down, and in her head there was a question, don't they know that she likes Yidzin? The girl did not raise her upset gaze. Suddenly, she carefully moved it to the side. Yuna was looking at the back of the main character. She smiled involuntarily. Feeling the gaze on himself, the young man turned around in surprise. Noticing this, the girl turned away in fear. Her face changed again, lowering her head. Yidzin carefully looked in her direction with his peripheral vision. The lights were brightly on in the training hall. Team number 3 was running in a circle. The main character and Sukjo were ahead of everyone. The coach was running first and shouting for the guys to move faster. There was no one in the stands. At this time, Yuna was sitting in a chair and asking how her fiancé was doing. Jiyoon sat at her desk and told her not to ask such questions, then asked why she was here again, to which she smiled widely and replied that she just came to visit her. Hearing this, her sister told her not to pull the wool over her eyes, then asked if it was true that she was just waiting for the protagonist, to which Yuna quickly answered with a slight blush on her cheeks, of course not, adding that she hadn't seen her for so long, so she decided to come to her. Jiyoon exhaled heavily and said to herself that she was lying and not blushing. Looking at her sister, she asked if it was worth it for her to give up her shares. Yuna slightly lowered her head and quietly answered yes, adding that before she felt like something was pressing on her chest, but now there was no such feeling. After hearing this, Jiyoon closed her eyes and said that she was happy for her. The girl quietly giggled, lifting her mug of coffee, when suddenly her sister asked if she had confessed to him yet, causing Yuna to stare at her in shock. She dropped her hands and exclaimed in a shaking voice, asking what she was talking about. Why would she confess to Yidzin? Jiyeon stared at her sister without answering, causing Yuna to ask excitedly why she was looking at her like that. The girl looked down and asked if she knew that the main character was a very popular guy. Yuna lowered her head in disappointment and quietly answered yes. Jiyeon signed the papers while saying that maybe even more than she thought, adding that Soha, one of their partners, was very interested in him, and there was also Sophia, who had recently flown in. It seemed that she was also very interested in him. Hearing this, Yuna suddenly looked up at her sister and exclaimed, asking if this was really the daughter of the Bore family, adding that she knew about her arrival, but not like this, to which her sister firmly answered, yes, and the list will be expanded over time. All those moments when people approached the main character to introduce themselves surfaced in Yuna's mind. Jiyeon suddenly exhaled heavily and said, okay, maybe this is for the best, who knows, it's still early. She remembered how, sitting in the car, Yidzin quietly asked if he deserved love. Leaving the memories, Jiyeon, without looking up, told her sister that he said then that he did not know if he deserved love. When Yuna heard this, she was very surprised. Her sister added that sometimes she thinks about it and does not understand what he meant, but most likely he has his own story, and Yuna with horror in her eyes asked herself if maybe he was already dating someone. While Jiyeon was saying that the protagonist was so young, but was already making such abstruse speeches, her sister suddenly jumped up from her chair. With her head deeply bowed, she began to leave. Jiyeon frowned with displeasure and said to herself she should have at least listened to the end. The protagonist and Sukjo were returning from training. Suddenly, Yuna approached them. She stared at Yidzin and wondered if her sister really wanted to say that he already had someone. After all, he said that he lived in another country, maybe he found someone there. Sukjo noticed her gaze and asked in surprise what was wrong with her, which made the girl flinch and quickly answer, yes, just trifles. But after answering, she continued to look at the protagonist, raising her eyebrows. Seeing that her gaze was fixed on him, Yidzin was slightly surprised. While playing the game, Jahan's face changed, shouting loudly, was Yuna really flying in the clouds? The girl looked at the monitor with disappointment, thinking that she was already late, because perhaps the main character was already dating someone, while the guy screamed very menacingly from anger. Yuna exhaled heavily. The guy suddenly asked if something had happened, when suddenly she turned her gaze to the side. Yidzin looked at the girl with excitement. Yuna closed her eyes, answering with a trembling voice, no. Jahan pointed his finger at the girl, saying that when he says something to her, the girl does not listen to him at all, and when Yidzin starts talking, her attention is immediately on him. Sukjo approached Yuna from behind, saying that she does not look very well, so she should go home, to which she shook her head, answering that everything is fine. The guy turned to the main character, asking if he could accompany the girl home. The young man thoughtfully turned his head, answering, okay. The guys walked silently down the street. Yuna looked down, asking the guy for forgiveness for not playing with the guys for a long time, and because of her, he had to leave again. Yidzin turned to her, answering that everything was fine. The girl looked up at him, filled with pity, thinking that the guy said that he did not know if he deserved love. Looking away, she thought confusedly maybe she could ask him. Clenching her hands into fists, Yuna turned to the young man, saying that she had a question for him. The protagonist cautiously turned his head. The girl turned to him, asking if he would answer honestly. Yidzin stopped, looking into her eyes. After a short pause, he answered that everything depended on the question. Exhaling, Yuna began to speak excitedly. The young man listened to her attentively. The girl relaxed her fists, asking if the guy had someone. Blushing, she asked again if he was dating anyone. Yidzin was confused, looking into her eyes. Yuna pursed her lips in fear. The guy clenched his hands into fists. Suddenly, he smiled, answering, no. Yuna was surprised, asking seriously, to which she received a positive nod. The girl immediately began to smile happily. She suddenly took Yidzin by the wrist. Taking a step forward, Yuna asked if they could go shopping and then sit in a cafe and order noodles and kimbap for two, when suddenly the main character asked if she was already feeling better, to which the girl nodded. Yidzin smiled, answering, okay. Yuna closed her eyes, starting to glow with happiness. This smile did not leave her. Many photos of the girl lay on the table. 002 folded his arms across his chest, carefully peering at them. He suddenly asked if this was the granddaughter of the head of the SW company, to which he received the answer that SW is the largest company in Korea, recently began to engage in military business. The guy looked down, saying that her name is Yuna, and it seems that she and Yidzin study in the same school. They looked at the photo where the girl and the main character are sitting in a cafe opposite each other. Yuna smiled happily, telling a story. The young man looked at her with a smile on his face. The mercenary looked at these photos. The numbered ones hung over the table, saying that the guys seemed to be good together. 004 folded his arms across his chest, asking, but there is no such thing as too good. They thoughtfully looked at the table, unable to say a word. It was pouring heavily outside. Yunsu stood under an umbrella. Drops of rain quickly flowed down from its ends. At this time, Dusik was standing in the building. He looked at the cell where the ashes of the man he knew were. Dusik stared at his photo, remembering how he had yelled at him, asking how long he was going to live like this. After that, Dusik looked down in disappointment. Smiling through the pain, he apologized and said that he couldn't do it any other way. Suddenly, the girl came inside and recognized Dusik. She looked at the man with surprise in her eyes. Suddenly smiling, she said that she didn't think he would come. Dusik grinned and replied that he should have come anyway, because if he hadn't come, the old man would have gotten angry. In response, looking at the girl, he asked how she was doing, how Henso was. The interlocutor lowered her head and quietly replied that everything was the same, adding that Henso couldn't come because he had things to do at work, but she knew that he wouldn't have come anyway. Hearing this, Dusik said nothing. After a short pause, he walked past her, saying, "See you soon." The girl silently looked after him. Dusik left the building. Yunsu immediately rushed to him. Having run up, he covered the boss's head from the rain. Dusik looked at his subordinate, who was handing him an umbrella. Standing under the umbrella, he asked if he had really been standing in the rain all this time, adding that he could have stayed in the car, to which Yunsu replied that he was sitting in the car. Hearing this, Dusik grinned and said to himself that he was all wet, he was sitting in the car. After that, they both got into the car. Dusik sat in the back seat and looked out the window. He remembered how, as a child, he listened with his head down as a man yelled at him that this was no longer a child's prank. They were at a motorcycle shop, where the man continued to yell that he had stolen a motorcycle. He waved his hand, adding that if he had stolen rice, saying that he was hungry, he would have understood, but it was not a toy for him. It was a motorcycle. When the man found out that Dusik had no parents, he screamed furiously with veins on his forehead that he would pay for the damage he had caused. Hearing this, fear appeared in the eyes of young Dusik, and the man continued to scream at him to just try to run away, adding that he would come here every day and work in shifts. The sun was shining brightly outside a police station. 3 guys were covered in blood. Dusik, with blood on his cheek, looked at them angrily, frowning. But the man who had just yelled at him bowed and apologized. He stood in front of Dusik, apologizing for him. After a while, they were at a motorcycle shop. The guy was cleaning motorcycles, sweating profusely, and the man was sitting on a chair, waving a fan at himself and telling him to do it faster, because that's how he makes his living. Suddenly, he left the memories when Yunsu asked if this was really the protagonist's grandfather, if he really collected trash. They drove slowly towards Yu. Seeing him, Dusik ordered to stop, to which his subordinate turned around and said, "Okay," adding that then he would park around the corner and come over. Mr. Yu continued to collect trash. Dusik approached him with an umbrella, saying that the old man could do it later because it was impossible to work in such rain. The grandfather smiled, answering that if he had rested that day, the trash would have accumulated, and it was better not to put off until tomorrow what could be done today, and people like it when everything is clean. The man frowned. Suddenly, he threw the umbrella on the ground. Dusik squatted down, when suddenly Mr. Yu shouted loudly that the suit was about to get dirty, to which the man replied that it could be washed. The old man smiled, thanking him for his help, but he also had not seen him lately. Dusik tied up the bag, answering that he went to his hometown for a few days on business. Behind him, a falling old man suddenly screamed. Yu fell to the ground, and suddenly a man ran up to him excitedly, asking in fear if everything was okay. The old man blushed in pain. Dusik turned to Yunsu, ordering him to quickly go get the car. Clouds covered the entire sky above the clinic. Yidzin ran into the room, asking if everything was okay with his grandfather. Yu smiled, saying that he was already feeling better, and then asked why his grandson was not at school. Dusik entered the room, saying that the old man had injured his lower back, although not seriously, but he needed to rest, so let him lie here for a few days. Grandfather closed his eyes, asking him not to worry because everything was okay, and also asked to tell Dayan not to worry in vain. The protagonist smiled, saying okay. Grandfather exhaled, adding that old age is no joy. The young man approached the men, thanking them for everything. He looked at them, saying that according to Dayan, they often visit you and help him with everything. Dusik looked down, answering that it was nothing and they were always ready to help because he would not be hurt. Yunsu looked out, asking why the guy came so early, because classes were not over yet, to which the man replied that the young man asked for time off. Dusik narrowed his eyes, adding that he did not know what happened to his grandfather, that's why he called. The protagonist looked down. The man did not take his eyes off him. Smiling, he said that looking at Yidzin, he remembered himself in his younger years. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Looking at each other, a pause hung between them. Dusik put his hand to his head, answering that he was not talking about appearance, but about the fact that he also had a grandfather. Turning around, he suggested going to a nearby eatery and eating together, to which the protagonist nodded, answering that he was treating. The man turned around with a smile and asked where he got the money, to which Yidzin confidently replied that he was working. Dusuk's expression changed, asking if the young man had time. Yunsu leaned towards him, whispering that SW bodyguards made good money when suddenly his phone vibrated. Dusuk turned to the main character, saying that there would be galbaitang, and then asked if the guy wanted some too. Yidzin nodded in agreement. The man immediately smiled. Yunsu approached him from behind, saying that they urgently needed to go to the restaurant, when suddenly Dusuk frowned, asking why, since they hadn't opened yet. The subordinate handed over the phone, answering that Henso had shown up there. A confident voice was heard inside the restaurant. Henso frowned, asking if they didn't know who he was, so they needed to bring him all the most expensive things. The servant stood to the side, frightened, hearing that the man would not drink it. Suddenly he turned his menacing gaze to the side. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dusuk confidently walked inside. Henso smiled sarcastically and asked how his dear brother was doing. Exhaling with displeasure, he told him to teach these country bumpkins simple things because they were being rude to him and bringing him cheap booze, to which Dusuk replied that there was no need to worry because he would take care of his people himself. Pouring himself a drink, he asked what he was doing here. Henso leaned sharply towards him and asked his brother for money because he wanted to start a business but had no money. Dusuk looked at the alcohol in the glass and said that he had recently given him money. Frowning, Henso exclaimed that last time there was a real hole, but this time everything would work out. The scheme was 100%, he just needed a little money on his part and that's it, the rest was just around the corner. Hearing this, Dusuk looked up at his brother and said that he had already told him then that he would not get any more money from him. Hearing this, Henso became very angry and through his anger asked if he really would not help his younger brother, so yes. Suddenly he exclaimed, asking if he had really forgotten what his grandfather had done for him, to which Dusuk, without taking his eyes off his brother, calmly asked if he had not helped him all this time. He had given him money every time he asked him for it, and no, he had not forgotten. Henso's forehead turned red with anger. Dusuk suddenly lowered his head slightly and said that so be it, he would get some pocket money, but he had no money for his business. Hearing this, Henso, still frowning, asked with displeasure how come no, what about the restaurants, the shops? Dusuk exhaled heavily and replied that the economy was not that way anymore, the market was bearish, after which he added that he had a few guys there who were doing this. In fact, he didn't know much about it, but he understood that taking care of them was his first priority. Then suddenly his brother angrily asked if he really thought he was that stupid, causing Dusuk to look up at the guy in surprise. Suddenly Henso jumped up and shouted in rage that he knew everything. That he knew that he had helped his people open a business, which meant that he was always ready to help his people, but he was too lazy to help his younger brother had he really fallen so low in his eyes. Hearing this, Dusuk frowned with displeasure and ordered his brother not to go too far. Seeing the expression on his brother's face, Henso sat down in fear. Dusuk lowered his eyes and quietly said that these guys had been with him for years, called him older brother, shed blood for him, and the desire to help them was his personal choice, they deserved it. Henso, with hatred in his eyes, suddenly asked if his grandfather hadn't deserved it. After all, he had treated him, not his real grandson, better than him. Dusuk continued to look at the floor, not answering. Suddenly he remembered holding a white envelope in his hands. Then he was still very young, and this was his first salary. In his office, the boss asked him with a sly smile how he felt about the money he earned with his labor. Dusuk excitedly looked up at the man. The boss suddenly frowned and asked discontentedly why he was so sour, to which the guy asked what about the money for the damage, why didn't he take it? After all, he stole his motorcycle in. But before he could finish speaking, the man interrupted him, asking if he really looked like a person who would take advantage of his position for his own benefit, adding that from now on he should conscientiously do his job and work for the good of society. After hearing this, Dusuk continued to look at the boss in confusion, not daring to answer. Leaving his memories behind, he exhaled heavily. After a short pause, without raising his head, he said that he would give him some pocket money, and the rest was none of his business. Slowly opening his eyes, he firmly said that their conversation was over. Henso looked at his brother with his mouth open in surprise. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in anger. Then, he stood up abruptly. After that, he started to leave. The guy walked down the hallway, wondering if this man really treated him like this now, after the old man helped an orphan who had nowhere to sleep and live, raised him and made a man out of him, adding that it was true what they said about not letting those damn monkeys into your house. He nudged a waiter who got in his way and ordered him to get out of the way, then asked if he knew who he was. After that, Hyunsu continued walking. Not far in front of him was the main character, who was looking at him. Hyunsu stopped and asked displeasedly if he was lost. How old was he anyway? The man swung his arm menacingly, asking why the guy wasn't answering, so now he would get it. His wrist was immediately grabbed with all his might. Hyunsu turned around, ordering him not to let go of his hands. The man frowned and ordered Hyunseo to stop this nonsense and leave. His face suddenly turned red with anger. In that same second, he pulled his hand away. Turning around, he started to leave. Dusik was surprised, asking why the protagonist was there. Yudzen turned to him, saying that they were going to eat together. Yunsu widened his eyes, saying that Dusik said something about Galbai Tang and that he would order them food. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. Dusik looked up, asking how much it would cost him to forge a small restaurant. Yunsu turned to him, asking if he was serious. The man continued to look up thoughtfully. The subordinate exhaled heavily, saying that Hyunseo was not like that. If he were honest and decent, he would have changed a long time ago, because this was not the first time he asked for money, and if you count, then with all the money he gave his brother, he would have already opened several bars or restaurants. Dusik took the glass when suddenly his phone vibrated. Picking up the phone, he asked Yerim what happened, to which the girl asked if Henso had come to him. Exhaling, she said that she understood that the man felt sorry for him. Dusik frowned, asking why she thought so. Yerim looked down, answering that she knew that her brother always came to him and always asked for money, but a person should have at least some conscience. She added that Dusik had done everything he could for him, so she asked him not to help him anymore, which made the man close his eyes. The girl frowned, adding that she noticed that Henso had been acting very strange lately, because this time he asked for more money than usual, and at first he begged, then he even got down on his knees and said that this amount was not enough. Dusik frowned, listening to how his brother then stood up and started to leave, muttering under his breath that this was not enough and that he needed more, and also saying that they would do something bad to him if he did not bring the money on time, and she did not hear everything, but understood that he had some problems, so let him solve them himself. It was already dark outside. Henso got off the bus, thinking about what to do, and maybe ask Yerim again. Looking at Dusik's number, he was angry because he did not think that his brother would refuse him. Suddenly his phone vibrated from the call. Looking down, he saw a call from Seokbi. Frowning, the man immediately put the phone in his shirt pocket. Taking a step forward, Silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. The guy frowned, asking why Henso did not pick up the phone, because his elder was calling him. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face from excitement. The guys turned around, ordering them to follow them, because Seokbi wanted to see him. The subordinate stood firm. A bright light was shining in the office. Hyunseo was kneeling in front of the boss. A golf ball was lying on the artificial grass. Seokbi suddenly swung the club, hitting the ball into the target. The man's body began to tremble violently when the boss asked why he was not answering his calls. Seokbi lowered his head, adding that the man asked for money and he gave it, but when it was time to return the debt, the debtor immediately disappeared somewhere. Hyunseo blushed with fear, shouting loudly that he had gone to Seoul for a while. Looking down, he added that he was looking for money to return it, after which he began to apologize. Seokbi slowly turned to the side, asking if since he was in Seoul, that meant he had seen Dusik. In the past, Dusik froze, asking in surprise if Grandpa Henso really wanted to hand over his workshop to him. The old man was fixing a motorcycle, answering yes because he was already old, had lost his grip, so he was thinking of retiring. Dusik put his hand on his hip and told him not to say that, because he was still full of strength, after which he asked what about Henso, why did he choose him and not him, to which the old man asked if he was really asking why he didn't choose him. Dusik turned questioningly to the boss. Grandpa Henso looked at the motorcycle and answered because it was different from him. If he were given the shop, he would sell it right away and spend the money on parties or gambling. Having said this, he put his hand on his leg and added that he didn't want to speak ill of his grandson, but having stood up, he finished that it was true, adding that Dusik himself knew what kind of life he was living. The guy turned away silently. The old man remembered how his grandson often fought and said that he would change. He wanted to believe in it, but when it happened, he might not be there. Henso was often caught by the police. He often gambled for money, and his grandfather said that this was what he thought about all the time. Turning to Dusik, he firmly said that he wanted him to do something, after which he asked him to give them a little money from the proceeds until they got back on their feet. And as for him, he would go to a nursing home. He had enough money, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Dusik abruptly opened his eyes from the vibration of the phone. He slowly picked up the phone from the table. Henso was calling him. Picking up the receiver, the man asked what he needed, to which Henso asked if he was free tomorrow. Massaging his temple, Dusik asked in the report why he was interested. Henso, with blood at the mouth, said that they had an opening ceremony tomorrow and he wanted his older brother to be there too. Hearing this, Dusik abruptly lowered his hand and asked in surprise what kind of ceremony. What was he talking about? Henso smiled sarcastically and explained that one guy had some problems, so he decided to move, and he took the bar from him cheaply and borrowed the money from friends. He was on his knees and continued to say that he knew that it would be hard, but he decided that he wanted to live with dignity. Because he was no longer young, he wanted to tell him about this yesterday, but he lost his temper. Hearing this, Dusik smiled and said that if his brother was not joking, he would definitely come. Getting up from his chair, he asked to give him the address, and at the appointed time he would be there without delay. Yunsu was standing at the door, who saw the boss's joy and asked if something had happened. Dusik passed by and answered with a smile on his face, "Yes, something good." At that moment, Hyunso hung up the phone with shaking hands. When he was told that it was a good job, he looked up in fear. Seokbi, holding a cigarette, looked at him and said that he had earned 5,000 with this. When suddenly he raised his head and said that if he stabbed his older brother, he would forgive him a debt of 400 million, do the job and can run. Hearing this, Henso asked fearfully if he was seriously going to forgive him the debt, to which the latter, turning away, replied that he gave him his word. Inhaling cigarette smoke, he added that they would take care of the rest, he just needed to do the job and be free. Henso frowned angrily and firmly said, "Okay," while simultaneously saying in his head that he had to do it because it was all Dusik's fault, because if this monkey gave him more money, he would not have borrowed from others. He looked at the boss and added that his brother had taken everything from him. Clenching his hands tightly into fists, the guy said to himself that if he had not appeared in his life then, everything would have turned out differently. Remembering the motorcycle workshop, Henso said in his head that then the old man would have handed over his business to him, and Dusik would have lived in a shelter, but with his appearance he began to lose everything, and the workshop and all the capital went to him. His eyes filled with hatred, and he finished saying that this man did it because of Dusik, he played in his gambling house, and borrowed money, and he gave him money only because of him. His whole life revolves around Dusik. It was evening outside. Dusik and Yunsu were walking down the road together, and the bodyguard asked the boss if he really wanted to go alone, to which he replied that he was not a little child after all. The subordinate smiled, saying that he meant that the man did not like to drive, to which Dusik replied that he would just go in for 5 minutes and back. Yunsu frowned, asking if he really wanted to give him money. The man turned to him in surprise. The subordinate looked down, answering that he was at the bank, and the guy said so he thought so. Dusik smiled, saying that Henso was making a big move, so he should support him somehow. Yunsu was surprised, asking if he hadn't done enough for his brother and had a bad feeling, when suddenly the man exhaled, asking him not to push things too hard, because his brother said that he had thought it over and that things would change for the better. Closing his eyes, he said that the old man would be pleased if he heard the news. Opening the car door, he said that he was leaving. After a while, it got dark outside. Henso raised his hand up, greeting his brother. Dusik became wary, asking what was wrong with his face. The younger brother took him by the wrist, saying that he had a fight with a guy, and then asked if he was coming. Approaching the building, the man asked if it was here. Looking back, he proudly said that the restaurant was bigger than he thought, and it seemed like his brother had been getting ready for a long time, to which Henso replied that he was up to his ears in debt, so he decided to take a risk. Walking ahead, he smiled maliciously. A huge number of people were sitting at the tables. Dusik narrowed his eyes warily. Henso pointed forward with his hand, asking his brother to pass, since almost everyone had already gathered. Taking a step forward, the man began to look around. The men frowned, looking forward. At the neighboring tables, they were also watching what was happening. Dusik walked forward, when suddenly he heard a loud ringing sound behind him. The man slowly looked down. Looking at his side, he saw that a knife was inserted into it. Dusik looked up at the face of his opponent, recognizing Henso in it. The younger brother gritted his teeth, answering that he had no other way, and he did not want to do this, but his brother left him no choice. At great speed, his body was immediately thrown to the side. Dusik grabbed his side, taking a step back. Enraged men immediately began to rise from the tables. The man looked ahead warily. Seokbi came out of the crowd, coming closer and closer to him. Dusik gritted his teeth in pain, recognizing Seokbi. Yunsu was talking to Yerim on the phone, saying that he was calling to find out the address of the bar that Hyunsu was opening, since he had called him but his line was busy. He suddenly became wary when he heard that she was hearing about it for the first time. The subordinate scratched his head in confusion, replying that it couldn't be that way, since Hyunsu had said that he had bought a small bar and was planning to open it today, to which he had invited Dusik. He looked up, asking if Hyunsu was lying. Gritting his teeth in excitement, he thought about how that was possible. The subordinates drove up to the bar, while Yunsu asked everyone to get ready. He gave the order that those who were ready would go first, and the rest would follow him, after which he asked those who hadn't arrived yet to call, since the topic was serious. The protagonist took off his helmet, asking what happened. Yunsu turned excitedly to the schoolboy, asking what he was doing there. Yidzin came closer, saying that his sister had prepared everything and asked him to bring it to them. Many years ago, Dusik approached a motorcycle showroom. He carefully looked inside. There he saw Grandpa Hyunseo standing in front of a man in a business suit. The old man was holding a small envelope in his hands. Seokbi silently put the envelope in his inside jacket pocket. Dusik walked towards them. When he bowed, Seokbi asked him if he really worked there. Walking towards him, he said that he saw that he was happy, which meant he was well paid. Having said this, he put his hand on his shoulder. After that, the man passed by and said that if he decided to call, adding that there was always a place for him. Dusek stood there with his head down. When the guests left, he asked the old man what they were doing there, if he really borrowed money from him. Grandpa Henso exhaled heavily and asked if he remembered the incident with his grandson, adding that he had taken out a loan to solve his problem, but the interest slowly started to drip. He didn't think it would go this far. Hearing this, Dusek's eyes became sad. Night had fallen, and lights were on in the windows of Seokbi's building. Seokbi and Dusek were sitting inside, the latter asking if the business he was talking about was really intentionally causing harm to health in order to get money, and accordingly providing a loan to another party who cannot pay according to the agreement. The man smiled broadly and answered that it was exactly like that, adding that in this way he was getting his money back with exorbitant interest. For this he would need startup capital. Raising his hand, he said that he had just started doing business, but in order to gain a foothold here, he first needed capital. But, unfortunately, there were very few options for making a profit, so even if the business was growing very slowly, he needed a niche that would bring in passive income. Dusek looked up at his interlocutor and asked if the incident with Hyunseo had anything to do with this. Seokbi's smile disappeared and he fell silent. After a short pause, he put his hand in his pocket and said that it was business, after which the guy asked how much. The man took out a cigarette and said that the amount had exceeded 4,000, and the initial amount was about 3,000. Hearing this, fear appeared in Dusek's eyes and he asked if this was really such a high interest rate even after he had paid so much. Seokbi suddenly frowned angrily and asked what he meant by this. Dusek lowered his head and asked him to consider this situation again, to which his interlocutor exhaled cigarette smoke and asked what would happen if he did a favor to everyone. Looking at the guy, he said that this is not how things are done. If you take out a loan, you need to pay it back, adding that today he asked, tomorrow someone else will ask, and how will he run his business then? Hearing this, Doksu sadly lowered his head. Getting up from his chair, he quietly said that he understood everything, simultaneously saying in his head that then he would check his savings, leave a little for rent, and bring the rest. When suddenly Seokbi said that if he worked for him, then he would forget about the debt, which made Dusek shudder. The man smiled broadly, saying that he had come such a long way, he could not just let him go, adding that he had never offered this to anyone before. Dusek froze in place from shock. A few seconds later, he bowed and thanked Seokbi. After this, after a while, many beaten people were lying on the floor of the club. Dusek made everyone kneel, working for Seokbi. Seokbi himself watched this with a sly smile on his face. His men were fighting other men, but there were even more guys behind Seokbi. One day, Dusek was near the motorcycle shop. Grandpa Hyunseo saw him. Dusek shuddered from the old man's gaze. The old man quickly turned back. They continued to stand facing away from each other. Dusek gritted his teeth, continuing to fight. There was an IV in the ward. Grandpa was lying on a bed without moving. Yerim sat next to him, upset. Dusek burst into the ward, excitedly asking how he was. The girl jumped up from her seat, answering that Grandpa had suddenly fallen and the doctors said they did not know when he would wake up. The guy opened his eyes wide in shock. He was perplexed, asking if Henso had done something wrong again, to which Yerim covered her face with her hand, saying that the boy had failed to return the money he had borrowed, and when they had broken into his shop, his heart had given out and the old man had fallen from shock. Dusek gritted his teeth, asking if his younger brother had borrowed money again. Yerim shook her head, saying that the interest had continued to increase and the profit from the shop had not covered everything, so the boy had to put the shop up for bail until he found the money. The boy looked down, wondering if Seokbi had lied to him since he had said he would sort everything out. He clenched his fists, asking what about the money he had sent, since they would have at least delayed the interest, when the girl suddenly replied excitedly that the grandfather had said that it was the brother's money, that it was earned by their labor, so he had said not to touch it. Covering her face with her hands, she added that when the old man found out the reason for their departure, he was ashamed to look them in the eyes. So the grandfather began working overtime, wanting to quickly repay the debt, and worked at the factory at night. The boy immediately looked forward in shock. He remembered their meeting, thinking that the grandfather turned away because he did not want to see him. Many corpses lay on the floor. Blood quickly dripped onto the tiles. The bodies were completely smeared with blood. Seokbi extended his hand with a knife forward. He saw a bloody silhouette in front of him. With eyes burning with rage, Dusek shouted that the man had promised to forgive Hyunseo's debt. Seokbi ducked down, asking if the guy really thought business was some kind of joke. He smirked and added that that wasn't how things were done. Dusek clenched his fist, and suddenly blood began to flow quickly from it. Seokbi jumped up, running forward quickly. Waving a knife, he tried to hit the guy. Dusek immediately ducked down sharply. The man frowned, looking down at him. At that very second, he quickly raised his hand with the knife up. Blood spurted to the side. A huge wound appeared on Dusek's face. Seokbi continued to menacingly hold the knife in front of him. The guy quickly ran forward. Seokbi clenched his fist, hitting the guy in the stomach with all his might. He immediately turned back warily. At that very second, a fist flew into his cheek at great speed. Dusik grabbed him, throwing him down sharply. Looking at the body, the guy tried to catch his breath. Limping, he turned back. Seokbi's body began to shake with anger. Looking at Dusik's back, he thought that it would not be him if he did not take revenge, because the day would come when he would kill the guy. The man grinned, saying that it had been about 10 years since they had seen each other. Blood continued to flow quickly down Dusik's hand. Dusik held his wound tightly and asked what he was talking about. Seokbi sat down on a chair and said that he was talking about their business because they had not closed a couple of questions, adding that when he remembered this, he immediately grabbed his sides because they had been hurting a lot since that day. Dusik glanced out of the corner of his eye at his brother, who had risen to his feet, and asked if he had really dragged the guy into this. Henso looked at his older brother with hatred in his eyes. The man chuckled and said that Seokbi just didn't have the guts, he was just a cheapskate. Hearing this, Seokbi's subordinate put his hands on his hips and asked him how dare he do this, but the boss raised his hand, stopping him. Lowering his hand, the man said that he had heard a lot about him while he was there. A bird sang to him that he was doing well, and that he had become the local boss and had even managed to retire. Dusik smiled wickedly and said that he might look older, but he could still beat him up, just like that time. Hearing this, Seokbi frowned angrily and asked what. Dusik stared at him, mockingly asking if he couldn't accept defeat, so he dragged his brother into this, and then wondered why he was called a bastard. The veins on Seokbi's forehead stood out from what he heard, and he, gritting his teeth, ordered to repeat what he said. Suddenly, his man rushed to attack. He made a quick punch, but Dusik dodged. At the same moment, he himself attacked, delivering a powerful uppercut to the opponent's jaw. Then he pushed him in the face with his hand. Seokbi's man flew into the tables a few meters away. The man, his forehead red with anger, looked at this. Dusik looked at him and with a wide smile on his face said that he still did not understand, he did not retire, but simply began to live for his own pleasure, unlike him. These words infuriated Seokbi and he screamed with all his might, ordering to kill him. All his men immediately rushed to attack. Dusik immediately dodged a quick blow with a bat. Then he hit the attacker with all his strength in the face. Dusik surreptitiously hit another attacker with his elbow. After that, he did a spinning kick to the face. Seokbi's man flew into the tables, and Hyunseo looked on in fear. Horror appeared in his eyes from what he saw. He watched his brother fight furiously with a wound in his stomach, and said to himself that although he knew that he was once one of the most influential bosses, but was he really that strong? Dusik, clenching his jaw tightly, swung his fists. His blows hit his opponents perfectly. They lost their balance, falling to the floor. Hyunseo clenched his teeth, angrily saying to himself that this was impossible, adding that he understood that it was possible to deal with two, but there were a whole bunch of them. Seokbi's men continued to fall to the floor with a crash. Less than a minute later, only Dusik was left standing. Breathing heavily, he held his bleeding wound. Seokbi's men slowly rose to their feet. Hanso watched all this with his mouth open in shock. The man put his fist to his mouth, thinking that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to move. Continuing to hold his side, he wondered if the knife had really gone in that deep. Seokbi turned red with rage, ordering them to kill Dusik quickly. His subordinates immediately rushed to the attack. The man clenched his fist and hit his opponent in the face with all his might. Suddenly, a strong blow hit his shoulder. Turning around, the man noticed an opponent with a stick in his hands behind him. Gritting his teeth, he swung his fist. At that very second, a strong blow hit Dusik in the face. With his bloody hand, he suddenly grabbed the enemy's hand with the knife. Raising his leg, he hit the opponent in the stomach with his knee. They continued to hit Dusik's exhausted body with all their might. The opponents with weapons quickly ran towards him. Several cars were driving quickly along the dark highway. Yunsu frowned, ordering the driver to drive faster because the boss would not last long there. The cars immediately sped up. The entire floor was covered in blood. Dusik leaned against the bloody wall, holding his side tightly. Hyunseo began to look around in fear. He bared his teeth, thinking that if he hadn't cut his brother, he would have been able to run away, and he had such a wound and he was still standing. Seokbi smiled maliciously, saying that Dusik hadn't changed, and then asked why he was silent, because he really didn't have the strength to answer. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that the man's fate was sad because he was already at his limit. Dusik smiled, thinking that he was right, and then said that he felt just fine then, so he thought he should repeat it. Remembering the past, he added that he still remembered how Seokbi squealed like a dog. The man frowned. Suddenly he turned to the side, calling Hyunseo, and then asked him to come over. With a tremor in his body, he slowly approached the boss. Holding out a knife, Seokbi ordered to kill his older brother. Hyunseo looked at him in bewilderment. The boss looked menacingly into his eyes, ordering him to kill. Fear was visible on the man's face. His voice began to tremble when he said that Seokbi asked to stab him once with a knife and the debt was forgiven, but did not say to kill, to which the boss asked to stab him again. With trembling hands, Hyunso took the knife, wondering if he really needed to stab him again. Dusik looked at him warily. The younger brother fixed his gaze on him, thinking that he would not back down. After all, he had done so much, so refusing was no longer an option. Dusik looked at him from under his brows. A loud knock suddenly sounded behind them. The door slowly swung open. The protagonist in the helmet carefully looked inside. Seokbi turned back in surprise. Noticing a guy with a bag at the door, he asked if someone had ordered anything. The men became wary, saying that no one had ordered anything. Dusik widened his eyes in surprise, cautiously calling out to Aidzin. The protagonist held out the bag, saying, "Here's their order." The boss looked ahead in confusion, when suddenly silence fell among everyone. Seokbi looked ahead from under his brows, asking what kind of idiot called the delivery service. The protagonist, wearing a motorcycle helmet, stood at the door. Dusik looked at him in surprise. He was holding his wound tightly, which continued to bleed. Aidzin saw this, but said nothing. Seokbi looked at the guy and said that he didn't want to do this, but they needed to bring him here before he ran away because they didn't need witnesses here. The big guy's subordinate walked towards the guy. Seokbi looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that he was just unlucky. That's what happens in life. The big man stretched out his hand towards the protagonist. Suddenly, Aidzin grabbed it and broke it in one motion. The big man gritted his teeth, feeling insane pain. But before he could do anything, the protagonist hit him with his forehead with all his might. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Seeing this, Seokbi frowned in displeasure and then asked what it was. At this time, Aidzin carefully placed his sister's food on the table. Then he slowly let go of the straps of the bag. Suddenly, Seokbi's men rushed towards him with screams. The man in the suit made a quick attack. The protagonist dodged and kicked his opponent in the knee. While the man was holding his leg, Aidzin forcefully kicked the second attacker. With 2 blows, he knocked 2 opponents to the floor. Seokbi looked at it in shock. Hyunso looked at the courier with his mouth half open in surprise. The protagonist himself rushed to attack. He carried out one quick kick to the opponent's stomach. He was immediately attacked from behind with a knife in his hands. Aidzin suddenly grabbed Seokbi's man by the arm. With his other hand, he delivered a strong blow to the man's neck. He immediately fell to the floor. Seokbi's men ran at the protagonist with bats in their hands, screaming and asking who he was, and the boss ordered them to kill him. Aidzin suddenly jumped up. He charged the opponent in the jaw with both fists. Seokbi looked at it in fear, clutching a cigarette in his mouth. He watched as the courier beat up all his men at incredible speed. Aidzin twisted one opponent and hit him in the face with his knee. He was slamming the other one's face into the floor with all his might. The cigarette fell out of Seokbi's mouth, and then he asked himself what kind of monster it was. Dusik was sitting on a chair at the time, saying that it was Seokbi who was unlucky, not the courier. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, he firmly said that he was in trouble, that he wasn't some street punk who could be taken for a ride. Seokbi turned to Dusik with horror in his eyes. The protagonist at that time hit another opponent with all his might. The protagonist looked around. Henso was holding onto the knife tightly, thinking that they had clearly gotten the wrong delivery man. Aidzin immediately turned back. His gaze fell on Henso. Looking at him, Henso recognized him as the guy from the bar. The door to the bar immediately opened. Dusik's subordinates quickly rushed inside. The man was sitting on a chair, greeting them with a smile. Yunsu ran up to him excitedly, asking if the boss was okay. Dusik put a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he needed to finish here first and then talk. His subordinates looked at him with fear. The cars parked in front of the building. Many men approached the bar with weapons in their hands. After entering, they surrounded Seokbi. He began to look around anxiously. The man noticed angry guys in front of him. Seokbi suddenly turned his gaze in another direction. He saw Yunsu nearby. Gritting his teeth, his body began to tremble with fear. Dusik exhaled, carefully getting up from his chair. Seokbi immediately turned to him. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from excitement. Looking down, Dusik slowly walked past his opponent. The boss looked down in fear, wondering if he was really just dust from the road in Dusik's eyes. Hyunsu began to tremble with fear, seeing his brother approaching. Looking at him, Dusik said that he was thinking about what to do with his younger brother. The knife fell to the floor with a loud noise. Henso raised his hands up, starting to say that he had simply made a mistake, so it would not happen again. The older brother exhaled heavily, answering that the guy was not to blame because it was all his fault. Henso frowned in bewilderment. Dusik immediately added that it was his fault that he had not foreseen this, because if his brother had known him better, he would not have made such movements towards him. Henso was immediately hit in the face with a strong fist. A loud slap was heard throughout the bar, from which the younger brother's body began to fall quickly. Losing his balance, the guy fell to the floor with a loud sound. Dusik took a stick in his hand, asking why his brother had gotten involved with the enemy, even if he had confused him, because this was the only thing he could not understand. Henso raised his head in fear, begging his brother not to do this for the sake of his grandfather. Raising the stick up, Dusek said that he was doing this for him. Swinging the weapon, he beat Henso's body with all his might. His subordinate stood aside, watching what was happening. Loud blows continued to be heard. After a while, the stick fell to the floor with a loud ringing sound. Henso lay motionless, bleeding. Trying to catch his breath, Dusek stood over his body, saying that if he heard again that his brother had started gambling again, or that he had borrowed money from Yerim. Baring his teeth, he added that he would kill Henso. Dusek, breathing heavily, looked at his beaten brother. After a short pause, he turned around and quietly said that he should have done this a long time ago. He walked towards Seokbi, who was shaking with fear. Veins stood out on his forehead from anger, but he remained silent. Dusek looked at him with contempt in his eyes. Then he remembered how he was still very young, how he looked at Seokbi the first time they met. He also remembered how his eyes were filled with distrust towards him that day. Leaving the memories, Dusek walked past the bandit and ordered his men to take care of him so that his eyes would never see him again. Hearing this, Seokbi gritted his teeth in rage. He abruptly took out a knife from his pocket, screaming in his head, "How dare he!" The man rushed towards Dusek, but suddenly someone grabbed his arm tightly. It was Yunsu, who then hit the enemy in the face with all his might. Seokbi fell to the floor with a crash. Yunsu began to kick him furiously, screaming and asking who he was raising his hand to. Dusek continued to walk towards the exit, while his men began to beat Seokbi. He walked out into the street, holding his hand to his face. But when he lowered it, he saw him. The protagonist was standing not far ahead of him. Dusek stopped and asked what he had forgotten there, to which Yidzin quietly replied that he had brought food. Hearing this, the man asked in confusion, "Food? Was he joking?" To this, the guy handed him a bag of food. When Dusek took it, the protagonist said that his sister had given it to him. He looked at his friend and added that it was as gratitude for helping his grandfather. From what he heard, surprise appeared in Dusek's eyes. After a short pause, he slightly lowered his head and thanked Dayan. Suddenly, he looked to the side. He looked at the motorcycle and said that he saw that the guy cared about it, to which he said that he would return it. Dusek closed his eyes and asked the protagonist to stop, adding that he had already told him many times to keep it for himself, and he was already old for such a ride. Looking down, he quietly said that he had never even ridden it when he was young. "Did he really steal it?" asked Yidzin coldly, to which Dusek raised his head in surprise and exclaimed, "No." Then the guy asked if he had gotten it on the black market, to which the man shuddered and shouted that he had not stolen it, but bought it. Putting his hand to his head, he looked at the motorcycle. He remembered how this motorcycle was standing behind the glass of the shop window. Passing by, Dusek noticed it. He stopped, admiring it. The man looked at him intently, without taking his eyes off him. Yunsu turned to him and asked if he was really interested in this motorcycle. After that, Dusek left the memories, put his hands in his pocket and said that this motorcycle brings back so many memories. But he had never ridden it yet. The protagonist looked at him attentively. Yunsu approached the leader, excitedly saying that he needed to go to the hospital. Dusek turned to Yidzin with a smile, thanking him for his help. The protagonist looked at him emotionlessly. The car drove quickly along the highway. Dusek looked out the window thoughtfully. Sitting behind the wheel, Yunsu said that he didn't think it was over with Henso, since the man had almost died today. Frowning, he asked why the boss was helping his brother, since he had already done enough, and he had only lived with this grandfather for 2 years. Dusek looked down, upset. Looking out the window, he answered that after the shelter, the first person who believed in him was this old man. The guy remembered how he started the motorcycle. He immediately turned on its headlight. Dusek smiled happily, looking at him. The grandfather smiled, praising his grandson for a job well done. Approaching the motorcycle, he said that he could teach the guy something else so he could continue in the same spirit. The guy looked after him upset, asking why the grandfather was teaching him, since he would leave here sooner or later. The grandfather exhaled, asking where he was in such a hurry. He lowered his head and said that his grandson had changed. Looking at the motorcycle, the old man remembered the guy as a hot-tempered man who was always fighting with someone, and he was clearly wondering why such an old man would help the young man. Dusek looked down in disappointment. Without turning around, the old man replied that he simply believed in the boy. Dusek opened his eyes in shock. The grandfather turned to him with a smile, adding that he believed that there are no bad people, but there are bad deeds, and over time, deeds change, but a person remains. Dusek drew his eyebrows together, looking at him. Looking out the window, he asked to tell him what to do, after which he asked to forget. Yunsu continued to look at the road. After a short pause, the subordinate smiled, answering that now he understood him. It was a clear day outside. The street was busy with cars. The numbered one approached the door. Entering inside, he noticed a girl in the center of the room. Looking at her, he asked if she was a client. The girl turned around, answering, yes. The guy lowered his hands, answering that he was just checking the data, after which he clarified if he really needed to protect her for 3 days until she left the country. The girl took off her glasses, answering, yes, but before that she wanted to confirm something. The guy looked at her warily, asking what. She folded her arms across her chest, asking if he was really responsible for her safety alone. The mercenary exhaled, answering that he alone was quite enough. Coming closer, he asked if the girl was nervous. She smirked and said no, then put her hand inside her cloak. The guy watched her movements carefully. At that very second, a loud shot rang out. Blood suddenly splashed in different directions. The girl held the gun confidently with a smile on her face. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. The evening sun was shining through the large windows of the building, and the commander-in-chief of Forez asked with displeasure if Alice had violated a direct order. A man stood not far from him and answered that she had gone there alone and acted at her own discretion. The man frowned with displeasure but said nothing. His subordinate kept his hands behind his back and said that the others did not know about it yet, but if they did, it would be difficult to stop them, after which the boss ordered Alice to be brought back immediately. The man looked at the commander-in-chief and said that there was one thing, her location was unknown, because she was not responding. Hearing this, the man clenched his fist in anger and gritted his teeth. At this time, the guy was bandaging a hole in his side. He was shaking with pain, holding the wound. He stood heavily on his legs, which were shaking. Suddenly, he lost his balance, falling to the floor. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the insane pain. After the shot, his blood remained on the door. The guy was hiding around the corner, pressing his hand to the wound. At this time, Alice coldly said that he was ruining all the fun, and she thought that they would play a little more. She left the room and said, one disappointment. Leaving his memories, the mercenary lowered his head and asked himself how she knew where he was. With these thoughts, he pulled the gun out of the holster. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open. The guy immediately raised the gun. He was ready to shoot as soon as she entered the room. But suddenly a familiar big guy entered the room. The mercenary had a hard time keeping his eyes open. 008 rushed to his comrade, asking how he was, adding that he was wondering why he was calling. 018 lowered his gun and said that he had been shot at, adding that they seemed to be aiming at them, to which his comrade asked who had been aiming. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy replied that he didn't know yet, but he knew one thing for sure, they were dealing with professionals, so he would have to go back and find out. 008 sat next to him and answered, okay, but first we need to get out of here, after which he asked if he could walk, to which he replied, no, adding that his legs weren't holding him up. The big guy helped the guy up and said that it looked like it was serious, when suddenly he froze. 016 looked towards the door. Suddenly, the door was under continuous fire. Alice, holding a submachine gun, was shooting at the door. The bullets flew all over the room. Then she pulled the pin from the grenade. At the same second, she threw it into the room. A bright flash of light filled the entire room. Her weapon whistled through the air. The girl jumped sharply into the room. She carefully walked forward, when suddenly she turned around sharply. 008, with a table in his hand, was running towards his opponent. Alice immediately opened fire, but at the same second, the big guy rammed her. The girl, knocked down, flew to the side. The numbered one pointed the gun forward, saying that he did not see anything. A bright flash suddenly blinded him. Lying on the floor, Alice pointed the machine gun forward. She began to shoot, when suddenly the 18th ran up to his partner, pushing him away. Bullets quickly flew out of the room. The girl stopped firing. She carefully got to her feet, trying to bend down. Going out into the corridor, she held the weapon out in front of her. From around the corner, a hand immediately grabbed the machine gun by the barrel. The guy made a dash forward. Throwing Alice to the floor, he held the gun to her head. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The second one looked at her coldly. Turning the girl's head, he put the barrel of the gun to her forehead. The guy suddenly pulled the trigger. Alice leaned sharply, dodging. The bullet caught her hair and quickly flew forward. It flew into the wall at great speed. The second one turned his head sharply. Alice slid on her back across the floor. She rolled over and grabbed the gun, pointing it forward. The girl frowned. She looked carefully at the doorway. The second one held the weapon in front of him, slowly moving forward. Turning his gaze to the sides, he ordered them to retreat. The mercenaries were sitting in cover around the corner. They got to their feet and turned back. Alice bared her teeth, menacingly thinking that she had only wounded one. Looking at the guy, she said that she definitely knew him, unlike the others. The second one frowned, asking who she was. The girl smiled, saying that he was interested. After a short pause, the second one looked her in the eyes, saying her name. Alice was wary of not understanding. Turning the corner, the guy said that he had heard about her, and they said that she was the best of the Forez, and since she was here, it meant that they wanted a war. The girl smiled, answering that in fact, it was not they who started it. The second one looked coldly ahead, saying that this was a lie. Without lowering the gun, he said that the Forest helped the mad dog attack them, and even sent mercenaries to him, after which he told her to start denying. Alice frowned, wondering if Forrest really helped the mad dog. The second one frowned, adding that he had already warned them, and apparently it was not enough. The girl held the gun, shouting that this was a lie. The guy suddenly lowered the weapon. Standing up, he said that he would have no other choice. Turning around, the second one confidently said that this was war. Alice did not take her menacing gaze off the doorway. Wounded men in uniform lay on the floor in the hallway. The soldier's body flew to the side and crashed into the wall. Someone hit the soldier right in the throat. The unknown person struck the enemy's knee. The private grabbed him and fell to the floor. The beaten guards trembled in pain. The one who dealt with them entered the office. The light from the lamp illuminated Alice's face. The girl approached her boss's desk. The head of Forrest clasped his hands and asked what it was. The woman frowned sternly and asked if they really helped Mad Dog attack the numbers, which is why they eliminated Anna and the other guys in response. The man closed his eyes and shuddered. The blonde narrowed her eyes suspiciously and thought that from his reaction alone it was clear that it was true. The mercenary pursed her lips and wondered why they had gotten involved in this at all, because the enemies could have killed each other themselves, but because of the decision from above, many of their people died. The soldier put his hands on the table and asked how it concerned her personally. Alice replied that her people died there. Covering her mouth with his hands, the military man reminded her that her job was to follow his orders and asked if she understood everything. The girl silently looked away. She lowered the corners of her lips and answered in the affirmative. Her boss said that this was the last warning. Throwing a stern look at her, the head of Forrest said that they would talk in a completely different way if the subordinate ever acted on her own discretion again, and asked her to sit silently and wait for orders, even if something like this happened. The woman lowered her eyes and replied that she understood everything. The man asked her to leave. The blonde turned around and headed for the exit. The people who were in the office watched her go. The creak of the door was heard. The guard folded his hands behind his back and said that in terms of skills, this mercenary was perfect, but on the other hand, she could not control herself, so it would be better if they ordered her to watch over their safety. The soldier frowned sternly and asked if he really had a mission for her. The assistant looked at him and said that he was thinking of sending her there. The sunlight was shining into the office. The soldier agreed that thanks to her, they would be able to obtain very valuable information and asked the assistant to call her back. The bright sun was shining over the SW Group building. The protagonist entered the office. His colleague immediately notified the others of his arrival. The guys smiled happily when they learned that their comrade was back. Aidzin looked at his friend questioningly. Sukjo explained that they had new employees. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked why he was considered the youngest if they were the same age. The newcomer smiled and replied that he had a lot of seniority and experience. There were glitters around his satisfied face. The people stood in a row in front of the commander. The young man asked if there were foreigners among them. Frowning, the leader of the second group said that the company had been through a lot lately, so they decided to recruit only experienced guys, and added that they would undergo an internship for the first few months, and then they would start their main work. Alice was among the candidates. The SW employees blushed and noted her incredible beauty. The girl looked sternly ahead. Some time ago, she stood in her boss's office. The head of Forest explained that SW was gaining momentum and could become a problem for them in the future, so she needed to infiltrate there and wait for further instructions. The woman folded her hands behind her back. The scoundrel said that she already had a resume, so they would have nothing to find fault with. The mercenary closed her eyes and sighed heavily. The commander entered their room. Approaching his colleague, the leader of the second team said that the guys wanted to have a welcome party and asked his permission to do so. The man replied that nothing could be done about it. Putting his hands on his hips, he announced that the welcome party was about to begin and asked everyone to follow him into the gym. The guys looked around when the young man asked what kind of party it was. Grinning, the SW staff explained that when people usually get nervous and fidget all the time when they come to a new place, so they should greet them warmly to help them get used to it. The student looked away and asked if they really wanted to put them in their place. The colleagues looked at him in surprise and decided to politely remain silent. The schoolboy looked down and thought that even in this company there was such a thing as a welcome. The people gathered in the gym and decided to start with endurance training. Raising his hand, the agent reminded that each of them had a lot of experience and suggested that they get straight to the point. The coach frowned in displeasure. Alice looked away. The protagonist stood next to Sukjo. The girl noticed that they were very young and wondered what these teenagers were doing in one of the best companies in this country. The commander stepped forward and asked one of the newcomers to step into the ring. The blonde stepped forward and said that he would go first. The heroes stood opposite each other. The mentor said that this would be an easy sparring and asked them to avoid attacks on vital points and work half-heartedly. The trainee put on blue gloves. His opponent put on red gloves and slammed them together. When the fight began, the SW agent lunged forward. The newcomer blocked his punches by putting his hands in front of him. Then he counterattacked. The agent stepped forward. The big guy leaned on his opponent with his whole body. They fell to the floor. The man pinned his opponent's hand with his knee. Then the fighter pinned his other hand to the ground. The SW agent swung his fist. He froze in place when the commander announced that the sparring was over. The mentor looked sternly at the opponents. His colleague raised his hand solemnly. His friends smiled happily. The woman frowned and thought that it wasn't so bad. Raising her hand, the mercenary said that she would go second and decided to keep a low profile and choose the weakest opponent to finish everything quickly. The guys looked at her in surprise and noted her good knowledge of Korean. The blonde glanced to the side and said that, according to rumors, only the best work in SW. Pointing her hand forward, the intern explained that she wanted to check if this was true and made her choice. The man looked tensely to the side. The protagonist looked up. Alice was pointing at him. Everyone in the gym smiled nervously and wondered why she was pointing at the final boss. The heroes stood opposite each other and put on their gloves. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought about how Anna had tried to kidnap an important person from SW but failed her mission because of these bodyguards, and she was ordered to infiltrate here and keep an eye on their top brass, so she needed to fit in first. The leader of the second group and the mentor watched her tensely. Their subordinates' brows were furrowed in fear, and the woman wondered why they were all so worried. The mercenary looked at her opponent and assumed that everyone was so worried about him. Yidzin adjusted his gloves. The blonde got into a fighting stance and decided that she would have to hold back so as not to hurt him too much. When the fight began, the trainee rushed forward. The boy blocked her blow. Alice raised her fists in front of her. The boy struck back. The girl narrowed her eyes and wondered why her opponent was so strong. Her hair flew into the air. The student pounced on her and knocked her down. The woman gritted her teeth. She raised her hand to hit her opponent in the head with her elbow. The student jumped to the side. The heroes found themselves on the floor opposite each other. The protagonist looked up. The mercenary looked at him sternly, noting his perfect sense of timing and combat, and mentally wondered who he was. They rose to their feet and rushed towards each other. Yidzin raised his hand in front of him. The blonde got close to him and swung her fist. South Korean flags hung from the ceiling, and the sound of a blow was heard. The SW employees raised their eyebrows in surprise. The leader of the second team and his colleague frowned. The guy stopped the opponent's fist with his hand. With his free hand, the young man grabbed her forearm. The student dislocated her arm. The intern gritted her teeth and realized that she was in bad shape. Alice swung her elbow and thought about how she could not read her opponent's movements. The girl hit him in the side. The schoolboy took a step back. The woman lunged in his direction. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head. The protagonist hit her in the lower jaw. The mercenary raised her head and gave him a furious look. Yidzin put his fists in front of him. The heroes found themselves at a distance. The guy got into a fighting stance. The blonde responded in kind. The SW employees watched what was happening in amazement. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the commander asked them to stop and reminded them that this was supposed to be a light sparring match. The opponents lowered their hands. The young man turned around and left the ring. The trainee silently watched him go. The student stood with his back to her. Alice thought that this man was on a different level than the others, and that even her people were not his equal. The girl frowned menacingly and decided that SW had chosen him for a reason. Jiyoung and Yuna entered the gym. The leader of the second team approached them. The director asked if they were holding another welcoming party here. The answer was affirmative. The SW heiress crossed her arms over her chest and noted that this was the first time she saw her friend so serious during a sparring match. The man nodded and said that even in such simple things, the boy still stood out. The mercenary took off her gloves. The woman said that she had high hopes for her. The commander promised to take a closer look at her. The blonde looked away and assumed that this was the granddaughter of the SW president. The employees bowed to their boss. The intern realized that she looked here quite often. Yuna ran up to her classmate. Alice decided that this was the second granddaughter of the company owner. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously and realized that this place was definitely suitable for observing the key people of the company. The sunset sky turned orange. The guys gathered outside. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and called out to the protagonist. The mercenary extended her hand and introduced herself with a fictitious name. Yidzin shook her hand and introduced himself in return. Smiling, the blonde praised his skills and asked how long he had been working here. The guy looked down and said that he had been working here for about 6 months and that he had previously undergone field training. Looking at him, the intern became interested in his field training. The young man looked at her indifferently. Alice realized that this man had not been listed as an official bodyguard all this time, but was just an ordinary intern, and suggested that her understanding of field training might not be entirely correct. The SW employee put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and called him a high school student. The girl frowned in shock. The shop signs were flickering on the buildings. A student was walking down the street with Yun. Watching them from around the corner, the woman decided that they were friends. The girl smiled happily. The mercenary narrowed her eyes and sighed. Holding a phone in her hands, the student said that Yunchin had started filming videos on YouTube and even uploaded a video of her. The schoolboy looked around. There were many people walking along the streets. The protagonist frowned tensely. The blonde pressed herself against the wall so as not to be noticed. She smirked and wondered which combat camp he had trained in. A call rang. The intern looked down. Head Foraz asked how the infiltration was going. Alice put the phone to her ear and replied that everything was going well. Walking down the alley, the girl asked about her request to review the previous mission. The villain rejected it and asked the subordinate to continue surveillance unless she had additional questions. Frowning, the girl asked if she really needed to continue to remain incognito and stated that she was not one to silently agree to such missions. The woman pursed her lips when the man reminded her that this was an order and asked her not to disappoint Foraz. The mercenary agreed and looked at the phone screen. There was a light in the windows of the house. The protagonist put the phone to his ear and heard that 18 was injured. Sitting on the couch, Liam told him that the wound was quite serious and that he would need a long recovery, despite the fact that he received medical attention in time. 32 sat opposite him. 6 added that their comrade encountered Alice, Fora's best assassin, and decided that the rumors about her skills being honed to the limit did not come out of nowhere. Yidzin looked down and said that the second would not let this go so easily since they had attacked the numbered ones. The soldier closed his eyes and said that a war would begin that would affect everyone, and that the second was clearly up to something. The soldier frowned and explained that he did not understand his motivation, since they had only recently separated from the camp and did not have as many people as before. The guy looked down and remembered how they met with a former comrade. The young man looked ahead. Liam asked him to be careful. The student closed the phone and sighed heavily. The schoolboy put it on the nightstand, but immediately the second phone rang. The mercenary squinted. He picked up the phone and unlocked it. A message appeared on the screen. Dan told her brother that she had recently left and was now on her way home. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist was walking down the street. Yidzin looked at the floor and thought a lot. In the past, the boy leaned on his hand and began to breathe heavily. The guy was sitting on the ground with his head down. Around him were the tired privates. The young man narrowed his eyes and shuddered. Someone handed him a protein bar. The soldier looked at him and said that not even half of the training had passed. The mercenary took the food from his hands and said nothing. The soldier looked away and asked him to eat it, as this was the only way to survive. After that, the numbered one left. The protagonist raised his head. Yidzin looked after his comrade. Standing at the other end of the crosswalk, Dan waved to her brother. The guy saw her and smiled. The traffic light turned green. The girl walked forward. A motorcycle was driving along the road at high speed. Its driver was looking at his phone and not paying attention to the road. The young man looked at him sharply. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The student rushed forward to save her. Someone grabbed the student by the side. The motorcycle passed by, almost hitting her. Dayan opened her mouth in horror. Her savior sighed in relief. Alice looked after the motorcyclist and said that such scoundrels are the ones who cause accidents later. The girl turned to her and thanked her. The woman looked up. A worried schoolboy stood in front of her. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thanked his colleague. The mercenary looked at him puzzled and asked what it meant. Yidzin approached the girl and explained that she was his sister. The blonde looked at them in amazement. There was a glowing sign above the entrance to the store. The heroes were sitting at a table. The student found out that they worked together. Closing her eyes, the intern said that they had been working together for 2 days already and called herself an ordinary newbie compared to her brother. The schoolgirl tried to open a can of soda. The guy asked what his colleague was doing there. Alice replied that she lived nearby. The young man took the can from his sister's hands and said that they also lived in this area. The student opened a soda. The girl hoped that they would see each other more often now. The mercenary put the open can on the table. The woman looked at him with a smile. The siblings were drinking soda. The mercenary was surprised that her colleague had such a side. The student smiled. In the memory, the child was looking out the window. Clutching the can in her hands, the blonde thought about how long they hadn't seen each other and decided that they needed to see each other sometime. Someone was walking down the street. Forth closed his eyes and suggested waiting a couple more days and asked if they hadn't checked this place yet. 8 suggested that they just needed to catch the moment and they would show up themselves. The brute frowned and reminded them that this place was assigned to them, so the camera would immediately notice when they showed up. The soldier narrowed his eyes angrily and hoped for this and was indignant that their enemy had such a high opinion of himself after a couple of achievements. The man looked down and said that the second would not like it. The soldier reminded him that he had said not to touch Foraz, but he had not said anything specifically about their killer. The numbered one slyly knitted his eyebrows and decided to do everything in such a way that Foraz would not even understand anything. The fourth one put his hands in his pockets and asked what brought his friend here. The eighth one replied that he would like to see the first one since they were here. Looking up, the soldier asked if there was a need for that and suddenly noticed his comrade in front of him. The protagonist was sitting at a table in an outdoor cafe at the other end of the street. The soldier narrowed his eyes and noticed that he was there with his sister. The numbered one looked at his friend when he said Alice's name. The brute's eyes widened and said that it was her. The girl was sitting at the table and smiling. The fourth one hid around the corner and asked if this was true. The man confirmed it. Yidzin looked down. The soldier frowned angrily and asked why the first one was sitting at the same table with her. The eighth gritted his teeth and said that he was interested in this too. The woman glanced to the side. The light of the lantern illuminated the empty street. The soldier's teeth chattered. The soldier's eyebrows drew together tensely and concluded that the first was connected with Fora's. The second put the phone to his ear and asked if they were really together. The big guy confirmed it and added that his comrade wanted to deal with them himself. Sitting in the chair, the brunette asked them to wait for him and not to contact the first. The numbered one closed the phone. He had a stern look. Holding the phone in his hands, the man sighed heavily. He remembered how his friend sat at the table with the enemy and wondered what this could mean. Sitting on the box, the eighth said that the second would be here soon and asked them to wait for him. The moonlight illuminated the abandoned building. There was an open laptop on the table, but there was no one nearby. The brute widened his eyes in fear and realized that his comrade had already left. The protagonist left the entrance. Yidzin was walking along the empty street. Suddenly, something made him look away. A soldier was standing in the darkness. The soldier cast a distrustful glance at his comrade. The guy looked at him. The numbered one asked him to come with him. There was a tall crane next to the construction site. The heroes went inside. The young man asked what happened. Without turning around, the fourth asked if he didn't understand what had happened. The student silently looked at his back. Suddenly, a knife blade flashed in front of his face. The schoolboy tried to dodge the blow, but he failed. The soldier swung the knife. The protagonist leaned forward to avoid the blow. Yidzin hit his opponent with his elbow. The soldier tried to respond in kind. Blood sprayed into the air. The numbered one continued to advance, gradually pushing the traitor back. A cut appeared on the boy's leg. The mercenary had a wild look in his eyes. He kicked the enemy in the stomach. The young man gritted his teeth. The fourth grabbed him by the hood and wished him death. The student stopped his hand. The soldier took a powerful blow to the jaw. A distance formed between the opponents. The schoolboy lowered his hands and began to breathe heavily. The soldier gritted his teeth and said that he should have finished off the traitor a long time ago. The high school student looked at him in surprise. The numbered one pointed a gun at him. The mercenary narrowed his eyes angrily and shouted that they all believed him even after what happened, but they were betrayed again. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what they were talking about. The fourth grinned and asked him not to pretend. He raised his gun. Suddenly, the eighth knocked him down. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. The big man frowned and whispered that number 2 would be here soon. The soldier gritted his teeth. The man released him and stood up. Number 1 glanced to the side. Yidzin watched him indifferently. The mercenary walked away. The boy looked at his comrade. He raised his eyebrows and asked what was wrong. Number 8 turned to him and said that there had been a misunderstanding. The big man smiled and promised to see him later. After that, the man left. Number 5 put the phone to her ear and asked if number 4 had really attacked him with a knife. The boy, sitting on his bed, confirmed it. Putting her hand to her head, Maya said that she thought their hatred for him had diminished and wondered why they had come and attacked so suddenly. The student clenched his fist and said that it was something else. The girl frowned and asked what they were talking about. The schoolboy looked down and remembered his comrade saying that he had betrayed them again. The woman looked away in amazement and asked what that meant. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and explained that he was definitely not mistaken, and the soldier promised to find out what was going on. The protagonist looked at his phone screen and hung up. In his memory, the soldier swung a knife. Yidzin fell to the ground. The fourth threw the knife into the air and asked him to get up right now. The boy rose to his feet. His whole body trembled. The guy looked at him with displeasure. The soldier tripped his comrade. Then he hit him in the stomach. The soldier pointed the handle of the knife towards the target. The young man missed a strong blow to the head. The mercenary's eyes widened in fear. His body fell to the ground. His comrade asked him to remember that no one cares that he might be in pain, and said that he must go to the very end, even if his arms and legs are cut off. The protagonist felt a wooden knife on the ground. Yidzin somehow got to his feet. He had a murderous look. The fourth widened his eyes in surprise. The boy got into a fighting stance. The soldier smirked and said that he liked his look. The military man slyly drew his eyebrows together and explained that in a knife fight the outcome is always unknown, since even a step away from death, you can deliver a fatal blow. The The boy looked down and thought about his words. Someone kicked the box aside. Sitting on the couch, the eighth asked his comrade to calm down. The numbered one asked how he could remain calm when something like this happened before his eyes. The man looked at him and said that something was wrong. The mercenary gritted his teeth and said that the first had already betrayed them once and that nothing would stop him from doing it again. The brute looked down and reminded them that their comrade said that he wanted to live his life with his family. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. In the memory, the protagonist was sitting at a table with Alice and Daeun. 4 turned to his friend and asked what was wrong. 8 remembered that one was there with his sister. The soldier frowned in confusion. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if their comrade would go to the forest killer with his sister. The soldier narrowed his eyes and asked if he thought she had disguised herself to get closer to him. The thug said that this was their best guess at the moment. The heroes turned around when they heard a loud sound. The laptop screen showed a broadcast from security cameras. Someone had entered the construction site. Alice walked forward, looking down. In front of her was a tall staircase leading to the upper floors. The girl looked around and made sure that the enemies had cleaned everything up. The woman narrowed her eyes and thought that they would not be able to hide the bullet holes. She put her hand to the cracks in the wall. The mercenary raised her head and looked up. With a stern frown, the blonde concluded that they were shooting from above and assumed that the opponents were shooting at the agents while they were going up. As she went up the stairs, the intern thought about how they had turned around abruptly, quickly went up to the next floor and dealt with the people who were below. The killer imagined the protagonist going up the stairs and wondered why they had come at them so openly, because there were many other options besides this. Alice continued to go up. There were bullet holes on the column next to her. The girl realized that something was wrong here. She turned the corner and assumed that the villains could be waiting for them behind the wall. An image of Yidzen hiding around the corner appeared in her head. He intercepted the agent's gun. A wound appeared on the man's shoulder. The guy fired at him several times. The woman decided that there was a surprise effect and a precise hit on target. The mercenary frowned and thought that there were several people here or one professional, since the enemy's combat training was at a high level. It was dark on the floor. The blonde assumed that one person could not defeat all their agents. Besides, Anna was there and wondered what really happened here. The killer stepped forward. There were bullet holes on the walls. There were exactly the same small craters on the floor. Alice imagined how she was surrounded by agents and realized that a completely different picture was taking shape here. The girl turned around. She took a step forward. The woman approached the fence and looked at the sky. There were black marks on the ceiling. The mercenary came to the conclusion that they were shooting from here and realized that the agents who were waiting for the enemy on the stairs did not even have time to react. Suddenly, the blonde looked away. A few meters away from her stood barrels with building materials on them. The trainee threw them off with her hand. There was a hidden camera underneath them. The killer's eyes widened in fear, realizing that someone had been watching her the whole time, and she decided that she needed to leave as soon as possible. Alice took a step to the side. At that moment, she had to bend over to dodge the bullets. The girl lay on the ground and rolled to the side. She took a pistol with a silencer from her inside pocket. The woman pointed it forward and returned fire. The bullets ricocheted off a concrete column. The fourth came out from behind her and made sure that his enemy was not called the best in forest for nothing. The blonde hid behind the column and said that she did not recognize his voice. The trainee peeked out from around the corner and asked the enemy to state his name. The killer hid back when shots rang out. Alice gritted her teeth and asked if her enemy was numbered. Without lowering his gun, the soldier confirmed it. The girl smirked and asked if he had come to avenge one of his comrades. The soldier narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to ask her the same thing. The woman grabbed the barrel of his gun and called him overconfident. She pointed the gun at him and said that he was caught. The guy pushed her hand away. The blonde kicked him in the stomach. His gun flew into the air. It fell to the ground. The mercenary tried to stab her opponent with a knife. Suddenly, the trainee looked down. The killer saw a cut on her shin and wondered when it happened. The young man was clutching a knife in his hands. Alice smiled slyly and named his serial number. The fourth one raised his eyebrows and asked if they knew each other. The heroes stood at a distance. The girl told them that, according to rumors, among the number there was one formidable fan of knife fights and suggested that all this was planned in order to reduce the distance. The soldier twirled the knife in his hand and explained that women in trousers always wield a gun, so he wanted to show her the choice of a real man. The mercenary called him crazy. The soldier lunged forward. The blonde jumped back to dodge the blow. She put her hands in front of her and squinted. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. The guy quickly and accurately swung the weapon. The young man swung the knife and asked if his enemy really came here with such a terrible level of training. The trainee stepped on his foot with her heel. The numbered one gritted his teeth from the sharp pain. The killer threw her cloak over him. The fourth swept it aside. The soldier frowned in surprise. Alice pointed her gun at him. The soldier spread his arms and asked if she had had a second firearm all this time. The girl grinned and asked who wielded knives in their day and explained that modern times called for modern measures. The guy dodged to the side to avoid the bullets. The woman fired at him several times. The young man fell to the floor and rolled onto his side. Blades glittered in the air. Several throwing knives rushed towards the mercenary. The numbered one hid behind the cement bags. The blonde ran to the side to change her position. The fourth one peeked out from behind the bags and asked where she was going. The trainee ran out from behind the column and pointed the gun at him. The soldier leaned forward to avoid the bullets. The soldier covered his face with his hand and clenched his teeth in displeasure. The killer looked down and decided that she had to leave, as there was a good chance that other rooms might be nearby. The walls of the building were covered with ivy. The boy put his hands in his pockets and was upset that he had missed his enemy because he had been distracted for a second. The young man flinched in fear when someone asked if he hadn't managed to catch Alice. 2 was standing in front of him, and 8th was standing behind him. 4th narrowed his eyes and cast a displeased look at them. 4th frowned with displeasure. The 3 of them stood opposite each other. Then he looked away and admitted that he was at fault. 2 lowered his head and said that he was a little late himself, so it was no big deal. 4th looked at him silently and wondered if that was all, since he thought 2 would start lecturing him again. 8th looked at them and asked if they should contact the protagonist and explain everything to him. 2 silently looked ahead. He was holding a photo of Alice. A moment later, Yidzin was holding the photo and wondering if this was for his best assassin. The second was sitting in front of him and saying that it was indeed true. The protagonist remembered 4th yelling at him angrily for betraying them even though everyone trusted him. The protagonist looked at the photo and said that he didn't know it was her, but the second replied that he knew. The protagonist looked up and wondered what was going on. The second lowered his head and said that if Yidzin knew about it, he wouldn't have gone there with his sister. He then lowered his head and asked the protagonist how he met her, and the protagonist replied that she had recently joined them in SW. The man looked down, saying that SW wasn't some kind of playground, so why did she sneak in there? The protagonist looked at him and asked if he knew why the girl had suddenly contacted him, but he replied that he did not know, but would find out soon. The protagonist lowered his head and said that if she had been ordered to get rid of him, she would not have gone to such lengths. The second nodded and said that he thought so too. He looked at the protagonist and said that they would figure it out themselves. Yidzin opened his mouth in surprise. The second narrowed her eyes at him and said that his sister was his weakness. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The second looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that if Alice found out that the protagonist was connected to them, his life would be in danger, and therefore they first needed to find out what she knew about him. The protagonist looked at him silently. The second turned around and said that Yidzin could rely on them. Alice frowned and said that she did not think that this place would stink of numbered ones. She imagined the image of the 4th, which said that by going against her, the best killer in Forez, he wanted to show her the choice of a real man. She frowned and mentally exclaimed that she needed to focus. The man standing in front of her called out to her and told her to stop counting the stars. She lowered her head and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist looked at her and wondered why she had to go through all this if she was ordered to kill him when she could have just come to him in person. Yidzin looked at her from behind and thought that, let's say, if she wanted to take his family hostage, but it even sounded absurd when she could have just come and taken them hostage and not put on such a show. The protagonist frowned angrily and wondered what the reason was. The lanterns illuminated the room, and the coach said that was all for today. Alice lowered her head and thanked the coach. She looked down and sighed heavily. The action then shifts to her room, where she tells someone that they need to leave because there are numbered ones in this country. She holds her head and says that she is not sure, but she thinks that the numbered ones found out about her infiltration of SW. She looks up and makes a surprised noise when the person on the phone tells her that she should continue the mission because they spent a lot of time and effort to get her there. She frowns angrily while the person on the phone tells her that the risk of being exposed is still small, so she should continue surveillance. The girl frowns and looks ahead, wondering what to do. Yidzin is standing in front of her. The girl approaches him and calls out to him. She smiles and says that she remembers that he said that he wanted to buy something, and now that she is free, she wants to go with him. The protagonist looks at her silently, but then agrees. After a while, they were walking together and the girl told him to tell her if he got bored with her chatter. Alice was tense. Yidzin was looking at her and saw it. She saw the second in the shadow. The second was looking at her, and she was surprised that even he was there. She bit her lip and mentally said that it seemed like she had been exposed. She lowered her eyes and told the protagonist that he could go without her. She looked at him and said that she remembered that she had a lot of things to do. Yidzin looked at her silently. The girl went to the second. She approached him and asked him not to touch the protagonist because he had nothing to do with it, because he just worked for the company she had infiltrated. The second looked at her and asked again about the company. Alice frowned and said that Yidzin was just one of those bodyguards who worked for SW. Besides, she decided to warn him in advance because she knew that they kill anyone. The second one looked at her silently. Yizin stood behind and observed the situation. The second one went into a dark alley and told the girl to follow him. They entered some room. She frowned and said that he wouldn't have shown up there if he wanted to kill her, and therefore she was interested in the reason. The second one looked at her and asked what she was doing there. Alice looked away and said that she was just there on business. She frowned and looked at him when he asked if she really had business that concerned SW. Alice smiled and said that she wouldn't tell him everything so easily, because she shouldn't share important information with him. The second one frowned and said that he heard her. He turned around and walked away. The girl indignantly asked that he really would just up and leave like that. The second one, standing with his back to her, told her to quickly get out of here while he was still kind. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Yizin was talking to someone. He was standing somewhere in a dark alley and talking on the phone with the second, who told him that Alice was not here for him, and, as he had already noticed, she did not even know him. He imagined the moment when the girl told him that he could go without her. The second said that the protagonist did not need to worry, because Alice only saw him as SW's bodyguard. Yizin's eyes widened in surprise. The second turned off the phone. Behind him stood two numbered ones, and the fourth said that now he understood why he did not even swear when he learned of their mistake. The fourth frowned and asked if this meant that the second had planned all this from the very beginning. The second turned around and said that the fourth himself was one big mistake, so he was already tired of telling him anything. The numbered ones lowered their heads in shame. The second walked away. After some time, Liam was talking on the phone about how surprised he was when he heard the news, and he couldn't understand why Alice had even entered SW. Sunlight was shining into the protagonist's room. The protagonist was sitting on the bed and talking on the phone. Leah said that when they saw the protagonist, they thought he was related to her. Six closed his eyes and said that the protagonist must have been very surprised because those worms attacked him and tried to kill him. Yizin smiled a little. Liam opened his eyes and asked if there was any more news. The protagonist looked away and said that she hadn't shown up for training today. Leah was standing on the roof and said that she didn't really have a choice, and he knew that the organization had a hard time controlling her. They said that she had gotten completely out of hand lately, and so Liam didn't understand why she was given such a mission, because people like that are usually eliminated on the spot, and that's the end of it. The protagonist looked down and said that this meant that she was a very valuable resource and they could not find a replacement for her yet. Six frowned and said that they were simply pressing on her weak points, forcing her to obey, and she could not do anything about it and could only accept it. Yizin looked down silently. Night had fallen. The protagonist went out for an evening jog. He was breathing heavily and assumed that Alice's weak point was her family. Suddenly, he saw a bright light in front of him. His eyes widened. In front of him was a girl on a motorcycle. Alice lifted her helmet and called out to him in surprise. She was standing at the turn and was talking about how she was just about to leave. The protagonist came closer and the girl said that something did not work out with the company, so she decided to leave, but suddenly she saw him and wanted to say goodbye. Yizin looked at her silently. Alice smiled happily and wished him luck. The protagonist was still silent. There was no one around. Suddenly the protagonist asked if she had a family. The girl looked at him in surprise. She smiled and said that she had a younger brother who was the same age as the protagonist, and every time she saw the protagonist, she couldn't help but think of her brother. Yizin's mouth dropped open in surprise. Alice looked at him and remembered that she wanted to say something. The protagonist looked at her silently, and she wished him to continue in the same spirit. She smiled and clarified that she was talking about his work, and besides, she was sure that the protagonist would succeed. She closed her helmet and told the protagonist to take care of himself. The exhaust pipe of the motorcycle made a loud sound. The girl rode on. Yizin frowned as he watched her go. He looked at the empty dark street. After a while, the coach stood in front of the bodyguards and told them that they had done a great job. Yizin stood in their ranks. One of the students approached the protagonist and asked if the training was difficult. The protagonist looked at him calmly and said that he would not say that, since this training was not much different from the others. Everyone around began to laugh at the one who asked this question. Yizin suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. Hamchin was standing in the distance. The protagonist smiled happily and called out to him. Hamchin looked at him with a smile. They were in the lobby of the building, and the major said that he was glad that the protagonist was okay. They walked along the hall, and Yizin said that he had a good team, but the major replied that his employees complain all the time since they all wanted to see the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would definitely visit them when he had time. Hamchin frowned when the protagonist asked him if he had come to see the principal, and then replied that he had come here for the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. Hamchin frowned and said that he had been told that the protagonist was sick with something. He looked at the protagonist and said that the doctors said that he didn't have long to live. Unfortunately, illness and age were taking their toll, and so he wanted to tell the protagonist this, because they were not strangers to each other. Yizin's mouth dropped open in shock. Hanchin asked if the protagonist would visit him. The protagonist turned around and confirmed this, saying that he would tell his family first and then go straight away. Hanchin smiled and said that there was no need to go anywhere because he had already bought tickets for both of them. Yedzin smiled and thanked him. After a while, they were already on the plane. The two men were sitting in the same row together. The protagonist was looking out the window. Hanchin looked at the protagonist and started telling them that he remembered the old man helping the protagonist with his arrival, and now he was ashamed that he had sworn at him and slandered him. Hanchin looked at the protagonist and asked how they had met. The protagonist looked out the porthole and said that the old man had saved him. Yedzin continued to look out the porthole. He opened his eyes wide and began to remember something. The blue sky and clouds were visible through the porthole. He suddenly remembered waking up in some place. He opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Yedzin jumped out of bed. He was in an old room. Someone's voice was heard from around the corner, telling the protagonist not to move, otherwise all the stitches would come apart. Yedzin opened his eyes wide in shock and was ready to fight. An old man appeared in front of him, holding towels and a basin of water. Yedzin immediately reached for the scissors. He picked up the scissors and prepared to attack. His eyes were red and emotionless. The old man looked down. He saw blood on the protagonist's side. Then he closed his eyes and said that he said so. Yedzin was clutching the scissors tightly in his hands. The old man put a basin of water on the table and asked if he really wanted to kill the man who saved him from death with scissors. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and the old man told the protagonist to use his brain. Then Yedzin lowered his eyes. The old man began to bandage him and said that he saved him, dragged him for several kilometers, put stitches, bandaged him, not to go in and then kill him. Besides, according to him, logic is clearly not the protagonist's strong point. He remembered how he was walking and saw the protagonist's body, and so he said that Yedzin was lying half dead near the river. He pulled him out and treated his wounds. Yedzin was breathing heavily and sweat was dripping from his face. The old man leaned over a little and said that he did not wish him any harm. He frowned and looked at the protagonist and said that he would leave when he recovered. The sunlight fell on the protagonist's face. He walked out of the building. There were quite a few people around, all of them wearing camouflage clothing. The men looked at the protagonist silently. The men on the other side also looked at him. The protagonist looked away. The man crossed his arms and glared at him. Yedzin's eyes widened. The protagonist looked away. A girl smiled at him and said that he was not allowed to go out yet, and that he should rest more since he had not fully recovered yet. The protagonist looked at her silently. He lowered his head, and she put her hand to her chin and asked if he really did not want to talk or could not. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and ordered Everin not to talk to him. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked why she couldn't talk to him. The man with the machine gun said that he was an outsider, so she should be careful because no one knew what Yedzin was up to. The man frowned and ordered the protagonist to go back and not stick his head out because if they needed to, they would take him out themselves. Everin smiled and said that he was their guest, so she didn't understand why he was so rude. The man stood in front of them and said that they didn't need such guests here. The protagonist raised his head in displeasure. The man looked at him angrily. Everin stretched out her hands and started screaming that she wouldn't approach him anymore. She took the man away by the hand and told the protagonist not to overexert himself and to rest more. The protagonist silently looked at them. An old man came up to the protagonist from behind and said that he had cured the boy, but while he was unconscious, Everin had looked after him. According to him, she had been messing around with him all night, so he should be gentler with her. The old man closed his eyes and stood next to the protagonist. He lit a cigarette and said that they had, so to speak, a closed area here, so the protagonist should not be surprised by such an attitude, because for them he is a stranger. He looked at the fighters and said that the atmosphere here is not so great, of course, but it is possible to live, and no one will touch him if he does not rush into trouble. The protagonist paid attention to the weapons. He lowered his head and asked if they were military. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He closed his eyes and said that this was not entirely true, but the village was unusual because many people live here and you can meet military men. He opened his eyes and said that for them he is also a stranger, like Idzin. The old man looked at Everin and said that he had stopped here for a short time and sometimes treated the wounded here. At first there were only a few of them, then more and more arrived, and that's how a small town was formed, and of course there were those who simply had nowhere to go, just like Everin. Yedzin looked at her silently. We saw a view of the village from above, and the old man said that this was a mercenary village and they all settled here over time. Some of the fighters were in bandages, and the man continued to talk about how many of them were fighters who were wounded during operations and sorties, and now they were doing what they were good at, earning a living this way. The fighters were already sitting in the cars. The man waved his hand and shouted that the old man should go with them too. Lucas closed his eyes and told the protagonist to leave this place as soon as he recovered. Yedzin squinted at him and he said that people lived here because they had no other choice. The old man threw away his cigarette and wondered why the customer wanted him to go too. The protagonist was still standing there. He turned around silently. Everin was shouting at him to go and rest. After a while, it got dark. The protagonist was lying in the room. He opened his eyes wide, hearing terrifying screams and gunshots. A dent appeared on the wall. The fighters were shooting at the buildings with grenade launchers. They drove in cars along the village and shot in all directions. The fighters fell to the ground, bleeding. Some tried to save their wives. Everything around was covered in blood. The man stepped on the ground. There was a tattoo on his neck. This villain ordered the fighters to gather this trash into one pile. The fighters got out of the cars and began to gather people. One of them approached the boss and said that the informant had not let him down because, as he had said, they were planning a raid here, so many had left. The villain smiled evilly and ordered that everyone be taken outside and some killed as an example for the others, and also that explosives be installed to blow them up as soon as the mercenaries showed up here. The villains took hostages and gathered them in a bunch. Screams were heard outside the window. The protagonist was sitting near the window. He looked away and listened to what was happening. The door to his room opened. Everin ran into the room and told him to run away because there were marauders here. She grabbed his hand and said that the protagonist had to run, otherwise they would catch him too. The protagonist looked away and asked about her. The girl burst into tears and said that she could not leave because her mother was being held captive. Yidzin looked at her silently. She turned around abruptly when she heard that the looters were going to check this house. The door to the room suddenly opened. 2 looters entered the room. Everin was standing inside, holding her mouth. The looters smiled evilly. The protagonist grabbed the machine gun of one of them. The looter's eyes widened in surprise. Yidzin immediately hit him and took the machine gun. Then he broke his arm. The second looter took aim and shouted to his comrade to step aside because he could not shoot. Yidzin immediately hit him in the chin with his elbow. The man fell to the ground and his whole face was covered in blood. The protagonist turned around. He picked up the machine gun. With the butt of the gun, he hit the second looter in the face. Yidzin stood calmly, holding the machine gun in his hands, and 2 looters were lying at his feet. He silently looked down. Everin's eyes widened in surprise. 2 guards were standing guard. The man looked at the stranger and said that this was not enough. They were risking their lives here. This was no joke. Suddenly, someone burst into the room, and Sik turned around with displeasure and asked who was so brave that they dared to interrupt them in the middle of a deal, who was tired of living there. The brunette came closer and said that it was very urgent. The village was attacked by marauders. The bandits' faces changed, and Sik went forward and ordered everyone to get ready. They were moving out right now. After a while, the guy was picking up magazines from the fallen. He was sadly looking into space. The dark-haired girl was watching him. Her eyes widened. She thought that he looked just like those soldiers on the battlefield. Yidzin lay unconscious, while the girl mentally asked herself why they told her not to approach him. She sat next to his bed. The doctor looked at her and told her not to even think about getting close to him. Everin smiled and said that she only came to help, that's all. The man looked away and said that he just wanted to remind her. The green-eyed girl looked at him questioningly, and Sik was holding a weapon in his hands and said that this guy was an outsider and she should be careful. Who knows what this guy is up to? Suddenly, Everin's eyes widened when a voice pulled her out of her memories. Yidzin looked at her and told her to follow him. They should leave here. The dark-haired girl approached and asked him to wait. The blonde looked at her angrily. The girl shook and asked to save her mother and the others. Yidzin looked at her silently. Everin's eyes widened and said that she understood that she was asking for the impossible, but she had no one else to turn to because the marauders would kill them. The hero pursed his lips and asked if this was an official request. The dark-haired girl looked at him in confusion. He replied that he had heard that this was a mercenary village. The girl pressed her fist to her heart and said that she had no money, but they could pay him when they returned. The moon lit up the room. The hero said that she did not understand. He looked at her seriously and said that he owed her, so he accepted her request. Her eyes widened in surprise. The mercenary turned around and advised her to hide somewhere. Everin looked at him and did not believe that this was real. Blood gushed from a strong blow. Yidzin plunged the blade into the big guy. He turned around. The hero quickly threw something at the soldier. Scissors pierced the guy. The blonde uppercut him back. The enemy fell to the ground. Yidzin held his wound and breathed heavily. Suddenly, he felt danger behind him. The guy pulled the scissors out of the dead man. He ran forward. The marauders kept their captives at gunpoint. Another one was seated with them. The soldier looked at the victims. The soldier looked at him and asked if they could start. The boss asked if they had gotten everyone out. He replied that the eastern part was left. The man smiled and said that they could start when they got everyone. He wanted to see the despair on their faces when they returned. There was no one around. There were bodies on the floor. Yidzin was sneaking past the battlefield. His wound was bleeding. He reached the turn and was breathing heavily. The guy looked around the turn. The boss held a cigar in his teeth. The blonde studied the situation. The marauders had the prisoners at gunpoint. Several soldiers were patrolling the area. The hero took hold of the strap of his weapon. He lowered the machine gun to the ground. 2 men were sneaking among the buildings. The marauder smiled and told his partner that they had a chick hiding here. He noticed Aizen and said that he was probably waiting for his mother. The hero looked at him. He extended his hand in their direction, but then he fell to the ground. The guy was placed with the others. He looked to the side. Aizen's eyes found the boss. He frowned when he was told that the group in the east was killed. Suddenly, one of the marauders had his throat cut. The big guy watched him fall. The hero's eyes glowed red when he killed another soldier. The boss's pupils narrowed. His men started firing. The guy slipped behind their leader. The bandit gritted his teeth and said that he was too nimble. A kunai stuck into his neck. Aizen appeared next to the boss and swung. He landed on the man's neck. He fell to his knees. The men with firearms surrounded them. The hero peered out from behind the big guy and said that if they made another move, he would cut him. The prisoners looked at him in shock. The soldiers had him at gunpoint. Aizen held the hostage and shouted for everyone to drop their weapons on the ground. The marauders began to lower their machine guns. The big guy smiled and said that he was not bad, although young, but already had all the makings of a leader. But why was he doing this? The guy looked ahead and said nothing. The soldiers held the prisoners at gunpoint. The boss smiled and asked if he really decided to cut him with this little thing for peeling vegetables. If he failed, there would be no other chance. And even if he did, what about the others? If he killed him, the marauders would finish them off in an instant and then get to him. The soldiers held him at gunpoint. Ash from the fire flew up. The leader smiled and said that if he let go of his knife now and let them finish what they started, then he would spare him and give him power he had never even dreamed of. The prisoners looked up in shock when the marauder said that he might even make some concessions. He wanted him to spare them, right? The boy frowned and said nothing. The soldiers had him at gunpoint. He looked away. 2 more had their machine guns pointed at him. The boss smirked and mentally told the boy that now that he had given him a choice, he would start to worry and eventually give in, and he finally asked him out loud if he had thought about it if he accepted his offer. Aizen didn't let him finish and pulled out his pistol. The marauder tensed when a pistol appeared next to him. The boy opened fire. All the nearby soldiers were killed. He also shot the 2 on the left in the head. The blonde man calmly looked ahead and fired. One of the marauders was killed, the second one tensed up. He bared his teeth and opened fire. The hero dodged the shots. He shot him in the head. Then he finished off 3 more marauders. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of the gun. All the soldiers were killed. The hostages looked at him with hope. The leader gritted his teeth and asked what the hell was going on. Suddenly blood gushed out of his head. Aizen looked at him with disdain. The boss's body fell to the ground. Smoke was coming out of the gun. The prisoners looked at the hero with incomprehension. Suddenly they trembled when he told them to take their weapons. The guy reloaded the gun and said that there were still marauders in the village. The people stood up and started helping each other. They picked up weapons from the dead. After a while, the car suddenly braked. Soldiers began to get out of the pickup. The brunette gritted his teeth and frowned. There were several corpses of marauders in front of them. All the dead lay disarmed. A group of soldiers approached them. The guy looked at them and was glad that they were finally here. The brunette raised his hand and asked what happened here. Were there really so few marauders? Another answered him that there were about 40 of them, if not more, and they were led by Kashino. The soldier frowned and asked again, was it really Kashino himself? The old man exhaled and thought that there were more and more problems. The guy looked to the side and said that they were lucky this time, but they could come here again, and there would be more and more of them. The man looked at him and said that this would not happen because they killed everyone, including Kashino. The others looked at him in shock. The brunette frowned and asked him to explain how. The old man sadly bowed his head. The guy pointed to the side and said that they attacked suddenly and almost destroyed the entire village. But at one point that boy appeared and dealt with him and his gang of thugs. The soldier raised his eyebrows and asked who the guy was. Aizen sat and looked into the distance. The brunette looked at him and asked if they were talking about him. The soldier confirmed and said that they didn't kill even 10, the rest were on his account. The hero looked to the side and was silent. The old man frowned, looking at him. The mother and daughter were hugging. The guy looked at them. He looked to the side when an unknown voice thanked him. The man stood next to him and said that perhaps this was the first thing he should say. The boy looked down and said that he was the first to save him. Lucas looked at him for a long time. He closed his eyes and said that it was interesting how it works. The old man looked into the distance and said that his name was Lucas. He treated people here, and little by little people began to gather here from everywhere, and then they began to call him the chief. He turned his gaze to the boy and asked what his name was. Aizen silently looked away. He watched as Everin and her mother talked. The girl was crying, her mother was stroking her head. The woman looked at her with a kind smile. The hero remembered how he was on the plane and his mother called him. She held his head and said that he was her sunshine. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. She asked him if he knew that his mom and dad loved him very much. Aizen looked at the girl with envy. Then he turned away and introduced himself. The chief silently looked away. He lit a cigarette and thanked him, addressing him by name. Morning came. The soldiers looked at the car that had arrived. The main character got out of it. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The men turned around and asked if that was Yidzin. The boy was walking towards them. He looked away when someone called him. The grown-up Everin was looking at him. The boy calmly looked at her and greeted her. The girl threw herself into his arms. She was smiling and crying. Yidzin sadly looked away and was silent. Hanshin looked at them with confusion. The girl smiled and asked how the hero was doing, why he was here. He frowned and said that he had been told that the leader was sick. The dark-haired girl smiled and understood everything. She turned around and asked him to follow her, adding that he would be glad to see her. The boy followed her and asked how he was. Everin looked down and said that he could barely walk and could hardly see. The hero frowned and said nothing. The sun was shining on the leader's house, but only a little bit was getting into the room. The girl came in with a smile and said that Yidzin had come to see him. The old man was lying with his eyes closed and asked if he was the one. The guy came closer and confirmed. Lucas opened his eyes and asked why he was here. The white-haired man looked down and said nothing. Everin smiled and said that when he heard that the leader was sick, he came right away. Lucas lay motionless and said that the years were taking their toll and this decrepit body could no longer withstand it. Everin went to the exit and said that she would leave them. Yidzin looked after her. He looked at the old man. He asked if he had found his family. He answered that he had. He asked if they had greeted him well. The hero frowned and confirmed, adding that he now lived with them. Lucas opened his eyes and said that it was great. The guy confirmed and said that he lived with his grandfather and sister. They treated him well and sometimes it seemed to him that he did not even deserve it. The old man laughed. Yidzin lowered his head and said that his real name was Yu. The leader looked up and said that he was glad that everything was fine. His eyes closed and he said that he had one last request for him. The guy looked down and said nothing. He looked at the old man in shock when he said that he wanted him to never come back here again. The hero looked at him. He recoiled and tried to say something, but Lucas interrupted him and told him to leave. He opened his eyes slightly and said that this was his last request. The guy looked down. He stood for a while in silence and said that he understood everything. The blonde turned around. He walked towards the exit. Suddenly he stopped when the old man said that he was glad that he was able to see him one last time. The guy did not turn around and said nothing. The door slammed behind him. Lucas lay in the semi-darkness and laughed at his name. Yidzin came out of there sadly. He was asked if everything was fine. Hanshin looked at him with a frown. The guy smiled and said that it was time for them to go back. He asked right now. A group of soldiers approached them and asked why he was here. Did he really think he could come here whenever he wanted? Everin clenched her fists and screamed that he said that he came here to see the leader. The soldier replied that everything related to the village was no longer his concern because he abandoned them when he was needed. How dare he come here? Yidzin looked at him silently. The brunette frowned and said that he was like family to them. But what did he do when he got his memories back? That's right, he abandoned them. There is no place for deserters. He must leave. The hero looked at him silently. The soldier frowned and told him to go back where he came from and not to come back. One of them spat in disdain. The blonde looked at them silently. He was called a traitor. Everin looked at them in shock and screamed, "What's wrong with them?" She froze when Aizen said that he was going to anyway. He walked towards the car. The girl ran after him. The guy turned around. He looked at her for a long time without saying a word. The hero smiled and asked her to take care of herself. Everin's eyes widened. She watched him get into the car. Tears were welling up in her eyes. The girl turned around and screamed. What came over them? Why were they blaming him for everything? He got his memories back and wanted to meet his family. What's wrong with that? They should have been happy for him. She froze in shock when he replied that they were happy for him. The soldiers looked at her when the brunette said that they were very happy for him, that his memories had returned, and that he had finally met his family. He always helped them, no matter the situation, and not only them, the whole village was in his debt. The dark-haired girl raised her eyebrows and screamed, why did he do this to him then? What if they never see him again? The soldier clenched his jaw and said that if they hadn't done that, he would have continued to worry and come here. The girl opened her eyes in shock. The soldier looked ahead and said that he should forget about the past and move forward to his new future. At least they hoped for that. Everin looked at him in shock. The sun was shining brightly on their village. The brunette smiled happily. The doctor threw the bandages in the trash. He sat in front of the boy and said that he was almost recovered. The old man stood up and said that in a couple of weeks he would be as good as new. Aizen was buttoning his jacket and said that he had nowhere to go. Lucas asked him how that was possible. The boy looked down and said nothing. The old man looked at him tensely. He held a bucket and asked if someone was waiting for him or looking for him. He answered negatively. Lucas exhaled and said that he could live here then. Everyone here had nowhere to go like him, but he had one condition. The leader frowned and said that as soon as he found a place for himself, he had to leave. The boy looked at him sadly. The old man opened his mouth and shouted no. He looked at the boy and said that he agreed because he had nowhere to go, and now he was going to join the mercenaries. Yidzin frowned and said that he had no right to refuse him. He himself knew that they would not find a fighter like him. The old man frowned and asked what he said. He slammed the table and said that it was not that. The boy calmly looked at him and said that if they wanted to save the village, he was their only option. The leader stood and looked at Yidzin when he said that he must have noticed that there were fewer people. If this continued, it would affect the lives of others. The old man looked at him in confusion. The boy pursed his lips and remained silent. Lucas raised his eyebrows and asked when he became like this. Yidzin looked at him with a cold gaze. Suddenly he woke up. The guy looked to the side. He heard a ringing sound. He picked up the phone. The blonde got out of bed and asked how the lieutenant was. He answered quietly, and how was he? The guy covered his face and said that it had been better. He answered that he understood and wanted to tell him something. Yidzin opened his eyes in shock when he was told that the leader had died. The hero stood up. The lieutenant said that it happened as soon as they left the village. The blonde frowned and said nothing. He squeezed the phone tighter and said that he heard him and thanked him for the information. Yidzin looked down when they said on the phone that they didn't know what to say and advised him to hold on. There was no one in the hero's room. The lieutenant said that before he died, he asked to pass on a message to him. Yidzin listened carefully. His gaze was tense. Then he lowered the phone. The boy stood with his head down. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. His sister looked in and called him to have breakfast. She frowned, trying to understand why he was so sad. Yidzin smiled at her. The girl smiled back and said that he could take his time. The table was laden with food. The family was having breakfast peacefully. The brother and sister were smiling. The grandfather was happy. Then the meal was over. The sister took the plates and said that she would do everything herself. The hero trembled when the grandfather called out to him. He smiled and suggested that they go for a walk. Yidzin smiled and agreed. They walked around the morning city. Yu looked at his grandson and turned to him. He smiled and asked if he was okay. The boy looked into space when the old man asked him what was wrong. He looked dejected. The boy looked at him and asked if he really looked like that. The grandfather confirmed that after returning he was not himself. He and Dayan were worried about him. If something was bothering him, he could tell him and they would always help him. The hero looked at him in surprise and remained silent. Yu looked at him and asked if he had visited the people he used to live with. Yidzin opened his mouth to answer. He looked ahead and said that he had met the man there who had once saved his life. The grandfather raised his eyebrows in surprise. The leader was bandaging the hero's hand and lamenting that he should always take care of himself. Yidzin said that he had always taken care of him and was worried all the time. The boy was sitting and chewing bread. Suddenly, a huge plate of rice with vegetables appeared in front of him. The boy looked at it calmly and remained silent. He looked away. Lucas frowned and told him to eat properly, otherwise he would not grow up and would remain as small. Yidzin looked ahead and said that when he said his memories had returned, he sent him back, said that he should go back. Lucas took him by the shoulders and said that he had finally found his place. Yidzin looked ahead and said that because of his illness, he was bedridden and then he decided to visit him, but when he returned home, he was told that the leader had died. Grandfather raised his eyebrows and said that's how it was. He smiled and said that it seemed like he was very important to him. Yidzin stood silently. Yu looked at him kindly. He raised his eyebrows and said that there was no need to keep everything to himself. People cry when they lose a loved one. There is nothing wrong with that. A tear rolled down the hero's cheek. He caught it with his finger. The guy looked at his hand in surprise. Grandfather hugged him. They stood like that for a while. Yidzin remembered the lieutenant calling him. He remembered being told on the phone that before his death, the leader asked him to give him a message. The hero remembered how they were sitting at the table. In the message, the old man thanked him for allowing him to feel like a father. After a while, the girl looked tiredly ahead and said that she wanted to eat. The company walked forward. The red-haired man suggested going and getting some snacks, and then they could go to the shelter. Jahan began to study the assortment, anticipating the meal. Hyukjun looked away and looked ahead. His brother was walking in front of him. He looked up. His face was covered in bandages. Hyukjun shuddered in fear. He asked what happened to his face. The red-haired man casually greeted him, and the elder demanded to know who did it. The blonde gloomily walked past and asked him to get away from him. He was immediately grabbed by the shoulder. Hyukjun looked intently into his face and asked how he was talking to his brother. Jahyuk angrily looked at him and said nothing. The red-haired man looked at the others in confusion, suggesting that they not be distracted from eating. Yuna looked at him questioningly and the guy said that he was their friend's younger brother. The classmate looked back and began to guess what school he was from. The curly-haired one answered that he never shows up at school. Aidzin looked back with curiosity while his friend said that their parents were always on business trips, so he was left in his care. The two brothers stood behind with their hands in their pockets. The hero looked at them intently. Evening had come. Seokjin was cleaning up the trash from the table. Everyone was sitting in the computer club. Jahan was indignant, the loudest of all. Aidzin looked at the screen with anxiety. He felt confused in such an environment. Hyukjin looked to the side. The phone rang. He answered. They greeted him and said that they were being bothered by a nurse from the hospital who asked if he was Jahyuk's guardian. The blonde looked ahead with anxiety. Everyone looked at their friend questioningly. Hyukjin immediately grabbed his backpack and said that he would be there soon. He walked past the rows and told them to play without him. There was silence in the hall. Some time later in the hospital, the bandaged body lay on the hospital bed. The elder one gloomily slid his gaze over his brother. He looked at the curtain. The doctor reported that the younger one had a fractured left ankle and 3 broken ribs and numerous wounds all over his body. The doctor looked at the patient and assumed that the young man had received a fairly strong blow to the head. There was no hemorrhage, but dynamic observation was necessary. The guy looked at the doctor with concern and asked who had beaten his brother like that. The man adjusted his glasses. They only knew one thing. Someone had called it 911. That's how they found him. Judging by the wounds, someone had beaten him badly. Hyukjin looked intently at the doctor. He lowered his gloomy gaze. Jahyuk was lying unconscious. The phone on his shelf rang. It vibrated and slowly crawled along the nightstand to the edge. It was necessary to enter the password. The elder one looked gloomily, trying to remember his brother's birthday. A conversation with a certain Shinal opened on the screen. Scrolling down, the guy saw only threats. He frowned, trying to understand who this idiot was. A call came on the phone. The elder slowly brought the phone to his ear and a nasty voice reminded him that he told him to call back when he came to his senses. The brother slowly opened his mouth and asked if he really did that to him. He looked down. The people on the other end of the line cursed. Hyukjin said that he was his older brother. His fist shook with anger. Shinal said that he didn't care about it. The guy asked what he did to his brother. He looked at Jahyuk. While the bully was telling him that he called to be taken away, they had an event and the guy lost his money. The unknown person called himself a sponsor and his brother his athlete. Hyukjin started walking around the ward and trying to understand what he was talking about. The villain was indignant that it was taking the guy too long to understand. He told him to write down the address. The blonde froze in anticipation. The boys looked around. They were waiting for the guy to arrive. Jahyuk came out to meet them. 2 people blocked his way and asked if he was lost. The boys looked at him when he asked who Shinal was. He smiled and said that's who he was talking to on the phone. Was he his brother? Jahyuk frowned and asked who did this. Shinal smiled and told him to take it easy. Otherwise he would scare away all the dogs here. If he wanted to find out, he should take part. The boy frowned and asked what he meant. The camera and lights were ready. Shinal said that if he agreed, then so be it, he would tell. The brunette smiled and said that he better not refuse. He was already up to his ears in problems, all because of his brother. The bully smiled and said that otherwise he himself would show up in his room. Jahyuk smiled and left. He hit Shinal. The sponsor staggered. The elder asked what kind of nonsense he was telling him. He asked to tell him everything the easy way, otherwise he would have to do it the hard way. Curly spat out bloody saliva. He rubbed his bruised mouth with excitement and said that if that was the case, then he would choose the hard way. He always wanted to change the topic of their event. A large crowd of dangerous individuals of society came out from around the corner. Dozens of people stood behind their leader, who said that from now on they would both become his tame dogs, and laughed. Hyukjin silently peered into the faces of each of them. A drop of stench ran down his face. He realized that he would have to sweat a lot. Everyone shuddered. The annoying voice of the red-haired man was heard from behind. The blonde turned around. Jahan was approaching him. He said that his friend could have told him where he was rushing to. Otherwise he just took off without saying goodbye. He put his hands in his pocket and noted with displeasure that the guy wasn't even picking up the phone. The blonde's eyes widened. Aidzin and Seokjin appeared behind the redhead. The black-haired man stared ahead. The hero waited patiently. The redhead put his hands in his pocket and asked Hyukjin if they were the ones who beat up his little brother. The blonde sighed. He didn't know, but it looked like it. The curly-haired man looked at them angrily and asked if they had really lost their fear. There was a whole crowd of them here. What could they do to them? Jahan sighed tensely, agreeing with this idea. Shinal grinned and suggested putting on a show, and they would also turn on the live broadcast. The guy looked at them questioningly, like a hooligan, and told him that Jahyuk was his athlete. Hyukjin narrowed his eyebrows. The head of the company waved his hand and said that they held various events here. People watch fights online and place bets, thus supporting the fighter they liked. The blonde looked at them angrily and asked if his little brother really fought here. Shinal bared his teeth and corrected him. Because he did not fight, but took part in a competition, he made him an offer he could not refuse. A month earlier, the guy's fist was covered in blood. Jahyuk stood in front of the beaten big guy. Everyone turned around to ask what was going on here. Shinal, accompanied by 2 friends, approached them. An unconscious student lay at his feet. The curly-haired one asked if the blonde really did this to him. Jahyuk looked at them seriously and said that he was the one who started it, and he just hit him back. The hooligan stepped forward with displeasure and asked again. The 2 thugs behind began to boil and throw curses, but the leader told them to cool down. Both guys stared ahead in confusion. Shinal smiled excitedly and ordered to replace the fat guy with the winner because they didn't have much of an option. Hukjin silently looked at the organizer of the fights, who said that they had agreed on 10 competitions. He bared his fangs again and said that if his brother could pass everything, then he, so be it, would not touch his friends. The guy twisted his mouth, clenched his fist. The head of the company turned around and ordered to prepare everything for the start of the show. The crowd began to disperse in anticipation. They were ordered not to beat them too much, to drag out the show so that the bosses would appreciate it. Jian trembled with anger. Suddenly, something terrible passed by him. Aizen silently put the mask on his face and the first blow rang out. Curly turned around in confusion. The first victims flew in his direction. The first began to beat everyone who dared to approach him. He hit people in the chest and made cruel throws. Shinal was taken aback and opened his mouth. The blonde in the mask ran to attack. Running past everyone received their blow. The cameraman turned around in fear, adjusting the camera at the same time. The former mercenary appeared in front of his face. The guy's eyes narrowed in fear. With one blow, he was sent to the other end of the wasteland. Shinal blushed with anger and cursed. The red-haired and blonde looked at him in surprise. Both turned around at the loud sounds. Seokju put on a mask and began to beat the others. He correctly understood that it was better not to show his face. The camera stared at the broken asphalt. Aizen calmly took it in his hands. Curly exploded and ordered that the camera be taken away from him. The crowd trembled in fear, listening to the threats. At that moment, the camera shattered into pieces. The leader of the company looked at him angrily and asked if the guy understood how much it cost. He turned around at the strange sound and received a blow to the cheek. Hukjin attacked him. The guy gritted his teeth and hit back, but the hero ducked. The guy hit the big guy in the plexus. The organizer stepped back, clutching his stomach. He raised a menacing look and cursed again. He shouted that they still don't know who they're dealing with. They're all doomed. The blonde grinned and noted that all these phrases were already too hackneyed. At that moment, the leader turned around abruptly. The crowd pounced on the 2 masked fighters. Aizen was rapidly beating everyone around. The black-haired man dodged and was not inferior to him in this. Shinal boiled with rage, and in a moment of distraction, he was sent flying by an uppercut. A few minutes later, writhing bodies lay on the ground. They lay in pools of blood and groaned in pain. The hero and his classmate silently looked at the results of their labors. The red-haired man stood up and felt his broken nose. Hyukjin looked at his former opponent by the wall. He admitted that they were strong. The blonde looked at him warily. The curly one raised his battered face and screamed that they had messed with the wrong people. He jumped up and screamed furiously, throwing threats. The guy watched his movements with concern. The hero gave him a quick glance. Meanwhile, the connection on the laptop was interrupted. The man looked at his reflection with displeasure. He said that there was no live example shown here. The interlocutors nodded guiltily, trying to understand what had happened here. After all, they had promised to show this broadcast to the CEO. They had apologized to him and said that they would call now and find out what was going on. The door slammed shut. Gossen entered the room and said that the guy was not answering. Dusik followed him with his gaze and said that it was okay. He was probably busy, and then asked what they called this organization. Was it a fight club? The man sat down and confirmed. He also added that everything was simpler there than he thought, and this organization was very popular abroad, so they decided to create their own, and he didn't have to worry about business and money. They had everything under control. Dusik raised his eyebrows and said that since they both had everything under control, then why did they need him? Gossen smiled and reminded them how he saved them then, so they decided to share their benefits with him as a thank you. They do have a conscience. He can join. He will not lose anything. He will only gain. The leader of the gang smiled and thanked him for the offer, but he was forced to refuse. He took a sip and said that this is not his level. It is calmer for him to move in one direction. The blonde smiled and said that then nothing can be done. Gossen took the drink and said that he had already planned everything in advance. Dusik poured alcohol and said that he would just be happy for them. They were afloat again. He hoped that everything would work out for them. Suddenly his phone rang. The schoolboy's contact appeared on the screen. The brunette smiled and asked what he owed to such a call. When he calls, he starts to get really nervous. Suddenly his look changed. He asked how he knew this. Then his eyes widened. He turned away and said that he could do it and that they would solve everything now. He could consider it done and not worry. The man ended the call. Gossen and the blonde looked at him questioningly. Dusik put the phone away and asked if their business was by any chance connected with school children. The fat man leaned back on the couch and said that their business started with them, and then their elders joined in. Soon all the fighters would turn 18, so everything would be legal, and at the level of the law, there would be no problems with this. Dawson tensed up when Dusek said that problems had already arisen. His boys had touched someone who should not have been touched. The fat man asked who it was. The brunette darkened and asked if both of them had lost their memory. Had they forgotten that monster in human form? Dawson froze. The blonde turned pale. They remembered those events. All their people were unconscious. Aidzin was standing all in blood. The men screamed in panic. They thought their boys had really gone crazy. They stood up at the same time. The bandits ran out the door and shouted that they would quickly find that idiot before they were finished off. They would call everyone, tell them to come, they had a damn emergency here. Dusek looked at them thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the young man approached his brother and told him not to worry. It was all over. He widened his eyes and said that he didn't understand. That man wouldn't let them go that easily. Jahyuk looked down and said that he was no obstacle to them. His friends had already decided everything. He looked down absent-mindedly. The brunette frowned and shouted, "Do they know who is behind all this? They won't live. The organization will turn them into mincemeat, then they will see who will laugh last." Jahyuk frowned and looked at him. He turned to the schoolchildren and thanked them for their help. He said that from now on he will do it himself. Aidzin looked at him and said that he would help him. It was not only about him. He frowned and said that he would figure it out. He knew someone who could help them. The brunette looked ahead and said that it was better to listen to him. The hero went away to make a phone call. Jahyuk looked to the side where the laughter was coming from. The hooligan was lying on the asphalt and said that his friends were not bad, of course, but this was not a kindergarten for them. Everything here was on a serious level. He looked ahead questioningly. Aidzin returned and said that his problem was solved. Everyone looked at him in shock. The patient looked at Jahyuk and asked why he didn't tell him. He turned away and said that he was not a child anymore, he was just not used to it. The guy started crying and thanked his friend. Jahyuk smiled contentedly. He looked to the side and said that he heard that he made a deal for the sake of his friends, but he didn't see them here. He replied that he didn't tell them anything. The young man frowned and looked at him. The patient looked up and said that his friends were not like him. The brunette looked down. He remembered his classmates. Jahyuk smiled and said that it was true. Suddenly, someone knocked. Two schoolchildren looked into the room. The guy opened his eyes and asked how they knew he was here. His friends came up to him and asked how he was, why he didn't tell them. They were worried. Jahyuk left contentedly. He walked down the corridor. His friends looked at him and asked how their brother was. The young man approached them. He raised his eyebrows and remained silent. Jahan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Everything is okay, right?" Yidzin calmly looked at him and remained silent. The brunette frowned. Jahyuk smiled and said that everything was okay and thanked the guys. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, cameras were watching the perimeter. The soldiers gathered around the map and said that as soon as they cleared Zone A, they would immediately take on Zone C. How much time they had for everything? One of them said that they had no more than 10 minutes. Suddenly everyone turned to look at the approaching noise. They immediately set up their weapons. The bandits armed themselves. One of them asked who was tired of living there. The brunette ran up to the screens. The cameras spotted a man. He held his hands up. The guy frowned and said that this couldn't be true. The blonde held her hands up. The third one smiled. The soldiers turned around in shock and asked if he was joking. The brunette frowned and tensed up. The blonde asked with a meek smile if they missed her. The numbers silently looked at their old acquaintance. The fourth one opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the third number had really survived. The girl casually hit him on the back and said, "Of course, you idiot." The thug grabbed his bruised spot in an offended manner and asked why he had to hit him. The third one looked warmly at him from a distance and asked if he was really greeting her like that. The fourth one followed her gaze with confusion. The white boots took a few steps forward. The mercenary was approaching the team leader. Her hand made a swift lunge, and the third one kissed the black-haired man tenderly. The rest of the team could only watch. The blonde began to slowly move her face back. She bowed her head and said that she missed him a lot. The second one only glared at her darkly. The fair-haired one smiled at him and said that he hadn't changed a bit and remained the same. The big guy came to his senses and said that they thought that she had died a long time ago. The lady shrugged her shoulders. She also thought that she would die. The eighth one looked at her in surprise and asked if she had survived. Then why hadn't she contacted them? The third one looked down sadly. After the first one attacked them, she was already losing consciousness, and for a second she thought she would die, but when she opened her eyes, she suddenly found herself in a hospital ward. They treated her there, but did not want to let her out. She was trapped, but in the end she managed to escape. The team looked at her questioningly. The fourth one asked where she was kept. The black-haired one frowned at his friend. She said that she was kept at some military base. They knew about them and asked her a lot. The girl turned to her friends and said that so much had happened there that she did not want to remember it. Her head was shaking from one to another. She asked what about the others. The men shifted from foot to foot in confusion. The curly one said that after the first one's attack, no one survived except her. The blonde looked at him dumbfoundedly and even asked again. She looked down sadly, she had to save them and now she would never forgive herself. The eighth looked at her and said that after that incident the camp stopped trusting them and over time everyone left in different directions. Many were gone, some were killed on missions, and some, like the fifth. The second frowned at his friend, interrupting his comrade and asked when the girl had escaped. The third cast a wary glance at him. The leader's gaze was stern, he demanded an answer. The mercenary turned to him and said that she had escaped 3 years ago. The numbers again stared at their acquaintance. The man did not move, but he attacked her, asking why she had not contacted him all these 3 years. The girl's mouth fell open, she was going to tell everything honestly. She smiled and said that she did not want to come back. The killers and thugs shuddered from the new realization. The second only narrowed his eyes more. The lady looked away. If she returned to the camp, she would have to follow their orders again. And what about her and her life? They knew that the leaders didn't give a damn about them. The men looked at their friend in silence. The fourth's forehead turned red. The light fell on the sad eyes of the blonde. She simply did not know that the camp was no more, and if she had known about it earlier, she would have contacted them back then. The black-haired man folded his arms across his chest and asked if she had just found out. The girl carefully looked at the commander. She bit her lip. The man asked why she came back now. The second one looked at her angrily and told her not to say that she missed him. The mercenary's eyes opened wide. She looked away, smiled and said that she wanted to recruit them. The eyes of each killer showed surprise. The old acquaintance looked at everyone and said that she wanted to create her own PMC and for this she needed a team. They already had support. All that was left was their consent. If they were on her team, then everything would work out and they would be able to achieve a lot together. The hacker and the psycho pressed their lips together, not expecting such a proposal. The big guy and the sniper froze in surprise. The black-haired man looked down and told her to leave. The third looked at him in shock. The leader twisted his mouth and called the girl a traitor. The blonde stepped back in fear and asked why. The number didn't move and said that she had abandoned them 3 years ago. What had she done? When she was freed, she did nothing, she only thought about herself, and now she suddenly decided to play the caring sister. She only appeared now. When she found out that the camp was no longer there and that the numbered ones had split up, he asked her to correct him if he was wrong. The girl looked nervously at her lover. A cruel aura emanated from the second's face. He said that everything was in the past and demanded that she leave because now she was excluded. Fear was reflected on the third's face. The fourth leaned forward and said that the leader was too cruel to her. The lady looked down and said that everything was fine. He was right, because she left them and she was thinking only about herself then. She smiled sweetly again and asked to think about her suggestion. She believes that they should be together just like before and only in this way they will be able to get through everything. The team looked forward thoughtfully. The mercenary walked through them and announced that she was leaving. She approached the exit to the street and stopped after addressing her. The second one looked at her sullenly and said that he had one more question. The third one glanced at him briefly, asking what it was. Everyone looked at the leader in confusion. He said that after the first one attacked them, how did he kill them? The blonde thoughtfully looked down and said that he attacked suddenly. Her mouth opened slightly. She said that he killed them one by one and they could not cope with him. The second one jerked after these words and said that it was her. He pointed a gun at her and said that it was she who killed them. The mercenary's eyes opened wide. At the last moment, she dodged the bullet. The glass broke. The girl pulled out a hidden pistol and returned fire. The numbers began to take cover. The big guy covered himself from the bullets at the last moment. The third one hid behind the second gate. She looked towards the forest and said that they were done and ordered to begin the operation. The entire building was covered with machine gun fire. The PMCs emerged from the bushes and began shooting. They approached the building, shooting at the windows, not allowing the mercenaries to move. The windows rattled and fell. Bullet tracers filled the space. The mercenaries could not stick their heads out under such dense fire. The eighth looked at his own. He did not believe that his sister had betrayed them. The second one just frowned into the void. The blonde raised her hand, ordering them to stop. The soldiers stopped firing. They continued to keep their machine guns aimed at the space. The third one looked angrily at the ground and asked if the second one knew what his problem was. It was that he always trusted the first one. She screamed and said that he knew that it was the hero who killed them, so why was he attacking? Did he really want to blame everything on her? The man silently looked at the street. He exchanged glances with the big guy. The third one appeared in the passage and said that her offer still stood. She only responded to his attack, but he still had a chance to prevent everything. She lowered her sad eyes because she wanted to be with them and asked them to stop this whole mess. She said that she was serious in her intentions. The fourth one shuddered. The big guy and the sniper exchanged glances. The second one was silent and did not move. He remembered the destroyed city from his past. The frightened men kept their hands up and said that they were promised to spare them after they surrendered. In response, machine guns opened fire. Blood flowed in the air. The third one giggled cheerfully and asked, "Did this fool really believe it?" There were shot bodies lying on the ground. The other mercenaries looked at each other warily. The third one looked at them cheerfully and asked, "What's wrong? If she hadn't killed them, they would have killed them." She told her partners not to be too trusting, because if something can be solved in a simple way, then why complicate everything? The fourth one clenched his teeth in horror and screamed that she was a liar and it was she who killed them. The eighth one glanced to the side and screamed that they knew what tricks she had and she wouldn't fool them. The eighth one took out a machine gun and asked, "Did she really decide to gain their trust and then kill them?" The third one sighed with annoyance and excitement, as she thought it didn't work because the numbers know her too well, but she really wasn't lying about her offer, that's why she came to them. The fourth one pointed his machine gun at her and shouted that she was lying. The PMCs started making their way to the entrance of the building. The lady raised her hand and clenched her fist. The soldiers took out RPGs. The hacker looked at the laptop screen and shouted about the danger. The leader looked forward seriously and ordered to act. The eighth one took out the detonator and pressed the only button on it. There was an explosion. Pieces of dirt and people flew in all directions. The entire perimeter around the building was lined with explosives. The third one shuddered and covered herself with her hands from the rising wind and heat. She looked at the pools of blood around the smoke, and horror froze on her face. She turned to the survivors and ordered them to go inside. The man pulled the pin from the flashbang grenade. He pressed himself against the gate and threw the grenade inside. The flash drive spun in the air, bounced off the concrete floor, and exploded. The PMCs outside covered their ears to avoid the stunning effect. 3 soldiers rushed inside and dispersed. New fighters ran inside. The third took a Kalashnikov and went ahead of the third group. She looked around coldly. The warehouse was empty. Mentally she asked, where did they all go? Empty boxes with equipment stood along the walls. The mercenary walked forward and noticed something. Near one of the walls there was a hatch. The shadow of the blonde fell on the closed lid. Soldiers approached her. One of them said that he was going to go in, but the leader said no. She frowned, because she knew that this was a trap and if they entered, there would be no living place left. She ordered them to leave. Then she lowered the machine gun and went to the exit. She angrily looked into the void. Meanwhile, in the hero's house, he was working out on the horizontal bar and controlling his breathing. On the table, the phone vibrated from the ringing. The guy wiped the sweat from his face and opened the lid of the device. He put it to his ear and the voice immediately said that the third was alive. The guy looked ahead and asked in response what the second said, that all the numbered were dead. The black-haired looked ahead and said that they all thought so until recently. The first lowered his thoughtful gaze. The mercenary frowned ahead and said that it was she killed them, dealt with each one. The hero froze. Shock slowly appeared on his face. He asked why. The number looked around and said that the youth knows that she is the same as them, and therefore her thoughts and actions. He lowered his gaze and finished by saying that they are impossible to predict. Eidzen silently looked at his feet. He remembered the night forest. The wounded man fell to the ground. Young Eidzen pointed a gun at him and breathed heavily. His comrade was writhing on the ground in pain. The youth turned around and hoped that everything would be fine. He slowly turned back and thanked him for everything. The fighter smiled and asked what the hero had done. The guy looked at him silently with tears in his eyes, and ran away. It was raining heavily. The mercenary slid between the bushes and trees, diving into the hollows. He ran and looked around. At one point, he pointed his machine gun forward. The third was looking at him from behind a tree. The 2 numbers froze opposite each other. The girl looked at her friend and said that he had chosen a lousy place. How far was he going? The guy looked at her sullenly and kept trying to catch his breath. The blonde smiled and suggested that they come back the easy way. He knew the rules. They did not spare traitors, but if he surrendered, they might spare him. Eidzen closely watched her every move. A sly voice said that punishment was inevitable, but it would not be severe. The mercenaries froze, waiting for each other to attack. The deceiver promised that she would put in a good word for him, and the others would also join in. The first one didn't move and was silent. The third one smiled slyly and asked how he liked her offer. She opened fire at the moment she asked if she could convince him. The bullets pierced the tree trunk. The youth jumped to the side. Blood spurted from his leg. He turned around in mid-jump and fired a burst from his machine gun. The girl hid behind the nearest tree. She crouched down and continued shooting. The first one found a suitable rock and fired from behind it. Tracers flashed in the darkness of the forest. The bullets broke the rock and small fragments flew to the sides. Eidzen looked ahead tensely, releasing clouds of steam. The third one pressed herself against the rock and smiled excitedly and asked if the hero wanted her to kill him. The number only silently peered ahead. From behind the rock came a question, wouldn't it be better to die? That way he would definitely be freed. The image of the wounded man popped into her head. The girl assumed that if the hero escaped, what would happen to the others? Did he think about them? The leaders trusted him and were ready to follow him to the ends of the earth, and how did he repay them? Kill them. Water was dripping from the barrel of the machine gun. The boy looked down and said his first words, "He did not kill them." The blonde looked away in surprise and asked again. The mercenary looked forward and said that he only disarmed them so that they could not follow him. The third one became wary. A question was heard under the thick foliage: did the hero really get here without killing others? The mercenary sighed and said that when she first saw him, he was a small, frightened boy, and could not even eat normally. She did not even believe that in such a short time he became so strong. The third one frowned. The rain connected two stones into one hole. The girl said, "So be it." Yidzin remained silent. The third looked ahead and said that if he really wanted it, he could leave and not think about coming back. She said, "Let's see how long he lasts." The young man looked at his partner's stone in surprise. A few splashes flew up in the air. The third froze gloomily and did not move, deep in thought. A wet soul flew up in the air, and the first number disappeared among the rocks. Many years later, a training session was taking place in the hall. The guys were warming up. The blows hit the punching bag sharply and powerfully. It bent from each blow. Yidzin literally dug his hands into the sandbag. He stared into space and continued to punch. His eyes narrowed. The smile of the third appeared before his face. His blows contained a lot of energy from the past. The punching bag swung on its chains. The guy froze and began to breathe heavily. He angrily looked ahead. Sukjo came up to him and asked what was wrong with him. His face showed alarm. He noticed that the hero was not himself. Did something happen? The blonde looked at him in confusion. All his classmates were shaking with fear, considering him a monster. Everyone turned around. The coach ordered everyone to take their places. Light was shining through the flags on the windows. The man said that information had come from above that everyone should know. Everyone lined up in rows. The man said that it was about protecting their client, or rather the route abroad. They decided to involve not only the first team here, but also others. The mercenaries silently looked at the mentor. He took out a tablet and seriously said that the decision was made taking into account the latest incident. He said that the purpose of this decision was to strengthen their security in order to avoid similar cases. The details will be passed on to the leader of each team. The sunset took the light from the hall. The leader ordered everyone to disperse. At this time in an unknown mansion, the thug poured whiskey into a glass and said that this was their chance. He smiled and said that SW had been acting too openly lately, but as they knew, overconfidence had ruined many. Anatoly looked at the leader and said that he had predicted everything correctly. The man brought his glass to his mouth with satisfaction and noted that some of their plans had gone down the drain. He looked forward angrily and said that they had a chance to settle everything once and for all. After all, even if this old man agreed to be present in person. He looked at the subordinate and told everyone to pass on his order. Meanwhile, the leader of Forest folded his arms and asked who they were. The subordinate put his hands behind his back and reported that they had recently arrived and wanted to meet with them. The old man twisted his mouth. He had a bad feeling. The man approached him and offered to call the others here. They didn't even know who they were. What if they didn't come with good intentions? Scar thought, instead of leaving everything to them, they were telling them to join another group. Did they really not trust them anymore? The leader looked at his subordinate and said that they needed Alice. He ordered to free her. She should join the others. The red-haired one looked at him and asked if the master was sure she was uncontrollable, but the leader sharply objected. He looked at him angrily and ordered to free the girl and tell her that if she made another mistake, he would kill her brother. The soldier straightened up and said that he understood everything. Someone entered the room. Long blonde hair appeared from around the corner. The men looked warily at the unknown guest. The third one in a gray coat froze gloomily in the doorway. She silently approached the leader's table. She looked up at him and asked if he really was the leader of Forest. The old man recoiled, looking at the unknown guest with distrust. The red-haired soldier only mumbled in surprise. The girl sat down opposite the leader. Scar looked at her questioningly and asked how many of them there would be. The third smiled proudly and replied that there were only 3, including her. The subordinate looked at her with distrust and asked again. He said that beauty alone would not be enough here. The mercenary looked at him intently and asked her to believe that it would be enough. The blushing man shuddered slightly. The old man folded his arms and noted that he did not like the girl's confidence and calmness. He looked at her intently and said that he would clarify the situation so that there would be no misunderstandings in the future. He said that he preferred to work alone and he trusted only his guys. As for the mission, they knew almost nothing about it. In another situation, he would not take it on. The girl looked at him understandingly. She understood his concerns. Scar frowned and said that since their group would be moving with them, would they mind if they took command? The third waved her hand carelessly. She had no objections. The only thing important to her was the success of this mission. She stood up and said that since the negotiations were over, she would take her leave and they would meet at the agreed place. The blonde looked closely. His gaze slid over the figure in tight clothes. He asked her to tell him her name. The blonde smiled at him. Her name was Riene. The soldier folded his arms across his chest and introduced himself as Zachary. He would be taking command, so he asked her not to be bored too much because they would see each other soon. The third laughed slyly and called the man funny. Zachary smiled proudly. The mercenary confidently left the office, capturing everyone's attention. Sometime later, in the hero's house, Daeun took a spoon in her hands and asked in surprise, was her brother really going abroad on a business trip? The blonde nodded and said that the president had an important meeting planned and they asked him to join. The sister looked at the elder with admiration and said that her appa was so capable. Aidzin looked at her questioningly. The old man looked at his grandson and said that they trusted him a lot since they asked him to join them. Protecting the company president is an important mission. This means that his grandson is very capable. The guy calmly looked at them and said that he would be a simple observer because the gentleman has his own personal guard, but Mr. Yu objected that they took him, which means that he proved that he is not worse than their level, because if he was not qualified, he would not have taken him with him. The man smiled and wisely said that this is the essence of society. Yidzin looked warmly at his family. The clock struck 9 o'clock in the evening. The hero took out his phone. He was told that the third was well prepared since she dared to attack so openly. The guy looked ahead intently and asked, "What is the damage?" The sixth looked ahead and said that the attack was aimed at the main shelter. Most of their equipment was blown up, but there are no serious injuries. The mercenary approached the bed. The friend reported that after the attack the second and the others disappeared and he still cannot contact them. The fifth and 32nd silently watched their friend. The guy said that the third had planned everything in advance. It was to be expected. The shelter was blown up. There was no longer anyone to stay there. The hero frowned and looked down and asked where their former partner was now. The blonde shook his head. He had been looking for her, but so far without results, and no traces could be found after all. They all thought that she was dead. He assumed that she decided to show up right now because she was sure that she would not be found. Liam frowned and added that she could have known that it would take some time. Aidzin froze and asked, "How is the second number?" Sixth looked away with displeasure and reported that he was like a robot, keeping everything to himself, but he knew that inside he was in a mess, because the girl he thought was dead had returned and turned out to be a traitor who had killed her partners and even tried to kill them. 32nd thought gloomily. Fifth shook her head irritably and said that she had not trusted this fool from the very beginning, because she was the kind of person who would smile in your face and stab you in the back. Liam compressed his lips understandingly and said that if there was news, he would call the first. Now he looked ahead and remembered that the hero was going abroad. He asked him to try not to stand out, because she might recognize him, so he should be on guard. Aidzin slowly moved the phone aside. Another evening had fallen over the city. The fighters were checking and preparing for the operation. They were loading their pistols. Alice frowned at her equipment. Zachary leaned against the wall behind her and demanded that the mercenary not forget who she was under and ordered not to make unnecessary movements. The girl remained silent. The man took several sharp steps. He grabbed the blonde by the collar and angrily ordered her not to dare ignore him. He would receive a cold look from blue eyes and a question, who did he think he was? She put the gun to his chin and asked if he really wanted to die. The commander gritted his teeth. He looked at her angrily. He decided to remind her again that if she touched him or disobeyed orders, Forrest would kill her brother. Alice narrowed her eyes. The man turned away and said that this was his second warning. He asked her to keep in mind that there might not be a third. The mercenary looked at him and asked who their target was. Zachary replied that when everyone came, then she would find out, but for now she should wait for his order. Alice turned away irritably. Reina entered the office with her men. Russie was glad to see the beauty. She smiled at him and asked if they had received the data she had sent them. The commander replied that she had done well. They had already determined where their target was on the landscape. The mercenary replied that in that case she would trust his leadership and follow him. Alice looked at her warily, wondering why she was acting like that. Was she planning something? Reina noticed a scrutinizing look on herself. Forrest's killer was frowning at her. The third one smiled and asked, so he was Forrest's best mercenary. Zachary sighed and said that it was just rumors. The girl turned away and continued to prepare in silence. Night had fallen. People had gathered in a large and beautiful hall. 2 guards stood at the front doors. The president looked at the hero and apologized for not being able to meet him earlier. He had many things to do that required his presence. Yidzin looked at him coldly. He said that everything was fine. He appreciated his concern and understood that he had a huge responsibility. The old man folded his hands together and asked if the trip was difficult, but the mercenary said that everything was fine. Director Go silently looked at the boy. His work was noted by the president, but he just waved off the praise. The man looked down and sighed. He was already old and not the same age, but if they wanted to firmly hold their position in the market, his presence was necessary because the world had changed and now you can't send someone to solve problems for you. He looked at the first one and asked how he was doing. The hero answered well. The president looked at him approvingly and asked how his granddaughter was. Yidzin briefly answered well. Go looked at the leader worriedly. The man looked flirtatiously at the bodyguard and asked if she had a boyfriend. Go froze, peering intently at the old man. As far as the youth knew, she was not in a relationship. Shadows from the clouds floated across the rooftops. Someone jumped over one of them. The PMCs began to move between the buildings on a taut cable. The truck drove into an almost empty underground parking lot. Its doors began to slowly open. The killers, disguised as servants, moved forward. Zachary watched through the cameras as his men broke into the building. The guard's body lay on the ground. Alice and Raina stood next to Zachary. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that now all they had to do was wait, and his guys should deal with them quickly. Raina grinned, watching everything. Not long before, Zachary stood in front of the boss, who told him that he would take him for command and to remember that he was counting on him. Looking at Alice behind him, the guy decided that neither she nor Raina should interfere, and then all the credit would go to him. Alice, meanwhile, did not move, looking at the screens, albeit briefly. She trained with the SW bodyguards. She did not want to run into them. Zachary grinned and ordered the operation to begin. Gas began to be introduced through the ventilation. This gas began to fill the rooms. The bodyguards shuddered and began to lose consciousness. Soon they lost consciousness. The elevator stopped. When the doors opened, soldiers appeared in the elevator. One of the soldiers hit the unconscious bodyguard. After that, he walked forward. Only the bodies of the guards remained in the corridor. Soon the shadows of the soldiers reached the main office. They rushed into the office. The man raised his machine gun. Someone reached out his hand for his machine gun. The protagonist hit the soldier who burst in. Having snatched the machine gun, Yudzen hit the enemy. The other two soldiers turned around abruptly. Yudzen raised his machine gun and shot the enemies. The bodies of the soldiers fell to the floor. Go and the SW president covered their mouths with a sheet because of the gas. The man frowned, mentally saying that Yudzen was incredible, like a pro. Looking at the guy picking up the gas masks, the man said that if it were anyone else in his place, he would not have been able to handle this task. This guy had already noticed that the gas began to flow through the ventilation pipes only when he turned his head. Frowning at the boss, the protagonist reported the gas. The old man stared at the guy with Go in surprise. Covering his mouth, Go admitted that if it weren't for Yudzen's lightning-fast reaction, they would have already been unconscious. The protagonist approached the man and handed him the gas masks. Starting to put on the gas mask, the guy said that the enemies came here through another door, which means that they have already taken care of the others. Go picked up the phone and started calling for backup, but the phone could not get a signal. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that they needed to get out as soon as possible, because if they had already released the gas and installed jammers, then the hotel was under complete control. Go and the SW president turned to Yudzen. The guy himself glanced sharply to the side. The window suddenly cracked. A moment later, two mercenaries broke through the window. The protagonist immediately raised his machine gun and began to shoot at the enemies. Go covered the president and SW with his body. Empty cartridges began to fall to the floor. Yudzen did not come out of hiding, looking at the corpses of the three who burst in. Go carefully stood up, continuing to cover the boss. Straightening up, the protagonist ordered to follow him. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. They did not argue and followed the guy. At this time, Zachary clenched his teeth and screamed in anger. He frowned when he saw something. On the cameras, he saw how the protagonist led two men out. Raina smiled, saying that his men had failed. Turning around, she waved her hand. Two men immediately followed her. Zachary waved his hand and ordered everyone to follow him. Alice closed her eyes, clutching her head. Yudzen checked the pulse on the guard's neck. Straightening up, he said that everyone was alive. Looking at the old man, he told him not to worry because the guards would survive, and he was the target. The enemies would not touch the rest. President SW nodded. The protagonist stared at the corridor. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes, sensing something. Starting to walk forward, he told Go to follow him. Go suddenly stopped and told Yudzen that he should protect President A, and he would deal with the mercenaries. The protagonist froze and told the man that he should do the defense, because he was not very experienced in this, so after his shot, they should run back to the emergency exit. Go narrowed his eyes, deciding not to argue. Yudzen began to carefully approach the end of the corridor. Soon the group entered the hall. Go looked away, sensing a threat. The protagonist had already hidden behind cover, starting to shoot. Go dragged President A back into the corridor with him. He ran behind the man so that the shots would not hit him. Rihanna and her people stood at the edge of the wall. Looking back, Rihanna said that no one could be trusted with anything. One of the men jumped out and started shooting. His partner crouched down, shooting at the target. Yudzen managed to hide behind the wall from the bullets. The guy looked behind him. He saw that the president had already taken Go away and around the corner. Yudzen came out of hiding and started shooting back. The men immediately hid behind the wall. The protagonist suddenly turned around and ran away. He opened the emergency exit door. Go and the president followed him down. The guy raised his hand, gesturing for them to stop moving. The men trembled and immediately froze. Yidzin stared down. Down there on the stairs, he heard footsteps. The group led by Zachary was running up. The protagonist straightened up looking at them. Zachary frowned seeing the enemy through the gap in the stairs. The guy raised his hand, gesturing for Go to go up. The bodyguard and the old man froze after a moment, not understanding everything. Yidzin turned to them and whispered that they needed to go up. Go nodded in understanding. He grabbed the president and led them up. Soon the protagonist was alone. He aimed his weapon down. The guy was still standing there waiting for the enemy to arrive. He stared into the scope. Yidzin didn't even blink. When the enemies appeared, he immediately started firing at them. Zachary stopped abruptly seeing 2 of his men killed. He raised his head, looking at the source of the shots. The protagonist continued firing, despite the fact that 2 had already been killed. Veins appeared on Zachary's face from anger. In an instant, he stood up and started firing back. He and the group began to follow the protagonist, continuing to fire. Yidzin climbed up, running away from the enemies. Soon he had already reached another floor. The guy did not stop immediately, starting to climb to the next floor. There he stopped and again aimed, waiting for the enemies. On the top floor, Go stood motionless, waiting for the enemies. When the protagonist came, he told him that the president's condition was getting worse. The old man closed his eyes, saying that everything was fine. Looking down, the guy said that if everything continued like this, they would be lured into a trap, so they needed to split up. Opening the door, Yidzin said that he would pretend that they were running in this direction. Crouching in the passage, the protagonist said that he would take everyone on himself, and they should go higher. Yidzin glanced at Go. The president raised his head and asked what would happen if they were already expected. Squinting and looking at the stairs, the guy said that the likelihood of this was low, and this was the only way out. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Go leaned over to the boss and told him that if they lingered here, they would soon be surrounded from all sides. Footsteps were heard from the stairs. The protagonist immediately started shooting. Go stood up and led the company president away. The old man involuntarily glanced back. He saw how the protagonist was shooting continuously. His bullets seemed to be endless. Zachary raised his head and began to curse. He hid behind the stairs from the guy's bullets. A moment later, he suddenly stood up and started shooting at the enemy. The passage door closed. The soldiers, on Zachary's orders, followed him. Yidzin ran along the corridor. Soon he returned to the hall. The guy stopped to catch his breath. Looking at the elevator, he realized that it was blocked. The protagonist turned his head to the side. He saw 2 soldiers walking towards him. The guy hit the enemies in the head with 2 shots. Unexpectedly, even after pulling the trigger, the bullet did not fly out. Yidzin immediately removed the magazine. Looking into it, he realized that the bullets were out. Yidzin silently stared at the magazine. Suddenly, a flashbang grenade fell right at his feet. A bright light rushed towards his face. A moment later, a flash of light covered the entire room. The protagonist leaned against the table and tried to come to his senses. He grabbed his buzzing ear. Zachary walked forward. The protagonist barely opened one eye and turned around. He saw a figure of a soldier through the veil. Yidzin jumped on the man and knocked him down. A moment later, he fell to the floor. Zachary kicked the guy in the chest. He narrowed his eyes, feeling anger. Standing over the guy, the man aimed his machine gun at him. Yidzin calmly looked at him. Zachary, like a fool, was distracted by looking to the left. Looking at the hall, he asked where the target was. Yidzin's leg rushed towards him. The protagonist knocked down the enemy with one blow. Zachary fell face down on the floor. Cursing, he began to rise. Yidzin sharply pressed the machine gun. He hit his head on Zachary's head. Zachary pulled a pistol from his belt. The protagonist immediately hit his hand with the machine gun. The angry soldier stared at him. Grouping himself, he kicked the protagonist. Both guys jumped back, increasing the distance. Zachary took out his knife. The protagonist continued to look at the enemy with one eye. He barely saw how the man began to run at him. Zachary swung his knife and began to attack the guy. The swing of the knife left a line of light behind it. Suddenly, blood spurted. Zachary, on the knife of which there was now the guy's blood, said that now it was all over. Yidzin covered the wound on his shoulder without saying anything. Rushing at the enemy, the man told him not to worry because he would quickly arrange a ticket for him on the death train. The protagonist covered the wound on his arm, waiting for the enemy to approach. In an instant, he was able to dodge Zachary's attack. With his palm, he parried another attack by the man. Yidzin's blood dripped onto the floor. Zachary squinted, happy. New wounds kept appearing on the protagonist's body. The guy dodged the enemy's attack again. He squinted at Zachary. The protagonist suddenly grabbed Zachary's hand. A moment later, the man's blood gushed out like a fountain. Yidzin, who had taken the knife, cut the enemy's thighs. Zachary immediately fell to his knees, unable to hold on. The protagonist raised the knife, wanting to kill the enemy. A second later, his hand began to move down. Zachary's eyes were wide open in horror and anger. He managed to dodge and the knife passed his head. The man jumped to the side. Zachary grabbed the machine gun. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Zachary pointed the machine gun at him. Aizen miraculously managed to dodge the bullets. As he started to run, one of the bullets grazed his shoulder. The guy ran up to the passage at great speed. Soon he disappeared into the corridor. Thanks to sliding on the floor, he was able to dodge the bullets. He immediately stood up and ran away. Zachary stood up and pointed the machine gun at the passage. His legs buckled. A moment later, he fell to his knees. Veins appeared in his eyes from the strain. Looking at the wounds on his legs, Zachary realized that he could not move. He raised his head sharply and screamed angrily. The number of capillaries in his eye increased. Zachary was furious, not believing in his defeat. Meanwhile, the protagonist ran away. He held the wound on his hand. The guy opened his hand. A man from Forest was behind the door. Aizen squinted, realizing that he would not have time to dodge. Alice suddenly raised her gun. The protagonist grabbed the knife. Suddenly, the enemy's blood splashed on his face. The back of the man's head was pierced by a bullet. His body fell to the floor. Alice, who killed the man, pointed the gun at the protagonist. He silently stared at her. The girl did not move, as if giving her time to escape. Her eyebrows were drawn together. The protagonist turned completely to her, looking at her coldly. Alice raised her hands, surrendering without a fight. Aizen froze, surprised by this. The girl continued to stand silently with her hands raised. The protagonist, understanding her, began to leave. After he left, the girl sighed and lowered her hands. Remembering how the brother and sister were together, she mentally told the guy to be careful. Sighing, she scratched the back of her head. At this time, many bullets hit the wall. Go, hiding behind the wall, waited for the moment. The man suddenly looked out, starting to return fire. Riene, standing to the side, said that it was useless. Do, hiding behind the wall again, breathed heavily. He involuntarily looked at the old man sitting to the side. He frowned, realizing that the president was barely breathing. Suddenly, something fell at his feet. A flashbang grenade appeared on the floor. Go immediately rushed to the old man. A bright flash of light filled the corridor. Go's body trembled due to the sound attack. Rihanna silently looked at her target. She, accompanied by a subordinate, approached the target. Go turned to them, covering the old man. Rihanna stood half-turned, expecting something. Squinting, she ordered the man to get rid of them. Suddenly, the protagonist flew into the man. The guy knocked the enemy down along with himself. Rienne's eye opened wide in surprise. The protagonist swung his knife, killing the enemy. Go and the SW president froze, not knowing what to do. Smoke came out of the guy's respirator. Number 3 raised her machine gun. The first one abruptly ran away. Number 3 started shooting at the running guy. The protagonist deftly dodged all the bullets. In a second, he was next to the girl. Aizen swung his hand to strike. Number 3 blocked the blow with her machine gun. The guy's knife stopped when it collided with the machine gun. The protagonist looked at number 3 with cold eyes. Rihanna herself also silently stared at number 1. The girl kicked the protagonist in the body. The guy took a step back because of the blow. He put the knife in front of him, seeing Rihanna point the machine gun at him. Suddenly, bullets flew at Aizen. The guy himself turned his foot. Finding himself at the side of the enemy, he swung to strike. His hand was tightly clutching the knife. Rihanna managed to block the attack at the last moment. She looked at the enemy with a tense eye. Number 3 grabbed the machine gun by the barrel. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl struck. Aizen blocked the machine gun with his hand. The guy immediately swung his knife, wounding the enemy. Rihanna, having received a wound, stepped back. The protagonist did not let her increase the distance by running after her. Number 3 frowned looking at the guy. Looking at the protagonist with a knife in his hand, she mentally said that he seemed to copy her every step and was constantly reducing the distance. The girl's pupils stared at her assistant. He, trembling with his whole body, pointed the machine gun at the enemy. Rihanna pushed the protagonist back. Her eyes narrowed in anticipation. Suddenly, bullets pierced her assistant's body. Rihanna's eyes immediately widened in shock. Looking to the side, she realized that Go, having come to his senses, shot the man. The girl was distracted from the fight and frowned. At the last moment, she managed to block the knife with her machine gun. Go turned around and began to shoot at number 3. The protagonist stepped aside, leaving the line of attack. Rihanna ran to the side, saving her life. She looked at Aizen with narrowed eyes. Go continued to shoot, not even thinking about stopping. Rihanna turned her attention to the old man behind the man. She raised her machine gun, wanting to shoot him. Go stopped shooting, understanding Rihanna's intention. Suddenly, something brightly sparkled in the air. The protagonist's knife hit Rihanna's machine gun, changing the trajectory of the bullets. Because of this, the bullets flew above Go. Number 3 frowned upon seeing this. After that, she ran away without even turning around. Aizen was breathing heavily while standing there. He saw number 3 open the door and walk away. Suddenly, the girl stopped near the door. She silently stared at the guy. The protagonist was looking at her in the same way. Rihanna turned around and walked away. Soon, the door closed. Yidzin continued to stand motionless and breathe heavily. The old man, accompanied by Go, approached the guy asking him if he was okay. Yidzin turned to them and said that everything was fine. The SW president's eyes widened when he saw the wounds on the guy's body. There were 2 serious wounds on his shoulder and forearm. Blood was dripping from his arm incessantly. The old man frowned pitifully as he looked at Yidzin. His gas mask shook as he thanked the protagonist. The guy looked at the man and said that he didn't need to thank him because he was just doing his job. The 2 men and the young man froze, looking at each other. The events take us to the hospital. Go approached Yidzin and told him that he would be discharged soon. He had no serious injuries, but he should try not to overexert himself. Rest was important. The protagonist turned to the man and thanked him. Go frowned and said that it was the least he could do. The man narrowed his eyes at the guy. Looking at the silent protagonist, he mentally said that of course he knew that in the past this young man was a special rank mercenary, but even having seen him in action, he could not recognize all of his skills. Although many said that the guy was greatly overrated, those who saw the guy in the guise of a mercenary understood that he was head and shoulders above everyone else. This white-haired guy was called the best among the best. Go also thought that his assessments were overstated, but remembering how he dealt with the attack of 3 enemies, he recognized his superiority. The SW president approached them and asked the protagonist if he wanted to ask why all this had happened. Looking at the sheet, the guy sadly said that this was not his job. The old man smiled when he heard his words. Coming closer, he said that recently their company had been actively expanding in the military industry. But the military industry was not only the interests of corporations, but also the interests of various countries and powers. It was very important to monitor every process. Looking at the ceiling, the old man said that their aggressive actions had attracted the attention of clients from other companies, which is why they had made many enemies. Yidzin glanced at the SW president when he said that as a result, not only individual companies but also specific countries and organizations had lost clients. Frowning, the man said that all these incidents that had happened to him and his granddaughters meant that one of them had deliberately targeted them. Looking down, the guy said that he did not need an explanation. Raising his head, he said that he was just doing his job. The men's eyes widened in shock and stupor. A moment later, they frowned. The events take us to the infirmary of the military camp. Zachary was lying on a cot. His wounded shoulder trembled. His thighs were also shaking in pain. The guy suddenly jumped up. The equipment on the table fell to the floor. Zachary again remembered the moment when the protagonist brought the knife down on him. He clenched his teeth. The veins on his forehead stood out from anger. The events take us to the protagonist's house. Yidzin, holding the phone in his hand, listened to Six tell him that everything was done by Foras, and the information about the annexation of number 3 is not yet confirmed. Liam frowned and asked the guy if he was sure that it was number 3. The protagonist froze in thought. He remembered how the girl blocked his blow. She looked at him coldly and said that she finally understood who was bothering them all this time. The guy's lips parted as he told Six that he was sure it was her. The guy scratched his head, saying that he would try to find out about it, and she was clearly up to something. After that, he said that Foras wanted to get rid of Alice. Yidzin frowned, understanding what that meant. 30 Seconds sat boredly on the couch, listening to Six say that Alice's family was taken hostage, after which the relationship between Foras and Alice became tense. That was why the girl then did not shoot the guy, pointing the gun at him. Sadly looking at the floor, Six said that after the mission failed, she was taken by force. The protagonist froze upon hearing his words. At that time, Alice's hands were handcuffed. She was sitting on a chair, a bag was put on her head. The bag was torn off her head. The head of Foras was sitting opposite her. The gloomy man looked at her saying that he had already warned her, saying that this mission should be a success. Alice, without worrying, said that she should not be blamed because she was suspended from work. The man closed his eyes saying that he was told that the mission failed because of her. The girl frowned sharply saying that she did not take part in this mission because she was suspended. The girl tensed up when the man opposite said that she was saying something different and her partners were saying something completely different. Besides, Zachary had woken up and everything would become clear soon. Alice closed her eyes and sighed, saying that if everything became clear, then she was calm. Besides, the others could confirm her words. The head of Foras interrupted her, saying that the others were saying that the mission failed because of her. Alice's head shook. She stared at the man in disbelief. The man, still sitting with his arms crossed, said that he had been informed that when Zachary ordered the target to be found and killed, she had disobeyed the order. Alice frowned. She was furious. The girl realized that she had been betrayed. Her boss, frowning deeply, told her that he had already warned her. Standing up, he said that her punishment would be death. Alice screamed, asking what would happen to her brother. Looking at the girl with one eye, the man said that she was in no position to worry about her. Alice froze. Her eyebrows were drawn together. Soon everyone except Alice left the office. The man, accompanied by a bodyguard, walked away. Meanwhile, Zachary was waiting outside with soldiers. When the boss approached him, he ordered him to do everything quickly. Zachary's lips stretched into a smirk. After that, the boss drove away in a car. Zachary and his soldiers entered the interrogation room. The guy stopped in front of the table. Alice gritted her teeth, looking angrily at the guest. The guy, smiling widely, asked why she was so angry. Was she really happy to see him? The girl, sitting at the table, screamed. Zachary, having stopped smiling, said that since she had failed the mission, there was no need to shift the blame to others. The girl's face was distorted with anger. Turning to the soldiers, Zachary ordered them to set up cameras so that the others would learn a lesson. Alice glared at the guy. She grabbed her wrist. Soon the camera was installed. Zachary pointed the gun at Alice. The girl carefully covered the handcuffs. The guy smirked and asked her if she had any last words. Suddenly, Alice grabbed the guy's gun. She snatched the gun from Zachary's hand. The guy's pupil shrank to the size of a pea in horror. Alice pointed the gun at the guy. A moment later, she shot him. After that, she hit Zachary in the neck. She grabbed his head with her hand. Hiding behind him, the girl pointed the gun at the soldiers. She hit the soldiers with several shots. Alice grabbed the guy's head with her hand. The girl squeezed the gun with great force. Zachary, who was pressed to the table, screamed, saying that if she killed him, they would get rid of her brother, because she did not know where he was. Trembling with horror and fear, the guy told Alice to think better of it, because everyone would find out about her escape. The girl's gun was shaking in her hand. She could barely restrain herself. Suddenly, soldiers burst into the office. They stood in a row in front of the girl. Zachary grabbed the gun and raised it. He snatched the gun away and stepped aside. Alice stood motionless. Zachary pointed the gun at her and did not shoot right away. He hit himself in the face and smiled, saying that he was almost killed. Starting to lower his hand, he told Alice that she was too stupid to think that her brother would be released after her death. Alice turned sharply to him. Zachary grinned and said that he would get rid of her first and then get to her brother. The girl frowned at his words. Suddenly, the office window shattered due to bullets. The bullets hit all the soldiers in an instant. A couple of bullets hit Zachary himself. The soldiers' bodies fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the wounds as they fell to the floor. Alice stared wide-eyed at the people who had arrived. 4, 8, and 18 were standing right outside the window. Seeing 2 approaching, the girl asked him why he was here. 2 frowned and asked the girl where number 3 was. Alice froze and frowned. Stopping frowning, she asked 2 who number 3 was. Squinting, 2 told the girl to stop pretending to be stupid, because he knew number 3 was with them when they attacked the SW president. Alice froze upon hearing his words. Her pupil suddenly dilated. Remembering Rain's appearance, she said that number 3 was not with them, only Rihanna. 4 entered the room and asked who Rihanna was. Coming to the table, Alice said that she really does not understand who they are talking about, because when they attacked, no number 3 was with them, but people from another organization joined them. The second frowned upon hearing this. He sighed, looking at the blood on the floor. Alice shuddered and looked away. The 4th, 8th, 18th raised their machine guns. Zachary, smiling, told Alice that she was crazy. The girl frowned upon hearing his words. She took off the handcuffs, standing in front of the guy. Alice grabbed Zachary by the head. Crouching in front of him, she asked him where her brother was. Zachary's lips stretched into a smile. The girl hit the guy in the face. Zachary's body flew to the side. Now he was laughing, lying on the floor. Looking at Alice in front of him, he said that he would never tell her. Grinning, the guy said that if she saved him, he could tell her everything. Alice froze, not knowing what to do. Zachary grinned widely. Suddenly, blood spilled from the guy's head. The empty cartridge fell to the floor. The 4th one, who picked up the gun, said irritably that he was really annoying. 18 and 8 stared at the guy silently. Blood spilled on the floor. Alice remembered the image of her brother. She frowned deeply, being furious. Her body trembled. 18, putting his hand to his ear, said that they received information from the Bravo team. The protagonist at this time stood among the corpses of soldiers. He slightly squinted, looking ahead. 5 and 6 followed him, along with Alice's brother. The boy was sitting in a stroller. Alice turned around abruptly when she heard 18 ask her if the boy with blonde hair and about 10 years old was her brother. The girl turned to 2 and froze. She tensed up and frowned, asking why he did that. The guy silently stared at her without answering. Alice, still frowning, asked the second why they saved her and her brother. The 4th, 18th, and 8th, who were standing aside, remained silent. Alice suddenly screamed in anger, her hair shaking as she suggested that they wanted to use her too. The 18th threw something at the girl. She caught it with her hand. Looking at her hand, she saw a phone. The second, looking at her with irritation, said that they would call her soon and tell her where to go for her brother. The girl froze in shock and stopped frowning. The second turned around and walked away. The 18th looked at the girl with narrowed eyes as if she were an idiot. When his boss passed him, the guy turned to Alice. Standing in front of the girl, he told her that she should calm down because he was waiting for her. After saying this, the 18th turned around and began to leave. The girl silently looked after them. The numbered walked down the corridor. The 4th, angry and drawing his eyebrows together, said that he did not like all this. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked why they saved her at all. 6's voice came from the laptop on the table, saying that Alice was saved by the 1st. 4 standing next to 18 shouted, asking what they had to do with it. Liam grinned and told the guy to grow up and not be a child. 6 smiled and sighed, asking 4 if he had forgotten their rules. 4 froze upon hearing this question. The guys froze in shock, listening to 6 say that betrayal is punishable by death, and good always comes back. If one falls, another will raise his comrade, but woe to him when he falls, and the other is not there to raise him. 8 and 16 leaned forward slightly. The 2nd crossed his arms over his chest. Putting his hands in his pockets, 4 shouted, saying that the 1st is no longer one of them, and let him say thank you for not killing him. The 2nd's lips parted when he said that they were not trying for him, but to find number 3. The guy narrowed his eyes after what he said. The 4th opened his mouth in amazement. The 8th and the 1st smiled without saying anything. The events take us to a warehouse in the forest. Alice went inside and met her brother. She cried, hugging him. The 6th was waiting for them outside. Liam smiled, bringing the phone to his ear. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist heard 6 tell him that the mission was completed. The guy began to lower the phone without saying anything to his friend. He silently dialed another number. Bringing the phone to his ear, he waited for someone to pick up the phone and thanked him. The 2nd narrowed his eyes without saying anything right away. Closing his eyes, he said that he did it to find number 3. Then he abruptly put his phone away. The events take us to the general, who was sitting on a chair asking a soldier how they still could not determine the location of Alice and her brother. The soldier apologized, looking very nervous, and said that they were still looking but had not found her yet. The man frowned and asked if this was what they had taught them. The soldier said nothing in response, standing silently in front of the general. Looking out the window, the man ordered the soldier to tell everyone that their activities would be suspended for a while. The soldier nodded and said that this would also entail huge losses. The veins on the man's forehead bulged as he said that he did not even know what situation they were in. A shadow fell over the old man's face as he said that since they could not control the best agent, it meant that they were incompetent. Now Alice was free, her shackles were thrown off, the beast was released from its cage. As the soldier bowed his head, the old man said that Alice could be dealt with if she attacked them openly, but they had not taught them to do that. Gritting his teeth, the man said that Alice would attack as soon as the opportunity arose. The boy swallowed, sweat running down his face. Suddenly a soldier burst into the office. Turning to him, the commander asked what was wrong. The general frowned at the soldier when he said that everyone at base 4 was killed. The commander's eyes widened in shock. Blood spread across the wall. Alice's mark was drawn next to the corpses. The old man clasped his fingers and ordered a reward to be placed on the girl's head. His lips twitched, after which he said that in such cases it was easier to solve the problem with money. Soon the subordinates left his office. The old man picked up the phone. Putting the phone to his ear, he apologized for the wait. Boss 4 frowned and said that the work related to SW had failed again. Squinting, he said that if the previous camp had taken it on, this would not have happened. Putting the phone down, the man said that he thought 4 would be a good replacement for the camp. Reina, standing with her back to him, said that the camp was unique. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that it was all because there were numbered ones. The man looked at her saying that it was all just like that, but even she hadn't completed the task. The girl stared at him silently. She closed her eyes and grinned, saying that this time the job wasn't that easy. Remembering the protagonist's image, she said that they had too little information. Opening her eyes, number 3 said that if another one had joined her, the task would have been doable. Nodding, the man asked her how the mission of joining the rest of the numbered ones was going. Number 3 smiled, saying that the mission was already in development. Looking at the picture, she said that she couldn't wait for their reunion. Bowing her head, number 3 remembered how the 2nd pointed a gun at her. The events take us to the street of a night city. The protagonist's helmet reflected the glare. He was driving through the city at great speed. The motorcycle easily overtook one of the cars. Soon he arrived at the outskirts of the city, to the Pendulum. There were warehouses near it. Inside one of the warehouses, the numbered ones gathered. The 4th frowned and asked how much longer they had to wait. The 8th glanced at him and said that they had 10 more minutes. The guy clicked his tongue and squinted. He involuntarily looked at the ceiling. Soon, 3 more numbered ones entered the warehouse. The 4th looked at the 6th and asked him why the 1st had gathered them all. His comrades stood silently waiting for an answer. Frowning, Liam said that he didn't know either because the 1st hadn't told him anything. He only asked them to gather together. The 4th stepped forward and asked if it was connected with Alice. The guy nodded and said that it could be so. The 8th approached the angry 4th. The fifth closed her eyes and said that in any case, since they had been gathered here, it was a very important matter and they needed to remember the last time they had gathered like this. Opening her eyes, she said that the last time they gathered was on a very difficult mission. The second crossed his arms over his chest without saying anything. Everyone looked towards the entrance, waiting for the protagonist to arrive. The 6th and 32nd also turned around, looking at the entrance. The 16th clenched his fist. Frowning, he asked if they thought he had returned. The 3 numbered turned to him and cried out. The 2nd bowed his head. The 16th stared at the floor, not saying anything more. The 18th looked at his friend. The 8th became sad, looking at the floor. The 4th narrowed his eyes, feeling sad. The 32nd opened his eyes wide in surprise. Liam frowned, continuing to look at the front door. Maya frowned too. Soon the protagonist entered the warehouse. Everyone immediately turned to him. Aidzin was holding 3 bags of food and drinks in his hands. The 4th narrowed his eyes at the bags, asking what was in his hands. Yidzin looked at the guy and said that it was chicken. The guy frowned upon hearing his words. Pointing to the boxes in the bag, Yidzin said that he heard that chicken was very tasty in this country, so he thought it would be good if they ate it together. Then he pointed to the drinks in the bag. All the numbered ones froze in shock at his words. Maya turned to the guy and asked him if he had gathered everyone here to eat chicken. Yidzin turned to her confirming this. 6th, 5th, and 32nd froze in place at his answer. 4th, 16th, 18th, and 8th opened their eyes wide in amazement. The body of one of the numbered ones trembled in anger. He raised his knife, shouting at first. 8th held back the mad guy who wanted to stab first. The rest of the numbered ones silently stared at their leader. 2nd, standing behind everyone, stared intently at the protagonist. For a long time, the 4th's dissatisfied cries could be heard from the warehouse. The events take us to the SW office. Yujin, sitting in a chair, told Jiyeon that she was completely serious. Jiyeon, looking at her sister, asked if she really just showed up here and asked her to hand over one of her bodyguards. Yujin, looking at her sister with hope, nodded. Jiyeon closed her eyes and sighed, asking what was wrong with the Saw group's bodyguards. Yujin answered by saying that she had stopped trusting them lately. The director opened her eyes in surprise at her words. The girl, despondent, looked down and said that she had recently been riding an escalator and someone had pushed her hard. She almost fell then she decided that it was just an accident, because there were a lot of people there. But not long ago there was a fire, the security had to evacuate her, but instead they tried to detain her there. Jiyeon looked at her sister intently and asked if he tried to change them. Yujin nodded, saying that it was the same thing over and over again no matter how many times she changed them. The director crossed his arms over his chest and told Yujin to stop the nonsense and tell everything as it was. The girl froze for a moment, after which she said that the guards did not protect her at all. She felt like they were watching her. Jiyeon's pupils dilated in surprise. Yujin straightened up nervously, asking Jiyeon to help her for at least a month. The director frowned and did not answer right away. Yujin stared at her, waiting for an answer. Jiyeon closed her eyes and said that she would send one bodyguard tomorrow morning. Yujin smiled upon hearing this. The next morning, Yujin was sweating profusely, telling her bodyguards to take care of the newcomer. The protagonist standing next to her introduced himself. The group of guards froze, not knowing what to say. The head of the bodyguards approached Yujin and asked why she hadn't notified them in advance. She nervously said that everything had happened too suddenly. Looking at the man, Yujin said that Jiyeon had sent the guy so that he could gain experience. The old man closed his eyes and sighed. Yujin smiled and glanced at the guy. Looking at Aidzin's calm and handsome face, Yujin mentally screamed, not understanding why such a young guy was sent to her. Entering the toilet, she immediately called Jiyeon. She picked up the phone and told her not to worry, because Aidzin was only an intern in words, but in fact he was very capable. Nervously covering the speaker, Yujin could not find the words. Jiyeon opened her eyes and said that if she said that she sent the intern so that he could gain experience, then her guards would not suspect anything. If she had not sent him, there would have been a lot of questions. The girl calmed down after hearing her sister's words. Now she looked sadly at the guy. Taking a closer look at his face, she noticed that he was very handsome. Smiling, the girl said that now she could begin. The protagonist and a couple of guards followed her. Ijin looked at the floor, remembering the past. Yesterday, when he approached Jiyeon, she asked him to do a favor to help her little sister. The protagonist carefully looked at the bodyguard behind him. Soon, evening came to the SAW office. Yujin was sitting in her office, solving the company's affairs. The guards near the protagonist agreed to reduce each other's work. The man looked at the newcomer and smiled, telling him not to be so tense. Ijin, without moving from his place, said that everything was fine. The guys smiled, seeing his efforts. Soon, Yujin and Ijin were driving around the city in a car. Yujin closed her eyes and sighed. Looking at the guy, she asked him if he had a hard time. He calmly answered, saying that everything was fine. Smiling, Yujin told him that Jiyeon trusted him very much since she praised him so much. The guy, looking at the road through the window, said that the CEO overpraised him. Continuing to look at the guy, the girl asked how long he had been working at SW. He honestly admitted that not much time had passed. After numerous questions about girls and the guy's tastes, Yujin frowned, not having received a satisfactory answer. She closed her eyes, saying that work was finished for today. Aizan, looking at the girl for the first time, said that he would go with her. Yujin smiled, saying that she had a meeting with a friend. The protagonist, turning to her, said that he would definitely go with her. The girl froze in shock upon hearing his words. The events take us to the corridor of a luxury hotel. Yujin, entering one of the rooms, greeted her boyfriend. He stood up from his chair and smiled at her. The couple hugged each other. The protagonist continued to watch them through the crack. Soon the guard completely closed the door. Aizan put his hand in his inside pocket. He looked at the time. Sitting down at the table, Yujin asked her boyfriend why he came here right after the airport. He could have rested. He smiled and said that he simply could not hold back, wanting to see her as soon as possible. Yujin smiled widely. There were fruits and drinks on the table. The guy saw Yujin bow her head and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl's body arched. The guy raised his glass, silently looking at her. His lips stretched into a smile. He remembered how yesterday, a man standing in front of him offered to slip drugs to Yujin, and he would pay him 6 billion. Smiling, the guy said that even if they got married, he did not think that she would give him 6 billion. Suddenly, the protagonist burst into the room. The guy began to get up from his seat, starting to shout indignantly. The protagonist looked at the unconscious Yujin. He looked intently at the girl. Approaching her, he lightly pushed her. Aizan squinted, thinking that it was already 11. She couldn't have drunk much, that she lost consciousness in less than an hour. Raising a glass of whiskey, Aizan realized that the smell of alcohol was too weak. The guy Yujin jumped up, saying that he was talking to him. Entering inside, another guard told the protagonist that he should know the measure and boundaries. The first silently stared at the glass in his hand. He raised his hand with the glass. Extending it to the guy Yujin, he ordered him to drink whiskey. He froze in a stupor upon hearing his words. The guard standing to the side gritted his teeth. The guy looking at the protagonist mentally called him impudent. His lips parted when he asked the guy if he even knew who he was talking to. The guard approached Aizan and demanded that she throw away the glass. The protagonist's eye flashed when he said that he assumed that the director had been slipped something. The guard opened his mouth in anger. The guy Yujin froze in amazement and fear. The man screamed, approaching the guy, saying that he was talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the man knocked over the glass. Whiskey spilled on the floor. The protagonist squinted and stared down. The guard clenched his teeth and said that he did not dare set conditions for him because he was just a dog and he had to do whatever he was told. The protagonist silently turned to the man. He bowed to the guy Yujin, asking for forgiveness. The guy smiled nervously and sighed, saying that he would not be offended. Looking at the bowed guard, the guy thought that there was still time before the press arrived. He looked tremblingly at Aizan. He picked up Yujin in his arms. Then he turned around and walked away. The angry guard grabbed the guy by the shoulder. Aizan immediately kicked him in the knee. The guard's body fell forward. Then the protagonist kicked him in the face with his knee. The man flew back and fell to the floor. The guy Yujin closed his eyes in fear. Now that nothing was stopping him, the protagonist silently walked to the exit. The first one ran down the corridor with the girl in his arms. Two guards appeared at the end of the corridor. They gritted their teeth in anger, assuming that the guy had kidnapped the director. Yujin stared at them silently. He carefully placed the girl on the floor. The men grinned, saying that someone had courage. The protagonist straightened up. Two bodyguards began to approach him. Yujin easily deflected the blow of one of them. Having caught the man, he struck him in the throat. He grabbed his throat and fell to the floor. The protagonist, without hesitation, kicked the enemy in the face. The second bodyguard rushed at the guy from behind. Yujin ducked under his blow. A moment later, he struck the man in the torso. Then he grabbed his face. With one swing of his hand, the guy knocked the enemy over. The protagonist stood motionless, looking at the two knocked out enemies. He stared intently at their bodies. Jiyeon was horrified as she picked up the phone. The protagonist, while driving in the car, told Jiyeon that the bodyguards were indeed suspicious. In situations like this, it would be better for them to have evidence, but it was destroyed. The girl's eye widened. She remembered how Yujin, sitting in front of her, said that her bodyguards were watching her. Frowning, the director asked the guy where they were now. Continuing to drive, Aizan said that they left the building. Yujin's condition was stable, but it would be better to take her to the hospital. Jiyeon heard him and told him not to go to the hospital. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding the reason. Sitting at the table, the director said that Yujin's reputation would be irreparably damaged if the hospital found out about everything. Frowning, the guy asked if she was not a victim. Jiyeon, continuing to frown, said that not only the bodyguards were involved in this matter, but also their higher-ups. Introducing the figure of one man, the girl said that she knew who could do this. The girl's pupil was dilated. The protagonist said nothing and continued driving. He involuntarily looked to the left. A car caught up with him. Lowering the window, the evil guy told the protagonist to stop. Ji-yeon's worried voice was heard through the phone. Idzin, not looking at the pursuer anymore, said that he was being followed. The guy glanced at the rearview mirror. Looking at the road again, he said that he could not steal someone else's car. Because of this, they were quickly identified. Ji-yeon grinned, saying that pretending to be a righteous schoolboy was funny. Then she asked if Yujin was awake. Looking at the girl through the mirror, the guy said that she was still unconscious. The girl was lying on the back seat and should wake up soon. Clasping her fingers, Ji-yeon said that she would try to stall for time and cover for him, and he should try to hold out until Yujin wakes up, because if she was taken away in this state, then he would have no way out. The principal frowned again and told the boy to protect Yujin. The wheels of the car spun faster. The protagonist, who was driving, said that it was his job. Ji-yeon smiled. She looked at the table and said with a smile that she once thought he was too inhumane, but now she trusted him more than anyone. The headlights of the car illuminated the road. The protagonist's car was surrounded by other cars. Guards got out of the cars. The protagonist got out of his car. The head of the guards shouted, demanding that they grab the boy. A couple of men immediately rushed forward. Yujin easily parried the attack. A moment later, he himself delivered a couple of blows to the guard. Then he dodged the fist of the second man. The guy grabbed him by the back of the head. A moment later, he slammed the man into the car. He fell to the ground, unable to get up. The head of the guards froze in horror at the sight. The other men gritted their teeth, but did not move from their place. The protagonist stood motionless, looking at them. Saw headquarters. The phone fell on the asphalt and broke. The man was breathing heavily. He frowned and thought that the man couldn't even complete such a task. If he had delayed her a little longer, the entire press would have been on their ears. Soksu turned around and asked where she was. His employee replied that they had already been given her location. They were currently following her car. He had sent reinforcements just in case. The head of the company looked at the man and told him to keep an eye on her. The old man frowned and asked if it would be better if they told the police that she had been kidnapped. That would kill two birds with one stone. They would not only find her, but they would also be able to conduct a blood test. Soksu clasped his hands behind his back and said that it would be great if everything were that simple. The one who took her with him was under SW protection. He looked away and said that they shouldn't make any sudden movements yet. They didn't need to be at odds with them. The car drove forward. Yujin blocked her way. People started getting out of the cars. They surrounded the hero. The old man frowned and said that he wouldn't even ask why he kidnapped the girl, but he could be sure that they wouldn't let it go that easily. The guy looked at him and said that it wasn't a kidnapping, but protection. The agent frowned and asked if that was really his understanding of protection. The hero looked at him seriously. The girl got out of the car. She held her head and exhaled loudly. The man approached her and asked if she was okay. Yujin looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on here. Why was she here? The blonde pointed to the side and said that he was the one who kidnapped her. Yujin looked at her seriously and said again. The director raised her eyebrows in excitement and asked why he did it. The guy frowned and said that it was just his guess, but the guy she was having dinner with slipped something into her drink. The woman looked at him in shock and asked how was this possible? Did her boyfriend do this? Yujin frowned and said that he didn't know why he did this, but what was certain was that when her life was in danger, her people didn't protect her. The staff member frowned and shouted that this was nonsense. They had been in a relationship for 2 years. How dare he blame them? They were always outside and watching everything. He was just leading them on. Yujin looked at him in shock and thought, why did he do this to her? The staff members looked at her tensely. Yujin looked at the woman while she thought that even though Jai recommended him, wasn't this too much? Her boyfriend would never do something like this. Yujin looked at him in shock and thought that he promised to protect her, but in fact he wanted to kidnap her. She turned around and said that they should go. The employee smiled smugly and said that they made the right choice when they protected her. The director took out her phone and said that she needed to talk to Jiyeon. The old man smiled and said that she could talk to her later, but now they had to go. She replied that it wouldn't take long, she should contact her. Yujin looked at the employee when he started to press and say that they had no time. They were already late. The old man gave off a gloomy atmosphere. The director frowned and told him to wait. She needed to call. He bowed and said that she could talk to her on the way to the office. The most important thing now was to return her safe and sound. The president was restless there. The brunette stepped forward. The girl said that she wouldn't repeat herself. Then the old man told her to put her in the car. Yujin shook with fear. She took a step back. Suddenly, someone hit the big guy. He fell to the asphalt. The director looked forward in shock. Yujin stood with his back to her. He frowned and covered the girl with his body. He turned around and said that he would sort this out and she could call calmly. The old man frowned and shouted to finally get rid of him and drag her to the car. The men ran to attack. The hero dodged the blows. With his right hand, he disabled the first attacker. The director pressed herself against the car and called her sister. She asked if she had already woken up. Yujin hit another bandit in the jaw. Yujin looked ahead in shock and asked how she found out. Jiyeon frowned and said that Yijin had already told her everything. It was good that he had immediately taken her out of there. The woman raised her hand and screamed why she believed him so easily. Her sister replied that she needed to come to her senses. She frowned and said that she herself said that her bodyguards cannot be trusted, and what if they are all in cahoots? Hadn't she thought about it? The woman froze in shock. The man fell to the floor. Another one was attacking Yijin from behind. Suddenly the hero appeared from his side. He hit him with all his might. He fell with a noise. The guy quickly turned around. Jiyeon crossed her arms over her chest and told her sister to follow the young man and come to her, then they will check if it is all true. She nodded and said okay. She looked away. Her body trembled with fear. She did not know if she could. Her bodyguards were killed, and they wanted to take her away from here by force. The director smiled and said that she could not worry about it. Yijin struck again. The girl said that he would take care of everything. Yujin's eyes opened wide. The dead began to fall around the hero. One of the men fell with a crash next to him. The girl lowered the phone in fear. Yijin stood among the beaten agents and looked at her silently. The girl bowed her head and asked if she was sure. The guy pulled his tie. He relaxed it and sighed with relief. A few minutes later, a car was driving quickly down the road. The protagonist was driving. Yujin was sitting in the passenger seat. She glanced at Yijin out of the corner of her eye and asked if he was okay. The guy, looking at the road, firmly answered, completely. The girl looked at him, remembering how he was the only one standing on his feet after a fight with all her bodyguards. Suddenly, the protagonist, without taking his eyes off the road, asked what about her, if she was better. Turning to the window, Yujin answered, yes, much better. Without turning around, she added that he seemed to be right. Yijin looked at her in the mirror. Yujin took out her phone and said that she had been trying to call her boyfriend all this time, but he wasn't answering. But if she had been kidnapped in front of him, he should have at least called. She looked down in disappointment and added that they were all strange, from him to the bodyguards. The protagonist listened to the girl in silence, looking at the road. Yujin closed her eyes and asked herself what was going on here, who was involved in all this, and why her. Some time passed. The SW company building. The protagonist's car stopped at the side of the road. When Yujin got out of the car, she was immediately called out. Shock and fear appeared in the girl's eyes. Saksu and his bodyguards were walking towards her. She stepped towards them and asked what they were doing here, to which the man extended his hand and replied that he was beside himself when he learned that she had been kidnapped, after which he asked if everything was okay, if she was hurt. Yujin looked at Saksu with apprehension and asked why he came, to which he asked in response, did he need a reason? Of course he came here for her. He smiled and asked her to go back. She looked at him and asked herself what if. But suddenly the main character stood in front of her. Seeing him, Saksu frowned angrily and asked who else. His bodyguard called out to the boss, and when he turned around, he told him everything he knew. When Saksu listened to his subordinate, he turned around in shock at the guy. Staring at him, he wondered if he was the one who dealt with their bodyguards. When Saksu was still in the car, he looked out the window and asked when she would be brought. But suddenly the bodyguard from the front seat turned around and said that they had problems. Hearing this, the boss leaned towards him and asked him discontentedly what other problems there were. He said that one person took her, to which the subordinate replied in confusion that he took her and dealt with everyone. When Saksu heard this, he furrowed his brows in anger and exclaimed that this could not be. At this time, he was looking angrily at the protagonist and asking if it was really him who kidnapped Yujin, when suddenly a familiar female voice was heard, which answered that he did not kidnap her, but protected her. Everyone present automatically turned towards the voice. Jean was walking towards them with bodyguards. Seeing her, Yujin smiled warmly, but anger appeared in Saksu's eyes when he saw Jean. Suddenly, he spread his hands and with a smile on his face asked what kind of wind brought her here, adding that seeing her here, people might misunderstand and think that she was behind all this. Jiyeon folded her arms and firmly replied that it was, adding that she was the one who asked him to bring Yujin to her. The man glared at her, then suddenly told her to be careful with her wishes and words in the future. He extended his hand, saying that even if she was brought here by request, did she not think that it could lead to big problems, so she should stop ignoring his goodwill and speaking to her in such a tone. Jiyeon looked at him, saying that she did not need his goodwill, and did so because she thought it was necessary. Seoksu frowned, looking ahead. Looking at the girl, he said that he wanted to talk to her about this in a different setting. Turning to Jiyeon, he added that he could not afford such a luxury now, and in any case, he was here, so they did not have to worry about Yujin. The man turned his head to Yujin, asking her to come with him. The girl knitted her brows, answering that she wanted to talk to Jiyeon. Saksu frowned, menacingly thinking that he should take her with him. Looking at the serious Jiyeon, he thought that if Yujin were to conduct blood tests now, then they would already have problems, and knowing SW, they would not leave it so easily. The man was perplexed, saying that the girl was kidnapped and the bodyguards were beaten. The whole company was now on its ears, and she wanted to stay here and resolve these issues like this. Yujin stood behind the protagonist, answering, yes, and she was not really kidnapped, and all this happened because of a simple misunderstanding, but she would explain everything later. Saksu was getting more and more angry. He looked ahead from under his brows, asking if the girl understood what she was saying, because even if what was said was true, they should decide it themselves, and they did not need SW's intervention here. Yujin pursed her lips out of fear. Jiyeon folded her arms across her chest, thinking that the man was right. She knew that Yujin was the director of SA. She didn't know the whole situation she was in, so she asked her to handle it. But now that the problem had reached such a scale, she needed to handle it herself. Yujin looked down, answering, I understand. Saksu smirked maliciously. The girl reluctantly took a step forward. She felt terrible, because from her boyfriend to her bodyguard, everyone she knew, who she trusted with her safety, they all betrayed her. The girl walked forward, thinking that she had been led by the nose all this time, and she didn't even know it because she was so trusting and frivolous. Saksu watched her carefully. Baring his teeth, he thought that as soon as the girl followed him, he would immediately hand her over to the reporters. Jiyeon looked at the girl's back. She knew that Yujin was afraid, because for the first time she encountered fangs pointed in her direction. Looking down, she thought that it was from her own relative. Jean thought about the girl holding on, then exhaled. Yujin walked forward. Jean watched him in surprise. Behind her, Yujin heard some movement. Raising her head, she saw a young man next to her. Saksu frowned, asking what the boy was doing and why he was following her. Yujin turned around, answering that he was instructed to stay with the director and protect her. The vice president blushed with anger. Jean's subordinates were shocked by what they heard. The boy looked down. At this time, Yujin was already looking at him, her mouth open in surprise. They confidently took a step forward. The girl smiled. Raising her head up, she confidently said that this was true, so Yujin would go with her. Saksu gritted his teeth in rage. The boys walked forward when suddenly Yujin asked if it would take much time. They walked side by side with serious faces. The subordinate smiled, saying that another one had fallen in love with Yujin because he was charming even from a man's point of view. It was deep night outside the SA company building. Inside were the protagonist and Yujin, who was telling Mr. Kang that he had misunderstood everything, because it was she who asked him to take her away from there. In fact, she had not been kidnapped. The man with a large bruise on his face frowned and asked displeasedly, did he misunderstand? Yes, the girl answered firmly, looking at the bodyguard. Then Kang suddenly remembered with hatred in his eyes how a few hours ago Yujin had beaten up several of their bodyguards and said that she had behaved very strangely then, so he. But before she could finish speaking, Yujin interrupted him and said displeasedly that in fact it was he who had behaved very strangely. Hearing this, Kang froze in place, not answering. Suddenly, Saksu approached them, spreading his arms and saying that they shouldn't be blamed for this, since team leader Kang and her boyfriend were understandable, since they didn't know about her plans. He smiled ominously and asked what else they were supposed to do, since she had passed out and the guy had taken her with him. Anyone in their place would have taken action. Yujin looked at the man out of the corner of her eye and wondered which one. Was it Saksu or Uncle? All the bodyguards in the room were staring at her as she thought about how sick she was of them all. Saksu and his men were looking at her ominously since they were all here against her. The girl looked in another direction. She looked at the protagonist and said to herself, except for the man she had just met. Saksu folded his arms and asked when she would send him back. Yujin looked at the man and told him not to worry, she knew what to do. Saksu gritted his teeth and said to himself that she would dance for him some more, the time would come, and she would crawl to him and ask for help. Suddenly, the phone in the girl's pocket vibrated. Jiyeon was calling her. Then Yujin raised her head and asked discontentedly if she should ask him for permission before answering the call, to which Saksu smiled and answered, of course not, if she wants, she can answer. After that, the girl stood behind the protagonist and answered the phone, and at the same moment, Jiyeon ordered her to answer briefly. Yujin lowered her eyes and quietly answered, yes. Then Jiyeon said that Yujin handed them the glass she drank from. He did it while no one was looking. They were unable to conduct a full analysis since there was little time, but they confirmed that in addition to alcohol, there was another substance in her drink. Hearing this, Yujin's eyes widened in shock. Jiyeon was sitting in her office, continuing to say that most likely she was drugged, and now they want to put her in a difficult situation. Several reporters are now heading to their office. Not only them, he and the drug police squad too. Yujin looked ahead with horror in her eyes, saying to herself that they drugged her, which means they know that she is here. After a short pause, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at the people present in the hall. Saksu looked at her with a questioning expression, frowning. Then the girl turned away and said, yes. Jiyeon lowered her eyes and said that something was wrong and she could feel it. She presented the stocks of Saw Company and said that if people found out that one of the Saw Group family members had committed social negligence, the company's stock would fall, which was not a good result. And if her grandfather, the president of Saw Group, found out about it, there would be problems. But he was currently secretly recovering and only a few close people were telling him the important news. Hearing this, Yujin lowered her head sadly and said that she understood. Jiyoon looked ahead and asked if the other girl understood that the only option was to tell her grandfather. When Yujin heard this, she was very confused and said, "But." Jiyoon closed the file, interrupting her and telling her not to worry since she had found out where he was now. Yujin, hearing this, raised her head sharply. Jiyoon, without a trace of doubt in her eyes, continued to tell her to be careful because the fact that they had created such a big problem meant that they were confident that the president would not be informed about it, and there was a high probability that the president's closest aides were on Seoksu's side. While listening to her interlocutor, Yujin glanced at Seoksu out of the corner of her eye, and Jiyoon added that the reporters would be arriving soon, so she needed to leave quickly, and as for her grandfather, she needed to find him herself. Hearing this, shock appeared in the girl's eyes. The girl's eyes looked glassy. She lowered her hand down in frustration. Turning towards the door, Yujin said that she was going home. She exhaled, adding that she was tired and wanted to go home. Seoksu's expression changed, asking if she was already leaving, and then asked her to stay here for a little while longer. The girl turned her gaze to the side, asking what she was doing here, since he asked her to come and explain the whole situation to the manager, which she did. The vice president extended his hand, saying that Yujin said that her boyfriend did something to her, and if it was true, they should find him. The girl closed her eyes, asking him to find him and then call her, because she couldn't wait here forever and who knew how long it would take. The man called out loudly. He lunged forward and grabbed Yujin's wrist. The girl turned around in fear, ordering him to let her go. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the man's hand. Seoksu and Yujin's gazes crossed. The protagonist immediately began to twist his wrist. The vice president winced in pain, asking what the young man was doing. A strong blow suddenly came over the protagonist's head, which he dodged. The leader's subordinate clenched his hands into fists menacingly. Yujin directed his menacing gaze at him. Trying to take off his jacket, the bodyguard offered to fight. At that very second, a strong kick flew into his stomach. The guy's expression changed, thinking that the bastard didn't even let him take off his suit. Yujin swung his fist and hit him in the face. He immediately grabbed the guy by the jacket. The protagonist turned him around, pulling him completely onto his opponent. He hit him in the head with his elbow. The young man clenched his hands into fists, looking at the body lying in front of him. Seoksu frowned with rage. Mr. Kang became wary. Yujin looked ahead in confusion. The vice president pointed forward, ordering him to stop. The subordinates rushed forward, trying to attack the enemy. The guy with the fist made a sharp dash forward. The protagonist stuck out his elbow, hitting him in the face. Turning around, Yujin quickly stopped the second enemy. Having hit him in the face, he noticed how the subordinate raised his leg up. The young man turned around, quickly grabbing his leg. Raising his hand, he hit the subordinate with all his strength. The guy suddenly turned back. In front of him, he saw the guys trembling with fear. At that moment, he knocked both of them down to the floor. Seoksu and Mr. Kang stood aside in shock. Yujin looked at the frightened girl. Nodding, he said that it was time for them to go. Yujin stood there in horror and then replied, "Okay." The vice president turned back, asking Kang what he was worth since he needed to quickly call the others. A few minutes later, the protagonist and Yujin were walking down the hallway. The girl walked ahead, saying that they needed to quickly leave here to find her grandfather since this was the only way to end this situation. When suddenly she stopped. Turning to Yujin, Yujin said that she couldn't get out of here alone, let alone meet her grandfather. She looked at the guy with hope in her eyes and asked if he would help her. The protagonist looked at her and firmly answered that he had orders to protect her. Hearing this, Yujin smiled warmly. At this time, the elevator doors opened and the bodyguard told the boss on the phone that they would not be able to leave this place. When suddenly, he saw them. The protagonist and Yujin were watching them from the hallway. The man immediately relayed over the phone that they were there, adding that he would contact the boss again after they captured them. After saying this, he hung up, then ordered the others to get rid of the bastard before he injured the director. Yujin covered the girl with his back. Then, he took a few steps towards the opponents. At the same second, he hit the first bodyguard in the face with all his might. Then, he blocked the kick and closed the distance. After that, he hit the opponent in the knee with all his might. The bodyguard fell to the floor, and the protagonist rushed towards the next one. He deftly dodged the quick blow. Counterattacking, he hit the opponent in the face with all his might. After such a blow, the man fell to the floor. Seoksu's subordinate looked at the protagonist angrily and asked who he was. But Yujin walked towards him silently. There was hatred and rage in the man's eyes. Suddenly, he jumped up. His knee flew towards the protagonist. The guy blocked such a blow with ease. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. But suddenly, another blow whistled through the air. Saksu's subordinate kicked the guy with his other leg. After that, he jumped back a distance. With his fists raised, he smiled and said to himself that Yijin might have skills, but he had more experience, so he would quickly deal with him. But while he was thinking about this, the protagonist jumped on him. They both collapsed to the floor. The man clenched his teeth from intense pain. Suddenly, horror appeared in his eyes. Yijin hit him in the face with all his might with his elbow. Saksu's subordinate's face was covered in blood after such a blow. The guy looked at him emotionlessly. The whistle of a knife was heard in the air. Blood immediately sprayed in different directions. The protagonist landed on the floor, sliding forward. A deep wound was visible on the guy's arm. Yujin covered her face with her hands in horror, screaming loudly. Covering his face with his hand, the subordinate said that he did not want to do this, but Yijin did not give him another choice. The young man stood up, putting his hands forward. The subordinate ran towards him as fast as he could. Waving the knife, he tried to hit the guy. Straightening his arm, the knife quickly flew past the bodyguard's face. Bending his arm, the protagonist hit the opponent with his elbow. His arm twisted, and the man screamed loudly in pain. Yijin raised his leg, swinging it towards his opponent. With a loud sound, the subordinate fell to the floor. The girl stood to the side in fear, not removing her hands. The guy looked at her, saying that she needed to go. The elevator slowly went down. Yujin and Yijin stood silently next to each other. The guy's hand was completely covered in blood. The girl noticed this, asking if he was okay. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. Looking down at his hand, the young man replied that everything was fine, because the cut was not too deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Yujin looked at him worriedly, asking in her head if all this was really for her protection. She peered into his face, thinking that not only her boyfriend, but her entire family wanted to get rid of her, so why him? The elevator stopped at the 84th floor. The doors swung open, and a whole crowd of angry subordinates stood in front of them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Covering Yujin with his body, he asked her to step aside. Saksu blushed with anger, asking if the subordinates couldn't catch one guy who dealt with everyone without lifting a finger. The man closed his eyes in disappointment. The vice president looked ahead from under his brows, menacingly asking where Yujin was. Without looking up, the subordinate replied that they were continuing to search for her, but so far they haven't found out anything, and they also checked her house. But the girl is not there either. The man got angry and started throwing everything on his desk. He grabbed his hair, thinking that he wanted to contact the guy after he settled everything. His phone was smashed to pieces on the floor. After some time, it was already dark outside. Looking out the window, the old man asked if the guy couldn't catch her. Saksu looked down. After a short pause, he answered, no. The man frowned, saying that according to the guy, he should have handled this as quietly and quickly as possible, and he had given the go-ahead, but the vice president had managed to make things even worse than they had been before. Sweat beaded on Saksu's face in fear, and he apologized. The subordinate came up behind the president. He said that Director Yujin had arrived and that she was waiting at the entrance, having said that she had come to meet the chairman. The bodyguard looked at the man and wondered what she was doing here, how she had known that the president was here, and then asked him what they should do. The president frowned angrily and asked if he was still asking, if he had already forgotten that their location was supposed to be a top secret. Hearing this, his subordinate bowed deeply. He began to leave, and the director, turning to the window, said to himself that he did not like all of this. At this time, 2 guards were standing at the gate, saying that the president was not here. Yujin stood in front of them and ordered them to let her in, adding that she knew he was here. The guy in the suit extended his hand and said that she was mistaken, to which the girl asked him why they weren't letting her in, after which the guard replied that they had orders. Yujin lowered her head in disappointment, remembering Jion's words about how there was a high probability that the president's closest aides were on Saksu's side, after which she said to herself that all of this was the work of one of them. She bit her nails, asking herself what she should do since she had to meet her grandfather, but these people didn't want to let her in. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted, asking what he wanted, causing Yujin to suddenly raise her head. The protagonist dealt with 2 guards in 2 blows. They both collapsed to the ground in front of the girl. There was shock and confusion in her eyes from what she saw. She looked at Yujin, who was looking at his defeated opponents. Opening the gate, he called Yujin to follow him. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said that she had to meet her grandfather, the president of Sa Group, but that she couldn't get in without doing something. Hearing this, Yujin nodded her head confidently. Yijin turned his back to her and ordered her to follow him. The girl watched him go. Gathering her strength, she confidently stepped after him. Less than a minute later, several people with bats ran towards the protagonist. The protagonist easily dodged the blow, putting his hand behind his back. At the same moment, he hit the opponent in the chest with all his might. Then he deftly dodged the blow of the second opponent. After that, the guy punched the guard in the side with all his might. Then the third opponent pounced on him, from whose blow Yudzen ducked. He looked at the man out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he grabbed his head with his hands. At the same moment, he hit him in the face with all his might with his knee. The guard fell to the ground, spurting blood. All three guards were defeated. Yujin, passing by them, looked at their bodies in fear. The protagonist continued to walk forward with cold eyes. At this time, a bright light was shining in one of the rooms. There were pulse sensors on the floor and medicine on the table. Grandfather Yujin was reading a newspaper and said that something seemed to have happened outside. The president stood in his room and quietly answered, yes. He smiled and added that it seemed that someone found out that he was here. The reporters could not calm down, but there was no need to worry. The guards were already dealing with them. After saying this, he went to the door, saying that he would go check again. The door to the old man's room closed. Leaving his father's room, the president frowned angrily. He put his hands on his hips and asked his subordinate what all the commotion was about, to which he replied that the director's bodyguard had beaten up the guards and burst in. Surprised, the man asked what other bodyguard, since they were all under their control, to which the guy replied that this one was not. The old man looked down, saying that the girl was prepared, and then asked how many of them were there. The guy's face showed concern, and then he replied that there was only one bodyguard. The president blushed with anger, asking in bewilderment what all the commotion was about. The subordinate looked at him, replying that they had few people since most of them had gone to the office. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard throughout the building, saying that the main character needed to be stopped. The president and the subordinate turned to the side in surprise. Loud screams were heard in the corridor of the castle. They looked ahead in bewilderment. Suddenly, a strong blow was heard in the doorway, from which the subordinates fell to the floor. Bleeding, they could not move. The subordinate opened his mouth wide in shock. Someone's footsteps were heard immediately. The protagonist and Yujin appeared in front of them. The guy frowned, wondering if the bodyguard had really dealt with 20 people by himself. The president frowned, ordering the girl to explain. Yujin came closer, saying that she wanted to see her grandfather, but those people would not let her in. The old man asked in bewilderment if she knew that the chairman needed to rest and not worry about other things due to his health, and yet she spat on everything and came here, to which the girl replied that someone was trying to cause great losses to the company, and she should tell him about it. The president narrowed his eyes, menacingly thinking that this would not happen. He fixed his gaze on Yujin, ordering her to stop causing trouble and leave. The girl met his gaze, telling her uncle that she was in a hurry, so he had better let her go. Turning to his subordinate, the old man asked him to send the girl back home. The guys looked ahead menacingly. The guy looked ahead from under his brows, thinking that the main character, although capable, was clearly already tired. Yudzen stood unwaveringly in place. The president smiled, saying that the girl relied too much on this bodyguard and created a lot of trouble. Yujin smiled back, saying that there was no other way because she had to believe in him. The president suddenly narrowed his eyes. He looked ahead in bewilderment. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard next to him because the subordinate flew into the door at great speed. The door to the room swung open. The guy lay motionless on the floor. Grandfather Yujin put the newspaper on the bed. He turned his head towards the door in bewilderment. In the doorway, he would notice a shocked old man standing with his mouth open. Yujin confidently walked inside. Grandpa was surprised to see his granddaughter. The girl smiled and said that she came because she had something important to tell her. The old man looked at her from under his brows and said that he was not going to indulge her whims. Yujin frowned and said that Saksu was trying to drug her and hand her over to the investigative agency and reporters. Grandpa looked at her warily. It was morning in Grandpa Yujin's house. The old man was talking on the phone in his bed and said that he heard that she had helped them a lot and that he owed them a favor. From the receiver of his phone came the voice of the director of SW, who said that he had only recently learned about it and did not know if it was the right decision to interfere in their family affairs. The old man looked ahead and said that he had been told that SW had not been directly involved in this, but she could not have decided this on her own and the approach was wrong from the beginning. The director looked down and answered, yes, adding that it was just a little bit more and everything would have gotten out of control, but he did not understand what they were arguing about. Grandfather Yujin, without raising his eyes, was silent. Suddenly, he came to his senses and said that he wanted to ask about the young man who helped his granddaughter. His interlocutor opened his eyes in surprise. The director of Saw Company smiled and said that maybe it was because he was already old and had to take care of some things, but it would be nice if that guy continued to protect her. That's why he wanted to. But before he could finish speaking, the director of SW Company exhaled heavily and told him to forget about it, and no matter what he said, the answer would not change. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said that there was no need to worry because he had already offered him to work for him, but he refused. Someone else would have agreed in his place. It was not every day that you see such people. When suddenly his interlocutor lowered his gaze and menacingly asked what he did there. Grandpa Yujin smiled broadly and asked why he was so serious, and that wouldn't work anymore. He was already old, there was little that could scare him. When the director of SW company, he said that he was already delirious in reality and then hung up. The old man slowly took the phone away from his ear. Then he remembered how he had looked at the floor just recently. The protagonist was sitting on the sofa in front of him, and the old man was saying that he had heard that he had helped his granddaughter a lot. Yijin looked at his interlocutor in silence. The director of SAW company looked up at the guy and said that he had thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't understand one thing. The protagonist looked at the old man emotionlessly. Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, Grandpa Yujin said that seeing his eagerness to help, anyone would wonder why he was helping her so much, let's say Jean asked him to. But such eagerness. There was gratitude in his eyes, with which he said that he just wanted to know why he helped her. Did he really want something in return? But the protagonist firmly replied that protecting the director was his duty. Hearing this, surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. Leaving his memories, Grandpa Yujin looked at the phone and quietly said that he was a strange boy. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, the SW company building. Jean and Yujin were sitting in Jean's office, who said that now she could breathe deeply, to which she replied that she was glad to help. Yujin smiled sincerely and said that Grandpa had gone straight to everyone. He said that it was not a battle of wits, but a dirty trick, okay, but they almost ruined the reputation of the entire company in this way. Suddenly the smile disappeared from her face. She sadly lowered her head and said that it turns out that her boyfriend was sent to Soksu from the very beginning, and she did not even notice it, and yet she had been with him for a whole year. After that, she raised her head and said that Soksu had been sent abroad and would not be returning here again, and that uncle had been reprimanded for his son's antics, but had not really been punished. Jiyeon looked at her sister and said to herself that he must have thought that this would scare away all the other rats, so he had simply decided to wisely wait and pretend that nothing had happened. Yujin suddenly smiled widely and said that it was not that everything was perfect, but the problem had been temporarily solved. But something still told her that she would meet them again, to which her interlocutor said that the main thing was that everything had ended well. The girl nodded slowly and said that for some reason Yijin was not here today. Jiyeon sipped some coffee and replied that his work was finished and her grandfather had already taken care of her and sent people to guard her. Hearing this, her sister looked away sadly, turning to her interlocutor. Jean asked the girl to stop with her eyes closed. Yujin looked at her and asked what she meant by stop. Jean put the cup and saucer on the table and told her not to say that she wanted to take him with her. Yujin raised her eyebrows in disappointment. Looking away, she quietly said that she wanted to, but she knew that it was impossible. She just wanted him to stay with her a little longer. Jean looked at her interlocutor and firmly answered no, realizing that she had fallen for him. Yujin looked down in disappointment, not answering. Loud screams were heard in the training hall. The protagonist hit his opponent with all his might. He put his hands in front of him, trying to catch his breath. Yujin carefully approached the hall, standing to the side. With bated breath, she looked at the protagonist. Looking at him, the girl thought that she would never see him again. The guy's friend pointed to the side, asking who this lady was. After wiping his neck, Yijin turned back. Turning around, he quickly headed towards her. Yujin smiled, saying that she wanted to meet him in person and thank him for his help. They looked into each other's eyes, and the girl asked if that was all. Without taking his eyes off her, the young man confidently answered, yes. Yujin smiled again, thanking him. She looked at Yijin, saying that he would no longer protect her. Suddenly, the girl held out an envelope, saying that it was as a token of her gratitude. After giving it, Yujin turned back. Without turning around, the girl headed for the exit. The whole crowd gathered around the protagonist, saying that Miss Yujin herself gave him the envelope. The young man began to carefully open it. Taking out a piece of paper, there was a card attached to it. The protagonist looked at it carefully. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. A few seconds later, a loud cry was heard that Yijin was given a VIP card. After some time, it was a clear evening outside. The school children were leaving the school, saying goodbye to each other. The guys went outside the territory, asking if they would play a couple of games. Jaehoon smiled, saying that he received a new rank, so it should be celebrated. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile. He suddenly turned his head to the side, sensing something was wrong. The guy squinted, peering into the distance. In the crowd, Yijin noticed a dark silhouette. The second one put on his hood, standing near the store. The guy asked his friends to go ahead, and he would decide something and come, to which Yongchen asked him not to be late. The young man stopped, looking after them. The guy followed them with his eyes. The streetlights were already turning on. The protagonist and the numbered one were walking along the street. The second one noticed Yijin's uniform, saying that he was the spitting image of a schoolboy. Directing a menacing look ahead, he suddenly said that they had received a request from the camp. The protagonist turned his gaze to him, hearing that they were offered a large sum. He looked at the guy thoughtfully, asking, from the camp. Without turning around, the numbered one answered that they wanted to get rid of Alice. Yijin was lost in his thoughts, looking ahead. The protagonist silently looked at his comrade. 002 looked back at the guy and asked what he thought. Yidzin silently continued to look at the mercenary with a cold gaze. After a short pause, he lowered his eyes and asked if it was important. Hearing this, 002 frowned with displeasure. Turning to him, he firmly said that he never said that it was important, he only asked what he thought. Having said this, he turned away again. The protagonist silently looked at his friend. 002, with displeasure in his eyes, suddenly said that he did not need to say because he had already guessed. Yidzin looked away sadly. The guy turned away and told him to remember one thing. As he left, he told the protagonist not to even think about saving her. After saying this, 002 quickly sped up. Yidzin watched him go silently. After a while, the light from the lamp illuminated the weapons. There were many numbered people in the room. Mia kept her hands in her pockets and asked if they had to agree to their offer. 004 looked at the girl and asked what else they could do. Mia looked back at him and told him not to act like a fool, because he knew that she helped 001, and knowing this, he didn't care. 018 looked at the floor, and 008 sat with his head down, when 004 suddenly shouted furiously that now that the deed was done, why should they worry about it? Mia, Liam, and 32 looked at him with displeasure, while he continued to shout that if she didn't want to do it, then she should get out of here. 002 stood to the side from everyone. Liam turned to look at him and asked what the main character had said. The guy, without turning around, said that it didn't matter at all. Hearing this, 004 exhaled and said, "So that's how it is." Liam frowned and asked, "He wouldn't want that, really?" 002 looked ahead, but didn't answer. All the numbered ones looked at each other silently. Suddenly 004 clicked his tongue in displeasure, looking at the floor. Suddenly 016 raised his hand and said that he understood that they needed the money, but on the other hand, why would they agree to the request at all? Why? He asked again, when his comrades glanced at him out of the corner of their eyes. 016 looked at his comrades and said that Foraz was, in fact, their enemy. Why would they help the enemy? Hearing this, the guy's eyes widened in shock, as suddenly the atmosphere among them changed in a different direction. 004 put his hands on his hips and shouted angrily that he hadn't thought of that, then asked why they needed to help them at all. 018 said with hatred in his eyes that even if they raised the price tenfold he still wouldn't take it, and 008 shook with anger, asking who they thought they were. Mia, arms folded, looked at her comrades with displeasure. Liam frowned behind her and said that it was Foraz, so it was obvious that they wanted to get rid of them both, so to speak, to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing this, 008 flinched, exclaiming that he was right. 004 grabbed his knife and shouted furiously, asking how dare they, adding that he would slit everyone's throats. Only 002 was completely calm. The second one turned to everyone, saying that according to the majority of votes it was decided that they would not accept their request. The numbered ones looked down in disappointment. The 32nd one turned menacingly to them. Meyer exhaled heavily, thinking that this was childish, because they needed to be told that they were refusing only because the main character refused. The lamp was burning brightly. The soldier lowered his head, saying that they had lost 2 more outposts. She was not supposed to know about these places, but somehow she found out about them, and there was a risk that she would find other bases. As for the losses, they were quite significant. The commander frowned, asking what about the mercenaries. The guy looked at him, answering that many of them responded to this offer, but were killed in the process, and the numbered ones refused to take this mission. The commander-in-chief said that these guys were hard to stir, and then asked about the Hound. Without taking his eyes off him, the soldier answered that they contacted him yesterday, so he will be here in a few days. The commander smiled, thinking that he knew that the day would come when their own agents would betray them, and prepared himself. So soon there would be an assassin here who dedicated himself only to fighting traitors. The man waved his hand, asking to tell Alice that the numbered ones took on this mission. Looking out the window, he added that they would soon come for her. After some time, it got dark outside. The numbered one came up, asking what he should cook for dinner. The fourth one put the bags on the table, saying that he wanted chicken, to which the numbered one said that they had not bought chicken. The second one immediately entered the room. He looked around the room. Suddenly, the guy abruptly ducked, leaning his elbows on the floor. The numbered ones immediately jumped up. A bullet flew into the room, flying out through the curtain. At that very second, an explosion and the sound of broken glass were heard. It scattered across the room into small fragments. A box of matches fell to the floor. Through the dark curtains, 2 holes were visible through which the sun was shining. Taking a gun, the second one slowly approached the window. The fourth one pointed the weapon forward, carefully peeking out from under the table. Veins stood out on the man's face from anger when suddenly he asked how they could have known where they were, because he covered all the windows with a curtain. Looking around, he said that they might have installed bugs while they were gone. Suddenly, a female voice was heard, which wanted to warn about something. The second one narrowed his eyes. The guys widened their eyes, hearing the voice. The computer along with other equipment stood on the table outside. Alice was lying on the ground, carefully pointing the machine gun forward. Narrowing her eyes, she ordered them to abandon the mission. The guy looked ahead from under his brows, asking what if not. The girl frowned with anger. After a short pause, she said that they should not force her to do this because she did not want to kill those who saved her brother and herself. Unable to bear it, the fourth one shouted loudly that they had not accepted this mission. Alice's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guy with eyes burning with anger came out of hiding, adding that after this he would take her on himself. The girl asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about, to which the numbered one replied with pity that they had refused this mission from the very beginning. The girl did not understand, while the fourth one shouted that they needed to call and agree. Alice scratched her head in embarrassment, after which she apologized, saying that she just wanted to warn them. The second one looked menacingly ahead, answering that he would not have said that. Looking at the house, the girl apologized again, saying that she would treat them to a drink. Morning came, the hospital building. Alice was sitting in her brother's room and asking how he felt, whether he was getting used to the environment. The boy looked down and said yes, certainly better than there, adding that he liked the fact that now he could see her more often. The girl folded her arms contentedly across her chest. Suddenly her brother looked at her and asked what about her. Had she decided her business? Alice looked down sadly and quietly answered yes. She remembered how not long ago she had raised her hands and apologized for the misunderstanding. Numbered mercenaries were standing in front of her. 004 was trying to get to her, furiously screaming for her to come to him, and then he would put a couple of bullets in her head and then say that there was a misunderstanding. Alice guiltily lowered her head and explained that she had received information that they had accepted the request from Forres. As she had said earlier, she just wanted to warn them not to accept their request. 008 turned around and said that they had refused from the very beginning, and then asked why they should kill each other since Forres would only benefit from it. Hearing this, the girl raised her head in surprise, but 004, with a gun in his hands, tried to break through his friend, shouting for them to accept this task and then he would kill her. 002 at this time looked at Alice with coldness in his eyes. The girl looked back into his eyes. After a short pause, the guy suddenly turned around abruptly and said that if she understood everything, then let her go. Alice looked at their backs without answering. Leaving her memories, she put her hand to her head, and her brother, seeing this, asked if something had happened. Alice suddenly came to her senses, which made her shudder. The guy looked at her with excitement in his eyes. Alice leaned towards him, saying no, nothing like that, to which the guy told her that she had not been herself lately. Night had fallen, and the lights were on in the windows of the protagonist's house. Yidzin was talking on the phone, asking if Alice had attacked them. Nia was on the other end of the line with him, answering that she said she only wanted to warn them, and Four was so angry that he was about to accept the mission, but fortunately she had left him. Hearing this, the protagonist hung his head in disappointment, and the girl told him not to worry so much. They had all decided not to take her on. When the guy heard this, he was very surprised and asked what. Then he remembered how a few days ago Tu had ordered him in a menacing voice with hatred in his eyes not to even think about saving her. Nia grinned and said that everyone there had started making excuses, and in the end they had refused, adding that he himself knew that Tu and the others would always support him. The protagonist stood with his head down. After a short pause, Mia closed her eyes and said that they would meet again sometime, then added that Four really liked the chicken they ate last time, said he wanted to do it again sometime. Hearing this, Yidzin smiled and said okay. After that, he hung up. Then he went into the kitchen. His sister met him sitting at the table and said that he was just in time because it was time for dinner. She suddenly looked at her brother in surprise. The protagonist looked back at her with a smile on his face. He was about to sit down next to Dan, but she suddenly asked if he really had a girlfriend, to which he replied no and asked where she got that idea. The girl narrowed her eyes, saying that he was just glowing lately, so she thought it might be because of the girl. Mr. Yu smiled, saying that he also often notices how the guy comes out happy. The protagonist continued to smile. There were lanterns on the dark street. There was blood smeared on the stairs. The bodies of the boys were lying all over the room. The man was shaking with fear, saying that they had only sold her a gun and nothing more. The match immediately caught fire and the man lit his cigarette. The old man said that he was just a simple arms dealer, so how could he know that the man was looking for her? The soldier came closer, saying that all the data was safe. The man adjusted his hat, saying that it was time to leave, and then pulled the trigger. The dealer immediately fell motionless. His body was covered in blood. The man walked towards the exit. The soldier with the machine gun stood to the side. The man brought the phone to his ear. Looking around, he said that there was nothing yet, so they would have to collect information piece by piece. The commander frowned, asking if the girl could handle it. The man approached the exit, saying that Alice's brother was sick there, so she wouldn't go anywhere, so they would start with the hospitals in the area, then get to private clinics, and it would only be a matter of time before they found her. The commander-in-chief asked if he could eliminate her. After all, she was their best agent. The man with the scar grinned maliciously. Climbing the stairs, he said that he was the one who taught Alice everything, from walking to hide and seek. The coach shouted loudly throughout the hall that everyone was free. The students were talking among themselves. The guy smiled, asking if Yidzin wanted to go to the diner with them. The protagonist turned to him, saying that he would refuse because he was expected at home. The guy laughed, saying that he didn't expect any other answer from a family man. The young man smiled sweetly. The guy slowly walked down the street. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. In the crowd in front of him, he noticed a man in a trench coat. He put his hands in his pockets, looking forward. Looking up, the man frowned. Looking at the SW building, he thought that this was the last time Alice had infiltrated here, and that when she failed to eliminate the chairman, the attacks had started, and later it had escalated into something more. He exhaled heavily, thinking that he had warned her to be careful. The man continued to stand unwaveringly, thinking that one word led to another, and now there was a skirmish, and there was no point in planning what would happen next. They had taken it up too late, and that was why they had paid. Without raising his head, he thought that it was time to finish. The man looked menacingly ahead from under his brows. He was looking at the protagonist not far from him. Turning around, Yidzin noticed him. The guy was watching the man leaving. He began to hide in the shadows. The protagonist was watching him carefully. The man continued to walk away. Night had fallen, the SW company building. Not far from it was a car. A man was sitting in it, watching everything. Someone had been watching her all this time. It was the protagonist, with a mask on his face. He had an earphone in his ear, through which he communicated with Sukjo, who asked for some time because he could not yet identify the person in the car. And what about the car itself? It was rented a few days ago. At first he thought that there was nothing wrong with it, but after watching it for a while, he realized that it was parked in an open area for a while, but then for some reason it began to glow at their place. While he was saying this, the car moved. Yidzin watched it and said that it seemed like they were being followed, to which his comrade replied that he thought he was right. There was simply no other explanation. Sukjo looked at several monitors, saying that this whole situation with the car was very strange. It was one thing to leave it there and leave, but to come here every day and park it. The protagonist silently lowered his gaze. There were many images from surveillance cameras on Sukjo's monitors, looking at which, he said that he would watch its route, but it would take a little time. Yidzin leaned his back against the stake and asked what about the man he was talking about, to which his friend replied that he had not been here since the day he mentioned him, adding that he had even checked their cameras, but unfortunately, he had not shown up on them. Sukjo frowned and asked displeasedly who these people were and why they were doing this, and if the protagonist wanted to tell him what was going on here. Yidzin looked away and coldly replied, "Nothing like that, just speculation." After saying this, he remembered the man in the coat and hat that he had seen recently. At that time, that suspicious car stopped near the barns. When the driver got out of the car, the guy standing guard told him that he had done a good job. The man threw his hand behind his head, displeasedly said that he had not been able to sleep for 4 days, and then asked why the boss sent him on such missions. His colleague exhaled heavily and said that it was related to Alice, so he took the matter seriously. Inside, at the end of the hangar, a dim light was burning. It came from a laptop, in front of which sat a man in a cloak and hat. He looked at the guide's file and said, "It turns out that the agent who took on this mission was eliminated by SW's bodyguards." Opening Alice and Zachary's files, the man said that the mission was transferred to the girl, and she, in turn, infiltrated there and waited for further orders, but even after the guy joined, all that awaited them was failure. Quickly pressing the enter key, he said in his head that no matter how he limited her, he did not believe that they failed the mission only because of her inaction. Then he folded his arms across his chest and thought that there was clearly something more involved here, and it seemed that SW was no slouch, so it all started from here. He stared at the monitor and said, "From this." Looking at the photo of the SW company, he finished the place itself. At this time, the protagonist was walking up the stairs from the SW company building, when suddenly the same car stopped not far from him. The door abruptly opened. A man came out, and Yidzin continued to walk away. The driver confidently began to catch up with him. Last night, there were photos of the protagonist on the screen of the man in the coat and hat. He looked at them and asked if this kid had contacted Alice while she was on a mission. The driver looked at the boss and reported that, judging by the information, yes, to which the man, putting the photos on the table, asked why there were only photos of him in a mask. The driver slightly lowered his head and answered, "Because he always wears one. In this country everyone here wears them, they are kind of strange." The mercenary continued to look at the photos, ordering them to follow him because he felt that he was involved in this. There were more than a dozen photos on his table, and the man continued to say that he was their only lead. The protagonist was already walking down an alley at night. A silhouette appeared behind the protagonist. The man was quickly approaching the guy. Yidzin walked forward without suspecting. Suddenly, he turned the corner. The man frowned with anger. Making a dash forward, he accelerated. He immediately stopped. Turning around, he pointed the gun forward. Suddenly, a strong blow was heard from a hand. The gun immediately fell to the ground. The man grabbed his hand, which was bleeding. A female voice was heard in the shadows, who said that for a dog that hunts killers, he has pretty good reflexes. The man opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. Alice came outside, saying that he was not very smart because he was shooting at her and in such a place. The man's body shook with anger. The girl made a dash forward, grabbing the knife tightly. Swinging, she hit the enemy with all her might. The man clenched his teeth, grabbing the handle of the knife. Protecting himself from the blow, he put his hands forward. Alice swung her knife at him. Frowning, she asked how many more were like him. Veins stood out on the man's face with anger. The girl quickly dodged the blow, asking if he really came here alone with such skills. The man got angry, swinging at her again with all his might. Having missed the blow, blood immediately spurted from his shoulder. His pupils suddenly shrank from fear. The ringing blows of the knife were heard in the air when suddenly the wounded man fell to his knees. Alice put her hand on her hip, asking if he would answer. The man clenched his teeth, sending her. Looking up, he said that if she hadn't been hiding like a rat, she would have died long ago. The girl grinned, asking if this was really the man who tried to shoot from behind. After a while, it got dark outside. The protagonist quickly walked down the street. Suddenly, he stopped. Looking down, he wondered why the man hadn't followed him, and wondered if there had been a fight. The guy began to peer more closely. Looking at the ground, the young man thought that judging by the tracks, they had fought with knives. The protagonist took a step forward. There was silence in the building. The man frowned, asking if Al wasn't answering. His subordinate clenched his fist, answering that the last thing he wrote was that the man was following the target. The leader looked down, saying that Al had already been killed. The subordinate's eyes widened in surprise. The man smirked, asking them to get ready because they had guests. There was one car in the parking lot. Quiet footsteps were heard on the street. Alice peered around the corner, raising her weapon in front of her. It was deep night outside, a hangar where a man in a raincoat and hat lived. Alice, holding a gun in her hands, slowly moved forward. There was hatred in her eyes, and she was telling herself that she had only seen 2 people so far. She had gotten rid of 1, so there must be at least 2 more. She suddenly saw a light coming from a slightly open door. The girl carefully looked through the crack. There she saw a man in a red hoodie who was sitting with his back to her. Alice slowly aimed at him. The next second, she fired. The guy fell dead on the floor. After that, she disappeared around the corner. Slightly peeking out from cover, she asked herself why none of them made their move, because she shot him or he was alone. When suddenly shock appeared in her eyes, she saw that what she was shooting at was a simple fake. Unexpectedly for her, someone opened fire with a submachine gun. Alice did a quick somersault. With a roll, she ended up behind the boxes. Bullets flew above and next to her. When the fire stopped, she opened fire back. Hiding, she gritted her teeth and said in her head that it seemed like they had been waiting for her all this time. Of course, no one said it would be easy. Suddenly, a grenade landed next to her. The girl flew out of the hangar in an instant. A bright flash of light pushed her even further. Lying on the ground, she raised her head with difficulty. A black silhouette suddenly appeared from around the corner and opened fire. Alice managed to jump into cover at the very last moment and return fire. One of her bullets hit the enemy. Hearing a painful cry, she rushed into the hangar. Horror and fear appeared in the guy's eyes. Alice opened fire on him as she ran. Several shots hit the frightened guy again. At the same second, the girl flew into his face with her knee. They fell to the floor together. Alice put the gun to the enemy's temple. She held his neck with her legs and was ready to shoot. Alice looked at the guy with contempt in her eyes and asked where his accomplices were and who he was working for. The guy looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said that she was finished. "What?" the girl asked discontentedly, frowning. Suddenly, a blinding grenade flew next to her. Horror and wild fear appeared in Alice's eyes, after which an explosion was heard. When the light went out, the girl was lying on the floor. She suddenly covered her eyes with her hand, saying to herself that she could not see anything, and then asked herself if he had really used his comrade as bait. A shadow appeared behind her. Turning around, the girl was asked if she had really decided to make her move. Putting her gun forward, Alice began shooting at the doorway. Dodging the attacks, she quickly jumped into cover. The man did not show himself, but said that she had not fully recovered, but managed to protect her body, so her reflexes were still good. He slowly walked into the light, saying that the girl's ears were ringing, which indicated that she was not oriented in space, but she still fired in his direction. Alice covered her exit with her hand, wondering if it was their leader. Quiet rustling sounds were heard off to the side. The girl turned around, starting to shoot. The bullets flew quickly towards the radio. The man stood behind the girl, pointing the trigger at her. Alice felt someone's presence behind her when suddenly she turned her gaze. Hearing the shot, she sharply dodged, but blood spurted from her hand. The man continued to shoot at her. The girl jumped, grabbing him, and then knocked him to the floor. The gun immediately flew out of the leader's hand. Alice hung over him, holding a knife in her hand. Starting to lower it, her hand was immediately stopped. With all her strength, the girl pushed him away from herself. Alice ran the knife near his face when suddenly the man said, since her vision had not yet returned, she decided to close the distance in the hope of getting him. Turning his head, he added that this was commendable work, such fearlessness and faith in her abilities. Alice covered her face with her hands, shielding herself from the blood splatter. Watching the enemy run away, she wondered who the bastard was since he had evaded all her attacks. She put her hand forward, shielding herself from the knife strike. The girl clenched her fist tightly, thinking that the man seemed to know her by heart. Alice suddenly swung, and the knife was next to the enemy's face. The man raised his leg up, pushing the girl to the side with all his strength. She landed on her feet, sliding across the floor. Having stuck the knife in the floor, the girl glared ahead menacingly. Alice tried to catch her breath, asking who he was. The leader adjusted his hat, answering that the girl had clearly improved. Alice narrowed her eyes, ordering her to answer since he was talking to her as if he knew her. The man smiled, answering that of course he knew her since he was the one who taught her everything. The girl bent down slightly. She closed one eye, looking ahead. Alice looked closely at her opponent. A sudden realization came to her and she opened both eyes. She was frightened when suddenly she cried out that it was Viper. The man lifted his hat with a knife, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. For about 4 years had passed, if his memory served him right. The girl frowned, asking if he was Fora's hunting dog. Viper nodded, answering that he was. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl asked why their mentor was given this mission. With shining eyes, the leader looked at her, asking who was better suited for this job besides him, for he was the one who knew all of the girl's weaknesses. Alice looked ahead excitedly. It was a bright day outside. The soldiers put their hands behind their backs. Viper frowned, shouting loudly that they were no longer black, nor tan, nor yellow, nor red, because now they were green, light green, or dark green. He immediately ordered them to take their weapons and start sparring. The soldiers began to fight among themselves, while the commander shouted at them to cast aside all their unnecessary thoughts and start acting, because during a battle there was only one rule. Turning to one of the pairs, he added, to seriously wound or to kill. He looked at Alice, saying that they themselves must not die in the process. Shooting at the targets, the commander shouted at them to toughen themselves and train every second. Holding the pistol steadily in her hand, Alice confidently shot at the target. Sitting at the table, she was eating when suddenly a guy appeared from behind. Turning around, the girl attacked him, beating him until he bled. Looking at the fork, blood was dripping from it, because the girl knew that she must always be ready. Lying in bed, the man extended his hand towards Alice. Turning around, the girl quickly grabbed his wrist. Taking him by the elbow, she pushed him to the floor. Alice looked at him menacingly. Viper smiled, saying that the girl was the best he had ever trained. Raising his hands, he added that she was the only one who had learned all of his skills, which was why he was so happy to hunt her. The girl became wary, saying that she knew the man was crazy. The leader chuckled, saying that it wasn't he who was crazy, but the world around him. The girl lunged forward, throwing herself forward. She swung her arm, trying to hit the man. Clenching her hand into a fist, their hands immediately collided. Alice swung her knife menacingly. The man put his hand out, blocking the blow. The girl put her hand out when Viper suddenly cut her wrist. The man smiled, saying that she shouldn't even try, because she couldn't escape her fate since the man knew everything about her fate. The girl frowned, hitting him. She asked if he was crazy, because if she was in her prime, Viper wouldn't talk to her like that. The man swung his weapon, saying that she would have lost to him anyway. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The leader punched her in the face with all his might. Alice fell to the floor, jumping away from him. She crouched on the floor, trying to catch her breath. The man slowly approached her, admitting that the girl had clearly improved while he was gone. He raised his gun, adding that this was the end. Alice smirked, telling him to just admit that he couldn't beat her if she were normal. Viper narrowed his eyes, saying that she was too loud. Suddenly, he raised his gun at her again. At that moment, bullets flew at his legs. He jumped to the side, disappearing around the corner. Alice got to her feet, quickly running forward. Viper narrowed his eyes. He peeked out from around the corner, starting to shoot at the girl. She turned around, quickly disappearing around the corner. Suddenly, they started shooting at the man from behind the doorway. Viper squinted, wondering if there was another one, because he thought Alice came here alone. Suddenly, silence fell in the building. The protagonist pressed himself against the wall, confidently holding the gun in his hands. He turned back. Looking out into the street, the guy noticed the girl running away. Noticing the guy lying motionless, Yidzen put the gun to him. In that same second, he disappeared. The street was quiet. The girl ran into the apartment, crouching on the floor. Holding her wounded hand, she thought that she could not believe that it was him. Remembering how Viper was shot, the girl wondered who helped her. Exhaling, Alice thought that the main thing now was to focus on the man, because he learned so much information in such a short time. Thinking about Andrew, the girl thought that he was in danger. With the last of her strength, she got to her feet, thinking that she should quickly go back and take her brother somewhere else or find another way. Alice narrowed her eyes, wondering if they had been watching this schoolboy from the beginning. Punching the wall with her fist, she thought if the guy thought that she was somehow connected with Viper, he would make the man his target. Lowering her head down, she punched again, causing blood to flow down the wall. She frowned in anger. Taking the phone in her hand, she squeezed it tighter. The motorcycle was moving quickly along the highway. The protagonist heard 32 say that Forrest had begun to act. The numbered one looked at the computer screen, adding that their agent was targeting the traitors, and he would not rest until he killed Alice. Yidzin looked ahead, answering that they had already encountered each other. 32 frowned, asking if the protagonist really meant to say that he had found her soon. The protagonist continued to pick up speed. The guy put his hand to his face, saying that they were fast, so he hoped that the girl had dealt with him quickly, to which Yidzin replied that Alice had lost and run away. 32's face changed, asking if Viper was really that good. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that it felt like the opponent knew her, since he had read every move the girl had made. The guy sped up. The numbered one sat in a circle, asking if Alice had asked them to protect her younger brother. The second one nodded, answering, "That's right." The fourth one frowned in anger, asking why she didn't protect him herself, since even though she annoyed him, Alice's skills were pretty good. The second one folded his arms, answering, if her words were to be believed, then they needed to protect one guy from the SW company. They all looked at each other, and suddenly there was silence between them. The 18th raised his hand, asking if the guy the girl was talking about was Yidzin. The second nodded, coldly answering, "That's him," which surprised everyone. The fourth put his hands on his hips, asking if Alice really wanted them to protect the main character, and she, in turn, would protect her brother. The guy nodded again. The numbered one blushed with anger, asking if she was normal. They all looked at each other. In the evening, the lights were on in the windows of the house. The protagonist was sitting on the bed and talking on the phone. Someone asked if he had heard the latest news and told him about how Alice had asked two to protect him, and then suddenly changed her mind. Frowning, Liam added that she wanted to do it personally and asked why he thought the girl did that. Yidzin narrowed his eyes and asked why. Six smirked and replied that, according to her, this was her top priority. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, but said nothing. Sitting on the chair, the soldier suggested that the woman felt guilty and thought she could atone for it by looking after him, and asked if he thought she was in love. Looking down, the young man denied this and decided that most likely the Forrest killer noticed the surveillance and wanted to take retaliatory measures. The student frowned sternly and said that only in this case could the hunter and the hunted switch roles. It was dark at the military base. The mercenary entered the building with a machine gun in her hands. The blonde looked around and noticed that everyone had left, despite her quick reaction. The table was empty. Alice assumed that he thought that she was no longer in this country and decided to make his move. The girl narrowed her eyes angrily and realized that the enemy knew perfectly well about her decision to go on the attack and was probably waiting for her to make a mistake. Early in the morning, a neon sign SW was burning on the building. The park next to the office building was illuminated by lanterns. The schoolboy walked down the street, covering his face with a mask. A flash flashed in the window of a multi-story building. Watching what was happening through binoculars, the woman was convinced that the enemy was watching her colleague. The mercenary narrowed her eyes and wondered where he was, and decided that the villain was definitely hiding somewhere in the open. People were walking around the square. Only a single bus passed by on the road. The protagonist walked forward and thought about something. Not far from him was a black-tinted car. Sitting in the front seat, Viper thought about how someone had killed all of his people in the last few days, right when his student showed herself. Lowering his head, Agent Forrest wondered if this was a coincidence, and decided that his protege had clearly been waiting for this. Looking away, the man realized that she had not lost her grip since she had anticipated his steps and assumed that this high school student was important to her. Yidzin walked down the street. The villain assumed that his colleague was probably looking for him right now. A smirk appeared on his face. The killer opened the car door, intending to force the enemy to come out of hiding. The Viper went outside. The blonde saw it through the binoculars and widened her eyes in fear. Alice froze in place in fear. The guy continued to walk forward. Someone told him on the radio that they had learned the identity of the enemy. The young man looked down and asked who it was. Sitting at the laptop, 32nd reported the code name and position of Agent Forrest and added that he had not been very popular before, but had become very famous in a short time. Several files were open on the screen. The boy said that in recent years no one had heard of him, but as it turned out later, the enemy had been training people from Forrest all this time. The student narrowed his eyes and realized that the reason why the enemy could easily read all of his colleagues' attacks was precisely this. Raising his eyebrows, the soldier confirmed this and explained that the man had been training her for quite a long time. The schoolboy continued to walk forward, thinking about it. The soldier frowned sternly and said that after a series of betrayals from the mercenaries, Forrest decided to get rid of them with the help of an assassin who bore the same code name. Liam crossed his arms and concluded that they were the same person. Someone was watching the protagonist from afar. The numbered one asked him to know that the villain was targeting him and was unlikely to leave so easily. Sixth narrowed his eyes and said that smart thoughts were haunting him, but he was faster. Yidzin looked sternly ahead. 32nd hoped that his friend would show him that the enemy had made a huge mistake by deciding to attack him. Viper took a step forward. Agent Forrest hid his face under the hood and wondered why his student had not yet appeared. Suddenly, the guy broke into a quick walk. The man frowned suspiciously, keeping his distance. The killer noticed his target speeding up and assumed the boy realized he was being followed. The boy disappeared around the corner. The villain grinned and thought that the situation was getting more interesting. The villain ran forward. He turned the corner and noticed his target running away. Smiling widely, the Viper thought that this was very stupid and childish and mentally asked where his enemy was rushing to in such a hurry. The student ran forward as fast as he could. Agent Forrest gave chase and decided that it was even better this way. There was a construction site nearby. The schoolboy ran up the stairs. The man climbed the steps. There was no one else on the landing except him. The killer went up to the top floor. The mercenary stood in the shadows a few meters away. The protagonist turned away. Taking a step towards him, the villain said that he was surprised that his enemy could recognize the surveillance, and added that it was a mistake to start running away right away and run here. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that in such situations, you need to go to a crowded place to increase your chances of survival, and this building is abandoned, so no one will hear his cries for help. The Viper stopped. Yidzin turned around. Agent Forrest took out a pistol and said that in such a narrow area he would not be able to hide, so he would not be able to escape. The pistol had a silencer. The man said that he understood it perfectly well, since beginners often have no luck. At that moment, the guy disappeared from his field of vision. The young man made a dash forward. Several shots rang out. The student ducked to dodge and looked up. The killer's eyes sparkled. The villain raised his eyebrows in surprise and noted the unusual movements of his enemy. The schoolboy swung his knife. His foot slid across the floor. The mercenary began waving his weapon. The villain missed the blow to the shoulder and noticed that his enemy did not even hesitate. The Viper jumped back and realized that each of his attacks could be fatal. Several more bullets burst from the barrel of the gun. The protagonist ducked and approached the enemy. The knife flashed right at his neck. Agent Forrest narrowed his eyes. Yidzin looked at him indifferently. The man blocked the blow with his gun and asked if the hunter had really been cornered. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. In the villain's other hand was a cold weapon. He furrowed his brows furiously. The guy threw him an indifferent look. The heroes jumped away from each other. They entered into close combat with knives. The villain parried the blow with his gun. The young man cut the air in front of him with the blade. The Viper pointed a gun at him. The student pushed his hand away. A shot rang out. Agent Forrest threw his head back to dodge the blow. The schoolboy dashed to the side. The man wondered how it was possible that the enemy could calculate his every move and dodge all his attacks. The mercenary swung his knife. The villain parried his attack and thought that he would die if he relaxed even for a moment. The villain raised his gun. The protagonist hit him in the arm. The enemy realized that he could not even aim at him properly. Several bullets flew over Yidzin's shoulder. The gun's slide shook. There were no bullets in it. The guy delivered a slashing blow. A cut appeared on his enemy's body. A distance formed between the heroes. The Viper looked at his weapon. The young man rushed forward. Agent Forrest looked at him from under his brows. The man threw the gun aside and asked if the enemy really wanted to play. The villain lunged at him and offered to play. Knife blades flashed in the air. Blood splashed on the student's shoulder. The villain clenched his teeth in rage. The heroes entered the fight. The Viper narrowed his eyes and realized that he could not get close to the enemy because of his movements, honed to perfection. Agent Forrest swung his knife and thought that his attack, defense, and stance were at an ideal level. The man tried to hit his opponent, but missed. He did not understand how an ordinary child could achieve such a level. The schoolboy dashed to the side. The villain's eyes widened and realized that something was wrong. Their knives hit each other. The villain frowned sternly and said that his enemy was in the camp. The mercenary narrowed his eyes contemptuously. The Viper kicked him in the stomach. The protagonist had to jump back. Agent Forrest grinned and confirmed his guess. Yidzin took a fighting stance. The man stepped forward and told him that he had spent countless hours hoping to learn everything about them, as he had always wanted Forrest to surpass the numbered camp. Raising his weapon in front of him, the scoundrel said that his labors had finally paid off and asked if his enemy had nothing to say. The boy stepped aside. The heroes walked in a circle. The villain said that when he looked at the enemy, only one person came to mind, who was also young and good with knives. The Viper frowned menacingly and asked if it was the fourth in front of him. The young man silently looked away. Agent Forrest narrowed his eyes and realized that he was mistaken, since the fourth was characterized by a certain wildness. Stopping in front of the enemy, the man asked who he was and explained that they had definitely not met before. The student looked at him from under his brows. The scoundrel raised the knife higher and said that he no longer cared. The villain grinned slyly and said that he would kill him anyway and then deal with the others. After that, the viper lunged forward. The blade of the knife flashed in front of the schoolboy's face. A deep cut appeared on the enemy's hand. The mercenary made a dash. The protagonist flashed his burning eyes and swung the knife. He managed to leave a cut on the enemy's cheek. Agent Forrest gritted his teeth and counterattacked. Yidzin pulled his arm aside and slashed. The man's eyes widened and he wondered how this could have happened. The boy gave him an indifferent but cruel look. The boy raised his knife for the finishing blow. Suddenly, the student's eyes widened. His enemy had a gun in his hand. A shot rang out, but the student managed to dodge it. He had to jump back and duck. The mercenary ran to the side to hide. The villain ran in the opposite direction. The villain frowned in fear and tried to run. Viper grabbed his arm and thought about how they were on different levels, so he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Agent Forrest remembered the enemy raising his knife to strike and mentally called him an absolute monster. There was a fence ahead. The man assumed that he was meeting the leader of the numbered. The villain looked up and realized that the second was probably older than him. The villain ran out into the street. He looked down tensely. The viper opened his mouth in horror and thought that it could be the first. There was a flash in the darkness. Agent Forrest decided that it was impossible because he was already dead. The man looked back when he felt someone's presence. There was fear in his eyes. Alice pointed her gun at him and said goodbye to him. The villain grabbed his wounded shoulder and said her name. The girl frowned and noticed that someone had already taught him a lesson. The villain smirked, understanding what was going on, and asked if his student had joined the numbered. With her gun at the ready, the woman asked what this information would do for him and asked if he thought Forrest, who had started all this, was any better than the camp. The viper raised his gun. At that moment, a bullet pierced his shoulder. Agent Forrest clutched his wound and staggered. The mercenary lowered the corners of her lips and said goodbye to him. The man lowered his head and reminded her that his ward would never see her brother again if she killed him. The blonde took aim at him. The villain grinned maliciously and said that they had already found the location of the hospital where the boy was lying, and that his subordinates should already be there. The killer narrowed her eyes sternly. Alice continued to hold the enemy at gunpoint. A call rang. The girl took out the phone with her free hand. The voice said that they had dealt with everyone and asked her not to worry about anything. Standing in the corridor with his comrades, the second added that they would soon send her brother to a safe place. The woman raised her gun and promised to buy them drinks. The soldier said that they were only doing their job. The mercenary cocked the trigger and pointed the barrel at the enemy. The villain opened his mouth wide and ordered her to put the gun away if she didn't want her brother to die, and said that his men were professionals. Viper winced when he heard that they were all already dead. The bullet entered his forehead. The empty shell casing flew out of the gun. Agent Forrest fell to his knees. His body collapsed to the ground. The blonde closed her eyes and sighed in relief. The killer looked ahead. There was an unfinished building in front of her. Alice turned away and thanked the stranger for his help. A black silhouette was visible in the window of the building. The protagonist squinted. The light was on in the room. Someone reported that the hunting dogs had been killed. Chief Forrest frowned menacingly and asked what that meant. The man asked what about Viper. His subordinate folded his hands behind his back and reported that they couldn't contact him, which meant that he had most likely been eliminated as well. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. The private assumed that Alice had a very powerful ally. The soldier slammed his fist on the table and asked how they dared to do something like that. Looking at his subordinate, the villain wondered if the enemy really thought they could get away with it and asked who it was. The young fighter narrowed his eyes tensely and explained that they had come to the conclusion that they were numbered. The villain gritted his teeth and asked what that meant. His hand trembled, veins stood out. The head of Forrest lowered his head and asked his subordinate to cancel the order and put away the reward. The man gritted his teeth and declared that they were no longer hunting Alice. The light was on in the window of the room. The protagonist put the phone to his ear and heard that the deed was done. Sitting in the chair, Liam reported that the ally did not skimp and paid a good amount, even more than they asked. Holding the phone in his hand, Six guessed that the killer thought that they helped her deal with the Viper. Maya was surprised that Tu, who usually refuses additional payment, took the money. Yidzin raised his eyebrows and said that they actually helped her. The soldier's eyes widened in amazement. The numbered one sat in the room in complete silence. The soldier smiled. 5 closed her eyes and sighed. 32 looked down. The lights were on in the multi-story buildings. The guard looked at Mr. Yu and asked him to be careful on the way home. The old man said goodbye to him. Suddenly, the man shuddered. His grandson was standing nearby. Grandfather approached him and asked if he really came to meet him. The guy replied that they finished early today, so he wanted to meet him from work. The patrolman smiled happily and said that he should go home and rest. The young man smiled and said that everything was fine and explained that his grandfather was more tired than him. The heroes walked along a well-lit street. Mr. Yu looked at his grandson and said that Diane was getting happier every day and explained that she used to be very sad all the time. The old man raised his eyebrows and said that everything had changed since his grandson returned. The student smiled and said that he was very happy about it. The heroes walked home and the man asked if his grandson and his friends were okay and the answer was yes. The street lights were on and the grandfather asked how he was doing at work and hoped that he was not being discriminated against because of his age. The mercenary smiled broadly and said that everything was fine and that he was being treated well. Mr. Yu looked at his grandson and said that he was very grateful to him. The protagonist gave him a questioning look. The old man closed his eyes and explained that he was glad that he had managed to adapt to this life. Looking ahead, the man said that he was very worried because he could not look after him because of his work. Yidzin raised his eyebrows and said that he was very helpful. Looking at him, the grandfather asked if that was true and added that he did not remember anything like that. The boy smiled and said that the fact that he was always there could already be called help. Mr. Yu frowned sadly. The old man stopped. The young man looked down and said that coming back here was a very good decision. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. The grandfather turned away and said that something got into his eye. He removed his hand from his face and asked if his grandson was going to invite his friends to visit them. Mr. Yu turned to him and explained that he wanted to meet them. The student's mouth dropped in surprise. The old man closed his eyes and reminded them that he did not even thank them when they helped him. The schoolboy stared at him in amazement. There was a small building on the hills. All the numbered ones were sitting at the table. The second one frowned menacingly and asked if their comrade's grandfather really wanted to meet them. Liam frowned sternly and confirmed it. The fourth one crossed his arms over his chest and asked why they were even going there. The heroes looked at each other. An awkward silence fell. The soldier looked away and asked if they were all silent because they wanted to agree. The 16th one raised his hand and reminded them that they were not strangers to each other. The rest of the guys nodded. The soldier jumped up from the table and asked if they were really serious. Their leader narrowed his eyes and asked for a raise of hands for those who thought they should carry out this mission. Everyone at the table except for the fourth one raised their hands. The sixth and fifth ones also raised their hands. The mercenary opened his mouth wide and asked if they had completely lost their sense of smell. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and stated that the majority agreed, so they would take on this mission. The heroes nodded. The second said that they didn't have much time, so they needed to get ready quickly. Liam and Maya frowned sternly. The soldier looked down, upset that they were pretending that he didn't exist. Mr. Yu smiled widely. Standing in front of the table, 30 seconds stated his name, age, and occupation. Dayan appeared on the screen behind him. The boy said that she was the first sister and that they went to the same school together. The numbered ones looked at the screen carefully. The soldier frowned with displeasure. The boy pointed to the place where Yidzin and his family lived. Clouds floated above the airport. People were walking around the building. Mercenaries were walking along the spacious hall. The girl looked ahead tensely. Some time ago, the woman crossed her arms over her chest and explained that it was better for them not to move together and that they should split up and choose different departure and arrival times. Her comrades were sitting at the table. 5 added that they could not allow the first place of residence to become known to other people. Maya frowned menacingly and said that they would meet at the destination. The light of the lighthouse was burning in the darkness. Several numbered ones went ashore. The ship was sailing on the sea. 32nd was sleeping on his bunk. 2nd was sitting on the bed under him. Day had come. The sun was shining on the building. The doorbell rang. Dayan covered her mouth with her hand and pointed at the door. The boy blushed embarrassedly and greeted her. Mr. Yu smiled happily and invited them in. All the mercenaries entered the apartment. There were a lot of different dishes on the table. The old man asked the guests to sit down. The guys awkwardly sat at the table. 4 of them barely fit on one side of the table. 8th made his friends move over. The protagonist frowned. His grandfather noticed that the guests were a little uncomfortable. The 4th raised his hands and said that his friend should eat less since now they had to suffer. The girl covered her mouth and left. Waving her hand, she suggested that some of them move to the dining table so that everyone would fit, and promised to set it right away. The 2nd and the 5th stood up from the table. The girl put the plates with food on the high table. Maya approached her. The woman sat down at the table and thanked the child for the food. The student asked her to say if she needed anything else. The mercenary closed her eyes and said that this was more than enough. The soldier frowned in displeasure and asked why her friend was silent. The leader of the numbered ones sternly knitted his eyebrows. He looked away and said thank you. The schoolgirl widened her eyes in surprise and remembered his voice. Dayan looked at the guest in fear. In her memory, the brunette sat down next to her when she was blindfolded and promised to take her to her brother. Tears welled up in her eyes. The girl bowed and thanked him. The 5th one cast a look of incomprehension at her. The boy narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The protagonist looked at his sister. who immediately ran away. Maya looked at him and asked what the suddenness was. Yidzin sat down at the table and explained that his grandfather wanted to meet them. The second one looked away and said that they were left with no other choice, even though it was dangerous. The young man looked down and said that he could not refuse him. His comrade frowned sternly. Mr. Yu approached the table and asked why no one had started eating yet. The eighth one immediately put a piece of meat in his mouth. The 32nd one gave Dan a thumbs up. The fork sank into the noodles. The fourth one put them in his mouth. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes widened. At that very moment, he began to furiously eat the noodles. The boys were sitting at the dining table. The grandfather smiled happily. Bowing, the old man said that he understood that it was awkward for them all to be here and added that he wanted to thank them for their help as they had saved him and his granddaughter. The girl bowed and thanked her saviors. The numbered one silently turned to the man. He raised his eyebrows and explained that he had heard that they had had a hard life, just like Yidzin. The bully looked at his friend and asked who it was. Liam explained that it was the name of the first one. The student sat at the table with his comrades. Mr. Yu explained that if it weren't for them, his grandson wouldn't be here. The schoolboy looked down. The boys looked up in surprise when the grandfather said that they were all like family to him. The old man put his hand to his chest and thanked them for being able to see his grandson safe and sound. Maya looked at her comrade in surprise. 18 and 8 widened their eyes in amazement. The fourth looked away. The man said that many of them might not think so, but he considered them part of his family. The sixth frowned sternly. Mr. Yu bowed. There were 8 pairs of shoes in the hallway. People gathered at the pier, smiling. The soldier said that they didn't even have time to properly say goodbye to their grandfather and asked his friend to convey their gratitude to him. The protagonist looked down and agreed. The guys looked at him sadly. The second put his hands in his pockets and said that if things continued like this, it would be difficult for him to protect his family, so they should see each other less often. The soldier narrowed his eyes sternly and asked him to remember that this would not happen again. Yidzin smiled faintly. The fourth frowned menacingly and asked if he hadn't heard what their leader had said. The guy frowned sternly and replied that he had heard everything. The mercenary threw him a displeased look. The killer turned around and left. 16 smiled and said goodbye to his friend. Liam looked back and promised to contact him. The young man watched them go silently. The boys boarded the boat. They looked at their comrade who remained on the pier. A gust of wind ruffled his hair. The student clenched his fists. The boat sailed over the horizon. The numbered looked at the shore for a while. 32nd sadly knitted his brows and said that he had a very good family. Maya looked away, crossing his arms over his chest. The soldier said that this was his weakness and asked how the old man could even call them his family. The boys gave him a stern look. The boy looked back when his friend wanted to say something. The soldier lowered his eyelids and explained that the first had shown them his weakness by introducing them to his family, which spoke of his trust. The protagonist stood on the pier. The numbered looked at him silently. The soldier narrowed his eyes and concluded that although their comrade had become stronger physically, his spirit had weakened. In the past, the scorching sun hung over the military base. Yidzin fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. Someone approached him and called it strange. The boy crawled towards him, trying to catch his breath. The comrade looked down at him and asked why others cared about someone who could die at any moment. The boy looked up at him. The fourth one narrowed his eyes in disdain. A knife fell next to the young man. The soldier put his hands in his pockets and decided to take him under his wing, since it would be much more effective than if someone else taught him. The soldier frowned and warned that he was not interested in him at all. Other privates stood around. The numbered one explained that with the appearance of the newcomer, something seemed to have changed, so he wanted to take on his training, because if he died, everything would return to how it was before. The blade of the knife glittered in the sun. The mercenary looked at it carefully. A cut appeared on the wooden wall. The protagonist took a fighting stance. His comrade explained that firearms always make a sound, even if they have a silencer attached to them, but knives are always silent, and with their help you can deal with an enemy at any time in any place. Raising his eyebrows, the comrade said that not everyone can master the art of knife fighting, and asked his student to never hesitate. The numbered one crossed his arms over his chest and urged him to train both physically and mentally, since for such a weakling it is extremely important. 5 slits appeared on the wall. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. Watching his friend train, the fourth ordered him to hit harder and explained that he needed to try his best and concentrate on each of his movements, and not just wave the weapon around. The number of slits on the wall increased. Yidzin struck the dummy. The soldier urged him not to switch for too long, as his opponent could take advantage of it. More than a dozen slits appeared on the wall. The soldier slapped his student. The boy gritted his teeth. His comrade ordered him to concentrate, as in a real fight he would have died already. The number of slits on the wall was in the hundreds. The guy swung his knife furiously. The numbered one parried his blows. The young man put the knife to his throat, but his opponent tripped him. Suddenly, the mercenary's eyes widened. His body fell to the ground. The fourth one opened his mouth wide and asked him not to forget about his legs during the fight. The soldier looked away. The ship sailed far from the shore. The soldier frowned and thought that his friend could die at any moment. The protagonist lowered his gaze. The boat with his comrades disappeared over the horizon. Yidzin headed to his motorcycle to go home. The lights were on in his apartment. The boy walked into the hallway and closed the door behind him. At this time, Mr. Yu was washing the floors. The boy said that he would help him. Standing at the sink, Dan said that they had already finished cleaning. The old man stood up and asked if his grandson had seen his friends off. Smiling, the student confirmed this and explained that they had asked him to convey their thanks for the food. The grandfather closed his eyes and replied that he was the one who should thank them. The man smiled widely and said that he thought they would not get along with each other after all their stories, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. The girl untied her apron and added that she was scared at first, but they behaved very well. In the memory, 32 gave a thumbs up. 8 and 18 looked at the girl happily when she brought more. Her eyes sparkled. Mr. Yu raised his eyebrows and explained that this meant that they cared for them and accepted them as family. The student opened his mouth in confusion but found nothing to say. The old man noticed from the looks of his friends that they were very worried about him. The mercenary's relatives looked at him happily. The protagonist smiled and was glad that they liked his colleagues. Standing in front of him, the grandfather congratulated his grandson on his birthday. Yidzin shuddered in surprise and asked what that meant. The man smiled widely and suggested that he had forgotten about it, but today was his birthday. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. Mr. Yu approached him and explained that he asked him to call his friends for this very reason. The young man opened his mouth in confusion when he heard that his grandfather wanted him to celebrate this day with his colleagues and family. The student looked down in shock. The old man closed his eyes. The man put his hand on his grandson's shoulder. The student thanked him. There was a sign for a construction company on the building. There were hot dishes on the table. The mercenary blushed when he put a spicy piece of meat in his mouth. The friends were eating at the same table. They gave him a thumbs up and called the food very tasty. Yunchin smiled happily. Holding a soda, Yuna asked her classmate to tell her mother that this was unnecessary, since otherwise they would gather here every day. The boy explained that he tells her this every time, but she does not listen. The student looked down. There were many plates with snacks on the table. The student approached his mother and said that his friends were already embarrassed by the fact that they were spoiled so much. Closing her eyes, the woman said that they should not think about it since they were his comrades and asked if they liked her food. Yunchin smiled and confirmed it. While cutting kimbap, the cook noticed that her son looked happy lately. The boy flinched in surprise when he heard that she thought he had good friends. His mother handed him the bags of food and explained that she was very happy that he had them and that this was the only thing she could do to show her gratitude to them. The student stared at her in amazement. The student raised his eyebrows and asked his friends not to think about anything and just eat. The boys looked at him in confusion. Yuna closed her eyes and asked him to convey their gratitude to his mother. Standing by the table, Yuncheng agreed. The lights were on in the cafe. The boy walked inside. People sitting in the corner said that there was someone else's hair in their food again. The customers of the cafe looked up menacingly. The woman leaned over and suggested that it was their hair. The customer asked if she thought he had thrown it there himself and was indignant at being accused of something. Smiling, the cook asked him not to worry and promised to bring him a new dish right away. The student looked at his mother with concern. The scoundrel looked away and said that he was no longer hungry as his appetite had been spoiled. The girls headed for the exit and were indignant that those guys had come here again. The student's eyes widened in surprise and wondered if they had done this on purpose. The cafe owner brought a new dish to the dissatisfied customer. His comrades smirked and asked her to bring them new food too. The woman looked down sadly, but there was still a smile on her face. Yongcheng raised his eyebrows in amazement. In the past, when they were sitting on the sofa, the boy asked if his mother had always wanted to open a cafe, and the answer was no. His eyes sparkled. The cook smiled and said that she only wanted one thing, to raise her son well. The boy rushed forward and called out angrily to the scoundrels. The customers turned around and looked at him with disdain. The cafe owner's mouth opened in shock. The hospital windows were lit. There was an IV drip in the corner. A bandaged schoolboy was lying on a hospital bed. A woman took his hand. She covered her face with her other hand to hide her tears. The protagonist looked down. The boys were sitting in the office. Sukjo put his hand in his pocket and said that he found out about everything. Jian jumped up from the bench and asked what happened. The young man approached his friends and told them that several students from Jian's school started causing trouble in the cafe where their classmate's mother worked, and he couldn't hold back and got into a fight with them. Yuna raised her hand in fear and asked if they really beat him up right in front of his mother. The brunette looked at her and confirmed it. Aizen silently looked at the floor. His comrades turned pale from shock. There was a sign on the wall. The new guy said that this was not the first time they had done this, and added that not long ago they had put a bug in their food and left without paying the bill. The student spread his arms and asked if they really knew no boundaries. Agent SW explained that they could not be held accountable and that Yongchen's mother had decided to simply turn a blind eye to it since they were students from a school nearby. The heroes frowned angrily. Sukjo said that they had started to take advantage of her patience and that at first only students came, and then the composition began to change except for a couple of people. Squinting, Hukjin reminded that they were later taken away by the police and asked what happened next. The guy looked down and said that they were immediately released. The friends' eyes widened in surprise when their classmate explained that one of the villain's parents hired a lawyer and began threatening to sue the cafe owner for her hair and bugs in the food, and in that case the blame would fall on her. The young man looked away and added that the cook was so angry that she did not want to put up with it even if she had to close her business, but Yunjin himself agreed to hush it up. The heroes raised their eyebrows in shock. Jahan opened his mouth wide and asked why he agreed. The brunette looked down and said that if the cafe were closed, they would have nothing to live on. Yuna frowned in frustration. The student angrily clenched his teeth. The bully looked away. The protagonist frowned sternly and asked his friend to find him a uniform of this school. The newcomer looked at him in surprise and asked why he needed it. Yijin looked at him with a stern look. The boys looked at him with puzzlement. The student furrowed his brows and said that he wanted their uniform too. Hyukjin frowned and decided to join his comrades. An aura of anger was blazing around them. Sukjo looked at them sternly. There was a sign on the wall that said Giant Private School. The students were walking to class. One of them turned around. The boy put a black mask on his face. His friends did the same and they walked to school. Walking next to his classmate, the SW agent said that he would have stopped him in another situation, but he wouldn't do it this time. The brunette turned his head and said that he understood that this wouldn't end well and that this was wrong. The boy looked away. A loud sound came from the stomachs of his friends who were walking behind him. Hyukjin and Jahun's eyes widened tensely. They grabbed their stomachs. The newcomer asked what happened to them. The high school student jumped in shock when he heard the inhuman sounds. The boys convulsed and asked their comrades to wait for them for a while. The heroes looked at them in surprise. The student raised his hand and said that they would be back soon. After that, the classmates ran away. They ran down the street looking for a place to relieve themselves. Their friends watched them go. Sukjo looked at his colleague and asked if it was his doing. The student explained that there were too many of them. Looking up, the mercenary said that otherwise they might be exposed and explained that they knew the location of the target, so they should do it quickly and without prying eyes. Agent SW frowned and asked if he had slipped the friends a laxative. Turning to him, the protagonist confirmed it and said that they would not have listened to him anyway. In the memory, classmates covered in an ominous aura asked for Jayan's school uniform. The brunette sternly knitted his brows and promised not to tell them anything. Yidson nodded. The lights were on in the classrooms of the school. The students sat at the table and wondered where they could eat for free now that the cafe had closed. Leaning on his hand, the schoolboy said that it was supposed to open soon and suggested that his classmates come there and scare the owner again, that everything would work out. The villain smirked and said that she would have no choice but to serve them food for free if they threatened to sue her again. Holding a sandwich in his hands, the bully called his friend a genius. His classmate said that he was already tired of looking for cockroaches for this business. The guy opened the door to the classroom. The heroes entered the classroom. The local bullies turned around and noticed them. The young man immediately grabbed one of them by the hair. The student threw him face down on the floor. The student's eyes widened in shock. The mercenary kicked his opponent in the stomach. His body flew back and crashed into the school lockers. The student gritted his teeth and asked what was going on. The protagonist punched him in the lower jaw. The villain fell onto his desks. His classmates stared at the stranger in amazement. Aidzin approached the gang leader. The guy looked down at him. The bully frowned and assumed he had gotten something mixed up. The bullies ran into the classroom and asked what was going on. The student opened his mouth wide and ordered them to get these people out of here. Sukjo immediately dashed to the side. The SW agent hit several students. One of them immediately fell to the ground. The brunette kicked the opponent. He managed to dodge the enemy's blow. The newcomer immediately hit him in the throat. The villain swung his fist. The senior student twisted his arm and hit him in the knee. The bully fell on his back. The young man dealt with two more opponents. The body of one of them flew outside the classroom. The beaten bullies were lying on the classroom floor. The other students were watching in fear. The student's eyes widened in shock and wondered what kind of monsters they were. The student gave him a stern look. The villain gritted his teeth. He jumped up from his desk and swung his fist. The mercenary dodged his blow. The protagonist grabbed the enemy by the shoulder. After that, Yidzin hit him in the lower jaw. The bully fell to the floor. His body trembled. The bully pressed his hand to his mouth, from which blood was flowing. The guy sat down next to him. The student raised his head and looked at him. The student opened his mouth wide and asked why they were doing this. The young man narrowed his eyes and said the word snack bar. The villain's eyes widened and asked what that meant. The doors of a cafe appeared in his memory. The student frowned sternly and ordered his opponent not to return there anymore and to tell the others the same. The bully's eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly he looked down. The mercenary squeezed his hand tightly. A scream was heard. His fingers trembled. The protagonist asked if he understood everything. Gritting his teeth, the bully shouted that he would not succeed and promised to find and finish him off, and then get to the diner. Aizen broke his finger. The student pressed his head to the floor and screamed. Tears welled up in his eyes. The guy looked at him with disdain and repeated his question. When the young man wanted to break another finger, the student stopped him. Lying on the floor, the scoundrel promised not to go near that cafe anymore. The student looked down. The bully, with tears in his eyes, swore that no one would bother her again. The mercenary stood up. The bully closed his eyes. The protagonist headed for the exit. The student looked after him. Sukjo glanced to the side, after which the heroes left the office, on the floor of which lay the beaten students. The SW agent frowned and reported that it took 7 minutes. Yidzin nodded silently. The frightened seniors watched them. They stared at the door for a while. The villain slowly rose from the floor. The bully looked at his broken finger. Gritting his teeth, the bully realized that these people were related to the woman from the cafe and mentally promised to show them who was boss. The student smirked and thought that they would soon come to an end. The secretary's number appeared on the phone screen. The student put the phone to his ear. Frowning angrily, the villain asked his father's assistant to make sure that this cafe never opened again and said that this day should be the scariest day of their lives. The bully flinched when the man said that he was just about to call him about this. His fingers turned red. The secretary asked why the boy did not say that they were related to SW. The bully asked what they were talking about. Holding the phone in his hand, his father's assistant informed him that the corporation had made its move. The student's eyes widened and he asked what this meant. The man lowered his head and said that there was no way to avoid trouble, as they had brought in journalists who had interviewed the customers of the cafe and confirmed that the kids had put the hair and bugs in the food themselves, so now his father was in a difficult situation too. A drop of sweat rolled down the student's tense face. The secretary frowned and added that his father had already gone to the hospital to apologize in person to the boy and his mother. The scoundrel looked at his hand in horror. Clouds floated above the hospital. The man in a formal suit bowed and apologized for raising his son poorly. He stood in the hospital room in front of Yunchin and his mother. The light was on behind the door. Yuna smiled happily and praised her friends for their good work. Her classmates stood in front of her. Jahan looked down in embarrassment. Hyukjin said that they hadn't really helped much here. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if they hadn't gone there together. The protagonist glanced to the side and explained that they had urgent business. The boys sweated and awkwardly confirmed it. The classmates were standing in the hallway and the door creaked. The bully's father came out of the ward. The heroes looked at him carefully. The businessman looked up and froze. The girl raised her eyebrows tensely. The man bowed to her. After that, he walked further down the hallway. The boys looked back when someone called out to them. Their friend's mother smiled and was glad that they were still there since her son was waiting for them. Yuna blushed embarrassedly and walked towards the ward. The classmates crowded around the hospital bed, trying to find out how he was doing. Yunchin said that he called them precisely because he felt better. The boy looked away and asked if it was really their doing. Yahun's eyes widened in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The student sat up from his bed and said that such a richly dressed man couldn't just come here and apologize to them. The student frowned and explained that the man came here because his son had made a lot of noise. The high school student looked down and remembered how they had threatened his mother with their lawyer that morning. The boys frowned sternly. The boy narrowed his eyes, surprised that their attitude had changed so quickly, and told them that the man had explained that he had only learned about the incident today and had promised to compensate for the damage caused and completely restore the cafe. His classmates looked at him attentively, and Yang Chan added that the businessman had come to apologize and said that next time he would bring his son. Sukjo and Aijin looked away. Smiling, the boy thanked them and said that thanks to them, his mother felt much better, as she knew that without this cafe, they would have had a hard time and was very worried about it. The guys surrounded his bed. The student said that he could not express in words how grateful he was to them all. Yuna smiled and explained that it was unnecessary, as friends always help each other. Frowning, Jahan agreed with her and said that she should be grateful that they even took her into their team. The girl opened her mouth in displeasure and asked what this had to do with it. Yunchin closed his eyes and laughed. The girl put her hand on her waist and continued yelling at her classmate. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The guys stood in the ward and watched their friend scold the student. Some time later, Yidzin ran down the street. The guy looked ahead and watched his breathing. Suddenly, something caught his attention off to the side. It was dark in the gateway. Suddenly, a stranger jumped out. The man looked sternly at the young man. The student frowned menacingly. The stranger put his hand in his inside pocket. The schoolboy squinted. A badge with the South Korean police emblem appeared. Goen held it out and introduced himself. The detective frowned sternly and asked the mercenary to show him his ID or student card. The protagonist stopped and said that he had just gone out for a jog and had not taken anything with him. The officer looked at him incredulously and explained that in that case they would have to go to the police station. Yidzin looked at him suspiciously. The sun rose and illuminated the police station building. The heroes were sitting at the table. The guy asked if there had really been a murder near their area. The man confirmed that it had happened a kilometer from his house. As he typed, Goen thought about how it had been a month ago and how he didn't need to know. Looking up, the detective asked him not to be nervous and said that he just needed to answer a few questions, which wouldn't take long. The officer looked at the computer screen and asked if it was true that the boy had been jogging 2 days ago around 5 in the morning. The student put his hands on his knees and confirmed it. The policeman frowned and asked if anyone had been with him and if he had met anyone on his way. The student raised his eyebrows and said that he had been alone and had only seen 4 people, none of whom stood out in any way. The man looked down and repeated his words to write them down in his report. Goen looked at the high school student and said that there was only one detail that bothered him personally. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and asked what was wrong, and the detective asked why he ran at different times every time and usually in places where there were no surveillance cameras. Looking at him, the protagonist explained that he did not have a specific schedule, and added that he did not notice where there were cameras and where there were not. The officer put his hands on the table and said that his route was different every time. Yidzin said that he preferred to run in new places rather than familiar ones. The policeman noticed that there were no cameras in any of these places. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if that was really true. The man frowned sternly and thought that it all looked very strange. A text file was open on the computer. Goen repeated to himself that the boy ran in blind spots, where there were the fewest surveillance cameras, as if hiding his location. The young man sat opposite him. The detective decided that if he went for a run every day, it would be more logical to run in a certain direction rather than change the route every time. The officer frowned sternly. The student looked at him attentively. The policeman was confused by this look, since his facial expression did not show any emotions, neither fear nor excitement. The schoolboy sat motionless. The man noticed that he was unwavering. Gritting his teeth, the police officer wondered how this was even possible, and assumed that this was not an ordinary high school student. The heroes turned around when someone asked what brought his friend here. Hamchin's eyes widened in surprise. The mercenary looked at him, puzzled. Goen turned his head and asked if they really knew each other. Approaching them, the major confirmed this and asked if the detective had really talked about him last time. The answer was affirmative. Smiling, the soldier said that his comrade was definitely not a criminal, and added that he could vouch for him. Scratching the bridge of his nose, the officer said that he understood everything and explained that he only asked him a few questions. Besides, the boy was quite cooperative. The protagonist nodded. The flags of the police in South Korea were fluttering on the roof of the building. The heroes went outside. The soldier assumed that his friend was very surprised and explained that such things happen. With a smile on his face, the man said that the policeman simply decided to check him because he also avoided cameras, just like that killer. Yidzin frowned menacingly and said that he would do everything to avoid cameras and not leave a single trace. Fire was blazing around him. Hamchin asked him not to worry and said that he did not mean that at all. The guy turned to him and asked if the director knew that he was here. In the memory, Jiyeon smiled and offered her friend to meet her fiancé. Closing his eyes, the major explained that he just dropped by for a short while for work and asked his colleague not to tell her anything. The young man agreed and nodded. Walking forward, the student realized that his comrade came to the police for a reason. The soldier confirmed this. The soldier frowned sternly and asked if his friend Keon remembered him. The mercenary threw him a suspicious look. In the past, the man was sitting on a chest in front of the bed. Looking at his colleague, the protagonist realized that he was talking about the man who had transferred to another unit when they first met. The man confirmed this. Hamchin looked down and said that his colleague had been there for a while and then deserted because he was afraid of being caught due to suspicion of corruption. Yidzin opened his mouth in surprise but remained silent. Squinting, the major said that he cared about him and added that he was a bit of a gloomy person, but very capable and sociable. The banner in front of the military unit said victory, respect, loyalty. The sergeant was sitting outside. A soldier approached him and asked why he looked so depressed. The soldier remembered that something was wrong with him during training and asked if they should train with such an attitude. Kyung jumped up from the bench and answered in the negative. The man frowned and asked him to tell him what had happened. The boy lowered his head and said that his grandmother had slipped and broken her leg. He scratched the back of his head and explained that he was very worried about her because she had no one else. Hamchin looked down and said that he understood that this was a difficult situation, but he could not let him go in the middle of the day. The boy frowned in disappointment. Casting a shadow on his shoes, the major promised to ask someone to look after her. The sergeant looked up in surprise and asked what that meant. Smiling, the soldier told him not to worry about anything and said that his comrade would help her until she got back on her feet. Ki-young gaped in amazement and asked if that was true. Putting his hands on his hips, the soldier confirmed it and asked him to focus on training. The boy's eyes widened. He saluted and promised to carry out the order. Black clouds covered the sky. Bullets flew over the ground. A wounded young man lay on the ground with a machine gun in his hands. A man stood in front of him. The sergeant looked up and asked the commander to leave him there. Ki-young gritted his teeth as the soldier ordered him to shut up and concentrate. The soldier grabbed him by the collar and asked him not to forget that his grandmother was waiting for him at home. The boy frowned sternly. Gritting his teeth, the man promised to take care of him and urged him to stop complaining and keep his head up. The wounded man had a cast on his leg. Lying on the hospital bed, the young man asked if he could call his commander a senior comrade. Hampton's eyes widened in surprise. The major frowned in displeasure and said that he was already senior to him and asked his subordinate to maintain chain of command. The sergeant smiled and looked away. Sitting by his bed, the soldier asked him if he knew how many people dreamed of calling him a senior comrade. Looking down, the protagonist realized that he was being interrogated because of the murder investigation, and assumed that his colleague had already been informed about everything. The soldier introduced his colleague in a cloud of blood and said that he was the killer and the investigation had begun a month ago. The man clenched his fist. Hampton narrowed his eyes and explained that he had come here to catch him before others did. The major frowned sadly. Yidzin looked at him indifferently. The lights from the neon signs were burning on the street. Dusik opened his mouth in surprise. The guy was standing at the threshold of his office. The boss asked him what brought him here. The heroes sat down at the same table. Holding a glass of whiskey, the man said that he knew the man who had recently died well and that he had coped with almost every task he was given. The young man looked at him attentively. The bandit added that the murdered man had worked for Inbai in the past and that he was considered an ordinary gangster. The criminal frowned sternly and said that Jeon's father had secretly dealt with Deputy Kinchul's case. The student narrowed his eyes suspiciously. In the memory, the people were standing in the vice chairman's office. Dusik put his hand on the back of the sofa and explained that a few months ago, there were rumors that one of the chairmen had been killed. The student stood up from the sofa and thanked him for the information. The boss frowned sternly and asked him not to get involved in these matters, as it was not worth it. The mercenary gave him an indifferent look. After that, the protagonist left the room. He slammed the door behind him. Suddenly, Yidzin shuddered. Doan put his hands in his pockets and asked what brought him here. The man left the office and saw the detective. The bandit approached him. The officer said that he came to ask him a few questions. The criminal discreetly poked his friend in the back and invited the guest in. The guy looked away. The young man hurried out of the club. The policeman looked at him suspiciously. Dusik suggested that they settle the matter quickly. Doan's mouth dropped open in amazement. The student headed for the exit. The lights were on in the windows of the SW office building. Seung-ho frowned and asked if the culprit was really Ki-young. Choi, standing behind him, confirmed it and explained that the killer had used the same methods. Looking out the window, the vice chairman said that they should have gotten rid of him back then. The chief said that he had already sent agents, so they would catch the villain soon. The man closed his eyes and said that they were panicking too much and asked what about Hampton. The bodyguard frowned sternly and said that the major had taken time off to investigate the matter and was currently on the trail. The businessman smiled and said that his son-in-law was causing him too much trouble. The sunset was visible through the trees. The soldier walked up the mountain. The soldier looked around and thought that he should be here somewhere. In the past, there were stars in the sky. Sitting by the barricades, Ki-young said that he wanted to stay with his grandmother first to look after him, and then move somewhere in the mountains to live for himself. Looking down, the boy explained that he wanted to live in a place where people never went and said that he had already found a suitable place. The commander frowned and asked why he needed to live in such a place. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened and he realized that this was it. There was a small house ahead. The building was in the middle of the forest. Hampton wondered if his comrade was there. The former local pointed to the side and said that this young man had been renting the house for a long time. The major looked up. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The deserter pointed his gun at him. Ki-young squinted to get a better aim. Standing in front of him, the soldier asked what happened to him. His former comrade ordered him not to move. Clenching his fist, the soldier asked him to stop and said that he wanted to help before it was too late. Frowning, the scoundrel said that he was the same as them and asked him to leave while he could. Throwing a stern look at him, the man asked him not to do it and asked what his late grandmother would think of this. A shot rang out. The cartridge case flew out of the gun. The bullet hit the ground under Hampton's feet. The deserter's eyes flashed with madness and he promised to kill him if he said one more word about his grandmother. The major's eyes widened in shock. The heroes heard a crash and turned around. People in black suits came out of the forest. The killer looked at his comrade and asked if he was being followed. The soldier said that he did not understand what they were talking about. Keon started to run. Suddenly, the villain stopped when the soldier asked him to do so. The deserter looked back and asked his former comrade not to even try to figure this out since he would not succeed anyway. After that, the killer disappeared into the forest. The man gritted his teeth. The agents approached him and asked him not to move. Hampton looked back and asked who they were. The man in black handed him his badge and said that they were from the security service. The major's eyes widened in amazement and wondered if they had decided to intervene too. The investigator put the badge in his pocket and asked the soldier to come with them and tell them in more detail what he was doing in the forest with the criminal. The soldier frowned sternly. They were standing on a forest path. The protagonist was watching them with binoculars. Yidzin was hiding behind the rocks. Clouds were floating in the blue sky. The man left the building. When they were in the interrogation room, the security officer said that he was very lucky and that he could return to duty without any problems. The investigator narrowed his eyes and warned that if he interfered in this again, not even his family would stop them. Hampton looked down and thought that he should have been more vigilant because then they would have been able to talk to Keon. The major looked to the side and saw his colleague. The soldier raised his eyebrows and asked how he managed to find him. The heroes were walking through the park. The soldier asked if his comrade had been following him. The guy confirmed it. The man frowned and said that he had been ordered to return to duty, so there was no way they could do it. Suddenly, the young man stopped and said that all the people his colleague had killed were related to the vice chairman of SW. Hampton's eyes widened in shock and he asked if this was really his father-in-law. In his memory, the deserter pointed a gun at him and said that he was no different from them, and the major understood what the killer meant. The soldier looked at his colleague, and the student asked if he was really going to return to duty. The schoolboy narrowed his eyes and asked what he really wanted. The soldier looked down and said that he wanted Keong to surrender, but now everything was even more confusing. The mercenary stared at him. The man frowned and said that his former comrade was not like that at all, and explained that he wanted to know what pushed him to kill. The protagonist said that he understood everything, then turned around and left. Keong could be seen rummaging through his things. He took out a passport from his bag. The man opened it and stared at it. A moment later, a photo appeared. It was of Seungho. The mercenary bared his teeth and said that he would pay for everything. He suddenly looked to the side. Keong abruptly pulled out his gun. Yidzin quickly rushed from the spot. Bullet marks were visible. A moment later, the protagonist attacked his opponent. He hit him hard with his elbow. Keong raised his palm. He tried to strike with it, but the protagonist parried it. Suddenly, the opponent attacked with his knee. The guy stepped back and bent down. The opponent pointed the gun at him. The young man abruptly ran to the side. Keong frowned angrily. Several shots rang out, hitting the bag with money. The man clenched his jaw menacingly. Suddenly, a mercenary appeared behind him. He powerfully pushed him from the spot. Yidzin dealt cruel blows with his fist. The spread fingers of the hands appeared. The protagonist took the gun and pointed it at the enemy. Keong was lying on the floor, and his face was covered in blood. He bared his teeth and asked if Chol had sent him. The protagonist, aiming at his opponent, exclaimed that from now on he would be asking questions, and if he answered 2 of them, he would let him go. The man's mouth was covered in blood, and he heard the question of what was the reason for the corruption. The guy, standing over him, told him not to say that he didn't do it because it was not true and the facts spoke for it, and to just say the reason. Keong, frowning, asked why he was asking him such questions. Suddenly, the young man kicked him. Pressing the enemy, he ordered him to answer. A moment later, the man narrowed his eyes. Opening his mouth, he said that he did not know why he did it. The mercenary sharply turned his gaze to the side. Noticing the photo, Yidzin asked why he killed Chial's people. Keong, clenching his jaw, asked if that was all. The protagonist, holding a gun in his hands, answered positively, to which the opponent asked that shouldn't he ask him about people he knows or facts related to him. The man, lying on the floor, continued that he already had all the information, but still stepped on his foot while waiting for an answer and asked if these answers meant anything. The fighter, lowering his head, asked if Chial had sent him here. The protagonist pressed his foot sharply. He, looking at the opponent, said that he was asking the questions here and he was only answering them. Keong remained silent through sweat on his face. The guy, pointing the gun, added that it would not be difficult for him to answer them. The man bent down and explained that the reason for the corruption was that he did it for the money. The young man narrowed his eyes and listened to him attentively. Keong sat next to him and said that he did not intentionally kill people connected with Chol, because he found out about their connection only later when they started to pursue him. The mercenary looked down and asked if that was all. The fighter, baring his teeth, reminded him that he asked 2 questions, to which Yidzin explained that he was not forcing him because it was up to him to decide whether to answer or not. The protagonist added that he needed to stop, which made Keong's pupils narrow. He asked him again, but the protagonist turned around and started to leave. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked who he was and why, after all the useless questions, he was telling him such a thing. A moment later, the fighter opened his mouth and thought. He remembered how Hanchin clenched his fists and said that he needed to stop because they were looking for him with all their might and wanted to help him, so let him trust before it was too late. Keon, looking at the protagonist's back, asked if the major had sent him. The corners of his lips suddenly lifted. The man continued to sit on the floor. At night, a small building was visible with lights burning in the windows. Hanchin was in the room. He leaned his head on his hands and heard a ringing sound. An unknown number appeared on the phone. A moment later, the man took the phone and brought it to his ear. His eyes widened. He realized that it was Keon and asked him where he was. The soldier, standing in the phone booth, said that he had not been able to talk normally with the person he had sent. The major, putting his elbow on the table, muttered whether he was talking about Aizen. Keon, lowering his hand, said that he had allowed this corruption. Hanchin held the phone to his ear and frowned in bewilderment. The device's buttons appeared, and the guy continued that his grandmother was very ill, so he needed this money and used people to earn it. The major, narrowing his eyes, said his name. The mercenary, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that he was the one who killed those two, because they did not pay him enough and could not pay for the treatment on time, which is why she died. Hanchin bit his lips and listened, saying that no matter what, he was still a criminal, and he did not think that what he did was wrong. Keon insisted that he did everything right, and the major continued to hold the smartphone in his hand. The guy, standing in the phone booth, said that he could not stop because he learned too much when he was engaged in corruption, and they would not leave it so easily. He, raising the corners of his lips, added that if they put him behind bars, they would kill him there or shoot him on the spot, to which Hanchin said that there was still a chance and he would try to help him, and also that he should take care of himself. Keon put the phone back. He looked down sadly. Suddenly, the third appeared behind him. The mercenary sharply narrowed his pupils and turned around. Rihanna pointed the gun at him. A moment later, she shot him. Drops of blood were visible on the glass. Suddenly, Aizen arrived on a motorcycle. He took off his helmet and was talking on the phone, where he was told that Keon had called and he listened to the recording. Hanchin, holding his forehead, apologized for causing him trouble. Squinting his eyes, the major added that he thought that Keon was accused of something he did not do, and the guy he knew would not have committed such rash actions. Holding the phone to his ear, the man heard how he was addressed. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that no matter what the situation, the choice is always his. Hanchin, putting his hand on his shoulder, agreed with him and exclaimed that the situation required a decision and he made his choice. The protagonist said that thanks to his choice, he is here today, together with his family, which made the major's eyes widen. The young man held a smartphone in his hand. A moment later, he opened the door. A small house appeared near the mountains. 18, sitting on a chair, said that they had been receiving a lot of requests lately and about 3 times more than usual. Opening his mouth, 4 said that everything was clear anyway, and rumors had spread that people had found out about them, so they wanted to work with professionals and suggested that they quickly resolve everything and go on vacation. The guy, sighing heavily, explained that they only receive requests based on recommendations from trusted people and clients, so it was hard to understand why their number had suddenly tripled. The military man, frowning, asked if he wanted to say that they were being offered more requests on purpose, since he had said that their client base was verified and did not understand what the hell was going on. The young man, putting his fingers to his face, said that he did not understand either, and it was all strange, so he was now thinking whether to take new requests. 16, opening his mouth, asked when 8th's mission would end. 18th kept his hands in his pockets and replied that today, since it was a protection mission and it didn't pose much of a threat, he was sent alone. 2 folded his elbows and asked if the client had been properly checked, to which he was told that it had been and that he had already contacted them several times. A moment later, the mercenary looked to the side. The guy sitting on the chair exclaimed that 16th would go help 8th. The young man, biting his lips, obeyed the order. The night city was visible. The car 8th was in appeared. He looked ahead and noticed something. Suddenly, a minibus stopped in front of him. The team's car began to brake. The man looked in the side mirror in bewilderment. A truck appeared in it. The bodyguard pointed his gun at 8th. The mercenary suddenly grabbed the weapon. He hit his opponent powerfully with his elbow. Soldiers ran out of the minibus. Fighters also got out of the truck. 8th threw the enemy out of the car. A moment later, he pressed the gas pedal. The man quickly rushed forward. He grabbed the steering wheel tightly. Rihanna appeared near the minibus. She smiled and said hello. 8th, realizing that it was 3rd, narrowed his pupils in surprise. The girl was holding a machine gun in her hands. Particles of fire were visible. The soldiers began shooting at the car in which the man was. They surrounded him from all sides. The mercenary bared his teeth menacingly. He crashed into the minibus in front. 8th managed to get away from her opponents. Rihanna lowered the gun. She opened her mouth wide and shouted that they were standing there and that they should quickly move after him. It seemed as if a light was burning in the windows of the house. Yidzin, his eyes wide, asked whether 3rd had attacked 8th. Liam held the phone to his ear and said that it was so, and apparently she was quite serious, and 8th was seriously injured, and they were already moving there, but he was much closer. The protagonist, standing in the room, said that he would be there soon and asked to send him the coordinates, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, the protagonist looked down thoughtfully. He remembered how he ran in the past and sighed heavily. It was visible how the guy was behind the whole team. The fighters were very tired, and the young man was approaching them. Suddenly, he began to fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, he was caught. The mercenary turned around abruptly. The man, taking hold of him, said that he lacked stamina and he had little strength. Yidzin, looking at his back, said nothing. After some time, the protagonist was sitting around the corner and having a snack. Food was visible in his tray. Suddenly, several pieces of bread were put in his hands. The protagonist raised his head in bewilderment. The man, sitting down next to him, told him to eat more if he didn't want to die during training, and that way he would have more stamina. The guy, looking at his plate, listened to him say that even if he didn't want to, he should force himself, and anyway, if he vomited later, the main thing was to fill his stomach. The young man turned his gaze to the side. The 8th, opening his mouth, said that from now on he would come to him after training. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. It seemed like Yidzin was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. The man, watching him, exclaimed that he should be patient because his body could do more than he thought. The protagonist clenched his jaw tightly. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the ground. The 8th lowered his hands and told him to go to bed and let his body recover in order to get the most out of today's training, and to start small, and soon not only strength but also endurance would increase. A crescent moon appeared in the complete darkness. The protagonist climbed the rope, and the man exclaimed that he should not fuss and not rush during the training, but should concentrate and feel every muscle in his body. After some time, the guy was sitting under the tent. He rested his head on his elbows. The 8th, approaching him, said that if there was an opportunity to rest, then he should use it, and he should not waste time on useless thoughts. And if he could sleep a little, that was also good, but if he could not, then he should accustom himself, because later he would thank him. The young man turned his gaze to the side. The military man left him. He, holding plates in his hands, exclaimed that he was glad that the first had a family. It seemed like the soldiers were falling off their feet. Suddenly, the butt of the gun hit the enemy in the face. The 8th sighed heavily, holding the machine gun in his hands. He looked at the people behind him and told them to come to him. The man looked out from behind the corner. Suddenly, the enemies started shooting at him. The woman and the girl crouched down and screamed loudly. The soldier sharply aimed at his opponents and killed them. All his clothes were stained with blood. A ladder was visible, and a question was heard, why not just hand them over to them? Reina, folding her legs, exclaimed that it was not necessary to die for some request. The woman and the girl hugged each other in fear. The 8th, frowning, clarified what kind of nonsense she was talking there, whether she had completely gone crazy, adding that they would rather die than abandon the mission. Opening his mouth, he said that he had completely forgotten that someone as bad as her would not understand this. The 3rd, lowering her eyebrows, remained silent. The 3rd, using a finger, pointed to the soldiers in the direction they needed to go. Holding machine guns in their hands, the soldiers moved forward. The other 2 carefully walked in the other direction. Pointing the sight to the side, Reina laughed and asked if he himself found his words funny, and since when had the numbered ones fallen so low, taking missions here and there. The wounded 8th sat around the corner. The girl's subordinates approached him. Suddenly, the man rushed at the soldier. The soldier began shooting to kill, but missed. The mercenary knocked his opponent off his feet. The opponents fell to the ground. The soldier began to strike his opponent. At that moment, the soldier's partner rushed to help. The 8th grabbed him by the neck. It seemed like the man abruptly lowered his hand. The mercenary hit his opponent's head on the ground. The soldier reached for the machine gun, sitting next to the unarmed opponent. A moment later, shots rang out, forcing him to shield himself with his hand. 2 of 3's subordinates came out from around the corner and opened fire on the man. Gritting his teeth, he tried to dodge the shots. Hiding behind a box, 8 sighed heavily in pain. His hand was stained with blood. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably shrank. The mercenary leaned over, hearing a sound. The soldiers approached him and whispered. Taking a huge barrel in his hands, the fighter began to shout loudly. Riene's subordinates raised their weapons in alarm. The 8th threw the heavy container at the guys. At the same moment, the soldier and his weapon fell to the ground. Holding his wound, the man exhaled. The mercenary walked hunched over when suddenly he heard 3rd exclaim that she had found him. Gritting his teeth, the fighter thought that this was not true. At the same moment, the soldier rushed forward. The 8th pushed off the ground with his foot. The mercenary ended up behind the girl and her subordinate. Rihanna pointed her gun at the 2 people on the floor. Frowning angrily, the man called out to her. The numbered one closed her eyes and said that he was very calm, and then clarified whether they were really hidden somewhere else, and added that he had completely lost his skills and become inattentive. Holding the machine gun in his hands, the fighter remained silent. Opening his eyes, Third asked whether 8 thought he could handle everyone in such a state, or decided to play it being noble. The mercenary replied that if it weren't for the gun they had fired from the car earlier, none of this would have happened, to which the girl, lowering her hands, hesitated. Looking towards the man, Reina asked him to lower his weapon, and then admitted that at first she wanted to take these 2 with her, but if the fighter did not fulfill her request now, they would die right here. 8th looked at her, lowering the corners of his lips. The soldier threw the machine gun on the ground. The girl, lowering her eyebrows in bewilderment, screamed whether he had completely lost his mind and thrown away his weapon for the sake of some people. With her mouth wide open, the numbered one continued to shout about whether the man had signed up for the bodyguard circle, then added that it was no longer a big deal that they had stopped accepting assassination requests, and asked him to tell her why. The 8th was silent, clenching his jaw. The third one bared her teeth angrily. Raising her palm, the girl asked him to think about why they needed to protect these people, because they were a unit that specialized in the enemy's weak points, and killing was their calling. Lowering her chin, Reina said that the mercenary had weakened, had lost his skills and his path. Clenching his hands into fists, the man clarified what she was getting at, and the girl offered to join her. Lowering his head, the soldier explained that the second one had already refused her earlier and everyone had supported his decision, to which she asked if the guy had asked any of them. Lowering her eyebrows, the third one explained that she only wanted to hear his opinion. The 8th frowned and said nothing. Looking at the man, the girl asked him to tell her what the point was now being one of the numbered, and then asked what was worthy of being called that, delivering cargo or protecting citizens. Pointing her machine gun at the people, Reina said that they were no longer numbered, but just a bunch of killers who were wasting their time and doing God knows what. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary said that the girl could say whatever she wanted, but he would not betray the others, after which he clarified what the point was for him to join her, a person who could stab him in the back at any moment. The third smiled and asked what was wrong with that, and then explained that she would stab him if necessary. Frowning, the man asked her again. Smirking, Reina said that betrayal and friendship were some kind of nonsense, and then asked when they had ever cared about each other. The wounded fighter looked away, and the girl continued to say that if he had not forgotten, then they had never been together, not then and not now. The soldier pressed his lips together in confusion, and the numbered one kept saying that the weak died, and the strong trampled the rest. Such was the law of the jungle, such was their life. Fighters in identical clothes appeared, and the third one said that the guys who gathered in groups simply used each other, and there was no trust between them, and they would not hesitate to kill another if they had a chance. The 8th closed his eyes, and the interlocutor added that friendship and care were all nonsense, because they were always ready to tear each other's throats out. The camp of the numbered ones was visible. A squall of white smoke appeared, and the girl remembered the first. Lowering her eyes, Reina explained that when this boy got to the camp, everything changed. The silhouette of the little protagonist was visible, and Third said that Mad Dog had simply thrown the kid to them like a toy, not thinking that it could change anything. 8th began to speak, lowering the corners of his lips. The girl looked at him in confusion and asked again, to which he clarified what the problem was. Frowning, the mercenary said that everything had changed. They had changed, and it was even for the better, and then asked if Reina now wanted him to join her and return to his old life. Raising her lip, the girl turned to 8th and told him to just shut up and get lost. Grinning evilly, the fighter said that no matter what this crazy woman said, the numbered ones were comrades, and she herself was a traitor who had killed one of them. At that very second, Third firmly grabbed the pistol with her hands. The girl aimed her gun at the man and said that she no longer needed him and could die. Suddenly, bullets and drops of blood flew past her subordinate. Reina fell to the ground and screamed that it turned out there was another one. Approaching the floor, 8 was preparing to attack. The man began shooting between the containers. Numbered ducked in an attempt to escape. Noticing this, the mercenary clenched his jaw. Behind the large boxes, a silhouette of a man in a cap was visible. The guy pointed his finger and said that the girl was there. The main character was hiding under a black mask. The soldier grinned and exhaled with relief. An abandoned warehouse appeared. Reina ran and thought about being quieter and also did not understand if there was another one there. A moment later, shots rang out and the girl dodged them. Leaning on her feet, 3 turned. Numbered opened fire to kill. Someone hid behind the metal structures that the bullets were flying at. Squinting, the girl did not understand where this fighter was and which of them was going around her, but this would not do. Looking around, the mercenary realized that she needed to get out of here. The protagonist came out from behind the corner and began to attack. Dodging the bullets, the girl jumped to the side. Reina fell and shot back. The protagonist hid behind a container and listened. The young man looked away. A moment later, Aidzen approached the ground and began to crawl. The guy passed between huge boxes. The mercenary continued to move forward. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in fear. The third began to approach him from the left. The soldier fell to the ground, dodging the bullets. Having hit his back, the guy began to attack in response. The numbered one continued to shoot at him. Drops of blood were visible on the floor. The first one squinted, looking through the sight. Rihanna smirked and said that the fighter was caught. With a malicious smile, the mercenary began to fire. The bullets hit the young man who was running forward. Clutching the weapon in her hands, the girl was confused. The protagonist grabbed her with his arms. At that very second, the guy knocked his opponent to the ground. The mercenary sighed heavily, clenching her teeth. The protagonist reloaded the gun. The guy crouched down next to the neutralized girl. Squinting, Rihanna exclaimed that he needed to be quieter. Suddenly, the third tried to knock the gun out of the opponent's hand. Aiming at the young man, the girl said that he was not bad. The protagonist moved his hand with the machine gun to the side. Aizen tried to immobilize her. The mercenary hit her opponent with her head. The numbered one pushed the protagonist's hand. His gun fell to the ground. Closing his eyes, the first looked at his opponent. The protagonist pushed the girl in the stomach. Covering her face with her shoulder, Rihanna cried out in pain. A moment later, the young man jumped back. The girl grabbed the machine gun tightly. The protagonist looked straight at her. Taking aim, the third pulled the trigger. The guy pulled his fist back. The mercenary blocked the opponent's blow with her elbow. The rival attacked, leaving a bright trace in the air. The enraged heroes clashed in battle. The girl twisted the opponent's neck. The protagonist's elbow appeared. The mercenary stopped his blow with her palm. At that very moment, the rivals stood opposite each other. The numbered one brought her fingers to the holster. The protagonist noticed this. Suddenly, Aizen began to run away from the shots. Peeking out from behind the box, the young man saw his rival running away. The guy started running after her. The first one stopped near the entrance to a small building. The protagonist's eyes darted around in confusion. A huge jeep was approaching him. The young man jumped to the side to avoid being hit by his wheels. The mercenary rolled head over heels on the ground. The car stopped next to him. Rihanna was visible from the lowered window. The protagonist, leaning his hands on the ground, looked at her. Looking away, the girl began to speak. The first's eyes lit up. Sitting in the jeep, the third asked if the guy wanted to join her, to which he remained silent. Suddenly, a light card began to fall. The young man picked up the card and examined it. The car moved, and the mercenary shouted from there for the protagonist to think about it and call her. The lights on the back of the jeep left red marks in the air. Aizen watched the car drive away. The wounded eighth approached the guy and asked where third was, to which he replied that she had escaped. Lowering the corners of his lips, the man asked if first was okay. The young man glanced at the mercenary. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that the interlocutor looked more battered, to which he replied that there was nothing to worry about, since it would heal soon. The man grinned and admitted that he wanted to thank him, since he could not have done it without him. First closed his eyes. Worriedly lowering his eyebrows, Eighth clarified what was wrong, and Aizen called out to him, to which he asked him to start talking. The protagonist's face was covered with a mask, and he said that third invited him to join her team. After which the young man showed the man his business card, to which he paused and said that this guy never changed. The fourth one slammed the table and shouted, was she completely crazy? He bared his teeth and shouted that she attacked the eighth one, then offered to join her, took on the first one, but instead of a fight to the death, gave him a business card. The 18th one said that this was not surprising. The third one had always been like this. The sixth one exhaled loudly and confirmed that she had always had problems with her head. Everyone sat gloomily in agreement. The second one frowned and asked what was the reason for so many requests. Was this really an attempt to lure them out? The 18th one looked at him phlegmatically and said that most likely it was. That was why he had stopped accepting requests. The veins stood out on the fourth one's face. He cursed. The second one looked gloomily at the hero. He frowned and said that thanks to him, the eighth one was saved. The fifth smiled and said that she heard that he almost kicked the bucket there. The first looked at the team and said that he was only doing what was required of him. He stood up and said that since they had talked about everything, he would go. The hero turned around when the second said that he could go after he ate. He looked at him in surprise. The 18th and 16th smiled. Everyone else also looked at the first with approval. The fourth looked away with displeasure and said that he agreed with the second. After all, he saved that big guy. He turned and called the eighth, saying that he was hungry and he should run to the store. Suddenly his eyes widened. The mercenary looked at him pitifully. An awkward silence hung. The second stood up abruptly and said that he would go himself and buy them something. At this time, the bodyguards looked at the boss when he asked if she had failed again. Forrest folded his arms and asked how much longer he had to wait. Raina smiled and said that the numbered ones had intervened. The guys he had sent with her were weaklings. The man frowned and said that she was speaking as if she hadn't known they would be there. Did he understand correctly that she had provoked them on purpose? Raina looked at him. The boss lowered his arms and noted that she always did her job perfectly. But as soon as the numbered ones intervened, she began to back down. What was the reason? The girl spread her arms and agreed. She said that she had gotten very used to them and that was why she wanted them to join her. That was why she hadn't killed them. The third frowned and said that he himself understood that mercenaries like them could not be found anywhere else in the world. Forrest frowned and said that it was time to act. Raina put on her glasses and said that he was right. She stood up and said that everything would change very soon, even if they were not numbered, but some pretty good guys would join them. The girl went to the exit. The man frowned and said nothing. After a while, Dayan smiled and said that she would go first. The hero's classmates waved to her and said goodbye. The sister left, humming a melody. Yuna smiled and said that she looked happy, probably going somewhere. Aidzin replied that she was dating a close friend. Jahan looked at her shrewdly and said that she was too happy to meet a friend, most likely she was dating a guy. The hero and his friend froze in shock. After a while, Dayan entered the coffee shop. She looked ahead and smiled. The girl waved to her and called out. The hero's sister smiled and greeted her. The girls were happy to see each other. Their drinks were on the table. Songju raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise if her brother had really returned, since she thought he had died. The hero's sister smiled sweetly and confirmed her words. Her friend smiled and said that her grandfather must be glowing with joy. Dayan raised her eyebrows and agreed, saying that when he sees him, he always smiles. He doesn't even realize that he does this all the time. Songju smiled and said that she remembered how worried she was about him when she saw him so depressed. The hero's sister tilted her head when her friend said that this is probably why she hasn't written lately. Since her brother's return, she must have been overwhelmed with work. She confirmed that this is true, but she is slowly getting used to it. Dayan frowned and said that she completely forgot about her. He didn't write or call, they haven't seen each other since elementary school, and she hasn't contacted at all since entering school. Saju was taken aback, and then said that she also had a lot of things to do. Suddenly she straightened up and suggested to start the meal. The brunette looked at her friend and suggested to go to a cafe after the cafe. They could have a blast there, like in the good old days. Dayan smiled and agreed. After a while, the hero's sister showed a photo of them together. Songju beamed and said that he was very handsome. Probably the whole school was crazy about him. Suddenly, someone pushed the girl and cursed. Dayan bowed, asked for forgiveness, and the bully told her to watch where she was going. Suddenly, the stranger recognized her friend. The hero's sister looked up. 3 schoolchildren were looking at them. Dayan turned and asked her friend if she knew them. She bowed her head and called out to her. The girl turned pale with fear. The schoolgirl smiled and asked if a scarecrow like her also had friends. The company looked at them and laughed. Songju sank into despair. Dayan looked at her in shock. She remembered how she was bullied at school. The girl looked ahead in shock. She remembered how she was tripped. Her classmate laughed and asked why she stumbled at every step. Could the ground not hold her? She hit Dayan and asked why she did not answer when spoken to. Her classmates watched her angrily. Songju was also standing there, intimidated. The hero's sister looked at her in shock. She looked at her friend and thought, it can't be, could it be her too? The schoolgirl crossed her arms over her chest and said that after graduation she disappeared and stopped taking her calls. Could the rat have become so bold? Songju tried to justify herself by saying that her phone was without a charger. The brunette raised her eyebrows and asked why she was lying and told him to give her her phone. The girl froze in confusion. The schoolgirl extended her hand and asked if she was completely deaf. Her friend said to forget it, Songju would go with them. She smiled and said that Songbi was just missing a new toy. He had been really nervous lately, and she should take her friend too. The brunette looked at them in shock and asked again who. The brunette smiled and said that it was a good idea. She had a nice face, he liked those types. Songju frowned and screamed that she was not her friend. Daeun looked at her in shock. Her friend came forward and said that they used to study at the same school and she accidentally saw her here, so she decided to say hello. The brunette raised her eyebrows and asked her to leave her alone. The schoolgirl turned around and said okay. Songju looked at her friend pitifully. Daeun turned pale and did not know what to do. The brunette left with a group of people. The hero's sister grabbed the phone and thought about what to do. She looked at the offenders and wondered if she should call the police, but what would she tell them that they took her with them and she silently followed them? The girl remembered how last time it did not help, everything only got worse. She watched her friend go and thought that she went with them. What if they suddenly did something to her? Her eyes widened and she panicked, not knowing what to do. Her friend leaned over to her and whispered that a lot of guys were chasing her. After that, she told a bunch of her grievances in the cafeteria. She handed her a bag, pointing to a bunch of containers with food that her mother asked her to give her. Mr. Yu looked embarrassedly at the young girl, who was not going to refuse to help. After a while, everyone was having dinner together. Songju laughed cheerfully and was happy. Suddenly her phone rang. Inzin looked at her questioningly. Daeun looked at the screen with concern. It showed a message from her friend. The girl was crying now, covering her eyes with her hands, when suddenly she was addressed. She slowly removed her hands from her face. She turned her gaze towards the sound. A group of her friends stood in front of her. Yuna asked, why is she here alone? The blonde looked at his sister in amazement. Tears flowed down her cheeks. A dark shadow fell on his face. The classmates blushed, not expecting to see the girl's tears. Yuna approached her friend and began to ask what happened to her. After a while, the lantern came on. Daeon and Yuna were sitting on a bench. The girl was weakly clutching a can of soda in her hands. Her brother looked at her silently. The redhead approached the brunette and asked if she was really saying that someone was bullying Daeon's friend. From her answer, everything hinted at this. Hakjin looked ahead with concern and demanded a more precise answer. A bead of sweat ran down the girl's face. She said that when she saw how they were talking to her, she remembered herself in the past. The company looked at her gloomily. Seokjun and Idzin stood at a distance. The girl said that they had been friends since middle school, and when she saw her in such a state, she could not do anything. She wanted to report it to the police, but she understood that they would just talk to her about safety and leave. The redhead nodded his head and said that he was familiar with this. Daeon only lowered her gaze more sadly. She frowned when suddenly she remembered something. Someone approached her. The girl's eyes opened. Her brother sat down on one knee in front of her and asked what he should do. The sister stared at her familiar face in amazement. The first looked at her patiently. The girl began to shake. She did not know. The blonde leaned closer to her. A weak voice said that he wanted to help his friend because she understood what it was like to go through this and she did not want the same fate for her. Bangs covered her sad eyes. She said that Songju helped her a lot and always supported her. Suddenly the guy said okay. The student raised a questioning look. Yidzin smiled warmly at her and suggested looking for her friend. That's where they would start. Daeon looked at him intently with tear-stained eyes. The mercenary straightened up and nodded. The sister could not understand if he really wanted to help her. The group began to look around. Seokjun suggested splitting up and looking for places where they might be. The big guy took out his phone and said that he would call the karaoke bar and ask his friends there. Jahan also took out his phone. He was going to call his brothers. The team slowly moved forward. Everyone should take a separate direction. The question arose of how they could split up. Yeonchin was asked not to get into a fight if they got into danger. The girl looked after them, dumbfounded. Yuna sat down next to her and smiled. She asked her friend not to worry because they would find her soon. Daeon looked at her and said that she was not worried because she was just her friend. The brunette smiled at her and replied that everything was fine. The girl looked at her in surprise. A serious team of friends moved forward. Their friend asked her to be sure because they would find her and she could rely on them. The events take us to the bar. There was a sign on the door warning everyone that the bar was booked. Inside the bar there were high school students having fun and drinking. The guys had drinks in their hands with smiles on their faces. Songju bowed her head in horror and fear. The blonde guy sitting opposite the girl said that she had potential. They would need to work on her face. The girl sitting next to her raised her hand saying that she looked a little dumb, but overall not bad. The brunette herself trembled with fear. Some time ago on the streets of the city, the heroine's friend stood in front of the girl and said that she didn't really need the money. The hooligan crossed her arms over her chest and said that lately she had been paying her pennies. Songju raised her hand and tried to explain to her that her mother only gave her pocket money. Frowning, the girl said that that was exactly why she was offering the job, so that at least she would have more money. The brunette opened her mouth and eyes in amazement. The hooligan sitting next to her said that her friend would be better than these cheapskates. The brunette nervously turned her gaze to her. Looking at the girls to the side, she realized that they were also not here of their own free will. She jumped up abruptly, not intending to resign herself to her fate. The girl frowned and asked Songju where she was going. The brunette trembled with her whole body, saying that she needed to go to the restroom. Then she turned around, lighting up the street. While the guy was looking after her, Songju was trying to figure out what to do. Looking at the restroom door, she thought about trying to find a way to escape. The girl froze when she heard someone call out to her. She slowly turned her head. Yunchin and Jaon were standing behind her. Taking off his mask, Yunchin introduced himself to Dan's acquaintances. Raising his hand, the guy said that Dan was very worried about her. She said that the people who took her were bullying her and that they were clearly not her friends. Songju imagined her friend's face. She looked down in a stupor. Jahan looked around and said that it was time for them to leave. Songju shook her head, refusing to leave. Yunchin turned to her and asked her how they were supposed to understand this. The brunette explained to him that if they ran away, she would be caught again at school. Bowing her head, she said that if she did not go to school, then they would come to her home, then her parents could get it too. Yunchin opened his mouth in amazement, saying that they could not go that far. Songju stared at the floor and said that those who took her had a bad reputation, and they knew scary people. The guy turned his head and looked at the people in the bar. He saw only guys happily chatting at the tables. Raising his hands, he asked Sunju if they had tried to report this to the police. She replied that it wouldn't change anything, because one of the seniors had once filed a report, but they had only been suspended from school for a few days. The whole world turned red when the girl said that the one who filed the report ended up in the hospital. Yunchin and Jahoon froze, realizing that the problem was serious. Biting her lower lip, the sad girl said that the police closed the case because they couldn't find any evidence. After all, the guy had just transferred and no one mentioned the incident anymore. Yunchin looked nervously at Jahoon, saying that if they took her away, there would definitely be more problems. Suddenly, a girl walked into the alley. All three of them turned around to look at her. The bully crossed her arms and said that she was still wondering where everyone had gone. Frowning, the girl asked Sunju if he knew those guys. She froze, her body shaking from fear. Jahan scratched his head. He closed his eyes innocently, saying that he was just lost, and asked for directions to the restroom. The girl hissed, drawing her eyebrows together. The guy standing next to her frowned, ordering Jahan to take off his mask and tell him how he got in if the door was locked. Pointing to the door, Jahan said that the door was definitely open. The veins on the guy's forehead bulged out of anger. Jahan managed to dodge the enemy's blow in time. He squinted at his opponent. A moment later, he punched him in the jaw. The guy's body fell to the floor. Straightening up, Jahan said that the door was indeed open. If he had closed it properly, there would have been no questions. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, the people in the bar stared at them, stopping their conversations. All the guys put their glasses of drinks on the table. One of the guys stood up and asked who the hell came to them. The blonde guy sitting in the chair frowned. Jahan, Yunchin, and Sungju were horrified and froze for a moment. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he just wanted to go to the toilet, but they still wouldn't stop. Suddenly, the guy grabbed himself from behind and ran towards the exit. The blonde guy narrowed his eyes, ordering them to grab him. The guys immediately stood up upon hearing the order. Yunchin got nervous, unable to hold back his tears. Jahan kicked the first opponent in the chest. He sharply turned his foot, and with a turn, he hit the second enemy in the face. Suddenly, the third opponent kicked him. Jahan fell to the floor. Songju covered her mouth out of fear. Many guys rushed towards the guy. He suddenly raised his hands, demanding mercy. Yunchin opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what was happening. The four guys froze in shock. Jahan looked at them with anger in his eyes. He did not look like someone who felt fear. The guy who had previously defeated Jahan kicked him, saying that there would be no mercy. Having knocked the enemy to the ground, he began to kick his chest. Yunchin suddenly grabbed him from behind. The guy threw Yunchin aside with a wave of his hand. He turned to Jahan again. He was shaking and laughing. Raising his head, Jahan said that now they were definitely finished. A message from Aidzin came to his phone. He announced his arrival. A moment later, the door of the bar swung open. The girls looked towards the entrance in confusion. The protagonist, accompanied by Hukjin and Sukjo, entered inside. Three people entered the bar. One of the men, gritting his teeth, asked who they were. Their leader, frowning, ordered his subordinates to catch the arrivals and bring them to him, and then they would be able to find out who they really were. The fighters took up fighting stances. The protagonist kicked one of them while the others were moving forward. Sukjo attacked his opponent in the face. Hukjin hit his enemy with his elbow. Some of the attackers were already on the floor. The rest, looking at this, were shaking. Another guy in a mask was saying something. Jahan, leaning on the bar counter, was saying that it was time for the fighters to write wills if there was anything to bequeath. The protagonist looked away. There was a girl standing behind the fighters. Her eyes were wide open. Yunchin, taking off his mask, explained that they wanted to take her away quickly, but it didn't work out because she said that the consequences would be bad and that the kidnappers would start threatening her family, adding that there were others here besides her and they couldn't leave them. The young man looked over. There were three other girls sitting there. Still standing near the hero, the student assumed that the best thing they could do was knock out all the bandits and save these girls. A pipe was dragging along the floor. Aidzin lowered his head a little. The leader, sitting on a chair, asked him where he was from. The young man stared at the boss. Frowning, the bandit leader asked him if they really all came to interfere with their business and added that questions should be answered when they are asked. The other men were holding metal pipes. One of them tried to hit the protagonist, but he dodged. After that, the young man hit his opponent in the stomach. Thanks to this, he was able to grab him by the neck. Having lowered his head down, the guy attacked with his knee to the face. The hero's friends also rushed to attack. Everyone was fighting their opponents. One of the bandits flew off with a crash. The guy walked forward. His gaze was fixed ahead. The leader of the group was shaking, continuing to sit on the chair. The young man hit another man with his elbow. The second enemy was already attacking. The hero attacked his stomach with his foot. After such a blow, the bandit crashed into the wall with a crash. The young man grabbed the fist of one of the opponents. Thanks to the grip, the guy grabbed the man's neck with his other hand. After that, he threw him to the floor. The bandit's face was covered in blood. Some girls, standing behind, did not understand what was happening. They exchanged glances. The schoolgirls began to leave the bar. The hero, having knocked out all the opponents, walked forward. The leader jumped up from the chair. The boy's friends also finished with their enemies. The protagonist, frowning, looked ahead. Sweat appeared on the boss's face while he asked the boy to wait. Yidzin kicked him in the stomach. The boss fell to the floor. The man was trembling, lying on the floor. Raising his head, the leader shouted that he really didn't know who he had just hit because they wouldn't let this go so easily, and there would be no trace left of the raiders. The guy kicked him again, but this time on the head while he was saying something about an alliance. Blood spurted from the villain's mouth. His body fell to the ground with a crash. Songju, wide-eyed, looked at this. Yangchen came up to her and said that she needed to go with them. The others were already leaving and the student explained that no one would care anymore so the girl could calm down. She was still looking somewhere with wide eyes. His friends were standing behind the student. The girl, looking at the hero, could not believe that they were all Dayan's friends. Smiling, Yunchen asked her again to go with them. She bowed. All the students were looking somewhere. Sukjo, turning around, noted that they should also leave. The guy in the white mask, turning to the others, explained that most likely the bandits would not leave this just like that and would continue to mock them, so this also needed to be dealt with. Sweat appeared on his face and he noted that this did not look like simple mockery, and perhaps the bandits forced the girls to do something. Jian, rubbing his chin, agreed with him, adding that the boss of this group said something about business, and perhaps they were faced with something more, and Hukjin said that he would also see what could be done in such a situation. The protagonist lowered his head. He was climbing the stairs. Yuna and his sister were already at the top. A sign of some establishment was visible. All the friends were standing near the table with food. The protagonist, holding the phone to his ear, answered affirmatively to the question of whether he remembered the detective they met in the cafe. Dusik, walking down the corridor, reminded that the police officer had talked about some case and asked the boss if he knew about it, adding that there had been rumors lately that some small-time bastards had come up with a new trend in which they catch girls and force them to show themselves on these sites. The young man, looking at something in front of him, was silent. Squinting, the man noted that at first only schoolchildren did this, but now gangs had picked up on this activity. The hero, bowing his head, explained that he just wanted to know about it and if he found it, he would immediately tell Dusik. Looking at the phone, the boss did not immediately understand what he meant. A sign for some bar was visible. There were a lot of big guys there. Several men were sitting at a table and one of them asked who would do such a thing. Their leader, looking away, asked if the others had any thoughts on the matter. The man with the broken face explained that it was not clear who they were since he had never seen them before. The bandit slammed his hand on the table and shouted that he would catch them all and rip their tongues out. The boss, looking at the others, noted that most likely they were aiming at everyone, so the rest should be more careful. Someone was knocking on the door, but the guard said that they were closed today. All the big guys looked towards the door. Some of them opened their eyes wide. The protagonist entered the bar and they remembered that he was the same bastard who beat them all up. 2 police cars pulled up to the bar. There were a bunch of knocked out people there. The detective, looking at this, just laughed nervously. The face of the gang leader was covered in blood. His charges were also knocked out. Even the big guys were out cold. One of them had his fingers broken. Squinting, the man realized that someone had beaten up the whole gang. The police officer standing behind him said that the surveillance cameras weren't working and that they were installed just for show and that there was no other evidence, adding that apparently the 2 gangs had a falling out. Scratching his head, the detective said that they would be able to find out everything after they all woke up. The hero put the flash drive on the table. Looking at it, Dusik asked what was on it. Looking at the man, the young man explained that it contained evidence for a case that his friend was currently investigating. The boss silently looked at the storage device. Looking at the guy, he asked if it really contained all the possible evidence, to which he answered in the affirmative. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he said that only a couple of days had passed since their last meeting, also asking how he had found them at all. Looking at them, the young man replied that he had simply gone and asked directly, and they had kindly handed him all the files from the laptop, which was in the bag of one of them. Squinting, Dusik sarcastically asked if they had really just handed him everything after the request. The hero, without looking away, answered affirmatively. The man's eyes widened, trying to find out how he had managed to do this, since they had been doing this for a long time and how they could have been persuaded at all. The assistant looked somewhere in front of him. The protagonist, folding his hands, explained that he had simply started breaking their fingers one by one, and they suddenly started talking, since anyone can commit such crimes, but not everyone can answer for their actions. The boss's assistant was shaking with fear. Idizin, looking ahead, also noted that he would like to ask for a reward in exchange for this evidence. Dusik, looking at him, was silent. A certain university was visible. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, asked what had happened yesterday. The student, squinting, asked her not to ask, because when the leaders arrived, he was immediately kicked out and therefore it was unclear what happened next. The second student, holding juice in her hands, asked what would happen to the business now, because how could you quit when everything was going so well, but the guy explained that he was not aware of current events. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that now there was only tension around, because they said that they would decide everything soon, but apparently their decision would be postponed for a long time. The student, still sitting, crossing her arms, objected with displeasure. Rubbing his head, the student also said that he had just found a great business and was already wanting to send new girls and earn some money. Looking at the guy, the second girl asked if Songju had shown up today. The girl entered the classroom while the student was saying that she hadn't even seen her yet. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. 2 police officers entered the classroom. The guy, looking at them, didn't understand why they were there. The law enforcement officers turned their heads. They were looking at the 3 of them. The girls and the guy, looking at the officers, didn't understand anything. The protagonist's house was visible. The sister, her eyes wide open, said that the kids who bullied her friend were kicked out of school and sent to a juvenile detention center. The young man smiled when he heard this information. Dusik, holding the phone to his ear, explained that when the detective was investigating the aforementioned children, they were indeed involved in the incident, and so the officer explained that since this was not the first time they had committed such a crime, they would be punished accordingly. Squinting, the man said that even young people are so vile these days. The young man looked away, hearing the words of gratitude. Daeun, looking at him, thanked her brother for his help. There was a smile on the guy's face. The girl jumped up, saying that Songju had arrived. The door opened. The classmate, smiling, looked out of the passage. Daeun was already standing in front of her. Grandfather, also greeting the guest, noted that she had not visited them for a long time and asked if everything was okay with her. Bowing, she replied that she was doing just fine, also asking about Mr. Yu's health. He replied that he was not bedridden yet, so he was also doing well. The protagonist stood behind them. They were all smiling. A barely visible smile also appeared on the young man's face. Some kind of military base was visible. Some soldiers were walking around it. There were corpses of people lying in the control room, and someone was shouting that everything was cleared and that they had found the target. A soldier in glasses, slightly bowing his head, was saying something. An old man in a military uniform, turning his head, explained that their task was to ensure the safety and transfer of the object, and they only had 10 minutes to do this. The soldiers began to move forward. Kamchin, looking at the group, explained that they were responsible for the transfer, so the rest needed to be careful. The man looked away when he was suddenly called over the radio. Walking forward, he asked what happened, to which the information followed that the target asked to tell that he would not move until he himself took him. The soldier stopped when he heard the words that the man insisted on his participation. Holding the radio on his chest, the soldier asked again. A door was visible. Kamchin entered the room and said that the man wanted to see him. 2 soldiers were standing near the scientist. Looking at the soldier, the researcher called the name of the soldier who had come and asked if it was him. Looking at him, the man asked how he knew him. Looking at the soldier, the scientist said that he would most likely be able to meet him through Hamchin. The soldier looked at him without saying anything. The officer, standing in front of the old man, said that he did not understand what he was trying to say. Frowning, the researcher explained that he wanted to meet the mercenary Aidzin. The man's eyes widened. On the screen was a photo of this scientist. The protagonist was sitting on a chair. The man, standing in front of the screen, noted that he could not tell all the details. Recalling the situation at the military base, he explained that they had received information that an illegal arms dealer, AED, was planning to sell a bioweapon he had developed, and that the group attempting to acquire the weapon was extremely dangerous, and their mission was to secure both the bioweapon and their lead researcher, Ethan, with the help of a joint task force made up of soldiers from the United States and Korea. Frowning, he added that they had managed to capture the scientist, but the bioweapon had disappeared from the facility. The boy, looking at the soldier, noted that there was a possibility that the weapon had already been sold or transported to another location for further sale. Squinting, the man answered in the affirmative, adding that unfortunately they had not been able to capture anyone else and that only Ethan knew the location of the weapon. Looking at the hero, the major also said that for some reason the scientist was refusing to talk to them and insisted on talking to the boy instead. Looking down, the hero explained that he had been hired to ensure his safety in the past. Recalling his family, Yidzin added that he was assigned to protect his wife and family. Looking at the boy, the soldier said that his wife had died 2 years ago. The boy's eyes widened. Sweat appeared on the woman's face when she asked if he was a mercenary. The young protagonist stood in front of her. Raising her hand, she noted that he looked about the same age as her son. She placed the portion on the table. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman explained that he would not be able to leave the table until he finished eating. The boy looked down. Raising his head, he said that meeting outside the office was her personal desire. Closing her eyes, Sarah told him to stop, because he would not be able to take a step until he finished eating. Looking at him, she also noted that he was still growing, and he could not just eat energy bars. Looking back at her son, the woman told him to go sit down and eat as well. Two guys were sitting opposite each other and eating. Michael's parents were holding mugs of hot tea. The young man looked down, listening to Hamchin's words about how after his wife's death the scientist had not been involved in any outside activities and was holding up quite well. Frowning, the man noted that they had recently learned that the researcher had been kidnapped by a weapons trading company and forced to participate in their research. The hero, looking down, replied that he understood everything. Getting up from his chair, he also added that he would talk to the scientist. The man, standing in front of the protagonist, called out to him. The guy turned his head. Squinting, the soldier said that he was truly sorry. The young man, looking at the man, said nothing. A barely visible smile appeared on his face and he noted that of course he had not explained anything. The man, with his mouth slightly open, listened to the hero's words about how he understood how serious everything was because many lives were at stake. Someone entered a certain room. The protagonist stood in front of the room with the scientist. The old man looked at the door. The hero closed the door behind him. The researcher's eyes widened. The guy stared at him. Ethan, looking at the man who entered, asked if his name was Yidzin. The protagonist, his mouth slightly open, was silent. Smiling, the old man explained that back then he still had a boyish look, but now he had truly become a mature young man. The hero pushed back his chair. Looking at the guy, the researcher said that he couldn't even believe that 3 years had passed. Sitting in front of him, the young man answered affirmatively and added that he had just heard about his wife. Ethan, keeping his hands on the table, remained silent. Squinting, the scientist noted that Sarah loved the guy very much and even after they went their separate ways, his family often remembered their former guard even after that they tried many times to contact him, but were never able to. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, reminded him that he wanted to talk only to him. The old man lowered his head and explained that he couldn't trust anyone else. The Korean flag was waving. Ethan said that he had done some research and found out that the protagonist had connections with Major Hamchin from South Korea and he had tried to test the waters by asking questions and seemed to have hit the jackpot. Yidzin, looking at him, said that there was information that he had helped produce biological weapons and asked about what really happened. Squinting, the scientist explained that when Sarah died, he began to live alone and was kidnapped, so he had no choice but to cooperate with them. The young man stared at him. Putting his hands on his legs, the boy asked what he really wanted from him. Opening his mouth, Ethan said the name of his son. Looking up, the old man asked him to save Mike. The hero's eyes opened a little wider. The protagonist's mind flashed back to his son as he explained that his son was being held hostage, so he had no other choice. Closing his eyes, the researcher added that if he didn't save him, he wouldn't be able to provide any information, no matter how much he wanted to help. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Looking at the scientist, the boy explained that saving Mike should have been discussed with the soldiers, not with him, but the answer was that the hero should be the one to do it. Bowing his head, the young man explained that the military would not accept such an option, but the researcher said that in that case, he simply would not cooperate with them. The protagonist looked up. Clenching his hands into fists, Ethan said that he trusted no one else but him. The boy, looking down, remained silent, but the researcher continued to talk about Sarah being dead, fulfilling his diplomatic duties until the very end. Clenching his fist even tighter, he explained that this was the reason he couldn't trust people or countries, because he had absolutely no faith in Amor. Bowing his head, the scientist also said that he only trusted the interlocutor because they always wanted him to be part of their family. The protagonist, looking at the researcher, was silent. A certain city was visible. People were walking around it with weapons. Young Yidzin stood in front of the doors when he was asked if he was really a mercenary. Looking at the woman, the guy answered affirmatively. Sweat appeared on her face when she said that no matter how you look at him, he looked about the same age as her son. Ethan, going out into the corridor, asked what was going on here and who this child was. Turning around, the scientist's wife explained that this child was saying that he was that very mercenary. With his eyes wide open, the old man could not believe that such a young guy would protect them. The researcher's son asked him, wide-eyed, if he was really a mercenary named Yidzin, since there was information that he was classified as a top class. The protagonist, looking at the family, noted that everyone reacted the same at first, but only after a few battles did they begin to believe. The woman covered her mouth in surprise. They were still standing in front of the front door. A building with guards at the entrance was visible. The man, with his arms crossed over his chest, said that it was all true and that this guy was currently the best mercenary in the region. The woman asked him, wide-eyed, if it was true. Turning to the young man, she explained that he was still a child. The leader, frowning, noted that the woman was in no position to discuss such things. Squinting, he also added that it was more important that the citizens already knew that their country was helping the local government, and if they, as an intermediary, were caught by anti-government forces, then they could not count on favor at all. Sarah looked at the mercenary leader in surprise. Looking at the man, she said that she did not know where he got such information from, but the local government promised to send soldiers here, and she came here just in case. The leader noted that she apparently was not particularly eager to conclude an agreement, as in general they were not. Looking at Sarah, he added that if they had decided so, then they should hurry, because finding mercenaries was not an easy task, since it took a lot of time. Squinting, the man also said that if the family wanted it that way, then they could simply change the mercenary they were talking about. Sweat appeared on her face and she answered negatively, because they no longer had such a need. Frowning, Sarah also said that she would sign the contract, because after all, they had a good reputation and she would trust them. Smiling, the man praised her for her wise choice and added that others would not have agreed to it anyway. The protagonist stood by the wall, watching what was happening. The woman turned to him. Smiling, she asked him for forgiveness because she was wrong since he came to protect and she treated him like that. The guy, looking at her, was silent. The whole family stood in front of him and Michael asked him to take care of them. A certain building was visible. Sarah put plates of food on the table. Smiling, she asked the hero to eat with them. The protagonist, standing by the door, asked them to ignore him and eat calmly. Michael, turning his head to him, asked again, and the hero explained that he does not eat with those he protects. With wide eyes, the scientist's son asked why so. Still looking at the boy, he repeated his question. Looking away, Yidzin remained silent. Michael's eyes widened even more. The whole family turned to look at the boy. Closing his eyes, he explained that if something happened, he would not be able to react properly, and even if it did not happen, he still did not eat with those he was guarding. The whole family looked at him. Looking at the hero, Michael said that it was safe here because they were not in a government building, so they could eat quickly. Ethan's son widened his eyes. Opening the door, the mercenary said that he needed to check everything. The whole family looked after him. There were many soldiers with weapons on the street. The protagonist was also walking down the street, covering his face with a mask. Some 2 people waved at him. The guy looked away. He opened the door to the house. The boy went inside. Turning his head, the hero heard someone address him. The woman, smiling, asked him to eat because now he could do it alone since the family had already finished. Raising the book above his head, Michael said that they would now start reading and that he had nothing to worry about. The protagonist, looking down, was silent. There was a plate with his portion on the table in front of him. The sun was already shining over the building where the family lived. The researcher's son, smiling, asked the hero at what age he became a mercenary. The woman, frowning, said that it was not polite to ask such questions. Michael brought him various treats. They also always invited him to play with them. The hero was still standing by the door. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. There was a portion of dinner in front of him. A car with its headlights on was driving somewhere. Soldiers were driving somewhere in military vehicles. Sarah, smiling, explained that they were currently on a schedule, so the young man should stay here. The hero, covering his face with a mask, said nothing. Looking at him, the woman explained that it was her request, he was protecting her family, and she continued to work. Behind the hero stood a scientist with his son. The man looked at the young man. Sarah, turning to her husband, said that the boys would soon get hungry and asked him to cook something for them. Closing the book, Ethan asked if she would really go without protection. Holding a folder in her hands, the woman noted that there was no need for this because she was just meeting with a local official and it would not take much time, and if anything, government soldiers could protect her. Her eyes turned white with anger when she said that if she ever arrived and saw that he was still reading a book, and the children were still hungry, but she interrupted herself because her husband said that he understood everything. The cars drove along sandy roads. There were 3 cars in the motorcade. Sarah was sitting in the one in the middle. She was looking at something in the documents. Suddenly, something started to appear from behind the tall grass. They were revolutionaries with RPG launchers. They fired. The first shot hit the car in front. The car with the woman turned sharply in the other direction. They all started flying around the car from such abrupt maneuvers. The fighters fired at them with machine guns. Sarah ducked, trying not to get hit by bullets. The house where the scientist and his family lived was visible. With his eyes wide open, he could not believe that his wife had been kidnapped by anti-government forces. The soldier, holding a machine gun in his hands, answered affirmatively, adding that they were already assembling a squad to rescue her. The eyes of the scientist and his son opened wide. The protagonist, pushing the soldier away, rushed out the door. With his eyes wide open, Michael shouted where Aizen had run. The young man, turning his head, replied that he needed to do his job. He ran down the corridor towards the exit. The guy was already running down the street. The hero was heading towards some car. The protagonist grabbed it with his hand. He jumped inside. The car immediately accelerated. The driver, looking at the road, said that apparently the members of the anti-government coalition did not notice that she was cooperating with the local authorities, and that was why they attacked. Because most likely the purpose of their abduction was to demand the withdrawal of troops and the end of cooperation with the government. Looking away, the man explained that if the government had not refused their help, then everything would be different, since now they would need time to form a rescue squad. The guy, looking down, noted that until the coalition's demands were met, the hostages would definitely live. The car drove forward and one of the soldiers said that the hero was right, and added that their informant had already sent the location of the hostage, so the easiest thing remained. Since the anti-government coalition would be confused, so they needed to work quickly, and so they had only just delivered her there, they would not be able to take her far. The protagonist, still with his head bowed, asked the others to make some noise on the outskirts while he dealt with the rest. Smiling, one of the men said that everything would be done in the best possible way. The car drove away down the road. Some kind of military base was visible. There were many armed soldiers there. 2 were standing at the entrance. Not far from the base, behind the sand embankments, something was shining. The man was aiming his rifle. His finger was already on the trigger. The first soldier began to fall from a shot to the head. The second was also shot. One of them pointed his finger at the car and shouted something. The soldiers opened fire on the attackers. The man kept aiming at the shooters. Looking through the sight, he noted that this place was really very good. One of the soldiers was killed. All the others were already on the street. The car started to drive away after the sniper shouted that they were already on their way. He also asked not to go far, and as they approached, speed up a little and keep the gun on the hero to buy the hero some time. The young man was already on the territory of the military base. Suddenly he noticed something. 4 armed men ran not far from him. The hero looked at them. Suddenly the guy shuddered, hearing his name called out. 2 soldiers were walking towards him and asking why he was not with the others yet, because they were attacked. Coming closer, the man asked where his weapon was. The protagonist turned his head towards them when one of them noted that he looked rather suspicious. The young man noticed a certain box behind him, while he was asking what unit he was from. The hero took out a gun and pointed it at the soldier. His eyes widened. The guy fired several shots at them. 2 bodies fell to the ground. Yidzin took the machine gun of one of them. Another armed man came out from around the corner. The protagonist immediately fired a bullet. She hit the intruder in the head. The hero was running away from the scene of the skirmish. Looking out from around the corner, the young man saw 2 more armed men. He stuck his head out from around the corner a little. One of them turned around to look at him. The guy was walking towards them, while one of them told him to stop because they were seeing him here for the first time. Approaching them, the protagonist explained that he was ordered to check the hostage. The man in glasses, looking at him, asked who ordered him to do this. The guy looked at them and was silent. He exhaled. 2 bodies with bullets in their heads were already falling to the ground. The young man went inside. There were several other soldiers in front of him. One of them, looking at the hero, asked if he was lost because the sirens were howling. The guy looked to the side. To the left of this man were 2 more soldiers. To the right there were also 2 more. The hero pulled a pistol from behind his back. 3 of them were hit in the head with a bullet. The rest were the same. Suddenly his gun clicked because it was out of bullets. The man held the machine gun out in front of him, getting ready to shoot. The young man threw something at him. The knife sank into the man's chest. His eyes widened. The body fell to the floor with a crash. The guy threw away the clip, taking another one out of his pocket. He reloaded the gun. In front of him was a closed door. Inside was Sarah with a man. The woman, frowning, said that if they wanted to put forward their demands, they should state it peacefully, and not in this way because his threats were empty air. The soldier, looking at her, said that they would still have to look at it. Squinting, he also added that if she did not fulfill their demands, she would die immediately. Getting up from his chair, the man added that she could rest for now before the next interrogation. Sweat appeared on her face. She closed her eyes and understood that she would never compromise, even if they held her hostage. Images of her son and husband appeared in her head. Suddenly the door to this room opened. The man turned his head towards the entrance. Turning around, he asked who he was and how he got here because there were guards outside. The young man stood in front of him. His gaze was directed somewhere. The hero noticed Sarah behind him and realized that if he shot, he could hit her, deciding to move the man a little. The protagonist made a dash. The soldier took out a pistol. Several shots were fired. The guy plunged a knife into the soldier's chest. With his eyes wide open, he could not understand what was happening. The hero continued to look at him. Blood spurted from the wound. His knife remained in the young man's hands. The girl, with her eyes wide open, could not believe it. The protagonist, looking at Sarah, said that he had come to save her. The soldiers were still running around the military. They scattered through the streets. Several of them ran through the alleys. The woman, leaning against a wall, was breathing heavily. Squatting down, she said that she was already at her limit. A shadow appeared from around the corner and some screams were heard. Sarah, noticing this, opened her mouth. The hero rushed forward. 3 people came out from around the corner. The guy fired several shots. 3 lifeless bodies were already falling to the ground. 2 more soldiers came out from around the corner. The young man began to slow down, putting his leg in front of him. Rolling on the ground, he fired several more shots. 2 opponents were also hit. The protagonist was squatting in front of them. The guy looked away, hearing the words. The soldier raised his machine gun. The young man kicked him. After that, he put the barrel of the gun to his head. Blood splattered on the ground. The hero got to his feet. The girl was still squatting behind him. An image of the mercenary leader appeared in her mind, saying that Yidzin was the best mercenary in the region. The protagonist stood in front of her, saying that it was time for them to get out of here. The woman looked up at him. She was getting to her feet. Suddenly, Sarah noticed a wound. She stood up and exclaimed, but the guy explained that it was just a scratch and added that the others heard gunshots and they needed to hurry. Sweat appeared on the woman's face. The guy hit one of the men with his elbow. After that, he hit him in the face with a pistol. From behind cover, the hero fired 2 shots at the enemies. He strangled another young man. They ran further along the base. The woman was behind him. The hero held his pistol in front of him, breathing heavily. Sarah, looking at him, could not say a word. The guy raised his fist, a meaningful gesture to stop. Looking around the corner, he explained that he would take that car, and the woman should be ready to run towards him immediately after the signal. She asked again, her mouth hanging open. The young man ran out from around the corner. Shells started flying out of his pistol. 2 soldiers were shot in the head. Suddenly, the bullets ran out, but there was still 1 enemy left. The guy rushed towards him. The hero stabbed him. Turning around, he shouted at the woman to hurry. She rushed to the car, while the young man explained that she should sit in the back and keep her head down. The hero got behind the wheel. The glass cracked from the shots. There were many armed men in the way of the car. The protagonist sped up. The coalition soldiers looked after them. The house where the scientist lived was visible. The guy was standing near the jeep. Sarah was standing near her family. She was hugging her son. The young man looked at them. The leader, approaching him, said that his work was done perfectly. Still looking forward, the hero said that he simply did what he had to, and the man asked him to take care of his wounds and rest, and for now others would protect the family. A starry night fell on the city. The scientist, standing in front of his wife, said what he had guessed. Raising her head, Sarah asked him how he had come to such a conclusion, because even though Yidzin was still a child, he had accomplished such an impossible feat. Adjusting his glasses, the old man reminded them that they had said that he was the best mercenary in this area, and added that it was not even clear what he had been through. His wife looked at him. Covering his face with his hand, he also said that it was probably not easy for him to go through a lot at that age, so people like them could not understand him. The woman's mouth fell open in surprise. The image of the young man near the jeep appeared in his head. She clutched her sweater. Covering her face with her hands, Sarah began to cry. The young man looked away when he heard the words that they wanted to discuss something with him. The hero was standing in front of the table where the whole family was sitting. Pointing to a chair, Michael asked him to sit down. The guy sat down next to him. Putting his hands on the table, the woman noted that all this might sound unexpected. Looking at them, the protagonist asked if they wanted a new bodyguard. Opening his mouth, he explained that there was nothing wrong with it, because sometimes this happens and you get used to it, and added that he understood their concerns and would try to find a replacement as soon as possible. Sarah, her eyes widening, said that everything was wrong. The young man, looking at her, was silent. Squinting, she explained that they thought a lot and still came to the same decision. The hero, looking at her, continued to remain silent. Looking at the young man, Sarah asked if he wanted to become part of their family. The guy's eyes widened. Smiling, she added that they had thought about it for a long time, but could not decide, but now the time had come. The scientist looked at him. Michael, also looking at the boy, smiled. The protagonist, looking at them, still said nothing. Ethan's son raised his head, asked where Yidzin had disappeared to. Crossing his arms over his chest, the head of the mercenaries explained that from now on, they would be guarded by another person. The boy's eyes widened, perplexed, but the man said that he had asked him about it last night and added that from now on, these two would guard them and switch every other day. Michael, with his mouth open, could not say anything. Looking at the man, the old man asked if they could really no longer see him. Frowning, the boss explained that they had asked for a top-level bodyguard from the very beginning, so the hero would be responsible for external security so they would be able to see each other from time to time. The woman lowered her gaze and exhaled. Turning her head to her husband, she said that apparently they were too burdensome for this child and made him feel uncomfortable, and added that she hoped that he was not too upset about all this. Looking at them, the man began to say something. Frowning, he explained that he had not left because of this, because the reason was that personal feelings could interfere with work. The family, looking at him, were silent. The three mercenaries were standing in the street. The young man lowered his head. The hero was sitting with them at the table. Smiling, Sarah said that he could not answer right away, but first think carefully and then give an answer. The protagonist, lowering his eyes, refused. Looking at him, the woman asked again. Opening her eyes wider, she asked him not to answer right away because he should think carefully, and since they would be here for another 3 months, he would have enough time. Looking at the woman, the protagonist again refused. Michael bowed his head. Ethan and Sarah looked at him silently. The young man stood up from his chair. They looked at the closed door. The hero turned around, hearing his name called. The researcher's son ran out to him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what had happened. The boy simply called him to have breakfast. Looking at the boy, the mercenary asked again. Michael's eyes widened as he again invited him to go to breakfast with them, since his mother had told him that since they were no longer under his protection, they could eat together again. The hero's eyes widened. The mercenaries behind him were smiling and chuckling. There were many dishes on the table. Yidzin was sitting at the table with his family. Michael's mouth dropped open and he noted that this also had its advantages and that they should have done this earlier. The man, standing by the door, smiled slightly. As the family left, the son waved his hand at the hero. The boy joined them for dinner again. There was a book on the table and the woman was talking about what the protagonist would tell about the culture and interesting customs of the countries she visited from time to time. Sitting at the table, she also added that Ethan would teach him everything that every teenager should know. The young man was writing something on a piece of paper. The man was pointing out his shortcomings with his finger. Sarah, showing various pictures, was also telling something. Michael stood next to the hero. He bowed his head and said that he had never had any friends. Smiling, the boy explained that because of his parents' work, they were constantly on the move, and so making friends was impossible. Raising his head, the boy said that he was very glad that the hero was next to him. Looking at him, the protagonist was silent. The boy was driving somewhere. The car was driving through the forest at high speed. An observation center was visible and words were heard that this was madness. The soldier, putting his hands on his hips, said that of course they knew what this mercenary was capable of, but saving the hostage alone seemed impossible, and therefore they should send a team for him. Hamchin, looking somewhere in front of him, explained that Dr. Ethan would only trust this mercenary. The scientist was sitting in his room. The soldier frowned and said that he understood everything, because his wife had died in the line of duty, but Hamchin interrupted him, saying that there was nothing to be done because the researcher did not trust his country. Frowning, he also added that the scientist had warned them that if he noticed their help, he would not cooperate even if the hostage was saved. Looking at the major, the soldier noted that this was all madness, although he promised that he would not hold them accountable even if the hostage died. The soldier bowed his head. The scientist, bent over, was sitting on the bed. A dense forest was visible. Someone was looking through the leaves with binoculars. The protagonist, removing them from his face, did not understand why there was no guard there. Climbing the mountain, the young man assumed that the enemy could retreat. A small house was visible ahead. Looking to the side, the guy realized that there were no people or equipment there. The hero came closer to the house. He leaned against the wall. Yidzin looked out the window. The young man burst inside. The guy held his weapon at the ready. There was no one in the house. There were many cobwebs in the corners. Long burnt coals lay in the fireplace. Turning the corner, the protagonist realized that this place was abandoned and no one had been here for a long time. He went to another room. In front of the mercenary was the same abandoned room. The hero went to the table. The guy took a certain photograph from the table. It showed the scientist's family and the mercenary. Looking at it, the young man was silent. The protagonist went outside. Yidzin stood in the yard of an abandoned house. Not far away, a certain tombstone was visible. It said that Sarah was buried there. The guy looked at it. A memory of a woman appeared in his head, telling him that he should always follow the call of his heart, which would show him the right path. The young man was still standing in front of the tombstone. The hero looked at the other slab. His eyes widened. He began to clean the moss off it. Some words appeared on it. His eyes widened wider than usual. Looking at it, the guy read that it was written about his dead son. The scientist got out of bed. His eyes were almost completely closed. Frowning, Hamchin asked what kind of games these were. Putting his hand on the table, the soldier shouted that he said that he would start cooperating if the mercenary found his son. Looking at the scientist, he asked if the indicated place was where he used to live and also if Michael had really been kidnapped. The old man noted that apparently he did find them. Squinting, the man did not understand the meaning of these words and asked if his son was dead and why he sent the protagonist there. The researcher looked down and explained that when they parted ways, Sarah was, as usual, transferred to another place where she died. Bowing his head, the scientist also said that in exchange for her life, the captors put forward several impossible demands to the government and of course, they did not agree to them. Hanshin looked down. The soldier standing in front of him said that Sarah was actually working undercover and her status as a diplomat was fake since she was their agent who negotiated on the instructions of the military services. Closing his eyes, the soldier also added that one day during the negotiations, the enemy changed his mind and killed her. Squinting, the major said that this was exactly why the scientists stopped trusting them. Frowning, the man confirmed his words. Hanshin looked down. Leaning over the table, the old man said that he could not do anything because he only wanted to go after her, but he could not throw the shirt. Placing his hand on his leg, he also added that for his son, who followed them all the time, normal life had become alien. Still looking down, the scientist explained that Michael was bullied at school since the soldier most likely knows what the children of high-ranking officials can be like. The soldier frowned. Remembering his son, the researcher explained that he could not help him in any way, and as a result, the son developed social phobia, so he began to avoid people and went to the place where he first met the protagonist. Looking down, the old man said that this was when the accident happened. A certain mountain was visible and he explained that the day before, it had rained heavily and a landslide had started. The scientist's hands were covered in blood. Ethan was kneeling in front of a pile of stones. Tears were streaming from his eyes. Hanshin looked at him silently. Ethan's eyes widened, and he spoke about how that day he began to hate the country that his family loved so much. Remembering how he drank alcohol, the old man said that this country, which they all loved so much, was to blame for the deaths of Sarah and Michael. He remembered how the door opened slightly and explained that Aiden approached him then and offered him cooperation. The soldier's eyes widened when he realized that no one had kidnapped the scientist at all because he himself agreed to cooperate. Without raising his head, the old man explained that the offer was to develop a chemical weapon capable of killing all of humanity, which initially seemed like nonsense. With wide eyes, the scientist said that despite the nonsense, he accepted the offer. The soldier's gaze was fixed on the researcher. Ethan's eyes turned red while he asked why he should refuse, because what business did he have with the weapon that he created? Hanshin looked down. Grinning, the scientist also noted that it was a good offer because this weapon could first of all be used against his country, and then he decided to start his revenge in this way. Bowing his head, the military man asked why he wanted to meet. Squinting, he asked why he asked to save Michael when he was already dead. Ethan looked up. Opening his mouth, he explained that Sarah and her son wanted to see the protagonist one last time, and that was the reason for such a request. An image of the hero appeared in his head. Bowing his head, Ethan said that he thought he would refuse after so many years. Hanshin looked at him without saying a word. Closing his eyes, the scientist said that fortunately he agreed. Without raising his head, the researcher asked to tell the mercenary that he did not need to come here anymore. Looking at Ethan, the soldier was silent. There were photographs of the family on the walls. The guy was standing in front of them and suddenly he heard a call on the phone. Bringing it to his ear, the young man heard words about the doctor giving them all the information. Still holding the phone to his ear, the hero said that he understood everything. Putting the phone to his ear, the soldier said that it turned out that he was not going to share at all. In the young man's hands was a joint photograph of them. Looking down, Hanshin explained that he asked the question directly about why he suddenly changed his mind and decided to tell everything. The researcher, raising his head, noted that when he met the boy, he remembered the past. Memories of a shared dinner surfaced in his head, and he said that those were the times when they were all together. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that then he realized that he had another family member in this world. The hero took the phone away from his ear. In his hand, he still had that photo. The guy stared at it. The protagonist remembered Sarah and her words about the call of the heart. He bowed his head. Memories of Michael appeared, who said that he was very sorry that they were not a family, but at least he had a friend. The young man bowed his head even more. The guy stood and looked at the photo. A sign was visible on the highway showing the road to some cities. 2 cars were driving along the road. In one of them sat a researcher. His hands were cuffed. The old man looked down. Suddenly, some kind of military equipment appeared behind them. This car rammed one of the cars in the motorcade. It skidded. It crashed into the guardrail. The scientist hit his head on the front seat. Several armed men got out of the military car. Agents got out of the surviving car. A shootout began. The car in which the researcher sat was smoking. One of the robbers was heading towards it. 2 agents in this car were ready to shoot. Something was shining brightly. Multiple shots were fired into the front row of seats. Ethan watched it with wide eyes. The man came closer and asked how he was doing. The scientist's eyes widened even more. The robber leaned over the car window. Looking ahead, the old man could not say anything. Grinning his teeth, the mercenary asked why he did this and why he betrayed his boss, because this made him very angry. There were some ropes on the floor. Part of this room was visible and screams were coming from it. Ethan was chained to a chair. His face was covered in blood. Someone grabbed him by the hair. It was the bodyguard Jake, who asked if the hostage knew how much they had lost because of him. Only one of the scientist's eyes was open. The man pulled his hair and let go. Suddenly, the door behind him opened while the mercenary was asking why someone who had lost the will to live had suddenly chosen such an idiotic decision. The soldier pulled out a chair. A boss named Duan sat down on it, noting that he was too disappointed with the doctor's actions. The researcher raised his head slightly. Lighting a cigarette, the boss explained that he had previously thought that they were in the same war together. Raising his head, the old man spoke about how people tend to change their minds. Raising one hand, the leader agreed with him and added that there was nothing more fickle than the human heart. The man narrowed his eyes and noted that this was definitely not about him. Ethan kept his eyes downcast and said nothing. Still sitting in front of the old man, Duan asked if the hostage understood how complicated everything had become because of one whim, since the boss had lost time, money, and clients. The researcher looked at him through his broken glasses. Squinting, the boss noted that the hostage would pay for everything and serve as an example for others so that they would all know what would happen to traitors. Raising his head, the old man explained that he had found his humanity, so the price was not high yet. The leader's eyes widened. The man grinned and said that he wondered how far his humanity would take him. Someone was holding onto the bar with his hands. Yidzin was doing pull-ups on it, but suddenly his phone vibrated. The guy turned around. The phone said that Hanchin was calling. The young man brought the phone to his ear and said hello. His eyes widened after hearing that the doctor had been kidnapped. Sitting at the table, the major explained that thanks to his help, they had managed to get all the weapons back and had even arrested a few of the company's men in the process. Gritting his teeth, he also explained that because of this, the American government had planned to transfer the scientist to a safe place and, when things calmed down, give him new documents and an identity, but during the transfer, he had been kidnapped. Opening his mouth, the young man asked if the target had been identified. The soldier leaned over and said that it was most likely the men from the arms trading company, since they had learned that Jake, the company boss's right-hand man, had been spotted near the kidnapping site a few days ago and that they were currently trying to determine his location. Still holding the phone to his ear, the guy asked about the criminal's motives. Keeping his hand on the table, the soldier began to express his theory. Looking ahead, he noted that the doctor's information was very accurate and that's why the company itself took care of him, but the fact that they didn't kill him on the spot, but only kidnapped him, remains unanswered. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, continued the words of the interlocutor, saying that they want to make an example out of the scientist for the others. Tilting his head, Hampton agreed with him, adding that the company no longer needs him because of the betrayal and since the doctor also has no relatives who could be used as leverage. Squinting, the man continued, saying that they took a risk by kidnapping him only to show the world the price of their betrayal. The hero, still holding the phone to his ear, noted that most likely they don't have much time. Looking ahead, the young man listened to the words from the phone that the interlocutor could not help but tell about it and therefore called, to which he asked to call again as soon as the doctor's location is known. Closing his eyes, Hampton said that he understood everything. It was almost 9 o'clock and the protagonist thanked him. The guy looked away. He was standing in front of his desk. The hero opened the drawer with the phone. Opening his mouth, Liam asked again about the name of the company. Standing in the middle of the room, the mercenary said that it was a fairly well-known organization in the shadow world, and asked why the interlocutor was interested in it at all. Looking somewhere down, the young man explained that he needed all the information about them and as quickly as possible, and especially about their boss and a man named Jake, as well as their location and habits. Frowning, Liam explained that the boss's bodyguard contacted them back when they all just started working as mercenaries. The hero, still looking down, said nothing. 32nd looked at his comrade while he was talking about how a strange group called the Mercenary Union somehow knew about them back then, which offered them to join, and Jake was the one responsible for that meeting. Looking away, the mercenary reminded that when they refused, he left saying that they would all regret it, but since they were not really involved in mercenary work, but only occasionally took on assignments from acquaintances, there were no squabbles with their union. Looking at the 32nd, he also added that in any case, they still had information on this person, because he was a fairly well-known mercenary who had an impressive track record, and was very capable in himself, and added that he would soon send him all the data, including additional information. Already removing the phone from his ear, the hero thanked him, but suddenly his comrade called out to him again. Standing in front of the window, Liam noted that since this guy was associated with the AEDA company, then most likely this organization was not to be trifled with. Frowning, the mercenary asked him to tell him what was going on. The protagonist, lowering his head, was silent. Brightly lit houses were visible. Many cars were parked on the streets. There were also a lot of people. There were security guards standing in the crowds. The stage was visible. The DJ was doing something at his desk. People were dancing on the dance floor. Suddenly, another car pulled up. The boss of the company got out of it. All the bodyguards lined up in front of him. Duan, grinning, walked past them. There was a van behind. The 32nd was sitting in it. He was looking at the leader through binoculars. Continuing to look, the guy confirmed the target, adding that she was now entering inside. Bright lanterns illuminated the dance floor. People were still standing on it. Behind the column, someone was standing. It was the protagonist. In his hands was a tray with champagne. He was looking straight at the guests of this place. Liam was also carrying champagne. A smirk appeared on his face. Looking at the image of the mansion, someone was saying that he had luckily managed to get information about an illegal weapons auction taking place in a club owned by AEDA this time. The young man held the photo of the boss in his hand while the other man explained that he would also be there. Looking at the photo, the hero asked again. The 32nd, looking at his partner, answered affirmatively and explained that they had prepared a place for the illegal auction in the basement of the club, and thanks to the regular visitors, the movements of the auction participants were less noticeable. Looking at the guy, Liam noted that there would be a lot of security there, and not only the company people, but also the bodyguards of those who attend the illegal auction. The young mercenary, sitting in front of the laptop, said that as the others already knew, speed would be the key factor in this operation. Looking at his partners, he reminded them that they would need to capture the boss as quickly as possible. Otherwise, at the slightest delay or sign of danger, Duan would immediately disappear. The protagonist looked down and said nothing. The spotlights were still illuminating the dance floor. There were many people on the dance floor. The protagonist was also standing near the column. He left his glass on one of the tabletops. The guy was moving somewhere in the building. The 32nd van was parked not far behind the alley. The boy was sitting in front of the control center. He was quickly typing on the keyboard. The surveillance cameras were displayed on its screens. Looking at them, the mercenary said that he had taken control of this system and therefore only the footage edited by him would be displayed in their control room. The young man walked forward, listening to the words that they now had the green light and they could act without restrictions. The young man's gaze was lowered. 2 bodyguards were standing in front of him. One of them extended his hand and told him to get out, because this was no place for fun. The protagonist grabbed his hand. He also hit the man with his other hand. The second mercenary was already pulling a gun out of his inside pocket. The protagonist slammed him into the wall, and immediately after that, he hit his opponent with his head. The young man grabbed the second one by the head. After that, he hit him with his knee in the head. 2 guards were unconscious. The young man was dragging the bodies inside. The guy had already started on the second body. Suddenly, 3 more appeared from around the corner. The protagonist turned his gaze to them. The 3 bodyguards began to take out their weapons. 3 bullets hit the heads of all the arrivals. 3 corpses lay in front of the young man. Liam appeared next to him with a gun. The mercenary frowned slightly. The young man looked ahead. They began to scatter in different directions. The protagonist took out a gun and ran somewhere. Suddenly, a room full of guards appeared in front of him. The men inside turned their heads. The cartridges started flying out of the barrel. Before they could react, each of them had already received a bullet. Everyone fell dead in this room. The hero looked inside. Suddenly, another one with a knife appeared behind him. The young man grabbed his hand and shot him in the stomach. Blood spurted from this man's wound. The auction room was visible. The auctioneer was standing behind the counter and showing something. There were also 2 bodyguards at the entrance to the room. Someone else was sitting to the side. It was Duan and his assistants. Suddenly, someone ran into the room where the auction was taking place. One of the bodyguards approached Duan's assistant and whispered that intruders had broken in. The boss turned around and asked what had happened. Standing behind the leader, the old man said that rats had apparently gotten to them and he would deal with them quickly and quietly, while Duan ordered them to keep an eye on everything and then report. Walking away, the assistant agreed with the order. Jake, grinning, noted that they had definitely smelled the scent. Covering his face with his hand, the boss said that rats have a good sense of smell, but they are also pretty good at dying. 2 men received a bullet in the head. Someone pinned one of them with a foot. Liam shot him in the chest. Looking at the corpse, the mercenary heard words about them being spotted. Looking down, the mercenary explained that they were moving in groups with full weapons. Exhaling, the 6th asked if the difficulty level of this operation had increased. Bullets were flying out of the pistol. It was the protagonist. The clip fell to the floor. Suddenly, the young man turned around. Another company soldier flew out from around the corner. The hero rammed him, knocking him down. They fell to the floor with a crash. The guy grabbed the knife. He stabbed it into his opponent's chest. 2 other opponents were already approaching them. Dodging the bullets, the young man moved towards them. Suddenly, the hero made a dash. He flew off to the side. Thanks to this maneuver, Yidzin found himself behind his opponents and stabbed them with a knife. They fell to the floor screaming. The pistol's bolt clicked while the protagonist reloaded it on the run. The young man fired several shots. They were intended for those cut bodyguards. One of the cameras was visible. The boss's assistant, hands on his hips, was shouting about why the control room was still not working, because it was urgent to restore control and identify the enemies as soon as possible. One of the bodyguards approached him and said that many of those sent to solve the problem were dead. Looking at the guard, the assistant asked again. Looking down, Aizen heard that there were 2 opponents ahead. Taking aim, he opened fire on them. Having fired bullets into the heads of the guards, the guy heard that there were 3 more on the sides. He turned around and looked in that direction. The protagonist hit 3 targets through the windows. After that, the young man put his hand in his jacket pocket. Looking down, he realized that the bullets were out, but received information that there were 2 more in front of him. Crouching down, the boy ran forward. A pair of fighters were heading towards the intruder. The guy hit a sharp object in his palm. A moment later, the young man dealt a series of blows to his enemies. They looked at their killer. Blood splashed from their bodies. Aizen held a bloody weapon in his hands. He picked up a clip of bullets from the body of the dead enemy. Walking away from the men he had killed, the protagonist heard that 23rd could no longer help, as access to the control room had been lost. Aiming his weapon, the protagonist received instructions to meet at a designated location. A large hall was visible. Masked men were sitting in it. The guy in the suit said something to Jake. He leaned over and turned to his boss, saying that the intruders were still in the building. Opening his mouth, the fighter suggested leaving the building. The old man stood up from his seat. His assistant walked down the corridor with the guards. Holding the back of his head, he ordered that the boss be immediately informed of the need to find shelter for him and the rest of the guests. Frowning, the man could not understand why a group of mercenaries could not deal with a bunch of intruders. Making an angry face, he ordered to shoot to kill. The fighter was wounded by a bullet to the head. Aizen looked at the wounded enemy. A moment later, he received a blow to the stomach. The next blow hit him in the back of the head. 2 guards were walking down the corridor. The guy grabbed the head of the fallen man. Using his body as cover, the protagonist began shooting at the approaching fighters. The shots hit their targets. The boy dropped the body he had been using as a shield. The protagonist was breathing heavily. Holding the weapon in his hands, he moved forward. The boy looked ahead. After a moment, he turned his gaze. Aizen made a dash. The guy entered the room. His gaze fell on the bloody wall. A man was standing in front of the corpses. The protagonist's eyes widened. The 4th looked at the people he had killed. He kicked the wounded old man. Turning his head, the killer mocked the protagonist's speed. Looking at Aizen, he said that he had come here because this group had threatened their people. The 1st silently looked at his old comrade. He turned his head away. The 4th, looking at the passage, explained that those he had killed had come out of it. Without taking his eyes off the corridor, the mercenary assumed that their leader was there. The protagonist lowered his head. The young man walked towards the opening. Shadows were visible on the floor. Duan was surrounded by bodyguards. They heard a noise behind them. Frowning, Jake thought that the enemy was moving very quickly. Looking at the leader, he advised him to leave because at this rate they would be caught. The old man walked forward. His assistant waved his hand. The fighters stood behind him. The lamps illuminated the room. Aizen shot at the opponents. They took cover from his bullets behind the walls. The 4th one was behind the enemy. The killer made a series of stabs with a knife. He threw his weapon at the shooter. The blade hit him in the head. The guy twirled the knife in his hands. The mercenary ran for cover. The fighters continued shooting. The protagonist looked out from behind cover. His partner looked at him. The boy poked his head out from behind the corner for a second and opened fire. A moment later, he disappeared behind the wall again. Kneeling, the 4th asked the 1st to cover him because he would try to slip through the gap. Squinting, the man added that after that he would go straight to the boss. Aizen glanced at him. The boy started shooting again. His comrade ran. The bodyguards could not understand what was happening. The protagonist started running. The guard shot at the fugitive. Seeing that his ally turned his head to the side, one of them asked where he was looking. The 4th slit the throats of several fighters. He made an angry face. The man dodged the bullets flying at him. A moment later, he disappeared around the corner. Jake was holding a weapon in his hands. Turning his head, the mercenary was glad that he found the head of security. The protagonist shot at the bodyguard standing in front of him. 2 men were wounded in the head. The thug bared his teeth and shouted that he would not let the boy escape. He dodged the bullets flying at him. The 4th one made a dash towards the enemy. In a moment, he was already behind Jake. He managed to block his attack. The mercenary looked at his enemy. Jake also looked at the killer. The guy in the mask made a dash again. The man made a surprised face. He looked at the face of his opponent. With his eyes wide open, the security chief thought that he would not be able to aim while his enemy was so close. Looking at the young man, he could not understand where the intruders came from. The shooter kept his finger on the trigger. Seeing how the killer swung the knife, he raised his eyebrows. The thug stopped the blow with his hand. Frowning, he struck. The opponents looked at each other. Holding a knife in his hands, Jake offered his enemy to show his skills in handling a cold weapon. The young man narrowed his eyes. The opponents closed the distance between them. The head of security tried to defend himself from the guy's blows. His knife was next to the man's ear. The 4th looked into the eyes of his victim. the killer struck again. After that, he made a series of attacks. Baring his teeth, Jake could not understand what movements his opponent was making. Under a hail of blows, the man opened his mouth. Blood was flying from his wounds. Looking at the holster, he thought that he needed to take out a gun. Making a cut on the enemy's hand, the mercenary said that he would not let him carry out his plan. Dozens of blows wounded Jake. The head of security fell to his knees. Standing in front of the wounded warrior, the fourth said that he did not have the skills to fight him. Baring his teeth, the thug said that the guy was not targeting him, but Duan, so it was not necessary to kill him. Looking down, the young man said that his target was Jake. He, wide-eyed, could not understand why the guy wanted to kill him. The mercenary took off his mask. The man remembered standing next to the mercenaries. This young man was among those there. Smiling, he said that whoever threatened him should have been prepared for anything. Before receiving a blow to the head of security said that the fourth would be expelled from the mercenary guild. Holding a knife in his hands, he mocked the threats of a defeated enemy. Jake was lying face down. There was a car in the parking lot. A huge number of bodyguards were standing nearby. Duan was getting into the car. Yidzin ran out of the door. The guards opened fire on him. The guy hid behind a column. Opening his mouth, the boss ordered them to get out of here quickly. The transport started moving. A moment later, the car was driving away. Making an angry face, the boss thought about who these people were. The protagonist looked at the driving away car. He frowned. The bodyguards continued shooting at the mercenary. A click was heard nearby. The fighters turned their heads. They saw a man running towards them. Liam started shooting at the men. One of them was wounded in the head. Yidzin also continued shooting. A bloody man was lying on the floor. The mercenaries exchanged glances. Looking at his sad partner, Liam tried to cheer him up by saying that they would be able to get information from Jake. Dead bodies lay near the mansion. There were many corpses inside. Yidzin looked at the bloody table. Ethan was sitting tied up in front of him. Without raising his head, he said the boy's name. Looking at him, the scientist asked how he got there. Looking at the man, the young man said that he had come to save him. Closing his eyes, the researcher apologized for having to save him. Sitting on a chair, he asked the boy for a favor. He raised his eyes. Looking at the floor, Ethan asked to be buried next to his family. Looking at the old man, Yidzin agreed. Smiling, the scientist thanked him and said that he was very glad that the protagonist was okay. His eyes began to close. Sitting in front of the beaten man, the boy listened to his words about how when he saw his family, he would have a lot to tell them. Liam silently watched what was happening. The old man closed his eyes. Six turned his head away. The protagonist looked at the dead man. A small building was visible. The man's hand took the gun. Tilting his head, Eighth asked if the dead man was someone from the past. Sitting on the couch, Fourth assumed that he was. Making a sad face, the bearded man said that the boy was very upset because he couldn't save him. Opening his mouth wide, the killer screamed that the protagonist saved him, but it was too late. Holding a cloth in his hands, 16th asked how Yidzin was feeling. Fourth looked away. He remembered the boy sitting next to the old man. His family's graves were visible. The mercenaries were preparing a grave for the man. The protagonist looked at the gravestones. Looking at the floor, the killer said that at that moment, his comrade looked like he was about to fall apart. Second took the clip of bullets. He silently looked at the object in his hands. Several cars drove down the street. Jiyeon was looking at the tablet. She glanced sideways at the boy sitting next to her. The protagonist was looking ahead. The security guard sitting in front reported that they had arrived at the meeting place. A bright hall was visible. There was food and cutlery on the table. The director folded her hands and said that if food was ordered, then it should be eaten. Yidzin made a surprised face. The girl looked down and justified herself by saying that they had nothing else to do since their partners had canceled the meeting, to which the guy offered her to eat alone. Looking at the young man, the lady explained that she had already ordered food for two. The building was illuminated by the sun. There was a cocktail in front of the main character. Holding a glass in her hands, Jean said that she had no other choice. Looking at the lake beyond the fence, she explained that after their partners canceled the meeting, she decided to take a rest, but she did not want to feel lonely. Smiling, the director noted that today was a strange day since everyone was constantly changing their plans. Yidzin silently looked at his boss. The lobby of the cinema was visible. The couple was sitting in the auditorium. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she wanted to watch this movie with her friend, but her friend had some problems. Looking at the screen, the lady said that she hated going to the movies alone. She handed the protagonist some popcorn, offering him some. The evening sky was visible. The car was driving down an empty street. Lowering her head, Jiyeon told the guy to get out, and he noticed that the car had stopped near his house. Opening her mouth, the director said that the business was finished, so he was free to go. The boy looked at the guard in surprise. He turned his head. Looking at the protagonist, the woman hurried him. Yidzin looked at the car driving away. The lady exhaled. She remembered the conversation with Major Hamchin. when he asked her to look after the guy because now he was going through hard times. Closing her eyes, the director thought that Yijin looked like usual, but the atmosphere was different. Looking out the window, she decided that if she gave the boy some time to rest, he would definitely notice something with his personality. The protagonist was heading home. He was looking ahead. His grandfather was standing in front of him. Smiling, he said that he saw his grandson getting out of the car, to which the boy replied that he was free today. Closing his eyes, Yu invited the boy to go for a walk. Smiling, he agreed. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man asked the protagonist how things were at work and whether it was difficult for him to combine work and study, to which the boy replied that everything was fine. Looking at his grandson, the elderly man asked if it had been difficult for him lately. Opening his mouth, the young man was surprised by the question. Turning his head, Yu noticed that he looked very tired lately. Looking at the old man, Yijin asked again if he really looked tired. The boy noticed the slippers on his grandfather's feet. He remembered how he was getting ready for a walk. Diane widened her eyes and asked the old man why he was wearing sneakers, to which he replied that his feet were starting to hurt in slippers. While tying his laces, the man said that they needed to be tied carefully. Looking away, the protagonist recalled the words about the old man just finishing his workout and noticed his grandson getting out of the car. He looked at his relative again. He made a sad face. The boy smiled. Turning to Yu, he thanked him for his concern and asked him not to worry. Closing his eyes, the grandfather invited his grandson to talk to him in difficult times. Looking at the young man, he added that they were family. A dark street was visible. Looking at the old man, Yijin told him to go while he went to the store. Smiling, the old man asked him not to linger. A moment later, he entered the house. The protagonist glanced sideways. His attention was drawn to the corner of the house. Approaching the dark figure, the boy asked what happened. Opening his mouth, the second stated that he had softened. Making a surprised face, the young man did not understand the words of the interlocutor. Looking at his ally, the mercenary asked him not to abandon training because of his adolescence. The man moved away from his partner. He silently looked in his direction. A huge mansion was visible. There were guards in front of the building. Putting his head on his fist, Duan asked his assistant if he had found out who the attackers were. Putting his hands behind his back, the man with a mustache explained that the investigation would take more time since the surveillance cameras were turned off. A moment later, there was a bullet in his head. The boss was holding a gun in his hands. Standing by the wall, the military man said that they were working very carefully since there were no traces of them left anywhere. Frowning, the man with the scar said that he was sure that this group was well organized, so they were most likely mercenaries. Sitting on a chair, the elderly man ordered him to bring the attackers. Looking at his subordinate, he added that if they failed, he would stop funding the mercenary alliance. The latter, opening his mouth, promised that he would sort it out. The building was illuminated by the morning light. Clenching his fists, Tu could not believe that the captured Jake had escaped. Frowning, 18 explained that the head of security had been hit by a car not far from here, after which he had died. Exhaling, 8 said that because of this, they had to leave the shelter and look for another place, since the dead man's comrades could start looking for them in this area. The guy in black folded his arms over his chest. He asked who was responsible for guarding the prisoner, to which he received the answer that this person was 4. Frowning, 2 asked where he was. The guy with black hair closed his eyes and said that after Jake's death, the killer stopped communicating and took the phone, which could not be tracked. 8th turned his head and realized that their comrade had escaped. A dark street was visible. The fighter was standing by the wall. Aidzin approached him. The guy in the suit asked his partner what he was doing there. Frowning, the killer said that he was just passing by. The fugitive's stomach rumbled. The protagonist looked at him silently. The guys went to a 24-hour store. 4th greedily ate the food he had bought for him. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked if Jake was dead. Taking the food away from his mouth, the fugitive explained that when he woke up, the prisoner was no longer in his room, after which the search began. The killer recalled how the crowd looked at the dead body. The guy himself was also among them. The young man lowered his gaze. A bloody man lay in front of him. Looking at the floor, the 4th said that this was the first time he had not dealt with the target on the spot. Lowering his head, the killer regretted that the escapee had not even attacked him, because then there would have been a chance to stop him. Opening his mouth, Aidzin asked his comrade why he was there. Baring his teeth, the young man said that it happened because the 4th wanted to help the 1st, so this problem concerned both of them. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist reminded that his partner had come to find Jake. He blushed. Clenching his fist, the fugitive said that if it were not for the protagonist's request, Jake would have been killed right away without any extra trouble. Raising his head, the mercenary said that first he went to the 5th and 6th, but they were not in the shelter. Aidzin silently looked at his interlocutor. Both fell silent. Opening his mouth, the 4th shouted that everything was exactly like that. Looking at his friend, he asked if he was training in knife fighting. Looking at his partner, the killer noticed that it was unlikely that he could gain combat experience in such a place. Frowning, the guy with black hair advised the one sitting opposite him to continue training in knife fighting regardless of the location. The protagonist silently looked ahead. The fourth looked at the boy in surprise. Looking down, he noticed that the ramen was already cooked. The guys turned pale. They looked at the finished noodles. Both silently looked at the food. An old shelter was visible. Lowering his head, the fugitive understood that as soon as he entered, his comrades would start scolding him. The guy narrowed his eyes. A strange sign was visible above the combination lock. The killer remembered his comrade's words that such a sign meant that the shelter was not in use. Bowing his head, the fourth heard a click. The young man looked back. The mercenaries, holding weapons in their hands, told him to surrender. Raising his hands, the young man agreed. The man in the cap ordered the others to tie up the target. The killer stood with his hands up. A ring was visible on his finger. The masked fighter ordered him to hold out his hands. There was a dagger on the back of the fourth's palm. A moment later, the enemy was stabbed. The other fighters pointed their weapons at the enemy. The young man struck again. A second later, he was standing near the other mercenaries. The guy grabbed one of them by the hand. Looking into his eyes, he swung. Blood sprayed from the pursuers' bodies. The fighter was stabbed in the throat with a dagger. The killer made a dash. He struck the leader of the squad with a series of blows. He fell to the ground. The fourth ran away from the dead people. As he ran, the guy looked ahead. The military inspected the battlefield. The man in uniform, sitting in front of the corpse, said that everyone had been eliminated with a knife. The boss's assistant mused that the agents in the auction house had been killed in the same way. Remembering the huge number of people killed, he realized that this was the work of a knife-fighting master. Smiling, the mercenary decided that this was the work of one person. Holding his knees, the man asked where the target was now. The agent in glasses, holding a machine gun in his hands, reported that he was being pursued by the Delta team and was being led in the right direction. Opening his mouth, the military man ordered to capture him alive. Frowning, the mercenary accepted the order. Frowning, the leader of the squad was surprised that a man who opposes the alliance came to battle with a knife. The fourth ran through the forest. He was breathing heavily. Remembering the dead Jake, the guy thought that the location of the base was revealed because of him. Closing his eyes, the young man was glad that the others left this location. The killer remembered how he walked down the street. Crossing a bridge, the phone in his pocket began to ring. He blushed. Throwing the device into the water, the mercenary was irritated by the constant calls. The phone fell into the water. Covering his face with his hand, the young man scolded himself for not answering the phone. Shots were fired at him. Mercenaries were peeking out from behind the trees. The guy struck. The shooter's body was cut. Another agent continued shooting. The killer disappeared behind the trees. A group of fighters continued firing. The numbered one dodged the shots. He made a dash. Two of the attackers were stabbed. One of them had his throat cut. Both fighters fell to the ground. Lowering his head, the fourth realized that his pursuers were not just chasing him, but following some kind of plan. He turned his gaze into the depths of the forest. A dark silhouette was visible behind the trees. People were also hiding on the other side. Smiling, the killer decided to play with them again. The fighters were walking through the forest. The man in the hat raised his fist. The bodies of his comrades lay in front of the team. Looking around, the mercenaries assessed the situation. The fourth was standing behind them. Blood and bullets flew in the air. The leader of the alliance narrowed his eyes. The group of fighters looked at the numerous bodies of the dead. Baring his teeth, the man with the scar did not understand who this killer was. Sitting next to the body, one of the squad members noticed that the target was still using only a knife. Another warrior, clenching his fist, said that they would soon catch the target. Frowning, the leader ordered to act quickly. Moving through the forest, he thought about the huge losses. Making an angry face, he decided to personally interrogate the killer to make him answer for what he did. The group ran to the first point. There they noticed more corpses. After that, the company moved to another place. Examining it, they also came across dead bodies. Sitting next to the dead man, the mercenary said that he was also killed with a knife. Making a surprised face, the leader of the group was surprised that even in such a situation, the target killed everyone with a knife. Hearing the shouts that the killer had been spotted nearby, the fighters turned their heads. The leader ordered them to follow him. Treetops were visible. The company stopped. The killer stood in front of them, surrounded by dozens of corpses. The man with the scar, his mouth open, could not believe that he had killed everyone around him. Smiling, the fourth greeted the new arrivals. Holding a machine gun, the leader said that he was crazy to rely only on his knife in such a situation. The two shooters raised their weapons. Standing on bent legs, their leader praised the killer's skill. He looked at him silently. Frowning, the man added that his knife was now useless. A moment later, two fighters were struck by gunfire. The guy was holding a pistol. Pointing it at the last enemy, he said that he was not a complete idiot. The soldier silently looked at the ground. Sweating, he realized something. Looking at the enemy, he thought that he had driven them into a corner. Looking at the young man's face, the man assumed that he had been playing with them from the start, and then a shot rang out. Bleeding, the leader of the group said that he was tired. A dark silhouette was visible behind the wounded man. The fourth man narrowed his eyes. Trees were visible in the gloomy forest. The fourth man, covered in blood, held the gun in both hands cautiously. As he aimed, the mercenary wondered if anyone was still alive. Someone explained that everything went well, as he had said, and the soldier, lowering the corners of his lips, realized that the voice seemed familiar. Holding the gun in his hands, the 18th man said that not everyone could handle that guy in the forest, and besides, they did not even have the information to prepare. The fighter in the balaclava stood next to the 16th man and explained that they could not just sit back. 4 opened his mouth wide and asked where they had been, shouting that they were only showing up now at the perfect time. The masked soldier frowned and exclaimed in response that he was talking, and asked who had been ignoring his calls after causing all this commotion. The mercenary looked down tiredly. 2 suddenly appeared, illuminated by a beam of light. Beads of sweat appeared on the soldier's face. 16 clarified that the guy said he went to see 1, to which the latter, holding a knife in his hand, asked how the soldier knew about this. Opening his mouth, the numbered 1 explained that the guy had contacted him, and the interlocutor must have guessed that they would leave this shelter after hearing his story. 18 lowered his eyebrows and asked why 4 had gone to him, to which he responded. The mercenary closed his eyes and cried out that where else could he go? After all, it was all because of him that this all started. The soldier lowered the corners of his mouth and asked if his partner had gone to deal with him. The guy in the balaclava leaned over and noted that the numbered 1 had said that he was going to catch that guy, Jake, who had threatened him into joining the mercenary alliance, and that number 1 had nothing to do with it. The young man raised his lip in alarm and said nothing. A spent gun casing lay in a pool of blood on the ground. Number 2 glanced at the dead soldiers and asked if they were from the mercenary alliance. Number 18 stood behind number 4 and answered in the affirmative. The soldier's bloody face appeared and the guy explained that it was Madison from the alliance, who was not at the top of the hierarchy, but had a position like a mid-level manager. The mercenary drew his eyebrows together and asked who they were, to which his partner explained that after that incident he had conducted his own investigation, and it turned out that they were much more powerful than it seemed, because they had access to all the big and influential cases. The 2 numbered ones looked at the guy, and he continued that they were engaged in many illegal operations in the shadows, and many organizations sent them orders through the alliance. The second one approached one of the bodies, and the numbered 1 added that there was another side, because many mercenaries, and even entire groups, simply disappeared after clashes with them. The fourth, lowering the corners of his lips, noted that, as he thought, these guys were a real headache. The soldier in the mask, lowering his gaze, was silent. A huge house appeared. Holding the phone to his ear, Duan asked if the alliance could be trusted to do their work for them, because so much support had been invested in them, and this was their gratitude. His interlocutor, with his mouth slightly open, asked the man to calm down. The soldier, lowering his eyebrows, explained that now that they knew the enemy was highly skilled, they would send forces corresponding to their level and deal with it themselves. The leader of the AEDA group frowned and said that he would trust them one last time. The leader of the soldiers took the phone away from his ear, from which the end of the call was heard. Extending his hand forward, the man ordered to find out who these people are by any means necessary and destroy all their bases. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the subordinate said that he ordered Grendon to finish his job and take it upon himself. Folding his arms, the leader said that this guy was enough, and then clarified what he was doing now. An office room was visible, and the soldier reported that he was working alone, developing areas where they had not been before, and the leader asked to tell him to immediately finish and start this task. Splinters flew from the wheels of the car. Bringing the phone to his ear, the soldier asked if the leader wanted this matter to be finished quickly. Army vehicles sped down the road, and the interlocutor replied that they needed to do it as soon as possible, and that they shouldn't worry about the consequences because the alliance would take care of everything. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, Grendon replied that he understood everything. Grinning, the soldier said that he was being rushed. The soldiers drove into the destroyed camp in their cars. Coming out onto the road, the guy saw a crowd of fighters in front of him. A man in a black t-shirt stood with his arms folded. The soldier was holding onto the car door. Putting his hands in his pockets, the soldier asked him to stand. The alliance member looked up. The leader of the group looked at him, the corners of his lips down. The heroes stood opposite each other. Grendon narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The interlocutor also frowned. Raising his eyebrows, the soldier began to say that everyone here was saying the same thing, and then asked if it was true that their group was the most successful in the area. The leader of the group said that he had heard of it, but thought that they were not interested in this region at all. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the soldier explained that in order to survive, they needed to expand, and they couldn't sit in their hole like a frog forever. The man folded his arms and said that he knew why they had come, and asked if they wanted to persuade them to join the alliance, but suggested not to waste time. Grinning, the soldier said that they refused. Raising his eyebrows, Grendon asked him not to rush to refuse, but to think carefully, because this industry was smaller than he thought, and today they could be allies, and tomorrow, depending on the client, they would be aiming at each other. The leader of the group had a machine gun hanging behind his back, and he asked if anything would change if they joined the alliance. The soldier grinned and replied that they would be able to divide orders, minimize conflicts, and reduce unnecessary losses on both sides. The leader of the group narrowed his eyes and asked if they were suggesting negotiating, staging fights, and covering for each other. The soldier closed his eyes and said no, explaining that they were talking about joining forces. The man lowered the corners of his mouth, noting that they had found out a few things about them, and asked if it was true that if they joined, they would have to follow all the strict rules. The alliance member pressed his lips together as the other suggested that if they did not comply, their group would be disbanded. Gritting his teeth, the leader added that they would be manipulating clients by making money on insider information, and that did not suit them. Grendon lowered his eyebrows and said nothing. The guy closed his eyes and said that if that was what they thought, he had nothing more to add. The soldier turned away from his interlocutor. The soldier walked away towards the car. At that very moment, the soldier grinned maliciously. Slamming the door of the military vehicle, he announced that they were leaving. The group's camp appeared, and the young man said that they would attack this place tonight. The alliance soldiers disappeared, leaving behind a trail of dust. The group members turned around to look at them. Their leader looked at the soldiers with his arms folded. The lights were on in the windows of the protagonist's house. Yidzin was training on the horizontal bar. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the nightstand. The protagonist's face was covered in beads of sweat, and the melody continued to play. The young man landed on the floor. The guy stood with his arms down. The mercenary took the phone in his hand and answered the call. His name was called on the other end, and the student, closing his lips, clarified whether it was Everin. A broken window was visible, and a girl apologized to the protagonist. Stained with blood, she covered her mouth with her hand and said that she knew that she should not have messed with him. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist replied that everything was fine, and then asked if something had happened. The interlocutor reported that the village had been attacked when suddenly Yidzin's face transformed into a puzzled one. Looking away from the wall, the protagonist asked her again and clarified what the situation was, to which the girl told him that many of those who were working had died, and the captain who tried to save his comrades was now in a coma. Clenching his jaw, the young man asked what had happened. Tears appeared in Everin's eyes, and the girl said that a few days ago, an organization called the Mercenary Alliance had offered to join them, but they had refused. The guy looked down and asked her again. A memory appeared in which Liam, lowering his eyebrows, asked how this strange organization even knew about them, and they had contacted them to invite him to join. The fourth one twirled a knife in his hand and asked not to delude himself, because he did not come here to help, but because he heard that this bunch of idiots threatened them, that is why he was here. Beds with wounded fighters were visible, and the girl continued that after that they began to attack the mercenaries who were on missions, one after another, and the captain, having learned about this, went to help the villagers and fell into a trap where he was seriously wounded. The protagonist, lowering his head, was silent. Everin put a bloody palm to her forehead and said that before losing consciousness, the leader said that they should never get involved with Yidzin, and then admitted that she simply did not know what to do. The girl began to cry and apologized. The protagonist, lowering the corners of his lips, did not answer, and the interlocutor said that she had one last request. It seemed like the mercenary was approaching the captain's bed. Hearing the request to never return again, the young man frowned. At that very moment, the guy clenched his fist in anger. In the protagonist's imagination, the fighter waved his hand. A small guy stood among the crowd of mercenaries. The leader of the group ran his hand through the protagonist's hair. The young man turned around to look at him. The man with the gun behind his back pointed his finger up. The mercenary continued to squeeze his hand. Opening his mouth, the guy said that he would arrive as soon as possible. Cars drove through the evening city. The first one in a helmet was racing along the road on a motorcycle. The fighter leaned over and heard the question about the Mercenary Alliance. Liam was sitting at the table and telling them that they had been having constant conflicts with them lately, so he decided to study them more closely, and then said that they call themselves an alliance of mercenaries and claim to protect the rights of mercenaries, but in reality they do as they please. The protagonist's old comrade frowned and explained that it was known that if you did not join them, they would begin to attack, and during clashes with those who were not part of their ranks, they would deliberately escalate the situation and even resort to murder outside of missions. The speed on the motorcycle's dashboard was off the charts, and Six noted that recently their influence had grown so much that most organizations and even countries began to hire only them. Yidzin held the handlebars, and the interlocutor told him that as a result, the alliance was deeply involved in the organization's affairs and received huge profits, and some governments already considered them a threat. Looking through the helmet, the protagonist was silent. The guy raced through the night city, and Liam said that 32nd would be waiting for him at the airport and take him to his destination, and he himself would send the details to his phone, and then asked him to follow the instructions. The protagonist stared at the road and took in all the information. The brake light of the motorcycle left a red trail in the air. A group of fighters' camp appeared. The military walked around the territory, guarding it. Medical instruments lay on a bloody tray. Brendan, wrapped in bandages, asked what their losses were. The soldier, folding his hands behind his back, replied that they had 4 dead, and most of the reinforcements they had provided had been destroyed. Grinning angrily, the soldier thought about how they had set up traps and staged a surprise attack, and everything could have gone smoothly. Bright flames were visible from the building. Dead soldiers were lying in the middle of the camp. The leader of the group, holding an ally on his shoulder, defended himself by shooting. Frowning angrily, Brendan realized that everything would have been fine if it weren't for this man. Putting his elbows on the chair, the soldier asked when reinforcements from the Alliance would arrive, to which the subordinate replied that in 2 days. Lowering his head, the soldier ordered an attack as soon as they arrived, and the soldier began to carry out the order. Grinning angrily, the guy realized that if they didn't take this territory after such losses, they would make him responsible, so they had to deal with them at any cost. 3 men appeared in the room. One of them turned red in the face and said that he heard what happened and that they wanted to meet them. Brendan scowled angrily and asked if they thought they could get away with not giving accurate information about their abilities, and moreover, the quality of the reinforcements they had provided was terrible and the losses were significant, and then asked how they were going to answer for it. The man held out his hand in confusion and said that they had suffered as well and thought that those who remained here were no threat without Yidzin. The army man narrowed his eyes and asked him again. The guy in the green cloak raised his hand and said that for the past few years they had had some kind of monstrous mercenary with them, codenamed First, and his skills were so good that he was considered the best in the region. The man continued, his mouth wide open, that the mission completion rate was 100% and his abilities were simply incredible, to which his partner noted that depending on the situation, the main character could play the role of an entire squad alone. Brendan smiled and said that it was ridiculous, and in such a place rumors were not to be trusted. The man who came, standing behind him, said that this mercenary had died during a mission a year ago, after which the village's influence had noticeably weakened. The man in white, spreading his fingers, said that in any case, he had increased the fee due to their losses, and had prepared something especially for him. The soldier asked what he had prepared when suddenly a suitcase was thrown onto the table. Inside it lay a bunch of stacks of money, and the man who came said that it was for a soldier. The guy sighed in surprise, lowering the corners of his lips. Throwing his head back, the fighter admitted that he felt uneasy due to the tense atmosphere, and then noted that it was impolite to dwell on mistakes when they had been so generous, so he decided to leave the incident in the past. Placing a hand on his chest, the man exhaled in relief. Lowering his eyebrows, Brendan said that additional reinforcements from the Alliance would be arriving soon, so they should not worry about the final touches. The setting sun appeared. A small plane landed on the road. The protagonist was in it. Holding onto his backpack, the young man moved forward. A car stopped in front of him on the way. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist looked ahead. Maya appeared from the lowered window, telling the boy to get in. Seeing Fifth, Yudzin's eyes widened. The girl smiled and explained that she had just finished work nearby. The heroes set off, and the mercenary reported that she had studied the situation a little. The headlights illuminated the road, and Maya said that the mercenary village had a good reputation here, and they never took on missions from problematic clients and made an effort to minimize harm to outsiders. The protagonist looked down. In the memory, a group of fighters stood on the territory of their camp. With her hands on the wheel, Five explained that this had led to long-term conflicts with some of the forces here, and now there was an alliance of mercenaries, and then added that they promised to wipe the village off the face of the earth. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that the local organization seized on this offer and also attacked from behind. The protagonist looked out the window, and Maya continued that the village suffered significant losses, and the allied forces were also hit hard. The mercenary suggested that it would not be so easy to corner them, to which the protagonist, lowering his chin, remained silent. A bright spotlight illuminated the area. All the people in the camp were armed. The 2 soldiers turned around when they saw a beam of light. There was a bright flash in the distance on the road. The mercenaries were aiming at a passing car. A spotlight was shining on the car from above. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. The group members anxiously aimed their guns at the man. Yidzin walked with his fists clenched, and everyone did not understand who it was. The soldiers lowered their weapons and continued to ask if it was him. The guy in the hat reloaded his machine gun. A huge beam of light fell on the protagonist, and someone shouted for him to stop. Behind the protagonist, Maya aimed her gun at the people. The young man clenched his jaw and remained silent. Fifth frowned, not understanding what was happening, and thought about what she heard that first was staying in this village. Holding the gun in his hands, the group member asked what the guy was doing here and if he forgot their warning not to come back here. The corners of the guy's mouth turned down and he said that he heard that there was an attack. The soldiers looked at him with concern. Frowning, the man asked if the mercenary meant to say that he had come to help, and then told him to leave, because no matter how hard things were, they did not need the trader's help. Maya stood behind Yidzin and said nothing. As she took aim, the girl realized that something was wrong. The heroes were illuminated by a spotlight, and Five realized that although everyone had their guns pointed at them, there was no hostility. With her mouth wide open, Everin admitted that she had contacted him herself. The group members turned around in fear and asked why the girl did this. Approaching the soldiers, she explained that she had no choice because the captain was in a coma and someone tried to interrupt her. With wide eyes, the girl said that more people could die, and besides, she heard that additional mercenary forces were joining them. Lowering his eyebrows, the soldier said that his ally was right. The team stood in front of him, and the boy stated that it was their responsibility now, and then asked if Everin was offering to sacrifice Yidzin to reduce their losses. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear and explained that she did not think of it as a sacrifice. The protagonist stood in the middle of a group of fighters. One of the villagers looked at him with his jaw clenched. The protagonist, lowering his chin, said that they did not have time for this and asked to immediately prepare data on the enemy, their number of forces and location. The wary army men sighed heavily, their mouths open. Suddenly, Maya turned her head to the side. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, not understanding what was happening here. Frightened, Everin approached the mercenary. Raising her head, the girl thanked him for coming, and he asked what was wrong with the captain. A hospital sign appeared on a small building. A man wrapped in bandages lay with a breathing apparatus on his face. Looking at him, the protagonist remained silent. Closing her eyes, the group member said that they had attacked the village the night they proposed an alliance. But when they managed to fight them off without serious losses, they struck at those who were outside. Putting her hands in her pockets, the girl said that the captain had found out about it and went to help, and in the end, everything ended like this, and then clarified that all the residents except him had died. Opening her mouth, the guy asked about the conflict with the local groups. Looking at the bloodied fighters, Everin explained that as far as the interlocutor knew, the three organizations here had never liked them, and after learning that he was not in the village, they began to act openly, and in recent months, the tension had escalated. Lowering the corners of her lips, the protagonist suggested that they had attacked the village back then together with the Mercenary Alliance. Lowering her chin, the interlocutor gave an affirmative answer. The protagonist kept silent, closing his eyes. The captain's face was hidden behind the breathing apparatus. The boy stood with his hands down and asked where his weapon was. Opening his mouth, the girl said that it was in the room where the boy lived, and then added that the captain kept an eye on him all the time. Yidzin headed for the exit of the hospital. Maya frowned and thought. The girl was waiting for her friend near the entrance, folding her arms. The protagonist passed by her and said that they were leaving in an hour, to which she replied that she understood him. Fifth looked after the boy, lowering her eyebrows. The boy walked further and further away. Suddenly, the girl turned around, hearing a sound nearby. Everin came out of the hospital. The girl, her eyes wide in confusion, asked if she could find out who the mercenary was to the protagonist. The girl looked sadly at her interlocutor and thought. Meyer asked if she was the older sister the boy had known since childhood, to which she answered positively with a smile. The fifth turned around and said that she also had a question, because she had heard that the first, or rather Yidzin, lived here, to which the girl replied that it was true and he had stayed in the village for about 5 years. Looking down, the girl thought about what it meant that he had lived here since he had escaped from the camp, and then asked how the boy had lived here. Everin grinned and said that it had been calm, just like now. Remembering how the main character sat on the roof, the girl said that the boy did not communicate with people, he was always alone. Lowering her chin, the villager explained that everyone loved him anyway. Lucas was visible near the mercenary, and the girl said that the mercenary always walked ahead of them. The interlocutor recalled that the main character was always next to the group, and said that he always protected them. Smiling sincerely, the girl explained that thanks to him, they could do what they wanted. Looking at her interlocutor, Meyer asked what they wanted. Folding her hands in front of her, Everin replied that they wanted to protect this region. Lowering the corners of her lips, the girl said that this place did not receive normal protection, and the authorities cooperated with strong groups and profited from people, which is why ordinary residents were forced to obey, Otherwise they were killed because they could not defend themselves, so they took on missions to protect those who could not stand up for themselves. Frowning, Fifth said that even as mercenaries, they could not earn much. Closing her eyes, the villager agreed with this and explained that they had always had a hard time, and the future was uncertain, but with the arrival of Aidzin, everything changed. The girl remembered the mercenary with a rifle in his hands and said that the guy organized their training, and like-minded people began to gather around them. Opening her eyes, the group member noticed that the outside forces stopped looking down on them, and they began to receive large orders. Resources appeared, because of which they were able to live a little more peacefully. Folding her arms, Maya said that it was not surprising that those who ruled here hated them, and the interlocutor confirmed her words. Closing her lips, the mercenary was silent. Fighters were walking around the camp. Among the villagers, there were even small children. Grinning, Fifth realized how First lived. Looking down, the girl noted that the protagonist was not an outcast. Everin enthusiastically widened her eyes and said that of course not, because everyone loved him. A lantern illuminated the village territory and someone asked Aidzin to wait. The protagonist stood holding bags in both hands. A soldier came up from behind and said that it was too dangerous to leave now. Everin widened her eyes in fear and asked him again. Maya was standing behind her. The girl asked if the guy was going to leave right now, to which all the soldiers gaped in surprise. Raising his hand, the soldier said that they needed time to prepare since there were already a lot of wounded here, and everyone agreed with him. The villager, raising her eyebrows in alarm, asked everyone to calm down and make a plan first, and then clarified that they were not going anywhere, to which she was asked again. Standing behind the protagonist, the soldier did not understand what the girl was talking about. Yidzin moved towards the car, and the soldier clarified whatever it meant. The mercenary put the heavy bags in the car. Leaning over to the back, the young man explained that 2 days had passed since the battle, and then asked if it was true that the enemy had not shown any activity yet, to which he received the answer that it was. Lowering his chin, the guy noted that there was no more time since they had provoked them, which meant they were going to finish them off. The protagonist added that there could only be one reason why they hadn't attacked yet, to which the villagers looked at him with concern. Getting into the car, Maya continued that they were waiting for reinforcements because they knew the mercenaries weren't that simple and wanted to destroy them for sure. The frightened soldiers looked at the heroes. Holding onto the car door, the protagonist explained that there was very little time left, so they would be moving soon, and someone from the crowd asked for 10 minutes. Everin and the soldier looked at each other in confusion. Yidzin looked away. A bandaged man appeared among the crowd of soldiers. Opening her mouth wide, the group member shouted that it was the captain. The soldier smiled and said that the leader had come to his senses. The mercenary kept silent, turning down the corners of his lips. Frowning angrily, the wounded soldier said that they needed 10 minutes to prepare. The young man lowered his head and refused, saying that they would stay and protect the village. The villager's eyes widened as she called out to the protagonist. The captain opened his mouth wide and yelled at the boy to stop talking nonsense, asking if he meant that they would go together, to which he replied that he would. Drooling, the man exclaimed that this was their battle too, and if the mercenary was suggesting that they just sit and guard the village while they went to their deaths. Yidzin lowered the corners of his lips and said that the captain himself understood, because if they wanted to protect the village in the future, they could not afford to lose more soldiers. The blood-stained soldiers watched the scene. Everin's lips pressed together in alarm. Suddenly, the group's leader grabbed the protagonist by the collar. Approaching him, the captain asked what would happen to him because the boy had found his family and said that he would live in peace and was now going to take up arms again. The girl raised her eyebrows in frustration. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that the mercenary was ready to betray the leader's wish, who wanted him to live in peace with his family. The soldiers stood there hesitating, and the commander asked if the boy would betray them. Standing next to the protagonist, the captain reminded him that everyone had told him to never come back again. Looking straight at the soldier, the protagonist remained silent. The pupils of the enraged soldier noticeably decreased. Opening his mouth, Aidzin said that he should have done a better job. Looking at the young man in confusion, the captain asked him again. A moment later, the man let go of the mercenary. Everin's frightened eyes noticeably decreased in alarm. Fifth looked at her friend in bewilderment. Getting into the car, the protagonist repeated that they would stay and protect the village, and then asked to minimize losses. The group commander, covered in blood, looked at the mercenary. At that very moment, the car began to drive away. The captain's mouth turned down. The man, spreading his arms out to the sides, shouted for everyone to gather and strengthen their defenses, then added that they didn't know when those bastards might attack, and everyone began to follow the order. The camp was visible in the complete darkness. A subordinate entered the room and said that the Alliance support unit had already arrived at the airport and would be here in 30 minutes. Grendon smiled and said that it was time to finish them off. The men who had arrived were sitting on the couch. Suddenly, everyone turned around, hearing sounds behind them. The military man frowned in alarm. The fifth began to attack, sitting on the roof. She managed to kill several opponents with shots. The army men were running towards Mei. Bullets flew and wounded their opponents. Looking through the sight of her rifle, the girl clarified whether their troops were already inside. White smoke appeared. A military vehicle drove out from around the corner. The mercenary held the weapon tightly in her hands. Snipers appeared from the armored vehicle. The opponents began to fire at the roof. Shrapnel fell to the ground. The girl jumped from one roof to another. Fifth rolled and ran on. The fighters in the military vehicle lost sight of their opponent. A moment later, a bullet pierced the soldier's head behind the machine gun. Lying on her stomach, Maya attacked her opponents. Flames came from her rifle. The mercenary killed all her opponents near the bulletproof transport. The armed soldiers turned around, hearing the shooting. A man with a cigarette in his teeth asked if the mercenaries were attacking them. A crowd of army men rushed to protect their allies. Holding a cigarette with 2 fingers, the soldier ordered them to be stopped quickly, and if they lacked the skills, then at least they should not stand like a pillar. Seeing the stranger, the soldier asked who he was and why he wasn't walking with the others, but was heading straight here. Pointing his gun at the guy, the man ordered him to stop and asked where he was going. The soldier lowered his eyebrows, not understanding what was happening or whether the man was mute. Suddenly, the young man killed both soldiers with one blow, and they screamed loudly. The protagonist took out his pistol. The protagonist neutralized 3 opponents with shots. Looking away, the guy saw an approaching opponent. Yidzin pulled the trigger. Covering his face with his hand, the mercenary killed the enemy. The guy struck the opponent who had come up from behind with his elbow. The protagonist turned the gun on the soldier and fired. The opponents fell to the ground in front of the protagonist. Shots pierced the heads of the soldiers. Maya, taking hold of the rifle, opened fire to kill. 2 soldiers appeared behind the building. The girl suddenly jumped up. The mercenary jumped on the wall, trying to dodge the attack. The 5th one ran away from them on the roof. Pulling her hand back, she moved further and further. The fighters fired from machine guns and suddenly heard something fall in front of them. Flames appeared under the feet of the army men. A powerful explosion was visible behind Mei. The girl saw the silhouettes of opponents in the windows of the building. The mercenary began to shoot at them. Breaking the glass, the bullets pierced the bodies of the opponents. A ray of light appeared through the windows. Grendon looked at the alarmed allies and said that there was no need to panic because these were just pathetic attempts. Throwing his feet on the table, the soldier said that the mercenaries had already suffered serious losses, and then added that there was no chance that they left their base unguarded, so there could not be many attackers. The guy grinned and said that they would just speed up their death. The men sat on the couch and smiled confusedly. Quick steps appeared on the stairs. The alarmed soldier held a machine gun in his hands. The protagonist jumped on him from above and plunged a knife into his neck. The young man bent down, and 2 more opponents stood in front of him. A moment later, the protagonist jumped up. The guy struck twice, and drops of blood flew off his opponent. Yidzin ducked and killed another soldier. A glare of light was reflected in the protagonist's eye. The guy turned and fired a pistol at 2 opponents. The man in the white suit opened his mouth in confusion and said that the sound was very close. Approaching the soldier, he asked if it looked like they had already entered the building, to which he thought that this was true because the sound was coming from inside. Grendon frowned and did not understand what was happening, and then thought that his men were guarding the entrance, so how did the mercenaries manage to break through? The man asked what happened, to which the soldier, taking hold of the machine gun, shouted for him to shut up. The soldier stood up from his chair because he realized that they were approaching. His pupils noticeably decreased, and he could not believe that it was happening so fast. They started to break down the door, and Grendon thought about how this building was guarded by all his subordinates, and how they had taken him so easily, after which he thought about the front door. Gritting his teeth, the man began to aim. The soldier opened fire on the iron entrance. The allies began to cover their heads with their hands and scream. Grinning, the soldier continued to attack. Grendon pulled the trigger more and more often. The clip was spent, and many holes appeared in the door. Grendon squinted. The metal entrance opened slightly. A wounded soldier fell on the threshold. Reloading his machine gun, the soldier got angry that he had killed the wrong one. The silhouette behind the door began to shoot. The soldier managed to cover the body with his weapon. At that very second, the machine gun fell to the floor. Someone's foot stepped on the bloody stain. The protagonist entered, aiming his sights in front of him. The man in white clothes lowered the corners of his mouth and said that this could not be, and called out to the protagonist. Pointing his finger at the young man, he continued to be surprised by his appearance and did not believe that he was alive. Closing his eyes, Grendon thought about this guy. Looking into the bright eyes of the stranger, the soldier wondered if this was Yidzin. The young man looked away. The worried opponents raised their hands up. One of them opened his mouth in confusion and suggested that he wait and discuss everything, because if they knew that the guy was alive, they would never do such a thing. Another man, spreading his fingers, supported the words of his ally and said that even if everything turned out this way, But now that they knew that he was alive, they would just leave and live quietly. The third one lowered his eyebrows in fear and said that they would pay compensation to his village. Brendan placed a table in front of himself. Using it as protection, the soldier began to shoot. The protagonist dodged the bullets. The young man began to run deeper into the room. The soldier wounded his allies with shots. Peering out from behind the man's body, the protagonist began to empty the clip in response. The guy aimed at his opponent. The soldier hid behind the table, having been wounded in the shoulder. Yidzin moved forward. Grinning, the soldier continued to shoot. Holes appeared in the wall from the bullets. Drops of blood appeared near the young man's face. The guy knocked his opponent off his feet. The opponents fell to the floor. A trace of the blow was visible in the air. The protagonist put a knife to the enemy's neck, and the latter began to scream for the guy to wait. Humbly lying on the ground, the soldier said that if the mercenary killed him, the Alliance would not leave it like that. The young man closed his eyes and remained silent. The dead men showed up and Brendan said that reinforcements would be arriving any minute. But now that these guys were dead, there was no reason for them to stay. The soldier's nose was broken and he explained that it would be over if the stranger just let him go, and then asked if it was true that there was no point in continuing the fight. Suddenly the radio on the box began to make sounds. The soldier's mouth fell open and he said that it looked like they had arrived. There were shouts that they were engaging the enemy but had been ambushed en route to their destination and needed backup, to which Brendan frowned, not understanding what was happening. A scream was heard and a massive explosion of a military transport was visible in the camp. The soldiers' subordinates tried to shoot back. Number 8 attacked the opponents with a machine gun. Number 4 and Number 2 also helped him neutralize the opponents. Bloody bodies of people lay on the floor. The soldier closed his eyes and thought it was absurd, because the stranger had cut them all down in an instant, despite all their troops and reinforcements. The protagonist continued to hold the knife to the opponent's neck. The protagonist's eyes were glowing, and the man was asking who he was. The young man sat on the soldier, and he was shouting at the guy not to answer and to wait, and then asked him not to do this and offered to negotiate, saying that these guys were guilty of the damage. Brendan pushed Yidzin with his palm. The soldier raised his pistol up. A red haze appeared around him, and the soldier did not understand what had happened. A knife appeared in his neck, and he was asking when the stranger had managed to do this. Rays of light fell on the protagonist's face. The opponent collapsed to the ground. Maya appeared in the doorway. The girl, folding her arms, reported that everything was clear outside, and the Alliance reinforcements had also been eliminated. The young man asked if the others had arrived, to which 5, closing her eyes, replied that it looked like it, but for the record she knew nothing. The boy looked away, thinking, and his partner said that she was serious. Leaving the room, the protagonist said that they were leaving. A large column of black smoke appeared. The soldier was lying on the ground with a wound in the head. The barrel of the second's gun was emitting smoke. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Liam said that everything was settled on their side. Lowering the machine gun, the mercenary said that then they should leave. Opening his mouth, 8th asked if they were meeting with 1st, having come all this way. Closing his eyes, 2nd explained that they had another mission. The man grinned anxiously. 6th smiled and exhaled with relief. The team of mercenaries moved towards the exit. Bright spotlights illuminated the territory of the village. The boy was holding binoculars and shouting that Yidzin was coming. Everin and the captain looked ahead in fear. A flash of light was visible in the distance. The protagonist got out of the car. The girl ran through the crowd of mercenaries and called him. With her mouth wide open, the villager asked if the young man was okay, to which he answered positively. Lowering his eyebrows, the group commander did not believe that this was possible and asked if the protagonist had dealt with everyone, like last time. Looking at the man, the mercenary replied that they had eliminated the soldiers and their reinforcements who were here. The captain's pupils noticeably diminished, and he asked the boy again. Everin's eyes widened in fear. Folding her hands, Maya noted that he should add that these 3 had also been eliminated, since they led an organization that they had constantly encountered. Confused, closing his eyes, the man exclaimed that this could not be. Straightening his shoulders, the protagonist explained that the mercenary alliance had been defeated, but their own organizations had also suffered significant losses, so there would be no more threats to the village. The group members looked at the guy in bewilderment and remained silent. The protagonist turned away from the villagers. The girl ran up to him and asked if Yidzin was leaving already, to which he replied that since everything was settled, it was time for him to go. With her mouth wide open, Everin asked to at least stop by her hometown before leaving. The protagonist stopped. The young man turned his gaze to the captain. The man looked at the boy without a single emotion on his face. Leaning against the car, 5th wondered what kind of hometown this was. The pink sun was covered by clouds. A cemetery appeared. The group commander stood behind the protagonist and said that even those who died in this battle were buried here. The young man stood near one of the crosses. The mercenary clarified whether this was a cemetery, To which Everin, clenching her jaw, replied that none of the residents actually lived here from the very beginning, but they called it that because for everyone, this place means home. The girl calmly closed her eyes. Looking at the wooden crosses, the villager said that for them, this was their true hometown. The protagonist looked down and remembered being asked if the boy was going to teach them because they could easily die. The young man remembered the mercenaries who were sitting on the ground and did not understand what the protagonist was telling them. Yidzin was teaching the boys how to hold their weapons. Lining up, the fighters exclaimed that they were listening to the instructor. Sweets were seen falling. The protagonist was sitting by the wall opposite the delicious food. The soldier smiled and said that during training, the mercenary was their mentor, but at other times he was just a little boy, and the others laughed. The sleeves of his jacket flew in the wind, and the captain said that although they said harsh words when the boy left, but knowing that he had found his family, they were the happiest of all. Tears formed in the eyes of the protagonist. The boy turned his head. A moment later, the mercenary moved in that direction. Birds flew in the sky. Yidzin approached one of the graves. The protagonist remembered sitting at the table with Lucas. There was a blood stain on the protagonist's cheek. The young man imagined the leader lowering his chin, addressing him. Closing his lips, the mercenary thought about his words about this being their home, but not his place here. Standing in the middle of the cemetery, the boy thought about what Lucas had asked him to remember. The villagers gathered in a crowd in front of the protagonist's car. The captain called out to the young man, who had opened the car window. The man asked him not to come back, to which the latter, looking in his direction, remained silent. Lowering his jaw, the group leader repeated that he seriously did not need to ever come back, because from now on they would deal with their own problems. Opening his mouth, Yidzin asked them to try to make sure that he had no reason to come back. Confused, the corners of his mouth lowered, the man asked the mercenary again. The car with the protagonist began to leave the camp. A crowd of fighters was visible in the side mirror. Tears were visible in the young man's eyes again. Holding the steering wheel, Maya said that she heard that her partner had been of great help to them. The protagonist looked away. Remembering his life among these people, the guy said that they had helped him. A countdown was heard in the gym. The students ran to the coach's count. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. The young man climbed up the rope. Looking up, the guy was breathing heavily. Yuna looked at him, her eyes wide. The girl clenched her fists in fear, hearing the question of whether she had come here again. Jiyeon came out from behind the wall. Looking away, the younger sister replied that she had just dropped in for a while, to which she said that she had a feeling that the girl had been here for a while. With a raised eyebrow, the granddaughter of the SW Group CEO explained that she just wanted to go for a walk with Sukjo and Yidzin and came too early. The CEO smiled and asked if her sister tagged along with Sukjo to be with the protagonist. With her hands down, the girl exclaimed that it was not so, to which the older sister said that she did not need to tell her here. With her hands behind her back, Go noted that the two of them had become much closer lately. With a lowered eyebrow, Yoon and Jiyeon's grandfather said that it was true and different from before, and said that he did not know how to say it. The girls turned away from each other, and the CEO of SW Group explained that in the past, they were indifferent to each other, almost like strangers. The man frowned and admitted that he was also surprised, and then added that the main reason was that Ms. Yoon announced that she would transfer all future management rights of the company to Ms. Jiyeon. The younger sister stood there with her mouth wide open, and Go said that as far as he knew, Yidzin was actually the turning point, since they had even been through dangerous situations together. Pursing his lips, the grandfather said that recently, he was happier seeing them like this than hearing about the company's growth, and that was a feeling he had never thought of before. Lowering his jaw, the man said that as far as his partner knew, his children had never hesitated to do bad things to gain more power. The SW Group building was visible, and the CEO said that he had always turned a blind eye to it, since only those who could overcome such trials could lead the company, and then added that whoever ran it had to be strong, and if the company faltered, it would greatly affect the South Korean economy. Closing his eyes, the man sincerely wondered what the point was if the family was falling apart. Go kept silent, turning down the corners of his lips. Yun and Jiyeon's grandfather looked down and admitted that when he thought about SW and the country, he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. The leader said that while they were running the company, they had to bear the responsibility that came with it, to which the other man clenched his jaw and remained silent. The man folded his hands behind his back and suggested that they go since it was time, to which his partner said that he would walk him home. Late in the evening, lights were on in the windows of the houses. Mr. Yu waved his hand and said that he would go first and that they would see each other tomorrow, to which the patrolman asked him to be careful. The man's mouth opened in confusion. The protagonist's grandfather saw the director of SW in front of him. The patrolman pressed his lips together and remembered the man from the news. Lowering his hands, the man asked if this man was Yidzin's grandfather, to which Yidzin hesitated and replied that he was. The leader bowed and said hello, and then introduced himself. Yun and Jiyeon's grandfather raised his head and asked if they could talk. Mr. Yu agreed, his lips drooping in alarm. Dusik and his partner walked down the stairs and said that the mercenary's grandfather had left work. The men stopped, and Yunsu said that the man in front of him reminded him of someone. The boss opened his mouth in confusion and explained that it was the chairman of SW. They looked at the grandfathers and did not understand how such a person could approach the protagonist's relative. Dusik frowned and remained silent. Security guards appeared at the entrance to the establishment. There were even bodyguards inside the premises. Sitting at the table, the company director explained that he thought that a long trip might be inconvenient, so he rented a cafe as close as possible. The patrolman sat opposite the man and said that he should not have bothered himself, and asked what such a respected person wanted to talk about, to which he replied that he wanted to start a conversation about Yidzin. Mr. Yu raised his eyebrows in fear and asked if his grandson had done anything wrong. Raising his hand, the other man replied that he had not done anything wrong. Closing his eyes, the protagonist's grandfather sighed in relief and said that it was good, although he had already thought that the boy had gotten into trouble. Smiling slightly, the SW chairman explained that the mercenary had actually helped them a lot. Placing his hands on the chair, the young man's grandfather asked if this was true, to which the other man admitted that in fact, in addition to talking about Yidzin, he had wanted to meet his grandfather for a long time. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked him again, to which he replied in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, the company director explained that he owed a lot to this guy, who had protected not only him, but also the lives of his family, and not just once, but several times. Gritting his teeth, the patrolman was surprised by what he heard. The wrinkles on Yun and Jion's grandfather's forehead appeared, and he explained that this was why he wanted to ask for his help. Mr. Yu opened his mouth slightly and asked how he could help. The director of SW Group put his hands on his legs and said that he wanted to personally thank Yidzin, and then added that it could be something he liked or needed, but in addition to that, he also wanted to support him in the future. With his eyes closed, the man said that the mercenary truly loved his family, so he was going to give him one large building so that his family could live comfortably. Hearing this, the patrolman's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist's grandfather placed his palm on his knee and confusedly clarified about the entire building. And the interlocutor explained that, as he had already said, they were in his debt, and he sincerely felt that this was not even enough. With his mouth slightly open, the man explained that this was why he wanted to ask for his help, to thank him even more. Mr. Yu remained silent, his mouth downturned in worry. The man asked if his grandson knew about it, and the chairman of the company stood up and explained that in fact, when he told him about it, the boy refused. Yun and Jion's grandfather continued that the boy added that he was just doing what he had to do, to which his relative clenched his jaw in confusion. The patrolman's eyes sparkled. The man put his hand to his face. Covering himself with his palm, he apologized and said that he was getting sentimental. Lowering his head, Grandfather Yijin explained that he was simply proud of how his grandson had grown up. Smiling, the man apologized and said that he thought he couldn't do anything to help, because he wanted to respect the wishes of a loved one, and if he said that, he was just doing what he thought was right. His interlocutor asked if this was true, and Mr. Yu leaned over and politely asked the chairman to take care of the protagonist's future. A drop of sweat appeared on the face of the SW Group director. Leaning on his hands, the man said that this might sound unexpected, but he suggested that his interlocutor be friends. The patrolman asked him again, his eyes wide with surprise. Shutting his eyes, Yun and Jion's grandfather suggested that they meet up sometimes and have a drink together. Raising his palms, Mr. Yu clarified that he had not been drinking for a long time, to which the question arose whether he had quit. Grinning, the man said that rather after the loss of his son and daughter-in-law, while raising Daeon alone, he decided to give up smoking and alcohol. Looking down, the patrolman explained that he understood that if he suddenly stumbled, the child would be left all alone. The company chairman looked at his interlocutor with alarm. Raising his eyebrows, the mercenary's grandfather said that he had to take care of his health in order to stay with her as long as possible, even if only for one day more. His eyes widened, the interlocutor remained silent. Smiling slightly, the man said that this is how things are. The heroes were visible through the restaurant window, and the SW director said that he had learned a lot from his interlocutor today, to which he hesitated, and Yun and Jion's grandfather still offered to be friends. It seemed as if Dusik was sipping from a plate. He sighed heavily and said that he could now eat such food too. Yunsu, with his mouth slightly open, said that he used to avoid eating ramen because it was hard to digest. Yidzin, gnawing on a bar, listened attentively to the guys. Sitting at the table, the chef asked why when he said that he would treat him to meat, he always brought him to such places, although by food he meant beef, to which his colleague replied that he also thought that they would eat beef, and that was enough for the protagonist. The protagonist, chewing his food, explained that even in small quantities it provides enough calories and nutrients. Dusik, placing his palms on his knees, said that he had already said that. The boy continued to grind the food. Looking at the man, the young man exclaimed that he had heard that he was helping his grandfather. The chief, lowering his head, replied that it was so, and nothing special, but simply did not like to sit idle. He added that the grandfather said that he came every time, which made the mercenary look ahead thoughtfully. Kansu appeared, holding a spoon and saying that these young people help him with everything from processing to even taking on hard work, and that there were fewer problems with the rowdy tenants, and it had also become much easier to work. Yunsu, smiling, clarified whether he knew that thanks to this, their reputation had changed. Yidzin looked at him questioningly. The man extended his palm and explained that before they were avoided, but now they even greeted them first, and the children came up to talk. Dusik looked away, embarrassed. After some time, the main character was standing near a cafe. The protagonist, biting his lips, heard loud sounds. Suddenly, he turned around. The guy abruptly rushed from the spot. A dark alley and a pile of garbage appeared. Suddenly, the car crashed, causing its front end to break. The driver clenched his jaw menacingly. The young man watched him closely. A moment later, the car quickly drove away, leaving behind traces. The mercenary turned his eyes to the side. He noticed a wounded man lying on the asphalt. Yidzin began to approach him. The stranger's body was covered in blood. The protagonist stood right in front of him. An office building appeared at night. The man, dropping his hands, said that after checking, it turned out that he was taken to the hospital and placed in intensive care, and is now in a coma. The congressman slammed his fist on the table. He, opening his mouth wide, shouted what the hell he was doing at such an hour. The aide looked at him and told him not to worry, they already had someone willing to take the blame, and they were also cleaning up the CCTV footage to remove any traces of his presence. Han bared his teeth and asked what presence, adding that he wasn't even there. The secretary bent down and apologized, saying that they would make sure the real culprit surrendered. The congressman held out his hand and exclaimed that it was unacceptable to run over a person and run away. He grabbed his chin and continued that the problem was that the election campaign was starting soon, and the media would blow this story out of proportion, and everyone would say that the incident was related to them, and asked what they would do. The aide lowered his eyebrows and said that they would make sure that it didn't reflect on him. The man smiled contentedly. The windows of the building were visible. Yidzin was running down a dark alley. The protagonist, moving his hands, sighed heavily. A human silhouette appeared in the corner. The protagonist, noticing this, bit his lips. A moment later, he looked at the detective. The man, opening his mouth, thanked him and apologized, adding that he was out of his mind, that he did not even greet him normally. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, replied that everything was fine, and asked how his son was and whether he had woken up. A memory appeared of Goen, threw sweat on his face, sighing in bewilderment. He looked away and said that fortunately he had woken up, but not for long, because he had fallen asleep again, and fortunately the operation was successful and the doctors said that his life was not in danger. Squinting his eyes, the man continued that he was sincerely grateful to him, and if it were not for him, who had not called an ambulance so quickly, he might not have woken up. The young man, standing opposite him, clarified whether the culprit had been caught. The detective, clenching his fists, explained that the guy gave himself up and said that he got behind the wheel drunk and did not even realize that he had hit a person, and realized it only when he sobered up. Goen squeezed his fingers tightly and asked if he was drunk, then why get behind the wheel? The mercenary, squinting, asked if the culprit was a young guy. The man, frowning, answered yes. Opening his mouth, Yidzin said that the driver he saw was a middle-aged man. He remembered how the driver sat behind the wheel. The detective, lowering the corners of his lips, asked him again. In the afternoon, the congressman's office appeared. Khan, shaking hands with the man in the jacket, told him that they would see each other again. The assistant opened the door wide. Abruptly closing it, he exclaimed that they had a problem. Khan, straightening his tie, asked what the problem was. The assistant, through the sweat on his face, answered that a witness to the accident had appeared. The man's forehead turned blue at what he heard. He said, sitting in a chair, that there was no one there, to which the secretary said that it seemed that they had forgotten about him in the chaos. A glass case was visible, and it was audible that they had checked, and the man who had called the ambulance said that the driver was an elderly man, not the one who had surrendered, and therefore he really had seen everything with his own eyes. The congressman, placing his palms on the chair, asked what now, and the aide explained that for now he was just describing the suspect's appearance. The man, raising a finger, shouted that they were idiots, because they themselves had not thought to find someone similar to him, and if they had done everything right from the very beginning, then nothing would have happened. The aide, biting his lips, silently called him a thick-skinned bastard and told him not to worry. The secretary, lowering his eyebrows, said that they had already taken action. In the afternoon, a police agency appeared. The young guy, grinning, greeted him and told him his name and asked to sit down. Yidzin entered the room. Sitting down, he asked where the detective was, to which he received the answer that he was personally involved in this case, so he could not lead it, and besides, in his current state, he simply did not have time to work. The young man opened his laptop and added that he was now leading this investigation, and from now on he would be talking to him. The protagonist, looking ahead, exclaimed that he had already given a statement. The new investigator, closing his eyes, said that since he was officially taking over the case, he needed to check some details for the protocol. He, grinning incredulously, asked the protagonist not to be so nervous and to relax. The mercenary pursed his lips in bewilderment. The detective was typing something on the laptop. Placing his palms on the keyboard, he asked if he had found the victim unconscious at approximately 23 hours 35 minutes, to which he received a positive answer. The guy, holding his chin, said that according to his testimony, he did not see the car hit the victim because he just saw a car passing by. Yidzin, opening his mouth, said that this was true. The investigator raised his eyebrows and clarified how he saw the driver's face because it was dark at night, and added that people usually do not look at the drivers of passing cars, and it might not have been the criminal's car at all. Squinting his eyes, the new detective explained that he needed to be honest with him, and if he gave false testimony, he could make an innocent person a criminal. The protagonist, looking at him, said that the car quickly drove in front of him right after he heard the impact, so he decided to check who was driving. The protagonist, sitting at the table, continued that there were no other cars nearby, and the hood of the passing car was dented, so he could not help but notice it. The investigator narrowed his eyes and muttered that the guy was surprisingly observant. He smiled and said that he understood, thanked him for his cooperation, and could go. The mercenary stood up from his chair after a moment. The man, holding the phone to his ear, said that it was good work. The congressman, sitting at his desk, asked what he had said. The assistant, sweat on his face, replied that he was sure he had seen his face clearly. Khan slammed his fist hard next to the keyboard. The secretary, looking at him, added that since he was only a student, he could not determine exactly who it was, and even if he recognized him, the police would not trust the words of a teenager and would not dig too deep. The assistant, narrowing his eyes, exclaimed that he already had an alibi, and someone had even confessed to the crime, and without a good reason they would not dare come after him. The congressman bared his teeth and said that if this kid recognized him and started babbling, there would be trouble, and asked what if people got it all wrong and his supporters turned away from him. The secretary bit his lips and said nothing. The man opened his jaw and asked what if they made it so that this kid would not remember anything about this incident. The assistant lowered his hands and asked what he meant. Khan scratched his forehead and explained that if he suddenly got a head injury, he could lose his memory, and in severe cases, he might not come to his senses at all. The assistant looked at him and said nothing. The congressman frowned and asked why he had suddenly gone silent. The secretary lowered his eyebrows and exclaimed that he thought he had heard something like this before. At night, houses appeared. Yidzin walked down a dark alley and hummed something. Taking the phone, he saw that Dan was calling him. His sister asked where he was and why he was not there yet, to which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he was almost home. The girl asked if he had eaten, and the protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had eaten after training with the guys he had been training with. He remembered sitting with them at the table, and they were offering him more to eat, and Dan said that she did not need to set the table. Suddenly, the light from the headlights was visible. The guy's face suddenly lit up. Several bikers with bats appeared. The young man was able to dodge the blow. More opponents were approaching him from behind. An unexpected attack with a bat was heard. The mercenary kicked him hard. The enemy began to fall from the motorcycle. A moment later, they fell to the ground. Yidzin held the phone in his hand, and his sister called him. The protagonist, lifting the smartphone, said that he would call back later, to which he received a positive answer. He calmly directed his gaze to the side. The bandits, approaching him, said that if they had simply smashed his head, it would have all ended. One of them, clutching his weapon, ordered two comrades to hold this bastard because he would do everything himself. The protagonist watched them and said nothing. Suddenly, the opponent rushed from his place. The guy parried his blow with his palm. He suddenly attacked him with his fist. The enemy could not stand on his feet from the blow. A moment later, he fell to the floor. The bandit, his eyes widening, wondered what that was. It was visible how the young man moved his legs. He headed towards his opponents. Suddenly, the enemy tried to stab him with a knife. The mercenary calmly parried his attack. Yidzin hit him with his elbow in response. His foot appeared, and screams were heard. The second bandit raised the bat above himself. Narrowing his pupils, he exclaimed for the protagonist to die. The enemy swung but missed. The protagonist watched him with his eyes narrowed. A moment later, he cut off his head. After that, the protagonist attacked the opponent's stomach. The enemy began to cough from the pain. The guy grabbed his helmet with his palms. The young man abruptly broke the glass in the helmet with his knee. Many fragments were visible. The bandit unexpectedly hit the ground. The mercenary stood over the defeated enemy. Squinting, Yidzin looked ahead. It seemed as if the opponent closed his eyes. A moment later, through the sweat on his face, he noticed something. The protagonist suddenly took his fingers. The protagonist crouched down to his opponent and asked why he attacked him. The bandit, with dilated pupils, asked him again. Suddenly, the guy began to break his finger. The enemy screamed loudly from the pain. The young man stopped breaking limbs and ordered him to answer. The enemy's pupils narrowed sharply. Lowering his head, the mercenary asked again why he attacked him.